You just casually played a game. But it scared Western countries so much that they all took down the game simultaneously and held emergency meetings overnight to globally ban you. Just because you can bring in-game items into reality. Looking at the pile of gold just taken out from Peace Elite, a bold idea arises in your mind. You want to bring out the Red Alert base vehicle and build your own military kingdom. But this is definitely not feasible in the country. At least you have to go abroad. There are so many war-torn countries outside, which are the places where you can quickly develop by taking advantage of chaos. You look at your palm. If the system really only has 2 chances left, the Red Alert base must be completed in one go. You squint and think. In the game, after the base vehicle is deployed, building units requires spending money, which can be obtained through mining and the like. The maximum self-contained funds are 10,000. What about in reality? Using money? You look at the cabinet, where 70 million is lying inside. It's definitely enough to spend, but to build a steel torrent, a military empire, every penny is not enough. Unexpectedly, after a while, you suddenly smile, feeling a bit uncontrollable. Red Alert is a single-player game. Can I find someone to modify the data and make the base have billions of funds? To put it bluntly, it's cheating, which can permanently solve the funding problem and directly start mass-producing troops. With Red Alert's production speed, you quickly calculate that as long as it is deployed for just one day, you alone can rival a country. No need for anything else. Just having dozens or hundreds of aircraft carriers. How would others play? Just thinking about it yourself feels too terrifying. I don't know if it will work, if it can really be modified and put to use. The system is simply amazing. Anyway, get prepared first. You immediately open your phone and search for some software engineers on a certain shopping platform. You make your request, and these shops agree without difficulty. The source code of Red Alert is open and can be freely modified. The reward is 3,000 yuan. Okay, I'll take the photos now. With 15 gold bricks in hand, you are generous. With a wave of your hand, you make the payment directly, leaving less than 2,000 yuan in your account. You are still an intern with very little money. Looking at the remaining balance, you frowned. The remaining money may not be enough for visa processing and buying plane tickets. You need to find a way to turn the gold bricks into cash. There are many places that buy gold outside, and they don't inquire about the source, but the price may be a bit lower. You don't care about that. What you need is a place that can handle a large quantity at once. Thinking about it, you found a good classmate on WeChat, who is also a local in Inhai City. You went to university in Inhai, and many classmates' families are in Inhai. They are familiar with this place, and this Chen Mingxing is said to have a small industry in his family. Not exactly a second-generation rich but also a well-off person. Is there a more secure way? Dialing the phone, Chen Mingxing quickly answered, jokingly in a playful tone. Hey, Jiang, what's up so late at night? You speak casually as usual. Just want to ask if you know anyone who buys gold. Chen Mingxing immediately said, hey, if you have this matter, come to me. Have you forgotten that Xiao Yan's family is in the jewelry business? Just contact her directly. Xiao Yan, you must know. Just didn't ask because we're not close. You smiled silently. Well, who would have thought you have millions of gold to cash out? Okay, I will ask her. Talk to you later. On the other side of Inhai City, Chen Mingxing, who hung up the phone, felt a bit puzzled and muttered. Isn't there gold buyers everywhere on the street? Thinking in the rental house, he decided to send a message to Xiao Yan on WeChat. You have too much gold. Maybe there will be more in the future. It's best to find a long-term channel. On the other hand, Xiao Yan received your message without much thought. She remembers you. Good looking, but how much gold can an ordinary family have? At most a pound. Out of consideration for being classmates. She replied, go to Central Street Hai Tian Jewelry Store tomorrow. Look for Manager Qi. I will inform her later. You received Xiao Yan's reply. Couldn't help but shake your head and smile, already anticipating that she would say that. You didn't reply, planning to see how things go later. You didn't sleep that night. You were half asleep and half awake planning all night until the next day when your phone rang. You realized you overslept. There were a bunch of messages on WeChat, from Li Haiwang Xiaoli, and also from the leader. As you were about to get up with your phone in hand, you suddenly realized, rubbed your face and cursed with a smile. Late for what? What's the point of me being in this shift? Just as you were saying that, the leader called. You lazily answered. Hello, team leader. When team leader Wang Dihai heard your tone, his face changed. He had nothing good to say. What? Still sleeping? Not coming to work? Don't forget it's the internship period now. Hurry up and come over. Don't make me call you a second time. Normally, Wang Dihai bosses around you interns, and you endure it, but this time, you endure what? Wang Dihai hadn't finished speaking yet. You hung up the phone directly, threw the phone aside, and started to tidy up to sell gold. Wang Dihai was stunned holding the phone. Damn it, how dare you hang up on me? This time I must make you sign a fine. After washing up, you picked up your phone, and someone at you in the company group chat. You opened it and saw that it was Wang Dihai. Group 3. Jiang Ci was late and absent from work for no reason, and had to pay a fine of 200 to the finance department. Come over before 12 o'clock. Otherwise, you will see which group wants you and go to that group. Jiang Ru snorted. With a company group of over 60 people, he replied directly with 2 words. Stupid. Boom. The whole company shook. A dumbfounded look at the group chat. Open mouth. Wang Xiaolili Hai Han Lang Lang 3 people are stupid. Jiang Zi is so fierce? How dare you scold the leader directly in front of everyone? A few people sneaked a look at Wang Dihai at the workstation. His face was a shade of red and a shade of green, being abused in public. With so many employees watching, Wang Dihai felt as embarrassed as his face was on fire. He was furious. Really too humiliating. Can't wait to fire Jiang Ru now. In order to maintain the majesty of their own leadership, Wang Dihai immediately said in the group, Jiang Ru, absenteeism without reason. Insulting the leadership. Can't do it, get out. Stupid. 2 more words. Wang Dihai almost a mouthful of old blood sprayed out. This is extremely insulting to him. There has never been any employee who dared to scold him like this to his face. See the message from the group. Wang Xiaoli is also a little confused. Hurry to Jiang Zhu private chat. Jiang brother. Calm down now the job is not good to find. You this. It's okay. I'm going home to inherit the family fortune. I've long been tired of seeing this dead fat guy Wang Dihai. Ha ha. Cool. Wang Xiaoli covered his forehead. Full of speechless. Buddy, you inherit what family property? To have a family property. As to come out as a social animal? He thought it was Jiang Zi's bravado, so he didn't reveal it. Casual conversation. Rental housing. Jiang Zi went out with a refreshed backpack, stopped a cab at the entrance, and went straight to Haitian jewelry store on Central Street. He had a whole gold brick in his bag. About 40 minutes later, Jiang Zi, who got off the bus, saw at a glance the magnificently decorated Haitian jewelry store in front of him. It covers 2,000 square feet, top and bottom. Sort of a flagship store in Silver Sea City. The first floor mainly sells gold jewelry, and the second floor is some expensive jewelry. The store was packed with customers. Tidy up the dress. Jiang Zi backpack. Into the Haitian jewelry. Soon there is a sales consultant. Welcome to come with a warm smile. Hello, what would you like to see, sir? Over here are all our latest releases for this month. The gold jewelry in the counter is bright and eye-catching. No wonder women love this stuff and men look at it too. Jiang Ru smiled and nodded. Confidently, he said, I'm looking for your store manager, Chi, to talk about some cooperation. Upon hearing this, the saleswoman obviously froze for a moment, looked Jiang Zi up and down, and said, just a moment, I'll look for the supervisor. She was on high heels, quickly trotting over to a woman. She whispered a couple of words, and the 2 gazes looked over together, and then she saw her supervisor, striding over with grace and confidence. Jiang Zi also took the opportunity to take a few glances at this store. Haitian jewelry. A dozen saleswomen. Each appearance and temperament are quite good, and the supervisor sounds up high position, looks even younger than these sales. Hello, may I ask for our store manager? Specifically? Jiang Ru opened the door. Without hiding anything, he smiled faintly and said blandly, there are some investment gold bricks. Let's see if you guys take them here. Gold bricks. The supervisor, Zhang Lily, and the salesperson who came alongside her, had their eyes startled for a moment and subconsciously looked at the bag in Jiang Zi's hand, sinking down. Obviously things aren't light. And, through the bag, some outlines could be vaguely seen, almost the size of a slate, and the 2 men were once again shocked. In unison, they sucked in a breath of cold air. A gold brick the size of a slate? Really? How much does that weigh? The density of gold is very high. Slate so big, at least dozens of pounds. The female supervisor did not dare to slacken off at all, changing the attitude of just a moment ago confident and breezy. With a slight bow, he invited, this way, sir, we'll talk in the parlor. Good. Jiang Zi nodded, took the bag and walked inside. The female supervisor walked, while saying to the sales anxiously, go and pour the tea, then go to the second floor and call the store manager. Hurry up. Being a lobby manager-like position, Zhang Lily is very clear. Now Haitian jewelry, very short of gold. General manager Xiaoyan all day long with Chi store manager to find ways to find supplier channels. She was all eyes. Jiang Zi sat down for not a moment. He heard outside the door came a rush of footsteps. A 30-something urban beauty, wearing a professional suit. The slender legs were shrouded in black, elegant, straight and seductive. Only when Qi Yaxin sat down did Jiang Zi see the other party's face. Goose egg-like well-proportioned pretty face with light makeup, delicate and smooth skin, long hair coiled behind her head, the beauty of oriental elegance. She opened her mouth. Her voice was gentle and seemed to be able to calm people down with a hint of rhyme. Hello, I'm Qi Yaxian. You're our General Xiao's classmate? Qi Yaxian is very pretty. And there's something indefinable about her. It's tempting. Zhang Ji are inevitably to this kind of mature woman. There is a hint of stupidity. Single for a long time. Which who can top? He suppressed the impure thoughts within him, reaching out to shake Xiaxian's hand. It's soft. It's slippery. Yeah. First time meeting store manager Qi. I didn't expect it to be a big beauty. Zhang Ji smiled and opened his mouth. Not timid at all. Qi Yaxian slightly pursed her lips and smiled. Warm and moving. Seems very approachable. The truth is that they respect each other and reject each other. Mister, you flatter me. Why don't we take a look at the gold first? Zhang Ji, of course, no comment. Will be in the hands of the bag to the table gently. Are coming from a heavy sound. Qi Yaxian's gentle face cannot help but serious. Just listen to the sound. Not so light. As Zhang Ji unzipped the zipper, revealing a yellow-orange gold brick inside, Qi Yaxian took a deep breath, the fullness of her chest calling out. 10 kilograms, she inquired in an unsettlingly tentative manner. Although she was the store manager of the Haitian jewelry flagship store, to be honest, it was the first time Qi Yaxian had seen a 10-kilogram gold brick. There's very little of this stuff on the market. It's all in the rich man's collection. It's not likely to be put up for sale either. Exactly. Zhang Ji affirmed with a mouthful, sitting in a relaxed position, leaning back in his chair, smiling and reaching out. Store manager Qi, take a look. How much can this give? Qi Yaxian just swept the gold bricks twice. Just look up and smile and ask, got a certificate? Zhang Ji said dryly. No. Qi Yaxian nodded her head, indicating that she understood. They were all smart people. In 2 sentences, she knew that the other party would not explain the origin of this gold brick, and she certainly wouldn't ask much. Just need to press the price. Rhyming a stroke of broken hair on the ear, Qi Yaxian smiled without showing her teeth. Normally, this kind of gold bricks we won't accept, but you are always classmates with us, Xiaoba. I can make an exception. However, she was ready to say it. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Zhang Ji reaching out, the other party wearing the same inexplicable smile. Store manager Qi, you may have misunderstood. I'm not looking for you to sell, but to cooperate. Understand? This thing, I can guarantee that there is no problem with the source, and I still have it here. I won't say more. Whether or not we can cooperate for a long time depends on your sincerity this time. Qi Yaxian quietly listened to Zhang Ji finish. Without being in a hurry, he smiled lightly and said, of course I believe in your words, but as you are well aware, after all, there are no certificates, and when dealing with them, there is still some trouble. Qi Yaxian is not a vase. Instead, she is not a saving grace, not in a hurry at all, sitting down and starting to negotiate the price with Zhang Ji. Her bland attitude, it's simply confusing. Instead, Zhang Ji was impressed. Every sentence of Qi Yaxian's seemingly ordinary words was just like chatting, with a slight bit of compliments to make people listen to it comfortably, but all of them carried the meaning of pressing the price. Zhang Ru didn't want to waste too much breath. Straight to the point, alright, store manager Qi, just named the number. 430. Qi Yaxian's eyebrows were smiling. Her mature charm was full, like a spring breeze caressing her, but this price in her mouth was too low. There was no way Zhang Ru could accept it. His tone was tinged with flirtation. Store manager Qi, you're trying to take it down without bloodshed, and I'm afraid it's impossible if you don't give something. Qi Yaxian heard Zhang Ji's words, smiling flirtatiously at him. 430, think about it, and someday, I'll buy you dinner. Vixen. Zhang Ji didn't expect that Qi Yaxian's gentle and elegant surface would actually play this set of tricks, and moreover, put on a gentle temperament woman like Qi Yaxian. The sense of temptation was full, but if you're going to the head, I'm afraid you're going to get screwed. This woman is as smart as anything. It's all a trap. Zhang Ji was not overwhelmed by beauty, but this meal, can fight for it, for the sake of you treating me to a meal. 450. Talking about it again will hurt your feelings. Xiaxian gave it some slight consideration, nodding his head in agreement. Okay, 450 then, and at the risk of asking, on your side, how much more? We can take it all. Just at 450. Zhang Ji got up, spared behind Qi Yaxian, and leaned down to whisper in her ear. I'll tell you when it's time to eat. Qi Yaxian was stunned. Her body was like an electric shock, and she hurriedly stood up to escape. There was a slight hint of redness on her pretty face, mind a little chagrined. Is this a hole you've dug for yourself? Zhang Ji also did not go overboard again. With a smile in his eyes, This Qi Yaxian sounds very experienced. This look is completely bluffing. Ah, ha ha ha. Immediately, $4.5 million, at his request, all transferred to his aunt Treasure. Such a large amount of money. It's checked tightly now. Going straight into a bank card is easy to wind up with. Watching the $4.5 million in cash arrive, Jiang Ji's mood was slightly agitated. He had never owned such a huge sum of money before. For a while, I didn't know how I was going to spend it. It's just that Jiang Ji hit it well, with a bland surface, until he left Haitian jewelry store. He looked for a flower bed, couldn't wait to squat down, and took out cigarettes from his pocket. Snap, ignite, take a big drag, hiss, cool, $4.5 million. There is a possibility that this life will not be able to save the deposit, is now lying quietly in the middle of his aunt Treasure. Next, it's all about figuring out how to get a visa, out of the country, find a war-torn place, take out the red alert base vehicle, develop your power step by step, and then go back to your country on the down low, being a crooked-lipped dragon king. Hey, Jiang Ji, thinking about the plot in the novel, cannot help but crooked mouth smiled, but also really that flavor. He inhaled 2 mouthfuls of cigarettes, still cannot suppress the inner restlessness. Straight away, he lifted his foot and headed for the side of the store. Second floor, 1 VIP, Haitian jewelry. Just after Jiang Ji left, Qi Yaxian took out her cell phone and dialed Xiaoyan's number. What's wrong, Sister Qi? Office. Xiaoyan picked up the phone with an expressionless face. The final result of last night's meeting. She didn't give in. It was not a happy ending, and it also pushed her to the brink of extinction. Before opening, she had to fix the inventory shortage thing, or else, someone else would take over and accept the low to mid-range market of Haitian jewelry. Now at a loss. Mr. Xiao, that classmate of yours came today and brought a 20 pounds gold brick. Full gold. Moreover, I heard his tone. It seems that there are quite a few more. Aren't we lacking this right now? Why don't you cooperate with him? Qi Yaxian's voice soon came from the phone. Xiaoyan gradually froze, a little skeptical. You mean, Jiang Ji? 20 pounds? How is that possible? Xiaoyan thought about her college days. Besides herself, there didn't seem to be many rich second generation in her class. At least she didn't have any impression. Jiang Ru actually has 20 pounds of gold bricks? She was surprised. Last night, Jiang Ji sent a message. Xiaoyan did not care. This time suddenly learned the news. Extremely dismayed and incomprehensible. 20 pounds. 5 million yet. More than a gold store. Yeah, Mr. Xiao. His family is also in the gold business? Xiaoyan's beautiful eyes stared in thought for a moment. No, you tell me about today's situation properly. Xiaoyan with doubt. She had thought that Jiang Ji's family was also in the gold business, and probably looked up to her own family. Mr. Xiao. So she took the initiative to come forward to help get through the hard times. So it seems. It doesn't seem to be. Qi Yaxian mainly said. Jiang Ji's side. There is a high probability that there are still gold bricks. Xiaoyan can't sit still. If it's all this kind of 20 pounds of gold bricks, Jiang Ru was likely to solve her crisis this time. Is the man still at the store? Keep him. I'll be right over. Mr. Xiao. Gone. However, I added his WeChat. Convenient for next time contact. Why don't I ask? Where is he at this time? Okay, just ask. I'm coming over now. Hanging up the phone, Xiaoyan thundered, grabbed her jacket and car keys, and headed for the underground garage, while Qi Yaxian also sent a message to Jiang Ji. First, a cute emoji. Where are you? Foot baths. Jiang Ji unexpectedly picked up his cell phone and said back. What's the matter? Just left and you want to find me for dinner? 2 little sisters to the left and 1 to the right. Is pressing his legs. Just came in and let the little sister press well. Later 1 person to do a 10,000 card. 2 young technicians. Hate to stick on Jiang Ji. Brother, we still have fun here. Do you want to experience it? The technician's little sister exhaled like an orchid, serving and gently inquiring at the same time. Jiang Ru raised an eyebrow. Some other time. Being a man of principle himself now, the grade had to be picked up, and here was a grade that he kind of looked down on. Xiaoyan quickly replied. Sure. Where are you? I'll come find you. Jiang Ji, next to the foot bath store. Zioxian. The news quickly reached Xiaoyan's ears. She frowned and drove there. Qi Yaxian also explained and came out from the store. Waited for a while in front of the foot bath. Not for a moment. Oncoming an imported Mercedes-Benz CLS 300, parked in front of the foot bath store, and white and long, slender and seductive legs stepped out from inside. Xiaoyan was wearing a valuable light yellow strapless dress, bare shoulders, surplus waist, put your proud and flawless body, no room to spare for exhibitionism, on the cool and absolutely beautiful face. The 5 features were like God's elaborate carvings. and together, they were simply like a work of art. Mr. Xiao, Qi Yaxian stepped forward and greeted. Xiao Yan nodded in response, then looked up at the footbath store. Her face was cool, unable to tell if she was happy or angry, and said, "Let's go." In which private room? V66. As soon as the two of them entered the footbath store, they immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the hall, whether it was the waiters or some of the customers. A pair of eyes were all fixed on the two women's tantalizingly long legs. Qi Yaxian wore black silk with some mystery, while Xiao Yan had a knee-length dress that revealed her white and smooth legs. You want meat. You want face value. Each has its own thousand. It's all beautiful. A customer directly cannot help, beckoned a waiter, lowered his voice and asked, "This is your new technician? How many? This kind of superb. Do not give brother to say? Just from the temperament alone, it's a million miles away from those mechanics. Any man watching, both create a desire for conquest." The waiter couldn't help but steal a glance and said, "Brother, no, I don't recognize it either. If we have this technician here, I'll just quit and go upstairs, okay?" The colored male customer's face was visibly lost when he heard this. Xiao Yan brought Qi Yaxian, first came to the front desk, and opened her mouth in a clear and cold voice, "By the bill." V66. At once, several waiters froze in unison. V66, this big brother, they are clear. That will just come. Directly called the best technician. It's not. Knowing this kind of superb woman, even running to pay for the bill, you run towards the footbath? Bull. Shall we go up? Mr. Xiao. No. You give him the word. We'll wait for him downstairs. Xiao Yan didn't like this kind of place too much, and after paying the bill, she stood aside, not even next to the chair sofa. Good. Qi Yaxian took her phone and sent a message to Zhang Ji. Not for a moment. Zhang Ji then went downstairs. A few waiters followed behind, always waiting with a smile on their faces. As soon as he went downstairs, he noticed the waiters' envious eyes staring at him in unison. Shit. Running to wash your feet and having this beautiful woman follow you over to pay the bill. Simply a model for my generation. Zhang Ji was a little unclear about the situation. How come the people in the hall all look at themselves like this? He went to the front desk to pay the bill, and a nice gentle voice came from the side. But I didn't need to turn around to know that it was Xia Xian. Zhang Ji suddenly realized, turned back, twisted his head to look. A slight lurch. Qi Yaxian next to Xiao Yan Pavilion, holding his arm, holding the car keys, quietly gazing at him. This is the first time he's really been 4 eyes with Xiao Yan. University those 4 years. There is no opportunity to talk to Xiao Yan. The gap between the two is too large. Zhang Ji, an ordinary family, know that this kind of rich girl and they cannot have intercourse. Meet again. I didn't expect it to be in a footbath. Zhang Ji was slightly embarrassed and greeted. Xiao Yan student. How are you? Why are you here too? Get out and talk. Xiao Yan's voice was cool, and she didn't say much. Okay. Zhang Ji promised to be unassuming, and didn't change his shoes in a great hurry, but rather put on his shoes unhurriedly, and then walked outside. During this process, Xiao Yan had been watching him. Inside, I was a little surprised. If you put a normal person, waiting for himself, he must have acted in a hurry to avoid making himself wait for a long time. This performance of Zhang Ji was obviously different from normal people. There's no little bit of constriction. It seems he holds the initiative. This was indeed the case. As soon as Zhang Ji saw Xiao Yan and Qi Yaxian, he knew what the two were up to. Nothing more than wanting more gold. He, on the other hand, is the A side. After changing her shoes and going out, Xiao Yan had a cold personality, and Qi Yaxian was in charge of easing between the two. She smiled and said, "Mr. Jiang, what do you want to eat? Pick a place." Jiang Ru pursed his lips and laughed, joked, "I thought we two dinner. How also called a companion? 2 big beautiful women in. I choose what place. You choose. Mr. Xiao." Qi Yaxian flashed an apologetic smile and asked for advice. Xiao Yan thought for a moment and her eyes twitched. "Come with me. I know one. The food is good." "So Mr. Jiang is driving behind us?" "Didn't drive." Qi Yaxian was a bit surprised. A bit difficult for a moment. She had no way to open her mouth and said to let Zhang Ji sit in Xiao Yan's car. Then take my car." Xiao Yan also gave Zhang Ji a strange look, waving her hand and saying, "Don't bother. Take my car and go together," he said and pressed the key. Her car was parked at the door. The imported white CLS 300 had a high value and was very suitable for a woman to drive. Zhang Ji smiled when he saw the car. Looked so strong and high-strung on the outside. A girl at heart, too. As soon as Zhang Ji got on the car, he asked a refreshing fragrance. Very light, very comfortable. He did not know whether it was the fragrance or Xiao Yan's perfume. It didn't take the three of them long to get to a fancy restaurant near Central Street. The Feast of the Nine States. Just listening to the name, we know that the grade is very high, and the decoration, not to mention, is not luxurious everywhere, but leaking luxury everywhere. Xiaoyan looks like he's been here quite a few times. Entering the door, someone warmly greeted, leading the three into a box, and then lit a compote sandalwood incense. The smoke curls up. Not for a moment. Two sensible and beautiful women in cheongsams came in with lutes and sat behind a screen, ready to play. Even the dining table, which was of fine pear wood, was in the center of the table. There is a wigwam landscape, streams of water gurgling. Jiang Ru inwardly sked. No wonder the world wants to earn money. Desperate to earn money. This rich people's life. In the end, it is not the same. Eat a meal have so many tricks. That's life. A life of enjoyment. With the waiter handing over the menu, one for each of the three people, Jiang Ji took a look. The most common and cheapest dish, all to 899. Any one of the delicacies, is thousands of dollars. Topped his previous month's salary. How could an ordinary person even think of that? In the future, this kind of place must come a few more times. Damn. The name of this dish. What is the brocade mountains and rivers? 100 miles of rivers and mountains picture. Jiang Ji even do not know what kind of dish. Okay, he's straight up whatever's right. Just order the most expensive. It's guaranteed to be right. Qi Yaxian was also secretly staggered. Ordered the cheapest dish, meaning that with her salary, she did not dare to spend money in this kind of place. Xiaoyan added a few more and the three of them handed the waiter their menus. The box fell silent. Only light music remains. Of course Xiaoyan knew what she was doing here this time. Not waiting for the dishes to come up. Her water-shedding eyes looked at Jiang Ji, long time no see. No more polite words. How much more do you have there? I'll take it all. Jiang Ji raised the corner of his mouth. Xiaoyan student. It seems that we are not yet in a partnership. It looks like Haitian is very short of gold. Sold just one gold brick. Just let the Haitians 1,000 gold. Personally ran over. Not only to buy the bill, but also to eat. Although Jiang Ji does not know the jewelry industry's recent situation, you can guess some of it. Xiaoyan gave Jiang Ji a serious look and said truthfully, not bad. Lacking, but not Haitian lacking. It's me lacking. We are classmates. You help me this time. I owe you a favor. Jiang Ji nodded with seeming understanding. Xiaoyan was as usual, full of indifference, and good words, in her mouth, became a deal, and Jiang Ji was not short of such a favor. Not much interest in this icy lump either. It's impossible to rush to church. When people open their mouths, promise immediately. I'll think about it and send you a message if I make a move. Jiang Ji replied in this way, and Xiaoyan suddenly frowned slightly. What are your concerns? Jiang Ru spread his hands. Not that there is any concern. I do not lack of money now. I see this gold can still rise a wave. Keep it to see. At the end of the day, I just don't want that one favor from you. How about some real benefits? Xiaoyan was silent for a moment. Seeing this, Qi Yaxian's sweet pear swirls emerged and she laughed daintily. Mr. Jiang, you told me that when we eat, you would tell me how much gold you still have there. You won't go back on your word, right? That sheepish sound. TSK. Jiang Ji admitted that Qi Yaxian was very lethal to men. Of course not, but I'm talking about the two of us eating. And look, in this room, there are 5 of us. Words. Xiaoyan immediately swept a glance at Jiang Ji and Qi Yaxian. Mr. Jiang at that time did not say that we two dinner. Oh, just say dinner. It is difficult to argue with me, a little girl, this well. Jiang Ji was dumbfounded. It was true that he didn't say it at that time, but we all know in our hearts that Qi Yaxian, this woman, is really not simple. Very good at playing to the strengths of being a gentlewoman. That being said, Jiang Ru smiled. If you say so, then it's okay for me to tell you. More or less, 200 pounds is still there. I'm also direct. Next time we both have dinner, I'll tell you, to sell or not to sell. Play this for me. Then I'll put another ring on it for you too. There's no way to renege. Qi Yaxian instantly stared wide-eyed, looked at Xiaoyan for help, and stopped talking. This handsome man on the opposite side of the table obviously had his idea hit himself. It can't be a sheep in a tiger's mouth. I really shouldn't have flirted with the idea of buying him dinner just to keep the price down at the time. It's too late for regrets. And 200 pounds for that amount. Qi Yaxian and Xiaoyan, coincidentally, their eyes changed, revealing a trace of shock. 200 pounds of gold. What does this Jiang Ji do? Where did you get so many? 20 pounds of gold. Worth 5 million. Enough for a gold store business for a month is no problem. If the traffic is almost, you don't even sell 5 million in 2 months. What a concept that 200 pounds is. It's worth $50 million. Very much so. If we could take it, it would definitely solve this crisis. Xiaoyan with shock, looked at Jiang Ji a few more times. and then looked at the gentle and virtuous Qi Xian, said, Zhang Ji, don't beat around the bush. 200 pounds. What are your conditions? If it's just a meal, I can accompany you for dinner. Zhang Ji glanced at Xiaoyan and smiled without saying anything. It seems that this time the Haitian jewelry is very short. Xiaoyan, this kind of lofty people not hesitate to accompany their own dinner, but also to buy the gold in their hands. It was just a pity that he really wasn't interested in Xiaoyan, although at the time it was a school beauty, and high-flying and beautiful. It's the one that many men love to conquer. Seeing this expression on Zhang Ji's face, Xiaoyan frowned, and Qi Yaxian silently lowered her head to drink tea, not daring to speak for fear that Zhang Ji's mouth would say an excessive condition. I'm just a part-timer. The three were silent for a while, before Jiang Ji suddenly laughed. Just kidding. See to Qi store manager scared. Just simply eat. Do not have to break the bank. Just buy or do something can be. Xiaoyan froze, her eyes surprised. So you're saying yes? Qi Yaxian also raised her head and looked at Zhang Ji in surprise. Surprisingly so good at talking. So it was just a joke. Not really plotting against himself. Yeah. See next time store manager Qi. When I'm asked out, that's when the deal will be made. But of course, forget about today. Good. Xiaoyan agreed in a single breath. The mood that had been taut also relaxed at this moment, and a smile could not help but appear on her icy face. This kind of smile, as if she was relieved of her burden, caused her body to radiate a strong charm. Zhang Ru couldn't help but mutter in his heart, can you reverse yourself? Zhang Ji's painful promise, without too much difficulty, but also let the next meal become very pleasant. A few cups of wine down, and the two women's relationship to draw closer to a lot. Qi Yaxian's feelings towards Zhang Ji had changed quite a bit. At least it's not someone who takes advantage of people. Can make friends. The food came up quickly, and Zhang Ji chatted casually. Sister Yaxian, how old are you this year? Qi Yaxian blankly glanced at him in a flirtatious manner. Changed the question. She's 30. Mr. Xiao. I'm 24 this year. That's 6 years older. Ha ha. I can hold 2 gold bricks. Zhang Ji continued to flirt and joke. Xiaoyan said as if she was in charge. Not bad. Sister Qi is a yellow blossom girl. If you like it, step up. Yo. Zhang Ji's eyes lit up. This is good. Qi Yaxian is completely a small Jiangnan woman. Gentle and elegant. Every move has a unique flavor, plus coming of age. That slight maturity made her even more attractive. Qi Yaxian sighed tenderly and helplessly, knowing that there was nothing she could do with Xiaoyan, who had also introduced her to a number of people over the years. Didn't even look at it. It's starting again. Forget it. Taking a step to look at a step, she couldn't help but take a closer look at Zhang Ji, and then she skimmed her eyes, not expecting this little guy. He was really good looking. The meal was soon over. After finalizing their next cooperation, the three of them became quite familiar with each other. And when they parted ways at the entrance of the Kyushu banquet, Zhang Ji held Qi Yaxian's hand and gave it a gentle squeeze. Yaxian-san, looking forward to our next meeting. Better try your handiwork. Qi Yaxian guffawed. Nice try. Turn around and leave. Zhang Ji shook his head and smiled, watching Xiaoyan and Qi Yaxian drive away, also ready to go buy a car. No car is really inconvenient. It used to be that the good ones were unaffordable. Cheap ones don't look good. Now armed with a whopping $4.5 million, he had only one idea. That's consumption. Soon, Zhang resigned to take a taxi, straight to the Mercedes-Benz Force store, under the leadership of the sales consultant. Direct full payment to buy the car that has been longing for. Yi Tian D's same mount, Mercedes-AMG GT63S, landed at $2.39 million, pulling the handsome flowing water shape AMG mountain gray body, none of which exudes a sense of luxury. Zhang Ji, the more he looks the more he likes. Known as the most powerful coupe on the planet, Zhang Ji, under a bunch of sales bowing and cheering, left the Force store, driving the new car, and from the rearview mirror, he also saw the sales consultant, waving his hand enthusiastically to himself on the side of the road. He smiled. That's what it felt like to be rich, being feted everywhere you go. Zhang Ji did not swell, did not float. He knew that his funds came too unexplained, sooner or later to be stared at by the authorities. There will be no means of self-preservation when the time comes. The downfall is predictable. So, he drove his new car around the map to find one of the larger tour operators and set off straight for it. Not for a moment. Zhang Ji then arrived, took the ID card, into the door directly said, help me do a passport with a visa to Central European countries. The fastest how long can come down. He was most afraid of trouble. And do it yourself. Not as fast as the travel agency. Zhang Ji simply directly to the professionals. The travel agency basically has a relationship. It'll be done soon. Hello. Which country in Central Europe is this for? Zhang Ru casually said. Anything. The one that is safer to land. The one that the neighboring countries are at war with is fine. Which one is fast to do? Ha, the travel agent's hand movement stalled. A bit dumbfounded. Everyone else runs to the place of peace. It was the first time he had ever seen running to a country at war, and the receptionist at the travel agency inquired, somewhat incomprehensibly, "Are you sure, sir?" "Okay." The receptionist froze and nodded. "Okay, with the cost of the labor, you'll just pay an 800, and it could take 2 weeks to get down here. A week for the passport and a week for the visa." Jiang Ru frowned. "It's taking too long. Faster. Tell your bosses to do it all in a week and I'll give you 20,000 plus 10,000 a day faster." Reception was, of course, clueless. The entire travel agency was stunned by Jiangji's wealthy and generous tone of voice and looked over, each with their jaws dropping. 20K for something that's 800? Add 10,000 a day faster. Nice guy, big brother. The female consultant who received Jiangji blinked her god and was sure she hadn't heard it wrong, and nodded her head busily. "Yes, don't worry, I'll be sure to tell our boss. It's all about performance." Jiang Ru directly swept $20,000 over. "I trust your boss." "Okay, contact me when it's done. What information do you need?" "Come on." The next hour, put their own information and photos, all in the travel agency ready. Jiangji drove away. A day hastily passed. Back to the rental house. The first thing Jiangji did was to use his computer to open a game, and then try out his gold finger. No problem. You can still reach into the middle of the screen. Just the brightness of the magical glow. It still hadn't recovered. Jiangji frowned. "We have to do it differently. This way we can't observe if there's any slow recovery at all. It is difficult to see the change in brightness of the glow with the naked eye." Jiangji thought about how when he had just taken out the gold, the rest of his palm was normal, and there wasn't a little bit of magical light on his entire pinky. He retracted his hand from the screen, concentrating on his spirit. He tried to mobilize it. Jiangji's eyes lit up. Surprisingly, it was feasible. The light on his palm gradually faded and flowed to his 5 fingers just like flowing water. It quickly returned to its initial brightness, but on the palm of the hand, about a quarter to a third of it was not covered with light. Jiangji happily used his other hand to bring his cell phone and take pictures to record, so that it would be very easy to compare. There is no recovery or not. As long as I can observe the glow returning over the next few days, it means that there's a good chance that there's no limit to the number of times I can do this ability. It's just that it needs to be cooled down, just like a game skill. He sat on the couch, his eyes unusually bright, looking forward to it. After thinking about it for a while, Jiangji got up and looked at this small, suffocating house that he had rented after graduation with a bit of disgust. Just wait a few more days. After the rest of the gold bricks are traded, get a big house. Something with a pool, gym, gaming room, get it all. The main one is enjoyable. Immediately, Jiangji sat on the sofa and silently thought, if these 2 days, due to a large amount of cash in the account, by the relevant departments to check up, how to get out of it. He pulled out his cell phone and did a search. Picking up simply won't do. It's also against the law. Then do not say that picked up. Cannot say that he robbed the stolen. More serious. Ancestral heritage is also hopeless. He was a little headache for a moment. After a moment of silence, Jiangji picked up his cell phone and sent a message to Xiaoyan. It's the only way. If he leaves the country with a passport and visa, he will be investigated for his personal assets. If he leaves the country with a large amount of unidentified cash, who will he investigate if not you? Jiangji sent the edited message to Xiaoyan. Not for a moment. Xiaoyan then replied okay. This matter is finally dealt with. Jiangji stretched a lazy waist, or relations are not hard enough. In the end, he's a little transparent right now. Goldfinger's strong. It's not fully reflected. Need to let the bullets fly a little longer. Just get out of the country. Take out the red alert base, and develop your own forces. Even if you are single-handedly in the country, no one would dare do anything to him. Sessions himself. It's the equivalent of a head of state. And it is a military power. If you push yourself to the brink, you'll pull out a cosmic battleship out of your backhand. And you'll all be on your fucking knees begging for forgiveness. Just think of that image. The corners of Jiangji's mouth couldn't be suppressed. And after sitting for a while longer, he was about to go out when the phone suddenly rang sharply. Pick it up. It's from my own sister. Jiang Li. Silver Sea Polytechnic University neighborhood. 2 very pure girls. Have no idea what to do. Pretty face with panic. Jiang Li hurriedly take the cell phone. Call his brother Jiangji. Another girl with long hair, wearing a JK dress and white stockings. Slim and slender. Look at the scene before you. Anxious eyes reddened. The two were riding a shared electric bike when they accidentally hit a sports car parked on the side of the road, denting the rear of the car directly and cracking it out of shape. Zhongli and Cheng Qingju were both from ordinary families. Knowing that he could not afford to pay for this thing, he panicked right away. Cheng Qingju's thin body, trembling slightly in the wind, his eyes red. Li, it's my fault for not seeing it. What's going to happen now? Although the car was ridden by Cheng Qingju, but carrying Zhongli is overloaded. Zhongli, 6 gods. The surrounding has been surrounded by people watching the fun. Pointing, I do not know. I want to give my brother a call. Brother Jiangju? But Cheng Qingju was on good terms with Zhongli. Naturally he had seen Jiangji twice, and the two could think of it now. Only in the city of Yinhai, Jiangru. Cheng Qingju bit her lip. Her expression was heartbreaking. She was torn and in a difficult situation. She knew that Jiangji was also an ordinary office worker, and coming would not help. She didn't want to trouble Jiangji. It's okay, Qingqing, my brother is here. At least the two of us aren't afraid of being bullied by others. The big deal is to pay for it. Zhongli comforted with her mouth. But in fact, she was panicking in her heart. There is no insurance for shared electric bikes. It's all up to you to pay for it. Can you afford it? But right now there are just 2 of them. Cheng Qingju's character is weak. Zhongli can only hold on and stand out as this backbone. Zhongli took her cell phone to call Jiangji's effort. The owner of the car surprisingly came over as well, dressed in shorts and flip-flops, with a sunglass hanging from his lean hair. He looked cynical. Is holding an ice cream. Baird. Su Jianghua licked the ice cream prettily, dragging his feet, snapping his feet cozy and leisurely toward the new car he just bought. Hey, so many people around? His mouth grinned in triumph as he pulled out his keys, pressed it. Drops. The surrounding onlookers all turned their heads back, their eyes put a melon-eating light, staring at Su Jianghua, who handsomely pulled down his sunglasses, head for the car. Suddenly, his footsteps lurched. Seeing the small yellow electric car collapsed on the ground next to him, Su Jianghua froze, and had a bad feeling inside. Looking straight back, boom! He froze. Su Jianghua took a deep breath, threw the ice cream in his hands, quickly stepped forward, squatting next to his new car to check. A big hole in the back bar. Spoiler also broke. Su Jianghua inner volcano erupted. Remove their own sunglasses. Roared, who the hell blind lousy new car. To me into this. Nima. Or a broken electric car hit. He was as hard as a fly. It's like the roar of a river lion. Cheng Qingju was scared little face pale, hand tightly grasping the phone, trembling. This person is so fierce. And Su Jianghua is stronger. Looking at it is very afraid. Su Jianghua, who was full of anger, cruised through the crowd as if he were a wild beast, and quickly stared at Cheng Qingju and Zhongli, who were at a loss for words next to him, with terrified faces. At that moment, he let out an angry question. Did you two do this? At the same time, Su Jianghua glanced over Zhongli and Cheng Qingju, eyes narrowed slightly. Shit, so nice? And it seems to be a college student. It's so tender. Whether it was Zhongli or Cheng Qingju, they were both first-class beauties with skin full of collagen, white and tender. And being on the thin side, she looks very slim and tall. Su Jianghua instantly got horny. As a rich second generation, today especially come to catch girls near the university, he couldn't help but keep staring at Cheng Qingju and Zhongli, plotting how to embarrass it. Take 2 women. Cheng Qingju and Zhongli were close to each other, relying on each other, glancing at each other. Zhongli summoned up the courage. I'm sorry, how much do you see? We'll find a way to compensate you. The corner of Su Jianghua's mouth hooked. Got up bad thoughts. Cynically raised eyebrows. Okay, change a bar plus spoiler. $500,000. I'm a new car, plus a depreciation fee or something. Give a 800,000. You two go away. $800,000. Cheng Qingju and Zhongli's faces turned white at once, their eyes shocked. This figure was for 2 students from ordinary families. It's an astronomical number. Ali, what should I do? Cheng Qingju was on the verge of tears, just like a helpless stray girl. Someone next to me couldn't look away. Exit, buddy. Don't make it difficult for the 2 little girls. You can drive this car, report it for insurance and forget it. It's not that bad. Just look a little calm. Su Jianghua turned his head and cursed angrily, rolling Nima. If you are kind, you to compensate, not to compensate for me to shut up. Show what can I new car understand. A sudden outburst. Again. Cheng Qingju was scared and took a step back, and the person who was talking next to him shut up resentfully. And he wanted to heroically save the beauty for a bit so that he could add a beautiful woman to WeChat. Zhongli and Cheng Qingju didn't know what to do now. Su Jianghua is not in a hurry. After scolding that person, he stares at Cheng Qingju's legs with a lustful look. Long and white. This is definitely cool if he plays a little. And look at the softness of this girl. Bully up. TSK. How are you guys thinking about it? Pay up or do I call the police and sue? or should we talk about it somewhere else? Su Jianbo with frivolity. Little by little. Induced. There are many people here he did not dare to say in public that he could not afford to pay for the meat. Chen Qingju weakly pleaded. Big brother, we don't have so much money. You don't call the police. We'll think of a way. An impatient look appeared on Su Jianbo's face. Raised his hand and glanced at his watch. I'll give you 10 minutes to think of a solution. Do you know that my time is precious? Hurry up, said Su Jianbo, waving his hand towards the surrounding crowd to drive away. Scattered. Surrounded what? Do not work a month to earn a few dollars here to watch the fun. Hurry to go. Su Jianbo was very arrogant, supporting his waist with one hand and repelling impatiently with the other. The people around him dared to speak out. Both thought the man was too arrogant. The crowd was gradually driven away by Su Jianbo. Only then did he act recklessly, massing on Chen Qingju and Zhongli, even licking the corners of his mouth, revealing a lewd smile. Zhongli saw that the situation was not right, rushed to call Zhang Ji. Chen Qingju stood nervously on the side. She held the phone and simply did not know what to do. Her own family is a rural area, not in Silver Sea either. There's no one to contact, even if you call home. A mother who has worked hard all her life can't borrow that much money. Zhang Li is on the phone. Su Jianbo came over. Chen Qingju thought about it, raised his head with difficulty, and took a step forward. Big brother, your car was hit by me. I will definitely compensate you. Can I owe you first, and then give it to you after I graduate and earn money? Hey, that's true. Sis, what are you thinking? Su Jianbo's aura was strong. His eyes kept on Chen Qingju's legs. He could tell by the way the two were dressed. Ordinary people. He took it to death. Chen Qingju buried her head, not daring to look directly at Su Jianbo. Just like a child who made a mistake. See her like this. Su Jianbo inexplicably feel a burst of pleasure. Gaze more unrestrained. Sister, give you a few choices. 1. Today to compensate for the money we is nothing. The second. I sued. You were sentenced by the court to become an executor. This school is estimated to not be able to go on. Brother, I will really return it to you later. Chen Qingju can only keep praying. Wet red eyes. That is, pitiful and weak. She couldn't accept the consequences of the second one. Su Jianbo revealed a triumphant smile. Don't be anxious. There is a third option. He pointed to the back of the phone call. Zhongli. Cheap laugh. You two night with brother dinner. Drink a wine. To brother with satisfaction. This is a small matter, is not it? Chen Qingju was instantly stunned in place as if he had been struck by lightning, shaking his head like a rattle. No, she's not a child. How could he not understand what Su Jianbo meant? Su Jianbo looks like a chest. Hang on. Don't be in a hurry to refuse. Think about it. 3 choices it. Besides, brother is not any old man. When brother's girlfriend does not suffer. What do I do? Chen Qingju's pale and helpless face was full of grievances. Her eyes were dodging, and her crystal tears kept swirling in her eyes. She really shouldn't have come out today and caused this trouble. Su Jianbo continued to follow the good advice. I listen. You ride a bike hit, right? Sister, you have to consider I see your good friend seems to want to take responsibility with you apiece. Then you have to think about it. Sued to the court. Your good friend cannot run. She is a lifetime. You have to be dragged down. Chen Qingju was instantly confused. The brain went blank. Zhongli, who finished the phone call, clearly heard the conversation just now and went forward to pull Chen Qingju. Qingju, don't listen to him. My brother said he'll come over right away. When my brother comes, we'll figure it out together. Chen Qingju nodded obediently, and suddenly, raised her head to look at Zhongli, and said earnestly, Ali, you and brother Jiangji don't care. This is what I hit. I alone will take responsibility. How is this going to work? I'm sitting up there too. We'll pay him back together. Zhongli's character was similar to Jiangji's. Chen Qingju opened her mouth and lowered her head. The father died early. The mother alone hard worked to raise themselves. The family really does not have so much money. Besides, she does not want to involve Zhongli. A good friend is also an ordinary family. Where's the money? Shaking Zhongli's arm, Chen Qingju gently said, you ask brother Jiangji not to come. I bumped it, so don't bother him. Her mind was a mess and she didn't know what to do, but just wanted to take the blame on herself. Don't involve your good friend Zhongli. Reconsider what to do. Zhongli naturally understood Chen Qingju's thoughts and patiently persuaded. Qingju, don't listen to this person. Don't think too much. Su Jianbo stared at Zhongli unkindly from the side. Shit. He felt that if Chen Qingju was a soft girl one, he might really take it. But he didn't expect that there was a difficult one. Wearing a JK dress. Good and weak Chen Qingju. To Su Jianbo, look at the fire has come up. Would like to now raise the gun on the horse. A good ravishing. Gotta find a way to get the other one out of the way. Su Jianbo eyes changed. With some threat, I said, "This sister. If it has nothing to do with you, I advise you to hurry up and leave. Not to mention your brother came. Today the King of Heaven came, but also have to pay for my money. To give you 3 choices, do not let you pay for it, has been counted as my good intentions." Jiang Li actually had no bottom in her heart, but she was just holding on. Opened his mouth not knowing what to say. Cheng Qingzhu shook Jiang Li's arm and gently said, "Ali, go away. I won't listen to him, just let him prosecute me alone." Jiang Li stubbornly shook his head. "Even if we can't afford to pay, I won't leave. The worst thing is that we won't go to school. We'll go to work together to earn money." Rub. Su Jiangbo really annoyed. "I said you are not stupid, Polytechnic University. 985 said not to go on? Accompany me to have a drink. Want to die?" Lousy really convinced. Damn. 800,000 I find what kind of cannot find. This sister. You do not listen to your friends. Think about it. 985 graduates. A good future. I have to say that Su Jiangbo is very good at pinpointing the psychology and soft underbelly of ordinary people. Those words sting like a pin. Cheng Qingzhu 2 lines of tears flowed down. The heart shook a little. Her single-parent family, how difficult it is to grow up mum, are in the eyes of the eyes. The conditions are very general. Today is also with Jiang Li went out to do part-time work. That's what happened. I was happy to get into Polytechnic University. My mom, who has worked hard all her life, is finally getting over it, and I don't know how hard it will hit her if she doesn't go to school in a hurry. Ali. Cheng Qingzhu with a sobbing voice, and seems to have a little pleading. Don't you care? I'll solve it. You know, I only have my mom at home. I can't not go to school. Qingzhu, you. Jiang Li was anxious and pulled Cheng Qingzhu tightly, but she did not know what to do. Her own family conditions can be slightly better. Borrow from others, can come up with hundreds of thousands of dollars, but 800,000 is a long way off. Su Jiangbo was afraid of any changes, and now do not dare to think of a dragon playing 2 phoenixes. Can play 1 as 1. On the sidelines impatiently. Okay, your friends let you do not care. You want to care. Take the money out. Do not say what not to go to school. This is not delaying the future of others. The person's mother is still counting on her daughter to come out to support her. Do not go to school you support, hurry up and go. The rest of the matter. I talked to this sister. Jiang Li's eyes were firm. Beating her to death she wouldn't leave. Leaving good friends alone here. She put her arm around Cheng Qingzhu and comforted. Don't be afraid of Qingzhu. Wait for my brother to come over. Let's think of a way to ask for a loan. The loan can also pay him back. Besides, we too don't know about the car, and he doesn't necessarily need 800,000 for this. Well, Su Jiangbo hummed disdainfully, feeling some amusement. You win 800,000 I scam you McLaren 720s. Check it yourself online. He landed almost $5 million on this car. Regular cars don't have depreciation charges, but luxury cars do, and it comes down to almost $800. 000. Which is true. Jiang Li's face was puffed up with anger. She didn't say anything and waited with Cheng Qingzhu for Jiang Ji to arrive. Su Jiangbo lit a cigarette, full of bullying, with a banter. Okay, then wait for your brother to come over. What's the use of coming over? Look at your condition. You can't afford to pay for it. Phew. He exhaled a comfortable puff of smoke. Thieving eyes smiled and scanned over Cheng Qingzhu's body. Not for a moment. The roar of the engine came from the end of the street. Jiang Ji could not wait to stick his foot inside the gas tank. And on the phone he could hear the man's unsavory intentions. I was afraid that the sister Jiang Li would be scared. Blast the gas all the way. Soon, a GT63S, not yet titled, came to heel with a kick of the brakes, the tires making a harsh sound against the ground. It stopped steadily next to Su Jiangbo. Su Jiangbo's eyes picked up and swept 2 eyes. As a rich second generation, he certainly recognized this car. Jiang Li and Cheng Qingzhu's eyes also looked at the car. Didn't think too much about it. Thought it was Su Jiangbo's friend. Jiang Li knew that Lao didn't have a car at all. Can't afford one of these expensive-looking cars either. However, as the car door opened, Jiang Ji came down from it with a calm and composed face, and he was relieved to see that his sister Jiang Li was still at the scene of the accident. Jiang Li's eyes also widened all of a sudden. Her expression of surprise was adorable. She was extremely surprised when she called out, "Brother?" Jiang Li was confused. When did Lao buy the car? Mercedes? That's gotta be at least a couple $100,000, right? Where's the money? Cheng Qingzhu also had a stunned expression. Used to follow Jiang Li, met Jiang Ji, just started school, and took them both outside for a meal. Supposedly works right here in Silver Sea. Still interning. So did he borrow this car? Seeing her own brother coming, Jiang Li instantly had a backer, pulling Cheng Qingzhu to welcome her, and said in an aggravated manner, "Brother, brother Jiangji. Chang Qingju knew she had made a mistake and followed with a careful call. Jiangji smiled easily, pinched Jiang Li's face vigorously, and said in relief, "Alright, it's fine. The rest of you two don't need to care. Qingju, don't worry about it either. Small things." Jiang Li and Chang Qingju both nodded their heads obediently. There was a person who was there. No matter if the compensation was affordable or not, at least the sense of security was full. Immediately, Jiang Ji looked to the side of a little dazed Su Jianghua. Su Jianghua at this time is also confused. What happened? Obviously two poor students. Her brother drives an AMG? It means that his plan to eat the young grass of the old cow is going to go down the drain. Rub. Su Jianghua was annoyed. His eyes glared at Jiang Ji. "Brother, where? Recognize me or not?" "Su Jianghua, you can inquire. Today this matter has nothing to do with you and your sister. You lead on to hurry up and leave. Do not delay me." He wanted to use his name to scare Jiang Ji. Su Jianghua thought, can drive 2 million cars? In the city of Yinhai should be mixed well. More or less heard of himself. He couldn't have imagined it. Jiang Ji was just a thug, not at all in contact with the circle that these rich second-generation people of theirs played in. So how could he possibly know him? "Sorry, never heard of it." Jiang Ji didn't take it seriously, and his smile, which was not rude, fell in Su Jianghua's eyes, instantly causing him to be on fire. Immediately pointing his finger at Jiang Ji's nose, he said fiercely, "I'm warning you once more. Take your sister with you and hurry up. Don't mind your own business." Jiang Ru skimmed his lips and smiled. This second generation are so easy to rush. He acted casually. "Both are my sister. Are you sure? Then we will go." Pust. Su Jianghua was so angry that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. "Don't you damn well pretend to be confused. Jiang Ji doesn't want to quarrel with this kind of people. It's meaningless. He has money now, but he doesn't have any relationship and background in Yinhai City. Not as a last resort. It's best not to get physical with people. It's not up to you when you go to the station." He was calm and didn't get the golden finger and swell up into a rash. Once he got into the bureau, the ones with connections in there would just play you to death. Society is so sinister. "Okay, less fucking bullshit. How much money, old man, compensate you?" Jiang Ji laughingly said, although in cursing, cannot hear angry at all. His composure was a far cry from Su Jianghua's anger. Jiang Li looked at his brother in the back with disbelief. When was his old brother so handsome, steady and stable, full of security? In the future, I must find a boyfriend like Lao. Chang Qingju looked at this person who stood in front of her, and that bland and self-effacing attitude was very attractive. Her eyes glazed over slightly. Su Jianghua also calmed down at this time, knowing that Jiang Ji was going to manage to the end. His tone was threatening. "Do you think this is about money? Do you want it or don't you? You, to be or not to be? No, we're leaving." Jiang Ji didn't even bother to say anything more to Su Jianghua. 2 words choked him and he couldn't say anything. Su Jianghua stared fiercely at Jiang Ji. "Good. I remember you. Let's wait. 800,000 yuan. Pay. It's not over. Don't let me find out what you do for a living. PayPal. Li, go take a picture with Qingju." "Oh good, brother." Su Jianghua opened Alipay. Jiang rhetoric without saying anything. Swept to 500,000 past. "What 800,000? Just 500,000. You want to feel not enough. Go to fix the damage. Go to court to sue. The court ruled and then give you the rest." Nima. Su Jianghua was about to die of anger. From the time Jiang resigned over, to his current attitude, it really made him as hard as stepping on dogshit. Replace the rear bar with the spoiler. $500,000 is enough. To depreciation. You have to find a professional to evaluate, and then go to court. This back and forth tossing can be troublesome. If you don't have money, you want something else for yourself. It's worth the toss. But this person in front of him obviously has money. Is deliberately disgusting himself? This is the most difficult. Suing will not cause much damage to him. Instead, they toss themselves. Su Jianghua can only be disgusted. What can he do? Hands on people. That is another matter. He is a rich second generation and not a fool. But he made up his mind to go down and check it out. Look at what Jiang Ji's background is. What he does. Check it out. Just find a few dilettantes. They can clean him up. Su Jianghua of course do not want to give up. But a moment to take Jiang Ji nothing to do. The new car was hit by the electric car. It would have been very disgusting thing. Finish up and get grossed out again. He doesn't want to be here for a second. Exasperated, he drove off in his car. Jiang Li and Chang Qingju, up to now, the brain is confused. I thought the sky collapsed in a big event. Just like this 2 minutes was resolved by Jiang Ji. Chang Qingju felt like a dream. She was on the verge of falling into the endless abyss herself when Jiang Ji came out and pulled her back. If it weren't for Jiang Ru, what would she do? Cheng Qingju didn't dare to think about it. Now she only had gratitude in her heart. Brother Jiangji, thank you. I'll definitely find a way to pay you back this $500,000. There's no rush. Zhang Ru waved his hand. This time his sister also has the responsibility, not to say so much. Cheng Qingju can return on the return, but also cannot return their own is not bad this. Brother, where did you get so much money? And this car, did you borrow someone else's? Zhang Li reacted at this time and hurriedly asked after him. You don't care. Brother didn't steal, didn't rob, and didn't break the law. This car bought by himself, did some business with his classmates, and made some money. Zhang Ru casually found a half-truth. Zhang Li also understands the character of his old brother. As long as he does not say, surely can not ask, just feel excited. Old brother has money. Yeah brother, did you tell mom and dad? Zhang Ji said, not yet. I have to go abroad recently. When I come back, we will go home together. Let's give mom and dad a surprise then. I'll keep your secret then. Good. Zhang Ji rubbed Zhang Li's head. Let's go. I'll send you two back to school. Don't come out at night in the future. It's not safe. Right. Did you eat? Zhang Ji brother and sister are very close. Since childhood. Mom and dad work part-time. He is the one who brought his sister to grow up. So Zhang Li is not polite with Zhang Ji at all. Hey. No it's not brother. You're taking us to eat something delicious. Zhang Ji smiled. Small things. What do you want to eat? Hot pot. Qingju, what do you want to eat? Zhang Li said halfway and turned back to ask Cheng Qingju, who hurriedly said, I'm fine with anything. Zhang Ji took one look and knew that Cheng Qingju, the girl, had a psychological burden. A generous pat on her frail shoulder. Qingju don't think too much. Don't have any burdens. You're sure to make a lot of money in the future. So beautiful it. Let's go. Cheng Qingju's heart warmed. Thank you brother Zhang Ji. She thought Zhang Ji was very sweet. For a long time, she had lived with her mother, and besides her mother, and Zhang Li, whom she had met at school, no one had ever cared for her so much. Cheng Qingju inexplicably faced Zhang Ji with a bit of nervousness in her heart. Soon, Zhang Li then pulled her to sit in the back of the car. Brother, what a beautiful car you have. As soon as the ambient light of the Mercedes-Benz was on, Zhang Li couldn't help but marvel. No thanks to the famous interior decoration, this car feels different when sitting in it. Oh, when you get your license, I'll buy you one. Zhang Li was skeptical of this, yet excitement showed in his eyes. Really? Right. Yeah, I'll report it right away. Pitting his own brother, Zhang Li was not polite at all, revealing his white teeth. Zhang Ju drove to find a good-looking hot pot, just a piece of a meal. A meal down. Spent more than 800. It doesn't hurt. After paying the bill and sending the two to the school entrance, Zhang Ji drove away. On the way back to the dormitory, dim streetlights, lengthening the shadows of the two. Zhang Li all the way chirping happily with the. Cheng Qingju showed some preoccupation. Zhang Li sensed that something was wrong. Qingju, what do you think? My brother can be good. You do not want to think about money. Ha? Ali, it's fine. I didn't think about that. It's just that you helped me thank brother Zhang Ji again. Thanks to him today. Otherwise, I really don't know what to do. Cheng Qingju hurriedly said. Zhang Li suddenly thieving eyes curved. I push my brother WeChat to you. You tell him yourself. It's. No. Don't. Right? Cheng Qingju's flustered eyes dodged. Only just finished speaking with a little regret for some reason. Zhang Li's eyes flashed this cunning light. Smiling badly like a little devil. Harm. It's fine. Just tell him. My brother doesn't have a girlfriend. He's not afraid of being checked up on. Cheng Qingju blushed and stammered. I'm not afraid. I didn't do anything. Then you add it. Zhang Li quickly took out her cell phone and pushed her brother Zhang Ji's WeChat to her good girlfriend Cheng Qingju, sneaking an anti-smile, not the least bit afraid of a BFF turning into a sister-in-law. Instead, he was inwardly delighted. It feels funny. Cheng Qingju held her cell phone and looked at the business card pushed over. Her onion jade finger tapped it open, closed it again, tapped it open, closed it again. She was nervous. You add what for? Zhang Li was still fanning the flames. Cheng Qingju hardened his head and clicked add, and the message was not sure what to write. Ori, what are you doing? She exclaimed. The cell phone was snatched by Zhang Li, and the message Cheng Qingju, with lightning-fast hand speed, clicked send. Cheng Qingju's mind went blank, clueless, the heart thumped for some reason. In the evening, Zhang Ji returned to the house, a bit unable to sit still, and opened his own computer. Be prepared to do some more research. He suddenly thought of giving orders to Taba. That's a big deal. Modify the data of the Red Alert game. Quickly took out his cell phone to see if the order had been completed, and as expected, The other party had already taken the finished game and sent a file package over. Jiang Ji couldn't wait to install it on his computer. It's still the Republican blurry version. Just the opening funds. Breaking the 10,000 cap. Being able to set it to 999 funds. And then, with just one base vehicle, being able to use the tech of multiple countries. Jiang Ji couldn't help but clench his fists in excitement. Yeah, it's good and powerful. At this moment, Jiang Ji's ambition was expanding unprecedentedly. With such a red alert base vehicle in hand, what kind of light would it be in the future? Not to mention a little Central Europe. He dared to set the table with the world. Now, all that's missing is a passport. Jiang Ji was so distraught that he would have even wanted to smuggle himself across the border if he wasn't so far away from the borders of Central Europe. Immediately after, Zhang Ru began on the computer, browsing some of the situation in Central Europe. Since he was going over, he had to find a suitable place for the red alert base vehicle to unfold. Right, he snapped his head. Let's try it first, with the modified game, if I can get my hands on it. Jiang Ji was in the game, opening a hand against the computer, the opening carrying countless funds. He tensed up and put his hand to the computer screen. Giggle, the dazzling light came up again. There's no impediment. Reach right in. Okay, there's no problem with that. But, Jiang Ji was first delighted. Then he frowned. Shouldn't I try to see if I can take out the base vehicle? Gold bricks taken from the peaceful elite. To be honest, it wasn't even on the same level as the base car. And Zhang Ru was only a guess as to what could be taken out of the base car. In case because of the weight, or the tech level causes the glow on one's hand to be depleted enough to take out a base vehicle. Which would be a waste of time. To put it vulgarly, the magical blow of the hand is blue. Take out the base vehicle may not have enough blue to put skills. A bunch of gold bricks, all consumed nearly a third of the amount of blue. Not to mention the fact that in reality, base cars that are tens of meters long. Official data, base car length, that's got to be close to 40 meters. And, is Goldfinger a fixed number of times? Or is it a blue amount? Jiang Ji's eyes flickered. He had to figure this out. It wasn't easy to leave the country once. And it wasn't easy to transit back and forth before finding a suitable place to place the base car. The delay and effort is definitely not easy. A trip should never be wasted. How can I verify it? Can I take something again? Jiang Ji was a bit hesitant, not daring to try it easily. He marshaled the light to focus on his fingers. The palm remains 1/3 to 1/4, uncovered, and it is impossible to tell if it has recovered. An idea came to his mind. The eyes showed a bright light. Doesn't just having a recovery mean that it's a blue drain, not a fixed number of times? Jiang Ji made this guess, and then deepened it in his heart. His eyes showed joy little by little, 90%. No problem. Tomorrow. Then we'll wait until tomorrow, and take a closer look at the magical blow, and see if it's back or not. In the meantime, while Jiang Ji was studying the golden finger, at the Yinhai City University of Technology, Cheng Qingzhu returned to the dormitory, a bit distracted, her attention on her cell phone from time to time. After washing up, she hid under the covers, looking back and forth at the tweets. Will brother Jiang Ru agree? Cheng Qingzhu hugged her cell phone. Her heart was apprehensive. Her small face was nervous and with a little bit of expectation. From the time she came back to now, she always inexplicably thought of Jiang Ji's figure in the evening. It kind of lingers. Thinking about it, Cheng Qingzhu just finished washing. Tender white face red. Jiang Ji brother did not even agree to it. Their own nonsense what? Rental housing. Jiang Ji put the ability of the golden finger, temporarily put aside, although his hand was itching to try to pull out a sniper rifle from the game. Pull out a spaceship. Pull out an extremely drawn-out lightsaber. Up to mecha, magic. He held it all back. Bear with me. It's all coming up later. Open the international news. Jiang Ji to check the situation in Central Europe. The big brother teaching the second brother. The little bully chopping. Each border, either you hit me, or I hit you. The whole Central Europe, chaotic as a piece. Among them, the most powerful countries in Central Europe. There was Litowy, known as the Little King, who was singling out several Central European countries almost simultaneously. And of course, Litowy stood behind whoever was standing behind him. The world is clear. A country with complete military sovereignty like Litowy was impossible for Jiang Ji to go to. If he wanted to go, he would go to the kind of country that was caught in a huge war, so that you can muddle through and develop yourself. Then unify the regime, rising under the global gaze. However, in the next second, Jiang Ji, who hadn't found the right place yet, had his pupils slightly shrunk, and on the international news, a new piece of news popped up. Just as war rages on in Crash Country, as the major warlords grabbed power, a shell landed on the riverbed and blew up an exposed gold mine. Estimated possible total weight of 60 tons. Worth $4.2 billion. Jiang Ji was surprised not by this value, but by the time. He looked at the time when the gold mine was blown out, and his expression was so serious for the first time. June 3, 2024, 20:35 p.m. Capital Time. That is, last night. His scalp tingled. What time did you pick up the gold brick yourself last night? Got off work at 6. Started the game at 7. And after an hour of development, it was 8. Goldfinger appears. Take the gold brick. Hiss. Jiang Ji's face changed. Was this a coincidence? He was not sure. The golden finger appeared without a little warning. This is an ordinary world. No ghosts and spirits. No crossing over. It's so bizarre. Jiang Ji's face was a bit solemn as he guessed. If it's not a coincidence, that means that every time I use my golden finger's ability, it will have some unknown impact on the real world? This effect may be related to the items taken out. It may also be irrelevant. Suddenly come to this conclusion. It left him a little stunned. It seemed to feel that there was a force that was balancing out his gold finger's ability. Jiang Ji was very uncomfortable, his eyes quickly firming up. Whatever. The sky is stepping down and there is a tall man to hold it up. Take whatever you want for yourself. Take it as it is. Grass. But then, Jiang Ji's mood became a bit heavy. The appearance of the golden finger in the gold mine made him feel that things were not that simple. Unbidden, he developed a sense of nervousness. One must hasten to strengthen oneself. With his eyes once again on the international news, and the map opened on the cell phone next to him, Jiang Ji made a direct decision and chose the country of Crash. Crash. A country whose military was once extremely powerful. The economy had also been booming like never before. There are 3 very large oil deposits in the country that have been exploited and used for decades, and one is now in the hands of the Crash regime. 2 remain, occupied by a rebel armed force. There is constant friction with government forces. It has been trying to subvert the regime, and now such a gold mine has been blown up in the sphere of influence of the Crash government forces, where the 2 armies are fighting. The equivalent of $4.2 billion. Just put it there. It is estimated that a large-scale battle is on the horizon. Also, Crash is in a good location. Located in the center of Central Europe, there are ports bordering the country of Erlang, which had good diplomatic relations with China and was a visa-free country, meant that Jiang Ji only needed a passport and flew directly to Erlang, then smuggled himself into Crash. Save time. Of course, it's best to get a visa. Saying dry, Jiang Ji quickly picked up his cell phone and gave the travel agency's little girl a phone call. I was commissioned to do the passport today, the visa for me to do the Crash, and then, if the passport comes down early, notify me. Okay, Mr. Jiang, don't worry, our boss is already going on a run for you today, saying to do it as fast as possible. For you. Yes. Money talks. 20,000 a week. 10,000 a day faster. Who can't hold on to the legs of such a big client? Hanging up the phone, Jiang Ji then remembered that a message popped up on WeChat while driving back. Dormitory. Ding dong. As soon as Cheng Qingzhu heard the alert from her cell phone, her mood instantly tensed up and she couldn't wait to pick up her phone to take a look. It was Jiang Ru. Her eyes lit up slightly, with a bit of excitement like the stars in the night sky. Gathering his courage, he typed 3 words on the screen. Brother Jiang Ji, good evening. Thank you for today. I tried to get Ari to help me tell you. She wouldn't help me. Cheng Qingzhu was a little weak when she finished. Jiang Ji quickly returned her message and sat on the sofa, chatting briefly with Cheng Qingzhu, when Qi Xian actually called. Lazy voice, reminiscent of endless. Jiang Ji, what are you doing? As soon as Jiang Ji heard that something was tickled inside, he immediately brought a flirtation. What? Can't wait to ask me out for dinner? Behave yourself. A rant came over the phone. Jiang Ji laughed, which is immodest. A couple of lines off the top of my head. Qi Yaxian squarely said, well, I want to ask, are you free tomorrow? I'll invite you to dinner. And by the way, the rest of the thing's a deal. Xiao always in a hurry as well. Choose a day. I think it's better to do it today. Jiang Ji was still not serious. The main reason is that Qi Xian, this woman, is too lethal. That soft, sexy voice. Just listening to it, I think of that pair of long black silk legs, the flavor of Jiangnan's soft women, fully embodied in a face that can score 95 points. LOL, forget it, I don't want to eat dinner. Someone won't let me go home. Qi Xian also started to joke with Jiang Ji. Ha ha ha. Jiang Ru gave a long laugh. Then do you want to try? Hang up. Get lost. Qi Xian let out a pout and directly hung up the phone. Just sitting at home. The only thing left was silence. Empty room. Not a sound. Qi Xian felt endless tedium coming on. She sighed softly. It was indeed time to find a companion. Living alone in such a large house, It's scary. Jiang Ji shook his head, picked up his cell phone, and chatted with Cheng Qingju without a word. And in no time, he learned that this evening, it's 2 people going part-time. This happened. He froze, not realizing that Jiang Li had just started college and started working part-time, and that he, as a brother, had never known about it. You two don't go there in the future. It's not safe for 2 girls to work part-time at night, and they don't have a few bucks, and they're still tired. So if you have the time, why don't you take more rest? Cheng Qingju returned a very cute emoticon. Aha. I know brother Jiangji. I'll just let Jiang Li not go. I'll be at the milk tea store next door. Just part-time for 2 hours. I have to work hard to make money. Jiang Li cannot go. Cheng Qingju knows she has to go. Today's clothes, is Jiang Li sent her. She also want to give Jiang Li return a gift. Then, try not to ask mom for alimony. Brother Jiang Ru's money. You can only pay it back when you graduate. Cheng Qingju was silently calculating in her heart. Although she was a single parent, her mother had told her since she was a child that she should not owe others. Sooner or later, you have to pay back. Rental housing. Seeing the message he had sent, Jiang Ji also paused for a moment. He remembered that he had heard Jiang Li say that Cheng Qingju seemed to be a single parent. It's not a good idea to talk someone out of moonlighting. It doesn't seem to work either. At this time, his sister Jiang Li also sent a message. Brother, I see Qingju hiding under the quilt, playing with her cell phone all the time. Are you two chatting? Jiang Rui, yeah. What's wrong? Jiang Li, haha, it's fine. Have a good chat. Qingju is very good. Brother, you have to cheer. Jiang Ru, ? What the hell? Is she afraid she won't get a date? Straight up set yourself up with her best friend? Jiang Li, one more thing. Brother, don't ask Qingju for money. Remember, this doesn't work, I'll return it to you later. Jiang Rui, of course I know. Jiang Li, brother, then can you help Qingju? You and your friends are not doing business. Need part-time work. You can recruit Qingju over. She works very seriously. She was working outside part-time with Cheng Qingju before. What kind of people you meet? Punks, drinking. So Jiang Li also wanted to find a safer one. Jiang Ji rubbed his brow. Let me think about this. Sure enough, when you tell a lie, you have to keep finding lies to round it up. How can you have any business of your own? It's just that there's Goldfinger. And it seems that the only way to fit a college student into a part-time job and still earn a decent paycheck is to grow from the internet. Jiang Ji suddenly thought of Carefree Media. Shouldn't he or she also have a domestic career to disguise the large amount of money? That enlisted a bunch of big beautiful women. It seems feasible. Jiang Ji's eyes immediately glowed. He was not interested in anything else. The beautiful woman is a man who is interested. You guys chased and licked the big netizen. I'll call you boss when you see me. Isn't that great? So, he replied to Jiang Li. Ask Qingju if she's willing to broadcast live. I'm going to talk to my friend and develop a little bit towards this side of the internet. Jiang Li, can it make money? Jiang Ji, with you and Qingju's conditions no problem. Brother will find a professional and package you guys to buy heat. Not bad for yourself anyway. Just for fun. No hanging flavors. Jiang Li, okay brother. Then I'll ask Qingju tomorrow. Okay, you two chat quickly. Brother, I'll tell you secretly, Qingju has never had a boyfriend since she was a child. Oh, Jiang Ru, got it. He was really not able to do anything with this sister. Then take a step. After saying that, Jiang Ji didn't give Cheng Qingju the words to let her broadcast live or anything like that himself, but simply chatted while opening Douyin in the meantime. Since I intend to get one, just get some professionals to manage it. Brush up on a few doo-wop sounds. I happened to come across a live stream that I used to look at occasionally, and the anchor was a female, presumably in her mid-20s, often post scrub videos, complete with rubbing emoji. It's burning. And this anchor is proud of her body and has a decent amount of capital. The bottom line is this. It is the same city as Jiang Ji, and the former Jiang Ji used to dream of getting rich from time to time, and then take money to smash these burnt cups. Thinking of this, Jiang Ji didn't hesitate to click in. Sweetheart baby played cute every now and then, chatting with the anchor room viewers, and when she saw the new viewer coming in, she was about to welcome him, when she realized that she had seen this nickname many times before. Every time, they come for a while and then leave. Never a gift. Only 15 levels. It was also a lazy welcome, and continued to chat with some of the lickspittles in the live stream, posting pop-ups. Big brothers, look at the pavilion. Plus V can see the homepage. Oh, love you guys. Yo, moi. The room. Jiang Ji silently smiled. Good guy. Even save the welcome is not it. He asked, what time does it go off the air? Since there were only 100 or so people in the live broadcast room, there were only a few that sent out pop-ups. Zhang Beibei smiled daintily and said, get off the air at 12 o'clock. Going out for dinner? Zhang Beibei directly ignored Jiang Ji this message. He just came in with a prompt. Distance 11 kilometers. Same city about dinner. Understand, all understand. She didn't say anything, but it was the other live viewer. Jiang Ji looks like the dog licking kind. Came out. No gifts. Just wanna have dinner with our sweetie. Bro, what are you thinking? Same in Silver Sea. Xiao Jiahao. The same person who had just disliked Jiang Ji, disdainfully skimmed his lips, having swiped almost $1,000 in gifts for the anchor himself. Tweets are rarely returned. You came up here to eat? Dreaming. Immediately after that, casually as a sunglasses. Sweetheart baby instantly happy smile. Clip voice koi father said, thank Xiao Jian brother sunglasses. Annie. Quill. Oh. Ro. Jiang Ru indifferently laughed a couple of sentences. Give up the child set not with the wolf. He understands. Now the female anchor. Are like this? There is nothing to be angry about. Just this Xiao Jian. Jiang buddy, I seek YouTube so much. Sunglasses a little bit cannot take it. So concerned. Not directly on the Huazi? Yes. Xiao Jian brother has no Huazi well. Zhang Beibei eyes lit up. Followed by pampered begging for gifts. Disoriented eyes. Pink mouth puckered up. Aggrieved, anchor live for so long. Have not received a carnivalet. This. Xiao Jiahao was immediately squeezed and didn't know what to say. Plus when Zhang Beibei was pampered, he really wanted to send a Huazi up to pretend. Slap this Anlin in the face one more time. Nay. I'm really short of cash. He could only evade Zhang Beibei's begging and question Jiang Ji. At Anlin, what does what I send have to do with you? Keyboard warrior. If you have the ability to get on a Huazi and let me see it? And what does it matter to you if I ask the anchor to go out to dinner? Xiao Jiahao fell silent. Shit. This guy's so good at talking? Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Laughing my ass off. Come on. Keep going. Don't stop. Live eating crowd issued merciless ridicule. Xiao Jiahao feel a little broken defense. I speak for the anchor cannot? I can't speak for the anchor. But I can say it's a good idea to eat. But who doesn't know what I'm trying to do? Jiang Ji directly and generously recognized, yes. You do not want to? Didn't want to be like a licking dog? Take a sunglasses when they are big brother. Brother, lie to buddies can. Don't lie to yourself. It's too toxic. Simply kill and kill. Blunt words. Let Xiao Jiahao almost died on the spot social death. He lay on the bed. Directly broken defense. Ha 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 ha. Holy shit. Brother Anlin is so good at talking. Talent. 666. I like the kind of honest people like Brother Anlin. The pop-ups were more than happy. Bang. Xiao Jiahao angrily hammered the bed. Damn. Today, I am going to fight with you. He looked and directly attacked Jiang Ji's rank. What's a level 15 screaming here? The amount of money you spent on Douyin isn't enough for me to buy a pack of cigarettes. Who gave you the courage to scream here? Jiang Ji let out a yo, level 35. And you're so bossy ah? Smoking $200 of cigarettes. Send sunglasses ah? Brothers, I doubt that you are bragging. Come on a Huazi to prove themselves. Not just less smoking a few packs of cigarettes thing. That's right. Xiao Jian big brother Jiling up. On Huazi. Go. It's kind of unmanly not to get on at this point. Previous. The live broadcast room are some people who are watching to see what's going on. Melon netizens love to see people break the defense. Are making efforts to fan the flames. Take advantage of this time. Jiang Ji opened the recharge. Directly rushed $100,000 into. Not their own earned money. Spend up is not heartache. Ga cool. Xiao Jiahao was still talking tough. He didn't dare to agree to send Huazi, and kept taking Jiang Ji's rank. Raise your rank first before you call. A poorer than that who only hoard around for nothing. The corners of Jiang Ji's mouth directly hooked up. Good. Like to be a licking dog. Today I'll show you how the anchor you licked. Your goddess. Let me smash her to death with money. Anlin gifted anchor romance balloon ×1. Congratulations. You've leveled up to 16. Hey. Seeing just a hot air balloon, Xiao Jiahao still had the bottom of the barrel, and immediately mocked, holding back half a day. Just sent a romantic balloon ah. Level 16. Still not even close to it. Brother. Sweetheart Zhang Beibei is delighted. She can't wait for her fans to fight over her in a jealousy fight. It's the gifts that count. Of course it won't stop. Deliberately exaggerating to stimulate Xiao Jiahao. Wow. Thanks for the hot air balloon brother Anlin. Crabby. Love you. Jiang Ru said. I leveled up to level 35. Do you send Huazi? If you send it buddy go borrow to get some. Today also want you to send Huazi. Brother Anlin is awesome. Crap. Dude is really 6 ah. This is really on. Rather than 3 meals do not eat. But also want to spend money to cross the good people? Brother Xiao Jian. If you don't pay this back, you're really not a man. Just admit it and forget it. The best face? Xiao Jiahao of course want to maintain their own face. Smoking 200 yuan of cigarettes. forced to pretend out, cannot beat their own face. Jiang Ru said this, if he doesn't get it on, he's really going to have his persona crumble in front of his sweet baby, and how else is he going to get a kiss? Xiao Jiahao's teeth clenched. Shit, if you can't do it yourself, you can do it yourself. You've got to finish this. And, Anlin the keyboard warrior, most likely scamming himself. Who the hell uses a loan to give a gift to an anchor? Immediately put on a breezy look. Xiao Jian said, it doesn't matter, Ahwazi just, as long as you dare to rise, I dare to send. Ha, with the borrowing to fight online, really is at FW. Brother Xiao Jian is awesome. Crap, it looks like Brother Xiao Jian could really be the big brother. Come on, start your show. The viewers of the live stream are getting a little impatient. Jiang Ji, that wait, I'll go pull an online loan first. Recharge it. Fuck, the borrowing amount is only 2,000. Not enough. The words came out. Xiao Jiahao was relieved. The loan is only 2,000. What is pretending? I am at least 6,000. But in the live broadcast, he has to maintain his own persona. Waiting for you. You're not going to find an excuse to run away. Are you? Ha ha, what a clown. Jiang Ru silently smiled. Returning to WeChat, he returned a few messages to Cheng Qingzhu, then opened Douyin again and casually tapped a private airplane in the gift interface. The level instantly increased from 16 to 21. Then he was just giving away one sports car after another, giving the viewers the feeling that Jiang Ji was bleeding profusely and was heartbroken. Xiao Jiahao's face was a direct burst of red and green. What the fuck? Did you really take out a loan? He stiffly clicked on borrow. Borrowed 3,000 bucks out of it. Charge it to the Douyin account. Things have come to this. Xiao Jiahao face gloomy. Then play a good hand. First blow this Anlin. Hey, one by one to send. To the heartache bad, right? Ha ha, come on. 35 level is nothing. So many people watching it. Cannot be faster? Ihwazi waiting impatient. Jiang Ru still sent one sports car after another. The special effects swiped the airwaves. Zhang Beibei was so happy that her mouth couldn't close, and she kept pampering herself on the screen with flavor and temptation. Thank you Brother Anlin for the sports car. Brother Anlin is awesome. Brother Anlin don't stop. I want more. So many sports cars. She creates herself as an innocent little girl, cupping her hands and fists to her chest with a mesmerized look on her face. Zhang Beibei does not go towards rewarding Xiao Jiahao. After all, this resentful seed will have to deliver the carnival later. Can't afford to slack off. Her eyes with a watery soft wave of light. Xiao Jian brother. Later really want to give me some pavilion well. Sweetie is looking forward to it. I opened the recording screen. Oh, don't worry. It's a small thing. Xiao Jiahao's mouth was indifferent. The heart is broken. Damn. A carnival goes down. Cannot get any benefits. All blame Anlin this big fink. But think of Anlin jacked so many online loans. Xiao Jiahao was able to balance his mind a bit. 35 level is not much of a high level. In the power of the sports car, Jiang Ji promoted very quickly. Not a moment later came to level 34. Short of the last sports car. No more acting. A straight up dislike. Congratulations. You've leveled up to 35. And Lun, alas. Finally up. Anchor, can you eat a meal together tonight? I'm all for you. Jacked up several online loans. Zhang Beibei was on the verge of holding Jiang Ji up to the sky on the surface. Inwardly, he continually despised it. What a pauper. Want to have dinner with me too? Of course she had to maintain her persona in the live broadcast, and pretended to refuse. Debayo brother Anlin. It's not safe to go out at night. Next time I'll treat you to dinner. Mouths say cute things. But Zhang Beibei was wearing a sexy black lace semi-transparent dress, with her white and greasy skin shadowed and half hidden. Very seductive. Xiao Jiahao's mouth was dry from watching, and he felt that he couldn't give away this carnival for nothing, and sent a Weibo message to Zhang Beibei. Sweetheart, is it okay to give you a carnival and go out for a spin tonight? Zhang Beibei looked unchanged and quickly replied, still politely refusing, but leaving the fishhook. No, Xiao Jian brother. My mom won't let me go out at night. Can I do it tomorrow during the day? Keep your innocent and sexy persona. Okay then. Xiao Jiahao faced disappointment. No way. First ask out. Daytime is daytime. Deepen the relationship. Next month payday. Fighting to take it down. Gambling with Jiang Ji. Xiao Jiahao turned around with a face full of flesh and pain, pointing at the carnival, and the grand special effects suddenly flooded the entire live broadcast room. The pop-ups are clear of Big Brother 666. Together with Zhang Beibei's exclamation of surprise and admiration, Xiao Jiahao finally felt that he had saved a little face, and that throwing money away was cool. Amidst the bullishness of the eating crowd, Xiao Jiahao gradually drifted. At this moment, he felt that he was this live broadcast room, the most dignified person, decisively issue the provocation of being the winner. Xiao Jian, at Anlin. Keep calling? Interesting. Jiang Ji revealed a light smile. This person is really fun. Idol. Accompany you to play again. 666. It seems to be a real big brother, but I'm not convinced. I'll continue to jack online loans. I'm a wazoo. You're a wazoo. Do you dare? What the hell? Xiao Jiahao stared at the screen in disbelief, dismayed, but at the same time, there was only one thought inside. This person has a problem. The audience in the live broadcast room was dumbfounded one by one. And then there's the joy. Nice guy. Play so big. Quick show. But Jiang resigned dare. Xiao Jiahao dare not He just this is still using the chanting. Pretend a little bit can be. Do not have the strength to pretend all the time. Oh, it looks like a fool. I don't play with fools. Zhang Ru was nonchalant. A smile full of disdain. Okay, do not dare to play on the side. Anchor, say a number. A few wazi. Out for dinner tonight? Sha Kar Ho, ? What's the situation? Zhang Beibei obviously didn't expect it either, and quickly piled up a smile. Brother Anlin. Sweetheart is not that kind of person. Oh, can't have dinner with a stranger you just met. We can add a WeChat first to get to know each other. You pretend. I'll see how long you can pretend. Jiang Ru directly said. 10. Zhang Beibei froze for a moment and took a deep breath. It had become somewhat attractive to her, and when it fell into her hands, it was 15,000. She's good looking though, but the most important thing on the Douyin is the beauty, so the popularity has not been high, just dozens of people hovering. Good luck to earn 10,000 a month. Brother Anlin, this isn't about the carnival. Zhang Ru didn't want to hear any excuses and responded faintly. 20. Zhang Beibei's breath caught. 30,000. Want to say yes? But with so many people watching in the live room, couldn't this Anlin send a private message? Promised his own persona will collapse. Brother Anlin, can you add me to WeChat first? 30. Xiao Jiahao couldn't stand it anymore. Damn. If this goes on, his goddess won't really be able to resist the temptation, right? He jumped out and said. I said that Anlin. Almost got it. Just still jacked up online loans. Who are you fooling here? But also 30 carnivals. Ha! Zhang Ru word sarcastic, shrinking head turtle. Have the ability to come? I won you won. Do not dare to shut up. Open your eyes to watch on the line. Grass. Xiao Jiahao was once again furious, but it could only be impotent rage. He was really messed up by Jiang Ji, and was a bit unable to feel his bottom line. Plus no strength. It's very stifling right now. Zhang Beibei also hurriedly sent a private message to Jiang Ji in the background. She didn't feel it just now, but as soon as this was interrupted by Xiao Jiahao, she was afraid that Jiang Ji wouldn't brush the carnival for herself. 30 of them. At the same time, to the strength of Jiang Ji, Zhang Beibei has a skeptical attitude. And before that, he was still jacking up online loans, which will be 30 carnival. Really? She cautiously inquired. Brother Anlin, are you serious? Can I take a look at your Dogecoin balance? As soon as Jiang Ji saw this private message, he knew that there was basically no problem. And with a light smile, he directly dumped a screenshot over. 90,000 remaining bucket coins. Exactly 30 carnivals. As soon as Zhang Beibei saw on the screenshot the long list of bucket coin balances, her heartbeat accelerated indisputably. 45,000. Enough for her to broadcast for several months. Hurrying to hug his thighs and pouting. Brother Anlin, I can eat with you, but can you not say it in the live broadcast room? The audience is watching. People will be shy. Jiang Ru ruthlessly refused. Today was the day to give that Xiao Jian a head-on storm. No. He didn't say a word more. Zhang Beibei was hesitant and entangled inwardly. She couldn't get Jiang Ji's bottom line at all. She was very afraid to reject Jiang Ji and leave. A bit of a giveaway. What to do? It's so annoying. Zhang Beibei looked at the message, her bright face cloudy and uncertain, calculating the gains and losses in her mind, and then she clenched her silver teeth. Brother Anlin, I can promise you in the live broadcast, but add another 10 carnival. Is it good? Otherwise people's losses are also very big. Zhang Ru returned an okay gesture. Then he said, send me the location. I'll come downstairs to you and start painting. It'll only be 20 minutes. Okay Anlin-chan. Location Garden Business District. Building A. Take it down. Jiang Ji smiled and got up, took the car keys and went out. Promised to give his right hand a treat. People can't break their promise. He's not into beautiful women. He just keeps his word. At night, the city of Silver Sea is a city that never sleeps. With its neon signs flashing, there is still a lot of traffic on the roads. Skyscrapers, various advertising spotlights, rendering the city paper thin, rich, and enjoyable in Silver Sea. No money is a social animal. Jiang Ji drove the new AMG, quickly traveling in the streets of the city of Silver Sea. The engine also seems to be impatient to roar. attracted passers-by frequently seem. Both secretly exclaimed what a handsome car. Yi Tian Di same model. The face is no worse than a sports car. At the same time that Zhang Ru headed to Zhang Beibei's neighborhood, there was no movement in the live broadcast room, and Xiao Jiahao watched for a while before realizing that the original Enlan who had just spoken out of turn had retreated. He breathed a sigh of relief at first. A smile appeared on his face. It's good that Enlan is not here. No one dares to dislike him. The 36th ranked big brother. Xiao Jiahao immediately mocked Ramen. Running away. Ha ha, I knew this is a keyboard warrior. Sweetheart, you have to be careful in the future. Don't be fooled by this kind of person. Of course Zhang Beibei knew what Jiang Ji was doing, despite the element of uncertainty. But think of 40 carnivals. Take at least 60,000 for yourself. She was breathing heavily, waiting inwardly with excitement, happily pulling out her lipstick and passing to touch up her color and make herself look even more beautiful and attractive. In case it charmed brother Anlin. He is also a person who has a big brother to protect him, and he is no longer afraid to fight PK. Zhang Beibei's strange reaction aroused Xiao Jiahao's suspicion. Sweetheart, it's 11 o'clock at night. What are you doing with your makeup? No, it looks better this way, Zhang Beibei said perfunctorily without blushing. Thinking that he would have to agree to Jiang Ji's invitation in the live broadcast later, she felt a surge of excitement. It was like doing something bad in front of so many people, a feeling that caused Zhang Beibei's neck, for a moment, to be colored red. The skin is white and red and delicate. Although Xiao Jiahao was skeptical, Zhang Beibei's sweet response instantly dispelled his worries. Ha ha, good. Our family sweetheart is also very beautiful without makeup. Soon, Jiang Ji then arrived at Zhang Beibei's downstairs and parked the car on the curb. He took out his cell phone. Cheng Qingju had already sent a good night's sleep. After returning one, he opened Douyin and once again entered Zhang Beibei's live broadcasting room. Xiao Jiahao was talking loudly and pretending in the live broadcast, brothers, just now that Anlin is really lazy nan. Jacking online loans, too funny. He's here again? Jiang Ji revealed a smile, which meant that Xiao Jiahao couldn't see it, or else he would definitely be able to read the clown's meaning from Jiang Ji's face. Anchor, I'm downstairs with you, come on down. As soon as Zhang Ru came in, just by posting such a sentence, Xiao Jiahao's entire body froze, shook, and startled out of bed. He was full of confusion and skepticism, at the same time a little nervous, his eyes tightly looking at Sweetie baby. Fake it, Sweetie is not that kind of person, not to mention that Enlan didn't even send a gift. How could he say yes to him? The mind raced. Xiao Jiahao held his breath. However, the next moment, Zhang Beibei was all smiles. Her shy expression and dainty response made his world collapse and dim. Well, brother Enlan, you are so fast. You wait for me a moment. I make up a makeup and then come down. As she spoke, Jiang Ji point on the carnival. Instantly is 30 carnival. Shocked the whole field. The live broadcast of the few viewers. At this moment all flaxen stayed. Crap, this is Big Brother. $90,000. Throwing it out like that? Big Brother confused. Give me a carnival. I'll fry you, okay? Don't envy your big brother every day. It turns out that Big Brother is not at all out of money. Just teasing Xiao Jian. But, hindsight. Feeling that Xiao Jian is purely a clown. Joker +1. Brother Xiao Jian is sweating. Ha ha, the goddess has been crossed away. The carnival has been given away for nothing. This dude will probably have a black face this time. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Jiahao was more than just a black face now. He couldn't tense up completely. It seemed like there was a heavy mountain that pressed hard on his chest. Xiao Jiahao gasped for heavy breaths. Both eyes reddened. He's broken his guard. Skeptical. The goddess he's always loved. Being asked to leave. What else is there to do at night? Any fool knows that. He felt like he was being insulted and cuckolded to his face. Xiao Jiahao couldn't hold back any longer, and on the pop-up screen, angrily questioned, Why are you doing this to me? You said your mom won't let you go out at night. I care about you, guard you, chat with you. For 3 months, I haven't even seen you. I'm so sincere to you. Why are you lying to me? Ha ha ha. Dude broke defense, laughing my ass off and starting a little essay. 2-6. Zhang Beibei people, this will be gone. Make up to go. Jiang Ji faintly responded a sentence. That, clown brother, I answer for the anchor. The warm man row behind the dog. Or, you will come to the door later to listen to a sound? Also when there is a sense of participation? Pust. Xiao Jiahao's eyes instantly turned white and he was trembling with anger. His teeth clenched and cackled. But what could he do through the screen? Was just about to post some more little essays. Zhang Beibei came back to take a look. Directly closed the live broadcast. The live room instantly black screen. Jiang Ji ghostly and smiled. Put away the phone. Get in touch with Zhang Beibei by private message. There are 10 wazoo left to swipe, so I'll send you a red packet later. Waited a while longer. Completing the makeup will be their own spray fragrant Zhang Beibei. Full of shyness, wearing black lace skeleton edge tight short skirt, will be a concave and convex body, perfect show out. She was on high heels and her short tight skirt came right up to the base of her thighs. Lace sheer dress, so that Zhang Beibei's white skin is hidden, giving rise to the feeling of exploring, and then hitched to Zhang Beibei's proud and full breasts, revealing a trace. It's almost like a leprechaun. The night was hazy, and under this atmosphere, it was as if she had been granted a layer of black transparent veil, making her even more seductive and charming. Modestly, he walked to the entrance of the cell. Zhang Beibei looked around. Jiang Ji lowered the window and flashed the lights. Zhang Beibei's eyes looked around and suddenly lit up. Brother Anlin, is that you? Jiang Ru nodded. Get in the car. Okay. With Jiang Ru nodding, Zhang Beibei was full of joy and was greatly pleased inside, not expecting that big brother Anlin was actually so handsome and young. That's so nice. Luckily it wasn't the bad old man he was worried about. Happy. She was very proactive and sat directly in Jiang Ji's passenger seat, whining in a sweet to greasy voice. Brother Anlin, what are we going to eat? Zhang Beibei was excited inside. Take it down. Must take down this big brother. Even if you pay a little bit more tonight, you have to serve big brother comfortably. Anyway, brother Anlin is so handsome. He is not losing out. She's thinking about how she's going to pull out all the stops for the night. Hearing this, Jiang Ji issued a meaningful smile. What to eat? Have you eat it? Zhang Beibei dressed so flirty. It's a man's imagination. Who has the heart to eat? He casually hitched his hand and placed his right hand on Zhang Beibei's thigh. It was soft and slippery. The rubbing anchor definitely had her rubbing capital. There's absolutely nothing wrong with an enchanting body. Zhang Beibei didn't hide. Her tightly together legs trembled as if she had been electrocuted. Her eyes were as moist as silk, and she murmured and spat. Brother Anlin, don't rub so good. Jiang Ji cannot endure, as long as it is a man. This will be hot blood surging, a foot throttle to find a no one no light place. Giggle, break to a stop. His right hand climbed the mountain peak. Zhang Beibei was full of redness, and suddenly let out a cry, and the whole person was pulled over and bent over the center control armrest box. Zhang Beibei's eyes dodged shyly, pampering and begging for mercy. The voice line was sexy and seductive. Brother Anlin, let's change the place, okay? Jiang Ru didn't say anything, eyes glowing in the dark night, full of teasing. Zhang Beibei was helpless and obediently lowered her head, no longer paying attention to Zhang Beibei. Snap! Jiang Ji lit a cigarette and took a beautiful deep breath, savoring it. The cigarettes are really good, although they are a bit expensive, but with each puff, they really feel very comfortable and more addictive than unusual cigarettes. He grew to love it, holding the cigarette, smoking faster and faster, a mouthful of smoke, and the faster the smoke, the nicotine flavor is more intense and stimulating. Cigarettes are really the food of the spirit. It felt as if it was flying. It's very addictive. Not a moment later, the cigarette he had lit was almost burned out. The last flavor at the end was even stronger and more comfortable to carry. Jiang Ji was even reluctant to throw it away. Took a final hard drag. That's what threw away the cigarette. Hiss. Jiang Ji sked. Really cool not to talk about it. He threw the cigarette. Zhang Beibei raised his head, a pair of eyes confused, his nose slightly gasping, like a kitten seeking the caresses of its master. Behave yourself and look at Jiang Ji. Jiang Ji didn't spare any praise and touched Zhang Beibei's face. Not bad. I'll reward you properly later. Zhang Beibei shyly lowered her head and squirmed a little. Boom! The car quickly started. Jiang Ji found an upscale restaurant, the two of them a small replenishment of energy. It seems that there is still a vicious battle in the evening. Zhang Beibei held Jiang Ji's arm all the way, sweetly wrapped around him. The dishes were exquisite, and there were snacks and fruit plates, which was the first time Zhang Beibei had ever seen, and she couldn't help but take out her cell phone and shoot a friend circle to satisfy her vanity. Xiao Jiahao, who couldn't sleep at night, brushed it off at once. Zhang Beibei's pretty face with a blush, wearing a tight black wraparound skirt, shaking her red wine glass. Through the restaurant's window, below is the paper-dazzled night scene of Silver Sea City. Click, click, click. Xiao Jiahao felt his heart breaking. Jiang Ji and Zhang Beibei quickly finished their meal, and by the way, they opened a luxury suite downstairs, which had everything that should be there. The moment you close the door, a gasp was heard from inside. What follows speaks for itself. Jiang Ji didn't talk to Zhang Beibei politely at all, and showed her own 18 martial arts. Zhang Beibei just started, but also could fight with Jiang Ji to have a back and forth, but not for a moment. Then his body was soft, especially his legs were trembling. There was not a bit of strength left, and he was not Jiang Ji's opponent at all. Next, the 18-fold coefficient is on, and it's superb. Zhang Beibei's sobbing pleas for mercy soon came. Brother Anlin, You're too good. Don't. The corner of Jiang Ru's mouth turned away. What is this? Just where is it? Zhang Beibei couldn't resist at all. She could only fight against it, using all her strength, and in no time, she was covered in fine sweat. She kept begging for mercy. Brother-in-law, really don't. Jiang Ji was also a little tired and agreed to take a little rest. The technical combat in Chinese martial arts together is unfathomable. Cannot be in a hurry. We need to slowly delve into the experience. He gave Zhang Beibei a lesson in experience, and teach her carefully. Zhang Beibei said on her lips that she didn't want it, but she learned it very seriously, and after resting for a while, she even took the initiative. Until noon the next day. Only then did Jiang Ji leisurely open his eyes. Zhang Beibei was too exhausted and still awake. He got up and stretched. As was said last night, technique together, like a boat against the current. Jiang Ji do a line love a line, immediately pulling the hazy sleepy eyes of Zhang Beibei again drill. The whole room, all filled with the sound of clashing fists, begged for mercy with Bibi Zhang. Seeing that she really couldn't top it, Jiang Ji then collected his power and let Zhang Beibei go, packed up and left, sending Zhang Beibei to the downstairs of her neighborhood. Jiang Ru took the remaining 10 carnivals, sent her a red packet. Brother Anlin, will you still come to see me live in the future? Before leaving, Zhang Beibei fondly pulled Jiang Ji's arm. Sure, good. Then later, if you still want to, Zhang Beibei said halfway. Thinking of last night's madness, she couldn't help but clamp her weak legs, and lowered her head to shyly say, just contact me, no need to send a gift next time. Jiang Ji froze and smiled slightly. I know. Bye, Brother Anlin. Zhang Beibei waved her hand and reluctantly watched Jiang Ji leave, then carefully and slowly walked home. Pop. On the way back, Jiang Ji lit a cigarette and smoked beautifully. This experience is good. Very cool. Just this kind of other people's family's rice is fragrant, and it's completely painless. Play it how you want to play it. It's summed up in 2 words. Painful. Very satisfying to a man's desire to conquer. Jiang Ji grinned. It seems that the carefree media, indeed can engage in a hand over a Korean plutocrat's addiction. Want to let whoever comes to learn. Who will have to come to learn? That's what I call real life. And, not only do you have to get the foreign power up, domestic to engage as well. Otherwise, like Xiao Jian, such a small yakuza, can also be called in front of themselves. In the future, these people have to let them a call a squeak. Row, then take it one step at a time. Jiang Ji, who had made up his mind, stopped the car and looked for a small restaurant to treat his stomach. As Qi Yaxian had called several times today, he didn't even answer. After last night, Jiang Ji's mindset had changed. Just like mastering Zhang Beibei, who had a golden finger of his own. It is the owner of the initiative. After ordering 2 plain dishes, Jiang Ji took out his cell phone and sent several WeChat messages when Qi Yaxian called and he didn't answer. Sister Yaxian, I'm busy today. I didn't see it. Find a place and send me the location. I'll come over now. Qi Yaxian replied back almost in seconds. But Jiang Ji clearly heard some sultriness in his tone. Been waiting all day for a busy man like you. Jiang Zhu returned an emoticon. Then he didn't say another word. Qi Yaxian waited for a while, but did not wait for news from Jiang Ji. She was a little slightly lost. This brother, not as enthusiastic as the first time they met. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Ji's mind has just changed. It was getting dark fast. Jiang Ji stayed in the hotel for too long today. It was almost evening, and after navigating the location Qi Yaxian had sent, he was amused to find out that it wasn't far from the company he had previously worked for. The street turns a corner. Old Thai? So this is it. Seeing the name of the restaurant, Jiang Ji silently recited. This restaurant he knew, used to pass by all the time. It's a classy place as well, occupying a separate area with 6 floors. A sort of restaurant, decorated in a folkloric style. At first glance the name Lao Tai sounds a bit rustic, but those who knew the business, once they heard it, they knew that the owner was definitely a lover of food. And although Jiang Ji had never been there, he had heard the team leader Wang Dihai bragging about it before. The owner of the company used to take management in for a meal. 20 of them cost tens of thousands of dollars. Xiaodian and Qi Yaxian had already arrived and were waiting for Jiang Ji in a second-floor box wrapped in a lighted fence with a small garden. Jiang Ru first made a trip home, taking all 14 remaining gold bricks from the cabinet with him. He then drove to the Lao Tai restaurant, and in about half an hour, he parked the car, take the key and head up. Jiang Ru? Suddenly a not-so-sure voice came from behind him. Jiang Ji was surprised and turned back, then smiled. Li Hai, off work, come here to eat? Seeing that it was really Jiang Ji, Li Hai was a bit happy, came up and sent a cigarette, excitedly lit it for Jiang Ji, and then chattered. Yes, damn, you don't know, you almost pissed off Wang Dihai that day, but Wang Dihai opened a big order today, and Mr. Yang brought our group here for a rewarding meal. And by the way, aren't you going home to inherit your family's property? How come you're here too? Jiang Ji took a drag on his cigarette, pointed down to Lao Tai restaurant, and laughed. Someone asked me to dinner, so I came over. Where are the others? Why haven't I seen Han Lang Lang and Wang Xiaoli? It's in the back. I'm coming down fast. Just as he was talking, a group of people came in from the doorway. There were nearly 10 of them, and the general manager Yang that Li Hai said was none other than the general manager of the company. Wearing a pair of glasses, wearing a suit, with meticulously combed hair, he walked in the forefront and chatted with Wang Dihai, who was a step behind and full of redness. The rest of the staff, they're in the back. The eyes are excited and a little bit cautious. Lao Tai's big name. Who does not know the neighborhood? A meal can easily be tens of thousands of dollars. Is the social celebrities and the rich people to come to the place? This kind of place. It's so much more advanced than that 5-star hotel. Them beatniks. The first time to come to this kind of place. Naturally a little constrained to put it. The temperament of the body at a glance is ordinary people. Though several people were forcing themselves to play it cool. But the aura can't hide it. As for Jiang Ji and Li Hai, they were not far from the entrance of the restaurant. Yang Shiqi and Wang Dihai soon saw Jiang Ji as soon as they looked up. Yang Shiqi's face was unchanged and bland as he inquired Wang Dihai, "Old Wang, is the one in front the employee you dismissed 2 days ago? No wonder it's the GM. See how good this is to talk." Obviously Jiang Ji scolded Wang Dihai and quit himself. And in his mouth, it became a resignation. As soon as Wang Dihai saw Jiang Ji, just hate the teeth. Jiang Ji too sounds stupid. Let him in front of the whole company. Almost cannot raise his head, if not open a big order. It's almost embarrassing. He nodded his head and couldn't get angry enough to grit his teeth. Yes, General Manager Yang, that's him. I don't know what he's running here for. I heard rumors in the company that he said he went home to inherit his family's fortune. Ha! Wang Dihai let out a scoff. He didn't believe it 100 times. Yang Shiqi with a lofty smile. Young people love face. Life will teach him to be a man. Let's go old Wang. A few people walked forward. Li Hai saw the visitors and nodded his head in greeting. Mr. Yang, team leader, you're here. Aha. Yang Shiqi lightly nodded his head, then looked at Jiang Ji beside Li Hai, and did not speak, as if he wanted to take his own identity and press Jiang Ji. Jiang Ru flicked the cigarette in his hand. Directly ignoring Yang Shiqi, he said hello to the former colleague he recognized behind him. Just turn around and get ready to leave. Suddenly, Wang Dihai let out a scoffing sound behind him. Oh, this is not Jiang Ru. Still wearing the previous clothes? Go home to inherit the family property without buying some good clothes. You will not come here to apply for a waiter, right? The last time he was scolded he held a grudge. This time when he came across, he definitely wouldn't let Jiang Ji go like this. At least he had to sneer at him. However, Jiang Ji once again laughed and scolded. Wang Dihai, I haven't seen you for a few days. You're still such a brakeman. I don't know whose head was squeezed by the door to use you as a cerebral palsy. His words directly embarrassed both Wang Dihai and Yang Shiqi's faces. Wang Dihai was furious. Jiang Ji, what the hell are you saying? Do you owe a beating? Try saying another sentence. The security guard at the Lao Tai restaurant saw that the situation was not right. Immediately there are a few people quickly surrounded. Yang Shiqi pulled Wang Dihai, signaling him not to make trouble, or else it would be in vain to be cleaned up by other security guards. Immediately, Yang Shiqi spoke in an old-fashioned tone and lectured. Jiang Ji, you are still young. Don't have no cover for your mouth? Do you know that there is a word called trouble comes out of the mouth? Jiang Ji was really lazy to take care of these two guys. Waved his hand undeniable. You two really need a piece. A team leader, a general manager, called a few young general manager. Take themselves seriously. Not just a part-time job. What garlic? The corners of Jiang Ji's mouth turned away with contempt, and he turned around. These two people, in the city of Silver Sea, really think they are a green onion. Shelves this lesson themselves? Now hold back. Their forces have not developed. Next time it won't be so simple. One counts. All let out on their stomachs. Wang Dihai is also not willing to show weakness. In the back angrily scolded, Nima. You are a what? Pretend what it is. Was dismissed in the city of Silver Sea cannot live as a problem. Said what home to inherit the family property. Don't fucking funny. Who do not know you bragging Yang Shiqi's face was equally unsightly. However, the employee in person, in the way of his own identity, cannot export dirty, but he simply do not take what Jiang Ji said to heart, because Jiang Ru was not even equal to him. Anyone who hears someone who is mixed up worse than them, denigrating them, will take it as someone else being jealous, and that's what Yang Shiqi thought. And right at this moment, two beautiful figures appeared at the entrance of Old Tai. Xiaoyan's aura was strong, wearing valuable clothes. Her face was expressionless. just like an iceberg female president. And she walked out of the restaurant. She was followed by Chi Yisian. The two are not bad looking. The two were in the second floor box. Both of them had been paying attention to the outside. And when they saw Jiang Ji just now, they came down to pick him up. Jiang Ji, here. Xiaoyan wasn't sure what was happening outside. Clear cold voice, and very crisp. It seems that the ice spring melted from the snowy mountains. Beckoned to Jiang Ji. Chi Yisian fell like a wife. Gentle and virtuous inquiry. Just saw you outside. Why did not come up for so long? I came down to look for you with General Xiao. Oh, it's fine. Jiang Ji swept his eyes at Wang Dihai and Yang Shiqi and said smilingly, I met two brutes and cursed them. Xiaoyan's icy eyes glanced at Wang Dihai and Yang Shiqi, completely unconcerned, not taking the two men seriously. He said coldly, what's there to say to a fool? Let's go. Upstairs. Haitian jewelry anymore. Almost occupy 40% of the market in the entire Suzhou Shanghai province. The volume reaches billions of dollars. As the only heir of Haitian jewelry, Xiaoyan has enough capital. When so outstanding temperament of the two women, from the old Taiwan out and with Jiang Ji is very familiar with the appearance. Wang Dihai instantly dumbfounded. Mind a blank. Yang Shiqi was also stunned. Inwardly secretly complacent thoughts swept away. The status of Jiang Ji, all of a sudden elevated several grades. A little so that Yang Shiqi cannot touch. Xiaoyan's temperament was too good. Like the contrast between a star and an Edison. Just a glance could tell that she was definitely not a simple person. And a dumpy face. Adding a bit of pride, the words that came out of her mouth. Yang Shiqi didn't even dare to have the intention to retort. That light tone, with disregard and contempt, seemed to be inherent. Aside from Wang Dihai and Yang Shiqi, the rest of the people who knew Jiang Ji were also full of confusion and shocked as they watched him go upstairs with the two big beauties. There is no inner peace. No, why should he? This is too beautiful. Holy shit, Jiang Ji seems to be really uncomplicated. This guy, actually hiding so deeply? Wang Xiaoli was shocked. Stunned him. After a short period of surprise, a very envious and jealous look appeared on the faces of the crowd. Wang Dihai's face was as ugly as eating shit. Silent and not saying a word. And Yang Shiqi also drooped his face and brought people in to eat. The mind is broken. Second floor. Lao Tai's class is not at all inferior to the Kyushu banquet. Xiaoyan ordered an original box, reflecting the appearance of a small farmhouse. The fence comes with a nightlight and a small garden next to it has green plants and flowers growing inside. There were some vines climbing on the grapevine overhead. It's like coming to the countryside, having a cozy meal with your family, leaving all your worries behind. And just this atmosphere makes you feel relaxed. Zhang Ru once again rose to the occasion. If he didn't come to this place, he couldn't have imagined that the life of the rich was so colorful. And so was the last Kyushu banquet. And this time Lao Tai. It seems to elevate your taste. Gotta get a grip. 2. Dishes Xiaoyan has ordered. Soon at end up. Color and flavor. Are fresh and naturally grown vegetables and meat. The price is naturally high. Even though Jiang Ji had just eaten, he couldn't help but gulp down the food like a gourmand. The money was well spent. And it tasted really good. In the box, Xiaoyan wasn't as cold as she was outside just now. Adding a bit of a handful of Jiang Ji and Chi Yisian. Jiang Ji, do you want to drink a little bit? Are you used to drinking white wine or red wine? Jiang Ji didn't care. He was alone. White it is. Elegant waiter quickly brought a bottle of 5-grain liquor and wine dispenser. Simple wine. To the 3 people each poured a pour. Chi Yaxian blinked and approached Xiaoyan. Mr. Xiao, how's your drinking capacity? Xiaoyan froze. What does it have to do with me? I'm not trying to make you two drink. She doesn't like to drink. Not a great drinker. Chi Yaxian saw that Xiaoyan didn't say anything. Her heart beat a drum of retreat. Mr. Xiao, I'm a very poor drinker. Do I really have to drink? Are a few drinks okay? Xiaoxian wasn't sure. It should be. It's okay? Jiang Ji didn't know what the two were talking about, and lifted his own glass, saying, Xiaoyan student, I'll trouble you for what I told you last night. Sister Yisian, cheers. Xiaoyan thought of the message Jiang Ji had sent herself, nodding slightly, don't worry, okay, thanks. Chi Yaxian did not have the time to talk. The 3 of them touched, pinched their noses and drank a mouthful. Even if it was 5-grain liquor, Chi Yaxian showed an expression of difficulty in swallowing. It looks funny and cute. It's so spicy. Jiang Ji couldn't help but smile. Sister Yisian, if you have this amount of alcohol, if you put it in my good friends group, you wouldn't even be qualified to eat at the table. Chi Yaxian gave Jiang Ji a blank look with her flair. Quite a flavor. It was really ripe like a peach. Every move of his hands and feet exuded a charming fragrance. Jiang Ji shook his head to dispel the evil thoughts. Eating. Without eating 2 bites, Jiang Ji remembered that he was ready to develop some more power and capital at home. and to develop together with foreign countries, so that no matter in the country or abroad, he can do whatever he wants, have a certain degree of power of speech. Into the bureau is not afraid, and the country is a legal society. No matter what to do, you have to start with the capital. Slowly expand your reach through capital. It's just like the Dragon King novels, where you build a huge conglomerate, and when others hear about it, they fall to their knees in fear. Of course, that's an overstatement. Unless you can interrupt monopoly laws and have the power to take on the state, or whatever black technology you have is transparent to some classes. However, Zhang Ji, who had a golden finger, but it was very possible to do the same as in the Dragon King novels and realize all of this. But whatever, it all has to be taken one step at a time. Xiao Yan, there may be one more thing that I need your help with. Xiao Yan put down her chopsticks. Go ahead. Jiang Ru seriously said slowly. I don't have time to go abroad. If you have free time, help me find a professional manager. Register a few companies, like industry, shipping, investment companies like this, yes, and then register a media company. The rest he hadn't thought of yet. Good. Xiao Yan did not hesitate. This is all some small things. Spend money to find a person on the line. The extra does not need her to worry about. Suddenly, Xiao Yan looked at Qi Yixian. Zhang Ji, what do you think of Sister Qi? Qi Yixian didn't expect it and looked at Xiao Yan in surprise, understanding that she wanted to help her find a good home, even though she hadn't known Zhang Ji for a long time. But she had a pretty good feeling about Zhang Ji. There is no resistance. Therefore, at this time, Qi Yixian was, surprisingly, fatally looking forward to it. However, Zhang Ji's answer disappointed her. Zhang Ji's eyes widened as he stared at Qi Yixian. Both of them were looking at each other. He suddenly shook his head as if he thought of something. No, we can't let Qi Yixian go to the media company. Poking around in his old neighborhood, seeing Qi Yixian lost, Zhang Zhu explained. It's not that Sister Yixian's ability is not good. The newly opened company is still in the making. How can we let Sister Yixian work so hard, right? Men's mouths, lying ghosts, but women like this set. Qi Yixian heart just lost. Suddenly the clouds dispersed. Actually a small theft of joy. Was Zhang Ji caring about himself? Xiao Yan always felt that there was something wrong, but after thinking about it, she felt as if there was no problem. Just as well. I'll keep an eye out for you then. Jiang Ru silently smiled. Good. Wine over 3 rounds. The meal is also eaten almost. Zhang Ji and Xiao Yan said good. This time the goods money first put Xiao Yan there. They take so much. Too eye-catching. And on the first floor of Lao Tai, Wang Dihai and Yang Shiqi were called to a table where a burly young man sat, his sunglasses removed and his eyes thoughtful. Gentlemen, nothing else? Just wanted to ask what the name of the man you were just talking to was. I happen to have a bit of a problem with him. I didn't realize that this person was actually Su Jianghua. I have to say, the world is too small. Only 2 days to meet again. Su Jianghua, as soon as he saw Zhang Ji, think of that day, suffocated. Immediately, he approached Wang Dihai to inquire. Wang Dihai and Yang Shiqi, looking at the car keys placed on Su Jianghua's desk, understood that this is a rich man. As soon as they heard that they had a problem with Zhang Ji, Wang Dihai's thieving eyes glowed, and he directly explained all that he knew one by one. Well, thanks, come on, this bottle of wine you take to drink, as a friend. Su Jianghua more and more excited to hear, when the social animal, that even if there is a family property, not much either. Who among the really rich goes to be a social animal to be made to work? Wang Dihai and Yang Shiqi left, and Su Jianghua took a sip of his wine, knowing the missy from Haitian. I'll ask around. And on the second floor, a few cups of white wine down the belly of Qi Yixian. Su not, glowing pretty face is very red. She feels a little dizzy. Qi Yixian was shocked. Can't drink. Zhang Ji and Xiao Yan didn't have much to do, and when the meal was almost done, he suggested, let's go. The stuff is in the car. Xiao Yan nodded and got up, looking at Qi Yixian beside her. Sister Qi, are you still okay? Could be. Qi Yixian was fine sitting down, but when she stood up, she felt dizzy. The sky was spinning, and her body lost balance all of a sudden. Staggered a bit, Xiao Yan and Zhang Ji's quick eyes and hands hurriedly went forward to help, but Zhang Ji's face was strange. He just seemed to have touched some places that shouldn't be touched. Hurry up and pretend you don't know and change your position. Then his mind went back to just now. It's very soft and substantial. Although Qi Yixian was drunk, the person was sober. That momentary touch, she was like electrocuted. Her face was instantly red and densely covered. Toughly glared at Zhang Ji. Zhang Ji treated it as if he didn't see it and turned his head to the side. Being helped by the two of them, Qi Yixian slowed down a bit, although she was still a bit dizzy. It's okay to walk on your own. Xiao Yan laced her. The three of them took the elevator and went downstairs. Jiang Ji followed, and in no time, they came to the parking lot, surrounded by a number of chauffeured cars. Eyes all gathered on Xiaoyan and Qi Yaxian. Can't help but peek. Qi Yaxian was already ripe for the picking. This drank a little bit of wine. Her face was slightly red, her eyes were as soft as water, and the charm she emitted was needless to say. First, he put Qi Yaxian in the car. Jiang Ji drove his car over and opened the trunk, which contained 2 black bags, which could be seen from the outside filled with brick-like things. Xiaoyan came over to take a look and couldn't suppress the delight in her eyes. Jiang Ji, really thank you. She couldn't help but take Jiang Ji's hand. This time if it wasn't for Jiang Ji, there really wasn't any way out for herself this time. Now that she had regained control of her speaking capital with so much inventory in place, Xiaoyan has a very strong bottom line and was able to open up the market in the next door province of Dongshan in one fell swoop. Jiang Ji was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Xiaoyan to make such a bold move. However, her hands were soft and boneless. Her skin was smooth and felt very good. It's okay, we're all classmates, and you've done me a favor. Xiaoyan also noticed that she was agitated, and hurriedly let go of Jiang Ji, a little embarrassed, but with some nervous and strange feelings. For the first time she knew to hold hands with the opposite sex. So that's how it is. Jiang Ji smiled greatly, then mentioned the black bag to Xiaoyan's car and put it in the trunk. Well, you call a chauffeur. Xiaoyan had been watching Jiang Ji. Inwardly she didn't know what she was thinking. The feeling of holding hands just now made her a bit out of her mind. It froze for a moment before responding. She suddenly a little afraid to look directly at Jiang Ji, lowered her head and hurriedly said, "That, if you have something to do, just go first, I'll just call a chauffeur. Can you two do it?" Zhang Ru swept a glance around the valet. All middle-aged men, no female chauffeurs, and Xiaoxian drinking again. "Tell you what, I'll come with you guys, and when you get back, I'll take a cab back." Xiaoyan thought slightly, that's fine. She was carrying so much gold, and Qi Yaxian was obviously a bit drunk, so it was more or less safer to have a man by her side. Immediately, Jiang Ji called a chauffeur. Xiaoyan got on the co-pilot and gave the chauffeur directions. He could only sit in the back row with Qi Yaxian. Soon the car departed. Just went up, Qi Yaxian sitting still upright, but just the first corner, the roll of inertia, Qi Yaxian exclaimed, actually fell on Jiang Ji at once, both arms wrapped around Jiang Ji, same as falling into his arms. "Sister Yaxian, are you okay?" Jiang Ji opened his mouth in amusement, looking sideways at Qi Yaxian who was hanging on to herself. Xiaoxian looked up. The two of them once again looked at each other, and the distance was so close that they were about to stick together. Jiang Ji could clearly see Qi Yaxian's eyes flickering with nervousness, and her long eyelashes fluttering constantly. It's okay." Qi Yaxian hurriedly got up and used her hand to fix her hair. Her heart was like a deer in headlights. She had never been this close to a man before. Jiang Ji's chest and shoulders, that feeling that she could rely on, made her heart confused. The next leg of the journey. It didn't happen. Qi Yaxian kept herself under control, but the atmosphere in the car was a bit ambiguous. Not for a moment. Just arrived at Qi Yaxian's cell downstairs, not waiting for Jiang Zhu to speak. Qi Yaxian pulled open the door and fled in a puff of smoke, saw the vehicle pull away. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. Jiang Ji. In the car, Xiaoyan suddenly let out a voice softly. Her voice line was the kind of ethereal pure and with some coldness. At first sight, if you see the snow-covered mountains, they are secluded and deep. Xiaoyan thought somehow. What do you think of Sister Qi? Pretty good. Jiang Ji probably knew what she meant. The universal answer. Xiaoyan suddenly turned around with a glance. Her eyes were calm, quietly looking at Jiang Ji. So do you like it? Jiang Ru? He was a bit confused. It was only a few days since they met, so of course he couldn't say that he liked them, but it was almost like he was attracted to them. Truth or falsehood? Xiaoyan suddenly lost interest. Don't listen anymore. Strange. Sure enough, the more beautiful woman that mind the more strange. Xiaoyan to Jiang Ji CPU almost dry burning. This woman in the end what is thinking? Xiaoyan didn't say anything the rest of the way. Poor visibility at night. Jiang Ji could vaguely recognize that this was a villa area. The chauffeur parked at the entrance. The rest of the internal road, Xiaoyan himself could drive out. Thanks. Leaving 2 words behind. Xiaoyan didn't wait for Jiang Ji to say anything before she took off with a kick of the gas. Zhang Ru also couldn't wait to take a taxi home. He has something very important to verify. It's about his future plans. 9:20 p.m. Jiang Ji took the key and quickly opened the door of the rented room, then unlocked it and took out his computer to start a random game. Battlefield 2042. Filled with anticipation, he turned on breakout mode and maneuvered his character to stand in place, then brought his right hand nervously to the screen. How the hell is it going to be later? Let's see if we can recover this time. Zhang Ru held his cell phone in his other hand. It's ready as soon as it's ready. Giggle. The moment he touched the laptop screen, the palm of his hand was suffused with various colors of light. Unusually dazzling, Zhang Ji hurriedly looked at it. Seriously. Followed by a surprise on his face. Couldn't help but be happy. Recovered. No need to take a picture to compare. Flesh recovered. Ha ha ha. Zhang Ji grinned, which meant that his own golden finger, which was sustainable, had no limit on the number of times it could be used. There's just a consumption limit. That's good. There was no need to worry about taking anything in the future. It could be recovered anyway, and he checked again that it had recovered quite a bit, nearly 1/5. That is to say, after consuming it once, he cools down for 5 days, and then he can come back to life with full blood. However, the ability to come up with very counterintuitive items in a full-blooded state remains to be experimented with, or wait until tomorrow to see if the glow can be increased. Taking gold bricks consumes a third, or about 30%, and restores 20% a day, leaving 10%. We'll be back to 20% tomorrow. Just see if it can overflow. At the same time, Zhang Ji didn't have to be as cautious as he had been in the past 2 days. He didn't dare to take this one or that one. As long as he could take it out in the future, he dared to take it. And so on. Gold mine. Zhang Ji remembered this. And if it did have something to do with the golden finger, he felt that it was likely that the more powerful items he took out, the greater the change in reality would be. We'll look into that next time. But he had nothing to burden him with. And immediately afterward, Zhang Ji began to study what he needed to prepare for going abroad, and do it as soon as possible in the next few days. For example, the phone card should be enabled for global roaming or something like that. Silversea City Polytechnic University. Zhang Li told Cheng Qingzhu about the live broadcast today, and Cheng Qingzhu has been thinking about it, knowing that she is a bit of a sociopath and not very good at talking. Is live streaming really feasible? And the message she sent to Zhang Ji this morning hadn't been replied to for a day yet. Cheng Qingzhu dragged her face and sat in the classroom suffering. Maybe brother Jiangzhu is busy. I don't want to think about it. But as soon as she opened her cell phone, Cheng Qingzhu couldn't help but keep clicking on the chat box to take a look at the message, which was a greeting she had sent in the morning. Not a moment later, the evening study session was over. At the end of today's class, Zhang Li directly came over and took Cheng Qingzhu's hand. Qingzhu, how are you considering it? Don't worry. With me, my brother will definitely treat you better than me. She narrowed her eyes and smiled as she packed her bags. Ali, Cheng Qingzhu was torn. I'm afraid that I won't be able to do it well and waste brother Zhang Ji's time. It's okay, he runs a media company. That's what he does. How can you call it a waste of time? Zhang Li was afraid that his oldest brother would have no contact time with his best girlfriend, playfully summarizing. Then I'll give it a try. Cheng Qingzhu bit her lip and agreed. Okay, I'll tell my brother later. Aha. Zhang Li thought of something else and her eyes sparkled and shone. Qingzhu, did my brother chat with you today? Neither of these two had much experience in relationships. It must be supervised by me. Miss Jiang, personally. Cheng Qingzhu was stunned. No. Zhang Li rolled his eyes. This brother, really in vain, such a good girl does not know to cherish. Alright, Qingzhu, let's not talk about this. Let's go eat. What do you want to eat? I'll be a rich woman from now on. I'll cover your meals. Good, let's go. Cheng Qingzhu smiled in a rare moment. Very bright like the spring flowers. It seemed like the air was fresh. She doesn't have to be polite to her best friend for a meal in the cafeteria. The other side. Su Jianghua drove another Porsche, parked in front of the entrance of the Yinhai Vocational and Technical School, ready to come to a simpler place to fish 2 student girls. Incidentally, he took out his cell phone and found the WeChat of a friend at the police station. Zhang Lu, do me a favor, check out a Zhang Ji, around 25 years old, with a younger sister. Both of them are in Yinhai City. Soon. Zhang Le then replied. Don't worry Xiao Su. I'll send it to you later. A rich kid with connections. Wanting to check a person in the household registration system is simple and simple. For Zhang Lu, it is a matter of moving his hands. It doesn't even have to be hidden. In front of your coworkers. Nobody cares. Su Jianghua raised his eyebrows and smiled, casually sent 500 red envelopes over. And as expected, not a moment later Jiang Ji's personal information was sent over by Zhang Lu. Scratch that. It turns out to be a mudblood. Looking at Jiang Ji without any background, Su Jianghua cursed. The whole family is a rural person. In front of me to pretend Nima pretend. Let's see if I don't screw you up this time. Immediately after, Su Jianghua found another bank manager and made a call. Hey, Manager Li, can you do me a favor? Su Xiaoa, you say, as long as I can help surely no problem. Like Su Jianghua, this rich second generation, with a family background, Everywhere you go is VIP, and know a lot of people and channels. Check someone out for me. Find out where he gets his money and what his personal assets are. As soon as Su Jianghua finished speaking, the opposite side of the phone went silent. Then came a suppressed voice, Su Xiao. This is not that I do not help you. Breaking the law. The consequences are very serious. Regulations don't work with principles. There are ways to find out, but illegal. Being known by others. You have to face jail time. Manager Li is not so stupid. Su Jianghua heard. I know it is no good. Then you don't care. Hang up I'll buy you dinner someday. Wait, Su Xiao. If you know which bank card he used, well check. If you don't know here, I really can't help you. I don't know. Hang up. Su Jianghua not polite at all. Directly hung up. Mouth cursed nonsense really much. To know also used to find you. The last time John resigned to him with Alipay transfer. Where to know? All from the countryside. Not long ago they were working. Suddenly they have money. And millions. What way so wild? Su Jianghua is not an idiot. Sitting in the car on the 100th thought. Illegal? Drug trafficking? How about reporting a handful? Although there is no evidence. But reporting a false police report is a good solution for Su Jianghua. Thinking of this, he was excited in his eyes and directly sent a message to Zhang Lu. The other side. Receiving the news, Zhang Lu was in high spirits. Good guy. If this is true, it's a great achievement. He called immediately. Called the two off-duty co-workers back. Timmy, Erling, let's go. There's a lead. Let's check it out. Millions of dollars in unidentified assets. It's a big case. Okay, let's go. Zhang Ji simply could not have imagined that he was so quickly exposed in the eyes of the official. This is the information age. You are almost transparent. The crisis is creeping up on this large amount of unidentified money. A bad explanation. It's going to be the end of the line. At night, Zhang Ji stayed in his room a bit bored. After replying to the WeChat that did not return today one by one, and at the same time urging the travel company to handle the passport on behalf of the travel company, Chang Qingju waited for a day and finally got a reply. She happily picked up her cell phone. I wanted to say something but didn't know where to start, so I could only chat about the next live broadcast. Brother Zhang Ji, are you busy today? Ali said something. I thought about it. I can try it. Do I need to prepare anything? Preparing for what? Zhang Ji was confused. Last night liked to play Zhang Bebe, didn't realize it was happening. That, Qingju, you don't have to worry about it for now. I'll prepare for a while, and you, in the next few days, start trying to broadcast it on your own first. Okay brother Zhangji. Cheng Qingju sat in the dormitory a little happy, and soon the little face was sad again. Live broadcast seems to be a little high requirements for cell phones. Seems like you have to buy another cell phone. Open your own little wallet. Cheng Qingju heartbroken all took out. This is all her part-time hard-earned. Buy a cell phone to spend all the money. Jiang Ru also considered this matter. Sister Jiang Li's cell phone is also used for several years. When more than 1,000 to buy, tomorrow cannot give her a new one. These days are not much consumption. The media company needs to be finalized soon. Let's talk about the rest. He opened the Dujang and searched for guilds. And nowadays the Dujang had almost everything. As long as one was willing to spend money. Whether it was a travel private booking or whatever. All of them could be found. The guild management of the live broadcast was quickly found by Jiang Ji. And it's a live room. He charged some dough coins. Went up to a carnival. And left a message. I want to open an internet media company. Incubating Anchor Net Red. Experienced contact me. Not bad money. Want speed. Crap. There's a big brother coming. Big brother confused This a rocket thing. Huazi how wasteful Big brother is awesome. 66,666. Envious of the rich big brother. Without saying a word. Huazi open road. This who can top Almost instantly. Just over a dozen private messages were sent. All of them calling for big brother. And a couple of beakers. Whiny daddies calling for brother Anlin. Too deep last night. Jiang Ji was currently not the least bit interested in these beakers. And picked a few to chat with. Quickly settling on one. Experienced? Yes, boss. 3 years of experience. Just bad luck. Has not been hatched a big V. But hundreds of thousands of accounts have a few. The boss is not willing to invest. The traffic cannot get up. Jiang Ji didn't know much about this business. And he didn't need the people who came to apply for the job to be as experienced as they were. Just help yourself to the frame. The place is well decorated. The rest is just a matter of taking the money and customizing some videos that can rub off on the heat a little bit. As long as you're willing to spend the money to do so. Pigs can be smashed into Netflix. Coincidence. Jiang Ru was just not bad. Straight away. He said, where are you and can you come to Silversea City? Zhejiang Province. Hangzhou City. A city with a very large number of netizens. Zhao Jiashu was in this city, not far from Yinhai City, Suhu Province. Being able to come up to an agent and smash a carnival right off the bat, Zhao Jiashu felt that there was no problem this time. Yes brother, only, I also need to make sure. How much is brother Anlin's side prepared to invest? It's not a playful nature, right? He's 32 years old. It can't be wasted anymore. Jiang, at least invest a 10 million. Equipment team and so on. You are according to the top with. I basically do not interfere. Are handed over to you? You have time. Come over tomorrow to talk about it in detail. Speed. Understand? Zhao Jiashu got excited. Straight away, he stood up. Brother-in-law, don't say tomorrow. I'll come over tonight. When you're free tomorrow, call me anytime. Little Tree is waiting for your dispatch. Good. Cool. My phone 138924885XX. Add my WeChat. Okay brother. Closing the chat window. Zhao Jiashu directly danced around. Yay, yay, yay. I have to seize this opportunity. Wife, quick, pack up your things, call a car for me. I'll go to Silver Sea and run into a good boss. Really? Right. Hurry up. This boss doesn't like people who ink. Zhao Jiashu's own hot blood was up. His hands were busy organizing things. His daughter-in-law has suffered a lot with him in the past few years. The houses are rented. Hangzhou is too expensive. It's not something he can afford at all. Whether his life can be changed or not depends on this time. He doesn't dare to waste any chance. This way. Zhang Ji had just put down his cell phone when a sound of footsteps came from the doorway. Knock knock. There was a knock on the door of the room. He rose quizzically. Which one? From the Public Security Bureau. Looking for you to ask a few questions. At the door, Zhang Lu directly opened the door. Because they didn't have any evidence. And what Su Jiangbua said was also a guess. He hasn't dared to enforce the law as violently as he does with suspects. Jiang Ru unexpectedly frowned. Actually so fast. When did the police in China? So efficient. This is not right. Is it because of the passport? Well, it should be the immigration department calling to investigate the situation, right? He looked at the cat's eye. There were indeed 3 policemen outside the door. Zhang Ji opened the door and leaned against the doorframe. Comrade policeman, what's the question? Can't you go in and talk? Zhang Li's face crossed. His tone not so good. Being a cop myself for so many years. Whoever meets him or her is not courteous. This person actually lets himself or herself in the door. Zhang Ji leaned against the doorframe and gave Zhang Lu a deep look. Then made way. Come in. There's no water. The place is small. Find yourself a place to sit. The 3 men enter the house without sitting at all. Very impolite everywhere flipped up. Zhang Lu took a register. Opened the law enforcement instrument. Glanced at Zhang Ji. I received a report that you recently have a large amount of unidentified funds into the account. About a few million. It is possible to be suspected of violating the law. Their own honest explanation of how to come. Zhang Ru frowned. This police officer was also not right. The moment he came, he looked arrogant. He inquired, by whom was it reported and is there any proof? Xiao Yan. Qi Yisyan. He shook his head. It is unlikely. Xiao Yan received so much of his own gold with no origin. It is unlikely that this is something she will say. Otherwise she couldn't keep this gold for herself. Sister Jiang Li was even less likely. Wang Dihai, who has a grudge, also does not know that he bought a car. That the rest, it seems. Zhang Ru's eyes closed and opened. Already had an answer. Zhang Li's face sank as his voice strengthened a little. Exerting pressure. To have evidence. Now it's not looking for you to talk, you have to understand. Know that the amount of money involved is so big. What consequences? Hurry up and give an honest explanation. Zhang Ji skimmed his head and revealed a smile. Su Jiangbua, right? Zhang Li's face obviously changed. How does he know? Seeing this, Zhang Ji instantly realized the situation and shrugged. It's really him. It's fine. You tell him for me. I'll keep it in mind. Alipay large transfers require verification of the other party's name. That's why Zhang Ji knew Su Jiangbua's name. It just didn't occur to me. He plays so dirty. Zhang Ji's attitude made Zhang Lu angry. He felt like he wasn't put in the spotlight and was being played as if he was in the palm of his hand, which made him furious. Snap! Heavily slapping the table, Zhang Lu sternly reprimanded. What Su Jiangbua, not Su Jiangbua? Explain your problem. Where did the money come from? Zhang Ru specifically checked last time, knowing that there was no evidence. There was no way these people could do anything to him. He said calmly, Comrade policeman, where I got the money, it's out of your hands, isn't it? Anyway, I didn't break the law. If you want to know, look it up yourself and come back to me when you have proof. Zhang Lu glared and tried to intimidate Zhang Ji, but Zhang Ji was also a master who was not afraid of the sky and the earth, and he had a good attitude if you talk to me properly. If you have a bad attitude, love whoever. Zhang Ji, I'm warning you, with this attitude, I have the right to take you back to the station for investigation. And if you're suspected of breaking the law, you won't be able to run away for 5 years. The two co-workers didn't find any suspicious items in Jiang Ji's room. It was also fortunate that all the gold was taken to Shaoyan today. Otherwise it gets turned over. Jiang Ru really can't run away. Ordinary people have a large amount of unidentified funds alright. As long as there is no evidence. Who take you also can't help. Their own must not say pick up. That's also illegal. The current Jiang Ru, sitting steadily in a fishing boat, leisurely said, Comrade police officer. Slander is also illegal. I see that you are also official. Do you think you have to risk your life for a Su Jianhua? He headed for the couch. Crossing his legs, he held his hands out, signaling for handcuffs. Here, you can take me to the station and lock me up for 24 hours. Jiang Ru said with a slight smile, but when I come out, it's a group of lawyers looking for you to file a lawsuit. Believe it or not? Rub. Zhang Lu was really going to be infuriated by Jiang Ji. After so many years of enforcing the law, he had never seen such a grizzled person. Very emboldened. He has no temper at all. The man is steady as an old dog. His usual tactics, none of them worked, and people didn't panic at all. Gas to gas. Zhang Lu has not been able to do anything. Dry bar glaring at Jiang Ji holding a cell phone. What to do? Zhang Lu really want to slap him 2 slaps, but he didn't dare. Don't let me find evidence. I can't let you go. Zhang Lu ruthlessly teased down a vicious sentence, turning his head in anger. Let's go. 3 excited runners came and lumbered away. Jiang Ji hummed disdainfully and closed the door of the room. Good Su Jianghua. Don't wait for me to come back from abroad, then see how to pack you. This little episode Jiang Ji didn't take a moment to put it behind him. Day 2. Jiang Ji got up first thing in the morning, test his golden finger. 12 hours passed, and it really recovered 10%. Full. Peak period. Good. We'll see tonight if it can continue to grow and spread up the arm. Otherwise he guessed that the glow of a hand might not be able to hold a high-tech item like a space battleship. Not sure about Goldfinger either. What is the consumption based on? Quality or tech level? Jiang Ji put this aside and shuffled downstairs for breakfast. Turn on your cell phone in passing. Zhao Jiashu had arrived at 2 in the morning last night, when he himself had already said goodnight to each other and gone to bed with Cheng Qingzhu, and glanced at the time. 9:30 in the morning. Estimated up. Jiang Ji directly sent a message, up, toward the Polytechnic University side. I now go over. We meet, and incidentally let you see the next person. Hotel. Zhao Jiashu how dare to sleep. Very rare this opportunity. The morning directly ordered 7 o'clock alarm clock. All morning waiting for news. As soon as his cell phone rang, he hurriedly replied, Okay brother Anlin, I'll go over now. Jumping out of bed in an instant. Clothes and image were packed. Zhao Jiashu looked into the mirror, organized again, and snapped his fingers. Let's go. Immediately. Jiang Ji gave his sister Jian Li made a phone call. Jian Li has not yet woken up it. Confused with milk ferocious get up, brother. Big morning why you do not know today's Saturday? I called you only because I knew. So tell Coyote to come out and wait for me at the door. Gee I don't want to go. Hurry up. Jian Li's mouth pouted. I know. Annoying you. Cheng Qingzhu put the book down and turned around to inquire softly. Ali, what's wrong? My brother's here, asking us both out. Brother Jiang Ji is here? Then you. Get up quickly, there might be something. After Cheng Qingzhu finished speaking, she couldn't help but look at the small mirror on the desk. Then quietly, without making a single sound picked up her cosmetics. In the meantime, Jiang Ji made a trip to Laotai to pick up his car, then drove straight to Polytechnic University, where Zhao Jiashu was the first to arrive, carrying his laptop bag and waiting patiently. There were a lot of students in front of the university on Saturday. Not for a moment. Jian Li then appeared in the campus with Cheng Qingzhu. The 2 women walking together was really a beautiful scenery line. It's in the heat of June. Cheng Qingzhu likes to wear skirts. A pure white cool strapless halter dress. The hemline is not too long and not too short, just to the knee, exposing her pale shoulders and legs. It shook my eyes straight up in the sunlight. She tied her hair into a pill, with a few strands of broken hair fluttering in the wind. Fresh and innocent. A proper schoolgirl level sweet girl. In contrast, Jiang Li was a bit casual. White long t-shirt plus a super short pants. Proud body. Where anything looks good. 2 pairs of legs to attract a group of male students drooling. The 2 were standing playfully in the doorway in no time. Zhao Jiashu noticed it at once and his eyes were glowing. It wasn't that he had any crooked ideas, but these 2 had a lot of potential. If you open the game and bring 2 of these beauties to the boss, plus the owner is willing to invest, absolute fire, and a college student, he will definitely be looked at highly by his boss. Thinking of this, Zhao Jiashu lightly coughed twice and went up to greet him in a very social cow. Hello, Two young ladies. Chung Qingju doesn't quite dare to talk to strangers. Looked at him without paying any more attention. Jiang Li personality a little more generous. Looked at Zhao Jiashu. A little slightly fat. Wearing eyes. Short hair looks very lean. What's wrong? We wait for someone. Zhao Jiashu doing this business, of course, is a self-contained acquaintance. Did not feel the slightest bit of embarrassment, and spoke directly and eloquently. Such a coincidence? I'm also waiting for someone. Don't be afraid of the two of you. I'm an internet operation officer. See that the two of you are in good condition. If you build a little bit, you can definitely make a big fire. Just those millions of netroots on the Douyin. Are you interested in it? No. Jiang Li decisively refused. If it wasn't for her oldest brother's words, she had never thought of becoming a netizen. Can't tear the face off. Miss, don't be in a hurry to refuse. You can listen to me talk about the future development. The prospect is very good. If a million fans. Zhao Jiashu was embarrassed as Jiang Li left with Chung Qingju, straight away from him. But in order to be able to get more points in front of Zhang Ru, he still chased after him. Don't need you to do anything. Miss Sister, you guys are in this condition. We are definitely taking the high-end route. And we don't need to call our big brother or anything when we see people. He wanted to tell the two women that there was definitely something to be said for dignity. Because now young people just cannot put face. Feel live as network beggars. Begging people to brush gifts. It's also given birth to a lot of internet jokes. Jiang Li and Chang Qingju were speechless. Stop it. We're not interested. If you keep this up, I'll call the janitor uncle. This is surrounded by our classmates. I'll call out to someone. Zhao Jiashu didn't give up yet. Revealing a friendly smile. That's this. You can add a WeChat. If you have an idea, you can contact me at any time. Only with contact information. There's a chance for that later. People change their minds all the time. At this point, the roar of an automobile engine came from behind. A thick, unexaggerated texture that drew the attention of the crowd of college students. 2 million plus AMG. Definitely a dream for a lot of people. Zhang Ru was here. Parked the car securely. Before people arrived, they noticed Jiang Li and Cheng Qingju in the doorway. It is really that these two people are too eye-catching. All have good height. With a body like that showing off a pair of long white legs. Who wouldn't notice? Zhang Ru lowered the car window. Sweeping Zhao Jiashu. Jiang Li and Cheng Qingju's eyes lit up when they saw Jiang Ji coming, and leapt over, not paying any attention to Zhao Jiashu, who asked for WeChat. Brother Jiang Ji. Cheng Qingju was still a bit nervous and put out when she saw Jiang Ji. Jiang Ru nodded and smiled at the two, his chin lifting. Well, what's up with that guy? Oh nothing, ask us if we're anchors. Jiang Ru surprised. Will not be so coincidental, you two first car. This neighborhood, there is no upscale a little. The best have a private room of the lunch tea store? Yeah, there's one right out front. He started the car and drove a short distance ahead. There was an afternoon time, selling fruit tea and snacks, decorated in a young and fashionable style. Jiang Ji silently did not say anything. Okay, his sister was just like himself. Eyes need to be opened a little more. This is it then. Have you two not had breakfast? Ask for a private room. See what you're having. Order whatever you want. I'll wait for someone at the door. Jiang Li happy to pull Chung Qingju off. The store casually spend a little to 200 or 300 it. If it wasn't for old brother. She can't afford to come yet. Qingju, let's go. Right brother. What are you calling me to today? Jiang Li took 2 steps and suddenly turned around and blinked in curiosity. Zhang Ru waved his hand. I'll tell you guys later. That's good abracadabra. The two of them went in for a short while and sent Jiang Ji the private room number. He called Zhao Jiashu at the door. Hey, are you there yet? I'm at the door of an afternoon time on the side street of the school. Here it is brother Anlin. Okay, I'll be right over. Zhao Jiashu at the door hung up the phone and rushed to find it, almost running all the way. In less than 2 minutes, he found the afternoon time. Jiang Ji was standing on the side of the road, lighting a cigarette, surrounded by students, his eyes on Zhao Jiashu. What a coincidence, he called out. Zhao Jiashu? Ha! Zhao Jiashu was obviously confused for a moment, looking at Jiang Ji in dismay. Wasn't this the man who had just picked up those 2 young ladies? Crap, brother Anlin is him? This is not to be taken the wrong way. Zhao Jiashu hurriedly stepped forward and extended his right hand. Hello there, is this brother Anlin? Right. Jiang Ji smiled and extended his hand for a shake. My name is Jiang Ji. Alright, then I'll call you brother Jiang from now on. Brother Jiang. First time meeting. This. Zhao Jiashu pursed his lips and directly gave a thumbs up. He heard the 2 extremely beautiful young ladies call brother Jiang Roy just now. But I didn't realize it was a real sister. Thought it was taken down by Zhang Ru. Zhao Jiashu hurriedly explained. Brother Jiang. Just that. I'm just asking the two of them if they do anchor. I didn't expect to know you, but it's sudden. Jiang Ru waved his hand. It's okay, that's a good dedication you have. Go up and talk. Okay, you please. Passing through the first floor filled with young couples, Jiang Ji and Zhao Jiashu came to the second floor, and just pushed open the door of the private room. Jiang Li stood up in surprise. Brother, you two know each other? Jiang Ru arranged for Zhao Jiashu to sit down. Only then did he introduce. Yes, his name is Zhao Jiashu. I found him to be in charge of managing the media company. This is my sister, Jiang Li. This is also my sister, Cheng Qingzhu. Get to know each other. Zhao Jiashu was inwardly shocked. Also surnamed Jiang. This is a real sister? That other girl? This. He didn't dare think too much about it and stood up with an apology. Hello guys. Sorry about earlier. I didn't expect such a coincidence. I hope I didn't scare you. It's okay. Hello. Jiang Li greeted Cheng Qingzhu and Zhao Jiashu. After a few people sat down, Jiang Ji thought about it and directly said, I don't like to beat around the bush. Brother, I'll be straightforward. Brother Jiang. Just call me Xiao Shu. Everyone I know calls me that. Zhao Jiashu's attitude was proper and sincere. Jiang Ru also do not ink, line, small tree. You are not too old. This name is also good. Show young. I only care about the money. The rest is your business. Location, decoration, equipment, personnel, you look at as soon as possible to get. He tapped on the table, thinking a little. I don't know this business, decoration equipment and so on. You just according to the highest standard on it. Since we are all according to the highest standard, the contract conditions will be more strict. Don't raise some white-eyed wolves. Understand? There are quite a few online that have been groomed for red by guilds and then gone solo or jumped ship, even without that original account. Relying on a new number can do the trick pretty quickly. 2. Not only that, and to discredit the original company, like what little hygiene and all that. Jiang Ji was a selfish person. He was afraid that he would run into this kind of white-eyed wolf and directly couldn't help but find someone to do this son of a bitch. Zhao Jiashu took it in stride, with a serious look on his face. Brother Jiang, don't worry, after exposing those things, now everyone has a number in their hearts. Except for some big netizens with their own traffic. The contracts of pure newcomers will definitely put an end to this situation. Jiang Ji took out his cigarettes and gave one to Zhao Jiashu. The two successively point, he said with a smile. Good. And then my sister Jiang Li and Qingzhu will also join our company? More words I do not say. Their own family's company. I just do not open. Do not let anyone in front of her too to point the finger. The teach you teach. She too do not listen to. With the nature of it too. Understand? Zhao Jiashu looked deeply at Jiang Li and Cheng Qingzhu. Nodding, he said. Understood. This brother Jiang at a glance are not bad. Said very clear. Not bad. And not for money. Anyway, cannot let his sister in their own company is still being reprimanded. Zhao Jiashu didn't have much of an opinion. If you were your own sister, you couldn't. And besides, it's just an anchor, not management, and it wouldn't hurt the whole company. These words, directly Jiang Li and Cheng Qingzhu were touched and looked at Jiang Ji with eyes full of gratitude. But the two also know their stuff, intend to go and do a good job. Jiang Ru pondered for a moment, and said the topic Zhao Jiashu was most concerned about. The last words, is your salary, don't mind it, everyone cares about this, give you enough for a base salary, 15,000, and then 10% of the profit sharing, is it okay? What? 10%? Zhao Jiashu was dumbfounded. It was more than okay. It's too okay. Netflix companies are very lucrative. The water flow can easily be millions of dollars. The profit is very large. Jiang Ji said this, almost let Zhao Jiashu kneel down on the spot to recognize his rightful father. He stood up excitedly, grateful. Brother Jiang, you're flattering me too much. Don't worry. The company will be my home from now on. And I definitely won't let you down. Jiang Ru smiled slightly. Can use money to buy the hearts and minds of people? Why not? Their own and not pour that money. Do a good job. I will transfer you $1 million first. You find a place to decorate. Not enough to find me at any time. My goal is not just the internet, but later to be able to take over the entertainment industry. Yes, brother Jiang. Zhao Jiashu felt like he had really reached the peak of his life at this moment. Just based on this idea of Jiang Ji. This time the investment will definitely not be small. Things are basically finished. The rest of the meal was very pleasant. Halfway through, Zhao Jiashu was very sensible to go downstairs, looking for a print store to type a contract by himself. He signed himself straight up for 10 years. Jiang Ru's annual investment, on the other hand, cannot be less than $10 million. Jiang Ru didn't look at it much. Just sign your name. Not afraid of anyone playing tricks. When the time comes, directly let you disappear on Earth. This time went abroad. Red alert base car out for a take. Come back. Then a soldier dressed as a bodyguard came back with him. Jiang Ji had just finished signing the contract. The cell phone jingled. He picked it up and stood up with a pang of surprise, looking at the travel agency 3 words. Jiang Ji's sudden movement startled the 3 of them. Brother, who is it? You're so excited? Jiang Li was dumbfounded. She had never seen her oldest brother so excited before. Jiang Ru didn't answer. The first time to pick up the phone. Hello Mr. Jiang, your passport came down. The visa will come down this afternoon. Do you think you should come over to pick it up, or we will send it to you? Good. That's great. Jiang Ji's 2 eyes lit up and blossomed into a fine light. Finally down. Can go abroad to take out the red alert base vehicle and develop his own steel empire. He quickly responded. I'll come by this afternoon and pick it up. Okay, Mr. Jiang, I won't bother you then. After saying that, the other party hung up the phone. Jiang Ji couldn't help but take 2 deep breaths to ease the exhilaration. This was the beginning of him. The beginning of a military power of his own. Brother, is everything alright? Jiang Li inquired again with concern. Jiang Ru waved his hands in succession. His mouth closed with a smile. It's fine. The passport came down. I may leave the country tomorrow. Xiao Shu, open the Alipay. I will transfer the money to you, so you go and get busy. I also have to go and prepare some euros and dollars. Zhao Jiashu didn't have much of an opinion. Opened the Alipay collection, and then successively added Jiang Li and Chang Qingzhu's WeChat and phone number. The 4 people left the dim sum store, and he took a cab. Jiang Ji called up Jiang Li and Chang Qingzhu. Get in the car and take you 2 to spend money. Jiang Li's eyes lit up when she heard this. Good. Today we must ruthlessly slaughter you. $1 million just transferred to someone else. You are not afraid of people running away. What are you afraid of with a contract? Jiang Ru was tempted to say that brother came back this time. It's a man with a gun in his hand. Where to? Jiang Li pulled open the car door and sat on it. Cheng Qingzhu stood still, at a loss for words. That, brother Jiang Ji. Ali, you guys go. I'll go back to school first. Do not Qingzhu, a piece of go. Nothing, go. Jiang Li is reluctant, beckoning and begging her to come along. Cheng Qingzhu didn't want to go. She didn't want to spend Jiang Ji's money. She didn't have anything to do with Jiang Ji, so what qualifications do she have to spend other people's money? She shook her head. I'm not going. Jiang Ji guessed what Cheng Qingzhu was concerned about in an instant, and smiled amiably. Get on the car. Don't let me and Ali tie you up. It was originally bought for you too, brother Jiang Ru. Jiang Ji directly on the hand, holding Cheng Qingzhu's shoulders to push her on the car. Don't be so polite in the future. All their own people. Cheng Qingzhu's delicate body trembled, being pushed by Jiang Ji's shoulder. She had a strange feeling inside her, and her body seemed to lose its response. Stupidly pushed up, Jiang Ru smoothly closed the car door, directly started the car, and found the nearest commercial body center, where there was a large shopping mall with clothes, cell phones, and cosmetics. He laughed. Let's go. Ali, get you and Qingzhu both a copy of whatever you see. I'll take you 2 to buy a cell phone first. Jiang Li was very excited, bouncing along the way, her eyes as bright as stars. Yes, the trio went straight to the Apple-authorized store. Jiang without saying a word. A one-time purchase of 4. One person 2. You old cell phone should be thrown away on the throw. The new one for their own use. The other one to open the live broadcast will be used to open. Then there's the clothes. Jiang Ji just pay. Let the 2 sisters randomly pick. Not pick good. Pick expensive. He expensive guarantee no problem. This mall is a regular mall. No luxury brands. Any more spending. The remaining $500,000 in his card was enough. Jiang Li and Chang Qingzhu shopped all morning and bought 5 or 6 dresses each. Jiang Ji finished checking out, transferred 20,000 pocket money to Jiang Li, sent the 2 back, and headed to the bank himself, to exchange the dollars needed abroad. Chang Qingzhu bulged her face, her eyes complex as she looked at the large pile of things she was carrying in her hands. She could feel it. Jiang Ji was really good to himself, but it seemed that he was only treating himself like a sister. And Cheng Qingzhu didn't know what to do, receiving so many gifts. How can I pay you back? Qingzhu, what's wrong? Go, my brother gave me so much pocket money. Let's put down our stuff. Call up Mao Mao and the girls. I'll treat you to hot pot. Ha ha, I'll be the little rich girl in our dormitory from now on. Cheng Qingzhu hesitated. Ali, I don't think it's appropriate for me to take so many of brother Jiang Rui's things. How could Jiang Li not know what Cheng Qingzhu was thinking? Dede grinned and patted her. Just don't have any mental burdens. Hey, Qingzhu, if you really can't, you can just marry my brother. No problem. Ali, don't talk nonsense. Cheng Qingzhu anxiously stomped her feet. Her heartstrings were in turmoil, and she glared at Jiang Ji with a puff of air, really panicked inside. Ha ha ha, come on, Let's go and put something away. Jiangli just loved this look of her good best friend, covering her mouth and laughing non-stop. The two fought all the way, returning to the dormitory with a big bag. The other two roommates were directly stunned and hurriedly gathered around. Ali, Jingzhu, are you two spending all the money you earned from your part-time jobs? A lot of stuff. Clothes, shoes, bags, and 2 cell phones? The two housemates took a look and were dumbfounded in unison. That is, I am afraid of the brother over the bitter, but also afraid of the brother to drive a Land Rover. At this time can be very apt description of these two women. The two people all of a sudden a little sour, and at the same time puzzled. Take. What kind of part-time job do you guys have that you can make so much money? Jiangli didn't have that much heart. Didn't hear the acidic meaning, happily squinted her eyes. No, it's my brother who brought us both to buy it. It cost a total of $60,000. No luxuries though, but the clothes and shoes bags, cosmetics are all branded. Single pieces are basically thousands, and not cheap. Jiangli was also a little girl. Of course she wanted to show off in front of her friends. 60,000. My god. So little. Spend so much? It's our tuition and living expenses for several years. The two roommates were really scared silly. Their eyes were full of envy. When did Jiangli have this a rich brother? Why don't you have one yourself? So unfair. And Cheng Qingzhu are followed to enjoy the blessings. She too very regret. Did not play with Jiangli often together? Otherwise they are not also bought on this? The two men gathered around enthusiastically at once, pulling strings with Jiangli. The other side. Jiangji just arrived at the bank, changed $5,000. There is no more. He took it temporarily. Foreign countries can also take RMB. It won't work. We'll change it then. Immediately after a phone call to Xiaoyan. He did not ask for the final payment this time, because it was agreed with Xiaoyan that the previous 5 million, if it was checked up. Let's just say Xiaoyan gave it to him privately. The final payment totaled more than 70 million. So much it is not good to find a reason. Now that the passport is done, it will be fine. There is no evidence. The police cannot take him. Xiaoyan, that final payment can be transferred to me now. Yes, or PayPal. It's easier. It didn't take long to hang up. He then received the rest of the money, transferred from Xiaoyan's private bank card, which couldn't go to the public account. Gee, what a rich woman. Jiang Ru lamented a sentence. He took the money and headed out to the travel agency. It was noon and his passport and visa hadn't come through yet, but there was something else he needed the travel agency to help him with. Spent the afternoon at the travel agency. Jiang Ji communicated with the travel agency and found a Chinese person who picked up the plane in the Erlang country, where very few people traveled, and the travel agency contacted the travel agency for a long time before contacting them. After all, it was his first time to leave the country, and he was not familiar with the outside world. Although it was said that the Erlang country had good diplomatic relations with China, but it's definitely easier to have someone with you. Things are organized. Jiang Ji added the person's WeChat, drinking the travel agency's tea, a little bit unfolding the plan in his mind, looking for mistakes. There doesn't seem to be a problem. What should be considered is considered. He opened a detailed map of Crash on his cell phone, researching facets. Crash used to have a military force that was not weak globally, but it was crushed by the old U.S. in one go, and is now in disarray and can only play along with China. So diplomatic relations between the two countries are also good. Himself in Crash. As long as you don't mess around, you won't be in much danger in theory. Until 3:30 in the afternoon, a middle-aged man in a gray shirt hurriedly walked in the doorway, and just as he came in, he received 2 large glasses of water and drank them. Boss. Employees of the travel agency stood up to say hello. The middle-aged uncle waved his hand and gasped. Grandma, the heat is killing me. Finally done. That little one. Hurry up and call that client of yours. Boss, Mr. Jiang is already here. Oh, the boss, Zhao Delay, was very lean, and his sharp, godly eyes swept through the travel agency and rested on Jiang Ji. Then his face squeezed into a smile. This little brother isn't he? He took out his cigarettes in a hurry, sending one to Jiang Ji. Jiang Ji took it with a smile. Right boss, these 2 days are troublesome for you. This is the 3rd day. I'll make up another 40,000 for you. I didn't realize the owner was a hothead. Tentatively, he advised. Hey, little thing, no trouble, but little brother, not to be nosy, Crash is at war these days. It's not safe. Jiang Ru made up a sentence. I know boss. I'm right on the border of Erlang. Just in case I have to go over there for something, I basically don't go over there. The enthusiastic owner was instantly relieved to hear that, took out the passport and visa from the purse and handed it to Jiang Ji, who also swept another $40,000 over and bought a ticket on the spot for tomorrow morning's flight to Erlang. 10 o'clock in the morning. The whole trip takes 7 hours. After returning home, Zhang Ji did nothing next, memorizing the things that needed to be prepared in his phone, remembering one by one. Evening. As always, he took out his computer and tested his golden fingers in anticipation, and as he reached into the screen, Zhang Ji was very much invigorated as the mysterious 7-colored glow grew. It spread from the palm to the arm a little bit. He collapsed on the bed in excitement. Look at the ceiling. Once I go tomorrow, I don't know how long it will take to come back, and since I'm planning to go to no man's land, I'll leave some more money for Zhao Jiashu. Picking up his cell phone, he transferred another $1 million to Zhao Jiashu, and tell him why. And this night, Zhang Ji mood are apprehensive, full of expectations. He did not sleep well, has been thinking about the future, with the old U.S. fight how to do. What about a fight with the old Maoist? What about even falling out with China? What he is going to take is the Red Alert base vehicle the product of the game, non-realistic existence, once known, absolutely not tolerate him. Zhang Ji thought about the various situations he might face in the future. In the end it all comes down to one thing. Hit. He fell asleep and seemed not to fall asleep. Zhang Ji was in a trance, feeling that he was in a battlefield. His ears were filled with the sound of bullets and shells, as well as advanced fighter jets, the sonic booms of low-level skimming. Next, the sky violently exploded into a very large black hole. It's deep and scary, and it's so deep you can't see the bottom. Zhang Ji tried hard to see what was going on. The harder he tried, the blurrier his vision became. How could he not see clearly? Suddenly he opened his eyes. Dawn. Is the war starting even in your dreams? Zhang Ji smiled helplessly and bitterly, then climbed out of bed and hurriedly cleaned up. It wasn't close to the airport. 7:40. He departed from his home and after an hour and a half, he finally arrived at the airport. His car was placed directly in the parking lot, and Zhang Ji hurriedly picked up his ticket to board the plane. He bought the top business seat, being able to lie back and rest a little. The time soon came to 10 o'clock in the morning. The captain started the engine, and the plane, with a slight vibration, slowly traveled towards the runway. When the plane takes off, Zhang Ji gazed at the Silver Sea city that was gradually moving away. There was no tension. All that was left was anticipation. Crash. Here comes the old man. World. I'm coming. The 7-hour journey was extremely boring. Zhang Ji took it all as scenery and kept looking out the window. And due to the atmospheric pressure, it was hard on his ears. Drilling pain. In the future, you should absolutely take some advanced future aircraft that can enhance cabin pressure yourself. Right now it was all you could do to endure this discomfort. Zhang Ji was in a daze for a few sleeps when the airplane finally announced that it was about to reach, and it didn't take long for it to land safely at the airport. He didn't take any curtsy, just took a laptop, with some cash for these, and the computer had dozens of games that he had downloaded. It's likely to be used, so do not have to wait for the check-in of the line. Take a school bag, directly out of the station. When I left in the morning, Zhang Ji gave this side of the pickup people contacted, just followed the flow of people out. In the hall Zhang Ji just looked at a man about 30 years old, holding up a sign with his name on it. Hello, is this Zhang Jin? Zhang Ji came to Erlang for the first time and greeted politely. Zhang Jin was working in Erlang, an employee of a state-owned enterprise, and incidentally a blogger on Douyin to earn some hard-earned money, which was contacted by the travel agency. Zhang Jin acted enthusiastically, revealing a mouthful of large white teeth as he smiled sincerely. Yes. Hello, brother Zhang Ji, right? It's me. Zhang Ji smiled faintly. Bring yourself a day to give $10,000 it. Cannot be sincere and enthusiastic? Zhang Jin swept a glance at the bag carried by Zhang Ji, patted his shoulder. Loud and enthusiastic. Come on, good brother. Go. The country to sit for 7 hours it. I will first take you to eat a meal to rest a little bit. And then what is your next trip? You tell me. I look at the need for a few days. Ask for a vacation to go. Zhang Ji didn't have a problem with it. After sitting on the airplane for so long, the first thing he did when he came down was to move his muscles. Going to dinner first. From Erlang's here. To get to Crash. It's a day's drive away. And he has a few things to prepare. Zhang Jin himself drove a worn-out car. Zhang Ji sat in the back seat. As soon as he got on the car, he talked eloquently. Brother, what are you doing in Erlang? I'm telling you, most of the people here aren't very friendly to us. So if you're traveling, I suggest you change cities. Zhang Ru this really didn't know. Unfriendly? Zhang Jin didn't even need Zhang Ji to ask. He said, if you don't have to, just try not to show that you're Chinese on the street anyway. These Yakuza, there's quite a few dead mom things that will curse us. So outrageous? Zhang Ru was surprised. Originally he thought the two countries had good diplomatic relations. Ordinary people should also be similar to the impression of the country. I did not expect to reverse the Big Dipper is. Zhang Jin balked. Right. Alas. There's no way. Anyway, the situation is such a situation. I'll tell you first, there's no fun in this crappy land, and I don't know what you've come to do. Zhang Ji smiled and didn't answer. He looked out the window. All shapes and sizes of Persians dressed mostly in rather shabby clothes. I also don't know where I got the nerve to call out the Chinese, but internationally, that does seem to be the case. The weakness of the Qing government led to the Chinese being looked down upon all over the world. From these few heartfelt words from Zhang Jin, Zhang Ji dropped some of his guard against him, stating his purpose. Zhang, so how long will it take to get to Crash from here? Roughly, and is the border good to get over? What? Zhang Jin was startled. Driving the car cannot help but turn back to look at a shock. Brothers, what are you running Crash? There is a war going on over there. Chaotic. Not even safe in broad daylight. Zhang Ru laughed. I want to go and take a look. Zhang Jin is still persuading. There are often civilians mistakenly injured over there. You don't know yourself. When a shell falls from the sky down, didn't a gold mine come out a few days ago? It's chaotic. And I heard that it's going to be a large-scale fight soon. Zhang Ji felt that this person did talk a bit too much and directly changed the topic. Brother Zhang, I'm just curious to learn more about it. I have no intention to go over there. I'll stay in Erlang for a few days and then go back to my country. Zhang Jin suddenly realized. Like this. I've never been to the border. It should be good to go through. The road condition in Erlang is still okay. Driving to the border. It's estimated to take 6 or 7 hours. Zhang Ji didn't say anything else. With a number in his heart. Similar to what he had predicted. In no time, Zhang Jin stopped at the entrance of a restaurant. Go, brother, have a meal first, and chat while eating. Good. As he was getting out of the car, Zhang Ji noticed that there was a restroom next to him, and his eyes twitched slightly. Zhang, you go ahead and order your food. I'll go to the restroom. Aha. He walked into the restroom with his laptop in hand. The facilities were still okay for the capital of the Erlang country. The toilets were single stalls. Zhang Ru closed the door. Opened the phone to see. Really no network. Fortunately I was prepared. Took out the laptop to boot. And then open a single FPS game. The Bloody Battle of Shanghai Bund. The game quickly loaded. Zhang Ji's eyes stared at the screen. Couldn't hide a little bit of excitement. Took a deep breath. And slowly reached his right hand into the screen. From manipulated characters. Snatching up a blackened pistol and retracting his palm from the screen went very smoothly and without any problems. Skillfully shut down the computer. Loaded close to the bag. Zhang Jue removed the pistol magazines. A total of 12 rounds of ammunition inside. Enough for self-defense. Gaze at the palm of the hand. The mystic radiance was consumed very little. He calculated based on his entire palm that the mystic radiance was now at a total of 120%. Almost about 5% consumed. Not in the slightest. Zhang Ru's eyes were filled with excitement and brightness. And after playing with the cell phone for a bit, he packed a piece into his computer bag. Then out of the restroom as if nothing had happened. Zhang Jin was drinking an ice-cold drink at the restaurant. And when he saw Zhang Ji come back he quickly stood up and greeted. Come old brother. Try Erlang's drink. It didn't take long for Zhang Ru to sit down. The meal belonging to Erlang was served. And Zhang Jin chatted with him. Older brother. What are your plans for the next step? Tell me about it. And I'll help you plan for it. Zhang Ji spoke part of the plan that had been rehearsed a dozen times in his mind. Brother Zhang. Is this? You will take me to do a phone card in a while. I have no network in my country. And then take me to get some more cash. And finally take me to rent a SUV on it. Brother Zhang. Your task is done. I will transfer the money to you on WeChat later. Renting an SUV? Where are you going with that? With a gun in his hand. Zhang Ji is not panicked. And he understands the principle of not revealing his wealth. But this cannot be helped. You yourself do not speak the language. And the place is unfamiliar. Where can I find a car for rent or sale? Surrounding deserts around. Not in depth. Gotta get a tougher off-roader anyway. Can't rent one or buy one. Zhang Jin agreed with a slight thought. That's fine. It's just as well that I don't need to take time off tomorrow. Is there anything else? I'll plan a route and we'll go through it in one go. Thanks. You're welcome, bro. The two of them ate quickly for dinner. And Zhang Ji didn't plan on resting here tonight, so he started to move when he was done. Zhang Jin first took him to get a card. After replacing it, the cell phone finally had a signal. And then went to the bank and withdrew another $5,000, adding up to $10,000 on Zhang Ji. It's quite sufficient in Erlang where consumption is not high. The last one was to rent a car. Zhang Jin called several times in a row and failed to rent one. Because Zhang Ji a Chinese, people were afraid to run away. No way. The two had to go to the dealership and buy a used modified Erlang domestic off-road pickup truck with wider tires. specifically for going into the desert. Zhang Ru transferred money to Zhang Jin, who paid for it, and finally settled today's 10,000 tour guide fee for Zhang Jin as well. On the street it was exactly as Chang Chen said. There were a lot of Erlang males, who gave the two men frequent strange looks, and pointed and whispered discussions. Zhang Ji couldn't understand Persian. Thinking about it, he knew what these people were talking about, and he ignored it. It was a crunch time in his career, and he should stay out of trouble if he could. Thank you brother ah, brother really too generous. You have something to call me anytime ah. Zhang Jin stood reluctantly in front of Zhang Ji's car, saying goodbye to him. He was really reluctant to part with it. Fortune. Zhang Ru started the car and waved goodbye. Okay, don't worry Zhang, contact you if anything happens. Then I'll leave first. Okay, be safe, bye. Boom. He kicked the gas and drove towards a supermarket that he remembered before. In no time, stopping at the entrance of the supermarket, Zhang Ji went in to directly buy a large amount of fresh water with physical objects, and a few pieces of thick clothes. The location you chose for yourself is in the no man's land of the crash, inside the desert where Central Europe is the most populated. Be prepared with enough supplies, in case Goldfinger's energy wasn't enough to get the base car out. He'd have to spend a few days in the desert, dead, etc. Zhang Ru was a ruthless and persistent person. Since he was here, he had to pull the base car out of the game anyhow. Build your own empire. It didn't take long for the pickup to be full of stuff, food and water being the most important, then warmth and camping gear. The finish is now in place. Zhang Ji eyes resolute. Open the Erlang country navigation. Find the route without saying anything. Step on the gas pedal hard to set off. Objective. Kraksh border with Erlang. He was traveling in a foreign country, driving wildly on the highway, and the sky was dark in no time, which could not stop Jiang Ji's urgent heart in any way. 6 hours rolled by. Zhang Ru's spirits remained uplifted as he drove the car into one of the border towns, which was similar to the towns in the country, and it was now 12 o'clock at night. Not a soul on the road. At the southwestern edge of the town was the border checkpoint, and Jiang Ji sat in the car and smoked a cigarette, squinting his eyes for a moment in thought. It's dry. Start the pickup again and drive straight toward the border station. The checkpoint in front of him resembled a toll booth. Small, the only road, with 2 Erlang soldiers on duty. Saw the lights of the car. 2 people lazily pushed open the door of the duty room, reached out to stop Jiang Ji's car, and then jabbered a whole lot. Jiang Ji simply do not understand. He took out his passport with the visa to crash. Do you guys speak English? As a serious university graduate, Jiang Ji still knew a little bit of English. It was just a bit broken. Soldiers at the border station in the country of Dangrang. He also knew a little English, and surveyed Jiang Ji for a moment to inquire. Chinese? Yes. As soon as Zhang Ru agreed, he saw the 2 men laugh in unison, glancing at each other with mockery on their faces. Poor chin cavity. What are you doing here? As soon as the words left his mouth, Jiang Ji frowned deeply, eyes staring at the 2 men in an unkind manner. Today Zhang Jin had already said that the Persians chin shin poor meant to scold the countrymen, similar to how the country calls black people niggers nigger dogs. I have a visa. I have a passport. I shouldn't have to report to you guys where I'm going, okay? Zhang Ji directly put on a hard attitude and didn't answer their questions. The 2 Erlangs didn't take it seriously. Instead, he laughed out loud and uttered, "Fish, you should learn to speak properly. Ha 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 ha," he said, slamming the car door heavily. Come down. Check. The 2 men moved roughly. The door of the car was slap. Jiang Ji's eyes flashed dangerously. He had a gun in his bag, and Erlang was also a country where guns were banned, plus 2 people with bad attitudes. He hardly had to think about what the consequences of being searched would be. Take a deep breath. Zhang Ru calmed himself down and took a bunch of dollars out of his pocket and stuck it out the window and shook it. Hey, look, what's this? The 2 men's eyes immediately lit up at the sight of money. However, greed was tinged with some discrimination, as well as restlessness. Zhang Ji had been observing the 2. Silent. He did not open the door, just handed it through the car window. Both came over to pick up the money. Jiang Ji suddenly let go of his hand. A bunch of 100 denominations of dollars spilled to the ground. At least a few $1,000s. Erlang's salary was originally low. The 2 hurriedly crouched down and began to pick it up. Zhang Ru sneered and whistled. 2 stupid pigs. He held the pistol in both hands. Without hesitation, he aimed directly at one person and pulled the trigger. The gunshot in the middle of the night was so violent that it echoed continuously around him. Bang! Bang! Followed by another shot. The 2 were all put down on the ground, twitching 2 times without moving. The first time to kill Jiang Ji seems to be psychologically prepared. Deep inhalation of 2 breaths. The throttle welded. The pickup truck is like a beast. Washed out the railing. The border station of this town is not big, Tonight there are only these two people. When others find out and then try to find Zhang Ji, it will be a needle in a haystack. Boom boom boom. Zhang Ji, who had spiked up, surprisingly didn't feel fear because of the killing, and was even a little excited inside. From intending to take the red alert base car, he was then ready to take on the world, not kill these two. The one who suffers is himself. Zhang Ji is not a fool, but rather decisive. Thinking of the crimes of the once small days, Zhang Ji felt that in the future, he might have to commit the heinous crime of genocide. Killing two people is nothing, and crash war is constantly, which have the effort to guard the border. Along the way there is no one at all. Zhang Ji, this is truly the sky is high to let the birds fly, the sea is wide to jump fish. He drove on to his final destination. The roads are in a state of disrepair. Once again, after an hour or so of driving, the road faded into a desert on both sides of the potholes, overgrown with weeds and without a trace of human habitation. Keep going further. The desert turned into a desert, and the night was windy, and a grain of sand struck the glass of the car with a rustling sound. There's no road on the map. Zhang Ji stopped the car, did not continue to drive forward. This will be 2 o'clock in the morning. The night cannot distinguish the direction and reference. He was afraid of getting lost in the desert. He didn't get out of the car either, pulled out the comforter, took a big gulp of water, put the gun in his hand and closed his eyes to rest. Groggy, Zhang Ji noticed someone knocking on his car door. He immediately opened his eyes warily, squeezed the pistol. Outside was a man with a white turban, dressed in rags and full of stubble, staring at Zhang Ji in the car with a beastly, ghostly light in his eyes. Seeing him awake, the man showed a flash of disappointment. One step down the road and away. Zhang Ji froze for a moment before realizing that this person might want to pick up a corpse, but he had pulled a whole truckload of supplies. In war-torn poverty, life is difficult in crash. It's the stuff that saves lives. He wasn't so deep into the desert here that it was normal to run into people. There were even desert dwellers on the Central European side. See the man walk away. Zhang Ji got out of the car and took a breath, wearing a mask in passing, peed, and then took out a bottle of water and simply washed his face. The sun has risen. The sky is bright. Zhang Ji, now there are still roads here, trampled out by people, and on both sides of the road is desert plus desert, and a little farther is all desert. He looks in the right direction, due northwest. Continue to get in the car and make your way, going deeper. The pickup truck with wider tires was specially designed to run on this kind of road, and this time, Zhang Ji only drove for an hour. He felt almost there. At this moment, the boundless surroundings were filled with sand grains, a dune followed by a dune, vast and infinite, and it seemed that there was only sand left in this side of heaven and earth. Zhang Ji pushed open the car door. It's okay, you can't go any deeper. At this distance, even if something goes wrong with the car, you can get out with perseverance. If we go deeper, any accidents and you'll be buried in this for the rest of your life. It's time to act. As soon as he thought of this, Zhang Ji's complexion had begun to become agitated, and he roared through the vast desert before charging forward. First thing, get the computer. Laptop computer, he is charged. Even prepared a spare power supply. Driving the car door let the wind and sand whistling. Zhang Ji sat in the seat, eyes focused, mouth corner grin. Boot. Can't wait to open the modified Red Alert 2 Splendor of the Republic. He turned on a handful of computers. Zhang Ji trembled as he checked the box for super weapon. Then pull the funds to the max. 9999999999999999999. Start the game. It's so exciting. The base vehicle quickly appeared on the screen. Zhang Ji stared at it and raised his right hand to touch the screen. It felt the same as reaching into the water. An extremely dazzling 7-colored light was blooming on his palms and arms. It's as shiny as glass. Shasta. Zhang Ji's palm then felt an icy cold touch. Touched, and with the use of the golden fingers, it seemed that how big the object originally was, could not escape his palm. The base vehicle is as tactile as a steel toy truck. Zhang Ru didn't even think about it. With a firm grip, he clutched it into his hand and held his breath, eyes unblinking, like a statue, staring at the screen as it retracted. Suddenly, Zhang Ji saw the light on his hand produce a drastic change, and as he held the base vehicle and retracted it, the mysterious light faded from his hand with the speed of an ebbing tide. Shasta. The entire palm was out of color. Immediately after, the base car is stuck. Only half of it was taken out. The remaining half, still in the computer. Zhang Ji's pupils widened violently, and a strong sense of palpitations was born. Seems to forcefully take out the base car. He's going to have to pay something. Not enough energy. What to do? Zhang Ji's eyes hesitated and his expression struggled. This was a feeling that had always come from his soul, and there would be no mistakes. It might just be that the golden finger was warning him. He was spread by a sense of crisis. It's like there's a fierce beast watching from behind. Struggle for a moment. Jiangji's face was fierce. His eyes were firm and he gritted his teeth. It's done. Take it. He used all his strength. Regardless, he pulled his hand out of the screen completely, yet as Jiangji drew it back, the palm of his hand was surprisingly extracting strength from his body, and the right hand at a speed visible to the naked eye. It turned a dead, ragged gray. The good news was that the base car was completely taken out by Jiangji, and the little bit of seven-colored glazed light that was left in the golden finger wrapped around the base car and landed in his palm. But he felt weak, with the wave of 7 days, 7 nights and 1 night of emptiness, without an ounce of strength. The whole thing collapsed in the chair of the pickup truck. Drooping eyelids, the right hand turned completely gray. Jiangji leaned back in his seat for more than an hour before he eased up a little. His limbs were very weak, and it seemed as if he had a high fever. He slowly climbed to his feet and threw the base car in his palm outside. Toy-sized base car. The light dispersed in the air and instantly grew into a behemoth. Bang! The heavy object landed on the ground. The sand filled the air, and the desert was nearly smashed out of a large pit. And Zhang Ru's eyes were filled with base car surges. Zhang Ru really couldn't care less about the base car right now. Rushed to take high-energy food. Hard to replenish some. While eating he got off to survey the base car. Even if weak, the eyes are shining. It's exciting. The entire base vehicle was about 40 meters long and 6 meters high. Literally a layer of office buildings, straddling the middle of the desert. The cold color of the steel is very new and powerful. Cool. Jiangji's eyes seemed to be star-like. The essence of light overflowed. The expression of excitement. Too handsome. This is the Red Alert base car. Can develop a base at extreme speed. A military empire. But how does it unfold? Now that it was reality. Not a game. And one click with the mouse controls would unfold the entire base vehicle. Jiangji couldn't help but stride towards the driver's side. And that's when, click was very loud in the deserted, silent desert. Jiangji's feet lurched, his gaze hesitant. What was the situation? Suddenly, the door to the cockpit of the base car was opened, and out jumped a civilized man in a yellow suit and carrying a toolkit wearing a pair of glasses. Jiangji's eyes narrowed. This dress, isn't it an engineer? The engineers of the base, noticing Jiangji at the same time, flinched for a moment and hurriedly came over quickly with questioning faces but respectful tones. Commander, what is this place? Are you okay? Call me Commander? Zhang Rui suddenly realized that it was no problem then, and the engineer had already come to himself. It's okay, you're the engineer in charge of base rollout? The engineer, with yellow hair and a suit, looked like an elite, but a white man, and he bowed his head respectfully. Yes, Commander. I'm Nolan, the base's chief engineer, in charge of everything on the base vehicle. Zhang Rui nodded his head as he sniffed, almost understanding that the game was different from reality. But Goldfinger would fix it, and for the base vehicle to be traveling, there must be someone inside controlling it. It's just not reflected in the game, embodied in reality. He also thought of one more thing. In the game, once a building is sold or destroyed, some engineers will come out from it along with soldiers. Jiangji instantly figured it out, and as evidenced by Nolan's attitude, having started the game themselves, they treat themselves as supreme commanders. Jiangji had no more scruples. He asked the most concerned question. Nolan, can the base vehicle be unfolded now? With a tone of voice, he nervously inquired. And how much money are we carrying? Goldfinger turned completely gray. The whole palm of your hand. Taking out the base car overdraft. Jiangji expected that it would take 5 days for the gray color to subside, and then another 5 days for it to recover. He can't get anything out of the screen. Nolan, as the chief engineer in charge of the base vehicle, obviously knew the data like the back of his hand, and respectfully replied, reporting to the commander. The base vehicle is ready to be deployed at any time, and we're carrying $1 million in funds. What? Zhang Ru was immediately confused. Not a series of 9. Where did so many of my funds go? It seemed to see the commander's confusion. Embarrassed, Nolan explained. Commander, our base vehicle has a limited load capacity and can only carry a maximum of $1 million. But don't worry, Commander. Our mining exploration technology is very advanced, and I will arrange for mining trucks to constantly replenish the depleted funds. So it is. Jiangji cried and laughed, but it was himself who was too serious and did not take into account the gap between the game and reality. According to the rules in the game, the funds were converted with gold. How is it possible to carry 999 of gold? The base car is that big. That's fine. Nolan, how does the base's funding convert? War fights for $1. Base 3,000 funds, 5,000 funds. And you can get on a tank, a carrier, certainly not $3,000. Back to the commander. Base 1 fund is equal to 500 grams of gold. equal to 50 tons of oil. Jiang Ji roughly calculated in his mind that the exchange rate was fine, but the difference in the cost of some weapons was a bit big. Tanks similar to the base calculated cost actually hundreds of millions of dollars, while the aircraft carrier only just need 2 billion. The reality of the cost of the aircraft carrier, easily tens of billions of dollars. Hey, whatever. Anyway, there is no shortage of funds. Big deal. 10 days later, take another base car, which is not another $1 million. There are bugs that don't jam, son of a bitch. Moreover, the least bad thing on this side of Central Europe is oil, and oil is cheaper than water. So Jiang Ji felt free to engage in it, and had no more doubts in his mind. His mind was fully focused on the base car. Full of joy, he pointed his finger at the base vehicle. Nolan, go unfold. I want a military empire at full speed. Yes, Commander. Nolan got his orders and turned to head back to the base vehicle. After taking 2 steps he turned back and said, Commander, you may be required to drive that pickup truck away. The base vehicle has a large footprint when unfolded. Yes. Zhang Ru was in an agitated mood. Quickly stepping up to the pickup, he started the car, and then slammed on the gas as the pickup took an ethereal swing across the desert, quickly moving away from the massive base vehicle. At the same time, Nolan returned to the cockpit of the base vehicle and began to operate it step by step, starting it up like a behemoth. The engine that was truly deafening, even with blue flames. Boom 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 roared. He began to disengage the safeties, entered the unfolding commands, and finally Nolan pressed the one-touch unfolding button. Boom, boom. There was a constant and violent jolt coming from either side of Zhang Ru, and he twisted his head to look in the rearview mirror as a huge cloud of sand was kicked up in the vicinity of the base vehicle. The yellow sand filled the sky with a 40-meter-long base vehicle with a single steel drill at the base, is buzzing holes in the desert, deeply embedded, same as the expansion screws that hold the entire base vehicle firmly in the desert. The technology of the base vehicle, which cannot be understood in terms of existing technology at all, was developed and manufactured to be able to unfold in combat on a variety of complex terrains, and pull out a unit quickly. It was only after securing the base in place that the entire base vehicle, like a transformer, created a huge deformation, if onion-like, dissected layer by layer, complex construction, stacked together production lines, a little bit from the inside of the base car, slowly unfolding. Jiang Ji could not help but look dumbfounded. This is the beauty of industry. It's like someone who is partial to oil cars. Love the roar of the internal combustion engine. The visual impact brought about by the unfolding of the base vehicle is undoubtedly so strong that anyone who is here has to be deeply shocked. Witness a 40-meter long, 6-meter-high massive base vehicle, changed to form a base plant. As Nolan had said, the base factory covered a large area, and the base vehicle, compressed into one piece, was more than a couple dozen times larger when unfolded. Inside, the machines that were booming and rumbling seemed to be starting up. It's black technology. Modern times can't fathom being able to take the base's funds and transform them out of thin air into all sorts of key materials that can be used to make other factories with biochemical soldiers. The base car unfolds. It took half an hour, and Jiang Ji smoked 2 cigarettes before he stopped completely, much like the Soviet base factory in the game. It's closed, like an experimental base. Soon, the base's large iron gate opened, and Nolan walked out of the base's factory at a brisk pace, carrying a toolbox and not knowing what was in it. Jiang Ji held a bottle of water, the corners of his mouth as hard to press as AK, and greeted Nolan by handing it to him. Here, have a drink. Nolan hurriedly put down his toolkit with a flattered face and took it respectfully with both hands. Thank you, Commander. Commander, the base is unfolded. I've already given the order to build the power station. We'll just wait a little bit. Good. Jiang Ji clasped his hands on his chest. His spirit was full of vigor. His head full of broken hair was blown by the wind, but it was still hard to hide his ambition at this moment. This big factory right here in front of us. It's a red alert base that belongs only to him. A unique copy in this world. Not long ago he was a 9-to-6 social animal. Now what? Who can not be excited? Who can not want to do something great? Who do not want to be in the international arena? In the world-shaking speech, global hegemony. It's a male who wants to. Even if he hadn't produced a single soldier yet, it didn't affect Jiang Ji's ability to think of all the currencies that belong to him in the future. Replaces dollars. It became the world's #1 currency. As Jiang Ji thought about this, the base factory gate opened and several construction vehicles drove out, building power stations as well as thick cables on one side. A few of the semicircles of silver-colored metal caught the eye. Construction trucks are being assembled. For the rest of the day, construction trucks were constantly coming in and out of the base plant. A power station is not small, and it's a lot of work. It's completely impossible to do as the game does. Built in a minute. A full hour passed before the electromagnetic base frame was set up. The superconducting coils were wrapped around the base frame, and then two large, very large, silvery metal orbs like clay tankers were placed on the electromagnetic base frame. After doing this, Jiang Ji estimated that it would be almost 2 hours or so. All construction vehicles backed out in order, planning cables. It was another half hour before all the cables were in place and Nolan was busy back and forth as he drew a beam of electricity through the base. Activate the electromagnetic base frame. Moment. Buzz. Powerful electromagnetism. Born between the two large metal orbs. Electricity generates magnetism. Magnetism generates electricity. And a thunder snake began to roam around the large metal orbs. Mutual guidance. With a loud boom, sparks flew, electricity flashed, and a huge electric current was born, passing through the transformer of the power station before being transmitted to the entire base. The two large metal orbs were like magnetic storm coils, conducting horrible currents with each other. Jiang Ji couldn't understand this kind of technology, and modern science couldn't explain it. He could only think that the two large metal orbs had a very large magnetism. A strong magnetic field was born. Generate current. Specifically he did not know, also not interested in understanding. Now Jiang Ji only cared about the chariot factory, how long it had to be built to complete. Next, it's the ore refinery. Jiang Ji called Nolan, directly omit this step. This broken desert where the gold ore for the mining truck to pick. And then in the refining? It's not like it's poorly funded. Fast forward directly. Nolan naturally obeyed Jiang Ji's orders, and directly began to build barracks, unlocking technology step by step, and base factories with restrictive clauses. Not before building a combat lab aka research center. Can't unlock advanced troop types, and super weapons. Jiang Ji again anxious. Also not anxious this moment. The base factory began to build barracks. Said barracks, but also like a factory. Because technically, it's not a barracks. Instead, it's a cyborg manufacturing center. Relying on high-tech technology and using biological materials to rapidly produce one soldier after another. Obedience and military culture are directly engraved in their genes. The use of firearms, fighting skills, are all innate, engraved in the bones. It's comparable to modern special forces. Of course, the incubation center was the core of the barracks, but the barracks also had to feed, clothe, and house the soldiers, or at least the accommodation had to be taken care of. So there are still construction trucks building dormitories. Another long wait. Jiang Ji could only study his right hand. The gray faded and returned to the normal color of his palm's flesh and blood, but he took out his phone. Open the game once you try to reach into it. The entire palm was instantly turned gray, and it doesn't reach in. It seems to have consumed too much. Equivalent to taking out a loan? Jiang Ji smiled bitterly and silently withdrew his palm. Now he only hoped that, with time, the light would recover with the ability of the golden finger. Noon. The desert sun was very hot, spilling a halo of light that scorched the entire earth. Jiang Ru hid in the pickup truck. Turn on the air conditioner. Take the water to wet his face. This damn place is really not a person to stay. And so on hurry to develop the base, to fight the next base to go. There's no internet on the cell phone or computer either. He could only stare at the base as it kept building. The barracks were built at one point, and then there was the chariot factory that Jiang Ji was most looking forward to. Rhino tank, light prism tank, phantom tank, apocalypse tank, and so on and so forth, all coming off the production line of the chariot factory. And this base of his, which was to contain the technology of the entire camp. The chariot factory is destined to be at least twice as big. Sure enough, Nolan directly manipulated the base factory and operated it with full force, going out and pulling materials for the entire time. Just for a few hours and still not finished. There are so many lines in the chariot factory. All kinds of helicopters, all kinds of tanks, and fighter jets had to be built from the combat vehicle factories, and Control Command just provided the tarmac. The production lines are at least a couple dozen. And, a very complete kind. A big long line containing a dozen small production lines, as small as a screw and a bullet, as large as a whole steel plate and a shell, all to be produced from the chariot factory. Jiang Ji got up from a nap in the pickup truck and looked at the time. It was already 5 p.m. The materials hadn't been pulled out yet, and the transportation trucks kept coming out of the base factory. But the construction trucks are starting to build in tandem. The plant covers an unbelievably large area. In a little bit was built out. The chariot factory was much bigger than even the base factory. Jiang Ji was shocked, just by looking at it. It had to be as big as an airport. He swallowed a mouthful of spit. Good lord, how long is this going to take to build? The base plant is almost on fire, with dozens of transportation trucks working with construction trucks. These are corrected by reality. The base factory can produce all kinds of infrastructure vehicles by itself. Need to consume funds. Jiang Ru did not have any heartache. To be a speed. Not for a moment. It's getting dark. There is a big temperature difference between day and night in the desert. All kinds of vehicles outside with lights on. Rumbling construction. Jiang Ji didn't sleep and took the opportunity to put up the camping tent. Light another portable campfire. Start cooking. He suddenly realized that when the time came to produce the soldiers would need to eat. And this shitty place, where would he go to organize the supplies? The barracks are capable of producing military rations, the kind that comes in a bag. It's all compressed food. Can eat people's mouths fade out of the bird? Jiang Ji now has big ambitions and aspirations. How can his soldiers eat so poorly? Well, there seems to be only one way to do it. Be the oldest six. Directly take a city in a blitzkrieg while the crash government forces are at war with the warlords, and use it as a base to supply the base. Row. Jiang Ru's eyes revealed ambition. First so set. Burst troops. Chariot factory built and burst troops. See how long can shock the world. $1 million. The most expensive apocalypse tanks with anti-aircraft missiles. 3,000 funds apiece. He can produce 300 of them. 300 tanks. Not enough in front of what was once crash. Not even a fraction. However, taking down the current crash is easy as pie. After slightly conceptualizing the plan in his mind, Jiang Ji took out a pot and cooked some vegetables with meat and noodles. He personally went ahead and called Nolan over, who had been busy all day. Nolan, now, looks woefully out of shape. Long ago, he took off his suit and was left with a sweat-dampened, dusty white shirt, devoid of the elitist look he had at the beginning of his career. Nolan, it's really hard on you. Come on, hurry up and eat. Nolan's appearance, still handsome, with deep turquoise blue eyes, he responded with a heartfelt smile. Commander, this is what I should do. You don't have to be so polite. It was as if building the base was his innate mission. Jiang Ji nodded and smiled, very satisfied. With such an employee, as a boss, he was really comfortable to death. Okay? He waved his hand in a gesture. Come on, we'll get busy after we eat. See what you want to eat. Feel free to take anything in the back of the car. Drinks and fruit are available. Okay? Thank you, Commander. Nolan was polite and kept his respect for Jiang Ji. Jiang Ji was very relieved. Suddenly, he thought of a point. Right, Nolan? Isn't the barracks able to produce engineers? You produce some to help you. Nolan froze even as he ate his meal. Then he said, yes, Commander, I forgot. It's better for you to think about it. I'll go produce some after I eat. He's too busy operating at the base plant all the time. There's no time to think about that. Nolan was thinking about work. The meal was eaten quickly. After eating, took the initiative to pack up his own tableware, hurriedly reported to Jiang Ji, and then ran to the base factory. Not for a moment. Jiang Ji noticed that from the barracks, there were constantly engineers coming out with American soldiers and Soviet mobilized soldiers, all of which were put into the construction of the base under Nolan's command. It really is the best of everything. Of course, Nolan also assigned a team of rifle-wielding men to come on guard and protect Commander Jiang Ji, just from the neat and tidy running pace, still with a resolute face, and sharp eyes with a murderous aura. Jiang Ji could tell that this was definitely a well-trained team. The squad of 12 people ran to Jiang Ji. The captain at the head immediately shouted, "Attention! Snap! Snap!" The movements were flowing, very neat, and Jiang Ji couldn't find a single fault at all. Swish! The 12 men saluted in unison. Faith within as if it were steel, gazing fervently at Jiang Ji, shouted in unison, "Commander! Report!" Good! Jiang Ji couldn't help but slap his thigh. It's so cool. His ambition rose infinitely in his heart. Such an elite team was his own soldiers. Fuck! Who else was he afraid of? One word. Dry. Of the 12, 6 were American GIs and 6 were Soviet mobilized soldiers, saluting in different but neat ways. At ease. Free alert. Jiang Ru also got hot-blooded and stood up to order. The 12 drank in unison. Yes, sir. Although the nationalities were different, fortunately the language was unified and spoken in English. Otherwise Jiang Ji would not have understood the Soviet language. English too. Jiang resignation is not ready to let the barracks production soldiers adjusted to the Chinese language, their own outside the wave. It is difficult not to blackpot all let the motherland back? Pust. Thinking about it for a moment Jiang Ji couldn't help but laugh. That would be too much of a mess. The top brass of the state of China were sitting at home and the pots were coming from the sky. How come we didn't know there were troops screwing around in Central Europe? Jiang Ji, like every Chinese, was patriotic, and only targeted that land and nothing else. There are assholes everywhere. I just hope those assholes don't mess with themselves, or else they'll just clean up one by one and give the people a clean slate. In the base, the 12 people were divided into 2 squads, one squad by Jiang Ji's side, and the other squad, in turn, was divided into 3 squads of 2, patrolling around the base. Soon, Jiang Ji waved at a soldier. "Commander, Please command. Zhang Ru pointed to the rifle in his hand. Show me your gun. Yes. Zhang Ji's order was the supreme command, and they, the soldiers produced from biological materials, were absolutely obedient to the commander's orders. The soldier quickly removed his gun, handing it to Zhang Ji. This was the first time Zhang Ji had ever touched a rifle. No, it was the truth. What man doesn't like the truth? He got it in his hands and observed it. It wasn't bad. He didn't recognize it, but stylistically at least it looked pretty mainstream. Down for more research. If it doesn't keep up with mainstream international equipment, let the engineers figure out how to upgrade it. After playing with it for a while, Zhang Ji's hand got itchy. He held the rifle in both hands, the same way it moved in games as well as movies, lest the recoil hurt him, and then aimed it at the clearing. Pull the trigger. Bang bang bang. The muzzle of the gun burst into flames, and a round of bullets poured out, filling the air with a faint scent of smoke. Hiss. Zhang Ji showed his teeth. The rifle really wasn't something that an untrained person could play with. Just the sound of it blowing up in his ears was very loud, like loading a good loud rubbing cannon. No wonder all those foreign bloggers playing with guns in short videos are wearing headphones. This thing is really loud, and the recoil really isn't bad. Here, give it back. I'd rather play with a small pistol. Zhang Ji pulled out his ears and grinned. A commander himself, how could he possibly run to the front line? He's sadly alive. Not in this lifetime. Late night, at about 12 o'clock at night, the chariot factory was taking shape and, come to think of it, occupying the floor space of an airfield. It's a behemoth. The entire large chariot factory, in turn, was divided into dozens of smaller plants, with construction vehicles assembling the production lines of individual parts in the factory. Zhang Ru rested. At night the base, still in full swing, didn't need him to worry. Nolan would take care of everything, yet he could not know it in the desert. The outside world is turning upside down at this point. 16 hours ago, outer space, a blazing star, with 8 planets, roams the Milky Way in the dark, silent and deep universe. The International Space Station, ISS, as usual, was calm, with several astronauts stationed on the station, doing relevant scientific experiments and projects. There are also people who sit in the main control room witheringly, monitoring the radiation and rays of the universe, as well as the operational procedures of the station. The astronaut from NASA, playing a game of chess to himself. Suddenly, there was a warning sharp dribble next to him and he rolled his eyes. Where did the space station go wrong again? Look up. David Bruce froze, shook his head, and stared earnestly over, and all he could feel at once was a numbness in his scalp. Fuck! Cursing incredulously, David's entire body quickly stood up and came over to the computer screen, his pupils shrinking violently. He swallowed hard. The eyes were extremely shocked. Snap! Immediately afterward, he was seen grabbing the pager on the table, his eyes glued to the screen as he yelled, "Hey! Hey! Hey! Quick! All to the main control room! Speed! All of you!" David Bruce panicked. With a pale face, he finished by quickly picking up the communicator that called the ground and shouted urgently, "ISS to ground control! Call ground control! There's an emergency! Quick! Come on!" There was an audible click and a nervous query on the communicator. "This is NASA. What's going on?" "The International Space Station, that's a big object, consuming hundreds of billions of dollars and being attended to 24 hours a day." David Bruce was breathing heavily, his chest heaving violently, and staring at the screen with a bit of horror in his eyes, shouting out, "Go inform the Admiral. The image is coming to you. There is a UFO in outer space." UFO? I'm sure I'm not mistaken. The NASA staff, all momentarily frozen in the moment, quickly reacted to the fact that it was impossible to joke about such a thing. Rushed the panic button. The entire NASA moved at that moment. It's a terrible thing. No one observed it. And surprisingly it appeared directly in near space. Like a ghost. Meaning that if it's an enemy, then its technology, along with technology, will be far beyond Earth. International Space Station. At that moment, there was a chaotic sound of footsteps outside the door as all 4 of the remaining astronauts rushed over to the computer with a constant drip 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 of red warnings. No need for David Bruce to remind. The first time a few people looked over, the 4 of them were as dumbfounded as if they had been struck by lightning. Swish! Several people looked at each other incredulously, all saw fear in each other's eyes, and hurriedly rushed to the computer. On screen, against the backdrop of blackened space, the International Space Station's intelligent motion capture cameras have been following the sudden appearance of a UFO. Not a meteorite, it was the metallic color of paint, and a huge, pyramid-like ship, appearing somehow, spun around and zipped straight toward Earth. The 2 cosmonauts from Big Hair didn't hesitate for a second. The first notification was made to the Big Hairy Space Agency. The other 2, the Japanese and German astronauts, also rushed to notify their countries, and responded quickly, no matter what. The International Space Station Organization, led by the Soviet Union and the United States. There is no China, but the base on this momentary half-empty, the entire developed countries on the planet, have received the news. There is no space station. There are satellites. Ordinary people don't know anything. All the major countries are in a state of emergency at this moment. NASA. In the vast conference room, a very large number of people had gathered. Scientists and people from the military, all of them with extremely serious faces, dead silent as water. Dozens of people are like statues. In the conference room, tilting his head at the image on the big screen coming back from the station, his eyes focused on the ship that kept spinning, aboard a pyramid-shaped spaceship close to Earth. Everyone could feel the moment, the sound of your own heartbeat. Next to it, on another screen, the old American admiral, eyes sinister and sharp, face serious and solemn, watched the observer through the video. The admiral's voice soon came over the stereo. Length, NASA professional, reported the calculated data back quickly. 560 meters. Width, 2,100 meters. Gulp. Everyone's heart trembled when they heard the number. The spaceship that looked like a pyramid and a winged eagle. 2 kilometers. What a concept. The enemies that can be contained within that interior. Unimaginable. Admiral Grove also took a deep breath and looked very scornfully through the video at the other screen of the NASA. Speed? 106 kilometers per hour. Admiral Grove asked the question that concerned him the most, is the landing point certain? On Earth? General, based on current orbital calculations, will enter Earth orbit in half an hour, with a landing point in Central Europe, Central Asia. Poof! In the wide conference room, dozens of people's faces all changed, pale as blood, once again hearing their nervous and violent heartbeats. They're always looking for aliens. Now an alien civilization has arrived. The crowd, however, was afraid. Soon after, the NASA professional said, General, look at this ship. It's flipping over and over. His flipping doesn't make sense. And I'm 100% certain that it's an out-of-control ship. Out of control? Admiral Grove stood up with a swish. Are you sure? The crowd looked at the big screen. In fact, once they saw the image, many people thought it was out of control. Just like the eagle without direction. Head down and keep circling. Okay. What other data? Send it over quickly. Then land it accurately and do the math. If this is indeed a runaway ship, it's a gift from the heavens to the Empire. The entire NASA sprang into action, and within a few moments, it was determined that the ship was indeed out of control. His movements are not kinetic. No wonder. It would be traveling forward in outer space at a speed of 106 per hour. A speed that, when put on the scale of the universe, was countless times slower than an ant. General, according to calculations, after the ship enters Earth's orbit, under gravitational as well as atmospheric friction as well as resistance to various factors, it may end up crashing into Europe at a speed of Mach 1 per hour. And with an impact of this speed, it is unlikely that the carbon-based organisms inside will survive if there is no protection. Admiral Grove's eyes let out a strange light. That is to say, no threats, all opportunities. Whoever gets their hands on the wreckage of the ship will be able to master the incomparably advanced space navigation technology, as well as various weapon technologies. But at the same time, a devastating blow is about to be struck in a circle 60 kilometers in diameter from the center of impact. Silence. It seems like the Silent Hill of horror movies in NASA. Not a soul to speak of. 60 kilometers in diameter. Devastating catastrophe. It is comparable to the coming of the end of days. No living thing survives. They fantasize that scene in their minds. The crash. The violent explosion like the sun rising. Everyone's body trembled. A moment. From Marine General Grove. Breaking the silence, calculate the exact point of impact. The rest, it's none of your business. International humanitarianism will aid the victims. At this speed of the spaceship, it is possible to destroy it in the air with a missile. Various countries, however, after determining that it was a runaway ship, surprisingly and unanimously, none of them made the decision to shoot down. Instead, it mobilizes all of Central Europe's nearby forces. Countries are going to start jockeying. Big Mao, China, nowadays has good relations with Erlang and belongs to the same political community. The leader's phone call, the first call to the highest political and religious leader's capital in Erlang. Immediately after, add to that another large country in Central Europe, the state of Saudi Arabia. The 4 heads of state held a secret meeting. No one knows what the conversation was about. Time ticked by in a tense step, and 20 minutes later, the runaway and constantly spinning ship officially entered the Earth's orbit. The moment. It's some developing countries that have satellites capturing this, even some technologically advanced companies with capital. Got the message too. The eyes of the world converge on Central Europe as the final landing point of the spacecraft is calculated to be in the Persian Gulf. It is close to Erlang and Crash and other Central European countries. Crash's only harbor, right on the Persian Gulf, is controlled by a warlord, and it's the only access Crash has to the sea. United States. Times Square, the open country, is so open that a tech company buys out the New York media and broadcasts it live in the first place. There are spacecraft in orbit. Various satellites have been able to capture it. Everyone on the street, eyes were transfixed, gazing at this emergency insertion on the big screen. Still in Earth's near-space orbit in the picture. The massive 2,000-meter-long ship seems to have lost momentum, flipping over and falling continuously. It didn't take long for blue skies to appear. And then, surprisingly, the gravitational acceleration expected by the NASA as well as the national space agencies didn't show up. The ship was still traveling at 106 kilometers per hour, slowly falling. At this speed, there was no way to rub violently against the atmosphere, giving birth to blinding flames that looked more like the landing of some country's secret weapon. It's weird. All the movements of the top management of each country to mobilize their troops were stalled, and people were confused as to whether they had lost power or not. Why is there no gravitational acceleration? If not, then how much life can survive on the ship and how much combat power it has needs to be weighed. On the streets of the United States, some members of the public saw the scene and laughed dismissively, passing it off as a movie or an AI video. Soon, spacecraft that enter the atmosphere cannot be captured by satellites in outer space, and the images can only disappear. However, a dozen or so Central Eurasian countries, tensed up, especially those along the coastline of Erlang, near the Persian Gulf, all looking up at the sky. That ponderous airship, maintaining a high speed, it slammed down hard from the air, and the end seemed to come at this moment as all the people fled for their lives in terror. They didn't know it was being attacked, or something. Someone took out their cell phone to take a video. The streets were very chaotic. People were running around in panic. Not just Erlang. The Persian Gulf is not big enough for all the people in Erlang, along with the Krakash coast, to see it, as the ship fell out of the sky, and the northwest of the Persian Gulf. Residents of the coastline of the state of Saudi Arabia, known as the richest in Central Europe, but the most alarming at this point, definitely belonging to Erlang. It is 2,000 meters long, and at an altitude of 10,000 meters in the air. It is more than 10 times bigger than the planes you usually see. With the fall, the airship in the field of vision is still enlarging. 2 kilometers. How big? Think and know. Like half a county, smashed from the air. The sky casts a huge shadow. Buzz, buzz. Some had heard the violent whistling in the air, and, thankfully, the increasingly large and oppressive airships were gradually deflecting and not smashing into the densely populated city. Instead, they crashed on a deserted beach. Rumble. Extremely ear-shattering crashing sounds came, as if there were infinite mountains that crumbled in front of them, and a strong vibration instantly came from the feet of the nearby Erlang people. The shaking is so bad you can hardly stand up. Fire erupted in the distance, and the smoke that rushed up into the sky. Luckily, it ended up just falling at 106 kilometers per hour. Otherwise it would have been a horrible disaster. But almost no one who could see it survived. The residents of the Erlang neighborhood, the first to act after the shock, all rushed curiously towards the crash site. They were not fools. There are definitely no ships this big on Earth. Someone will be taking video from close range. Transmission to the internet. 10 of them. 100 people might not cause much of a stir online. But what if it was thousands? The international social platforms went crazy in the moment. It caused a furor. And the news, spreading at a terrifying rate, spread across the globe. Even in China, where it was forbidden to climb over the wall. There are also quite a few people who like to set up ladders on international social media platforms. Something like Twitter, Facebook, International Doo-Wop, Tube or something like that saw videos of it above. And the Erlang residents filmed it out on their cell phones for all too real, almost brushing it off. One was shocked. Scroll through the comments section in a hurry. Run to the melon eating front. The exact drop point is out. In the territory of Erlang, on the coast of the Persian Gulf, USA, China, Russia, and so on. The leaders of various countries all got this piece of information, just hung up the phone. The 4 heads of state secret discussion ended in the leadership of China. Tang stood up, ancient face. Both showed a hint of joy. He left the office at a brisk pace and went to confer. Next, no matter what, he would send troops to find out what was going on. The great powers of the world moved in unison. Central Europe is destined to come alive, especially the Persian Gulf. United States. 2 nuclear-powered aircraft carriers opened the way, taking the fleet to the Persian Gulf, and the Central European bully, which has always had an ambiguous relationship with the United States. The fighters took off directly from Leto, crossed the border of the crash country and head to the Persian Gulf to find out what's going on. Don't say column charts to the crash. The biggest warlord in it, who had his regime destroyed by the old US, also got the message, and a few whooshes of speedboats set off from the harbor in the Persian Gulf. Head for the airship crash site. All messed up. No one can sit still. And if this is a crippled ship that crashed to Earth in isolation, who can turn a blind eye to the technological know-how involved? Meanwhile, Erlang is the host. Naturally, the First Army arrived on the scene, dozens of tanks and armored vehicles, as well as hundreds of troop carriers, pulling soldiers to the city of Nao, the closest city to the crash site, 30 kilometers from the city of Nauvoo. Shoreline. The crash site was smashed into a large crater, like a meteorite crater, and the waters backed up, flooding the ship with small portions, soaking it in the murky water. Most of the other half was on the ground. The blackened exterior of the ship, smashed up quite a bit and billowing some smoke, like a crashed airplane. The neighborhood is densely populated with residents of Erlang, each taking pictures with their cell phones and pointing and talking. Thousands of people's faces were filled with fear and palpitations, and a little bit of trepidation. Though they ran to watch, they were also extremely unsettled inside, with confusion about the future and the disorientation of not knowing what was happening. Sure, a few bold people, a few in a group, approached the ship, trying to see if they could get in. What's in there? Get some favors out of it. The huge airship that crashed, except for the constant black smoke, there was not a single movement inside, and no one knew if there was any life surviving inside. 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the Erlang State Army cordoned off the scene and everyone was dispersed, leaving only the military. They moved fast. Straight away, the violent demolition invasion began, trying to get as much as they could for themselves before the rest of the country couldn't make it, but it was destined to be futile. Leto with Schattenberg's men were there, and in the face of such a ship, who cares if you're in Erlang territory or not? Take it or leave it. Little Buster made a list of charts to show that he wasn't afraid. Under multiple entanglements, there's no way around it. No one will budge. Crash is in such a mess that the head of the government army is here to get a piece of the action. Big Hair and the representative from China have also arrived. The old U.S. went so far as to send a senior general from the military base in Leto to the scene. Hopeless. In the evening, led by the P5, it was decided to start an international conference that would involve more than half of the world's countries. Extremely grand. In the early hours of the morning, when Jiang Ji went to sleep, the people in this meeting had not yet arrived, and the network had just like a huge wave had already been set off. Only this is all. Jiang Ru, who was in the middle of a desert with no signal and in the middle of nowhere, had no way of knowing, just no way of knowing, that in the next few days, when Jiang Ru officially attacked Crash, are those people done arguing yet? The next day, Jiang Ji opened his eyes in his bed in the barracks. He lifted the covers and quickly left the barracks. The first thing he did was of course to check on the chariot factory situation. Commander! Commander! The soldiers stationed at the barracks saluted and greeted Jiang Ji, and just as he went out the door, there was a huge building in front of Jiang Ji. There was great joy in his eyes. Looks like the chariot factory is completed. He walked briskly a ways, and sure enough, dozens of construction trucks had begun to build the empty command headquarters in the clearing on the other side. Nolan's infrastructural abilities are simply pulled full circle. The rest of the buildings were built very quickly due to the construction of the chariot factory, which produced a lot of construction vehicles and transportation vehicles, like Air Command. More than halfway there, Air Command was a 3-story building, as well as 4 aprons below, and on top of that, a radar to receive transmitting signals. Busy Nolan out there, seeing Jiang Ji appear, he hurriedly put down his work and came to report. Commander, the production lines of the chariot factory are now idle. Do you think you should produce some war supplies? The tank shells in the game are infinite. Reality is certainly not possible. To rely on the chariot factory, to produce artillery shells, and to fight a war is a money. That is, a strategic reserve. Jiang Ji did not have the slightest hesitation. With a wave of his hand, cannonballs, bullets, firearms that will be used in the war. The production lines are all opened up. The first to build 100,000 funds in storage. Understood, Nolan exclaimed. Knowing that the commander was going to do something big in the next few days and was waiting for the tanks to fight, he sent an engineer straight away. Open up the production line. The chariot factory rumbled to life in the factory. The base 1 capital, converted into yuan, that is 250,000. That is, 1 capital, at least 100,000 rounds of ammunition can be produced. $100,000 in supplies. Absolutely horrible. Jiang resigned to eat breakfast kung fu. Empty command headquarters construction is completed. The next is the Red Police, the most important combat laboratory. Only the combat lab was built. Advanced troop types can only be unlocked. Similarly now, Jiangxi's battle tank factory can only produce the Soviet Union's main battle tank Rhino, the Allied Forces Grizzly Bear, and can't produce the MVP Apocalypse tank, or the MVP Light Prism tank, ID. Even though there is an empty finger department and no combat lab, Jiangru can only produce armed helicopters at the moment. Can't produce fighter jets. No hesitation. Nolan maneuvered all the construction vehicles and began building the combat lab, a relatively large structure similar to a real-life war lab. The ability to develop and upgrade a variety of weapons, develop blueprints and more. You'll have to wait for the build to find out the exact features. Jiangxi took the time to look at the base's funds, now consuming a total of 60,000. There were still 940,000 left. He thought about it. How about a whole lot of cheap Rhino tanks first? Can't beat the Apocalypse, but hit people absolutely a cannonball frustration. The key is cheap. As long as 900 funds, the Apocalypse to 3000 it. Whatever. Exploding soldier. Get 20 of them, then 20 armored transports. Get an armored unit out there, and a few hundred random soldiers, and you'll have little problem taking a city and crash. Look at Big Hair and Two Hair. Armored troops do not go on. All rely on people to fight. All beat the Ermau retreating. Their own a-step tank synergy. Still cannot take a city of crash? A few more helicopter gunships. Don't want the money stuff. Feel free to fight. Thinking of this, Jiangxi beckoned an engineer to give the production orders. 20 Rhino tanks, 20 armored vehicles, 10 helicopters, and 1,000 of the cheapest mobilized soldiers. It came down to spending less than $50,000 in funds. The directive had just been given. Just one by one, Soviet mobilized soldiers, carrying rifles, came out of the barracks one by one, under the fully automated production line of the chariot factory. Just 15 minutes, just produced a Rhino tank out of it, and at the same time, several tank drivers came out of the barracks, surprisingly synchronized with the chariot factory. $900 all-inclusive. Jiangxi straightly exclaimed that it was too conscientious. So, the aircraft carrier was also all-inclusive? Build an aircraft carrier and give away hundreds of talents? No comment. It's fucking awesome. There were no officers at the base, and Zhang Ru pondered as he took to the field himself, commanding the newly produced soldiers to assemble on the other side, along with the tanks and armored vehicles. Only, he frowned, not without an officer. Fighting a war is still about command, after all, and, with the base growing so big now, it's going to get more and more chaotic as there are more and more people. He'll have to find someone to manage it. Nolan, come here a minute. He found Nolan and now had questions that could only be asked of him. Nolan, can the base produce officers? Our logistics, strategic war material, and command issues, those need to be addressed. Nolan didn't even think about it. Commander, yes, there is. Gotta get the construction of the combat lab completed, and you can get advanced biological samples from it, which includes officers and special troopers. Zhang Ru was greatly pleased, clapping his hands and shouting, "Good, then you hurry up and build it, and after the completion of the combat lab, look for me to report at the first time." Yes, Commander. What followed was an anxious wait. The base was producing soldiers at a fast pace, 1,000 soldiers. All of them were called by Jiangxi to stand in the shade, one by one. Their bodies were straight and upright. Their faces were resolute and full of fighting spirit, neat as can be. Noon, high above the sun, Nolan, panting and sweating, ran from the construction unit, shouting all the way, "Commander, Commander, the combat lab is ready." Jiangxi, who was practicing his marksmanship, sniffed in spirit and his eyes glowed. "Go, take me to see, Commander, this way." Combat lab, hiding too many good things. Elegant and charming snake beauty Tanya. Horrible and powerful mind-blowing Yuri. Human-sized small nuclear bomb crazy Evan. Carrying one-man hyperspace teleportation equipment of hyperspace soldiers, rocket-flying soldiers, Allied Special Forces SEALs, as well as a variety of biogenetic samples from senior base officers. There are many others. Each of them can give a big boost to the base's combat power. Similar to a nuclear power plant, only one is needed to permanently solve the problem of the base's lack of combat power. Then there's the replication center. The barracks spawn a soldier, and the replication center replicates another one, having a faster burst of soldiers for the same amount of money. Jiangxi followed Nolan through the rather fledgling base, getting around a construction truck. A very large laboratory opened up before him, a building a dozen stories high looming over the flat desert. Each layer has a role to play. It contains equipment for research and experimentation. Zhang Ru walked into the building to understand. The base of the combat laboratory. can be described as all-encompassing, biological, biochemical, weaponry, warplanes and tanks, aircraft carriers and warships, firearms, hyperspace, laser weapons, and so on. All of them have standing studies. What Zhang Ji had to do now was to replenish the empty lab with all kinds of advanced instruments with full researchers. Nolan, any samples from the researchers? He didn't believe that he needed to go from the outside world. Base vehicles were just in all sorts of out-of-the-way places that would allow the Empire's forces to survive and thrive. And Zhang Ji felt that 100% of them would carry them back to the commander. Yes. Nolan closed his eyes and pondered. The base factory has biogenetic samples from 3 top human scholars, 21 special scientists, and 50 senior scientists. Commander, should we produce them all? I'll go? Zhang Ji was viciously shocked inside. Carrying so much, this still needs to be asked? Get it all out and put it to work. What level is a senior scientist equivalent to? Nolan smiled slightly and said, 1 step away from a Nobel Prize. Crap. Zhang Ji's scalp was numb. The strength of the base was as terrifying as it was. He licked his lips with longing in his eyes. What about the top scholars? Nolan's answer made Zhang Ji's brain go blank. Back to the commander. Take a few if you want to. For them, the Nobel Prize is no longer an honor but a vanity. Similar to superspace teleportation, weather controllers, replication centers, and so on are all topics that are researched with our top scholars spearheading the research. It's brutal. Trying to take a few. Look at that. Zhang Ru, think about it. Just a hyperspace transmission. Inside do not know how many technologies to overcome. Just take a technology out. Absolutely can take the Nobel Prize. A whole set of overdrive teleportation gear. Take 7 or 8 without a problem. Good. Then hurry up and go produce it. Some of the base's weapons need to be updated. Right. Build the radar with the spy satellite. The base can't do without a little network. There's nothing spinning in the empty lab. Zhang Ru instructed Nolan and then headed to the entrance of the barracks. To be honest, he was also eager to meet the big brother who could invent and manufacture the hyperdrive teleportation as well as the weather controller. What it looks like. Yes, Commander. I'm on my way. By the way, what about the officer level of the base? Nolan inquired respectfully as he walked. Zhang Ji cupped his chin, slightly musing. What kind of books are there on the officer's floor? There are many samples. Several commander samples alone, ranging from hot-tempered to stoic to intelligent, depending on personality as well as combat style. Zhang Ru was surprised and smiled. A bit funny, isn't it? Hot-tempered. A fight at the drop of a hat. Damn it, just fuck it? Also known as hawks. The calm ones are the doves? Surely it must not be that simple. A hot temper doesn't mean stupidity. And all of the Commander-in-Chief's biosamples are definitely very tactful and bold. Are there any omnipotent ones? Zhang Rui tried to inquire. Nolan scratched his head. No, Commander. He also seemed to have trouble understanding it, and chagrined. Talent is something that is inherent, and their personality is just as important a factor in their success. The Empire once tried to optimize their genes to produce all-powerful biological samples, but found that, once they optimized their personalities, their accomplishments were nowhere near as high as they had been before. It wasn't hard to understand, and Zhang Ru quickly nodded. Fair enough, like the hawkish Commander-in-Chief, he is bold and daring, and it is because of this boldness and daring that he is able to seize the opportunity of some battles and strike swiftly. You optimized his audacity. Only the heart is left to be fine. It will only press on. Also, like the 3 countries of the Jia Deng, Li Ru, 2 poisonous soldiers, you do not let these 2 poison. These 2 achievements. It is estimated that the general strategist, Nolan continued to explain to Zhang Ji, aside from the Commander-in-Chief, the rest of the senior officers are basically all-rounders, with no character flaws as we perceive them. Commander, which sample do you see being produced? Is this something to think about? Zhang Ru thought there was no need, one for all 3. The one with a strong personality in charge of the military, the calm one in charge of the base's logistics, and the one with a lot of heart in politics. Nolan froze outright. It dawned on the commander that this was a brilliant idea, and all 3 happened to be put in the position that suited them best. No heart for politics, getting played to death without even realizing it, and militarily, launching a strong one would fit right in with Zhang Ru's current idea of pushing Crash right across the board. Facing other forces, the attitude must be tough. The base, once on track, is horribly productive and dares to take on anyone. Nolan couldn't help but secretly admire the commander's idea. Commander, then I'll go and get busy. You wait a little to come and arrange for them to work. The Commander-in-Chief's top scholars' level talents. I can't mobilize them from my side. I need you to give the order personally. Zhang Ru was surprised. He thought the base he came down by himself. Nolan has the highest clearance. It doesn't seem to be. Okay, go ahead. I'll wait at the barracks gate. Nolan said goodbye and quickly left to give production orders. This needed to be operated at the base factory. Jong-ru then came to the entrance of the barracks. Staring at the large sun, he waited patiently, and within a moment, he heard a gurgling sound as the equipment in the barracks moved, from seed to embryo, and then into adulthood, passing through the nutrient solution at an extreme speed. Meanwhile, there were specialized brain machines that instilled them with all kinds of knowledge, and military literacy. When a man with a hunched-over body and a long messy beard walked out from the barracks, Jiang Ji's eyes shrank, his pupils filled with unbelief. Who the fuck do I see? Crap, that is the history of modern science, an insurmountable mountain titan. Everyone can only look up to him, known as the man with the highest IQ in the history of mankind. Einstein. Jiang Ji was dumbstruck. His pupils were quaking. This person coming out of the barracks was too shocking for him. It turned his perception upside down. How is the base stocked with Einstein's genes? Jiang Ji's entire body is numb. As a science undergraduate graduate, if others don't know what Einstein means, science must be clear. In the last century, equipment and theory, technology are not perfect. Einstein proposed the theory of relativity, speculated on the model of black holes, and studied the mass-energy equation, an important foundation for the creation of the nuclear bomb. To use a phrase that is not an exaggeration, he is God. Shocked, Jong-ru slapped his head and remembered, witnessing the outbreak of nuclear war in the background of Red Alert. Einstein was so inwardly remorseful that he built a time machine. Revisit pre-World War II. The US didn't have a monopoly and history was altered. This time it was the Soviet Union that was strong enough to get the Allies to fight the Red Alert war against the Soviet Union. Holy shit. No wonder Nolan said that top scholars don't see the Nobel Prize. If this Einstein is as awesome as he is in the backstory, the Nobel Prize is nothing. Time machines can be invented. Think of the horror. Immediately after that, Jiang Ji was a burst of excitement. The mood of seeing Einstein was similar to when he saw the Red Alert base vehicle. The absolute genius of physics. Sealing, like a student, he hurriedly took 2 steps forward and took Einstein's aged and wrinkled hands full of the vicissitudes of history. Hello, Professor. Ha! Einstein was flattered and hurriedly waved his hands. Commander, I wouldn't dare to be worthy of it. You are a man of thousands of gold. How can you insult me? No, technology is the first productive force, and you, the technologists, are the most important people on the base? Jong-ru was very enthusiastic. Einstein, definitely a treasure of the base, with a man of such unbelievable intelligence. What research doesn't work? Jiang Ji didn't know that the Einstein in front of him was much more powerful than he understood. Under the base's knowledge indoctrination techniques, Einstein was no longer partial. Physics, chemistry, biology, genetics, weapons, astronomy, etc. He is very proficient in all of them, coupled with his own super high IQ and his wild thinking. Indescribable. He is the demon itself. Moreover, the original Einstein's arrogance was not reflected in this man at the base as he bowed slightly. Thank you for the compliments. Commander, you can just call me Instan from now on. Instan, there is one less word for love. It doesn't matter in the slightest. No independent individual wants to be a replacement for someone else. And Einstein used Einstein's genes though. There is still this mustiness. Okay, Professor Instan, come on, take a break over here and wait for the others. Then I'll take you to the lab. Yes, Commander. Einstein spoke slowly, without haste, as if nothing could cause him to change his mood. He kept his inner peace at all times. It helps him think. The two stood aside, and immediately afterward, another top scholar walked out of the barracks. This one Jiang Ji didn't recognize, but was polite to him. 3 top scholars, 21 special technologists, and 50 senior scientists. It took an hour. All production is complete. Jiang Ji was in a somewhat agitated mood and was surrounded by many scientists as a group of people talked their way to the combat lab. Some helpers for these guys will be next. It won't take long. The combat lab, would then kick into full gear, but of course before that, Jiang Ji would have to spell out his requirements. Together with Jong-ru there were 74 people. The hall on the first floor of the combat lab was overcrowded, and when these were put into the outside world, none of them were big shots like a country's heavyweights, to be heavily protected. Now, like the students, who stood straight end to end below, Jiang Ji stood on a step, and the gazes of 74 people all gathered on Jiang Ji's face. Everyone, the future of the base, and the development of the base, but also need to rely on you. Here, as the commander of the base, on behalf of the future of the base of tens of thousands of soldiers. First, thank you in advance. Jong-ru bowed deeply. He could be disrespectful to anyone, but scientists definitely deserved respect. They silently gave everything behind the scenes along with their whole life. Explore the nature of mankind as well as the universe. Plus, as a leader, you have to do your face work. However, scholars such as Einstein, Helens, Nicholas, and others, did not dare to think that way, and each one of them was terrified, leading dozens of people to say in unison, "Commander, you are too kind. For the sake of the Empire, this is all what we should do." Okay, then it was time to get down to business. Zhang Ji went through all the equipment of the base in his mind as he swept his gaze over the crowd below. Numerous scholars also watched him with enthusiasm. He began slowly. "Currently, the base is a bit outdated in terms of equipment, and I need everyone to make a concerted effort to replace it." Everyone nodded, without any comments. Prof. Instan did point out the problem. Speaking slowly, "Commander, can you be more detailed? Is it all the equipment to be replaced? What about prioritization?" Zhang Ru smiled slightly. "I understand, Professor. The first thing that needs to be replaced is the fighter and air firepower. The base's most advanced Black Hawk fighter carries 4 missiles at a time. I'm not sure about the speed. I'll tell you, the most advanced international fighters can carry more than a dozen small and medium-sized missiles, and the fastest speed can be up to Mach 3. He's not in the military field. One can only speak to these parameters. Moreover, Zhang Ru was specialized in checking some of the background of the Red Alert, the original form of the Black Hawk fighter, long ago to be eliminated, but the Allied aircraft carriers on the carrier, the original form of the F-18, is still in service. Instan chewed over the data Zhang Ru said, in his mouth, and slowly nodded. "Commander, what else?" His face remained calm. "It seems that Mach 3, the speed, is not a big deal." Zhang Ru continued. "Air combat, fighting with carrier battle groups, inevitably less early warning aircraft and information aircraft, as well as bombers, reconnaissance aircraft. The base does not seem to have a production line? Early warning and information aircraft are, simply put, airborne radar. Follow the information relay station." Carrying a huge radar on his back, he flew at an altitude of 30,000 meters, escorting the carrier battle group, which was also the terror of the carrier battle group. Most important, the top professor in charge of military readiness, Helens, raised his hand. "Commander, these are the ones you mentioned. We have the relevant technical information to allow the base factory to increase its production line. It just might need to be updated, as you said." Helens hesitated slightly. "Commander, we need to know some information on the international scene. There are comparisons to be made. Without specific information, they are a bit clueless." Zhang Ru nodded seriously. "Nolan is building a spy satellite with radar now. There will be a signal later. We can all go through the network, check some public information. If we can steal the real data, I will let people send it to the lab first time." Spy satellites in the base. It's a very important piece of equipment that can break the encryption of countries' satellites and steal data and networks. Just how it turned out, we'll just have to wait and see. Zhang Ji's attention was focused on what Helens had just said, and he looked serious. "The professor just said that the base has these technologies, and it's fine to increase the production line? Modern warfare is fought as an information war, with no gear to crush. Early warning, reconnaissance, and information aircraft are all important to provide intelligence on the enemy and avoid being as blind as you are." "Yes, Commander." Helens replied affirmatively. Zhang Rue squeezed both hands. "That would be great. It would leave a lot of effort. Yes, the last task, and the most crucial. I need all of you to work together to develop a high drone attack system. Later I will have some international information found to show to all professors. Nowadays the war drone bombers have a high strategic position, similar to Big Hair and Two Hair. Fucking battlefields were filled with drones flying around all day, throwing grenades, and Zhang Ru wanted more than this backward drone attack. Instead, it's a self-destructing hive drone, being able to send out thousands at the same time, like a swarm of bees, densely packed and spread out, scaring people to death, and it automatically recognizes the target and launches a self-destructive explosion. Alternatively, an unmanned attack aircraft would work. No need for a soldier to make a move. Endless drones, armed with machine guns in the sky one by one, pouring down fire. Who the hell can stand up to that? No, you can't take costly anti-aircraft missiles and hit these cheap drones, can you? The old U.S. wouldn't dare to consume so much even if they came here. Zhang Ji little by little told the 74 bigwigs about his concept of the high drone attack system, and the eyes of the crowd underneath instantly lit up. There was a lot of discussion. In their time, no such form of warfare had been born, and Helen's spirits lifted with excitement. This tactic of the commanders has really opened my eyes. Don't worry, Commander. We'll come down and study it right away. Honeycomb UAV attack system. It's really wonderful. Zhang Ru thought about it. What should be said basically said. Tanks will not need to be updated. Modernized warfare. Tanks are no longer the main force. Informational air power is what dominates the battlefield. Of course, I would like to remind the professors that it is important to look at the long term, and that for energy we are not fixed on fuel oil. What about small controlled fusion? What about nuclear batteries? What about a hyperspace teleportation fighter? Or a tank? Speaking of this, Jiang Ji suddenly flashed his gaze and shuddered inwardly. He thought of something very exciting. Hurry up and throw it out. Don't we have hyperspace mining vehicles? It means that the hyperspace device is perfectly equipped for tanks with fighters and even hive carriers, right? Nima's mining trucks can fit. Anyone who dares to tell himself that a fighter can't fit, I'll shoot him. Jiang Ru said too much at once. The many scientists were a bit overwhelmed, and being the main inventor of hyperspace teleportation, Prof. Einstein nodded in agreement. Commander, there's no problem with what you said. We're coming down to work on a brand new set of hyperspace teleportation fighter technology. Also, what you need to understand is that the base has nuclear battery technology, and the hyperspace teleportation uses nuclear energy. Crap, this news was a heavenly surprise to Jiang Ji. Mature nuclear battery technology. Right, it's no wonder. It's himself who didn't realize that the base has a special troop type, the Hyperspace Legion. That's a one-man hyperspace device. You can't go into battle carrying tons of oil on your back. There must be portable energy sources. If only his golden finger could be used now. Jiang Ji thought of, in the Avengers, Iron Man's arc reactor. Take that out. Give Instan, Helens, etc. a look into it and replicate it. That stuff is far more powerful than nuclear battery energy. There's nothing to say. Jiang Ru immediately said. Then get me the hyperspace fighters, and whatever you need, the base will fulfill all of you. Yes, Commander. After the combat lab was finished, Jiang Ji waved his hand, and the many researchers took their positions as fast as they could. Head to the conference room and come to discuss who is responsible for each system. Division of labor. I'm sure it won't take long. The base is then set for a major equipment update. At the same time, the barracks once again gave the combat lab a logistical team of nearly 300 people to help the researchers with their research, experiments, and to give them a hand. 3 officers of the rank of commander also produced. Jiang Ru was receiving these 3, just from their faces, he could tell who was who at a glance, and the 3 had been waiting at the entrance of the combat lab for a long time. Jiang Ru came out as soon as he did. Immediately, they greeted him and saluted in unison. Commander, Alpha, Xavier, Norton, reporting to you. Each of the 3 people reported their names. Jiang Ji looked over one by one. Alpha is a rough big man, very stout, 30 years old, eyes all the time with a fierce light and ruthless. Just locking eyes with him, I can feel the fear and the strong sense of oppression. This person looks like a ruthless person, with a murderous aura on his body. It's a great general. Xavier, with his very expressive eyes, and his civilized looks, spoke courteously just now, and had no trouble with his manner of speech. Rather, it has some of the demeanor of a leader. Norton, apparently very stable, very introverted. He is stable like a deep bottomless pool of water. No one can read any information from his face. And regardless, all 3 are top talents at the commander level, have the talent to command 3 armies. Now that the base was in a state of disarray, Jiang Ru didn't have any polite nonsense and directly assigned tasks. Alpha, the base's military operations will be handed over to you from now on. Alpha had a fierce light in his eyes, cracking a mouthful of white teeth. He laughed cruelly twice. Understood, Commander. Just tell me who to hit, and I'll tear him up for you right away. The words that showed his teeth and carried a joke. Jiang Ji listened to a coldness in his heart. That's vicious, but how the more you listen to it, the more you like it. Up top, snap, heavily patting Alpha's sturdy shoulder. Jiang Ji grinned like him. Don't worry, you'll be busy soon. Then he turned his head to the other. Xavier, you're in charge of the base's politics and law from now on. When we take Crash, or any other city, the forces, it's all yours to manage. Okay, don't worry Commander. Xavier was confident and committed to it. Jiang Ru looked at the last person. Norton, the logistics of the base, with the staffing, weapons and war preparations, all kinds of supplies, information and intelligence, it's in your hands. Yes, Commander. So that makes me the equivalent of the Secretary of Defense? The stoic Norton joked. Jiang Ru tilted his head and laughed. Yes, that's right. These 3, true to form, are top-notch talents, each with their own style of speech, and all very confident in themselves. That confidence, all of them are honed out, will be a success of 10,000 bones. The base of the future, handed over to them. Jiang Ru was very assured. It's nice to be able to be a handful without worrying. After arranging, Jiang Ji waved his hand in a big, spirited manner. let's go. It's time to assign you your next specific tasks. Alpha, get ready. At that, how could Alpha not know that there was going to be a war? Straight up excitement to the point of hot blood, pulling a loud voice. Okay, with men, generals, and guns under his command. May I ask, as a man, what is a man to do at this time? If not to take over the mountain and make a great career? Power. That's the best package for a man. Jiang Zhu was so proud of himself that he took the three to his small pickup truck and searched and slipped in the passenger side storage box to feel out a map of Central Europe. There's no internet. Conditions are sketchy, so everyone make do. The impatient Alpha, with her mouth wide open and her firm hands helping Jiang Qi to pull the map and spread it out on the desert on the spot. It doesn't matter, Commander. Paper tends to work better. The four future dignitaries, now squatting on the desert. Jiang Qi found the current location on the map, without a pen, and could only use his finger to point on it. We're here now, 40 kilometers south of the settlement, and at the same time, we're located, right in the middle of the crash. Crash is in the middle of a war right now. The government regime is at war with the Sali forces. There's fighting all over the place. Only the big backwaters on both sides are fine. For now, leave them alone. Alpha, I want you to take a large city, the closest to us, as fast as you can, to supply the base with basic supplies. Jiang Zi's hand pointed all the way across the map, eventually resting on the closest city to the present. Hama. That's it. Hama City. By the looks of it, 60 kilometers or so. I'm not sure of the size, whether there's a garrison. With the armed forces, I'm not sure of that either. The exact military strength of Crash. You can look it up online later. Alpha, how long? Alpha was cocky. No, rather confident, to the point of conceit. Didn't even think about it, like a beast. The garrison is the same as I lead. Half a day. My double. A day. Triple. Alpha pupils like cold-blooded animals. Pondered for a moment. Still fierce, he said. Also a day. Good. Jiang Zi naturally agreed in one breath. Alpha asked instead. Commander, I'd like to ask what position we show up in. That is, as what? He gestured with his hands. And while he looked brash and rough, Alpha actually had a delicate mind. Especially when it came to fighting. This one relates to the way of combat. If it's a force of justice, then you have to take a lot into account that you can't hurt civilians or bomb randomly in urban areas and so on. Identity? Jiang Zi fell into a short silence. He cupped his chin and thought. What was his purpose? Long-term not to mention. At the moment it was definitely to make a loud name. Let's take over the mountain first. He probably had an idea. His eyes deep. Alpha, there is no identity. What position? As long as the battle is fought beautifully. Ruthless deterrent to the enemy. If insisted on saying 4 words, for the sake of power. Xavier, along with Norton, were stunned at how ambitious the commander was. Alpha was all eyes. This commander, he felt, was too much for his liking. Good. Understood, Commander. Alpha moved his muscles. His joints clicked like sugar snap peas. And this time he was able to let go. He was a typical warmonger. Jiang Zi looked at the map again and pointed to Crash's only outlet to the sea. The Persian Gulf. This is occupied by the Sali forces. Our second objective is to take the harbor and cut off anyone's maritime assistance to them. Behind the Sali forces stands the good old US of A. What is wanted is to keep Crash from having an intact regime and keep seizing Crash's oil. The 3 major oil mines are not as good as Saudi Arabia though. It's also very rich. And throughout the Crash, there are oil mines, large and small. Just these 3 are the largest, which is why the Crash's military, decades ago, was able to be strong. The international powers are now playing a game. A mysterious force suddenly appeared and wanted to fight the Sali forces supported by the old United States. And the old United States certainly did not agree. Being a world hegemon, in order to maintain international hegemony, the old U.S. has been flashing its muscles. At the same time, the harbor possessed an extremely important strategic position. Crash only had this one harbor, and Jiang Zi wanted to develop the base's naval power. Must have to occupy down. Either that, or it's going to have to hand Professor Instan a hard time. Air and space carrier. Zhang Ru, think about it or forget it. The sky is too big a target. So many satellites and radar. Cannot hide. Otherwise the country's early plans for air carriers. Purely a target to be beaten. Alpha was a big bald head. He touched it and said smilingly, Commander, I know. I'll tell you to take it in a few days after I read the information tonight. You just need to sit back and wait for the results of the battle. Zhang Ru gestured an okay. That's fine then. You guys go get ready. You need to staff up. Go get Nolan. The base is still looking after the head. It's in your hands. Yes. The 3 men excused themselves and went off to form their own teams. Just the talents of the combat laboratory. With these people now equipped, down to spend funds 100,000 funds, plus he let Nolan produce tanks, soldiers these 50,000. The base only has $750,000 in funds left. The number of weapons that can be built is not destined to be very large. So, the pace must be accelerated to take the oil mines, and replenish the base. Think about it. Jiang Ji checked his gold finger in passing, and after a day had passed, it still glowed gray once it touched the screen, only diminished. Just as he had estimated, it would take 10 days to fully recover. Jiang Ji smiled to himself. He stood up and climbed into the pickup truck, and before him was a superb base of construction trucks and soldiers roaming around on patrol. It's pretty good. What's not to be satisfied with? Afternoon. Alpha, Norton, and Xavier began to run the base, and Alpha grouped the 1,000 soldiers down to 3 brigades. Norton, on the other hand, produced a number of logistical soldiers. Then another application was made for the construction of a warehouse. Clothing, food and shelter, arms supplies. He has to manage it all. It's messy. It's definitely not as easy as it seems. Meals are cooked. Hygiene has to be cleaned. The base has to be patrolled. Deepening and lengthening of the defense line. And air defense has to be done, lest we be found out. A straight missile, blown flat, and all in all everyone was busy. Xavier was fine now, helping Norton with it. Took Hama City. That's what keeps him busy. Only Jiang Ru became a big idler, turning around here and there in the base, full of excitement. It was all generated by him. To borrow the words of the online middle child, it's all my kingdom. He now can't wait to show his power to the international community, to scare everyone, to grow bigger and stronger, to make the base the number 1 in the world. Young man, no other ideas. It's the time when the blood is hot. Whoever doesn't will do it. What a small day. The stick. These thin things. Absolutely the first target of the Jiangji. The male all-black slaves. Female confiscation. Erlang, the capital. It's been 26 hours since the spaceship crashed, and representatives from various countries have just arrived, and the conference has yet to be held. Instead, there are a few small groups. There were a lot of private exchanges. China and Russia as the dominant do not want the old U.S. and the North gang to get the technology. The old U.S. is even more want to monopolize. Just hate this spaceship did not fall in the U.S. territory. If it's anything else, after another hour or so of hasty preparation, all the representatives of the countries that had come to Erlang finally sat down in a huge conference room. Numerous foreign ministers began to argue. Someone has to be all open, work together, and be technically transparent. Some people want a split system. Whoever gets that part, it's theirs, and this was proposed by the United States. They want to take the core area. Technology is open and full transparency is the first to be denied. Don't even think about it. China, Russia, and the United States, the 3 major nuclear weapons powers, were the first to object. And, well, we went through the trouble of researching the technology, so that you could whore it out for nothing? The beauty of you. Moreover, between countries, there is a technological divide, and no one wants others to climb up and catch up with them. What then? Not only the United States, other big countries, simply do not want to take these backward countries in Africa to play. Discussed all afternoon. Nothing was negotiated. Each is pulling their own weight. Parliament was suspended. The U.S. Foreign Minister, in secret, found China, with Russia, the 3 permanent members, and this time they're going to sit down and squash the others. They called the remaining 2 permanent members again. The 5 had a little meeting. The details are too cumbersome to be presented, but in short, under deliberation, the 5 permanent members reached a consensus. Meanwhile, the ugliness of politics is brought out again. Evening. The global issue of space shuttle allocation was reconvened, and the 5 permanent members did not speak at first. Let the venue be as noisy as a food market. No one listens to anyone. Pop. Seeing that no result could be achieved, the U.S. Foreign Minister, heavily slamming the table, stood up and sharply said, "Stop arguing." He caught the eye of all the country's representatives. There are no outsiders here, no reporters, and you all don't need to hide anything. Just the proposal I put forward. The split system, divide the airships evenly into more than 200 portions, and use an actual military exercise to determine the points. The ones with high points will be chosen first, and the ones with low points will be chosen later, and the ones with no points will get the hell out of the way. It's as simple as that. Wow! Instantly, the venue was in an uproar. Several African countries, at once, stood up to object to their national power. And wouldn't that be a proper roll in the hay? Scrap metal is not an option. Don't look at the U.S. foreign minister said, as if everyone can choose a copy of it. In fact, the weak countries, now U.S. and Russia hands of real military exercises to take points. That is delusional. Straight up fuck off. With the power of the US, Russia, and China, there's absolutely no way they could have gotten just one piece of the puzzle, or at least all several pieces. Take the core technology away from yourself. The rest of the trimmings, you guys split them as you see fit. No, we don't agree with that. We're against it too. Autolev, you are making a program purely in the interests of the U.S. It's absolutely not okay. It's too unfair to us. Not to mention these very weak countries in Africa, Asia, as much as Europe, Southeast Asia. Some small countries in Europe and South America have no fighter jets, no aircraft carriers, and few tanks. So what about real-world military exercises? Shit. No points gained, not to mention getting some more tanks destroyed and soldiers killed? Isn't this a big loss? The American diplomats, who don't give a damn about these people, don't even bother to look at them. It's the same as a UN meeting. Vote on it. Swish. The gazes of the African black buddies, one by one, were suddenly focused on the face of the representative of China, and they could only put their hopes on China, which had been pulling them together, for the time being. However, the representative of China, steady as a mountain, said after a moment of silent contemplation, I agree. The representative of Russia, I agree. Seconded. That's it. There's nothing to be gained by arguing. Rely on strength and means. Everyone is convinced. There are 2 permanent members left. Sunset and France all agreed. The African black buddies were dumbfounded, and the whole room went silent. Not to mention the black buddies, but the members of the North Gang who wanted to get out of the U.S. grip and couldn't, were confused. The representative of Little Japan looked dumbfounded. He was stupid too. Well, how dare you not take me on? After a brief silence in the large venue, those present were all smart people, and reacted at once that this was something that others had already discussed, combined to suppress them. Masquerade. What can you do? Temperless. Japan and Germany, the 2 defeated countries, were relatively confident in their own strength, even though they had not been informed beforehand. After some deliberation, it seems that this option is the best available. It's hard not to. Really, in those black buddies technology openly transparent? How is that possible? And this to the points of the actual military exercise. To select the puzzle, the whole ship 2,000 meters long, counted as a square, tens of thousands of square. These strength in the forefront, take the lead in selecting engines for these locations. All have access to the core technology. Think about it. Japan and Germany also raised their hands to indicate consent. The rest is simply arm pass, but not the big leg. These big countries, it is clear that you do not have soup to drink. You want to grab it if you can? The black African buddies, their faces reddening one by one, held their resentment and yelled at the venue, and then no one paid any attention to them. The country of China that once spoiled them, all ignored this time. The crowd can still tell the difference. The big deal is that when it's over, say the technology is worked out and give them a part of the lulls, pull it together again. Anyway, now, don't dye your hands. The United States, China, Russia, have already begun to fight. All 3 countries are the opportunity. Get the first practical military exercises. Depends on how large a military exercise it is. Is there any chance, if fighters, carriers are on board, to knock out some of the competition? It seems. This time, it also gave a couple of major powers that had been gaming the game a head-to-head opportunity. Try each other out. And this meeting, actually, ended in just one day. And the rest of them, no matter how much they opposed it, it was useless. Instead, it was the host, Erlang, demanding that whoever took the puzzle had the right to participate in the study. This got in the way of the hosts and the house agreed. We can't really destroy Erlang, can we? This concludes the meeting. As for how to play the next practical military exercises, diplomats of all countries, all have to hurry to discuss with the domestic leadership as well as the military. Crash. In the uninhabited desert, the radar and spy satellites were finally constructed in synchronization with the base over the course of an afternoon. Radar is responsible for scanning for airborne anomalies. Ground-based spy satellites began trying to search for signals and secretly enter the back doors of other people's satellites to get networks for the base. Jiangji took his cell phone and waited impatiently. Living without internet for the past few days, it's really uncomfortable. Drip drip drip. Drip drip drip. Drip drip drip. The moment the network covered the base, Jiangji's cell phone was on the verge of exploding, with a flurry of messages, as well as microblogging major news notifications. Jiangji looked at the series of WeChat messages that popped up. He froze himself. He hadn't been this popular before, and besides, Those friends who played well didn't know he'd become a big dog. Skyfall. There are a couple of hairdressers who are close, but basically don't keep in touch. South of heaven. Who could that be? Jiang Ji with speculation. Opened WeChat scanning. Full of doubt. What is the situation? A few dogs actually sent him a message, and there's a lot of 8 in the group. Sister Zhongli and Cheng Qingzhu, Xiaoyan, Qi Yisian, add up to a lot. Domestic. Zhongli and Cheng Qingzhu were anxious. Jiang Ji ran abroad. There is no news. Send microblogging does not return. Call off the phone. Both of her were worried. I can't sleep well at night. I'm afraid I'll lose out if I don't know my way around there. Brother? Where is he? Is everything okay, brother? You can't get through on the phone. Exclamation point. Hurry up and get back to the message. See speedy return. Brother, if you don't say something, I'll call the police. Brother, what's your situation? Don't scare me. Something so big happened on your side. You didn't give me a word. As soon as Jiangji opened his own sister Jiangli's WeChat, from all those hundreds of messages, it was clear that Jiangli was about to cry in a hurry. Sending him one for everything. Jiang Ru was relieved and a little self-conscious. Hurry to Jiangli back, do not worry. Alright, these 2 days no signal. Now can. Alright good boy. Brother come back to bring you a gift. Cheng Qingzhu also sent many messages, although it wasn't as blunt as Jiangli. Jiang Ji could also see her worry in it, and at the same time replied, Qingzhu, it's fine. There's no signal for the past 2 days. And then there's something reported by Zhou Kashi. He was in no hurry, because he thought Jiang Ji was busy, not replying to him at all, just being a subordinate and doing what he should do. The other side. Xiaoyan, in? Xiaoyan, question mark. Qi Yisian, what are you doing? Xiaoxian, why don't you say anything? Is there a little girl behind my back? Xiaoxian, hey, it really seems like it. Zixian? Qi Yisian, look at the news. Really, something big is going to happen. Jiang Ji, who read the message, frowned slightly. What happened? He gave Xiaoyan and Qi Yisian a no signal back. Return to the list again. The rest are messages from the hairdresser. It's all fast news. Then there was a violent discussion in the group, and a few group chats where no one used to talk, surprisingly, had hundreds of messages. Jiang Zhu's pupil shrunk slightly. Tapping on a wall. Loving sends a small message. Several videos, and sends several videos with a giant cosmic battleship all over the cover. Jiang Ru was a bit shocked. He clicked on the video as an overwhelming, black cloud of unrivaled, massive space battleships passed overhead. The streets were a mess of panic. People are panicking. Immediately after that, there was a loud sound like the opening of the sky, followed by a burst of earth-shaking, dust spreading in the distance, and at a very long distance, one could photograph the pandemonium in the distance. Jiang Ji was truly shocked, his brows furrowed. This was too heavenly, most likely because of himself. He took a deep breath, eyes unsettled, rushing to open the rest of the video to view it. The content is almost identical. And then there's the dramatic discussion about spaceships on the extranet. Jiang Ji took a look at the time underneath the comment. Not a hair out of place. Exactly when he took out his base car yesterday. He was baffled. It's fucking crazy. A bunch of gold bricks leading to a gold mine. A base vehicle leading to a spaceship this big? Is this reality or a game? Who's balancing themselves? Moreover, such a big spaceship. Isn't this going to destroy the Earth? Jiang Ji's insides tightened, and he hurriedly continued flipping through the news. He turned on the domestic doo-wop. Fruity. Such a big thing. Cannot be hidden. The country simply did not hide. Let the video of the outside network flow back. Directly dominated the Douyin hot search. The heat is simply horrible. The whole network viewers are talking about. Some people are excited, screaming to hurry up and destroy the world. Which are some ordinary people. By the mortgage car loan. Pressure has long lost the joy of life. Doesn't matter. One expects war. Come on. This one finally proves that there are aliens in this universe. Ha ha, they found Earth. How come the aliens aren't moving when they're fighting? Who's in Erlang country? Can you live stream it? Yeah. Spill the beans. Been waiting all day for an update. Hopefully there won't be a war. And even if there are aliens, we can shake hands and make peace. Innocent. Jiang Ji nervously kept scrolling upwards without getting any useful news. In short, almost all the people were discussing this time. Sure, the state dared to put the news out and naturally made a response. An emergency briefing was held. The people were called upon to keep order, and it was officially announced that it was just an out-of-control ship that had fallen from orbit without any signs of life. Jiang Ji saw this and suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Out of control? That's okay. If it hadn't gotten out of control, with the technology of such a large ship, it would probably have the ability to destroy the planet. It's outrageous. Red alert base vehicle, against such a large spaceship, then later take out the space battleship. and out of the emergence of what a thing out. Zhang Ru was a little afraid to think about it. He looked again, wondering how things were going now that the top 10 on the Hot 100 were basically all about the spaceship. The third in line of them is hashtag in response to the celestial visitors. The Associated Nations have called an emergency meeting in Erlang. Hashtag. Zhang Ru's eyes stared. Erlang, the city of now. The Persian Gulf. So close. What's this about? There's really no life in there? The ability to travel on the scale of the universe. He was skeptical. Judging from the video, the fall wasn't very fast, and with that impact, even if the ship lost power, it's unlikely that everyone would fall to their deaths. I'm afraid that's just stabilizing talk from states. Get the gold bricks yourself. Reality appears to be a gold mine. One day one takes a base vehicle with unbelievable technology, and reality inexplicably crashes a searching spaceship. Zhang Ji felt that this was explicitly targeted. It's like a patch. His face was heavy, his eyes staring, solemnly sitting on the ground, looking up to the sky, the appearance of the golden finger. With these changes, Zhang Ji's mood was a bit complicated, but at the moment it was impossible to get a clear picture of the situation, and there was no way to even know how this spaceship had appeared on its own. There are only a few large countries. It's only possible to be clear. Don't think about that much. First raise my strength. At the very least, I need to know how he appeared. Zhang Ru's gaze firms down. And, the Persian Gulf. That's close. It's not good to say that one has every chance. Take possession of the ship. Patch? I'm sorry, but since it's on the doorstep, I'll take it. Zhang Ru instantly stood up from the desert. The buildings of the base, at this point, were just short of a nuclear power plant, as well as a training center, and a replication center. He looked around the large base twice. Nolan was directing dozens of construction vehicles, building a nuclear power plant to provide a permanent source of energy for the base. The replication center he wanted would have to wait a little longer, before construction can begin. But, with these current people, Zhang Ru felt that he could try and attack Hama City, the closest city to the base in Crash. Under the management of Alpha, Xavier, and Norton, there is a division of labor among the departments in the base, gradually well organized. As in wartime, from time to time a piece of intelligence was quickly sent from the spy satellite base, to the combat lab as well as to the command headquarters, where Alpha had gathered some officers to study the intelligence. They are strangers to the world. The only way to get a quick look at the world, along with Crash and the military forces around it, is through intelligence from spy satellites. The case of Hama City. There are also officers below who are constantly learning and then making reports to Alpha. And after looking at it, the city of Hama, at the moment, is in the hands of the armed forces of Sali. The exact troop strength is not clear, but because of the gold mines that have blown up in West Central Crash, the main forces of both armies are currently deployed over there. The Alpha with its big clanking bald head is like a beast waiting for its chance. The body was chillingly muscular. He nodded in understanding, taking out a copy of Crash's overall military intelligence and scanning it. The government forces, along with the Sally forces, had a small number of fighters and armored units, but the main fighting force remained the army soldiers. Same as Big Hair and Two Hair. General, shall we strike? The officers below inquired, their eyes fiery, influenced by Zhang Ji and Alpha. The soldiers of the base were now all militants, just want to fight. However, the hot-tempered Alpha unexpectedly shook his head no, then cracked his mouth into a sinister smile. What's the rush? When the commander says take a city, do we really only take a city? His brutal gaze descended, following the city of Hama. The line of sight sweeps down to the harbor of the Persian Gulf Crash. That is, from the middle of the crash, a straight line is to be drawn, all the way to the harbor. Alpha's stubby fingers nodded at the cities all along the road. Feel the line and report back to me. How could several officers not understand what Alpha meant? I just felt the hot blood rising to my head. Excitedly, he said, yes. Then the tension flagged and the spy satellite base basically never stopped from being built. The data that could be stolen, and the information on the internet, all of them were sent out together. Command is busy with the battle lab, combat lab, Instan with Helens and Nicholas, all holding some intel on strategic level U.S. weapons. The entire international community does not hide the fact that, just about the most advanced in the United States. There's no doubt about that one. So all they had to do was look at the American one. And Instan took the B-2 Phantom stealth bomber and actually nodded slightly with some admiration. Been in service for big decades. It's still a state-of-the-art bomber. That alone. Just to see the strength of the United States. And, behind the B-2, there is no update. No one knows. Not to mention ordinary countries. Several big countries are also ambiguous and not sure. This is the top secret of top secrets. Spies are also hard to figure out. Helens, our naval and air power, as the commander said, really needs to be augmented. Look at this. Instan handed over the data on the American nuclear-powered carriers. Helens took a look. The maximum shipboard function reaches more than 60. The combat power is horrible like this. For example, China, the number of shipboard aircraft, only can be more than 30, and the carrier at the base. The ship has only 10 aircraft. Combat effectiveness is not proportional. Helens nodded. This is imminent. We need to hurry. Instan, leave the carrier to me. I'll try to make construction plans tonight. Nicholas, what do you do? The three were already assigning tasks. The carriers Helens was talking about were, of course, not just one carrier, but an entire formation of carriers, close to a dozen battleships. The base has all the technology it should have. Just need to come back to the drawing board for the size of the carrier, keel, power, etc., which amounts to equal scale enlargement as well as reinforcement of the structure. Nicholas, like Helens, is the main military aspect of the three top research. He replied, then I'll take the team and update the fighter side. Instan, the hyperdrive, and the energy source, I'm counting on you. Einstein's main focus wasn't on the military. Instead, it's some weird momentum. Things like the Iron Curtain, hyperspace teleportation, rift generators, etc. Of course, all three had this ability. It was just that Einstein's idea was a bit more over the top than the other two. Einstein wore his eyes, intelligent eyes pondering. I need you to figure out the maximum load capacity in order to design the power of the hyperdrive. Reserve as many spots as you can, and you can try to see if you can add another Iron Curtain with the rift generator. Helens, ? Nicholas, ? The two were extremely surprised and looked stunned, as if they were meeting Instan for the first time, shocked by his idea. Good boy. What a thought. Stealth materials are generally categorized into stealth coatings as well as stealth radars. Einstein doesn't want to study. Directly add crack generators to the fighters, so that they can also achieve the purpose of stealth, and radar and satellites cannot be observed. Instan mused for a while. The mind turned over and all sorts of ideas came to mind. I think that you can also design some unconventional weapons. Light prisms, phantom technology, we can add them all and surprise the commander. Instan doesn't want to fall into line, only 1 or 2 steps beyond the international mainstream equipment, but 10 or 100 steps. Helens talked to Nicholas, dumbfounded once again. The two opened their mouths. You are truly a monster. However, on second thought, the two men looked at each other and saw a bright light in each other's eyes. Einstein's plan works. Fighter jets plus phantom tank technology. 1 for me, phantom into several for you. Or phantom into a white cloud, coupled with a stealth coating. This Nema, it's really stealthy. It's a direct phantom into the blue sky. Not to mention radar. You can't even tell with the Hubble telescope that there's a fighter jet flying in. Nicholas grew excited inside, his blood flow accelerating. The commander would be absolutely delighted if he got this out. He quickly took a pen and wrote it down. Program 1, conventional supersonic warplanes. Plan 2, hyperspace fighter. Plan 3, Mirage Fighter Max. Helens wrote a few more plans, setting his pen to the side. He grinned. Good, we'll try to bring the team, as fast as possible, design it, and tell you the weight. The size is put here. The maximum shouldn't be more than 50 tons, so you'll go ahead and give me the size of the footprint of the hyperspace teleportation based on the weight of 50 tons. Fighters don't say 50 tons. Full loads over 30 tons are rare, and it takes the heaviest international bomber to reach 40 tons. With a thoughtful look on his face, Instan nodded and said slowly, well, I'll compress the size of the individual devices. Then let's begin. The three got together and called in a couple of young men to start composing while they talked behind the scenes, calculating sizes, weights, and so on. The rest of the special and advanced talents are also divided into several groups. Each raids the puzzle. Base. Jiangji took his cell phone and chatted with his sister and friends at home, incidentally keeping an eye on the news about the spaceship. At this point, there was a quick, light footstep behind him. Jiangji turned around. Xavier was holding a portable computer, saluted at Jiangji and said respectfully, Commander, take a look at this. From the smart and crafty Xavier 1. Jiangji knew that there was no small matter, took the portable computer and looked down. He then slowly narrowed his eyes. The message on it was exactly what the spy satellites had just stolen. As decided by the United Nations Conference, countries around the globe have decided to decide on the division of spacecraft by means of a real-life military exercise, which is open to any country that has a regime. Africa and other countries are protesting. A group of people are outraged and see this as a gross injustice and have issued an international condemnation, calling for a renegotiation of the division of spacecraft. But no one cares. Persian Gulf Coast, Erlang and Lido II, Egypt, Saudi Arabia, and other countries, have failed in their attempts to enter the mysterious ship by various means and have been unable to find a valid entrance. Live military exercises? Jiang Ji recited silently. He looked again before seeing the rules clearly, and suddenly his mouth showed contempt. Turns out it's the big fighters bullying the little ones. Don't even think about it. The next rules to be set will definitely favor the big countries, and the smaller countries will want to take the points and just focus on participation. Seeing that the commander was almost done looking, Xavier spoke tentatively. Commander, spaceships, products from alien planets. Do you think the base would like to join this military exercise to gain some technology? The higher you stand, the more you know about a ship that can navigate the universe. What amazing technology is contained within? Describe it in terms of hanging the world. It's not excessive in the slightest. Xavier hadn't realized that the ship, long ago, had been dropped in the plans by Jiang Ji, so he came to ask, and Jiang Ji returned the tablet to him. It says that only countries with power can participate, and it's only a matter of days. Do you think we can have power? At that, Xavier closed his eyes. In his mind, and then at an exaggerated rate, he evolved the image of the base taking down the entire crash. If there was a brain-computer interface that linked up to Xavier's mind, the images are absolutely amazing. Xavier's brain, like a high-speed, advanced computer, took into account all sorts of situations, even the interventions of neighboring countries. In this case, Xavier opened his eyes. Commander, half a month with the base under full fire. With Alpha's capabilities, we can definitely take crash, and with half a month's delay, we'll be able to get in on this military exercise. He's talking about reckless means, direct bomber plowing, heavy weapons on the line. Jiang Ji slightly stunned, then smiled and shook his head. You think too simple. Look at the Houthis, the actual control of Yemen for a long time. The capital is also in the hands of the Houthis. What did the United Nations do? Define them as terrorists and sanction them. So, Jiang Ru nodded contemplatively. We are also very likely to be defined as a terrorist arm. Understand? Military exercises this way, doomed to go nowhere. But the spaceship, we also have to intervene. What you and Alpha, Norton, need to do is take the crash's oil mines as soon as possible to replenish the base. He intoned emphatically. The attitude was hard and the gaze was very firm. Xavier's pupils shrank. He was also smart and understood at once that the commander was planning to force control. He hurriedly said, Understood. I'm going to tell Alpha. There will be a fight. Funding for the base should never be cut off. Go. Jiang Ru used an encouraging tone, and Xavier nodded solemnly and left quickly. Command. Xavier will Jiang rhetoric meaning, just relayed. Alpha Tongue stood up. His eyes swept straight to crash 3 largest oil mines. Fierce and serious. He pointed a finger at one of the soldiers. Go, rush Nolan for me. Hurry up and get the replication center built. Go. Yes, General. 2 of the 3 largest oil fields are in the hands of the Sali forces, both in the south, in the same direction as the port, and the other is in the hands of government forces, in the northern rear. Now that the commander has spoken. Just can't wait. Alpha pointed to one person again. You go tell the head of the chariot factory again to produce the Rhino and Grizzly tanks, as well as the multi-purpose armored vehicle, all day long. There's no fear of redundancy with this thing, and these 3 are cheap, none of them exceeding 1,000 funds individually. Just manufacture it. Yes. Noticing the solemnity and seriousness of Alpha's tone, the soldier ran out at the first opportunity, and the big bald Alpha lifted his wrist. It was 9:20 p.m. He lowered his palms and waited for 2 minutes in command, clutching his chest. The soldier who questioned Nolan returned. Loudly, he reported, General, Engineer Nolan says the replication center will be ready for use at 2 a.m. At the latest. Alpha's cross-faced face pulled back, leaking ferocity. You go tell him I want it at 12, no matter what he uses. Yes, General. Again. He waited a few moments. The soldier who had just gone out ran back panting, reporting to the general. Chief Engineer Nolan says that at 12 o'clock, an additional 50,000 funds will be consumed. 50,000? The Alfarians were ruthless without saying much, lighting up a cigarette that they had asked for from Jiang Qi. You go tell him. Hurry up. 2 hours earlier. I'll take the oil field 2 hours earlier and make it up to him. Yes, $50,000 is 2.5 million tons of oil. Alpha is actually talking a bit big. 2.5 million tons. Not a small amount. Many oil fields produce no more than 100 million tons per year, which translates to only 2 million in base funding. But it's too much to worry about at the moment. Time is money. Nolan agrees. And builds some additional construction vehicles. And the base nuclear power plant begins construction, piece by piece, along with the cloning center. Get the message. Alpha looked to Xavier and Norton and said directly, I'm leaving at 4 a.m. I'll leave the security of the base to you two, and get me 100 communicators. Norton is in charge of logistics. At this time, it was impossible to drag one's feet and nodded heavily. Don't worry. Good. Alpha's eyes are once again on the nearest city of now, as well as the Jelalang Gorge, where the Krakch government forces and the Sali forces are currently squaring off. Taking a deep drag on his cigarette, he shooed it out with his fingers, thumb stained with black soot, rubbing down across the entire Thermalang Canyon. The map of the two armies facing each other turned into a blackened pile. Night, 11 o'clock. Jiang Ji perceived that all the lights in the base, all of a sudden, went out, and after a short minute, and then very orderly one building after another, relighted. He understood at once. Nuclear power plants are fine. Jiang Ru quickly walked to the nuclear power plant. In front of him were several very large chimneys that began to smoke and boil water, and then cooled to convert heat energy into power potential energy to generate electricity. With nuclear power plants, the base basically won't be short of electricity anymore. The only thing is that we can't let someone blow up the nuclear power plant, or else a nuclear leak is going to ripple through the whole base. Commander, you're here. Nolan had just come out of the nuclear power plant and greeted Jiang Ji. Jiang Ru nodded in response. Nolan, take the rift generator. Hurry up and get it working. Cover the entire base. This is our route. Yes, Commander. The construction trucks at the base are too busy right now. All are building cloning centers. Only 1 hour left. Seeing this, Jiang Ji left the entrance of the nuclear power plant and found Alpha and Xavier at the command headquarters, where the two were nervously deploying to discuss their plans. Commanded the two platoons of officers next to him. As soon as the crowd saw Jiang Ji, they all stopped their work and saluted him. Commander! Commander! Jiang Ru waved his hand. You guys are busy. I just came over to take a look. Yes, dozens of people all bellowed. Alpha continued to kill. Xavier, you're coming with me this time. I'm not going to stop when I take Hama City. I'm going to kill all the way to the Sali Armed Forces main rear and cut off their supply lines. So you're going to hold on to the cities you take. It was a blitzkrieg. The enemy had no idea that there was such a force in Crash territory, and it was all going to be taken by surprise. Alpha wants to extend the battle as much as possible. If we can kill the back of the Jelalang Gorge and cut off the retreat of the Sali forces, there are government forces in front and Al-Qaeda forces behind. The Sali armed group. It will collapse into nothing. Xavier nodded. Leave it to me. As long as you're in a position you fought, you think I can lose it? Ha 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 ha. Alpha laughed bashfully, slamming Xavier hard. Okay, trust you. Immediately after, Alpha turned, his eyes, sharp as eagles, swept over the faces of the many officers. What is to be arranged for you has been arranged. Now go down and get ready, and go to rest, and leave at 4 o'clock sharp. Yes, General. The base produced 1,000 mobilized soldiers yesterday. Under Alpha's arrangement, all were refreshing themselves for an early morning departure, and a great battle was to be fought on the morrow, with which the numerous officers took their leave of River, left the command post. Alpha said to Xavier, you go rest too. I'll just keep an eye on it. I'll pass. Xavier shook his head. Norton and Alpha are not sleeping. What's the point of sleeping by yourself? It's fine to stay up for a bit. Then both of them look at Jiang Ji. Alpha said, Commander, do you see any instructions? Jiang Ji sat on the side, quietly smoking a cigarette, looked up and said, no, leave the professional things to the professional people. I'm going to go over with you guys tonight to take a look. He was dying of idleness at the base these days. There's nothing to do. And this was the first time the base had fought a war. Going to war and expanding the territory for himself. Jiang Ru had been looking forward to it in his heart. Alpha and Xavier looked at each other with some hesitation. Xavier was slightly worried. Commander, you're the core of the base. We don't even know the military strength of Hama City, and it's hard to hide from a dark gun. So you'd better reconsider? If anything happens to Jiang Ji, what about them? Jiang Ji, of course, knew the concerns of the two and grinned. Don't worry, I'll just be in the armored car, listening for rumblings from the back. I won't recklessly rush to the front. This point obviously did not convince the two men. The situation on the battlefield is changing rapidly, and the base's intelligence is insufficient. In case a group of people come from outside of Hama City and bombard the armored car directly with RPGs, it's dangerous. Seeing that the two were still hesitant to word their words, Jiang resigned and took a step back. If the situation is not right, I'll go back to the base right away. Okay? Xavier and Alpha were both headstrong and helpless. All that could be said was, that's fine. Commander, you're with us. Yes. The cloning center was now unbuilt, though, and Alpha still commanded the constant production of soldiers. The base's barracks, which could produce 1 soldier a minute, 60 an hour. It looked small, But actually this has been very fast. All day long it's more than 1,000 people. And all of them are elites. Cloning center 1 out. That's an hour and 120 physically strong, well-trained soldiers. In the meantime, China, Anhai City, due to a 3-hour time difference, at this time in the country, it was just 8 o'clock. Chang Qingzhu returned to the dormitory, simply put on a makeup, picked up the phone, face slightly expectant, a little embarrassed to send a message to Jiang Ji. Brother Jiang Ji, I'm going to broadcast live. Can you come and take a look later when you're free? In the base, Jiang Ji, who has a net, received the message and picked up his cell phone to reply. Okay, you'll tell me the name later. Is Ali also live? Well, what about? Brother Zhao Jiashu said to let the two of us get used to it and broadcast it casually. He wants to see what style we fit into before he can package it. A true top streamer doesn't go live every day. Zhao Jiashu was prepared to make Zhang Li and Cheng Qingzhu look like this, but he also had to look at the combination of style, appearance, voice, and dress, create a perfect persona. Lest the video be one style and the live stream another. This can have a big impact. Good. In the base, Jiang Ji really didn't have anything going on right now. Cheng Qingzhu sent her Douyin nickname over quickly, then looked at Jiang Li next to her. Li, are you ready? Jiang Li grinned greatly and straightened her short broken hair. Alright, is my brother coming? I'm so nervous. Qingzhu, are you nervous? Cheng Qingzhu rolled her charming white eyes. Can you not be nervous? Pinched his palms together. The two remaining roommates, secretly bristling. Both of her had been sour since the day the two of them came back from their big shopping trip. Now we learn that the two women are going live. Both secretly scoffed in their minds. Still want to be a Netflix star? If it were that easy, who'd go to school when everyone's off making money as Netflix? Though mentally scoffing. On the surface, the two of her acted as usual, and that's how the heap of women is, the hardest to grasp. At this point, Jiang Li and Cheng Qingzhu were also ready. Both of them took a deep breath, inwardly pumping themselves up, and then by Cheng Qingzhu, on the stand, clicked start live. The two were looking nervously at the screen, not knowing what to do and showing a bit of nerdiness. And soon, a viewer came in. Jiang Ji was at the base and almost couldn't help but burst out laughing. Too dull. Like a fool. He directly in the screen said, you two do what it, let go so nervous, do not know that thought to see a big leader it, saw someone on the air talking. Jiang Li and Cheng Qingzhu were slightly wide-eyed, and could see a flash of joy before the two of them were confused again, staring wide-eyed, not knowing what to say. Jiang Yu was numb. It seems that the two have no talent for live broadcasting at all. They are both social terrorists. And the younger sister Jiang Li seems to have a big grin and a lively personality, but in reality, she is also a harbor. Anlin, seeing the audience are speechless, Jiang Li is a bit embarrassed. She thought of the anchor she saw before, and modeled our first live broadcast. If you like the anchor, you can click to follow. Thanks. Jiang Ji was silent, sitting at the base and lighting a cigarette without saying a word. Silent snap, I'm your brother. Ha! Jiang Li's eyes widened at once, her face reddened for a moment, then she called out, brother, what are you doing? I thought it was an audience. Forget it, you two play, just broadcast as you wish. Do not want to broadcast off the line, brother support you too. Something call me. It's not like he's poor himself. Rather, there is no need to painstakingly teach the girl how to live. There is no need. At that time, just want to find some part-time jobs for Cheng Qingzhu. Seeing this, Jiang Li skimmed her mouth and let out a cut, not taking it seriously at all. Cheng Qingzhu lowered her head a little embarrassed, looking a bit self-conscious. It was true that brother Jiang Roy was trying to help himself, and he couldn't go on like this. He had to learn to broadcast a bit. Jiang Ru left the live broadcast room, brushed the video. Douyin is now still occupied by various news of the space shuttle, almost every self-media, to rub a little heat. The comments section calls out the most. Just wanted to see the airship live. It's just that this one is not currently available to anyone. And Jiang Ji had just left the live broadcast room. Zhao Jiashu then came and began to carefully teach Cheng Qingzhu and Jiang Li how the newcomers should broadcast. He was very patient. This is the sister of the big boss. Jiang Li was actually quite interested in this older brother. However, said that in the future, he would butt heads with the entertainment industry. What girl hasn't fantasized about wearing a nice dress and standing under the spotlight? She too studied hard. Zhao Jiashu acted as the management of the live broadcast room, but slowly a dozen people came in to watch again. Jiang Li was responsible for chatting with the pop-ups. Cheng Qingzhu is a good boy when he sits down. The two are pure and youthful, coupled with the schoolgirl level face, coupled with a newcomer live, surprisingly slowly attracted a lot of viewers to watch. All want to be a newcomer sister's big brother. Let's see if we can get a kiss. Zhao Jiashu at the side of the care. The two broadcast is a little skillful. Zhang Li let go from time to time with the audience and the live broadcast jokes. According to what Zhou Kashi said, no matter how big the gift, all do not thank, do not respond. Zhang Li is now also a small rich woman. This point is doing very well. Create a high-end persona. In order to keep the heat in the live room, Zhao Jiashu also put in blood, the biggest lucky bags one after another, used to keep people and create traffic. The number of people was surprisingly short for an hour. Broke 1,000. Zhao Jiashu was very excited. Some of the millions of fans of netizens, live broadcasts are only a few dozen viewers to watch. Jianli and Shang Qingzhu, one lively, the other quiet. All beautiful girls. Combined with the constant flow of goodies, the fan base is continuing to rise. He knows, now it's got to keep it up. Better create a big event with buzz and traffic out of it. That first day is a big success. Zhao Jiashu gave a slight thought, and a frightening idea was born in his mind. He winced to himself. Think about it. He still sent a message to Jiang Ji. Mr. Jiang, I have an idea that can make our company an MS. Jiang Li a hit. It just might burn a lot of money. Do you want to hear it? Say. Zhang Rui is cold and doesn't talk much. Zhao Jiashu swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Himself shocked by that idea, he shivered his hands and spoke out this unrealistic idea. Create a record of the highest PK winning streak. No matter who it is, we'll beat him and defeat him. It's all about hitting it hard with money. What Douyin top stream? 3 Yang brother, Hui Zi, and those, all with PK to give a beating of the heart. These anchors are self-contained, a lot of traffic. Then Zhao Jiashu edits it to promote it. Definitely fires. Zhang Ji a slight thought, eyes a little shocked. He blinked. Good guy. Not bad money. You take on so play is not it? With those top streams, a live broadcast, ready for millions of hits? He's got this $70 million in his pocket. I can't afford to build it like this. Zhao Jiashu continued. Mr. Jiang, I can contact Douyin management to make a guild, and Douyin can be 7-3, our 7s. Zhang Rui took a deep breath. That was about right. Zhao Jiashu didn't dare to say a word after posting this. He was so apprehensive inside that he almost felt himself tense up. It was nerve-wracking, and he felt like he'd said the wrong thing. Jiang is always rich, but not an ingrate. Not to mention the fact that once this persona hits, it's an almost bottomless pit of anchors who will keep coming back for more. There's no $10 million budget. Don't dare talk big at all. Plus, Zhao Jiashu wasn't at all clear about Jiang Ji's strength. He smashed his thighs in regret and hurriedly made up for it. Brother Jiang, I'm sorry, it was my hot head just now. He just hit send. Jiang Ji's message came in synchronization. I think your idea is good. Fight. Puff. Zhao Jiashu was instantly dumbfounded, completely dumbfounded, and inwardly knelt directly, extremely shocked. Oh, my God, is the boss so powerful? He was really hot-headed just now, and now that he had calmed down, he hurriedly said, Brother Jiang, I was wrong just now. I can't fight it. This can indeed be a fire, but the money earned might not be as much as the money spent. His grandmother, Jiang is too scary. This can be agreed. By the time the quarterly year is all losses, what face one still have to see Jiang? That was a 100-day dream just now. The common man's dream of smashing a top stream with money and crying all over the internet is put into reality. But it's not practical at all. Who the fuck has that kind of money? Smash this. As soon as Zhao Jiashu thought about it, he knew that the boss, Jiang Ji, was now on top as well, and advised, Brother Jiang, calm down. Just now I was just talking about playing around. This is too much of a loss. Zhang Rui replied with 5 more words. It's okay, not bad. Those bland words. Pangea is full. Zhao Jiashu eyelids fluttered violently. Scalp numb. Really fake. Jiang in the end, what kind of person? At this moment, Jiang Ji in his heart, filled with a high and mysterious. His breathing was messed up at this point. Heart and hands were trembling, uncertainly inquiring, Brother Jiang, really fight? This might take a lot of losses. I can't guarantee when I can get my money back. Jiang Ji remained calm. 70 million is forbidden to build, but the thought that an internet undefeated myth, to be born from his own hands, his good will also up. Crash just needs to take it. He is rich as hell on his own. It's really not that bad, quietly replied. Play PK this part of the money, not into the company's finances. Counting my personal. You go to contact Douyin. Give me with the company account. Open a large recharge. China. Zhao Jiashu really knelt down for Jiang Ji this time. Poof. The hand trembling with excitement, almost unable to hold the cell phone. At this moment, Zhao Jiashu was as if he had been hit by a grand prize that fell from the sky. I can't get over how excited I am. Picked up a boss in the live broadcast. This is more than a boss. Is the god of fortune Zhao Jiashu. In addition to the excitement, there is also Jiang Ji's gratitude and awe. Jiang Ru accomplished more than just his own dream. It's also for Chiu Ka Shu. In the fulfillment of a dream. One throw of the dice. Put the money is not money. Who has not fantasized that countless netizens in the following straight call their big brother? That scene can absolutely satisfy anyone's vanity. Jiang Ru's words came to this point. Zhao Jiashu shirking again would be unintelligent. He was all hot and excited with light in his eyes. Brother Jiang, I'm going to contact Douyin. Is it for you to open that number of Anlin? Well, send me the company account number. Base. Jiang Ji wrapped in a cotton jacket and sat on the sand. The base was brightly lit. The sound of industry and machinery was constant. And one soldier after another came out of the barracks, reporting from the sidelines. He suddenly had an idea, and smiled to himself first at the thought of opening a live broadcast later, so that the whole country would come to brush the rockets. Brush one, and fire one at the enemy. If the enemy was a kid, I guess it doesn't stop for the night. Ha ha ha. Zhao Jiashu quickly sent the company's Douyin account, and then the first time he sent a WeChat to a Douyin customer service that he had previously added. There's nothing difficult about opening a large recharge. Douyin can't wait for you to fill it up. It didn't take long. Zhao Jiashu in the past 2 days to find a good company address, has begun to decorate to buy equipment. Live Guild this matter, of course, did not fall. Contacted well in advance. The guild itself brushes gifts to its anchors and splits them 70/30ths with Douyin and the normal 50/50ths for the rest of the audience. This is an unspoken rule on almost all live streaming platforms. Rich Squire factor restitution. Hundreds of people split the bill 50/50. Zhao Jiashu didn't rest for a moment, adding on the company's New Star Media account in the guild, as well as Jiang Ji's Lan account. The sub-account is naturally the Alishao Changzhu that Zhangli and Cheng Chengzhu are broadcasting. He got it done in 2 or 3 strokes. A long exhale. All done. Now as long as the 2 accounts above swipe gifts for the sub-accounts, Douyin will only take 30%. The next step is to build a persona. Pulling traffic now. Zhao Jiashu naturally wouldn't be stupid enough to PK with top stream anchors every single time. It was best to start at a low level and slowly fight your way up to top stream. Better yet, connect a big anchor every day. Can keep refreshing the heat. Now Ali Zia Kingzu is a new number. Not much fame. Want to even big anchors? Of course, impossible. Can only play some small anchors first. The persona of the undefeated myth has to be established first. Zhao Jiashu searched for a while, so he sent a message to Jiangli. Miss Ali, I've discussed it with Jiang. You should change the title of the live room to A Little Searching. Zhao Jiashu's eyes suffused with wariness. So let's be blunt. Create the highest PK winning streak in the entire network. Lose a handful. Send a 911 sports car. In the dormitory. Jiangli and Cheng Qingzhu who are live broadcasting saw the message. The two were obviously stunned. What the hell? Real send or fake send? Who can top that with a real delivery? Zhao Jiashu quickly took Jiang Ji with his idea and sent it over. Jiangli and Cheng Qingzhu were stunned. Their bright red lips slightly open. Their eyes were shocked. Jiangli hurriedly asked, does my brother have that much money? Besides, if you have this money, how nice to take it and spend it. Why do you brush it off like that? Cheng Qingzhu nodded her head seriously with a small face. That's it. Are you crazy? Zhao Jiashu shook his head on the side. I don't know. I see brother Zhang's meaning. It seems like there is. The difference between the two siblings was too great. From chatting with Zhongli, Zhao Jiashu is not difficult to judge that this is an ordinary person. But the pro-brother Jiangji brother, how so rich? What the hell does he do? More and more mysterious. Zhao Jiashu then added, you two change it first. Just as a gimmick is fine. The big thing is to give up later. Just as traffic with the script. Not in the way. Zhongli thought a little, hesitated for a moment, and nodded in agreement. Cheng Qingzhu was on the live broadcasting phone, operated for a while, and then changed her name. And at the same time, Jiang Ji was also recharging Douyin. He thought about it and directly charged his number with $10 million. That's a whole 100 million Douyin diamonds. Looking at the long list of balance figures, Jiang Ji had no ripples in his heart. Money, for him, was indeed just a number. As long as there's power. What don't you want? Grandpa, I want that one. One word and the capitalist will run away. Jiang Zhu proceeded to charge another $10 million to the New Star Media company account. Xiao Shu, the company account is flushed. Keep it for backup. When I'm not around, you can use the company account. Zhao Jiashu through the screen are nodding in waste. Good Lijiang. You can rest assured. When the time to play PK with the big anchors, certainly a few days in advance on the preheating, creating heat. Where's the traffic if you don't hype it up? Zhao Jiashu was very excited. Very nervous. Cannot wait to board the company account to check the balance. Just opened. The series of numbers. It directly made Zhao Jiashu's blood run hot. Almost choked. His breath caught instantly and his indisputable throat rolled. 10 million. Billion. 100 million. Hiss. Too much. He had never touched so much money before, and was a little scared. And the next moment, Jiang Ji sent a sentence, and Zhao Jiashu instantly had cold sweat running down his forehead. I'm willing to spend the money, but I want to see the results of that spending. Understand? Zhao Jiashu patted his chest and expressed his loyalty. Brother Jiang, don't worry. You're my little tree's recreated benefactor. I'll do my best. And not to mention anything else, just Jiang Ji's knowledge of him. Plus this money, not counting into the company's finances. The company makes a profit. His 10% dividend is there. This is all the good of Jiang Ji to him. Zhao Jiashu. He had always been grateful to Jiang Ji in his heart. It's also very respectful now. Well, you go get it. Yell at me if something happens. Jiang Ji replied back, closing the chat page and searching for John Lee's live room. Entering it, he was surprised that it was almost 1,000. It's okay. It's just that Zhang Li and Chang Qingzhu's programs have very little effect, and this number of people is basically retained by the big lucky bags and red envelopes. And at this point, when Chang Qingzhu changed the title of the live broadcast room, all the viewers inside were confused, and there was a neat row of question marks on the pop-up screen. A free 9/11 for losing a hand in PK? Really? Crap. I don't believe it. That's right. Why come on air when you have this strength? The anchor's family has a mind? Zhang Li cupped her cell phone, which constantly had messages from Zhao Jiashu in real time. He knew the two were inexperienced. One must follow. Zhang Li and Chang Qingzhu, read the message. Take a few deep breaths to calm the mood. Gradually no longer nervous. Facing the live broadcast of 1,000 people. Without further ado, let's first draw a red packet of 100,000 for everyone. Call all of your anchors. PK loser. Transfer 911 on the spot. As soon as she exited, 1,000 people were on the air. All silent. The next moment it blew up straight away. What the hell? The new anchor. The opening is to draw 10,000 red packets. It's rich and white. The pop-up screen was lively. Zhang Li did not say much. According to Zhao Jiashu's arrangement, directly sent a lucky bag that could only draw one person. The prerequisite is that you must follow the accounts Nova Media as well as Alishao Changzhu. The lucky bag opens in 5 minutes. No attention counts. It's 1,000 people on the air. The odds of winning the draw are very good. The audience is once again kept for 5 minutes while a newcomer's flow does this. Platform AI algorithms. It would then share more traffic to John Lee's live room. The number of people started to skyrocket from 1,000. The title of the live broadcast was so attention-grabbing, and as soon as they came in, they were drawing a big red packet of 10,000. So the new viewers who came in couldn't wait to participate in the drawing, and waiting patiently. 5 minutes of time, gradually passing. When the moment the lucky bag was opened, the number of people in John Lee's live room reached 3,000. Fan 2,480. Soon, the lucky bag was opened, and John Lee, according to Zhao Jiashu's instructions, didn't hesitate for a second to follow the fan who won the lucky bag and then take another phone. In front of everyone on the air. Turn 10,000 on the spot. 3,000 online viewers went crazy, each enviously drooling. $10,000 is not a small amount. And white whoring it. Crap. Anchor beauty bull. This is not acting at all. Awesome. Really hair. There's something about this anchor. Envious of the winning brother. Oh, can you let me also draw once? $10,000. To work for 2 months. The anchor quickly send the second come on. The second one. Of course Jiang Li wouldn't be stupid enough to actually give money to the live viewers. That's the tactic used. Stay hot. Chang Qingzhu's shallow smile. 2 pair eddies very sweet. Glutinous said, everyone wait. Next to PK La. PK and will send the second red envelope. You guys can call an anchor to link up and get a 911 sports car if you lose. Her voice was so beautiful that the hearts of a group of big old men melted one by one. Okay, sister you wait. Immediately call the ancestor to single kill you. I'm going to yell at baby rising. White whoring a sports car. Who wouldn't? I don't believe it. How can this be possible? Losing and sending a sports car. This is cheating the ghost. The whole Douyin anchors are so many. Can you afford to send? I don't believe it either. Too fake for this. That's right. With people PK, other people's gifts, and will not fall into your pockets. Lost and also send sports cars. This is not pure fool? Seeing the pop-ups, John Li and Chang Qingzhu kept smiling. Zhao Jiashu sent the message in real time. The 2 men read as they were told. If you don't believe me, you can stay and watch. Every night at 8 p.m. Live. Lose 1 game. You get a sports car. Tough. The live viewers were all thinking the same thing. Then I'm going to see if it's true. Che, those who said something about dying and entering the factory. Didn't see it enter the factory? Okay, brothers, don't talk nonsense. Call a big anchor to win in one fight. Don't you know? Go go go. Immediately afterward, very many of Douyin's live broadcasts popped up with pop-ups of connecting to Willie Xiaoqingzhu and winning sports cars. It confuses so many anchors and viewers. Not for a moment. The crowd then figured out what happened. Xiaojiu is a King of Honor anchor with 3 million fans and 4,000 viewers in the live room. There were several big brothers in the 40s. Just finished operating a regiment. Xiaojiu looked at the live broadcast. 1 PK sent Porsche 911 sports car pop-ups. Cannot help but doubt, asked, brothers? You say this really false? The new anchor dares to do this. Then we shall not teach her to be a person? Connect and try chanting anchor. That's right. Try. Win, not only earn rice, but also white whoring a million sports car. Earn hempa. Charge. Seeing the pop-ups, Xiaojiu, who likes to make money, can't help but feel hot. Thinking of the handsome shape of the Porsche 911, he licked his lips, his mouth dry. Okay, brothers, wait for me to finish this fight. We will be even. Big brothers at that time Jilianapa, want a person to send a big red packet. Since Jio's skills are good, the operation is very handsome. There are a lot of big brothers, are quite supportive of him. At once a 30-something, 40-level audience said, dry on the finish. A long time no PK fight. Tonight must give you on the ticket. That's right. I want to see what this new anchor is all about. Get. Hey! As soon as Xiaojiu saw that his big brother was so supportive of him, he immediately rushed to operate. Ready to win this game and then go win the sports car. The other side. There are really a lot of viewers that have found DNF1. Baby Su brushed Willie Xiaoqingzhu fiercely in his live room. Everyone knows that as a game first brother of the Asahi baby, fans that is 10 million level, and there is no lack of big brother. Playing PK is gnarly and fierce. Baby Su didn't notice it at first, and with more than 100,000 people in his live room, many people ran to John Lee's live room to take a look, found out it was actually true. One by one, they also ran back and brushed up, all wanting to watch the fun, and it was only then that Baby Rising noticed and asked with a curious smile, what anchor, so fierce? I wouldn't dare to say that losing one hand gives a sports car. The audience all but urged him to connect the dots. Baby Shushu smiled. He wasn't far behind, and said, let's go take a look first, and we'll talk about the connection later. Rookie is not interested in sports cars. He was really quite interested in this anchor who gave away a sports car for losing a handful of times. So on his computer, he opened Douyin and searched for Ali Xiaoqingzhu. Baby Shushu's eyes lit up, and he bared his teeth. I go, brothers, a big beauty. Look at this dress. This face, it looks like she's still a college student. Crap, so good looking. Bye Baby Shushu. I'm leaving. Bye. Baby Shushu didn't mind at all and kept a smile on his face, not closing Jian Li's live room because he was diverted. Instead, it took over 100,000 viewers. Watched it with great interest. Hey, I saw the pop-up saying that a 10,000 red packet had just been sent out and 9 more were to be sent out later. True or false? Baby Su was slightly surprised. Really, it was really handed out, on the spot, and turned in a straight lucky draw. Really, Asahi baby really a little surprised. He has not seen a few so generous. I go, then a little strength Having said that, the rising sun is actually quite bland. Hundreds of thousands of viewers themselves. Big brother countless. Just a word, a random gift of millions. Baby Su is watching it. Suddenly, Jiang Li's live room is divided into 2 screens, and on the other side, it is the small 9 of the King's Honor. Ruffling his hair and playing it cool, he said, just you guys lose and give away sports cars? Cheng Qingzhu smiled slightly. Yes, to fight? The rules are based on the time and the lead. Whoever is in the lead for a long time, whoever wins. This is the rule set by Zhao Jiashu. Avoid being maliciously stolen from the tower. In case there is an anchor behind you looking for dozens of people. The last few seconds of the fierce brush Huazi. You one person, certainly cannot brush dozens of people. So PK within the lead for a long time. Even if you win. Xiaojiu has the support of his big brother. Immediately said, ha, come on. Sports car ready to play a few minutes of? Jiang Li looked at Zhao Jiashu's message and said, 10 minutes. Family members can see what punishment they want to see each other do. Post it on the pop-up and I'll randomly pick it. There's the added bonus of Baby Rising, as well as those 3,000 viewers advertising everywhere before. Now Jiang Li's live room. The number of people are 8,000, and the audience likes to see the fun the most. Straight up one is harder than the other in terms of punishment. Bark like a dog for 100 times. Kneel down and call the anchor mom. Get down on your knees and say I was wrong. I'm not strong. I shouldn't have touched the anchor. Write a 1. 000 confession live on air. Naked. And Xiao Jiao also used a small number, secretly peeking at the live broadcast of Zhongli Xiaochangzhu, and immediately shivered. Don't. These penalties are too harsh. And Zhongli, who was as good as an imp at this point, smiled cheekily, picked up her other cell phone, pointed it at the live broadcast, and made a random point on the pop-up screen. Interactively draw penalties for cow. Audience retention could be better. Satisfy their bad taste. Loser writes an asshole on his face and asks if everyone recognizes what it's called. Xiao Jiao's face turned green on the spot when he saw this punishment. Damn. This group of spectators who are watching for fun is not too big. Is this something a human being could do? It's so insulting. When Zhang Li and Cheng Qingzhu saw it, they both couldn't help but cover their mouths with a smile. He, can you accept it? If you don't accept it, you won't PK. Jiao darkened his face, thinking of the handsome and racy sports car. His teeth clenched. No problem. Turning his head, he then seriously said to the audience of his live broadcast, Big brothers, the battle of face. Xiao Jiao is here. So please everyone, the opposite side is too arrogant. Today must be taken down ruthlessly. 10 minutes of connected PK begins. Xiao Jiao shouted loudly in the live broadcast room as his big brother began to power up, sending gifts one by one, and surprisingly began to suppress Jiang Li and Cheng Qingzhu. Seeing the situation, Jiang Ji shot out with 10 carnival, instantly 30,000 bloodstains, and pressed Xiao Jiao down to just a sliver. Gifts of special effects flooded the broadcast room. 2 live audience, plus the baby Su Su is watching. More than 100,000 netizens, all stunned, crippled, carnival so on? Which big brother? Big brother confused. Stop brushing and watch the anchor lose the sports car. Crap, there really is a big brother. There goes my year's paycheck. Big brother wants to warm the bed? Begging for adoption big brother. Moreover, Jiang Li and Cheng Qingzhu acted very blandly, and the contrast with Xiao Jiao's side, who was playing passionate music and begging for gifts at the top of his voice, was too obvious. Zhang Ru followed up with another 100 carnivals. One shot, 300,000, counting it as a gift from Douyin. It was 3 million bloodstains, which was very rare in the entire Douyin live streaming circle. One spectator's jaw dropped. Look stupid. It's too hard. Xiao Jiao live room only a few thousand people, just started to threaten to vote on the big brother. At once, one by one silent. Get on a gross. I've got nothing on my side, but they've got 3 million votes, so I'm going to fight with my head. And a gift of $300,000. Instantly, the live room of Ali Xiaochengzhu was pushed to the first place of gifts in Suzhou and Shanghai province and the 6th place in the whole country. And more viewers poured in. Zhang Ru won carnival without stopping. Almost every second is a special effect. Come in an audience. Open eyes to see silly one. Watch so many years live. Really not a few times to see such a ruthless big brother. PK at the end of the day. The number of people in Jiang Li and Cheng Qingzhu's live broadcast room was directly fixed at 30,000, which was almost an audience that only big anchors had. Jiao lost unsurprisingly. Shame on you for writing King's Rump on your face and asking, in front of over 200,000 people, do you recognize what this is? Pust. The audience just couldn't hold it in. Ah, shrimp and pig's heart. It's too suffocating. After watching the first live broadcast, Baby Susu silently clicked on Anlan's account and looked at it twice. And there was nothing in it. He marveled and smacked his lips. Brothers, this is a real big brother. The whole scene down. The carnival has to give away there are 600,000, TSK, bull. Nine's total gift ended up being just under 100,000 votes. Crushed to pieces. No wonder people rush to say lose a hand to send a sports car. On this strength, Douyin has a few can beat. Susu baby shook his head and left Jiang Li live room. He thought about it for a moment. Next, Jiang Li and even a few PK have Jiang Ji shot. No surprise. All victories, 7 battles 7 wins, and fight there are several thousand people live room. Fukubukuro was also handed out 710,000. The live stream must have been in the 20,000 plus range as Nova Media came into its own and became known to tonight's audience. Just wait for Zhao Jiashu to edit the video. 200 carnivals playing park. Lose and send a sports car. 100,000 sends a red packet. There are these topics in. To recreate some heat, the subsequent flow will be higher. At this time, the time of the Jiangji side of the time has been 3 a.m. 12 o'clock at night in the country. He put Zhao Jiashu in charge of the back. Exit the live feed by yourself. Base. 4 o'clock Alpha is going to leave. Now 3 o'clock. The soldiers who rested earlier, all get up and quickly organize the equipment. A tank, armored vehicles, all lined up in a long line like a queue. One by one, the crowd examined them. People were everywhere, a neat and loud voice, as well as the sound of running, organized into a heated symphony at the base. Zhang Ru cut his teeth on it and realized how hard it was to fight a war. Think of all the people who can't even be class president, not to mention managing so many teams, and it's such a tight schedule. Alpha lived up to his commanding rank, and in a short time, one officer after another was arranged, from the largest to the smallest, and none was left behind. The sparrow may be small, but it has all its organs. From the time the cloning center was built, soldiers were constantly being produced, and now the base had a total of close to 2,000 combat soldiers, 45 rhino tanks, 25 grizzly tanks, 45 armored vehicles, and 45 helicopter gunships. Funds are left at $580,000. The bulk of the money was spent on researchers and construction vehicles, soldiers and equipment, just under $200,000, and it's only the third day today. Zhang Ru is still 7 days away. Only then can you use Goldfinger, so replenishing the base is imminent. At the same time, the base crack generator, which has been constructed, is now in full swing with the construction of a nuclear silo. And having a sword that you don't use and not having a sword in your hand are two different things. In the midst of an intense base deployment, Zhang Ji felt that an hour passed very quickly. At this time, 3:50 a.m., Alpha and Xavier, called Zhang Ji, the three of them sat in an armored car, acting as a command center. Outside was a long line. The soldiers at the base, all sitting on tanks or crammed into armored vehicles and helicopter gunships, were waiting for an order. Alpha's gaze was bloodthirsty and excited, and he ran his hand over his large bald head, the ferocious horizontal flesh on his face shaking. "Commander, you may give the order." Zhang Ru took the walkie-talkie, which was actually a communication contact produced by the base. "The signal is good." Zhang Ru's eyes also carried excitement, pressed on, and said in a deep voice, "This is the command headquarters. Pass the order down. The whole army, set off." "Roger, roger." Boom, boom, boom. In the middle of the desert, an engine roared and lights flashed as the front row of armored vehicles began, their wheels raising sand and dust. The buzz drove forward, behind a car, followed at once. The desert is wide, the caravan into several rows, head to head, as in the wilderness driving recklessly. Helicopter gunships at the base, taking off at the same time, buzzing overhead as well as in front of them. From the sky, at this point in the desert, more than 100 armored units seemed to pour out of the ants that could overpower everything. Kill the city of Hama. The armored car from the command center that Zhang Ru and Xavier Alpha were riding in was at the very back, with 4 armored cars swept alongside to guard it. Head in all 4 directions. Each hovered armed helicopters, but where there was an unidentified target, no orders were needed. Direct fire was opened, and no one could get near the command headquarters. The early hours of the morning, when people are at their sleepiest, thousands of soldiers at the base, spirits lifted in fighting spirit rushed to the road. In the meantime, the other side, Thermalang Canyon, said to be called a canyon, due to the climate, this canyon is not as lush as the canyons in China. Instead, not an inch of grass grows on the hills. It's dry. It's all rubble and all kinds of broken boulders. This canyon is next to a city, and the gold mine was blown out of the river bank next to the canyon, with an estimated total of 60 tons and a value of $4.2 billion. It's an astronomical price. A lot of money. The government forces and the Sali forces, both of whom want to get their hands on it, are now fighting around the Jelalang Valley, and supplies are constantly being brought in, considered an important strategic point. However, the government forces, along with the Sali forces, couldn't have imagined, with the crash, the rise of another powerful force. The city of Hama, located on the edge of the desert, is also the closest major city to Crash's distance from Erlang. In the war-torn Crash, the city of Hama was still inhabited by a number of Crash's inhabitants, except that half of the entire city was basically in ruins. Everywhere is war-torn and broken. Shell craters were everywhere on residential buildings, and the residents living in the Crash were not destined to rest well at night, and any comparative commotion could wake them up. The fear that comes with war. It's been engraved in my bones for a long time. Chinese people hear a pop and guess what their neighbor is putting on the run. Central Europe hears the same sound and is guessing what kind of gun is going off. Buzz off. Early in the morning, countless sleeping residents of Hama City awakened with a start. Their eyes panicked, unable to put on their shoes, rushed to the windows to take a look. 2 helicopters with lights, flying from afar. And the city of Hama is currently under the control of the Sali forces, using the various factories here to produce supplies for the front. So there were quite a few garrisons, prevent counterattacks by government forces. They were all awakened by the roar of the helicopters, and the first thing they did was grab their guns, and heads sprang up in unison from various locations on the building next to the steel mill in Hama City, as well as throughout the sprawling steel mill. The helicopters in the sky were looked at with suspicion and a wary face. The officer in charge of the garrison, a major general, with a full, short-cut beard, typical of Central Europeans, came out of the room with great strides, and, with his hands busy approving his coat, bellowed anxiously, "Is it ours? I don't know. Fuck." The bearded Major General Monsieur cursed and snapped, slapping a soldier who answered back, "If you don't know, go fucking ask." "Yes, yes, yes." The beaten soldier hurriedly bowed his head in fear. Busy hands and feet pulled his cell phone out of his pocket, dialed to the Sally Armed Forces Command Center. After some anxious inquiries, he panicked and blurted out, "Boss, it's not ours. It says there's no mission. It's probably sent by the government forces." Monsieur's face clouded over as he sniffed. With a displeased face, he angrily slammed his fist against the wall next to him as he looked at the helicopters circling the city and cursed angrily. "Fuck! 2 helicopter gunships open the way. There must be a large force behind them. Why is there no news? Send a few people out to find out how many are coming. Speed. It's all crash. Mutual spies. There are sources. There is no airfield for government forces near Hama City. This helicopter gunship, how can it be like a ghost, flying all the way without a trace?" But obviously couldn't care less about that at this point. Monsieur hurriedly arranged for the men to push out from the steel mill. With the building where they were stationed, it was impossible to sit in this one position. Wrong position and direction too. Shit, it's not one of Erlang's men, is it? The helicopter gunships were flying in the direction that they were coming from north of the border, and they hadn't built many fortifications at all in that direction. The outposts are also all to the west of the government forces. Then, Monsieur had clearly blundered. If the soldiers stationed in the building with the steel mill didn't come out, Jiangji wouldn't even know where they were. Now, one by one, the armed men advanced towards the outskirts of the city. 2 helicopters that have been searching. At once they discovered their lair. Drip. Command. Command. This is Sentinel Eagle. The enemy is located at the steel mill northwest of Hama City, heading in the direction of our forces and laying down along the road. Armored car command. Alpha took the walkie-talkie without anger and said, "Roger, how is the other side equipped?" "No heavy firepower as well as armored vehicles have been detected at this time." "Copy that." Putting down his walkie-talkie, Alpha looked at Jiangji and asked for his opinion. "Commander, do you need prisoners? If not, I'll give the order to open fire." To be honest, the base is out in such a big battle this time. Unless the government forces come with the Sali forces, the main force, it's a crush. According to your plan, Zhang Ru did not intend to intervene in any of this. Alpha nodded as he was instructed. Then indifferently and mercilessly, "Eagle Sentry, open fire, all armored vehicles, full speed ahead, surround the steel mill, free fire, zip." "Copy that." "Roger that." Hama City. The 2 hovering helicopter gunships immediately killed the steel mill in a swooping position, with machine guns hanging below the fuselage, while swooping, bursting into flames. Chug, 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 chug. The sound of firing, in the quiet early morning hours, was extremely violent, and bullets of a large caliber capable of breaking an armored car poured out at once like blazing fire. Bang, bang, bang. Thick brick walls were pierced by these 24mm machine gun bullets, and the steel mill was suddenly in chaos as the armed men who came out rushed to hide. Anti-aircraft missiles. Come on. The militants, who were being beaten and held back behind the wall, tore their hearts out and yelled, and some rushed to take aim with their missile launchers. The helicopter immediately sent an urgent warning that it was locked. Drip, drip, drip. The pilot's face was calm, and he quickly pulled up the distance, not forgetting to say quickly over the comms, "Report, the enemy has a man-portable anti-aircraft missile." Boom. On the building next to the steel mill, a missile bursts into flames and shoots out, trailing a flame tail and making a violent whistling sound in the air. Pilots who operate helicopters drop the thermal jamming rounds, rush to pull the helicopter away. The other side has this advanced anti-aircraft missiles. Armed helicopters cannot attack rashly. It is easy to be shot down. Infrared-guided anti-aircraft missiles, hitting the thermal jamming rounds, blossoming into a fiery mass of fire in the air. The city of Hama was lit up ahead of schedule, at which point the base's advance guard arrived in the city of Hama, driving in a multi-purpose armored vehicle. It sped down the road, straight into the steel mill, and in just over 10 minutes, it encountered Sally's forces. Ta-da! Ta-da! The gunfire in the street, from sporadic gradually denser, the bullets made a spark on the armored car. The base began to counterattack. Boom boom boom. Heavy machine guns fired furiously, as if Vulcan had gone berserk, and several of the armored vehicles opened fire. bullets bursting out for no money. Just 2 minutes. Just beat the shit out of the Sally militants. Human flesh. How can you shoot against steel? And here, less than 1,000 meters from the steel mill, all along the road are enemies hiding in buildings waiting for a chance to fire. It's this kind of alley warfare in the city. Not for a moment. The tanks from the base are coming, and as one by one, the Sally militants, hiding in their houses, see a long line of tanks approaching. Legs went straight to the floor in fear. Tank, king of the land. It's only when you actually stand in front of a tank that you can feel how fragile life is. That big guy, taller than 2 people. The long, blackened barrel of the cannon exuded a terrifying intimidation. No anti-tank mines or missiles, or tanks. There's nothing anyone can do about it. Extremely thick, reaching tens of centimeters of shielding. Any single weapon, unable to penetrate the armor of the tank. Tank, just invincible. And at that moment, the base's tanks, unstinting, turned their guns toward the buildings along the sides of the road where people were hiding, and took aim. While watching the scene, the Sally militants, in an instant, turned pale, their livers cracked, their hairs stood on end, and there was only one thought in their minds. Run! Boom! Violent explosions came, and a few Sally militants hiding in the building only felt a landslide, ringing in their ears, and fire, blossoming together. Flames appeared from the mouth of the blackened Rhino tank's gun. The entire muzzle of the gun retracted back. The huge recoil shook the ground, scattering dust in all directions, and the shell exploded in the building with a bang. Debris flew about, accompanied by the remnants of human bodies. The base's Rhino tanks, like an indifferent killer, showed no mercy, firing in unison, one after the other, at the Sally militants hiding in the buildings on either side. Boom! 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 Explosion after explosion came from the streets. The buildings were all shattered, and at this distance there was no cover against the power of the tanks. The whole street was spread out amongst the cannon fire. The scene was stunning. On the building next to the steel mill, Major General Mossum stood at the window, facing the street, and one blazing fire after another floated over his eyeballs. Behind the firelight was the terror in his pupils, and intense disbelief. Who the hell is that? He quickly picked up the phone and dialed the Sally Armed Command Center, growling and questioning. This is Massoum. We are under attack by unknown armed forces. This is definitely not the government forces. The shells don't pay for the shells. You bunch of idiots. What's with the intel? Such a team came and didn't hear a thing about it. The operator on the other side didn't dare say a word. Now the command center is busy too, poking around to find out where the hell the forces were that attacked Hama City. But after contacting Erlang and contacting the US, those two were surprisingly clueless as well. Indicates that it is not clear. It's just weird. Mansour knew that for a while. He couldn't ask a question. The enemy had already hit his face. And the most crucial thing now was to save his life. He didn't dare stand by the window to watch. The mighty tanks in the distance were too intimidating. Go! Go! All pull back. Spread out and look for opportunities at the steel mill. Quick! Mansour yelled. Himself in a hurry. Rushing downstairs. The building is too obvious a target. A few artillery shells can clear out a layer of people. The steel mill is big. The terrain is complicated. The other side takes the city. Surely they won't bombard such a big factory with tanks. Otherwise there's no point in taking this one position. Indeed, the war on the Central European side was basically centered around a battle within an arsenal. The Azov steel mill. It's an established industrial powerhouse. We are able to produce steel fittings continuously. Machine tools come down worth tens of millions and hundreds of millions of dollars. And no one would bomb a place like this, which gave Mansour the courage to resist. By virtue of being familiar with the complex terrain of a steel mill, he thought he could stall until reinforcements arrived. Streets. The Rhino tank crushed the road, making a clack-clack-clack sound as the tracks pressed forward with the sound of chains. Along the way, they shelled any building that could hide the enemy. That aura alone. Then no one dares to venture out. A few minutes later, several tanks stopped at the gate of the steel factory. Armored vehicles followed beside them, and at the end, there was a line of base soldiers running extremely neatly with solemn faces. Gradually, there are troops all around, surrounding the entire steel mill. Al-Qaeda helicopter gunships, swinging their propellers from the air, flew in from a distance, and the steel mill was surrounded, so that no one could escape. Alpha and Xavier, as well as Zhang Ru, didn't show up. Open the car door from a distance and watch. As the commander-in-chief, in general, it is not possible to go to the front line, but to sit in the rear and give orders. Only the base is currently too few troops. Plus it's not clear how Crash's military is deployed either. Alpha just came. Commander, do you want the steel mill? He still asked Zhang Zhu for his opinion. It's fine if you want it. It's fine if you don't want it. The base doesn't need the steel factory to produce weaponry, but it's definitely useful to keep it for the future. And at this stage, it's better to hold on to it. Jiang Ru frowned. It says it's a steel mill. This is actually just like a full-fledged arsenal. In wartime, almost all heavy industry factories can be converted into arsenals in a short time. Production of various weapons accessories. Alpha nodded. Picking up his walkie-talkie and commanding as steel was at the forefront and an armored vehicle turned on its external speakers. A loud voice came out. Don't try to resist. You only have one option to surrender. I'll give you 5 minutes to think about it. After 5 minutes, shoot on sight. Do not hold weapons, put your hands on your head and step out of it. 4 minutes. Early in the morning, it was only slightly light, and the surroundings were quiet, for the atmosphere in the steelworks was tense, and one of the armed men dared not utter a word. So, the beckoning was heard by all. Each face had a different color. Words. The head of Hama City, Mansour, looked left and right, cursing under his breath. Didn't he say 5 minutes? After saying one word, it became 4 minutes. Grass. The horn. Where is the horn? The men rushed to give him the horn. Taking the loudspeaker, Masum's first sentence, the question he couldn't figure out even if he broke his head, was tinged with some stifling. I just want to know, where the hell did you guys fucking come from? Hello? Speak. No one from the base responded, and Mansour's suffocating voice echoed through the air as a minute passed and the base was as if it were dead. 3 minutes. Fuck, rasped Masum, slamming his horn hard on the ground, his murderous eyes sweeping over the faces of his surrounding men who looked different, but with panicked faces. Who wants to surrender? Quiet. Numerous people looked at Mansour. No one dared to respond, just a pair of eager eyes that clearly carried the hope of survival. Don't let them fool you. If the other side is government forces, you know what happens when you surrender. There was no such thing as treating a captive kindly as a nemesis, and Mansour terrorized the crowd with his fierce words and grimace. Then, with a sneer, he jabbed a finger into the ground, swearing, it is impossible for them to open fire. This factory, which can produce a large number of gun barrels, along with shell casings, bullet casings, are all words to scare people. We are not afraid of them attacking with this many people. At most half a day, the reinforcements will arrive. All give me a boost. Yes. Hold on. They can't afford to destroy this place. The Sally militants were roused to some fighting spirit. The importance of arsenals in times of combat is well known, and they've been fighting government forces for so long without violently destroying heavy factories. You can only take lives toward the offense, and that's often the most tragic, the most difficult. 2 minutes. The countdown to the pronouncement of death by the outside world didn't scare the men this time. One by one, with their guns, hiding, if they dared anyone to enter, just hit him through the heart. 1 minute. At the last minute, there was not a sound from the steel mill again, and the two sides were facing each other to a critical moment. Rear. Jiang Rui shook his head slightly and nodded his chin in a gesture at Alpha, who nodded in understanding and picked up his walkie-talkie. Fire. He grinned menacingly. A chilling smile appeared. Click, click, click. Around one part of the steel mill came the mechanical sound of a tank's gun barrel spinning, especially harsh in the quiet early hours of the morning. General, they tanks are going to attack. Someone yelled, and the entire steel miller's armed men, their faces changed in unison, and Mansour, still calm, bellowed, don't panic. Scare tactics. His eyes contained coldness. A glance through the window was followed by an involuntary shiver as the blackened barrels of the guns, all aimed at his side. Get the horn. Mansour shivered involuntarily, not speaking very well. One of his men rushed to bring the loudspeaker over, and he bellowed, call out the person in charge of you. I want to negotiate with you. Negotiate the hell out of it. Jiang Ji and Alpha had been indifferent. He pulled out cigarettes from his pocket and gave one to Alpha and Xavier, and the three acted as if they hadn't heard him. Pa! Light the cigarette. Boom! 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 At the same time, dozens of tanks fired together and the ground shook loudly. Jiang deeply inhaled a mouthful of smoke. Alpha, what is the next plan? Now is not compared to the past. Communication is too developed. Presumably, this will be the news. Are spread to the nearby countries on the desk. There was a violent explosion at the steel mill. Mansour to the moment of firing, are full of incredulity. They, actually really willing to destroy this place. Alpha exhaled a mouthful of smoke, revealing a mouthful of large white teeth. Commander, the city of Hama only provides the base with basic supplies, but not funds. I'm going to fight all the way to the harbor. That's the core of the Sally armed forces, and a strategic location we have to take, or else there's no way for us to get into the Persian Gulf, and we can't get the oil. Crybabies in the steel mills. Various structures quickly crumbled and collapsed under the shelling, and some shells directly broke through the windows and landed inside. exploding in a pandemonium at once. With defense, this way, not as smooth as this time, but Sally armed large forces in Jelalang. The port may really be possible to take in one fell swoop. Zhang Ru pinched his cigarette and nodded his head with a smile as he analyzed. The inside of the steel mill went crazy. Hundreds of Sally militants all collapsed, filled with despair, waiting for a shell to fall and meet their death. Many of them are like Mansour, can't understand where these tanks are coming from, couldn't figure out why. Unlike others, he preferred to destroy an arsenal for the sake of a few hundred people. Xavier, on the contrary, suddenly thought of something. The movement of smoking a cigarette stopped. Commander, do you think that the old United States will intervene? Isn't it said that behind the Sally armed forces, it's their capital? It's a transparent secret. It's just that Xavier Alpha and the others, unfamiliar with the world, are a bit conservative in what they say and not 100% sure. He was thinking about the Persian Gulf due to the crash of the spaceship. There's a U.S. fleet there with some officers and men from the military base. And 2 nuclear-powered aircraft carriers are said to be on their way toward the Persian Gulf. Xavier tossed his cigarette to the ground and stomped it out with his shoe without thinking. Crash. Leah, Syria are oil-producing countries in Central Europe, and oil is linked to the U.S. dollar, which is related to the U.S. financial hegemony, and they will not let a major oil country fall into the hands of others in this way. Aha. Zhang Ru nodded. Even if he didn't understand economics anymore, he knew that financial hegemony was one of the main reasons for American hegemony. The dollar is called the dollar for a reason. It's because the dollar used to be the gold standard, directly linked to gold, and now, the dollar is more of a petroleum standard. International trading of oil, all to be settled in dollars, and the reason why the old U.S. is frequently messing around in Central Europe is because another big country, which is engaged in global de-dollarization, is threatening U.S. hegemony. It's possible, and once we show that we're going to take the whole of crash, even one of the big powers behind the government forces, who aren't sure what we're up to, will aid them. Zhang Ji slapped his forehead. What a headache. Boom. The steel mill collapsed completely, and there came a series of explosions. Smoke rolled in, and hundreds of lives were buried as the 3 men talked. Zhang Ji glanced at it, didn't take it seriously anymore, and continued the topic just now. Grab the time, catch them off guard, get the oil field first. With the funds, we are not afraid. Understood. Okay, Alpha answered along with Xavier. And with that, Alpha took the walkie-talkie and commanded the troops to retreat, checking and searching throughout the city to see if there were any other garrison locations. From now on, the city of Hama will be an outpost of the base, but on the surface, it's the core. Hama city can be blown up and air-raided, the base can't, and a single missile falling in is a huge loss. Just use Hama city as a stand-in. The steel mill burned in a blazing fire, and black smoke shot up into the sky, so the residents of Hama city, all bewildered, looked at the thick black smoke. The cannons stopped. Many people opened their windows and watched in timid fear as the base's troops patrolled and searched the city, and there was a constant roar from the helicopters in the sky. Panic showed in the eyes, on the faces, in droves. Meanwhile, the depths of the eyes, with a dash of hatred. Zhang Ji is not without sympathy. Just looking at this foreigner's face, sympathy cannot be. Think of Air Lang, those people, taking technology picked up in the desert and still looking down on the Chinese. The stick fart, screaming all day long. Is it necessary to sympathize with them? Meanwhile, a number of people in Hama city, with their cell phones out, were filming surreptitiously on both sides of the street and upstairs through glass windows. That's how it is in the modern world. Information age. The video of the Al-Qaeda troops marching quickly reached the internet, and you can't stop it. Throughout the crash as well as the Central European Regional Area Network, SAREN, gradually, attention was drawn to it. That neat march, an advancing tank, with dozens of helicopter gunships flying in the sky, such an armed force, drop a bomb on the international scene. They're all wondering which country is up to no good again. Ordinary terrorists don't have this level of sophistication. So many armored units, and well-trained. I-Gang, the Sally headquarters, next to the port city, has a huge military base with radar and air defense systems in operation. On the airplane ramp, a few slightly outdated fighters were parked. Reconnaissance aircraft, bombers have it all. A few years ago, the crash government forces, alone, procured more than 30 fighter jets internationally and were able to separate themselves from the government forces, even take a little bit of the upper hand. The Sally forces are predictably strong, and one should not underestimate any armed force that can make waves in a country. Military base in a fortified bomb shelter. It is the command center of the entire Sally armed forces. The head, Sally, a middle-aged man with a white turban, with deep dark circles under his eyes and an extremely shadowy gaze. At this point, he didn't say a word, grimacing, holding his tablet and looking at the incoming intel, as well as the video of the base troops marching through Hama City. It's not even 8 in the morning. Irritated at being woken up in an emergency, Sully took a deep breath as he looked at the bombed-out steel mill, picked up the phone and dialed a number that was familiar, but never contacted. Yours? There was a moment of silence on the other side of the phone. No. You don't know? I don't know. You don't know either? I don't know. The two were uncharacteristically dumbfounded. The two of them were fighting to the death in Crash. And that was Crash's own business. It's amazing that another one has popped up now. Sully wiped his face hard with the palm of his hand. He was annoyed. 1,000 men from Hama City. All of them just died in battle. There were quite a few of them. Not government troops, nor their own. The US behind them contacted them long ago. And the entire US intelligence community is in a daze. Taken aback by the news. Clearly mobilized soldiers with the big guns. Much less the neighbor Erlangs. Shoot it. Hell no. What is the purpose? Having just gotten off the phone with Sally, President Crash also sat silently in his chair with a furrowed brow. Having contacted the country of China, which had been behind him, in the first instance himself. Intelligence over there? No news either. It's outrageous. The president of the Crash GOP, Musrat, loosened the tie around his neck with his hand. Feeling strangled. Powerful forces that appeared inexplicably. He's a little breathless. Musrat's melancholic gaze looked out the window. Even the capital city, which showed 1,000 holes, could not help but clench his fists. Slightly open mouth. I'll do this right. A little after 8 in the morning, the government forces of Muslat, along with the intelligence services of the Sali armed forces, were working at full speed, sending out people to check out the neighborhood of the city of Hama. In the meantime, not only Crash, but almost every country got the information and fell into a state of shock at the same time. Such a strength with a large number of armored troops popped up. I can't believe you don't know? What are the intelligence services for? If it were normal terrorists, surely no one would care. The amount of hundreds of armored units at a time from the key base is a bit finicky. To say there's no one back there, no one believes it. Internationally, it's calm on the surface, but behind the scenes, there's a lot of darkness, with intelligence parts of various countries, spy satellites, all trying to find out who's behind it. Unbeknownst to me, there was no one behind the base. Hair can't be found. And at the same time, the base was caught on video and made the news in various countries. An armored car drove by with a tank, and ordinary people fell over themselves to watch. Didn't care much. There are wars all the time in Central Europe. Rockets are fired all the time. Either you blow me up or I blow you up. People are used to this. Thought it was another one of those two fights. Didn't think it was a new force. Instead, some bloggers who are into the military and study the international situation saw the extraordinary and secretly followed the situation in the city of Crashkama, also known as a base. No one knew that the next move of the base would be bigger and bigger, shocking the whole world. Crash, the city of Kufit, to the lower left of the city of Hama, and to the lower right of Thermalang Canyon, the three forming a triangle. Crash is not very large horizontally. To kill from the city of Hama to the Jerilang Gorge, it would take just over 260 kilometers. A brisk march, and half a day. Sally's forces are with the main government forces, in the hot Lirong Canyon are very tense. Today direct truce, eyes all gathered in Hama City, only to find out the bottom of the mysterious forces of Hama City in purpose. They dared to keep fighting. 300 kilometers. It's too dangerous. They were still wondering whose man it was that got to sit in that position, even though both sides were saying it wasn't theirs. Can you trust people so easily? Outside the city of Kufit, the fortifications could be brought to direct use, and the men of the Sali armed forces, who had been urgently gathered outside the city since the morning. Beware of the Hama City attack. It was tense outside of Kufit City now. A rocket launcher, rudimentary versus advanced, was being rolled out on a wheelbarrow, improvised welded with a barrel, and pulled out by a pickup truck. Advanced is a one-piece, Katusha-like rocket launcher, all deployed to the outskirts of the city of Kufit. The mainstay of their side of the war is these cheap rockets that can fire anywhere from 5 kilometers to 100 kilometers. High-precision missiles, that's what's crushing it. It's not that extravagant to just take it out and use it. But don't underestimate these rockets. The power is no less than a missile. It all depends on the DOS to speak. They are thicker rockets, the diameter of a few dozen centimeters. No problem blowing up a building with the warheads you carry. Because Kufit's side had gotten word that there were 2 helicopter gunships in Hama City, headed this way, and the estimated time, it should be almost here. Sure enough, a mere 10 minutes later, 2 black dots appeared in the air, sentinel eagles from the base, coming to spy on the armed deployment of the second city in the direction of the harbor. The base had just been constructed. After all, there is no intelligence service. 2 eyes on Crash's message. It was the only way to get a feel for the situation. And unlike the city of Hama, the city of Kufit actually had quite a few armed sally forces. This is one of the 2 most important complementary cities to the front line of Thermopolis Canyon. Nearly 10,000 men were stationed. To say the least, the various forces are very complete. The head of Kufit, dressed like Sally, wears a white turban with a tattoo of a black mamba viper on his neck that spreads down to his face. He stood upstairs looking through binoculars at the 2 eagle sentinels in the distance. With that, he put the binoculars down, and with his palm outstretched, he spoke indifferently. "Bring the poison stinger here." Yes. His nickname is Black Mamba. His rank is Major General. He is very vicious, and he has climbed up step by step from a small soldier. Enjoys torturing his enemies for his own pleasure. The Stinger man-portable anti-aircraft bazooka, brought in by his men jogging along, was taken by Black Mamba and mounted on his own shoulder, adjusting its position. Squinting all the way, as if a viper was spitting, he began to aim at the Wookiee flying from the base. Poison Sting. A very famous man-portable air defense missile that utilizes infrared guidance for automatic tracking. Operating it only requires aiming, locking, and firing. Then you can switch to the next missile. There are pros and cons. The disadvantage of man-portable air defense is that the range is very short. The effective attack distance of the Stinger, only 3 kilometers. More than this distance, that the possibility of hitting the cliff-type drop. Too little propellant. The Eagle Sentinel had encountered being locked down once in Hama City, and this time the 2 had grown a memory. And seeing the outside of Kufit City from afar, with such a big battle, they didn't dare to fly further inside. Operate the armed forces straight from a distance to take pictures of the outskirts of the city of Kufit. The data is transmitted back to the base, then start circling around for multiple shots. Hama City. Soon enough, Alpha received a report that the picture was enlarged in the armored car at the temporary command post, and Alpha scanned it. Basic knowledge of the opponent's military deployment. He pointed to the various rocket launchers and explained, "Commander, a lot of indiscriminate attack rockets. If our land forces go there, they will inevitably form a bombardment zone, in the way we must go, and the only way to kill Kufit City is to go through it the hard way." He's just waiting for Sentinel Eagle to send back information. It's only then that you decide how many men to take out with you, because a portion of the men had to be left behind, to guard the city of Hama. Not all of them could be brought there this time. Yet at a glance at the situation, Alpha frowned. With the existing forces, the damage would be great if they were killed from the bombing zone, at which time the Sally forces would not be sitting ducks, and the Jelarang Gorge could be detached to attack the city of Hama. The rear can also support the city of Kufit in a constant stream. Is it hard to believe that the base's plan to quickly sweep through Crash is about to go down the drain for a second time? Zhang Ji looked seriously at the enlarged picture, tapping his fingers on the chair. Tap tap tap. Command was quiet. He also didn't want to wait. The base replenishment was imminent. The way did exist. Alpha was too embarrassed to open his mouth and ask Zhang Ji for it. Zhang Ru spoke up on his own. "Let's use high-precision missiles to wash the ground. And make it quick. Contact the base and prepare a few V3 missile vehicles." Satisfied, the corners of Alpha's mouth cracked with intent, and he responded loudly, "Yes." Zhang Ji took out his cell phone and contacted Norton at the base. After 2 drops, the other party picked up the phone. His voice was calm and collected. "Which one?" "Me, Zhang Ru." Norton, who was in charge of logistics at the base, immediately looked shocked and spoke in a respectful tone. "Commander, so it's you. What are your orders?" "Prepare 20 V3 missile vehicles. We need them on our side." Zhang Ji suddenly thought of another thing and continued after a pause. "Ask Prof. Einstein again for me. Is the bomber design ready yet?" Norton kept nodding his head, taking note of the commander's words, and then inquired, "Commander, is the V3 missile vehicle going to be used now?" "Right." Norton hesitated for a moment, his eyes glancing over to the base. The spy satellite built, mounted on a rocket stage, not launched into the air, just a couple dozen antennas carried by the buildings on the ground. Get the web to follow the information. He wanted to say something and said, "Commander, our spy satellites, which were not launched into the air before, for fear of attracting the attention of various countries, and the ground antennas, which are currently incapable of providing precise guidance for the V3 missiles, are they to be launched now? Or, ground-based spy devices that can violently attack other people's satellites to force arithmetic? Only this. Unstable. Base exposure. This has always been a big deal. The later you can expose it, the better. Build up strength to cope. If a satellite is launched, it is almost certain that it will be locked in position by the spy satellites of various countries, at the first opportunity. And launching satellites, An international application for reporting is required. And unannounced private launches are prone to cause warnings from national air defense systems. It's not an easy thing to do. Go through the formalities. No 3 or 4 months. Simply cannot get off. Submit information qualification. Then apply for orbit. Calculate the orbit. Wait for the launch. And so on and so forth. It all takes time. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ji also had a bit of a headache for a moment. The base's satellites would have to be launched sooner or later. Fighters, AWACS, missiles, all needed satellite support. Either that or aim manually. It's difficult. You let me think. He left a sentence to ponder the pros and cons. The biggest problem right now was that once the base was exposed, can you live with the consequences? Reality is not a game where you can die for the next hand. Nor can you be carefree, pull out all the stops and fight the enemy to the death. More than 200 countries worldwide. Nor is it a game of, at most, 8, with a variety of situation differences that lead to a very complex. And now, the best option is to stay put and watch the fire from the other side of the river, waiting for Einstein and others to improve fighter planes, various weapons and equipment. Then produce state-of-the-art equipment. Wait another 7 days and use the gold finger yourself. Replenish $1 million. Or come up with some other black tech weapon. This is definitely the best option. Want to wait? Jiang Ji held the phone. His eyes were deep. Various ideas flashed through his mind one by one. And after hesitating for a moment, he immediately firmed up. There's no point in scaring yourself. Waiting when things don't work out. And waiting isn't always a good outcome. He was never one to cower. Same as the Alpha. It's the main war party. Even if the base is exposed, it's not like it's going to cause a siege from all the countries. They just know there's a military base here. And the satellite. It has to be. Zhang Ru had been on fire in his heart, wanting to quickly sweep through Crash. And so was Alpha with the soldiers. Waiting for what? Waiting to lose their fighting spirit? He only has 4 words now. Just do it and be done with it. Norton. At the sound of his voice, Alpha, with Norton across the phone, got serious in unison. This was about the strategic direction of the base. Commander, you say, launch. Yes. Alpha took a deep breath as the commander's order refreshed the perception in his mind that he felt very strongly. Follow the right person. Soldiers wimp out one. Generals wimp out a bunch. Alpha instantly took out his communicator and shouted maniacally. Pass the word. Leave 6 teams of Sentinel Eagles behind to keep a strict eye on Thermalang Canyon. And the rest? Strike Cufit. Feeling the commander's voice filled with excitement and fighting spirit, the soldier on the other side of the comm, the voice was also agitated. Roger that. Roger that. Roger that. In the city of Hama, an hour's rest was taken. And once again, they quickly rose from where they were sitting and organized and checked their equipment. Logistics supply vehicles at the base. On the way to Hama City. This time it was a big move. And the government forces, along with the Sally warlords, were the first to receive the news. In the direction of the city of Cufit. So much for that. The vague relationship is clear. The mysterious forces that are targeting the Sally warlord. Igang Air Defense Base. Sally's narrowed eyes radiated dangerously as she snapped the information to the ground. Resentment in her mouth. Against me. I think they want to die. He gritted his teeth and his eyes were fierce. That gold mine looks like it's about to be taken. A third party pops up. Anyone who is going to be angry. Sally squeezed the words out of her teeth with an unkillable fury. Go, send more supplies to Cufit, and as fast as you can. Finish this gang off for me. Shit. Messing around in Crash without looking at his class. Sully wanted to punch someone so badly right now. He felt like an ant crawling on him. Disrupt your own big business. Sally's core henchman, Saddam, consoled him twice. Chief, I'm on my way. It's okay, Chief. Cufit City has all sorts of war preparations for reinforcing the front line, and they're just relying on tanks. Ha, outdated. I know. Sally was full of impatience. I just find the fly annoying, and without him, in 2 days at the most, hotly wrong Canyon, we'd have taken it. That's $2 billion. How many weapons to buy? Alright, daring to come to Cufit City, they are digging their own graves. Saddam wore a cold smile. Cufit City's weapons were well known to himself. The other side is completely fighting with a stone. Looking for a way out. He left grimly, giving orders to the Black Mamba in Quaifet City, followed by a phone call, to the neighborhood of Quaifet City, to 5 secret military bases. Quaifet City. Black Mamba hung up the phone and looked twice at the 2 helicopter gunships still circling far around. A little exasperated, he aimed for half an hour. Neither waited until the Eagle Sentinel was in range, giving him a bad case of impotent rage as he picked up his walkie-talkie straight away. I don't care what you have to do. Get your asses down here. I want to make my next deployment. After saying that, he scattered. Drip, 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 drip. The two Eagle Sentinels instantly sounded the red alert of being locked on. The city of Cupid was important, and the ramshackle rural buildings outside the city hid Sally militants. It was they who targeted the helicopter with their stinger. Boom, boom. There was a popping sound from the ground, and two missiles trailing flames made a violent cracking sound in the air, tracing amazing arcs. The siren was urgent. The rush was almost a line. There was no time to hesitate. Two helicopters, both with experienced pilots from the base, released the jamming bomb at the first opportunity. Luck did not favor them against the Stinger anti-aircraft missiles, which had a 70+% hit rate at range in the Afghan war. It's too hard to hide. Even with the release of the jamming bomb, the alarm of being locked on was still sharp to the point of suffocating, and there was no panic on the two men's faces, which carried the determination to live to the death. Extreme reverse direction towards the raggedy building that had attacked him. Press the attack button. Phew, phew. Several of the small yield rockets that were suspended poured out at the same time, and two of the base's Sentinel Eagles exploded violently along with the small ragtag building. Flames shot up into the sky as countless parts burst into pieces, falling from the air and crackling on the ground. It shook and burned and fell to the ground. And upstairs is even worse. Several rockets were fired, and as if a missile had washed the ground, the flames rose in place and burst into flames in a spectacular and intense manner. Drops. At the base's temporary command headquarters, the Sentinel Eagle signal disappeared, and Alpha's eyes narrowed. Commander, the Sentinel Eagle has been destroyed, and the last information that came back, on the outskirts of Cupid City, there are quite a number of enemy attack points. People are bound to die in a war. Jiang Ji had prepared himself mentally, but when he arrived and heard that one of his own had been destroyed, he was still a bit heavy. Those are soldiers who are loyal to themselves. A silent sigh. Jiang Ru said, the base's roots are too shallow, and the time is too late for espionage and intelligence work. And now launching a single missile is restricted. Laser guidance, TV guidance, radar guidance, these technologies, the base has to catch up quickly. It didn't help that the base had been developed in just under 4 days, from the time the base car was taken out. Until now, wanting technology is not something you can pick up anytime soon. Rubbing his large bald head, Alpha didn't say a word, a fierce light in his eyes. Now, just waiting for the missiles from the base. The troops stayed 60 kilometers from the city of Cupid, all dispersed in the field. It's hard for him too. With just a group of 2,000 men, this is really not enough to use to force an attack on a well-prepared, well-fortified position. Trying to spread out the multi-point offense. Still afraid of getting caught. Can't even run away. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Ji was ready to go back to the base first and supervise the combat lab. A lot of technology had to be taken out in a hurry, even if it produces more researchers. After speaking to Alpha, 4 armored vehicles and 10 helicopter gunships opened the way, and Jiang Ru sat in the bumpy armored vehicle straight to the base. At the same time, some yellow sand covered a shallow layer over a huge complex in the vast desert. Storm dust is not big today. In the middle of the base, Nolan was on the huge standing rocket launch pad with a couple of engineers, sitting for a final check as Norton stood and watched. Rockets capable of launching satellites. The U.S., led by the U.S., often imposes a blockade and sanctions on these technologies, which are equivalent to intercontinental missiles capable of carrying nuclear warheads and striking the entire globe. This missile alone, with a length of 28 meters and a total of 5 stages of propulsion, it is possible to make spy satellites that fly into space orbits at an altitude of several hundred kilometers above the ground. Is the track calculated? Nolan asked aloud, holding the intercom. Preparation is basically fine. Now I'm afraid to send it up, and it's in the same orbit as the one being used, and it's going to directly crash someone else's satellite, and if it crashes the International Space Station again, the fun will be great. Chief Engineer, we don't have enough data. Only China has publicized the space station orbital parameters, so we can only calculate our own orbits. We don't know about the orbits of other people's satellites. An anxious voice came from the communicator. The Chinese space station has been approached many times by American satellites due to its close proximity. That's why track parameters are being announced every day. I'm like this, and you hit it again. Then I'll take that as a yes or no, whether you did it on purpose or not. What to do? Nolan looked to Norton. Norton closed his eyes, thought for a moment, and said decisively, ignite. Yes. Nolan kept pressing the intercom and waving his hand over and over while yelling, all hands evacuate. Prepare for cooldown and ignition. All units stand by. Countdown 20. One by one. The engineers on the workbench rushed away. Norton is also a burst of trotting back. Ignition of the moment of high temperature, reaching several thousand degrees Celsius. Who stand around that is looking for death? 5, 4, 3, Nolan simply stared at the launch vehicle and shouted the last word as the ignition program fired on its own and a violent ball of flame shot up into the sky with a boom 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 explosion, sweeping everything around it. The water used for cooling, almost instantly, evaporated into water vapor, spreading in a white haze, like a smoke bomb. The terrifying heat spread, and Norton felt a wave of heat greet him from 100 meters away, as the thrusters carried on with bursts of speed. Boom! The launch vehicle shot up into the sky. In just under a minute, the altitude reached 8,000 meters into the troposphere. Propellant was still sufficient at this point, and in a few seconds it was through the clouds, reaching the stratosphere. Meanwhile, the air defense and anti-missile system in Erlang, right next to crash, was instantly activated, with irritating air defense sirens ringing out from various military bases. What the hell? The heads of air defense systems at several border military bases were collectively startled. Hurry up and check the situation. On the air defense radar, a red dot rose into the air at breakneck speed, and the monitor's pupils widened in disbelief as he shouted, "Boss! At this speed and altitude, it's either a cruise or an ICBM." What? All of them panicked, instantly lying down next to the radar screen, staring dead at the red dot on it. Quickly calculate the point of impact. Is it really an ICBM? The man in charge spoke. Just call the Erlang leader and take emergency shelter. Intercontinental missiles, the P-5's ballast, are usually only used to launch nuclear warheads, can hit most places on the globe. All of them are national treasures. The probability of successful interception in the face of an ICBM is very low. Erlang is now a gathering of diplomats from all over the world. Negotiate the space shuttle. If they were all blown up by a single missile, and the missile was still launched from the Erlang border, they Erlang this time, not to mention jumping in the Yellow River. You can't even jump in the Pacific Ocean to wash it off. The atmosphere in the monitoring room was highly tense, and the heads of several military bases, all of them tensed their bodies. ICBMs are difficult to intercept. It can only be intercepted at the end, i.e., on re-entry into the atmosphere from space. But the speed of the missiles at this point, it has accelerated to Mach 25. The probability of interception is extremely low. Staring intently at the screen for a moment, the monitoring technician looked puzzled. No deorbiting, still rising. Boss, this seems to be a launch vehicle? Wow! The entire monitoring station breathed a huge sigh of relief. The person in charge patted his chest, put down the dialed number of the cell phone, and let out a long breath. Fortunately, the launch vehicle, it has nothing to do with us. That's a matter for the United Nations. Look at the screen for a while longer. The signal just disappears. An anti-missile radar. It's impossible to detect an object that's already in space. The base's satellite, already reaching an altitude of 50 kilometers above the ground. He was officially in Earth orbit, but he had a lot more altitude to go. Spy satellites are about the same altitude as a space station, all in near-Earth orbit, and the current near-Earth orbit, densely packed and crammed with satellites, is really not much of a location for the base's launch vehicle, which is like a brute, squeezed right in. The air raid sirens at the Erlang military base, on the contrary, did not sound, and this time, it was the sirens of the satellite monitoring stations of various countries that sounded, all flashing red lights. Emergency alert, United States. Nowadays, Starring Ring, as one of the top companies in the world, owns satellites, amounting to more than 1,000, and all of them are in near orbit. Said it was for private use. Civilian. How it really is, who can say? At this point, a piercing alarm sounded in the satellite detection room of Starring Ring, while, on the computer screen, there was a transparent Earth. There are countless green dots in one circle of the Earth, as if it were a ring of stars. It surrounded the Earth, and at the moment, 3 dots that were supposed to be green had turned an urgent red color, constantly flickering. The people who were originally laughing and joking with their co-workers hurriedly turned their chairs and looked at the 3 red dots with serious faces, frowning in surprise. Numbers 598, 599, 600. Haven't these 3 been launched for just over a year? How could they have gone wrong so quickly? He wondered, operating his mouse to click on the 3 red dots. Warning, warning, emergency evasive maneuvers required. Warning, warning, emergency evasive maneuvers required. Warning, warning, emergency evasive maneuvers required. The 3 satellites had the exact same danger alert. The man froze for a moment, his face even more puzzled. What's the situation? I haven't received it lately. Someone's going to launch a satellite? David, what happened? 2 co-workers came over to ask. They stared at the screen together. David explained as he maneuvered to turn on the camera that had been turned off on the satellite, and as soon as the image appeared, the 3 men's mouths dropped open in unison. Crap, taken by surprise. On the Azure Earth, a carrier rocket. Surprisingly, rushed straight toward these 3 satellites, looking like the orbits really clashed. David's eyes went wide and he just busted out. Fuck, where the fuck was this launched? No declaration, no notification. What the fuck? He quickly tapped his hands up on the keyboard to turn on the satellite's emergency obstacle avoidance feature. However, to get the satellite into orbit, the limited amount of propellant, from the start, is maximum power, and there is only a thin layer of atmosphere in outer space with almost no drag. The speed of the launch vehicle at this time accelerated to almost Mach 20. David's hand had just tapped a string of commands, and the 3 men watched in awe as the launch vehicle swept past the side of their own satellite. There's a thrill. Phew, David's hanging heart finally dropped, but he was still scared and filled with righteous indignation that he was so close to losing his job. Immediately afterward, he rushed to report the situation to the leadership. At the same time, United States. A few people from a spy satellite detection station in a secret military base were also dumbfounded at this moment and froze in their chairs. Dumbfounded. They watched their military satellite brush up against a carrier satellite. There are too many satellites in near-Earth orbit. In the United States alone, there are no less than a few thousand of them, many of which are spy high-definition photo satellites that no one knows about, with resolutions leaking out that can reach 10 centimeters. That is, the ground 10 centimeters long. All can be photographed clearly. These spy satellites, all day long, just shoot around the globe, looking for military bases, strategic fortresses, etc. In other countries, it's dangerous. It was almost a collision, and in the military base, the people who detected it were a bit angry. Who is this, launching a satellite without declaring it? This is a blatant disregard for other people's property. China, the Maoists, the EU and other advanced countries, almost all of the satellite monitoring centers, all of which received the news from the unidentified satellite being launched into orbit, were at first just a little surprised by the monitoring centers. And when word gets to the top, one by one, they can't sit still. If you want to say who is most likely to live long at the top of a country when war comes, it's definitely the head of intelligence. He was not only well aware of the enemy's military situation, even the personalities of high-ranking officials are mapped out. Spies, agents, all of these, are under the control of the boss of the intelligence department. Okay, I got it. Don't worry guys, it's just a couple days, give you a result. A director's office in the Pentagon, CLA and director of the CIA, Karen was calm and level-headed, slowly replying to the other party before putting the phone down with an expressionless face. His face was like a 10,000-year-old glacier. Being questioned by his superiors, he couldn't see a hint of volatility and anger, but instead used his landline and dialed the subordinate in charge of the Central European region in passing. Director. The subordinate's tone was a bit humble and self-conscious, as if he knew a storm was coming. Karen smiled faintly and inquired, "Do you know what it means to launch a satellite up there? What does it mean?" On the other side, Anthony rolled his eyes, implying that a satellite had been launched up there, something he certainly didn't dare say. He took a deep breath. "Means we're not doing our intelligence right." Karen looked at the pile of information with the intel in the upper right corner of the solid wood brown office and pulled from it, pulling out the video about the base being filmed. "It means they have the ICBM capability to strike the globe. Satellite and intercontinental rocket technology are not that far apart, and almost as many countries explicitly use the launch of satellites as an excuse. It's actually an experiment to see if your own intercontinental rocket is any good." Erlang is like that. Anthony nodded seriously. "Director, that's right. I've been looking into it as best as I can. The launch site is Central Europe. Quickly determined the exact location. You're on your own. I just want results as soon as possible. Got it? Intercontinental missile technology, which is such an earth-shattering event that no one can sit still. This technology has been heavily guarded by various countries. Can give you rockets. Don't even think about technology. Yes. Hanging up the phone, Anthony wiped a cold sweat from his head. Now that data from various sources speculated and surprisingly showed that the satellite had been launched from crash. It's so intriguing. Having just had an unknown mysterious force and a satellite launch, Anthony was puzzled. Is China behind this? But where did China find so many European and American mercenaries? The Maoists? It seems impossible. Damn. It's strange. He cursed all the way through the fire arranging for someone to hurry up and check it out. And a similar situation is also happening in China. Several people are sitting together in a meeting. The Minister of Intelligence. Is a cup of strong tea after a cup? A cigarette after a cigarette? Worried about the hair is falling out. You guys say, if the US, but why would they attack the Sali forces? It's even less likely if it's a Maoist. Accra battlefield. The Maoists don't have enough ammo and equipment, half of which is supported by their allies. Not to mention the energy, to run to Craig and make things happen. Okay Lao Zhao, don't think so much. Hurry up and check on the line. Check it out. Everything will be known. Intercontinental ballistic technology. I hope it's our ally. The crash desert. Nolan and Norton, both tense, watched the screen at the monitoring station. And when they saw the satellite, in the orbit the technician had budgeted for, both of them looked relieved. A flush of joy. Norton waved his hand in a flurry, signaling those below. Inform the commander that the satellite is in orbit and ready to provide guidance for the missile. Yes, it was thrilling just now. In fact, if it wasn't for the engineers at the base, maneuvering the missiles for emergency avoidance, it would have been a solid collision with a satellite. Zhang Ji was still about 80 kilometers away from the base. When he received the call, his eyes lit up and he shouted with a smile. Good, prepare the V3 for me. 20 I don't think is enough. 20 more. That's great. Now that the base had satellites, it was just a matter of fighters and bombers. Zhang Ji put down the phone with a glint in his eye and couldn't wait to go back. There were a number of poor clashers along the road, watching from both sides of the road as several armored vehicles sped by, raising dust along the way. In the middle of this time, from Erlang, Li Toi, Lia Syria, and the country of Shatbol, next to Crash, there were quite a number of people who came through the borders. Each was carrying some travel bag. It's heavy inside. They were all intelligence officers from other countries, some hosted by government forces and others by Sully forces. The destination is the same, Hama City. Stop the car and take a break. Zhang Ji took out the cigarette case from his pocket, pulled out one, and looked up. The armored car slowed to a stop. Zhang Ji jumped out of the car, felt out a lighter and lit it. There are helicopter gunships circling all around the head. Dare anyone to approach, without saying a word, they will open fire. Surrounded by wasteland and not a soul in sight, he glanced around for a moment, and a second before he withdrew his gaze. His eyes stared into the distant air. Zhang Ji put his hand on his forehead to cover the sunlight, gazed at it, quickly got into the car and took out the walkie-talkie. Go to the individual. Take a look to the northeast. What are those black dots? Roger that, Commander. We've got it too and we're just about to report back to you. Radar shows it's an air unit. Go over there. The base's multi-purpose armored fighting vehicles are equipped with anti-aircraft missiles, and the helicopter gunships have matching radars. This thing is so close. Just got scanned. Description. Only took off a short time ago. Zhang Ji frowned, threw his cigarette away and decisively got into the car. That thing was probably the drone that had been active on the battlefields of Central Europe recently. It can detect. It can strike. It can drop bombs. The value for money is great. He was almost certain that either the government forces or the Sally forces had been sent in to spy on the base, and there was no way that there would be no one along the road from the base all the way to Hama City. So the general direction of the base, it only takes a little checking to know that it's in the desert. Commander, got eyes on it. A jeep with a team of men manning the drones. Take them alive or shoot them down? The armed forces pilot inquired seriously. Shoot to kill. Don't worry about it. Zhang Rui ordered as he picked up his walkie-talkie, yet beckoned. Drive. Go back to the base as fast as you can. Yes. Not far away came the sound of a cannon blast, followed by a deafening explosion. In front of the large caliber guns of the helicopter gunships, an armored car wouldn't stand a chance. Not to mention a jeep that was shot straight up in place, and the unmanned drone that was left unmanned, crashed down quickly. Zhang Ru had a little sense of crisis. Can't save funds anymore. Hama City left too few Sentinel Eagles just to keep an eye on the enemy's big movements for such a one-vehicle total defense. So, money had to be spent to police it, and the base had a crack generator, which spy satellites couldn't detect, so you had to rely on people to find out exactly where it was. The longer you can hide it, the better. 2 hours later, Jiangju's convoy drove into the midst of an already very large base, a rocket launching base with its gates closed, occupying a separate piece of land. One of the rockets stands inside, very large and tall. That's a nuclear bomb silo. Jiangji's gaze shook, a bit shocked. The base's nuclear bombs were carried by intercontinental missiles, so the rockets were huge. You can see it from a distance. Nukes, the equivalent of a sword suspended above everyone's head. The success rate of defense against ICBMs today is horribly low with nukes. It has the power to lift the table. On the other side, construction vehicles were surrounding the base, directly in a circle, building something that Zhang Ji could see was somewhat similar to a magnetic storm coil. The total number is estimated to be in the dozens. Iron Curtain? Zhang Ru was a bit excited. Once the Iron Curtain was built, the base would have the ability to fight back from the Jedi. This thing was in the game. It's hardened against nuclear bombs and is an unbeatable defense. He calmed down, striding into the middle of the base. In addition to a building, the base's air defense system, at this time, was the most complete. There are Patriot anti-aircraft missiles everywhere, so dense that you can imagine a neighborhood greenbelt with a Patriot turret the size of a small car. On the way back, 10 kilometers away from the base, Jiang Ji met the soldiers patrolling outside. Norton still attached great importance to the security of the base, just didn't have time to arm it too far. Commander, Norton and Nolan got the news and came out to greet them. Jiang Ji waved his hand, allowing the two to dispense with protocol and get straight to the point. How's the V3 missile car ready? All 40 are ready. Norton led Jiang Ji, a value over there, and 40 heavy trucks were neatly parked in the open space of the base. V3 missile vehicle, medium and short-range missiles, capable of striking targets within 100 to 3,000 kilometers, length 9.8 meters, diameter 0.9 meters, 40 missile trucks, one pulling 3 missiles, or a full 120 missiles, which are not rockets, but missiles carrying 500 kilograms of TNT equivalent, could easily blow up a large shopping mall. Jiang Ji took a look, his eyes were glowing. 40 huge trucks, parked that row, just giving off a feeling of unstoppable momentum, mighty and dominant, painted military green. It's similar to the Dongfeng Express. Okay, wait for me a little while. Zhang Ru's mouth was dry and his feet were restless as he plucked up the pace to head quickly to the combat lab. The Sali forces are bound to have air defense systems. According to the internet, the US Patriot air defense system was used, just like the base, and the Patriot air defense, last year, intercepted a Dagger UHV missile during the Mao-Ukraine war. Reputation. So it's best to have fighters that carry tactical missiles to destroy the air defenses of Qufat City in order to bring out the full power of the V3 missile vehicle. 6th floor. People came and went in the combat lab. Everyone was focused on their work, developing more advanced weaponry for the base. Zhang Ru found a few people from Prof. Einstein. Professor, while I know I don't have much time to give you guys, the base can't wait that long right now. Now, what weapons have been updated? He got right to the point as soon as he arrived, his eyes carrying eagerness and anticipation. Commander, Einstein slowly addressed with a slow smile. As expected, after a night's work, the latest fighter has been designed. Helens, you're up. He's in charge of how to take the black tech like hyperspace teleportation along with the Iron Curtain and Phantom, and how to bring it to the fighters. The specific design was the responsibility of Helens. For the C it was Nicholas. Alright, Jiang Ji eyes surprise. Here's only these 2 words. The heart is very shocked. Really worthy of the big bull. He is also with fantasy. Did not expect a knight really come up with results. Next to her, Helens rubbed her sore eyes. Print out 2 thick stacks of drawings. Smiling slightly tiredly at Zhang Ru. Commander, living up to expectations? This is a conventional 6th generation stealth fighter. This is a 6th generation conventional stealth bomber. The strategic bomber is halfway done, and we should be able to do it tonight in one piece with the electronic fighters. Of course, it couldn't have been the result of Helen's efforts alone, or else even if he'd grown up on a fighter's diet, he wouldn't have been able to do it. Instead, it's the entire team of 30 or so, co-development and design. Jiang Ji received the drawings with trembling hands. At this moment, he was stunned, and the excitement within him was unparalleled. 6th generation aircraft. 2. Nope. Prof. Helens wasn't aware of the division of warplanes in this world and thought that bombers had the same generational division as fighters. He just put it in such a way. No one could understand how exuberant and explosive Jiang Ji's mood was at the moment. Just like an ordinary person who had suffered for half of his life suddenly won $1 billion jackpot. 2 generation vis. What a concept. It's very scary that today, no country on the planet is in service with a Generation 6 fighter, either by hiding it, or at the very least explicitly not. And China's state-of-the-art Sword 20 has always been said to be a 4th generation aircraft to the outside world. At that time, according to European and American standards, it is indeed a 4th generation aircraft, but according to the Maoist classification standard, it belongs to the 5th generation aircraft again, and it should be equivalent to the 4th generation in terms of actual combat capability. This is, of course, divided according to parameters. Specific combat power. Only actual combat can be detected. But unfortunately, China's Sharp Sword 20 has never been in combat, so it's hard to know its exact combat power. As one of the top 3 powers in the world, no true 5th generation aircraft is even in service. So this shows how shocking a 6th generation aircraft really is. Professor. Hard work. Jiang Ji sincerely took Professor Helen's wrinkle-filled hand and said in a heavy tone, "The commander is joking. This is all what I should do. No hard work." Professor Helens was also 50 years old and was very humble. Zhang Zhu then asked the key question. Professor, bombers, what criteria do you base your classification on? Since you've been here a short time, You may not be aware that there is no such thing as 5 or 6 generations of bombers, he explained to Helens. Jiang Ji had to know how strong he was. This bomber. Like this? Prof. Helens did look slightly stunned as he searched his desktop and drew out a drawing. Jiang Ji's pupils shrunk. His heartbeat suddenly accelerated. And he had made up some military general knowledge. That look was all too familiar to him. Commander, I'm basing my parameters on this bomber because I looked it up on the internet and this is the most advanced bomber available today. On that drawing was the famous American B-2 Phantom strategic bomber. Same look as the Peregrine Falcon. Extremely recognizable. What about the fighters? Zhang Ru pursued with urgency. Helens found another drawing. Jiang Ji breathed in and sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Strong, too strong. That's all he could say. Who else could be on the drawing but an F-22 Raptor? The big brother of fighters. Some say the F-35 is more advanced than the F-22, and in some ways it is, but definitely not as combat effective. Just a little. F-22 is banned from sale. F-35 is available for sale. The high and the low are set down. Jiang Ji didn't even know what to say at this moment, only feeling himself surrounded by an intense joy. Holding the drawings and flipping through them lovingly, he noticed the word conventional highlighted on the drawing. Professor, what do you mean by this routine? Helens smiled at the three opposite of Instant Nicholas. Commander, there's a surprise for you behind this one. Okay. Zhang Ru laughed out loud and didn't ask any more questions. The difference between conventional and strategic is the flight range, the duration of operations, and the ability to carry nuclear warheads. Strategic bombers can operate across the globe. The B-2 Phantom bomber once flew for 77 hours straight, air refueling 10 times, at 55,000 kilometers round trip. No one has yet been able to build these 3 records. Clunking lessons to the world. And conventional bombers just bombing the close ones. Nowhere near such high standards. The engine ran continuously for 77 hours. Technology is difficult. Nolan, how long will it take for the production line to be manufactured? Jiang Ji asked in passing as he flipped through a thick pile of drawings, checking the alarming data one by one. The Phantom Light Eye, with a maximum speed of Mach 3.5, far exceeds the standard Mach 3 for Generation 6 aircraft. Cruising speed Mach 2. Full body stealth coating. Absorbs all kinds of radar waves. Unmanned intelligent driving. Over the horizon radar. Vertical takeoff and landing. It is a multi-role fighter. No more than a day at most. Nolan, who had come with him, answered from behind him. New production lines can be added to the base chariot factories, and as long as the drawings are available, they can be given to the base corps to build the production lines, which are then assembled at the chariot factories. Hurry up. Take it and get it. The Iron Curtain can stop for a while, and produce the Phantom Light Fighter first as fast as possible. Jiang Ji handed over all the drawings to Nolan and commanded seriously. Yes. Nolan dared not be careless and took it all the way out. Norton, contact Alpha and tell him to wait a little longer. Pay attention to the alert. And this time, give Cupid City a direct hit. Jiang Ji had a strange light in his eyes, looking forward to it. Well, I'll let you know. After Norton left, Jiang Ji also deliberately instructed the 3 professors to get some rest. Their bodies were also very important. There were going to be some tasks ordered. Forget it. Stop for a moment. It didn't take long for him to leave as well. And finding Norton outside, Zhang Ru hurriedly explained things. Norton, some defenses must be set up on that loop from Hama City into the desert. Don't save funds. Leave 200,000 for emergency backup. And the rest, spend as you see fit. Norton's mind tightened. There must be something going on for the commander to say that. Nod seriously. Also, we can't just rely on missiles and fighters to destroy and deplete the enemy's air defense system. Cheap rocket technology. The base should have it, right? You find Nolan. Go get me a set of production lines for rocket launchers. I only have one request. Saying that, Jiang Zhu stretched out a finger. A large quantity of food. Fire hard. Bomb hard. Anti-aircraft missiles are expensive. You want to use them to fight rockets. I'd love to see that. Understood. Norton recorded one by one in his mind. Zhang Ru nodded. There was nothing much to do next. Electronic fighters, split warhead missiles, and hypersonic missiles. There had to be a break for the researchers. Little by little, he raised his chin. Go on. Good. Norton took off and tried to find Nolan, and Jiang Ji stood at the base for a while, seeing a construction truck drive into the chariot factory. And the soldiers at the base have been producing, from 4 in the morning to now, 120 soldiers an hour, another almost 1,000, and a lot of transportation trucks from the chariot factory. After watching for a while, Jiang Ji went to rest and recuperate, just waiting for the fighters to be produced. The base was in full high gear, the Iron Curtain was stopped, and all the construction trucks, building the new Generation 6 Phantom Light production line, came back from the river resignation. It only took 4 hours. Nolan had just gasped all the way to the door of the room where Jiang Ji was resting, when he was stopped by two people, one of whom was tall and cool, with a murderous look in her eyes, and dyed long, wine-red hair. The other had a crazy stare and a bit of an upside-down, grim, grimy smile on his face. Tanya, Yuri, I have urgent business with the commander. Get out of the way. Nolan hurriedly explained. Tanya coldly explained. The commander gave me a word before he rested. The production line is ready, don't worry about how much money. Just build 4 of them, and asked me to pass it on to you. Nolan lurched. What the hell? How did the commander know it was going to be ready so soon? He had wanted to surprise too. There was a bit of embarrassment on his face. Well. Nolan touched his head and quietly left. The brand new fighter production line starting up directly at the Chariot factory. Boom boom boom. And while a Gen 6 Phantom Light fighter costs 5,000 funds to build, just like an aircraft carrier. Let's not forget that the base's funding system is at a disadvantage when it comes to tanks. On the carrier, that's an earned scalp. Besides, the 2 personal bodyguards at Zhang Ru's door, Tanya, the cold killer and the top beauty agent, are in the game. Totally beyond normal. Kill single soldiers in seconds. Can compete with tanks. Has weapons all over his body. A proper killing machine. Yuri. He carries no hint of madness on his face at all times. And behind his head is a modified machine with the ability of mind manipulation, as well as the skill Mind Shock. The mind machine in the back of his head. It can release an offensive electromagnetic wave, just like an EMP grenade, which can shock nearby people to death, with the disadvantage of not being able to distinguish between enemy and self. A product of pure and simple technology. The 2 of them were prepared by Norton for Commander Jiang Ji to protect him from accidents. Toward evening, after running around all night plus one morning, Jiang Ji, who had slept for 6 hours, woke up and checked his gold finger in his room. The lime color is almost finished. It is expected to fade completely tomorrow and regain a little ability the day after. He packed up and came outside. Yuri and Tanya, not moving an inch, as if they were vipers hiding in the shadows, silently followed Jiang Ji's footsteps as he was preparing to find Nolan. I looked up and was stunned. Immediately after his eyes brightened with violent surprise. The corners of his mouth simply couldn't be suppressed. Jiang Ji spread his feet and ran towards the Chariot factory. The wind and sand are in your face. He didn't care at all. There was a massive fighter just off the production line there, being towed toward the tarmac at Air Command. Fighter. It's really awesome, and only when you see it in front of your eyes can you feel the intense excitement and joy it brings you. Glowing with metal, flowing water creates an aerodynamic and smooth body that hits any person's aesthetic more than the imposing shape. Jiang Ji's eyes were straight up. The more he looked at the base's Phantom Light fighter, the more satisfied he became, and he directly laughed in place, nodding his head repeatedly and praising with his mouth. That's so cool. Jiang Ji was fond of following behind the tow truck, and followed it to the Air Command headquarters, where his eyes widened, and one had actually been parked here. This is the second one. Good. So what are you waiting for? Quickly, you guys, refill the fuel and bring the missiles over to hang them. I guess Alpha can't wait. Zhang Ru directly shouted to the Air Command Secret Service personnel, sensing the commander's impatience. A few people were also rushing to get their walkie-talkies and call the relevant units, and soon Nolan and Norton both arrived, followed by a couple of carriers behind them, pulled the missile. Not to mention that at a distance from the city of Qufat, waiting for the base to send missiles to the Alpha, just got up Zhang Ru couldn't wait to see his Phantom Light kills in a big way. It's a 6th generation plane. Stealth performance is further enhanced, and the Patriot air defense system, against this advanced stealth fighter, is purely blind. The scanning principle of radar is to emit a variety of radar waves. Touching the object will reflect the waves, and then according to the computer calculation, the purpose of the stealth coating is to absorb radar waves and infrared rays, and in the eyes of the radar, the stealth fighter just doesn't exist. That's why it's called stealth. There are many types of radar waves: long wave, short wave, X wave, S wave and so on. The more wave bands absorbed, the more advanced the stealth material. Zhang Yu did not know how many kinds of radar waves Phantom Light could absorb. He was assured of Heelan's. With these 2 points, infrared guided and radar guided missiles, it would be difficult to lock onto the base Phantom Light fighters, and more advanced fire control radars would be needed. Coverage of absorption bands of stealth materials. Engineers at the base quickly gave the fighters suspended air-to-ground tactical missiles, and fuel trucks drove by to refill aviation fuel. The 2 pilots, in their gear, were sitting upright in the cabin, ready for takeoff. This time, Heelan's improved Phantom Light 6 is capable of flying 12 air-to-air and air-to-ground tactical missiles with stealth pulled to full capacity. It's also known as a small missile, which, like a sharp knife, specializes in hitting key enemy installations, straight to the heart, belong to the heavy fighter. At the same time, the speed can reach a maximum of Mach 3. 5. Which materials, engine technology, far beyond the international standard. Ground commanders, wave the flag to signal that you can take off. Depart. Zhang Ru was filled with anticipation, and with a command, the two fighter engines roared into life. Slightly hidden nozzles shooting out a dazzling energy glow. The plasma glow was blue with a hint of orange. Looking at the temperature is extremely high. Immediately after, accelerating down the runway, the tail flames of the engine nozzles continued to lengthen and thrust. The Phantom Light had a total of 2 engine nozzles, both of which were steerable to support vertical takeoff and landing. The sight of 2 vents spewing out energy in unison was stunning. Swish! Reaching the end of the runway in an instant, the fuselage pulled straight up at 90 degrees, terrifying and amazing, and then climbed at breakneck speed, plunging into the middle of the clouds and disappearing. Bull! Zhang Ji couldn't help but give Heelan some praise. That's awesome. The first flight is the actual combat. I'm afraid I'm the only one in the world. Immediately after that, Zhang Ru hurriedly brought Norton to the air command. The officers remaining on the base were all busy. 40 V-3 missile vehicles, all from the middle of the base, drove outside into the desert, where 3 huge cruise missiles were originally lying flat. The carriage rises a little at the moment, tilts 60 degrees toward the sky. Alpha, this is the base. It's ready for troops. Zhang Ji was excited, taking the remote contact and contacting Alpha. It was dark by now. Alpha had been waiting 60 kilometers from the city of Kufit, and had not rushed forward. Even so, this afternoon, direction of Kufit city, several tentative rockets were fired, killing 2 soldiers. If Alpha hadn't ordered a dispersal break long ago, casualties are going to be higher. Above his garrison, the drones from Kufit hadn't stopped and had been scouting for movement, and Alpha had turned a blind eye, just telling everyone to be careful. But his belligerent heart had been holding a fire for a long time. Right now, as soon as he received Zhang Ji's order, Alpha stood up full of fury and directly roared like a tiger roaring in the mountains. All gather, depart. His face was very fierce, and this time, he would be ruthlessly avenged. Boom, boom, boom. In the middle of nowhere at night, an armored car follows a tank. The engine instantly roars to life. The lights turn on, and the soldiers ride on it. Slow start. Report, Commander. The other side has started moving. Kufit City. At the same time, someone hurried to Black Mamba's lounge and reported loudly. The Black Mamba violently opened his eyes, revealing a bloodthirsty and grim gaze. Seek death. Call it down. All alert and ready to fight. He stood up, threw on a black jacket, and wrapped his white bandana around it. Roger that. Black Mamba followed the messenger and arrived at the Kufit City command post, where everyone was already moving, and on the screens, high-definition night vision drones moved the base's forces. See it all. In the glowing green image, a black personnel, with the tank armored car with red light, quickly in the wilderness land, wildly attacked, still spread out to avoid being bombarded by opposing rockets. Just this many people, coming over to die? Black Mamba didn't have a hint of panic. Instead, he carried a cold smile. The defense line outside of Kufit City was built very solidly. Bunkers, trenches, bomb sites, everything you need to know. There was a long battle with government forces here. It wasn't taken down. And this line of defense, which is across the entire crash, spreads to what is now the second logistical city in the Thermalang Canyon, the city of Sivo. It's the strongest line of defense for Sally's forces. In the meantime, the crash government forces, too, were watching Alpha's movements closely. And as soon as they made their move, the top government forces gathered together. In a surveillance room it looks like. Unknown forces of Crash started attacking Sally's army. The news went viral, and in the government army's monitoring room, a few officers with 2 Chinese lookalikes, all stood in front of the screen. The 2 Chinese immediately reported the situation to their superiors. Intelligence back home. Although it didn't alarm the bigwigs, the Intelligence Department of China didn't dare to slack off, and there were 3 people in charge who quickly monitored the dynamics. Which one of these do you guys think this is? And are they sure they can take Kufit City? The hall leader who took over the task of investigating one of Crash's unknown forces asked with a frown and a face full of doubt. The other 2, a man and a woman, were intelligence team leaders. He 3, like American Anthony, had been ordered to investigate as soon as possible, so he kept an eye on the situation on this side of the base. The head of the intelligence group, Yang Cohen, smashed his mouth. Bureau Chen. Right now, the biggest possibility. It's Big Russia. But according to our sources, Goose's side is also investigating. After saying that, he added in tears and laughter. Then he pointed his finger at the screen, somehow getting a synchronized night vision image. If there are only this many people, trying to take the city of Qufat will undoubtedly be like hitting a stone with an egg. Yang Kuan turned his head, with an inquiry, and looked at the deputy team leader behind him, Yi Ji-unqing, who had a cold look and had been holding a tablet in his hand. There's nothing unusual around Hama City. That's all they have. That's odd. What do these people think? All three were a bit surprised. 2,000 men. Seemed like a lot. But against the city of Qufat with its strong defenses and a day's worth of preparations with Sally's armed men, there really isn't the slightest chance of winning. Colleagues, CIA. Since as soon as the launch vehicle came out, spy satellites have been scanning and taking pictures around the city of Crash Hama. High-definition advanced spy satellites that can go right through the clouds and take pictures of the ground. Alpha's troops stationed outside were also closely watched. When he moves, several men, at once, began to observe, and Anthony, who was in charge of the matter, clasped a barrel of chips, and sat in a chair and watched with great interest. Interesting, and dared to take the initiative to attack those above. I'm afraid they're overthinking it. Go, closely monitor the edge of the desert northeast of Hama City to see if there are any reinforcements. With other movements, and how's the shooting in the desert going? In passing, he instructed the following to do the job. The base's vehicles were coming from the desert, and the news was already known. The American high-definition spy satellites, already looking for a base in the desert. 10 centimeters of resolution. I was able to get a clear shot of the cartwheel prints, and am following the prints. Following the trail. Boss, no other army has been spotted in Hama City. These seem to be the only ones. And the shooting continues in the desert. Anthony sniffed a beat, shaking his head. Impossible. They will definitely make a move. Otherwise there's no reason to wait for an afternoon. Is it really possible to go and die? He's a little disbelieving. Yes, other countries need not be mentioned. It's just that based on the current situation, the most puzzling thing for countries is on what basis do they dare to attack? Don't even think about it. Alpha's forces, against the city of Qufat, were absolutely defeated. Jiang Ji also could not have imagined that when the base moved, the surface was calm, but in fact, all countries were staring at him, and all because the base had launched a satellite. Intercontinental rockets are just too influential. No one dares to ignore it. If this satellite had not been launched, the level of surveillance of Crash by various countries would never have been so high, just to see what was going on. And now, surprisingly, no one was optimistic that the base could take the strongly defended and fire-powered city of Qufat, thinking that they were just going to die. In the Clash base, Zhang Ru and Norton watched closely from the air command as the Phantom Light fighters quickly arrived over Qufat City. What's the situation? He inquired with a slight hint of nervousness. Report, Commander. All clear. No lock detected. Number 2 normal. A report came over the intercom. Zhang Ru relaxed. Sure enough, Professor Heelan's stealth technology perfectly ignored the Patriot air defense system. Okay. The spy satellites are analyzing the images and standing by for instructions. Roger that. Roger that. Not a single person in the world noticed that 2 fighter jets, at that moment, were flying recklessly in Crash's airspace. Patriot air defense system of the Sali forces. The self-developed air defense systems that the government forces had procured from Erlang were, at this moment, collectively silent and voiceless, unable to detect the Phantom Light fighters at all. Just like a few years ago, it was rumored that B-2 Phantom bombers were seen over China. Who knows how many times it came. The Phantom Light fighter, as it is now, is able to go wherever it wants in Crash Heelang, blind to all but the naked eye. Air command on another computer. The base's satellite, orbiting in sync with the Earth, had photographed the entire city of Qufat and was analyzing, by computer, the buildings most likely to be radar. Full city scan. Slow. Too slow. The base has no intelligence system and is so shallow that it would have to start from scratch to find the other side's radar position. And who knows when to look for it. Like any other 2 armies at war, where you have military bases, where you have radar, base stations, bridges for vital transportation. It was mapped out for you long ago. The first one to start a war is bombing these. Zhang Ru couldn't wait. His eyes narrowed and he couldn't wait. Norton, fire a round in unison. Let's see how their air defense reacts first. 1 round in unison. Norton froze. That was 40 missiles. The bases could all be carrying cruise missiles with 500 kilograms of TNT equivalent. Not cheap rockets. Used to measure air defense. Commander was too extravagant. On second thought, Norton pursed his lips. Who left the base without a rocket launcher? Now building a bomber spawning line. Cluster rocket vehicles will have to wait a bit longer. Norton picked up his intercom. Standby V3 missile car. Coordinates middle section of Qufat City's defense line. 1 round of flak. Team 1 copy. Team 2 copy. Jiang Ru immediately ordered loudly. Spy satellites are ready. Aim at Qufit City, wherever anti-aircraft missiles are launched. Analyze them first. Understood, Commander. Simply firing anti-aircraft ballistics will reveal where the air defense systems are aim-placed, and then finding the anti-aircraft radar will be relatively simple. All set. The base's massive missile trucks, one by one, entered specific coordinates, followed by 40 operating soldiers, simultaneously pressing the red launch buttons. Rumble. In the desert outside the base, there was a loud jolt, like a flash crash, and smoke rushed mixed with flames from the launchers that held the missiles. Common squirted out. The scene of smoke all around. 40 cruise missiles, booming up into the air, was a heady one. Zhang Ji looked through the glass window to the outside of the base. Half of his face was imprinted red by the firelight, his eyes gleaming as the missile quickly lifted off into the air, constantly adjusting its position and accelerating in the air, with a sharp whine that broke the air, straight to the city of Qufit. The base was only a little over 300 kilometers from the city of Qufit, which was fleeting for missiles that broke the speed of sound. Woo dash! Woo dash! A piercingly tight air raid siren sounded all over Qufit at once, and the bearded black mamba in the command center, his face staggered as he looked at the blinking red lights on the ceiling. He looked again at the footage coming from the drone on the screen. No rockets were fired. Where'd you get that? A nearby phone jingled and the receiver pressed the speakerphone, and an elated voice came from there. Boss, it's in the desert. We saw it in Hama City. The missiles were launched from the desert. Good. Black Mamba clenched his fists and said, take some people and go in and feel out the exact location. No problem, boss. After hanging up the phone, Black Mamba impatiently pulled out his ears. Turn off the air defense sirens. It's probably just some broken rockets. Nothing to be afraid of. The fortified defenses of the city of Qufit, completely resistant to rocket bombardment. Ha! Just said half. The Black Mamba suddenly realized what? Face suddenly changed. Not a rocket. The desert is more than 300 kilometers away. Rockets don't hit this far. Missiles? Ha 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 ha. Black Mamba's face had an extremely wonderful and surprised expression, as if it was the first time he had seen this kind of weirdness. He laughed loudly. They actually used missiles to consume our air defense. Is this really a tactic that people can come up with? Black Mamba just couldn't help himself and hooted with laughter. The Sally officers throughout the command center realized, one grinning happily, that the command level of the base was, at once, despised in their minds. Ha ha, boss, these guys are too funny. Thanks to us being on standby and deployed all afternoon, numerous people shook their heads and laughed. The original tense atmosphere in this moment are relaxed. Generally, our used cheap rockets first consumed the enemy's anti-aircraft missiles. When it was almost consumed, the rockets were fired in one piece interspersed with missiles. Make it impossible for the enemy to tell the difference. You turn on your air defenses. I'll continue to use rockets. You don't. I'll use high-powered missiles and main a dogfight. There is no defense. Goose intelligence. Several middle-aged men who smelled like political commissars were watching in front of the screen when the missiles were launched from the base not long after. It was then discovered by Goose intelligence. Observing it this time, are they not mistaken? One spoke up, and several others shook their heads. Even though their country was at war with Accra, neither is so hoity-toity that it uses missiles to deplete the enemy's air defenses. The speed at which wars are fought and money is burned is not something that ordinary people can imagine. 1 minute of the close defense guns being turned on is not enough for an ordinary person's year's salary. Goose has been fighting Erlang for almost 3 years now, and if it wasn't for the mysterious powers behind it and countries like Erlang funding the ammo, the economy was crushed by NATO a long time ago. Unless these people don't have any experience in real combat, otherwise they can't fight like this. Speaking of which, the more I look at it, the more it looks like that country in the east. Another person said in an uncertain tone with a tentative voice. The others nodded. Then, another person asked the sole question, but why is it that watching the video, those soldiers smell like us? Several people fell silent, caught in the midst of skepticism. United States, CIA, spy satellites at their best. They also locked onto the base in the desert the moment the missiles were launched. Click, click, click. The spy satellite took a wild shot, and after the image was displayed by the computer calculations, the people in front of the screen were all dumbfounded and incredulous. Boss, this picture blacked out. Can't see a thing. How come? It shouldn't be. Is the satellite broken? The technician examined it strangely. There's no problem. Why is there no image? It's so weird. Spy satellites are with high-definition night vision, special technology where the clouds penetrate and are then replotted by computer. How can it be black? No more. You can see the desert, too. You ask me, do I know anything about technology? This one doesn't work. You don't know how to change it. If the other one doesn't work, someone is messing with it. Send someone over there to check it out, Anthony said, annoyed. The CLA director called him again just now, still in a calm tone, asking him for the results, and Anthony knew that the more Karen did, the more serious the consequences would be. He took out his cell phone and sent a few pictures identifying the base's location to his boss, Karen. First, by the way, the editor said, I think it's Huagua and Goose working together. One family is not bad, there are a lot of smokers. Directly test the air defense with missiles, and Goose will be responsible for outing people. To be honest, the moment he saw the missile lift off, Anthony also kind of felt something was wrong, and it took him a moment to think about it before he reacted. This man is a tiger. If we really test the air defense with missiles, we'll be in deep shit. Base this hand. To the countries monitoring the look a little confused, China's intelligence team leader Yang Kuan opened his mouth. Maybe, others have information. Qufit City air defense system did not start? His words had just fallen. Dozens of bright missiles, trailing flames, could be seen with the naked eye from the city of Qufit in the middle of the night sky of Clash. They loomed among the clouds. Boom, boom, boom. And at this moment, in the middle of Qufit City, anti-aircraft missiles erupted from several places, bursting out at extremely fast speeds. The ear-piercing cracking sound, the sonic boom was extremely loud in the night. The sky instantly exploded with several blazing fire clusters, sparks splashing in a long string, as dazzling as fireworks. Now what? Xi Qing seemed to be unconcerned about the face of his top boss, and his faint words clearly had a whiff of a joke-watching intent. Yang Cohen silently touched his nose. Then I really can't read it. Boom! Explosions were still going off over the city of Qufit, and anti-aircraft missiles, which demanded a lot of speed and could easily break through several times the speed of sound, were used to intercept them. Plus the latest U.S. Patriot air defense system has a lot of computing power. 40 cruise missiles, almost a total loss. Only one, which hadn't been intercepted at first, landed 2 kilometers near the ground and was intercepted, erupting in a fireball that lit up half the city. It's scary, but with 40 missiles, and nearly 60 or 70 anti-aircraft missiles consumed, all of Qufit City's air defenses were activated. The Black Mamba didn't mind this at all. Instead, he couldn't stop the corners of his mouth from curling with joy. Good, good, good. Rocket-proofing yourself will hurt. Missile defense that doesn't hurt at all. However, on the other side, the corners of Jiangji's mouth were also slightly raised, and on the computer screen, the 4 air defense radars of Qufit City that covered the entire city. At this point, all analyzed. It's still unknown who will have the last laugh, and the fun has just begun. Synchronize the data. Jiangji looked at the screen expectantly. The 4 defense radars that were found, ordered by the Air Command. The base's technicians quickly operated. First sent to 2 Phantom light fighters. Over crash. The 2 fighters that were circling. The pilots wore tactical helmets with a glass screen in front of them that floated a translucent map. Talk to the target that needs to be hit. Marked with a red dot. The map can be zoomed in or out as the pilot's eyes focus and disperse, as well as brainwave control. It's a state-of-the-art tactical helmet, and the U.S. Army has similar ones that cost $1 million U.S. dollars for just one helmet. The base only needs 5,000 funds, fighters, pilots, equipment, all-inclusive. Commander, copy that. Yes, Commander. The 2 pilots replied with a sentence. Then on both of their channels, confidently exchanged. Draw a line. You can have the left. I'll have the right. No problem, the other pilot responded cheerfully. 15,000 meters in the air. At this altitude, the fighters could not be seen with the naked eye, and the 2 Phantom lights began to move away from the city of Qufit. With that, a fierce Harrier flip reverse direction. Valve opened to maximum. The fighters exploded into their fastest speed, a speed that was like a shooting star across the night sky, followed by the 2 of them calmly maneuvering as they swooped down the city of Qufit. The speed reached Mach 3.5 at one point. 10,000 meters, 8 kilometers, directly pinpointing the air defense radar. The missiles hanging from the 2 fighters came off and fell off, under the acceleration of a fighter jet. The initial velocity of several air-to-surface missiles is a terrifying Mach 3.5, and with a few booms, the dislodged missiles activate. The propellant sprayed out in a furious rage. Speed from Mach 3.5. Soaring again. Still coming? Black Mamba revealed an extremely surprised smile. Then shaking his head with a slightly sarcastic grin, he asked his men, are they stupid? The first wave of 1 didn't even fall to give us fireworks? Ha ha ha. The crowd laughed. The atmosphere of the entire command headquarters is cordial. The water to drink water. The cigarette to light a cigarette. A little bit did not ring up the air defense siren on the heart. What if 1 or 2 of them fall through the cracks? It's not like you can blow yourself up anyway. This shows why nuclear bombs are called more deterrent than destructive, because ordinary missiles hit the children of the people. Nukes, treated equally. Boss, come on, we can also give their troops the taste of rockets. At this moment, an officer of the Sally Armed Forces proposed. This person's face was full of disdain and complacency, and he looked down on people. Let them see what real war is. Ha ha ha. Black Mamba let out a long laugh and said, yes, I was just about to do that. Come on, get ready to have the rocket force. Put some color on them. The officer-level people were talking and laughing, while next to them, one of the soldiers who had been staring at the air defense radar suddenly changed his face dramatically. It's not right, boss, he cried out in horror, his voice this moment, all screaming, come look, no, it's too fast, it's launching directly from above our heads. What? A smile froze on Black Mamba's face, and several people, startled by the news, rushed up to see that the radar showed a dozen missiles, almost on screen. It leaps a large distance in a second. The bottom right corner flashes amazing speed. Mach 6. Grass. What the fuck is going on? Black Mamba's forehead erupted into veins, and he snapped angrily, with shock and disbelief. Air defense radar to intercept missiles. It takes time to calculate the missile's trajectory in advance to intercept it, or to intercept it automatically, but it all takes time to lock in the calculations. Launched down from overhead. Mach 6. 2040 meters per second. It was almost a matter of seconds, not to mention the interception. The air defense radar had just picked up on it, and the next moment, the missile was coming down. Fruity. Before Black Mamba's words fell, not far from the command center, there was an explosion, and on the screen in front of them, they immediately lost the signal. The soldier in front of the screen went black. Done. Boss, our radar was blown up. He instantly paled, his voice trembling a bit in panic. Air defense radar was too important to modern warfare. Facing another enemy who doesn't think of missiles as missiles. Fighter jets. Black Mamba gritted his teeth. His pupils shifted dramatically, and he asked incredulously, how could they have fighters? Or stealthy ones? He's got a lot of combat experience. Of course, it instantly occurred to me that being able to accurately target blasts from overhead was almost impossible with the exception of stealth fighters. Check the other 3 radars. Black Mamba commanded loudly, and some cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Not as imposing as earlier. Stealth fighters that represent a bit of a deeper meaning. It's either a big goose or an Eastern power. In person? Boss, the other 3 have no signal either. They're all destroyed. What now? The soldier's face was full of anxiety as he kept operating on the computer. Not a single trace of signal. Activate the backup. Black Mamba yelled, waving his hand to signal everyone to hurry up and arrange for battle. Quickly, move. Order the rocket force to attack. Whatever it takes. Wipe out their ground forces first. He was in a hurry. During the time he was speaking, his eyes drifted from time to time to the surveillance outside the command post. There was a surveillance that could see into the air. You can see that the Black Mamba is a little nervous. Command rushed to give the order to attack. And outside the city of Kufit, a very large number of rocket launchers were spread out, all concentrated next to the defense line. Bored Sally militants. They were leaning against the sandbags of the trench chatting and joking. Inside the fort the machine gunners, sitting crouched on the ground. A few gathered to smoke cigarettes to lighten the mood of the coming war. Receiving the order, a very large number of Sally militants smiled on their faces and didn't care. Hey, did you guys hear that? The top is still in a hurry. There's a hurry for what? The ground troops still have 40 or 50 kilometers to go and don't dare to come over. Okay, let's go over there and shoot a couple rockets. Go. And at this point, in the skies of Crash, countries have been staring at spy satellite footage of dozens and hundreds of missiles that are showering like meteors in the stratosphere above the clouds. Fly towards the city of Kufit, China. Intelligence team leader Yang Kuan looked more and more full of fog. Chenhal, Xiaoye, tell me, what are they thinking? The first wave didn't even blow up. This time launching even more. Do they really want to rely on the missiles, so as to forcefully break Kufit's air defense? That hall-level cadre shook his head helplessly. It's confusing. At this time, they didn't know that the air defense of Kufit city had been destroyed by the base. The countries monitoring the city of Kufit, one by one, watched with puzzlement as a huge number of missiles swarmed in the air, heading towards the city of Kufit. As they watched, everyone suddenly realized something. The pupils shrank in unison. This distance. Looking at it, Director Chen's mind was stunned. Suddenly stood up and stared intently. No movement in the air defense? What? Nothing? Intelligence team leader Yang Kuan and Yi Si-ching hurriedly came over. The 2 men looked changed. Doesn't make sense. The first wave of this distance when the anti-aircraft missiles have been launched. What the hell? They were confused, and Yin Yinching was the first to pick up the tablet and check the other satellites that had captured the images, as well as the global big data, which relied on keywords to collect the data. It's similar. In WeChat, once someone says sensitive political words, that message is then collected away by big data to analyze you as a person. Is there a problem? All countries have this screening system. Yi Jianqing quickly stopped his movements, frowned and said seriously, Bureau Chen, team leader, look at this. She actually found a video taken by someone from Kofit City. A dozen or so missiles appeared out of thin air directly from the sky before hitting some of the facilities in Kofit City. It's the radar, Kofit City's radar. It's been destroyed. Yang Kuan recognized it at a glance and jumped to a conclusion. Only his tone seemed shocked. I know, Yang Kuan shouted violently, his eyes glowing with divine light as he analyzed in an organized manner. Those people, the first wave of missiles. In fact, they are looking for the air defense of Kofit City. The fighters have long been waiting on it, and then knocked down the radar at the same time. Launched the second wave of missiles, so that Kofit City wants to enable the new radar. Are too late, is bound to be subjected to this round of bombing. And, it's a stealth fighter. Radar won't pick it up. Director Chen and Yi Jianqing suddenly came to a realization and nodded their heads very agreeably. So that's how it is. In that case, it is indeed like this. Having said that, Director Chen revealed a frank smile and glanced at the two men. It seems that for the first wave of missiles, we all guessed wrong. Young Gon was a bit embarrassed. Yeah, he was questioning it then too. Why consume air defense with missiles? Turns out people aren't expendable. Rather, it is to be completely destroyed. He wasn't even on the same level as what people thought. As long as he could destroy the air defense of Kofit City and lose some missiles. So what? While they were talking, the base's V-3 missiles, as if arriving over the city of Kofit, were about to fire rockets at Alpha's Sally militants. Immediately, one looked up at the sky, froze. Countless flames, one by one, were falling sharply in the sky. A scene so spectacular that someone soon woke up violently. Where's our air defense? He panicked beyond belief, shouting in horror. The rest of the group reacted then. Air raid! Air raid! Hysterical shouts rang out across the entire defense line of Kofit City, and all the Sally militants rushed to find cover in a panic. Who's going to care about firing rockets? Each of them wanted to grow 8 legs and run inside the bunker. And the Sally militants jumped into the trenches like dumplings, hiding behind sandbags clinging to the cold ground, inwardly scared and praying, never blow yourself up. In the middle of the command center, Black Mamba's 2 palms were tightly squeezed together, looking at the screen in shock as a missile fell from the sky. Bang! Boom! Just after touching the ground, the missile produced a violent explosion, a pile of mushroom clouds, with thick black smoke, mixed with hot flames, rising from the ground. Put! The ground was blown out of a large crater as dirt was spilled all over the place. Dozens of missiles, like blossoms all over the place, directly blew up a section of the sturdy fortifications outside Kofit City. The terrifying power and shockwave lifted countless people off the ground. There are limbs everywhere now. There was a lot of screaming. Spread out! Spread out! Someone yelled through the chaotic, dark scene, sounding like an officer. They're so arrogant. Not taking the air attack on the base seriously. In the trenches, with the various fire points, the men were all gathered together. The casualties were extremely heavy. Goose once, with 2 missiles, killed 500 men that Ermo had just assembled to rush to the front, which shows how powerful missiles really are. Outside of Kofit, there are a number of 3 or 4 story buildings of this type of fire point, blown down several times. Hundreds of lives were buried in an instant. The Sali militants were blindsided by the bombing. The command was far away, in the middle of the city, and they were some distance away from the city of Kofit. Nobody puts up fortifications. It's located on the edge of town. Rather, in this direction, a factory, a building, a ravine, could all be part of the defense. So, some people had seen flames streaking across the sky over the city just now, but hadn't even thought about the air defenses they'd had a field day with just a moment ago. Destroyed by someone. Thousands of people in the defense line. A moment was bombed a person. And the Goose Country, the United States of America's intelligence services, has been monitoring the base of the country. The intelligence agency atmosphere. This will be all very strange. Who the hell is it? There are actually stealth fighters. This is something they never thought of. All over the world, stealth fighters have participated in combat. Only the US F-22 and F-35, Goose's Goose-57, China's Sharpshooter 20, have never been rumored to have had any real-world combat experience at all. And now, another stealth fighter has popped up. Who is it? The mysterious base in the desert had taken the threat level to another level. And this tactical operation against the city of Kofit had once again made the power of the base more and more mysterious in everyone's mind. At the same time, they are an afterthought. It turns out that the missiles were fired to draw out the air defenses for further destruction, not at all what they thought, and that the others were fools. Instead, it's brilliant. It's not simple. We have to find out quickly. The actual military exercise is just around the corner. Who on earth could be up to something? For the first time Anthony looked squarely at the base. The advent of stealth fighters. He was all surprised just now and had to face up to the fact that he could bypass the Patriot air defense system. What about Iron Dome anti-missile? What about the SAD anti-missile? But he knows that the Sally forces are using the latest Patriot air defense system, the same model on quite a few military bases in the US. It shows that the mystery fighter is very stealthy. If we can bypass SAD again, the Iron Dome, hey, half of the United States, others can come and go freely. And at the thought of this, Anthony's mind, the importance of the base, another 2 levels up. However, being in the base of Jiangxi, at this time cannot care about these. 40V3 missile car next to an engineering vehicle. Help to replenish the filling of missiles. Don't pay for the coolant to be used either. Just now, after a round of missile strikes, Jiangxi ordered a second round of strikes, spaced just 5 minutes apart, with 40V3 missile vehicles at the base. This time, all 3 missiles on all missile carts were fired without the slightest reservation, directly in the city of Kufit. Artificial bombing zones. One thing leads to another. The Sali forces, which had just been bombarded, had not yet recovered from the rubble and artillery fire. And countless people, with their faces covered with stains, looked in horror at the distant sky. More stray flames appeared than just a moment ago. It seems like the whole sky, covered by missiles. The mere sight of it brought out fear. And with the air defense broken, the Sally armed crowd was once again in a state of pandemonium. Drafting? Come on. The backup air defense radar isn't ready yet? Black Mamba slammed the table and burst into a rage. No one under the command dared to speak, only dared to explain anxiously. Boss, it's getting there. It'll take at least half an hour to pull it out of the warehouse and calibrate it. Now they were all panicking. If so many soldiers died and Kufit City was lost, even if the command was fine, they wouldn't be able to escape punishment. The Black Mamba vented and then rushed to take remedial measures. Hello? Fire me rockets. Don't hold back. Take their ground forces and bomb them to death. Yes. Now. He took the phone and hurriedly ordered the other soldiers who were hiding their fire points. There are a lot of hidden fire points around Kufit City. Small military bases in garrisons. It's perfectly possible to attack Alpha's forces with rockets. And the rocket thing is simple and crude. It doesn't need to be guided and basically relies on experience to bomb an area, trying to bomb the advancing troops in the field. The hits are touching. With a hateful gaze, Black Mamba stared at the images coming back from the drone and cursed, "If I can't hit your lair, I'll destroy you." Of the 3 hidden bases, quickly adjusting their locations, they fired dozens of rockets towards Alpha's forces, adding up to over 100 in total. Boom, boom, boom. Violent explosions came from outside. The earth shook. Black Mamba held onto the table and stared at the screen with a deadly stare. He couldn't care less about the outside of Kufit City right now. It was bombed too badly. The entire defense line, directly bombarded over one by one. No one could do anything in the face of this kind of firepower. And the battle raged outside Kufit City. Mushroom clouds constantly. It seemed as if a meteorite had fallen from the sky. A violent explosion that connected into a line, blowing up all the buildings on both sides of the road that could be blown up. Who would dare to hold their ground in such a situation? Sally's soldiers, one by one, abandoned their positions and ran their asses to the city, as ordered by their superiors. Whatever. The city of Kufit is so big, can they still bomb the entire city if they hide inside? That would be directly equated with terrorists. As for the defense, it was also entirely too late to rush out and hold on when their ground forces arrived. Which, I must say, was a very good method. War is not child's play. No one is stupid enough to hold fast and wait to be blown up. Base. Norton counted the time and looked at the screen and inquired. Commander, they've abandoned the defense line. Alpha estimates it'll be another half hour before they arrive. Strong attack next? It's going to get into the alley-oop session again. This link, it's the hardest part. You don't know. The enemy will come out of nowhere to give you a shot. The house, the roof, the toilet, the restaurant. We'll talk about it when the time comes. Jiang Ru shook his head without answering positively. He wondered in what way he could avoid a street battle and take Kufit City the fastest. Except for the massive bombing, it seemed that the only way to go was to rely on the soldiers to attack hard. And this was undoubtedly a waste of time. Tangling and fighting in a city where the other side kept reinforcing. It becomes a constant battle. Jiangxi didn't want to fight a protracted war. There was no point in spending so much time here. If he could occupy 1 or 2 oil fields, he wasn't afraid of depletion. He turned his head, looking to a detailed map of crash on a side table. The Sali forces can be constantly supported from the rear. The other city on the flank, Sivo, could also support, and the army on Jerolan's side could still kill. So in that way, Alpha was a bit of a lone wolf. With modern warfare, it's basically a whole line pushed through together. There's no such thing as a sharp knife sticking in. Means to die. 2,000 is too few, and with the existing 1,000 soldiers at the base, it's just over 3,000 at full strength. How can we fight? Zhang Ji kept looking at the map, his gaze deep, his mind pondering any feasible method. Suddenly, he froze for a moment. Then his eyes lit up violently. There it is. He'd almost forgotten that the base had an alleyway battle mass murderer that could kill units in seconds against a single soldier. At the same time, another crazy idea kept popping up in Jiang Ru's mind. Bombardment. Bombardment. Bombardment by any means necessary. Anyway, no matter what, one is surely going to be labeled a terrorist. And that doesn't do anything about being a terrorist. Isn't that a sorry bunch of moralizing? Norton, pass on my order. Continue bombing. Target. Zhang Rui Lin to the mouth. Face struggled for a moment, or gritted his teeth. Qufit City. He thought of the obnoxious stick, with the poorly rooted ghosts. What are terrorists? Scratching an itch when they might be labeled as genocidaires themselves? Besides, history will only be written by the victors. The diehard base enlisted officer layer doesn't care if it's too cruel. Norton will carry out Jiang Ru's orders 100%. Yes, the base's 40 V3 missile vehicles, once again, began to fill with ammunition. And Nolan received a new production order from Jiangzhou. Direct production of 51-man mass murderers. Expect to finish in 30 minutes. The other side. What Black Mamba had commanded was finally all ready at this point. And Black Mamba looked at the images coming from the drone with vengeful excitement and anticipation. Wait for death. Wait for death, you guys. He went a little morbidly insane. Mumbling, I'm going to blow you all to pieces. What's the point of breaking our defenses? Useless without ground troops. Boom. 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 Rockets fired out in unison from the 3 hidden fire points around the city of Qufit, aiming at the Alpha forces. The base's super radar completely covers that distance. An immediate alarm was raised on spectral imaging. Countries have also noticed this. When they see the rockets smashing into Alpha's forces in a parabola, there were flashes of approval. China. Director Chen, who had been paying attention, silently said, the Sali armed forces were smart enough not to sit back and wait for death. As long as they were covered with large rockets, once these people were dead, the bombardment of the mysterious bases wouldn't be able to do any good. Yang Cohen was actually on Mystic Base's side at heart, because you just have to hit old America. We are friends. Alas, these people are finished. Except for the tanks, the rest are going to be blown away. Yang Cohen helplessly shook his head inside. The armor of the armored car could not carry the rockets. Tanks are fine, but how can we fight when we're blown up like this? Hama City didn't come to support us. United States. The CIA, Anthony, who was also watching, flashed a grin. Good, time to turn these damn nothing back. Everyone knows that the US is behind the Sala forces. The people of the United States, especially those who are officials, still love their country, are very proud, and naturally look down on the forces that undermine their national interests. Pity. Goose's side is lamenting, concerned about the situation of the countries, are showing different expressions. Goose China Erlang these camps. Of course. Hope that the United States more enemies. United States, NATO countries, and they gloated and prepared for a good show. Blow up the bastards and stop adding to the chaos. A black French leader cursed maliciously. However, 30 kilometers from the city of Qufit, a road followed on both sides, all spread out with Alpha's troops, an armored vehicle pulling soldiers, at least 20 meters apart. Alpha, in the end command vehicle, received an alert from the base that the other side had fired rockets, and in the next second, the small radar on the armored vehicle, synchronized to monitor the incoming rockets. Multi-purpose chariot. Red alert allied unit with 12mm machine gun, and 2 9-shot anti-aircraft missiles. Alpha is not arrogant. Letting the air raid sirens blare, he calmly pulled out his walkie-talkie. Keep moving, turn on the anti-aircraft safeties, and keep an eye out for replenished ammo. The original 45 armored cars. Jiang drove back 5. There are still 40 vehicles. A 18-round. At least all have 720 anti-aircraft missiles, intercepting the consumption of counting a double. Both can stop him for 360 rounds. Panic about what? Qufit City. The Black Mamba's eyes were glowing as he stared dead center at the screen coming back from the drone, clenching his fists and seeming to gamble on his head as he kept swinging heavily. Blow them up! Blow them up! Night sky. Dozens of rockets came in, and Black Mamba let out an oozing laugh at the sight. Hey, yeah, blow it up. Suddenly, whoosh, whoosh, in the middle of the wilderness, inside a missile launcher mounted on an armored vehicle, a missile trailing a flaming tail rose into the air. There, boom. The rockets that rained down from the sky were all hit in the air and set off into fireworks, which were brilliant. Black Mamba's swing stopped. His eyes were about to glaze over and he felt a mouthful of teeth crunching. Why was this happening? Damn it, he was about to be furious. It's too much. Holding his breath and ending up punching cotton, the Black Mamba felt himself explode with anger. A fury in his chest that had nowhere to be vented. Fuck. What the hell kind of armored car is this? And why does it have anti-aircraft missiles? Who can tell me? This. Haven't seen such a small anti-aircraft missile. The deputy commander of Qufit City, too, was a bit dumbfounded. Shit, the more Black Mamba thought about it, the more angry he became. His eyes reddened a bit, and he was not satisfied until he killed this troop today. As soon as he yanked over the comm, he roared, "Keep firing for me, hit as many as you can." Air defense missiles due to reach the speed of sound. Basically, they're not small enough for the propellant to accelerate to the speed of sound. But the anti-missile system on this armored vehicle at the base looks like a missile, only RPG size. To know the single very advanced Stinger anti-aircraft missile, that the length of the body, but also at least an arm, this directly cut in half, only small arm length. So, everyone, up there, assumed that the two launchers were for rockets, ground-to-ground fire output. No one expected that. It's actually an anti-aircraft missile. Ha! People observing in countries around the globe. At this moment, one face was all painted with confusion, wide-eyed, and Anthony had collected the gloating smile from earlier. Seriously, sit up straight, zoom in on me, quick, zoom in again, he ordered the technician gravely. The two missile launchers mounted on the base's multi-purpose armor are enlarged. That's one like the Chinese fireworks, 3 holes in 3 rows side by side. The whole thing wasn't even as big as a faceplate. Anthony was confused. Their intelligence system hadn't even been informed of any country that had developed such a convenient air defense system. He froze and slumped in his chair. From the moment this mysterious force came out, America's proudest intelligence system was as good as nothing. In the beginning, 2 of them haven't even started fighting yet. The U.S. is a month ahead of schedule and has started withdrawing its people, and the other countries are only starting to withdraw after the fight. It is thus clear that U.S. intelligence has penetrated almost every country, and very precise. But now, in front of the bases, getting hit so often, Anthony felt incredulous and his self-confidence was battered. Tanks, fighters and not much else. Many countries have this technology. He returned to the top of the account of the past, but such a small air defense system, and for the first time in his own responsibility in Central Europe. He's panicking now. China. Director Chen's expression, which had always been ancient and unchanging, fluctuated for the first time. As he watched closely at the footage synchronized over from the government forces side, the tone was solemn. Xiao Yang, Xiao Yi, is there such a small anti-aircraft missile? Yang Kuan and Yip Si Ching, actually shocked now. The two moved in unison, eyes wide open, and shook their heads. No, never heard of it. Not only is it small, but it's also so easy to carry and fire. This technology is so ahead of its time. The United States doesn't have it either? Director Chen continued to inquire. This matter is of great importance. What others have, China must have. Yang Kuan thought for a moment. A very positive answer. Our intelligence, at least so far, does not report the United States developing such a small anti-aircraft missile. That, Director Chen had just said one word when he was stunned. What do you mean? The United States doesn't even have it. Can Goose have it? Are you kidding me? Goose has been in decline for a few years now, and although it is stronger than China, it definitely can't beat the US. Expenditures for the military. There is simply no support for them to develop an air defense missile that advanced, because it's not necessary. That means, our guesses were all wrong. This power is not Goose, nor is it the United States. But who else has this ability? Director Chen said it all this time, only he frowned deeply as one country crossed his mind. Indian Sam? No way. Britain and France. It doesn't make sense that two little brothers, who can't wait to die holding on to the legs of America's big brother, would dare to get a base and go against the big brother? Japan, needless to say, doesn't have the guts either. The German chariot? Forget it, it's not the S1 S2 season anymore. Who else could it be? Director Chen dead tangled with his eyebrows, feeling a confusion in his head, looking at anyone and everyone. What is going on here? Director, I don't know who has this ability. Anyway, at the moment, the world, as far as our intelligence is concerned, is now developing anti-stealth radars, and there are even fewer countries developing air defense missiles. Yang Koan was actually namely shocked and puzzled. It was obvious what he meant. No one had such a small anti-aircraft missile, and it was surprising how bizarrely things developed when summarized like that. Who is Crash's mystery base? At once, it became very much in the minds of the people, especially the next day, when the papers of the night were reported, and instantly attracted a great deal of attention. Director Chan's eyes looked at the screen without blinking, seized his eyebrows and said, "Xiao Yang, you'll contact Clash our special agent later. Hurry up and figure out what's going on." "Aha!" Yang Koan nodded solemnly. The crowd continued to observe the situation. Qufit City. Black Mamba commanded the troops who had withdrawn to the city, also pulling out rocket launchers and grenades. He didn't believe that he couldn't blow up this group today. However, once again, a swarm of missiles appeared in the sky, lighting up the night sky and whizzing towards the city of Qufit, which gave a lurch in the hands of one of the Sally militants. Looking at the flaming tails of the missiles in the sky, he swallowed hard. Hit the outside or the inside? The soldier who was moving the rockets put down his hand movements, his eyes a little panicked. It should be hitting the outside, right? There are civilians inside. Who dares to bombard on such a large scale? Air defenses were destroyed. Saw any of the missiles? All of them can make the soldiers on the battlefield scared. Don't say that much. Hurry up and move. As soon as we finish bombing those ground troops, we'll be able to hide. All they wanted to do now was to hurry up and finish their mission and go hide among the underground bunkers. Massive bombing of civilians. No matter what your starting point is, you will be labeled as an evil person and will face international condemnation and international sanctions. Command. Black Mamba and the others didn't care much when they saw the incoming missiles. Solid thinking made them think that no one would bomb the city. Qufit City is an industrial city. As an important supply city on the front line, with well-established production lines for ammunition, vehicles, weapons, medical care, and foodstuffs, it holds a high strategic position in wartime. No one wants to destroy a ready-made industrial supply city. Well, move it. One by one, the Sally militants carried the ammunition, occasionally looking up into the sky. Gradually, they jerked their heads, full of heart palpitations. "Run!" In the crowd. I don't know who yelled out, and there was instant chaos as the others looked up again and their pupils shrank. The missiles are coming straight for the city. Wow! The entire city of Qufit was in a state of pandemonium, with Sally militants, including civilians, all looking on in horror at an incoming missile. Boom! A missile blew up a chemical plant, directly triggering an extremely violent chain of explosions that shook the buildings 3 blocks away. Click, click, click. The violent shockwave shattered the glass windows of the residential building directly. The earth trembles. The Sally militants, their eyes full of terror and their legs weak, looked up and around as explosions were being generated all around them, as if they were in the midst of a sea of fire. One missile in the sky, falling with a whistling sound. The fire, the cries, the invective, the sounds of explosions, intertwined, the spectacle of war, once again, swept over them. It directly evokes the memories of some of the older people in Qufit City. It's like going back decades, those 3 months of continuous bombing. Aside from the fortified defense command where Black Mamba was located, the Sally militants outside of Qufit City were in complete disarray. The various walkie-talkies of the command were all cluttered with yelling. It's impossible to give orders with precision in a mess. The Black Mamba slumped in his chair, dazed and confused, watching the hell-like scene in Qufit on the screen. How dare they? Aren't you afraid of public outrage? No one can answer Black Mamba's question. Senior officers were busy stabilizing the military, and there were shouts all over the command, one with a walkie-talkie, arranging for the Sally militants to find cover on the spot. Why isn't the backup radar ready? Boss, contact the top. We need support. If this keeps up, Qufit City won't be able to carry a few waves of bombardment. The opposite side was clearly trying to bomb them to death, and no air defense. What to do? You can only take a beating. This is the importance of modern war air rights. That is, the base bomber did not have good. Otherwise, early bombing of the city of Qufit his mother do not recognize. Don't scream, I know what to do. It's now or never. Let us people preserve our living forces and fight them to the death. Black Mamba's eyes flamed and he roared. At this point, Alpha was 20 kilometers away from the city of Qufit, and encountered several waves of ambushes on the way, which were placed too far away from the city of Qufit. Not bombed. He relied directly on the defense of the king of the land tank and crushed through without any casualties. That's how it is in the wild. No anti-tank mines were deployed. The tanks were completely rampaging, and no one could do anything about the big guy, ambushing the Sally militants in the trenches. You can only wait to die, without the need for Black Mamba to contact him. Sully, far away in Eagle Harbor, had been following the battle, and had thought to have deployed 5,000 men in the afternoon. thought it would be easy to harvest this troublemaking force. Sully with his lieutenant. At this point in time, all had fallen silent, looking at the bombed Kufit city and forcibly suppressing their inner rage. A few rounds of bombardment from the defense alone. They suffered at least 2,000 casualties, followed by a bombardment of the city of Kufit, with an estimated 1,000 more casualties, without even touching a finger of the enemy. Over 3,000 casualties themselves. Sally was getting more and more angry as he watched. The rage that was raging and erupting within him was about to be suppressed. Wastes. All of them are wastes. I think they've been comfortable for too long. Kufit and Sevco are two important ones. The important supply city of the front line, for Sally's armed forces, should never be lost. But Sally has never yet encountered that his own people were beaten by others so badly. Sally took a deep breath and said to the adjutant general, "You contact Black Mamba, tell the people in the city to spread out. Just fight them in an alleyway. Fight a protracted battle. Keep a strict watch on the borders. How long can this point of the people hold out without reinforcements? Send another 2,000 men from Sivo City and 1,000 from Jerrylang Canyon to Hama City to block their retreat." He was so angry that it was difficult to vent his anger without killing these people. Yes, the Vice Admiral began to contact Black Mamba. Needless to say, the Sally militants of Kufit were no fools on Black Mamba's side, directing everyone, in small groups, to spread out and set up defenses in the city base. Zhang Ru also ordered to stop the bombing of Kufit City. The enemy dispersed. It would not be worthwhile to bombard them again. A dozen missiles, maybe only a little bit of people were killed. Just a wry smile at the corner of his mouth. An alley fight? You can. Zhang Ji picked up the walkie-talkie. Nolan, how's the production going? Back to the commander. 10 more minutes. Good. Outside of Kufit, Alpha was only 10 kilometers away, a distance at which he had sporadically encountered a number of enemies. Luckily, it's in the wilderness and there are no buildings. Tanks can push across. The Sally forces didn't seem to have anti-tank mines, and the RPG hit the tank without pain as he advanced quickly. 10 minutes later, officially in the middle of the defense line that had just been violently bombarded, with blackened corpses all over the place, and the crumbling and blazing city of Kufit burning in front of them, Alpha took the walkie-talkie and shouted, "The entire army is in formation. Armored vehicles and tanks as a unit, equipped with infantry tank coordination, slowly advance. Armed straights are free to move, looking for key locations such as command posts across the street as well as ammunition dumps. Roger that. Roger that." The short fight, the official start of the alleyway battle, known as the meat grinder and the fight to the death. How long will it take to take this one? China. Intelligence. It's entering the attack session. No need to look at it. Director Chen withdrew his gaze and began to think about how to do this debriefing. Alley battles, historically, are the most time and labor intensive. Begin to fight for the logistical supplies of both sides, with the ability to keep up with the troops, ammunition supply lines, supplies, manpower, any one of the lines out of order. Both will lead to the defeat of this battle. What follows will center around the city of Kufit, with both sides pulling out all the stops, blowing up bridges, cutting off supplies, and disrupting the rear. Let's see who can top that. Bureau Chen, what do you think? Will the mysterious forces be able to take Kufit City? Yang Cohen's face was a bit intent. It was the first time he had seen a war fought so fiercely. Goose, along with Ermac, has never bombed on such a scale either. Leto Israel did drop white phosphorus bombs on Gaza refugees, but that was a one-sided massacre that had nothing to do with war, and the intelligence was all there. There's no live feed to watch. Definitely defeated. Director Chen gave 4 words with conviction and began to analyze. Now that the borders are strictly controlled, no matter which country the mysterious forces are from, it's basically impossible to reinforce them anymore. And relying on a Hama city, where are the supplies and logistics of this? Yang Cohen froze for a moment. He was actually quite on the side of the Mystic base, and had wanted to calculate whether he could take Kufit City in a month. Listen. Indeed, it's hopeless, unless, of course, the bombing continues. But without ammunition supplies, sooner or later we'll run out of ammunition. He was slightly regretful. Yi Jianqing glanced at Yang Cohen. You're good, so hurry up and do your debriefing and find the information. Let's go. Yang Cohen smashed his mouth, walked to the door of the monitoring room with Director Chen, Yi Jianqing, and turned back to the technicians. So what? You guys continue to monitor, and if there's any intelligence, remember to report it to me in time. Okay, Team Leader Yang. Intelligence executives from various countries who had observed the battle had left the monitoring station with a basic idea of the mysterious base, going to do the debriefing. Also because there really isn't much to see in an alley battle, and the Sally forces still have nearly 10,000 men, And it's not certain that they'll take the city of Kyufit in months, years, or years. If they're not able to do so, they can watch it for another year. None of them felt that the mysterious forces could take Kyufit city anytime soon, because it was simply impossible, or else the Sally armed forces could really run headlong into the ground, dropping 2 cities in one day? What else do you play? Take the next hand early. Intelligence departments of various countries are doing intense reporting work, focusing on stealth fighters and miniature anti-aircraft missiles. Of course, it's important both of those things, and at the same time, the exploration of the mysterious base didn't stop. Anthony, on the other hand, had been thinking, why are spy satellites photographed in black? And what is this technology? Crash. On the edge of the desert in the city of Hama, a vehicle rattles up to continue the work that wasn't done during the day, as government forces, the Sali forces, all use drones to scout out bases in the desert. Kyufit City. The battle on Alpha's side has also officially begun. Without any frills, it's the simplest infantry tank coordinated advance of World War II. He commanded his troops and entered the city from the entire east side, 1,000 meters deep. Retract again, in order to surround and consume a part of it. Real war is not on paper, and the difficulty of alley fighting can only be known by first-hand experience. Whether it's Sally militants, still the warriors of the base, in the ruined city of Kyufit, all mentally tense. Who knows, the enemy will put a bullet in you from where? Bang bang bang, bang bang bang. Sharp intervals of gunfire all around made every man on high alert, and it was only in the beginning stages that everyone was feeling their way and clearing out a patch of quarters. Then comes the long-lasting depletion. At the back, Alpha was talking to Jiang Ji on the phone, and when he heard Jiang Ji's words, his eyes instantly lit up with a thief's light. Fine, Commander, I know. Hanging up the phone, Alpha couldn't help himself, his sandbagged iron fist slamming down on one of his minions in excitement. Thud. General? It's fine. I'm so happy. Great. The commander will give us reinforcements. Kyufit City will be a nightmare for the enemy. Alpha heavily patted his men's shoulders with a blazing luster in his eyes. He was looking forward to the enemy's screams in fear. The other side. Without the big bombardment, the Black Mamba gradually stabilized the situation, withdrawing some of its troops and others in small groups. The rest went out of the city trying to form a flank around Alpha. It's amazing how both sides are trying to wrap up the opposite side. The fighting was fierce, but the two sides were simply too outnumbered to be caught in the middle of a grueling, protracted battle, and Alpha was heartbroken to hear one casualty report after another. That's all you have on your own. He took out his walkie-talkie. Shrink the defense line. Don't advance. Support from the base will be here soon. Cover each other well. Roger that. Roger that. The units all began to fall back. The Sally forces had at least 10,000 men here. Not something the base 2000 could push through. Black Mamba received news of the battle and finally smiled as if he was relieved. If you can't beat them with heavy weapons, I still don't believe that you can't beat them with people. Hurry up and surround them for me. Don't let any of them go. Defeated. He finally found a place to take his anger. No matter what, trap them for 4 hours. The reinforcements from Sivo City will block their retreat, and this time, they won't be able to run away even if they put on their wings. And in the meantime, in the middle of the base, plus the latest production, 3 Phantom light fighters temporarily acted as one-time transports, ammo bins with airdrops, and took off from Air Command. Jiang Ji, along with Norton Nolan, and the 2 bodyguards behind him, watched the fighter jet leave. He turned to Nolan and asked, Nolan, how long before the bombers are on the production line with the rocket launchers? 2 hours. How much funding is left? 422,000. Okay, I know. Jiang Ji slightly rubbed his brow. The financial pressure had to be solved in a hurry. Otherwise there would always be something binding him. 20,000 taken out to build 40 more terrorbots. Yes. Jiang Ji exhaled a breath and looked into the night sky. 90 units. There should be no problem taking down Kyufit City, right? At that moment, a voice came from the walkie-talkie Norton carried at all times. Commander, General, Sentinel Eagle reports that a disturbance has been detected in Thermalane Canyon. A garrison has departed, and by the direction, it's toward us. Norton blanched, tensing up. He looked at Jiang Ji while asking, how many people? 1,000. Norton. He rolled his eyes for a moment, thinking that the entire 50,000 to 60,000 regular troops of the Sally armed forces of the Thermopolis Canyon had come. Jiang Ji smiled in the sun. 1,000 people? Who are you looking down on? He froze with a grin. Hot Lilan Canyon? Wait, wasn't there gold there? And the terrain was flat and there were no anti-aircraft bunkers. Crap. Jiang Ji's 2 eyes suddenly glowed with a thieving brightness. His grandmother. This is not sleepy to send a pillow. Jiang Ji remembered the report he read in China. 4. $2 billion worth of gold mines. Supplemental base funding is just over $100,000, the equivalent of 26th generation fighters, or 20 carriers, and that's just the added value. The bottom line is that he can hit both the government forces and the Sali forces hard in one fell swoop. Norton, come with me. Have the topographic map of the Thermalang Canyon, as well as the intelligence we currently have, all sent to the command headquarters. Jiang Rui's mouth went dry for a while, and he couldn't wait to call on someone to leave the airport at a fast pace. The unknown Norton still didn't know what Jiang Ji was thinking, nor did he think much about it, and when he came to the command headquarters with Jiang Ji, he drew a rough map of the terrain and the deployment of the two houses forces, then spread it out on the table. Jiang Ru gestured over it with his hands, his eyes engaged, looking at the government forces and then at the Sali forces. There are no big cities next to Thermopolis Canyon. The forces, on both sides, were entrenched in the small towns around them, as well as in their respective camps set up on the front lines around the two rubble-strewn mountains. Empty. It's too empty. Jiang Ru's eyes were getting brighter and brighter. He couldn't help but get excited. There was a river between the two mountains, and the gold mine was on the river bank. Their two armies faced each other. No one is allowed. Commander, you don't have to worry. A team of 1,000 people can't cause any impact on our base. Norton thought that Jiang Ji was worried about this and comforted at the side. Jiang Ru was surprised and amused. What am I worried about that for? I'm trying to make a move on this place. What? Norton looked straight at the map, amazement in his eyes. Making a move on Ziliang, where there were nearly 100,000 men, was not a small number. As he watched, his pupils suddenly shrank. This place, so empty? I know, Commander. I'm going to calculate how much ammo is needed to hit them hard, Norton exclaimed in delight. To airstrike a place? The first wave when the enemy doesn't react causes the most battle, so it's best to blow up the first wave. Of course, you have to calculate where the missiles and rockets are going to land and how they are going to be distributed. Okay, go. Jiang Ji tapped Norton on the shoulder and picked up the walkie-talkie from the table. Nolan, when the bomber is ready with the rocket launcher production line, start production straight away. We've got a big move tonight. Understood, Commander. Put down the walkie-talkie. Jiang Ji let out a long breath as if relieved, took out the cigarette case from his pocket, looked at only the last one left, and snapped to light it for himself. Start swallowing clouds. Now that everything was set up, it was just a matter of waiting for the bullets to fly a little longer, and in less than 5 short days, one could do this on one's own. It's been great. Kafet City. The Black Mamba is having the time of his life at this point. General, Manlang Street and Manj Avenue. Our per capita rendezvous has been completed, and the outer ones have managed to get out of the city and are now encircling. He grinned a full grin as he listened to his men's reports. Ruthlessness was in his eyes. Okay, this time no one will escape. Once the encirclement is complete, don't save the rockets. Give me a hard shot inside. Yes, Black Mamba sneered and grunted. Bombing me? Why don't you bomb me now? After holding it for so long, it's time for the old man to get out of breath. If only Alpha knew what he was thinking. Absolutely laughed out loud. The base's Rhino tanks, along with the Grizzly tanks, were still rampaging through Kufit City, only he had given way to some of the streets he had just occupied. Tanks are not at all polite in town. Fire when it's time to fire. Seemingly surrounded, the base is at a disadvantage, yet the Sali militants who surround the base are careful and wary one by one. Instead, stubborn base fighters, full of fight. Alpha waited quietly in the armored car, his fingers tapping in rhythm against the iron plate carriage, making a thump sound, his round, angry eyes looking at the clock the whole time. Click. His movements stopped suddenly, showing a silent smile. Then, a serious, full of seriousness. It's almost time. The support from the base should have arrived. Pass on my order. Launch a counterattack. Now everyone has only one task. Attack freely. Make Kufit City a complete mess for me. The more chaos the better. Several of the chief stewards, who were responsible for giving the orders, immediately sent them to each company. The base fighter got excited, especially the armored car and tank drivers. At this moment, just like doping, one by one, loudly responded to receive, and then, their feet could not wait to be stuffed into the gas tank. Boom boom boom, boom boom boom. The streets were filled with the roar of engines, and the base's armored units, without any charter, drove armored cars with tanks, charging the bison through the city of Kufit. See the street and drive inside. Boom. The whole 100 or so armored units, like fish in the sea, spread out in all directions, unorganized, undisciplined, just a rampage, messed up, all messed up, with so many armored units spread out in one point. It didn't take long for there to be an armored vehicle running amok on just about every street in the entire city of Kyufit. Chug, 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 multi-purpose armored vehicles. And when they see Sali militants, they hit them with machine guns. Boom! Tanks too. The only way to fire a gun with impunity is to have a man with a gun upstairs, and that's a shot across the bow. Tanks that are as large as behemoths. It overturned a number of vehicles parked on the street. On the Sali side, of course, there were tanks, and the tanks from both sides went straight down the street and began to face each other, shelling each other. Bang! Bang! A complete test of skill for both drivers. The scene was unimaginable, as if it wasn't reality but had become a big modern urban battlefield game. It's more like coming to Sin City where there is no order. The sounds of fierce gunfire fighting were heard in all directions. Tanks on both sides bombed indiscriminately. The civilians in Kyufit City who hadn't run away yet were all trembling in fear. It's horrible. It's horrible. Is this really not a dream? They're about to be scared silly. After living for so many years, I really haven't seen a mess like this. The people upstairs took out their cell phones and trembled as they filmed. The streets beneath him were filled with a tank here and a tank there, in against the bombardment. In the sky, there was also a helicopter gunship, firing missiles towards the tanks on the ground, and 2 rounds of Vulcan machine guns constantly bursting into flames, sweeping the city of Kyufit. High-speed bullets with tracer bullets formed a distinct arc of fiery red, and all places were plunged into a war of fire and smoke. He fearfully posted the video online. With resignation, with aggression, someone save us. This is not Earth. This is hell. What have we done wrong? Why does the war never stop? And at the moment, in the middle of the dark, unseen deep space, 3 Phantom Light fighters flew by, ammo bins opened, and 1 airdrop with parachutes scattered down. It's as if the dandelion fluttered. It filled the air over the entire city of Kyufit. Death is descending. Nightmares will come. And in the darkness of the night, fires appear, accidentally lighting up the air with a single airdrop floating down. That's what? Someone saw it, and with confusion, stared blankly into the sky. More people didn't care. The attention of the Sali militants was all on a single piece of armor whizzing by in the street, with a very small number of soldiers holding man-portable infrared-guided missiles. Fire at the armored vehicles at the base. Boom! Trailing a long tail of flame, the missile flew towards and cut through the city. However, the terrain was too complex and full of buildings. It's hard to build a war chest. Black Mamba had just been too happy too soon, and now, once again, their command center was in chaos, and one officer was filled with confusion. General, these people are just a bunch of crazies, running through the streets full of people and not manning the streets. There's no telling what they're up to. In all the years of fighting, I've never heard of this kind of fight. A few officers cursed with angry faces. The base is in such a way that they can't find a way to cope with it at all, and they are being led around by the nose. Just like a stirring stick, Alpha had the men stir up the city of Kyufit. The Black Mamba was currently composed and imposing. Whatever they play, soldiers come and go. They can't run away. Think of it as their last madness. Hey, the officers sighed helplessly. There was nothing they could do about it. The base wasn't holding a spot. It was just scurrying around the city, and they could only be passive as they saw a man fight a man. Report! Suddenly, a Sally-armed soldier rushed in with a hurried face. Chief, officers, a soldier just reported that some airdrops have been spotted over the city and are now on the ground. I don't know what they are. Airdrop? Black Mamba and the officers of the ministry, with their heads full of fog, looked at each other. Send someone to see. Quickly, it must be the enemy. Yes, sprinkled Sun Street. A squad of Sally's militants, armed with guns and filled with curiosity, watched an iron box that fell from the sky with a parachute in front of them. The top told us to see what's inside. After saying that, the captain turned on his walkie-talkie and reported, "Sir, we have one in front of us. We're going to see it now." Good. Remember to report back first thing. Copy that. In the command center, Black Mamba, along with the officers of his department, were listening to the intercom and waiting for the results. Street. A couple of soldiers with guns didn't mind walking over there with big grins. They didn't even think about the fact that this iron box, which was just like a large suitcase, could be dangerous. The enemy wouldn't have gone to such lengths to airdrop it if it was a bomb. Hey, you guys don't think this is the enemy dropping supplies on them, do you? They don't seem to have a logistics team with them? It's possible. Come on, let's open it up. In front of them was a silver-white metal box, shiny and brand new, and the 6 men just crouched down. Didn't get a chance to do it. The iron box clicked and a few people were startled and took 2 steps back. Fuck! What the fuck? With a snapping tower, one side of the metal box opened automatically, and with a little surprise, one of the 6 men rushed to fetch a flashlight from his combat suit. Suddenly, He paused in his movements and stared in bewilderment as a pair of scarlet compound eyes lit up inside the pitch-black metal box and radiated infrared rays outward. He was a little flustered in his mind for a moment. Icy scarlet eyes, distributed with many points of light. A few people have not had time to raise the muzzle of the gun. Suddenly click, 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 clash of steel. From inside, giggle. Suddenly a man stared wide-eyed, full of pupils of disbelief. He wanted to speak. His mouth only left the sound of ho ho ho. Next, a bright red-hot fountain gushed out of his neck, and he was so busy covering it with his hand that the blood kept spilling out of his fingers. He had extreme fear in his eyes. Help! Help me! A hard cry for help came out, and his body stumbled twice before he lolled to the ground, staring with his hands over his neck. The moment of death. He didn't even know what was happening. It wasn't until he fell to the ground that his teammates reacted to the scene, which happened so quickly that several rushed over to try to save him. Fuck! Did either of you see? What was just posted? What? Hold on. Manihas, quick! Alert! Alert the perimeter! Where's the first aid kit? Give it to me. Hold on. Call the medics. We need first aid here. The scene was instantly recalled by cries of horror and anxiety. At this point, look again in the iron box. Empty and nothing. The thing with the scarlet eyes had disappeared. As fast as lightning. No one saw how the thing ran away. Sir, the captain was terrified, checking around with his gun, talking out of turn. Sir, it's as he was speaking his pupils dilated. A gurgling sound was left in his throat, like choking on water. Then there was a violent cough. A cough from the mouth, nose, throat, a piece of blood out. He felt that there was blood sucked into the lungs. It's choking. It's boring again. Unconsciously his legs went limp and he lost all his strength, collapsing on the ground and covering his neck, his 2 feet twitching haphazardly. Captain! The members of the team panicked. This one hadn't been saved and another one had fallen. Go see the captain. The devil! The enemy cast the devil. Do you see it? No! Look! Over there! A man screamed. And on the branch of the tree next to him lay something dark, with only 2 eyes radiating a bloodthirsty red light. Chug! 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 Just raised the muzzle of the gun. The speed of that thing, which was simply not something the human eye could keep up with, directly flashed through a residual shadow. Terrorist robots, built with special alloys, shaped like a spider, with 6 long, sharp legs that flash with cold light and an alloy drill in its abdomen. It is a unit among the Red Alert that specializes in destroying tanks. Face the infantry. It can be killed in seconds. The sound of intense gunfire in the alley gradually became sporadic, and Black Mamba listened to the sounds of terrified panic over the intercom from the command center. The atmosphere in the command center heaved a little. The soldiers' voices of fear, as if meeting a monster. A cry of devil cast a shadow within crash. A people of faith. Boss, this. The subordinate holding the walkie-talkie had his mouth open and was speechless. There was not a shred of useful information in the report just now. Black Mamba took a deep breath and looked grave. Whatever it is, keep having people look for it. We at least need to know what it is. Tell the people below to attack directly and be careful. Good. That's all that can be done at the moment. At this time, the Black Mamba did not know that he was facing. What kind of terrifying existence? 50 spiders fell. All began to move freely, lurking in the darkness and shadows. They are like demons that crawl up from hell to harvest life in the chaotic city of Kufit. The next hour was for the Black Mamba. It's total torture. All of the various units reported that there were murderous demons in Quifet City, but no one ever saw what it was. A depressing atmosphere pervaded the entire command center. Too many teams have disappeared. No movement. If before, the intensity of gunfire in Quifet City was 100%. Now, it was only 70%. The dark streets are littered with the bodies of one Sally militant after another, almost cleanly wiped out. Either that or a bloody hole in his body. Boss, what to do? Do something. How am I supposed to think of a way out of this when I don't even know what it is? Order back to defense. All of you. Black Mamba cursed, his face black and red with anger. The crowd was too scared to speak. Back to defense, back to defense. To put it simply, the enemy's armored vehicles were running amok in the streets, not giving a chance to get back to defense. It was a mess. At this point, on the outskirts of Kufit City, Phantom Light Fighters once again dropped a swath of airdrops as the second wave of terrorbots arrived. The backup radar has just been restored, once again destroyed by Phantom Light Fighters, firing missiles. Only a dozen airdrops were intercepted in the air. The rest all landed on the perimeter without incident, then ran at a terrifying speed to the city of Kufit. At this point, Looking down from the air in the middle of the city, Alpha's forces, which had already taken up a large portion of the city, were compressing the remaining half. The space was reduced. The terror robots were killing people faster and faster, and there were screams of terror everywhere, along with random gunshots, faster and faster, more and more urgent requests for backup, followed by the sound of fading to nothing. Send it back to the command center. Someone finally couldn't stand it anymore and looked at Black Mamba prayerfully, saying bitterly, "Boss, withdraw. We can't hold it anymore." Black Mamba sneered. "Retreat? Retreat to where? Isn't going back just like being shot? Take up arms. I don't believe it. How powerful their demons are. Pick up your guns and don't be a coward. Guards, open the door and kill your way out." Is it a question of withdrawing now? Rather, it was whether or not they could withdraw without any problems. The command center was at the back of Kufit City, but now, the enemy was occupying most of the area, and all of their men were compressed into this part. You can feel it from time to time. The ground was crushed by tank tracks. Pust, pust. The big iron door of the command center had just opened. A red light flashed, and at once 2 people fell to the ground dead. "Look out, boss, that's it, devil." Black Mamba, with the rest of the officers, rushed to pick up his gun warily. The red light disappeared. Human eyes. It was almost hard to keep up with the speed of the horrible robots. They all panicked a little bit. What to do now? No one dared to go outside. Who knew that at this time? Surprisingly, a tank rumbled past from outside, and then a sharp kick of the brakes. The muzzle of the cannon turned and aimed directly at the large iron gate like the subway entrance, and the group of Black Mamba's people's backs directly glistened, feeling the hairs of sweat on their bodies stand up at this moment. "Retreat! Take the other exit!" Terrified voices shouted as the group rushed back. Same time, boom! A sound that seemed to shake the sky exploded as a shell was aimed at the entrance of the human defense gate and blasted right in. Black Mamba just felt his ears explode and his scalp tingle. Filled with fire, his body was lifted off the ground, and the next moment his eyes went black and he lost his intuition. The base fighters were too decisive. Doesn't even give you a chance. Direct fire. And that's not all. This looks like a human defense project, and those who can stay inside are definitely the higher-ups. The base fighters calling their superiors. Within a few moments, several armored vehicles arrived carrying soldiers, armed with a gun. He began to clean up. Soon, the Black Mamba was carried out one by one with the officer layer of Kufit City, and the base warrior's eyes lit up when he took a look at the shoulder insignia on the other's uniform. Picking up the walkie-talkie, he happily reported. "Reporting to the commander. The opposite officer layer has been captured by us and partially dead. Should we administer first aid to them?" Alpha gave it a little thought. "Leave the dead ones alone. The living ones also don't care. Tied up. Wait for the commander's order." Cure what cure? It is not the leader of a country. There's no need to cure nothing of value. Once the Black Mamba command layer was captured, Kufit City basically fell completely under the control of the base army, and the remaining remnants of the army, one by one, fled. The city of Kufit had become a complete nightmare for them. Everyone who escaped was so pale, they could barely forget the scene of their teammates in front of them. Their throats slit, and they couldn't even see what it was. It's horrible. It's horrible. After escaping the city, the men hated to grow 8 legs and ran as far as they could. Alpha occupying the man fortifications and driving the armored vehicles in. One by one, the reports of the team's successful battles came in. Pass on my order. Helicopter gunships sweep the outskirts of the city. Chase 10 kilometers. Kill as many as you can. Don't let the enemy back in. Alpha revealed his cruelty. Roger that. Buzz. Dozens of helicopters took off, strafing wildly outside the city, the bullets from their guns slicing through flesh like a sharp blade. Night in the wilderness. Everywhere is the screams of the Sally militants, facing the pursuit of the base, a weak legs and feet, the bottom of the eyes in fear, directly beaten to lose their courage. Only a handful of soldiers who desperately fled 10 kilometers survived. The remaining 10,000 or so, all buried in the city of Kufit. At 10 p.m. When the dust settled, Alpha, fighting spirit, picked up the phone and reported back to the base. "Commander, Kufit City is completely taken. I deployed my troops in the outer defense line. The rest are resting in place. I am going to continue the raid on the oil fields overnight without giving the enemy a chance to catch their breath." His appetite was too big. Zhang Ji was a bit shocked even as he listened. Taking 2 breaths to slow down for a moment, he inquired, "Are you sure that the base's warriors, whose bodies can carry them, are about to go a day and a night without sleep? Took turns resting from 10 to 3 o'clock last night. 1,000 of them are still just produced without rest, and now at 10 o'clock at night, and then rushed to the boat, and then fight. Oh, my God, what a way to use base fighters as robots." "Commander, It's not a matter of whether we can carry it or not. If we can carry it, we have to carry it. If we can't, we have to carry it. This battle, we have to fight. Alpha was very firm and brave. He was a man of war, and a top commander talent of the base. Have your own take on the situation on the battlefield. Alpha explained his understanding to Zhang Ji. Now that the enemy hasn't reacted yet, it's the most suitable time to expand the results of the battle. If they wait for them to react, it'll be another hard battle. It's just the way he is. Snap. Good. Zhang Ji slammed the table and said loudly, since you're sure about it, I'll leave it to you. You bring all the terror robots with you. I'll wait for your good news. Aye, Commander. Alpha rose to her feet with a flourish of dominance. Base. After Jiang Ru hung up the phone, Nolan came in from the doorway and said, Commander, the production line for the bombers and rocket launchers is ready, and I've programmed the production of 4 bombers and 20 rocket launchers. Is that enough? Instead of asking Nolan, Jiang Ru turned his head to inquire about Norton. He calculated the need for ammunition. Not enough. Norton shook his head. According to calculations, the first wave of covering strikes will require at least 50 rocket launchers, along with 20 bombers, 100,000 people. It's not a small amount. It's not like they're all standing around stupidly waiting for you to bomb them. The camps are separated. Same as Kafet City. It's a great wall of trenches and individual fortifications. Jiang Ru lowered his head and looked at the time. It's now 10 p.m. There's no time to produce that much. The sooner we launch the attack the better. Once Alpha moves, the front line will surely react. Not much more to say. 2 a.m. How many rocket launcher vehicles can be produced? The base has been producing fighters and bombers for a long time. It's all 1 hour a rack. Commander, like the tanks. 1 in 10 minutes. 4 hours is 24. Nolan didn't have to do the math and blurted it out. He was all too familiar with them. Enough. Jiang Ru calculated for a moment and smiled silently. Norton, don't forget we still have 40 V-3 missile vehicles along with 4 Phantom light fighters. Rocket launchers, along with V-3 missile vehicles. Fire at quick intervals, as long as one is willing to use a lot of coolant. Ammunition was well prepared and kept pace with the bombardment perfectly. Also, Norton nodded, then turned his head to the air command technicians. Get a grip and use the spy satellites to photograph the deployments in Thermalang Canyon. And don't spare a single one. Roger that. The base is once again up and running at full speed. Just in time for tonight's big, world-shattering operation that no one could have imagined when dawn breaks. Or don't dare think about it. How will Crash look like? 12 o'clock at night. China. It was only 9 o'clock at this time. Director Chen wore glasses and supervised Yang Kuan as he collected all kinds of information and data as they prepared to report to the top. Yang Kuan and Yi Jianqing, looking at the lines of information, frowned. Director Chen, based on the information we have now, all aspects are proving that it's likely that this mysterious force doesn't belong to any country. Yang Kuan became more and more shocked the more he looked at the situation and stated the results he had come up with. Now, China is with Goose, and Erlang is a loyal partner. We have just conducted an intelligence exchange on the Crash issue, and miraculously found that none of the NATO countries have information on massive troop movements and arms shipments to the Crash. Goose has nothing to do with China itself. Then it can't just appear out of thin air? Director Chen was also confused at this point. How could this happen? It didn't make sense at all. Capital. Where's the capital? Director Chen suddenly thought of this. Capital? Yang Kuan froze for a moment, basking in laughter. Chen Bureau. How is it possible? Although our intelligence is not considered to be top-notch, but it's not always so obvious that we can't find out. Quite a few of the capital of the United States are also our people. That would be difficult. Then there's only one possibility. The Crash GOP's own secret base? Ruling out all the impossibilities. That's all that's left. Is that right? Yang Kuan and Yi Jianqing looked at each other. The Crash government army is secretly funded by China all the time. It is difficult to not have been hiding? Secretly developing technology? You don't even report to the proprietor? Just report it up first. For the rest, we'll see in the next few days. How long can he hide? Director Chen didn't care too much to be able to sit in this position in a special department. And it's China. No matter how much Crash fusses about it, he still doesn't see it in his heart of hearts. The inherent chain of contempt in the food chain. Like when we hear that a country in Africa has invented a stealth fighter. Do we care? It won't. It's still just a little piece of trash in the mind. Okay. Crash. Gang. Sally felt as if she was dreaming. Kufit City. A large industrial city. The logistical core. 15,000 infantrymen. Plus dozens of armored vehicles with a solid line of defense. Surprisingly, lost in just 2 hours? How can he accept to believe? It's simply impossible to say. Without saying, who can take such a heavily fortified city in 2 hours? Besides, The enemy is only 2,000 strong? He felt like someone was playing a big joke on him, and Sally straightened up and laughed incredulously. It was just a grim laugh. Even the command headquarters of I-Gang, the atmosphere was so oppressive that it was suffocating for a while. None of them dared to think that the city of Cupid had been lost so quickly, and according to the news that came back, casualties were at least 80%. It's almost scary. What do you mean? Are they all made of steel one by one? Sally sneered as she questioned the subordinate who reported the situation. Don't look at this ministry as an officer of the rank of Major General. In this case, instant honest fear. Chief, I can't believe it either. It's true. We have to think of a way as soon as possible. Cupid City has always been treated as a frontline city by us. Once we cross this line of defense, the rear is flat, he said with a face full of bitterness, not daring to utter a single breath. This situation is so complicated right now. What the hell was wrong with the enemy to be able to take the city of Cupid in 2 hours? And just then Black Mamba had reported that he had surrounded the other side. The reversal came too soon. Chief, according to the report of the soldiers who escaped, it would have surrounded and killed those people. But the other side airdropped some secret weapons, which the soldiers called devils without a trace, and the soldiers died at the hands of the devils. The devil? Sully laughed under his breath, and suddenly his smile tightened and he growled angrily. I'll fuck you up, devil. Excuses. All fucking excuses. Bunch of losers. Grass. Sally suddenly burst into a rage, stood up and shouted hysterically and angrily, frightening everyone's body to tremble and hastily lower their heads. Not a single person dared to speak. Command was so quiet you could hear a pin drop on the floor. Sally was furious and full of murderous anger. He had a nameless rage at the thought of losing the city of Cupid that was completely unacceptable. Where are they now? He inquired coldly, his eyes fierce. Chieftain. Still in Cupid City. The subordinate replied cautiously, fearing that he would offend Sally again and be shot to death. Sally practically wanted to beat these people to death and took a deep breath. So what are you all waiting for? There's no air defense in Cupid City. Save the missiles for another life? Fighters, bombers, don't we have any? They can cover strikes, can't we? Use it. Naya, you stupid bastards. Everyone's mind was blown. Yes, the chief of the Real. Missiles and fighters, that are their treasure. Against the government forces are used very little, this time even unscrupulous to use it. Get out. All of you. No matter what you use, take back the city of Cupid for me, and don't move anything except for Hadarang's men. The rest can be mobilized. Sally waved her hand with great annoyance. The crowd retreated, leaving him alone in his office. Sally sat quietly for a moment, reluctantly picking up the phone and dialing an international number. Far away in the U.S., Karen, the CLA director, picked up the phone and looked at it. Wave the office out. He answered. Hey. Sally fought back the discomfort and did her best to sound better. What is going on here? Lord Kellen? Why is there such a force in crash? And I haven't gotten any word from Your Excellency? Karen had wanted to have a nice chat with Sally, but he didn't expect the other party to come up and complain about him, and his eyes narrowed into slits. He picked up the phone and walked to the window, left hand in pants pocket. His face was bland and his tone unimpressed. So, you're asking me? Sally, if you're not sure of yourself, I can help you. Don't forget, you're a dog. I can replace you anytime. Grass, grass, grass. Sally's eyes were full of anger and his face was livid. Those words were undoubtedly the biggest insult to him. He couldn't wait to slap this dog Karen to death, but Sally wouldn't dare. He took 2 deep breaths, and there was no hurry on the other side of the phone, as if waiting for his attitude, and Sully forced himself to hold back his shame and whisper, I'm sorry, Lord Karen. It was my tone. For the city of Cupid is lost, and 2 hours. Any more of this and the entire Sally arms will be gone. What? Karen in front of the window, even though calm as he, at this time actually cannot help but freeze for a moment. The city of Cupid has been lost? 2 hours? When did this happen? Karen got a little more serious and went from the window to the computer to find Crash's intelligence tracking. The latest entry shows entry into an alley fight. Just recently. Karen stared at the computer for a while before saying, You're telling me that in 2 hours, they took the city of Cupid by street fighting? Right. So, Han, Karen, you should be able to understand what I'm feeling at this point. They have secret killing weapons. 15,000 of my men, just standing there and letting them kill them. It's not like they're going to be killed in 2 hours. Sally was speaking with a grudge. The computer in front of Karen was updated with the latest news, and as expected, it showed that the city of Cupid was under the control of a mysterious force, and was currently under repair. Karen didn't say anything and clicked on Mysterious Forces with her mouse. Some information on the synchronization update above. Stealth fighter, satellite launch, spy satellite shielding technology, miniature air defense system, precision-guided missiles, mysterious one-man killing weapon. Report, so much? Karen's eyes visibly changed for a moment. The mysterious forces that he had never paid much attention to were so huge that they were this huge? He clicked on the mysterious one-man killing weapon, and the information inside was surprisingly really close to what Sally had said. For 2 hours, relying on this weapon, the city of Qufat was littered with corpses, accompanied by several images taken by spy satellites. It could be clearly seen that Qufat city was full of corpses with a red light, and Karen zoomed in on a picture. There was only a black blur of residual shadows. Can't see what it is. I see. How do you want me to help you? Karen closed the profile and opened something else to check it out, all the while saying what Sally wanted to hear the most. Sally was impatient. I need specific information on them, and more ammo. Don't you have military bases in Crash, Leah Syria, and Lee Toy? Help me blow this damn base. Just so you're clear, it's not up to me, but you have the power, don't you? Sully's rhetorical question made Karen laugh softly. He did have it. He was very high up in the US. Presidents are elected every 4 years. He's the director. He's been sitting there for over 10 years steady as a rock. No one can replace him. The top dignitaries from various countries, even some of America's top blackmailers, are under Karen's control. Sally, wake up. What do we need you for when we can just go down? Karen was nonchalant. Sally could only hold back even more anger. So what do you say? If the other side launches another attack on me, first destroying the air defense, then the missile wash, and then entering into a street battle, using murderous weapons, the Crash that you've all worked so hard to experience, is going to be gone. Okay, don't panic. I'll look into it and get back to you tomorrow. After saying that, Karen hung up the phone straight away, though a little surprised that the mysterious base was so powerful and had so much technology. He, however, was not at all flustered, because the strength is hard. Just 2,000 people. It is difficult to defend the city of Hama, not to mention to defend another Qufat city. Just a little bit of consumption. Wouldn't that be the end of it? But naturally, Karen wouldn't let Crash go this way. He thought for a moment, picked up the phone, and dialed the U.S. military base in Crash. This military base is not big. It's a member of the U.S. military bases around the world, and the Sparrow is stationed by Colonel Karloff. Hello, Chief Karen. Being a U.S. Army colonel, it was surprisingly respectful to Karen. Karen took it in stride and said, Karloff, you're well aware of what happened to Crash, aren't you? Clearly, you mean the mysterious forces? Aha. It's like this, Mr. Karen. We can now identify the other side's base. It's in the desert 60 kilometers northeast of Hama City. The exact location is also clear, but the spy satellites can't take a picture of it. The other side has shielding technology, and we've sent drones that were shot down. Karloff said what he knew in his head. Karen shook her head. That's not what I'm asking you. You wait for dawn. You make an announcement and find an excuse to cruise around a bit and check out the other side's base in the desert. What if the other side shoots us down? He dares? Karloff was speechless as he patiently explained. I know the other side wouldn't dare. Talking about what if? What if the other side says they didn't see our notice? Then wait until it's shot down. Karen didn't reply much. Who knows what the hell he was thinking? After talking to Karloff on the phone, Karen dialed Anthony again. Who? From intelligence. As soon as he saw the caller, nervous forehead sweat, he left it alone when the alley fight started, relieved that it would take at least 10 days and a half to see a little bit of who won and who lost. It turned out to be 2 fucking hours. His men came running to him to report that the city of Qufat had been lost, and Anthony's brain buzzed at that moment, full of how could that be? He was straight up stupid. What the hell? 2,000 people in 2 hours to take down a city with over 10,000 people is a pipe dream. Yet the facts are there. It's not up to him to disbelieve. Sally's arms are going to get smashed, and he still hasn't gotten a feel for the specifics of the mysterious forces. So can he not be afraid of Karen's phone call? Anthony swallowed, apprehensive, and picked up the phone. Boss, what are the instructions? There was silence on the other side of the phone. Anthony felt like his heart was about to stop, an invisible pressure that fell directly on him, making it difficult to catch his breath. A few moments later, a ghostly voice came over the phone, and Anthony's face went straight to white. What do you say? Do I shoot you in the head? Or do you get the Crash thing sorted out? I've got a headache, and there's a lot of work to be done on the spaceship, so can you please leave me alone about Crash? Dear Anthony? Anthony wanted to curse. What could I do? I'm using my head to tackle other people's fighters, aren't I? That's real combat. It's not like we're engaging in public opinion. What about yourself? Blame it on those wastrels in Sally's army. What the hell is wrong with them? They're fucking losers. That's what the words say. Anthony didn't dare to take the piss out of Karen at all and hurriedly begged for forgiveness and loyalty. Boss, I also want to solve it, but I'm really at my wit's end. You have to believe me. I'm not being lazy at all. This force is too mysterious. That killing weapon used in the alley battle. We don't have a single bit of news at all. And the photos aren't there either. It all takes time. Boss, give me a bit more time. It's really too weird. It's so weird that it can't be any weirder. And you have to realize that there are no impermeable walls in the world. And other countries develop a secret weapon. Any more and the wind will come out. But this crash, it's outrageous. It's just as puzzling as if it came out of nowhere. And all the evidence is pointing to the fact that no one in the world is aware of this mysterious force. It's all being painstakingly checked. China. Yang Kuan wrote a good report information. Shen Bureau. You look at it. If there is no problem, we will hand it over above. Here, let me see. Director Chen just received the information. The door to the office was slammed open all of a sudden, and a wide-eyed and reckless monitor rushed in, exclaiming, Director Chen, Team Leader Yang, Team Leader Yi, something's wrong. Qufit City, it's been taken down by mysterious forces. What? Yang Kuan jerked his head up, his face full of shock. The information in Director Chen's hand directly slipped down. He was confused at this time, extremely surprised. You are sure? Just a short while ago, he didn't forget what he said about certain defeat. That's a win? Pretty sure. Knock. Director Chen's eyes widened, filled with disbelief, feeling a sledgehammer hit his heart. This news was extremely shocking to him. Rather, it's very in your face. Yang Kuan and Yi Si-ching is also a face of confusion. Stunned. How can it be? 2,000 people against more than 10,000 people. That is, the United States legendary 5-star generals. MacArthur came also impossible to do. How? Director Chen couldn't care less about the information. His two eyes were serious and he waved his hand at Yang Kuan to follow. Come on, let's go take a look. Several people quickly made their way to the monitoring station. Someone brought the photo over. Director Chen. Yang Kuan-san rushed to take it, and it was the same as the one taken in the United States. A little fuzzy night. The city of Qufit flashed a lot of red light. Director Chen. Team Leader Yang. Look, this is it. It's said to be the new weapon of the mysterious forces. Is there a clearer one? There is. This. We just captured it. They're massing, that's why it's clear. Otherwise it's too hard to capture at night. A few of the latest photos are displayed on the machine screen. Lots of weirdly shaped things as big as large dogs were assembled with armored cars, tanks and the like, and soldiers were resting and eating. The monsters stood guard. What is this? Director Chen's gaze stagnated in disbelief as he looked closely at the screen. His brows knitted together. Yang Kuan and Yi Jianqing were also checking it out carefully. Kind of like, a robot dog? A robot dog? A full-fledged killing machine? The more the three of them spoke, the more shocked they became inwardly. And Yi Jianqing muttered, how is this possible? It has enemy and self-discrimination technology? What principle is it based on? Facial intelligent recognition? I don't know. No one could know how the base's terrorist robots managed to do the enemy recognition system, unless they had someone like Instan come and explain it to them. But however it was done, many technologies, many systems, killing technologies, energy technologies, converging on top of such a small machine gives a sensation that is very shocking, means extremely advanced, an international robot that can emulate a human. But can he have a complete set of killing techniques tuned to him? No way. Not to mention the long-range wireless control, a single command, the whole city's killing machines, could receive it and rally to the cause, an energy technology that can sustain combat for 2 hours, if not more, too much ahead of international. Only those who understand this can sense how outrageous a level of technology has been reached on both sides, and the layman will just say, it's just a robot, isn't it? Who hasn't? I can only say that those who do not know the trade are like frogs in the bottom of a well looking at the moon and the sky, and those who know the trade are like a mayfly seeing the sky. Director Chen's three men fell silent as they watched. Mysterious forces have just exceeded their own cognition. Director Chen looked solemnly for a long time, leaving only one sentence, hurry up and report it. Yes, Yang Kuan clearly felt the seriousness of the matter. Almost at the same time, when the nations received that the city of Qufit had been taken, that reaction was just like China's. All shocked and stunned by the horrific robot revealed at the base. They pondered what the hell it was. The base took the city of Qufit in 2 hours. Almost a lesson for the world. Before this, no one thought that the fierce battle in Qufit City would end so quickly, amounting to a slap in everyone's face. Intelligence services, the top brass of each country, and even the militaries of each country. The next are going to scrutinize the battle carefully. 2 hours to take the alley. That's a horrible statistic. As soon as the news went up, The militaries of the various countries convened overnight, and even if they couldn't replicate the robot dog, they had to find a way to deal with the thing. Zhang Ru himself couldn't have imagined that it was just one of the base's terrorist robots. The darkness has stirred up such a storm. Crash. The time came to 1 o'clock in the morning, and outside the city of Hama, a large convoy of cars was welcomed, and then from it ran down a single soldier with a gun. The 1,000 men who came to collect the city of Hama from the Sali forces have arrived. At the same time, the 2,000 men who had supported Qufit City from Cebu City were also stationed 10 kilometers outside of Qufit City, having received orders from their superiors. Can't go into the city. Can't go into the city. Can't go into the city. Sully was frightened, fearing that he would lose his 2,000 men, again, unaccountably, and he decided to play the field and hold his ground to see what would happen. With heavy machine guns set up, that devil is even made of steel. Dare to charge across the room can also beat the crap out of it. At that moment, the base in the desert was a blaze of lights, and the factory rumbled to life. On the path that was mapped out from the beginning, driving a car, the rocket launcher that had just been produced really wasn't all that different from Goose's Katyosha, a circle larger than the average pickup truck, with an overall sandy yellow paint job and 6 rows of gun ports, 9 in a row, capable of firing 54 rockets at a time, range up to 300 kilometers. In addition to the rocket launchers, the transport trucks were pulling loads of soldiers along with the rockets, and one followed the other, heading for the V-3 missile trucks outside the base. Next to it on another wide road, there were also the Phantom light stealth bombers that had just rolled off the line, one by one, being towed by transport vehicles, to the airfield at Air Command. Same as a fighter jet. It also has vertical takeoff and landing, unmanned intelligent piloting and other technologies, and is larger than a fighter jet because bombers have to carry a lot of bombs. Base, this is not a strategic bomber. The fuel tanks are not big. The combat radius is only 2,000 kilometers, and the rest of the load goes to the ammunition bunker. Goose's Tu-160 strategic bomber can carry a maximum of 30 tons of bombs. The base's Phantom light bombers can carry 45 tons. That's a pretty staggering number. 45 tons. A 250 kilograms bomb can completely destroy a basketball court, and 45 tons is nearly 200 basketball courts, which cumulatively can completely blow up a town. Air Command. Commander. The reinforcements from the Sali armed forces are all stationed outside the two cities. They haven't entered the cities. The people below reported the situation. The corner of Jiangji's mouth couldn't help but hook up. Was this given a fright? Outside then. Don't worry about them, Norton. It's time to send someone to clear the lines. The rocket trucks won't be able to hit Thermalang Canyon at this distance from the base. Don't worry, Commander. I've made arrangements. The rocket car was going to be heading over to Hama City, and it certainly couldn't be seen along the road. And if word leaked out, both sides over in the Jerilang Canyon were bound to be on the defensive. How's it going with Alpha? It's already on the move, and we expect to be in the Black Desert oil fields almost at dawn. Jiang Ji silently nodded. Then it was assumed that Sally's armed forces had also received the news, and now he didn't have to think about it. The number of people spying on Alpha was definitely very high. Only this time, did Sally's armed guesses on where Alpha was going? He laughed. Gang. What did you say? Those people are on the move again? Sally's scalp literally went numb at the news. His hand trembled twice uncontrollably. What the hell are these guys doing? Are they crazy? Are they preparing to put me to death? Where are the missiles? I told you to launch the missiles. Why haven't they moved yet? He let the missiles go off an hour ago. How do those guys even have the heart to set out? Chieftain. It was launched, but did you forget they have air defense? It was intercepted. Then they restored the air defense radar of Qufit City and used our air defense missiles to intercept the missiles we launched. The vice commander took a look at the situation and stopped for the time being. Sally? In fact, since 10 o'clock, Alpha had taken over the city of Qufit, and it was 12 o'clock when Sally got the news. 2 hours he had long ago restored the air defenses of the city of Qufit, only just assembled the terrorist robots. You can bomb people with missiles yourself, so of course you have to keep an eye on that. Alpha don't look like a rude person, but she's actually quite a chicken. Sully was so pissed off he was about to spit blood. Quickly go to see the direction of the other side. Is ready to go where? After the city of Qufit, they are too selective. Hurry to send our people stationed in the field, to guard the various road barriers. These guys play so weird. Is it only to attack and not to defend the city? What is the purpose of taking the city then? So that when it is gone, one of our own men will then go to Qufit and defend it. Doesn't that completely seal them off? Sully was annoyed. He realized he couldn't figure out what the mysterious forces were up to. Never seen this kind of fight before. When they're gone, the people stationed out in Cebu City, send a squad into Qufit City to check it out. And if it's okay, go ahead and take it over. and then continue to deploy people over there and block them in. Got it, Chief. Sally waited anxiously, a little worried that Alpha was coming directly at his port of Igang, while expecting his soldiers to re-enter the city of Cufit. Make dumplings for Alpha. Indeed, Alpha wouldn't have taken the risk of abandoning the city of Cufit to occupy the oil fields if he hadn't been pressured by the base's funds. Of course, he must have left something behind. Didn't wait a moment. Sally once again received a report from his men. Chief, their direction. We can't tell for the moment. All the way to the southwest is our direction. Crazy? Are they really crazy? Sully's head was about to explode. How in the world was this going to happen? Trying to take his own base camp with 2,000 men? He cursed through his teeth, solely waving his hand and not caring. Fuck, then let them come. We have thousands of people setting up barricades all along the road. I'll just fucking wait for him to come over. I'll see how many people are left when he comes over. The other side. Cufit City. Having gotten the news, the soldiers of Sivo City, who were stationed outside, split up into a squad of 10 and began to enter the city. The fight is long over. But now, there were still places where fires burned, smoke rolled out, and the streets were quiet, except for the bodies, and the thundering sound that came from the occasional fire. Not a single movement again. Having just come in, once they saw such a tragic scene, the 10-member squad was inwardly furious, and they felt that they weren't entering Cufit City. Instead, it went to hell. There's a lot of bodies out there. It was thanks to the fact that these 10 people were seasoned veterans. If they were not strong-willed, they would have been scared silly by this time, and Cufit City was really like a slaughterhouse on Earth. Nearly 10,000 people died here. Throat arteries slashed by several thousand people. It would not be an exaggeration to describe it as a river of blood, and the whole city was filled with a fishy odor of blood. Even if these 10 people have seen a lot of dead people, face the scene. Also his lips were shivering. Are they devils, killing so many people without disposing of the bodies? And how did they do it so fast? I don't know. It's brutal. The squad of 10 were all a little afraid to look. It was all bloody and very graphic as far as the eye could see. Straight from the heart. That's revolting. Frightening. Hey, what's the situation? The inquiry came over the intercom, and a soldier responded in a whisper. Sir, everything's fine so far. It's a bit tragic. Roger. Moving on. Yes. 10 people forced themselves to endure the discomfort, walking carefully step by step, trying not to look at the dead person's unsettling horror of dilated white pupils. Cufit City is too quiet. Darkness flooded everything. It's like a ghost town. Outside the city, the officer from Sivo City, after waiting for 10 minutes, picked up the intercom and again asked for information. Hey, what now? Is there anything unusual? Zip, 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 zip. Hello? He asked several times in a row. And when it was as quiet as death over there and no one returned the message, the officer froze and put down the intercom. Looking up, the darkness filled the city of Cufit with firelight. It was like a man-eating beast at this point. He winced. Being in the officer tier, he didn't know exactly what was going on in the city of Cufit, only that he had heard that there were murderous demons inside. Soundless. No one saw what it looked like before the higher-ups sent 3 orders in a row. Don't go into the city. Do not enter the city. Do not enter the city. Now it seems that the other side, even if the person is gone, Cufit City remains a no-go zone. He took a breath, blew his whistle, and shouted, all set up camp and rest. Be on guard. Prepare to enter the city at dawn. What happened in Cufit City was just a blip on the radar. And at the moment, the clock went non-stop to 2 o'clock in the morning. In the desert, Jiangxi's base was very busy, but still permeated with order. People were coming and going everywhere in the base, and shouts were boiling over. The last Phantom light bomber came off the line and is on its way to the airfield. And the other 3, with ammunition filled and fueled, are always ready to take off. Outside the base, 40 V3 missile trucks didn't have to move. The range was enough. 24 rocket trucks were covered with leather cloth. Only the front of the trucks were exposed. No one knew what was behind them. And then with dozens of transport trucks covered with cloth, they formed a long line like a dragon. Departure from the base towards the city of Hama. If someone were to open the yellow cloth on the transporter at this point, they could see that it was full of buckets of long, thin rockets. The length can be 1 meter 8. Along the way, armed helicopters accompanied the flight, multi-purpose armored vehicles followed along, and in the sky, practically Phantom light fighters cruised in the shadows. There is no room for failure on this mission. It would be a big joke if such a dense munition was blown up by the enemy, so the base was very cautious. This is about stealing chickens. As long as it succeeds, the government forces and the Sali armed forces will completely lose the capital to fight with the base, and Jiang Ru will not give them another chance to slow down. A long line of people, traveling every bit of the way. Could see soldiers from the base taking control along the way, passing through a barrier. The base's missile force, in an hour or so, stopped at the edge of Hama City. This place is exactly 300 kilometers away from the Jelalang Gorge. Into the range of the rockets, the base accompanied by soldiers quickly set up a perimeter defense. This is a huge operation. It was as if it could not be hidden from the countries that were closely monitoring the base. And from the moment the missile force came out of the base range, it was spotted by the spy satellites of several major countries. Anthony stared dead at the screen with some blood in his eyes. A little tired. What are they trying to do again? Don't these people sleep? On another screen, it was Alpha's troops, in the picture of the advance, that had set out for 2 hours, and he had not yet reached the Black Desert oil fields. But soon, along the way, we have not yet encountered the deployment of Sally militants, who are all deployed on the important road to the port of Ijen. Unexpectedly, Alpha's spear turned, traveled to the oil fields. Anthony looked at this screen one moment, the other another, helpless. Time was too short for him to organize other work. He just felt that these people were as good as iron, and the discipline is too good. In this day and age, unless the military mission is particularly difficult, you just give the soldiers compressed food a day. Would have given you a mood. Base. After staying up for so long, Jiang Ji didn't feel a little sleepy. Instead, he was like playing chicken blood. Just now, the following people reported. The rocket car has reached its designated position. Now, just waiting for his command. It will be able to launch a carpet bombardment against the Thermalang Canyon. Zhang Ru pinched the Thermalang Canyon's deployment map in his hand, and the 2 towns with the most belong to the logistics. Others, not stationed on rubble-strewn hills. It's in one position or another. The foremost line, at this time, was still fighting, and one and all were very anxious to take control of the 2 mountains and chisel out the gold and carry it away. Commander, it's almost time. Give the order. Norton's eyes were also glowing with excitement. If this hand was successful, it would surely go down in the history of the base's development. Hiss. How's it going over at Alpha? How long will it take? Zhang Ru held back his impatience and asked in passing, and Norton looked away. I'm guessing it's close, but once Alpha takes the Black Desert oil fields, it's bound to cause a counterattack, and since terrorbots don't work in the field, we may need to send in more. Most of the oil field is empty. Terrorbots are best suited for places like alley battles where the buildings are complex and varied, and then the field is swept by airports that can't carry that damage. Ancient defenses were simple. Modern sieges are simple. Okay. Zhang Ru did not care about Alpha anymore. His eyes were very bright, clear as a mountain spring, glittering, and he picked up the communicator next to him. With every movement he made, his heart skipped a beat with it. Press the call button. Zhang Ru paused for a moment. All this, it's time to end. Took a deep breath. Attention all units. This is Zhang Ru, reporting intel. Airport ready. The V3 missile unit is ready and has been aimed at a strategic target. The Vulcan missile unit is ready. Outside of Hama City, after answering a sentence, the base's chief gave a big wave of his hand, and one by one, the soldiers who stood next to the rocket launchers had both of their hands pulled violently. Wow! 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 All the yellow cloths covering the vehicles were ripped off, revealing the single blackened rocket launcher. Immediately after, the yellow cloth on the transporter was ripped off, and a yellow-orange rocket, uncovered and interspersed with some hay, was exposed to the eyes of the world. Click, click, click. One by one, the soldiers took the rockets and shoved them into the middle of the launching ports, and some of them carried cold coolant like fire extinguishers. All on standby. Action. Zhang Ru was decisive and his voice was like a bell or a drum. The final order was given, and the rocket car launchers, without hesitation, adjusted the angle of the individual vehicles and ignited them directly. Boom, 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 like firecrackers going off. One by one, the muzzle, the rockets went forward and back, whooshing away. Base. On the airfield, 4 bombers and 4 fighters took off at the same time, and the air was instantly filled with the sound of a storm that exceeded the speed of sound. It's the same as the sky blowing up. Boom 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 disappeared. The missiles on the 40 V3 missiles followed the fighters into the sky with long flaming tails and jets of smoke. The 3 military powers of China, the United States and the Goose Country, the people in the monitoring room, along with the superior in charge, all of their faces were stunned at this time, standing in front of the screen with shocked eyes, looking at the amazing scene in front of them. What are they doing with such significant firepower? Exterminating curses? Yang Kuan, Director Chen couldn't remain calm, swallowing his saliva. Quickly go and check. Where did these missiles and rockets land? I know. Director Chen had a bad feeling that the rockets, from here, couldn't possibly hit Igang, or the capital of the government forces, any of the core cities of Sally's armed forces. This distance can't even be reached. That seems to be only one possibility. There Alang Canyon. Hid who? Fighting the Sally Armed Forces people. Or both sides. Director Chen felt that things were getting big. The back of the crash government forces was China. And the Sally Armed Forces were the United States. Fighting for de-dollarization in Central Europe. Originally, everyone thought the mysterious forces were the enemies of the United States and the allies of China. And he, Yang Kuan, and Yi Jianqing waited to see the United States have fun. But now take a look. Damn, the joy to see themselves on the body to come. If the two are playing, this mysterious forces is a third party. Neither is part of the Wagga Goose coalition, nor do they belong to the North Gang. What does he want? Yang Kuan sensed something wrong. The phone dialed the first time. The contact person is precisely the special agent of the state of China in crash. Before with the top government forces. In a surveillance room. Looking at the drone to shoot Alpha's picture. Hello, Young Gon was in a hurry. Team leader Yang, what's going on? The special agent didn't know the gravity of the situation yet. Crash didn't have a spy satellite. He was in the capital and had no idea what was going on. Yang Kuan anxiously said, quickly tell the people over there that there's a large number of incoming missiles in the Jelarang Canyon. Tell the people to spread out and hurry. Hurry, hurry. It's always okay to spread out no matter who you're hitting now. Yes, the special agent's pupils dilated violently. United States. Anthony was as anxious as a hot pan at this point, and quickly contacted Sully to relay the news. And Sully's head exploded when he heard it. He was so enraged that he couldn't help but yell madly. What are you guys doing? The missiles have been launched before you make the call. How can this be enough time to evacuate the people? Their side is definitely in a bigger hurry than China's, because it's not clear whether to fight the government forces or not. But what is certain is that it's absolutely necessary to fight the Sully forces. Anthony didn't think Sully would dare call himself names? Directly angry. How the fuck do I know? People cover the cloth. I am perspective If not for you bunch of waste, I am now in the disco at Grass Nima. So much for being reprimanded by your boss. Sally this waste. What grade? Dare to scold himself? Anthony's heart is full of resentment. To Jiang Ji's. To Sally's armed inaction. All unsettled by Jiang Ji's base. You're the losers. The biggest losers, and you have the nerve to call yourselves the top intelligence agency in the world, when others are so strong, and you can't put out a single fart. The person in question, Sally, was the angriest, and this time he didn't wimp out, and directly started to go toe-to-toe with Anthony. He single-handedly spent more than a decade building the Sala armed forces. It's about to be gone. How could Sully sink his teeth into it? After cursing, he didn't wait for Anthony to explode. He just hung up the phone and quickly called Hot Lilo Canyon. However, as Sally said, the missiles are launched before notification. The yellow flowers are cold. When the Hot Lirong front just received a call from Sally. The sky, an endless shower of meteors and fire seemed to extinguish the world as if a disaster was coming. Whether it was the front line that was fighting the war, or the logisticians in the rear. At that moment, everyone looked up in bewilderment. Shocked, he looked at this horrible scene. Countless, densely packed rockets, covering the entire sky, carried a frightening whistling sound at this time. Smashing down one by one, and higher up among the clouds, a single missile, also arriving at its designated location, fell with its warhead pointing downward at the speed of sound, its kinetic energy alone capable of toppling anyone within 2 meters of it. The commander of the front line, holding the phone that answered Sally's call, stood frozen in the doorway. He looked at the sky of fire and rain, his lips trembled a little, his eyes lost their luster. Chief, it's already here. That's not all. Everyone's face was horrified. The bombers were present, and as soon as the ammo bins were opened, the dense bombs tilted down, covering strikes, which absolutely made everyone despair. It's the same as the base verification. Thermalang Canyon, with only a handful of Stinger anti-aircraft vehicles at the command headquarters to protect it from attack, has a horribly small range of air defense. The commander of Sally's armed forces, holding the phone, could no longer hear what Sally was yelling on the other side. His ears were filled with the whistling of a missile, a bomb, and the panicked sounds of the soldiers around him. The Stinger anti-aircraft vehicle just fired a couple of anti-aircraft missiles. Next moment, several super high-speed missiles, slicing through the air with sonic booms, were high in the air 1 second and rushed into view in the blink of an eye. Command was directly hit by several missiles fired from Phantom Light fighters. Blew up a mess. Boom. Fuck. Sally cursed as she got a little ringing in her ears from a violent explosion coming from her cell phone and took it away. With that, an exasperated spew of Arabic ensued. Kiriko la 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 ya, die la. Bang! The phone was slammed straight into the ground by Sully, who gasped for air, his eyes aching to be eaten, and he knew that it was all over. Frontline. The rockets were the first to slam into the ground, and there was a series of explosions in the Jelalang Gorge, with one flaming mass after another, both from government forces and from the Sali forces. It's all blown up in one piece, immediately followed by missiles and aerial bombs dropped from high altitude. These two are the big guys. Bang fell to the ground, directly in place to rise a huge mushroom cloud of flame. Spectacular is no longer the right word at this point, but that's it. Boom, boom, boom. One by one, huge blazing mushroom clouds of flame blossomed on the ground, the air around them fluctuating under the heat, even the ones that didn't get blown up. But whoever dared to take a breath, the hot air inhaled into the windpipe, and directly scalded one and another with a purple color, and the next moment covered his throat and fell to the ground in pain. Watching a bomb fall on his side, all that was left in the retina was a fiery red. The bombing was absolutely covering, with fighters swatting and bombers carrying out their missions in perfect coordination. China. When Director Chen saw the grand fireworks rising from the government forces position, his eyes went black, his legs went limp, and he hurriedly held on to the stool next to him. It's over. It's all over. China has invested for more than a decade, secretly expended huge manpower and resources, provided ammunition, and had to go to great lengths to stay out of the international spotlight, and then get it into the uninhabited desert for the government forces to pick up. Just a bombardment. Flooded. And all because of the failure of intelligence work. Someone is bound to come out and take the blame. And as the person in charge of Central Europe, he certainly can't escape this time. No matter where. Faction fighting is absolutely horrible beyond anyone's imagination. Officials. It's a place where you don't need a knife to kill. Director Chen's shoulders were gently trembling, not having thought that a power that he hadn't put in his eyes would be burying his future at this moment. He didn't have the heart to look any further. It's done. Director Chen forced himself to calm down and took out his cell phone. He had to find a way back for himself, to find a relationship, to save his hat. United States, CIA. Anthony's face was like ashes. His mood was as desperate as Director Chen's. Looking at the explosions in the screen, a sense of powerlessness filled his heart. What's going to happen to Karen? Unless, of course, he figured out a way to cut off the future of the mysterious forces now, not to let them continue to grow, and then find an excuse to get the U.S. military to step in. Direct takeover of Crash. Anthony's brain in high gear amid deadly crisis. Opinion. Yeah, opinion. They're miserable. I can get opinion. Let the international pressure be put on them. What else? He looked on several screens, watching as Anthony stared straight at another as they monitored a satellite. Satellite? Anthony suddenly had a flash in his mind and remorsefully slapped his thigh heavily. Grass, how did I forget about this? The base can launch missiles, precision guided, and then fighters strike air defense radars. It's all because of this satellite. Mysterious forces launching satellites into the sky with no formalities can use this as an excuse to destroy their satellites. Again, citing U.S. military base security. World Peace Police for a reason. Directly sent to take over the Sali forces. The idea was simple, but the implementation was definitely not as convenient as these three words. But at this point there was nothing else Anthony could do. He quickly conceptualized the feasibility of perfecting this remedy, trying to figure out how to report it up to Karen. At the same time, Crash, the Red Alert base. From the very beginning of the bombardment, several hyperspace mining vehicles, off the production line, as Nolan adjusted the directional coordinates. Just as soon as it started, it buzzed. The surrounding void fluctuated. The hyperspace mining vehicle disappeared into thin air. In the midst of the artillery fire, surrounded by explosions, several mining trucks hummed and puffed and strutted across the riverbed, grubbing hard for chunks of gold ore. The drill and the gold burst into flames, mirroring the explosions around them. The bombardment lasted a full hour. A gradual pause. The Jelalang Valley is in flames, with charred and broken bodies all over the place. And the government forces, the Sully forces, are dead and wounded. The commanders of both armies also died here. The firepower of the base is not at all like the firepower that a crippled country like Crash should have. It's more like a big country, taking on a small country, in a descending strike. The matter was quickly communicated internationally. The big bombing event that was positioned to sensationalize the world, which not many people have seen so far due to it being late at night, will be directly on the hot search of various countries the next day. At the base, at 4:30 a.m., the rocket launchers returned one after another. The hyperspace mining vehicles also brought back buckets full of gold ore for storage time and time again, as the base had no ore refineries built at the beginning. It's being built now. Not for a moment. Alpha returned with the good news that there was only a small garrison of Sally warlords in the Black Desert oil fields, which he took without much trouble. Armed guards from the base are needed at this time. Because of the Black Desert oil field, There are more than 1 million barrels of crude oil stored, and there are hundreds of thousands of tons that have not been bottled, which is all money. Large tanker trucks, the oil fields have it, but the road must be guarded. It is best to bury a crude oil pipeline over a constant flow to the base. Zhang resigned and ordered Alpha to keep a good watch first. Take your time and figure it out. Crude oil pipelines are too labor-intensive to fix in a day or two, but it's not practical to just use tanker trucks. The Black Desert oil field produces 60 million tons of oil a year, 165,000 tons per day. How many carloads will it take to pull it all? But once Jiang Ru calculated this funding, he couldn't help but have his eyes glaze over. 165,000 tons, equivalent to 3,300 of base funding. 2 days is a fighter jet plus a tank. This fuck. Who else? The $4 billion gold mine and an oil field all take. Finally solved the urgent need in the heart of Jiangxi. Now is a variety of aftermath work. Back in the lounge, Jiangxi tossed and turned for an hour before slowly falling asleep. He's asleep. The international scene exploded with one news story about crash that quickly shot up the hot list of countries, almost military channels, all swept up in the mystery base. Hashtag explosion. Who's behind the mysterious forces of clash and the shocking appearance of stealth fighters? Hashtag gruesome. Mysterious forces massacre the city of Qufit. Casualties estimated at more than 30,000. Earth or hell. Hashtag. Various news headlines have been equipped with some videos. There are fighter jets dropping missiles. There are countless missiles carrying out bombardment of Cuff City, as well as the civilians of Cuff City, taking videos of the battle raging upstairs and armored vehicles rampaging through the city. It's too hot. A war of this magnitude attracted the attention of people all over the world, and the heat directly crushed the eastern battlefield. U.S. diplomats held a press conference overnight. Facing the camera, a video of the tragic image of the city of Qufit is played, and the mysterious forces are criticized as terrorists for the big bombing of crash. Both civilians and soldiers, all dead and wounded. Such behavior on their part will surely be met with the harshest international sanctions. This is not a war. This is a massacre. And their weapons, we highly suspect, are sponsored by the state of China. Criticize without forgetting to throw a pot of dirty water on your political opponents. It's very characterful. China's side is naturally not willing to show weakness. How can we admit what is not there? The spokesman said directly. We have always adhered to the peaceful resolution of any problems, and China has always maintained a neutral attitude in the international arena. The claims of the United States are completely nonsensical. It is they, on the contrary, who are the world's biggest arms trafficker of war. No one cares about their irrelevant war of words. The speaker's statement that people in all countries are basically looking at a joy, and you'd be a fool to believe it. If Hua is really as harmless as he appears to be, the North Gang ate all the bones and crumbs long ago. There's no way around it either. Forced to do so, the war of words between the countries, aside, is all about playing with public opinion and throwing dirty water on the opposite side. But because of the bases this time, it's put the government forces in a bad light as well. So, China is facing the attitude of the base. A statement was also issued. Regardless of who is behind crash, we want the war to stop as soon as possible and peacefully negotiate. This disregard for civilian casualties is nothing short of international terrorism. The Sali forces are on the verge of being scrapped in this wave. Naturally, it goes without saying that a group of members of the North Gang, led by the United States, have spoken out internationally, rebuking the base's behavior. Britain, France, Germany, the U.S., Japan, South Korea, etc., all announced that they were going to impose sanctions on the base, demand that the mysterious forces show up as soon as possible, give the international a piece of your mind. They trumpeted the cruelty and lawlessness of the base, and one by one, videos of the tragic state of Qufit City circulated on various social media platforms, with public opinion wanting to force the people behind the base to come out. Fruity, public opinion is the most lethal weapon, and stupid civilians, manipulated by politicians in the palm of their hands, under deliberate propaganda. Countries have been flooded with insults against the base, demand that the base stop immediately. With such public opinion, it is only natural that if the top brass wants to send troops against the base, it will be recognized by the people instead of marching against the war. It's public opinion. Anyway, crash is on fire, and the mystery force is very hot, especially when the latest news of the bombing of Hot Lilo Canyon is put out. It went straight to the top of the hot search in every country. An operation of this magnitude, in the history of modern warfare, it's all very rare. A covering bombardment that lasted for an hour directly in the Jelalang Gorge. Just watch the video. Countless viewers around the globe could feel the desperation of the Thermalang Canyon garrison, as the explosions barely stopped for that hour. Both mountains were cratered by the bombing. Miserable. Almost every video below. There are countless people in the message comments. The heat is very high. China shake. The United States on Twitter. The big bomb incident stormed to the top of the Hot 100. Crap, this coverage bombing. It's fucking scary too. What's going on with Crash? My god. Can anyone survive this bombardment? And how many people are going to die? What do they want and who's behind it? It's a terrorist organization. I just want to know. What's going on here? Is the third battle about to start? Who is the person behind this? So strong? I've read all the chakra of events. And all I can say is that this mysterious force is so scary. You guys, go check it out. It's only been a day since it was discovered. And it's turned Crash upside down. I've seen it a long time ago. Damn. At that time, I didn't take it seriously. I thought it was just a small warlord. This time, I'm really dumbfounded. Stealthy fighters, horrible killing weapons. This power. It's going to be a big deal. Many people saw these two comments before going through the full chain of events. It doesn't matter if you don't look. This look. Those who knew a little bit about it, one by one, were all shocked by the base's largesse. In today's information age, as long as it is not deliberately concealed by the state, the line of events is basically very clear. Due to the fact that this big bombing event is too shocking. Basically a very large number of people that have clicked to see a detailed view. As soon as one sees the person who started it, they froze and grew dazed. I'm going, what the hell? So the big bombing was done by those tank armored forces yesterday? I thought it was another group. Ha, boy, how long has this been going on? So fucked up? A lot of people, just yesterday, saw the video of Crash showing up with a tank unit, shelling the steel mill, and at the time, people didn't really care. The resultant punch in the face came so quickly, no one was expecting it. From the inconspicuous tank unit, to the night attack on the city of Kufit, and then the big bombing of the Jelarang Gorge, resulting in the famous 6/15 bombing incident. Surprisingly, it was all done by one force, and in just one day. It's too much. No, what's going on here? How can there be such fierce men in that shithole of Crash? This combat action is so swift. I'm directly reminded of a handful of blitzkriegs. Poland? You don't say. Stealth fighters, 2,000 men in a 2-hour street battle to take a city of 10,000? What? I'm filled with capitalized confusion. This is humanly possible? To borrow a phrase from the author of Horse Stomping Dome, terrifying as hell. It's really outrageous. How did they take down this alley fight? The news said there was a mysterious weapon. What the hell? More and more people, full of dumbfounded with shock and very puzzled jaws, looked at the vein of events. To the strength of the base, it just felt like a scalp. That stunned look, as if they had heard a big joke in the sky. Someone silently said below, there may be people who don't know the gold content of a 2,000 man lane battle taking down a 10,000 man city in 2 hours. Let me explain it to you. It's equivalent to 2,000 infantrymen in ancient times killing 10,000 cavalrymen in one charge. As if that wasn't intuitive enough. Well, just pretend Emperor Qin Shi Huang built a rocket in 2 months. Crap. The audience, who did not realize the bright calendar, suddenly opened their eyes wide. What kind of joke is this? How is it possible? Indeed, what is simply not possible is now staged for you by mysterious forces. How can anyone not be appalled? Further down the road, after taking the city of Kufit, the forces of the mysterious forces marched again, running 246 kilometers to take the oil fields again. 24 hours of continuous combat, spanning a minimum of 500 kilometers, with no sleep in the middle of the day, and just a simple diet of marching rations. Gulp. Amazing data, once again blinded countless people's titanium alloy dog eyes. Many people, including veterans, have swallowed a mouthful of water. F***ck. Bull bye, that's all I can say. People, to realize that this isn't a trip, it's a war, and there's friction happening all along the way. It's horrible. I can't even surf the net for 24 hours without being weak, let alone carry a gun and fight for 24 hours. Is the ironclad team so disciplined? Naturally, there is no shortage of stand-up keyboard warriors anywhere. Isn't it just 24 hours? I'll work a night shift and go back for another day during the day. What's the point? You guys just blow it off. I don't feel much either. See this kind of pretentious words? Naturally someone to refute, you know what the hell. The war as a child's play. You go to work to play. Someone shoot you? The battlefield to be very attention. The wind and grass. Can be a person startled? A high degree of tautness of the spirit of the two upstairs. Not to mention 24 hours, casually put 2 shots on the pants of the scared. Ha 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 ha. So true. Being sprayed by so many people. The keyboard warrior only shut up resentfully. Seeing these data, Basically the crowd for the mysterious forces of the warrior. Feel bullish. Just this discipline and willpower. It is not even worse than the Chinese soldiers who can endure hardship and hard work. And it is definitely a well-trained regular army with such a strong fighting force. Many people have a very strong intuition. Next, Crash would definitely not be calm. With such a swift attack, like sweeping leaves, the mysterious forces definitely had big moves to make. I just don't know who, exactly, is behind it. Countless people were very intensely curious. After watching it, I can only say fierce. This is the fierce man. The big bombing event in the back is also a very test of strength. Scattered 100,000 people, not gathered together. At the same time, precise bombing. Even their rockets, the landing point has no deviation. Too fierce. What's this? Stealth fighters, bombers all over the place. Heart itch. Mysterious forces in the end is which family? Rabbits? If to open S3 season, tell me I put $2,000 to spend first. Hurry up and drive. I don't want to work a day in this shitty class. Open up and fight. People don't follow the wind. Never experienced the war. Really think it's so fun? One by one. Following the wind is the rain. Although I also know that no one wants to be a social animal. But when the real war comes, everyone has no place to cry. It is my blessing and my regret to have been born in this time of peace. Now I want to know. Who are the mysterious forces? They do not launch a spokesman. What do they want in Crash? Really want to know. It's really one thing after another. What's going on over there in Central Europe? A spaceship just crashed yesterday, and now there's such a big mess. Could it be related to the spaceship? I don't know. It feels like the world is going to be a mess anyway. Basically, countries around the globe are buzzing about this one. The base made a commotion. It does seem a little big. Not localized friction, but a real death toll of nearly 100,000 people, which is the equivalent of months of war in other countries. Base just one day and one night. Just make it so big. Who could not be afraid? Moreover, a spaceship had just crashed yesterday, and everyone was already a bit restless, and with this added to the mix, many people simply stopped going to work, sitting at home waiting for S3 to turn on. Not to mention the common people. Even the top management of various countries were urgently convening various meetings to discuss the topic of the spaceship and the mysterious forces for a very long time. In the eyes of the top brass, the spaceship was of immense importance, and with Jiangru currently only in Crash, it didn't get much attention, and it was decided to send a contact first. The most important thing right now is to get the spaceship attribution divided up. Suddenly, everyone realized a problem. The mysterious forces erupted at this point in time. It couldn't be that they also wanted to get their hands on the spaceship, could it? China. The question was raised in this conference room, where many top executives were gathered, and all of them fell silent in a flash. Frowning eyes showed thought. Those who could attend this meeting were almost already a group of people standing at the peak of the pyramid, and the news was reported up in layers before it reached them. Originally, the main reason for coming was to talk about spaceships. The mysterious forces only mentioned it in passing. It's true that no matter how much Crash messes up, he's not likely to get in the eyes of the P5 right now. Just as soon as someone brings up this sensitive issue, just a bit thought-provoking. What do you mean? What means do they want to use to get their hands on the spaceship? Crash's regime, or by force? An old man, chief of staff of the Ministry of the Army, hale and hearty, old and immortal, his eyes looking straight at the person who raised it, with an aggressive illusion. It wasn't hard to hear it in his tone. Disdain for mysterious forces. The regime is impossible. The means of force. Just a three-legged trick. Fighting with armed warlords. Can't get on the stage. Being one of the P5 and the second largest economy in the world. Military power is at least top 3. Indeed, he has the courage and capital to say such things. They are all from the older generation, and their words are not coarse, as evidenced by his strong attitude. Who wants one more person to get their hands on a spaceship? Not even the door. One more person would require an additional share, and the share received would naturally become smaller, and it was impossible for the P5 to agree to this. Elder Yi, I'm just saying, don't take it seriously. I'm afraid that the people behind me never come out, and when the time comes to make a mess on the verge, in the midst of the chaos, it's easy for the United States to fish in troubled waters. He was considering this, not really afraid that the mysterious forces would dare to get involved. Well, no, it's possible. The most important thing now is just to know which country is behind the mysterious force. Let the following grasp the contact. Another person conformed. Then the base conversation ended. To be able to sit in this position, on the surface, I'm at peace with you. In fact, with the unanimous quasi-tone of the countries, there were some unafraid journalists who stormed the crash that day and traveled to the city of Hama to find out what was going on. All this aside. Crash. Base. When Jiang Zhu woke up again, it was already noon on 6/16, the 5th day of the base's development, and this time he slept comfortably. There was no one to disturb Jiang Zhi. After stretching his back and taking out his cell phone to reply to the domestic news and reassure everyone, Jiang Zhi got up and washed himself. The infrastructure of the base is still a bit poor. Transportation trucks had been constantly pulling back subsistence supplies from Hama City to supply the base's personnel, but there was still some compressed food for lunch. Not quite on track. 3 or 2 bites to solve the lunch. Jiang Zhi habitually takes cigarettes from the pocket. Suddenly froze. Bitter smile. Have forgotten to smoke out yesterday. Nice guy. This is a life that's so miserable when you've become the lord of a city? What's the matter with you? Norton Jiangru instantly took his special communicator from Tanya behind him, and shouted at the top of his voice. Commander, any orders? I'm in empty command. The dedicated Norton was long up. He's the logistics boss at the base. No time to be lazy. You have the transport truck from Hama City. Bring me back some cigarettes, and I'll come over right now and find out what's going on. At that, Norton laughed. Commander, it's been brought back. I'll leave it all for you when you come to empty command. Gotta go. On this small matter, subordinates are so on the heart. Jiang Zhi face full of cozy. With these competent dipping sauce, why worry about the great cause will not be? He came to Air Command. It was used entirely as the base's headquarters, because there were all kinds of monitoring instruments. And of course some human defense fortifications had to be built behind it. It all has to be done slowly. Commander! Commander! The warriors they encountered along the road would all salute and greet Jiang Zhi, plus the empty command headquarters, which was also in a modern, high-tech architectural style. Walking around in it, that proper bigot. It feels like one word. Cool. In no time, Jiang Zhi found Norton, who was holding a foreign cigarette that Jiang Zhi didn't recognize and handed it to him. Jiang Zhi unwrapped and threw a packet to each of the surrounding warriors. With that, he lit it for himself. What's the situation? Norton will report the situation one by one. At present, everything is normal. Since last night's bombardment, the government forces and Sally warlords are greatly injured. Lay down. Hama City of the 1,000 people have also withdrawn. Commander, now to our offensive round. According to estimates, Sally armed forces at present may only be left with 20,000 to 30,000 regular troops. The government forces side can be a little bit more, but also 50,000 to 60,000 regular troops. Xavier is in Hama City. We sent some people there. In the middle of stabilizing, this morning Xavier told me that there are a lot of Erlang with Shatbird journalists. Want to ask the commander. Want to make a statement. Now we are in the international public opinion is very poor, not conducive to the future development. Alpha's side left some of his men to guard the Black Desert oil fields, and he, with the others, is pulling out the nails along the road, and incidentally, getting the oil trucks to deliver crude to Hama City. The base's Iron Curtain unit is now built, and the hyperspace conversion unit is currently under construction. Over at the combat lab, the drawings for the strategic bomber and carrier-based aircraft were given, and the production line is being built. Right now, we just need a harbor. Norton reported very much, and for the first time, Jiang Zhi felt how tedious it was to deal with being the head of a family. He was asked to make up his mind on the various debriefings. Just listen down. He even felt a nodding sensation and waved his hand. Norton, wait, a little bit. I know the base is in a state of flux. It's just that isn't this too much? Crude oil pipeline to be built or not? Manned fortifications to be built or not? Roads in the desert to be fixed or not? Build? Where are the people going to come from? Where is the money going to come from? You can't just grab hard labor and crash. That would be a global outrage. Payroll. Okay, no money. The tens of millions of dollars on Zhang Ru's hand, spent in crash. That is not to tell the country of China that he is the person of the mysterious forces of crash? These Norton guys don't even have an ID. Don't talk about bank cards. There are oil fields, yes, but you are not open for trade. Who would trade with you? A terrorist? That is either a fool or a headcase. The base does have the makings of an exploding army, but the base's financial compensation mechanism, building carriers, is the most cost-effective. Used to build soldiers and lose their pants. There's not that much funding right now. Support river rhetoric explosive soldier warrior. Jiang Zhi listened down all kinds of situations. Now the base urgently need is an identity. Where are you from? What do you want to do? What do we have to do with you? It's just like the ancient uprising and rebellion. Gotta get the slogans up. To be sustainable. Moreover, to buy all kinds of building materials, food, and supplies, they also needed an identity, which was troublesome. And Jiang Zhi then thought about what Xavier said about the reporter. The heart is in the right place. Alright, Let Xavier declare. What exactly? Xavier shouldn't have a problem with that. Keep an eye on the harbor and count the troops now. With this character of Alpha's, I'm guessing it's just a matter of a couple of days. Yes. After the notification, Xavier, in the city of Hama, sat in a makeshift command post, marshalling the city's supplies. Upon seeing the message, a signal was released. The mysterious forces are going to show themselves. All the people in Hama City who were going to spy on the news, one by one, all hit the ground running and rushed to the outside of the temporary command center. It was an administrative building, considered one of the more intact buildings in Hama City, now occupied by Xavier. In the center of Hama City, several armored vehicles were parked in front of the administration building. There are base fighters on constant alert. At this point, the crowd outside was abuzz. Almost 2 hours had passed since the news was released and a very large number of international journalists had arrived from Erlang. They were all supposed to be covering the space shuttle. All rushed over now. In addition to these journalists, it was the civilians of Hama City, all gathered around this side of the room, one talking loudly, and at first glance, it looked surprisingly lively. When does it start? It's afternoon. Doesn't it start yet? Yes. Someone go and ask if the news is true or false. Don't make us make a trip for nothing. The fighters pulled a cordon and held their guns. No one dares to trespass. The base is notorious for being ruthless these days, and no one knows what the ingredients are. So basically they are very disciplined and just yell. Except for these reporters. There were also a lot of people in countries around the globe who were paying attention to this matter, and the fact that the mysterious forces were going to show up certainly had a strong attraction for everyone. One was curious for many days. Inside the administration building, Xavier was on final call with Jiang Ji. Aha. Okay, Commander, I understand. Okay, I got it then. Several words were passed out afterward. Xavier put away the phone and changed himself from a military uniform to a suit. He was about 40 years old, but looked young, very smart. If you put aside his genes of being the top commander of the base, on the outside, he looked more like a wise man, with deep eyes at all times. It's hard to guess what Xavier is thinking. Let the men in. Xavier waved a hand to a side warrior, tied his tie, and made his way to the large conference room, self-contained in the chief's seat. Wow! As soon as the cordon was opened outside, journalists, like madmen, poured in, and the civilians of Hama City crowded in to watch the speech that would determine their future lives. Those who could be sent from various countries were also among the speakers at this conference. After they've all been fully body-checked, it was determined that no weapons were carried. Before entering the venue, everyone who saw Xavier, the chief, with the look of an Englishman, memorized his expressionless face, then find a place to be seated one by one. Seeing that the people were almost here, Xavier raised his head slightly, and with a sweep across the room, took the lead. Let me introduce myself. My name is Xavier, and I have full authority in politics, diplomacy, and trade from now on. His words had just fallen. Someone right off the stage raised their hand and grabbed the answer. Hello, Mr. Xavier, are you saying that someone else is in control of your side of the force? Exactly. At this, Xavier didn't hide it. May I ask where you are from? From what part of the crash? And what are your intentions for the crash? Another reporter inquired. This time, Xavier didn't answer him, his quiet gaze, falling on the quiet venue, all of them looking different. This is not the time for a question session. Wait for me to inform before raising your hand to ask a question. Guards, keep an eye on the order of the venue. Those who don't cooperate will be asked to leave one by one. Yes, the gun-toting warriors on both sides responded loudly. The voice was loud and neat, echoing in the large venue, and just this aura alone could subdue many people. See that everyone is seated. Xavier continued. I know that a lot of people are curious about us and want to know what we're up to, and today's meeting is also an outward statement. The entire large venue, dozens of cameras, including one civilian from Hama City, both raised their cell phones and aimed them at Xavier. There are surprisingly many of them. Opening a live broadcast, the audience of the live broadcast room that is very much the whole Central Europe. Who cannot pay attention to this? As far as the United States of China is concerned, the sky is the limit. It's all void of attention. Facing the camera, Xavier was unperturbed and very calm. First of all, the base is not a terrorist, and all operations are of a strategic nature and are not deliberate attempts to accidentally injure civilians. And for those who have already been accidentally injured, the base offers full medical reimbursement, as well as a $100,000 pension for one person killed. As soon as he spoke, a voice came from the crowd. Life is not measured in money. There were too many people on the scene. Xavier hadn't tried to pull it out. Just a sentence to cover the matter. And how the base's behavior really didn't make sense. Just have a clear statement. As for compensation, I'll give it to you when I have the money. If you don't have the money, wait a while. Xavier directly ignored the noisy crowd below. Naturally, there were soldiers to keep order, and the international journalists didn't care about that. They all care what the base wants and for what purpose. Secondly, the purpose of the base is very simple. Crash has been in war for a long time. The people's life is very hot. Many people don't have enough to eat. We only have one purpose: to liberate Crash. No matter who is behind the enemy, Crash is not a place for the great powers to play games, but it should be a place with the sovereignty of the country and its dignity, so it can only be stopped by the war. So, in order to reach that goal as quickly as possible, we apologize for accidentally injuring civilians. This statement was made. The noisy Crash civilians on the scene suddenly quieted down and looked at Xavier full of surprise. Which, really? It's not that they're simple and trust people so easily. Rather, Crash has been at war for decades. No one wants to live like that. As for true or false, who would know if Xavier didn't say anything? Next, I would like the civilians currently living in the city to temporarily reside in the countryside, away from the warring zones, and wait for news of our plan, which is half a month, to establish a new regime in Crash. Wow! When these words came out, everyone at the scene was shocked beyond belief, their eyes instantly widening. Half a month? That fast? To be able to say it in this kind of meeting, which was actually still a conservative statement, everyone was dumbfounded. This mysterious force, so confident? Do they really have the power? Saying that in public is not taking the government forces and Sally's warlords seriously at all. Also, both of those families are beating people numb right now. Finally, a lot of people want to know where we're from. And I don't think that's important. What's important is that we just want to keep Crash free of war. The people living in prosperity, and moving back into the developed world. It's as simple as that. So there is a need to come to Crash and make investments. Anyone who needs to trade crude oil or anything else can come and contact me. Crash needs to rebuild as well. And anyone who has no income in their country and wants to work, can report to Hama City in a few days, as well. Well, that concludes my remarks. So you may raise your hands for questions. Xavier reached out. The base didn't really have much to say to the outside world. The words spoken are also so mellow and fake that you can't tell the difference. The key message point reveals 1. Half a month to take Crash. Nothing else. But while no important information was said, the base made it seem, when put in plain sight like that it instantly didn't smell like a terrorist. Because no matter what Xavier's looks and appearance, as well as heavily armed, freshly clothed fighters, that did look, as imagined, like terrorists, full of menace, with their uniforms untucked. It doesn't match. I accidentally had an accident and I don't have time to write today, so I'm taking the day off. Actually, I didn't even run into her. It makes sense. Aggrieved. Since it can't be posted in less than 1,000 words, the following is a random excerpt. May, the beginning of summer. The sun with the birdsong has become more and more enthusiastic. In such a time of year, placed in a corner of the windowsill, jasmine flowers rushed to a summer of pure life. White petals scattered. Layers and layers, yellow stamens delicate, as if dressed in white sand skirt of the girl, standing in the green leaves. A summer wind blew. Pure white skirt swaying posture. A burst of elegant fragrance into the nose. Elegant and tranquil. Refreshing. Smelling people are not through the heart. Mixed with forgetting the vulgar. As a jasmine flowering period is exceptionally long as a vegetative evergreen shrub in the family of Lignaceae, it is said that there are 2 kinds of summer and winter openings. But I know that it is only the summer ones. From early summer to late fall, full of petals, elegant flowers accompany me. Send me a summer full of cool and quiet. Favorite is in the summer night. The gentle evening breeze blew away the summer of the day. The family are asleep, in a quiet study, isolated from the hustle and bustle of the day, listening to the occasional insects outside the window. The window sill has been carefully tended to the flowers with the wind to send a burst of floral aroma. Brew a cup of turquoise and clear green tea, picking a few pieces of jasmine petals, put into which, looking at the white and green snuggling, sniffing the tea into the end of the nose with the jasmine flower's elegant aroma. I always have one word in mind. The years are quiet and the world is stable. Good, a beautiful jasmine. Full of flowers bloom fragrance, but she, quietly standing in front of the flowers, listening to the sound of white petals bloom. Elegant flowers turbulence around the nose. Jasmine bloom fragrance full summer. In this whole summer, jasmine fragrance not only to purify my mind, but also fragrant my mood. The splendor of summer flowers. June. Square birth and death. Cold and warm. Title. In June, the day is white with daylight, shining the windows white and bright, so warm that I always wake up at 5 in the morning dripping with sweat. June day. The hot wind. The remnants of a trace of the microcooling brushed away. Drinking a glass of ice-cold water can't stop the sizzling temperature. The June day was a bright sunny day, and the thin clouds in the far sky were more pure and delicate in the harsh light. June days, the wind in the wet white shirt, after the flutter, only a light clothes powder fragrance. June days, afternoon listening to a tree of cicadas. A field of grass is all yin-yang like, the song in the ear, but more raucous. June days, gentle and lovely fine crushed dresses, under the shade of the trees, only the appearance of sweat-soaked hair. June days, fingertips burn smoke, scattered floating, and then difficult to burn out the restlessness. Phantom cannot be refreshing reverie. 6 days of days, a few scattered snowy nights, a blur that can no longer be recovered. June day, want to dip into the water, only dip into the water, with her serenity, with her to the izzy. On a June day, when I want to practice Theravada Buddhism, I remember the Buddhist doctrine that a quiet mind is naturally cool. 6 days of days, full of glad anticipation, a rainbow, a pool of lotus flowers, a journal entry written in the sound of rain. June days, before and after sleep, tossing and turning, starlight on the rooftop. Don't you catch cold? The child by the clouds is not heat resistant after all. The sky in my hometown is sunny and warm. An April day on earth. Summer in Yunnan. The blue sky is clear and the red dust is fragrant. Now I spend scorching days and endure the sweat. In the bitter summer, throw down a few sweaty words. Some day later, if I can be in this hot day without complaining, without irritation, if I can still maintain peace and calmness, then, my practice, too, must have been accomplished. Summer's broken, reaching out, trying to grab a cool breeze for you, let you sleep peacefully. Appearance is often the standard by which many people judge a person, and this statement by the base has really changed many people's perception of base terrorists. Instead, it becomes more and more puzzling. Is it true that the base wants to end the war and crash? Xavier's words fell. The reporters on stage, scrambling to raise their hands, Xavier pointed to a random person, and the reporter stood up excitedly. Mr. Xavier, you just said that the base is not terrorism, so may I ask why you are doing the same thing as terrorists? Just as soon as I heard such a pointed question, Xavier then realized that a number of these reporters had come with the task of deliberately discrediting the base, and he smiled slightly, without appearing ham-fisted. What is the definition of a terrorist? What about Levitas versus Gaza? Why doesn't anyone call them terrorists? How is the US doing with Crash and Leah Syria? Is the US a terrorist too? It's war. This, Xavier's example was a very good one, and all of a sudden it kind of dumbed down the journalists sitting there. Leto with that being a direct attack on civilians, much scarier than the base. Mr. Xavier, am I to understand that you are confusing concepts? We are referring to the matter of your side of the base. It has nothing to do with Leto with the United States. It was clear to Xavier that this reporter was too purposeful. You can't talk to him. He smiled. If you have to think that, that's fine. Then let's do some terrorist stuff. Soldier, remember him and don't let him go later. What the fuck? Ah, the entire venue. All of a sudden everyone was dumbfounded. Couldn't believe what they were hearing. There was a live broadcast. I don't know how many people were watching. How dare you say that in public? Are you crazy? The reporter who just asked a question, all of a sudden, also dumbfounded, froze with his mouth wide open, turned around and looked at the soldiers around him, one by one, sharp eyes, all staring at themselves. He couldn't help but blush, inwardly nervous. Mr. Xavier, are you kidding? Do I look like I'm joking to you? Xavier's gaze was haunted, revealing an impenetrable look. Xavier stopped paying attention to him and waved his hand. Meaningfully, he said, I know that the base touches the interests of many people, so there are some people who want to discredit us regardless. This statement from the base is not us giving in. If anyone wants to characterize us as terrorists, then aren't we a little bit sorry for not doing something terrorist? Okay, please continue with your questions. Xavier smiled. However, the many reporters on the stage, for a moment, became cautious. This nasty. Who dares to ask will they really be caught and shot later? Only the remaining real international reporter weakly raised his hand at this time. Hello, I would like to ask. Then may I ask your side of the base? Who actually established it? Which country did your weapons and fighter jets come from? Sorry, military secrets. No answer. Is it true that that base has stealth fighters, along with the legendary murder weapon? Sorry. Next. But in response to a number of questions, Xavier consistently declined to answer, using military secrecy as an excuse. Give a bunch of journalists a dry on-the-spot deflation. The whole statement came down to the fact that they weren't asking any questions at all, except for what Xavier himself wanted to say. People are numb. It wasn't long after that another very sensitive question was asked. Mr. Xavier, if the base is re-establishing power in Crash, What is the attitude towards the spaceships in the Persian Gulf? The room fell silent at those words. All of them were staring intently at Xavier, trying to see something in his expression. And yes, this was a reporter on a mission. Countries are now concerned. The problem of dividing spacecraft. However, Xavier acted calmly. He was surprised. Didn't we say we'd split it equally? What? We, Crash, don't count as a country? That means you're also going to be in the running for the spaceship wreckage, right? Xavier smiled without saying a word. The meaning already obvious. This is like a bomb. The people in charge of the countries watching this statement from behind the scenes, their eyes suddenly revealed a dangerous look. If they were really divided by actual military exercises, this mysterious force has demonstrated combat prowess. It's really hard to say. What Xavier and Jiang Ji meant was to put out some signals first to see what other countries meant to continue smearing the base. Or do they recognize the regime of the base when it arrives? It's also good to respond. Anyway, no matter what, Jiang Ji was absolutely going to meddle in it. A spaceship that could support interstellar travel. The technology involved. It's too top-notch. Why not when you can whore yourself out without using a gold finger? The statement lasted 2 hours. It's finally over. The news instantly traveled back to the countries and spread around the globe. And for a while, not round the bright side, or in the dark side, the waves instantly surged. The North Gang, led by the United States. A big smear campaign against the base. At this time, the crash, even more chaotic. The government forces and Sally armed, both the first time to contact China and the United States, seeking support, half a month, like a solicited secret order. It puts Crash's regime to sleep. After noon, Sally sat in her office, looking at this statement from the base, silent and not saying a word, but there was clearly a sulk in her eyes along with extreme hatred. A decade of your own hard work. It was all buried last night. This is undoubtedly a blood feud. Soon, a call came in, and Sally's eyes twitched at the caller's name as she picked up the phone, and there was silence on the other end for a moment. Only then did the voice come in. What do you think? Is there any need to ask this? I'm going to kill him. Half a month. What do you take us for? Completely out of sight. No matter who's behind him. I'm going to kill him. Joining forces? Let's finish this guy first. Then we'll continue the fight. That's what I thought. It's a deal. Yes. That afternoon, shortly after the base's statement, the crash government forces called a press conference directly, saying they were going to take military revenge on the base. Soon. Surprisingly, the Sali forces also sent a statement. Next, the harshest means will be used to retaliate against the mysterious base, and it is expected that within a week, the base will be directly uprooted and completely eradicated. Wow! The netizens watching around the world, once again was sensationalized. This is the two families to join forces. First to the mysterious base Drya. Crash is really getting lively. Evening. For the first time, the U.S. representative to the United Nations stated that the mysterious base, which is carrying out large-scale terrorist activities in the Krajesh, has been severely reprimanded and can be stopped. Otherwise, the United Nations has the right and the obligation to impose sanctions against the mysterious bases, not limited to financial as well as military sanctions. The U.S. is also out to aid the crash with some military supplies if they need it to fight world terror. At first glance, Mystery Base, surprisingly, is being targeted by everyone. For a moment, Crash became the world's current lively war zone, and countless eyes gathered here next. In the end, it is the mysterious base that establishes the new regime, or be swallowed by the government forces in conjunction with the Sali forces, which became the biggest point of interest. At night, the base, co-flare red alert, the buildings that should be there, all of which are currently under construction, including the nuke silo, and the hyperdrive, iron curtain, and weather controllers, construction vehicles at the base, with more than half resting down. The remaining half, in a lateral position 10 kilometers from the base, builds a second airfield. With the gold mine replenished along with the crude oil shipped in today, the base is funded. There is still over 350,000 remaining. At this point, Zhang Ru was at the entrance to the base, watching an outgoing base vehicle pull away, covered with a yellow cloth, heading deeper into the desert for a rainy day. The sky. There's a constant stream of rockets, coming from a distance, intercepted by anti-aircraft missiles over the base, and the government forces have started with the Sali forces. Active offense against the base. Depletion of the base's air defenses. As if setting off fireworks, it kept exploding in the air. Zhang Ji watched the base vehicle go away and looked up to the sky. The sparks of the explosion imprinted on his eyeballs. There are government forces from the west. There are also those from the Sali forces in the southeast. And although they are badly wounded, 100 feet of them will never die. Now for the frontal battlefield numbers. the base is still not as good as these two. Commander, let's go to command first. It's sturdier there, so even if there are leaks, it doesn't matter. Norton cautioned. Patriot air defense missiles at the base. It can be found everywhere. He was afraid of what might happen. Okay, let's go. I heard that Sally's armed forces and the government forces are gathering now? While walking, Zhang Ji asked in passing. It was something he would have swiped on a short cell phone video that day. Yes, bright muscle-like fighters, bombers all ready to be brought out to fight a showdown with us. And from what I hear, to crush us in one fell swoop. There was some amusement in Norton's words. Both of their fighters, which were quite a bit behind, were fighters that the big powers had eliminated or neutered some of their features, tucked away like a baby. It wasn't that Norton was underestimating people, but this air defense of the base couldn't be broken by any number of air defenses other than the most advanced stealth fighters that came to the base, trying to emulate what the base did to Kofit City. Neither can it. The Rift generator makes the spy satellites, along with the radar, a complete blind, so over-the-horizon strikes are non-existent for the base. It only allows the pilot to launch the missile by viewing it with the naked eye, but you haven't even seen it with the naked eye yet, and the anti-aircraft missiles are locking onto your fighters, unless, of course, you let the American B-2 Phantom bombers try it. Another way, using hypersonic missiles and attacking the base directly, it would be possible to break through air defenses, and no air defense system would dare to claim 100% interception. Now the other side just saturates with rockets. It's depleting the base's air defenses. What other tricks were to follow? Jiang Ji didn't know, but it was obvious that the base wasn't a sitting duck style, and Jiang Ji came to the command center. Wave after wave on the radar. Dozens of red dots. From several directions. Constant attacks towards the base. He didn't make much of an expression, but inquired, "How's it going with Alpha? We've been in contact. There's no abnormality at the moment." The other side doesn't seem to want to care about the Black Desert oil field for the time being, because they know that we can't transport much. As long as we take the base, the crude oil and the oil field will still be theirs. That's good. Zhang Rui put down some of his heart. After a pause, Norton continued, "Commander, according to our predictions, the government forces, along with the large army of the Sally armed forces, are likely to move out tonight, from multiple directions, to surround the base, and we'll have to respond as soon as possible as well. Don't look for a big bombing of Hot Lilo Canyon." It seemed that the base was very strong, but to really look closely, the base had less than 1,000 fighters. In addition to the logistics personnel, the fighting force, 1,000 people. Less pathetic. Don't panic. Zhang Ji had a smile on his face that was as steady as an old dog. What era is this? Still relying on infantry to push? Without air control? I'll take as many as they come. Eat. A solid batch. Norton laughed twice. Alright, Commander. I'll go work on the intel then. Good. The other side. The government forces and Sully thought otherwise, and in response to this major buildup, they were very confident that the base would be wiped out in one fell swoop. To avenge the great heat of Jerrylang Canyon, Gang. Sally reviewed the three armies, full of confidence, and this time, he summoned all the troops, with all kinds of weapons, without a single reservation, all anti-aircraft vehicles of the Sully forces, battle tanks, missile vehicles, all first class ready to travel with the troops, and then there were fighter planes, reconnaissance planes, and bombers that were not held back. He has 16 fighters, 6 bombers. The government army side is similar. Together they are nearly 50 air forces, not counting the helicopters. He doesn't believe that with so many heavy weapons, he still can't beat a small base? And, most of all, it lifted Sally's mood. Anthony has contacted him, and this time, the United States will step in and implement a very important help for them. This will lead directly to the defeat of the base. So, Sally, now, is very confident. When I kill my way into the desert, all those weapons of yours, they're all mine. Damn base. This time, I'm definitely going to make you pay for your blood. Gang is on the move. Crash's capital is also on the move. The government forces are now on Jiangxi. Also hated. Did nothing. Was bombed without 50,000 to 60,000 people. Tens of millions of dollars of military supplies. It is equivalent to cutting a huge chunk of meat out of them. The capital, as well as the neighboring garrison cities, are all preparing battle supplies in a tense drum, when the troops will be divided into 8 directions and attack the city of Hama and the desert. Crash is president today. Harold didn't believe that the entire military force of Crash couldn't take a tiny base. They had enough ammunition to cover the desert all over again. Later that night, everywhere in the country of Clash, lights were on, and a vehicle transporting supplies, departing from various cities, was urgently prepared. There's going to be a big fight. It's not that easy. It takes a long time to mobilize all the ammunition and logistics alone. Hama City. If Xavier stayed in the city, it was significantly calmer. Except that a lot of people weren't sleeping because of the sky in the distance. It kept flickering with explosions. There were a number of international journalists who did not leave Hama City, filming and reporting from time to time throughout the night, while others ran live streams. The camera focuses on the sky over the desert. Rockets are as good as no money. It didn't stop at all, bombing all the time. Netizens from various countries who are keenly concerned about this matter are also smacking their lips in the live broadcast. Boy, this is playing for real. Such intense bombardment. Can the mystery base really carry it? People in the United States, Central Europe, and Europe can watch Hama City live directly because there is no internet local area restriction. There was a lot of talk on the air. On the contrary, in China, because of the firewall, if you want to watch it, you can only go over the wall. But there are very many people illegally over the wall on international social media platforms, watching the situation in crash. Then there are bloggers who take the videos found over the wall and then post them on domestic platforms, which is pretty much the equivalent of live streaming the battle in real time. Holy shit, here's a new one. Crash has been bombing for 3 hours straight, and even though it's intermittent, it's estimated that it's fired at least almost 500 rockets. Haha, look at this video, taken on one of the surrounding hills. The rockets were all intercepted in the air and none of them fell. Bull. 500 interceptions. This son of a bitch. Are the air defenses still holding up? Crash went crazy. This shouldn't be a continuous attack for a night. This way down. The mysterious base may have to mail even if you don't mail it. This air defense pressure. It's too much. It can't be helped. They only have so much space. And everyone knows that blowing up to that piece would be the equivalent of losing the mystery base. Yes, the international social media platform's live broadcast, with China moved over the video below. Very many people are discussing, this time the mystery base. Can you stand up to the pressure? There is no strategic depth. There is no cunning. And when the air defense breaks down, death will come. It's been 3 hours and the rockets continue to hit. Be cool. This kind of high-intensity strike, without outside replenishment. Unless there are very many anti-aircraft missiles, sooner or later it's going to be over. How does that work? Now that the mysterious base is known to basically everyone, there is no country on the planet that is a friend of the base. With just that small of a military base, how many supplies can there be? How long can air defenses hold out under constant, uninterrupted bombardment? There's no way. Unless the mysterious base takes the initiative to strike the other side's artillery positions to ease the pressure on the air defense. But once they see the base strike, the other side will definitely know that the air defense can't hold up, and the next attack will definitely be even more violent. Insightful bro. Let's all take a guess at how long this base's air defense will last. Someone asked this question. And all of a sudden, the comments section followed the live broadcast, and one by one, all the talents came pouring out. For a perfect intercept, often a rocket needs multiple anti-aircraft missiles to intercept it, and the location their base is in, it's not destined to be replenished, and the stockpile will last up to 3 more hours I think. I'd like to think it could be longer. They must be prepared. 5 more hours to hold out, right? Under the countless murmurs, more and more people actually gathered in the live stream or under the video, wanting to take a look. When exactly will this strike end? Or tapping? Time passes little by little. In the blink of an eye, the time has reached the early morning. The government forces and the Sali armed forces continued bombing. Continued for 6 hours. They were dumbfounded. The air defense of the mysterious base is still as solid as ever. Not a single one has hit the ground. And what the fuck? Is the ammo dump full of anti-aircraft missiles? No one ever thinks about it. The base is not resupplied. But the base has a production line. Ammo is cheap and can be produced in very large quantities for a single capital. As much as you want. Base. Jiang Ru yawned in command and turned back from his recliner. Norton, have they not departed yet? No, Commander. Maybe I overestimated them. Their preparations? They probably won't even finish tonight. Norton's expression was a little weepy. I had thought the other side was going to make a move tonight. Intelligence look now. I'm afraid that's unlikely. Hey, let me wait for nothing. Okay, I'm going to sleep. We're not going to strike. Show the world how strong the base's defense is, and dispel some people's thoughts. Jiang Ru waved his hand in boredom, got up and walked out. Yes, Commander. The base's passive defense does look like a loss to the outside world. Air defense missiles are expensive compared to rockets. Jiang can completely send fighter jets, go to smash each other's artillery positions. Did not strike, is to give the countries to light muscle it, all night long. Not to mention the government forces and the Sali forces, one by one, waiting in the live broadcast of the national netizens. This will finally be unable to top. Ciao Nima, it's dawn and the air defense is still so powerful. This mysterious base is simply a bottomless pit. Convinced? I'm fucking numb. I've been here all night in anticipation. There's no movement at all. To Nima cow. This air defense. I don't serve anyone, just serve this mysterious base. Hit the air defense missiles, are enough for 20 cents a year, right? Almost. Too strong. It's been a whole night. It's been nearly 10 hours. The sky is faintly light. Nearly 10,000 anti-aircraft missiles have been fired. This strategic reserve, horrible as it is, no wonder people dare to put words in their mouths. Half a month to take crash. So many anti-aircraft missiles. What about bombs and other offensive missiles? Don't even think about it. There must be more. Time to noon. The government forces, who have been preparing for the night plus half a day, and the Sali forces, are finally all standing by, under various orders, from several cities. Departure by encirclement. All the main roads of the crash were full of long, dragon-like convoys of the two armies, with all their homes in full view. The people of Crash instantly captured the scene on film, spread to international social media platforms. All those who saw it, all at once their blood boiled. What was this? This was Crash, raising a nation to attack a tiny base in the desert. Straight up record-breaking. There has never been a military operation in the world where the strength of the two sides was so disparate. It's so shocking. Countless people flocked to social media platforms and watched a video. Shot up from every direction. From every city. Breakdown. Surprisingly, there are almost a dozen cities that are putting out troops against the mysterious base. My goodness, this is too much. Mystic base. This really sets a world record. One city beating 10. 4 directions, 8 ambushes. Crap. Luckily, the mysterious base isn't in the center, or else it would be practically surrounded from the sky looking at the mesh map. The bottom line is what? The rocket attacks are still going on. Get the fuck away from it. Almost everyone who saw the scene was shocked, especially when someone made an overhead visual marching diagram. From an overhead perspective, Hama City, along with the Mystic Base, was really under full siege this time. Just like in certain three-state strategy games, a cloud-piercing arrow, 1,000 armies come to meet each other as it were. The armies that set out from various cities were like 100 rivers converging on the sea, with their destination directed to the mysterious base in the desert. Government forces have been working with Sali forces at various military bases. The artillery has been pulled out. After the official march, the rockets attacked, with increasing ferocity, the men in Hama City, for several days starting last night. By now, it was rumbling in my ears. Isn't Mystic Base responding yet? This time, the two armies of Crash are moving for real, and it feels like a lot of pressure. Why do I feel like it's going to be over? This scene alone is so scary. How many people can Mystic Base have to respond? Still intermittent rocket attacks last night, and very violent at this point. The government forces, along with the Sali warlords, were literally firing on all cylinders. All the rockets, as long as they could be fired, were headed for the base. The sky was strewn with them, and the mysterious base seemed to be flooded. The first comparison. The big goose and the second goose, that's like playing house. That's what war is. The Mystic Base must be moved, or not a single person will survive once the air defense breaks down. Is it possible that the mystery base can't move now if it wants to? Crap. Seeing this, everyone froze. It was still true. Since the mysterious base showed up, there was only one unit, killing 7 in and 7 out in Crash. There's no one else. And now this force, which is deep in the heart of the Sali armed forces, will have a hard time coming back. And the location of the base, doomed to not be able to raise more troops, no matter what the outside world says. Base. At this time on the airport, the fighter jet was fully loaded and ready to go. Jiangji pulled out his ears. His face was a little impatient. Motherfucker, he didn't sleep well all night last night. The underpinnings are pretty much shown to the world now. Time to show them some tougher hand. How's the scout plane situation? Zhang Ru inquired with a sideways glance. The base certainly hadn't been idle during this period of time. The 2 scout planes had been sent out since dawn. Because of the base's radar, it doesn't radiate the entire Crash, and there's only one spy satellite, which can't be used at the moment. So it sends out electronic reconnaissance planes. Commander, things are going okay. The various army routes across the street have been mapped out. The scouts have been spotted and are now in the middle of their return trip. Norton chested out. All the bottom line. From the Phantom Light fighters parked at the airport. The whole 10 frames. On the second airport built last night. 5 more to go. A total of 15 Generation 6 fighters were able to hold air power over Crash to death. A smile surfaced on Zhang Ru, saying, good, then act according to the plan. Being passive is not our style. Prepare to start counterattacking and apex all of the opponent's artillery positions. Understood. The The second airport says it's called an airport. It's actually an empty command center with spy satellites and ground base stations for zero latency communication. Norton picked up the communicator. At once the orders began to be given. Jiang Ji took a sip of water and slowly retreated from the airport. Not all 10 fighters were deployed. Only 5 were activated. All 4 engines roared together. Buzz. International fighters are either single or twin engine. And the base, a 4-engine, is a first, but it's still handsome in design. 2 of them are rotatable to support vertical takeoffs and landings. And once the fighters are airborne, they retract to the rear with the same double claws as a Falcon. Other fights can only be held at max speed for a short time. And the base's 4 engines can stay at maximum speed all the time. Jiang Ji knew that the base was now being watched by many people, and he didn't think that he could hide it. And under the gaze, the 5 fighters instantly lifted off. Avoid incoming rockets. In a burst of explosions, it rose into the air at breakneck speed, and then with a sonic boom that exceeded the speed of sound, it flew off in several directions with a bang. Boom boom boom. 2 of them crossed the sky over the city of Hama, and countless people were alarmed and covered their ears. For 40 kilometers were a flash for a fighter jet. There was no deliberate pull up into the stratosphere. So in the troposphere, the sound of a fighter jet sweeping by was so violent that the people of Hama City, all of them, came out and watched as a black dot crossed in space, leaving long trails of air. A thought bubbled up inside. Mystery base struck back, and possibly, the air defense can't hold up, and whatever the reason. Next, the real drama begins to unfold. Government forces, along with the Sali forces, have placed outposts in Hama City. So, almost at the same time, received word that the base fighters were taking off. Sally looked at the motionless air defense radar. Looks like it's really stealth fighters. Unify the orders. All air defenses on highest alert. Opposing fighters have taken off. There wasn't much worry on his face, knowing that the base had fighters and bombers. All the troops, this time, were advancing in batches, trying to emulate a Thermidorian bombing. It's not that simple. And, the air defense vehicle that came with it, is also ready. Adjutant General, show our fighters off and tell them that they're not the only ones who have fighters. Sally grunted. Yes. His second in command quickly passed on the order. At once, gang, several fighters took off, skimming directly at low altitude, as if to show sovereignty, and flew wanting to the city of Hama. Sully wanted to test the waters as well. Air defense range of the base. In the meantime, on the side of the government forces, they also responded quickly, with several fighters taking off, all of them heading towards the city of Hama, where their 2 armies had exchanged information about their fighters. Encounters will also show the right plane on the radar of their respective fighters. Avoid accidental injury. Harold called Sally, and his grinning voice came from inside. Man, it looks like their air defenses are about to be overwhelmed. We have to hold our airfire for now. Stealth fighters, gotta be careful. Lost air power decades ago, bombed to pieces, an event that no crash can forget. And the follow-up certainly understands the importance of air power. Do you have a solution? Our fighters, they're not as advanced as others, and air control isn't something you can just want. Sally responded, but his tone was relaxed. It seems, not very worried? There's no way around it. Radar can't pick it up, so we'll have to use our fighters to intercept their fighters and try to secure air control. Harold said patronizingly. No response from the air defense radar means the air defense missiles are useless. Stealth fighters come and go as they please. Of course, there are ways to be able to target stealth fighters, such as electronic warplanes that electromagnetically jam stealth fighters. Either that or a highly maneuverable interceptor. Keep chasing after it. Then there's the spy satellite dynamic surveillance that keeps track of stealth fighters, where they're headed, and then calculates their trajectory and tries to intercept them with missiles. Then the hardest and easiest way to improve radar technology and survey stealth coatings. There's no other way, obviously. These are a couple of techniques that Crash's government forces are using with the Sully forces. Neither. Ha! Sully smiled skin deep into the phone, then said to himself, I have an idea. Only, I have conditions. Harold on the other side was stunned for a moment. The pupils shrunk slightly. What do you have in mind? He signaled his men around him to keep quiet and listen intently, all the while wondering inwardly how Sully could possibly have a way to deal with stealth fighters. What the hell? I said I have conditions. Sally spoke faintly, using this as the capital for negotiation. Harold briefly contemplated for a moment. Tell me about it. I'll be direct. There's no room for negotiation. After we take the Mystic base, we'll split their technology and weapons 60-40. Sally didn't drag her feet in the slightest and spoke firmly. It's gone up just slightly to 6 or 4 from what was said to be 5 or 5 at the beginning. Meaning you don't argue with me either. It's no fun. Harold didn't say anything for a few moments before a voice came over the phone. Yes, tell me what you can do. Don't worry, it won't be long before they're blind. Sally meant it. Harold's eyes showed thought as he slowly nodded. I see. So what now? They fighters are out. I'll make contact right away. For now let's deal with it with our fighters. The two hung up and Sally made another call. A few secret conversations quickly hung up. Oceanside, the United States. Star Ring Group is located in the coastal city. The group building is very broad, 40 floors high. At the top, enough to overlook the entire city. 36 floors. It was the satellite base of the Star Ring Group. Their company's thousands of satellites, all of which could be maneuvered at this level, as well as sending and receiving information data. At this point, Anthony, with two of his men, was sitting in his office with a middle-aged man with a slightly blonde face, and the two men's eyes were squarely on each other. The lissom secretary with a couple cups of coffee. Please. Brian reached out, not caring if Anthony drank or not, and picked himself up, taking a sip and savoring it for a moment. Suddenly, he leaned back against the couch, poised, and snapped. Who do you carry with you? Karen. Anthony said two words softly with a wry smile. It was calmer than Brad. Karen. It's a name that no one in the upper echelons of the U.S. knows. No one who doesn't know Karen, the head of U.S. intelligence, temperamental and sinister. Brad had expected this in general, placing the coffee in his hand on the table before crossing his legs and leaning back comfortably on the couch. Mouth nodded. It is said that capital can control everything. In fact, there is a little more conspiracy theory in it, and any capital is worthless in front of the state apparatus. Of course it's not that simple in practice. It might be better described as a mutually parasitic relationship, but politics definitely trumps capital in this. The factions in this are complex. One cannot generalize. All that needs to be known is that Karen doesn't need capital backing, and his posture in the face of it is absolutely condescending. Because capital can't drum up politicians, remove Karen from her position. What's more, if you have this idea and haven't acted on it yet, I guess people will be invited to CLA for tea. What do you mean by head of intelligence? Karen. Ha ha. Brad laughed twice, but surprisingly he didn't refuse Anthony's request. Tell me, what's in it for me? Star Circle Group, globally, has the largest number of private satellites. Ostensibly, it is used as a communication. In fact, it has been providing some information for the U.S. spy work, or communication, etc. And the two sides belong to a cooperative relationship, more than just the star ring, similar to the Apple cell phone. Once whoever is in conflict with the United States, all can be locked to steal all the user data in the country. We're all family. Isn't it a bit too raw to talk about favors? Seeing Brad loosen up, Anthony had a slightly joking tone. So I lose for nothing? You know, there's no way the Treasury is going to pay to reimburse you. So what? The titular Star Circle can't afford to lose a few $1,000,000? Then there's nothing to talk about. Brad shrugged and said helplessly. A few $1,000,000 really didn't mean much to him. But businessmen seek profit, even if it is a partnership. It's not this farcical either. Anthony sighed inwardly, knowing there was no good deal to be had. So what favor do you want? Well, Brad turned his head slightly sideways, his eyes thoughtful, but inwardly he was already sure of himself. Star Circle is ready to enter the weapons industry. Have Karen give me a formalities release. Anthony looked puzzled. Sure enough, saw the right information that Brad was ambitious, and the intelligence agency had this information early on, that the Star Circle Group wanted to work on heavy weaponry. There have been no qualifications. Karen counted on it, and when she came, she instructed Anthony that the request could be granted, but with appropriate conditions. With the current international situation, arms dealers are going to make a fortune. Who doesn't blink? But with the old arms dealers around, it's hard to get a new one in without a bigwig in the middle to balance things out, and the official paperwork can't even get through. I can promise you that, but all the weapons in the Star Circle must be intelligence transparent. Moreover, this matter, you must get it done for us. With Karen's instructions, Anthony decisively agreed. No problem, Brad answered with his mouth full, patting his chest and packing his bags. Isn't it just a satellite? Simple. Anthony came for the simple purpose of the US not stepping in and letting Star Circle take the fall for destroying the satellites of the mysterious base. The base's heavy firepower was rendered completely inoperable. And no satellites. The base's fighters, missiles, basically all have to be paralyzed. Although the fighters come with fire control radar, but there is no radar satellite guidance. Fighting power is going to go down a ton. Even instant messaging would be a problem. And once externalized to other communications company signals, then the base's intelligence would become transparent. Anthony couldn't wait to get up and urged. So what are we waiting for? let's get started. The battle has already begun over there. And director Karen and I don't want to hear that the fighters from the mysterious base Okay, Brad guffawed. Several people moved to the satellite control center. This place is very large. The whole floor are a house separated by bulletproof glass, all kinds of electronic instruments, electronic screens, everywhere, elevator entrances, including in the corridors, all have some armed security. According to our information, the mystery base satellite was very close to yours when it was first launched up, so it should have triggered the obstacle avoidance alert. Anthony took the tablet and briefly introduced it to Brad as he walked. I'll give you a channel to join later that will sync over some data from the mystery base satellite. Brad nodded once and glanced at the orbital data of the base's satellites on the tablet, then headed straight for a room. Boss. Several people soon arrived in the offices of satellites numbered 590 through 600. This office is not big. There are only 3 people operating inside. Hearing the sound of the door opening and turning their heads, the 3 people were startled. Stand up in a hurry. Boss, what brings you here? As the boss of Star Ring Group, Brad usually seldom came to this kind of place, and it was the first time for them to meet their boss. Some trepidation. At this moment, a rush of footsteps came from outside the door, and the head of the satellite department ran over with an anxious face. Boss, sorry, I was busy with something just now. When he finished, Supervisor Smith looked to the office staff with questioning eyes. David, is something wrong? No, I don't know. Davy hurriedly waved his hand. Anthony, at this point, took 2 steps forward with a smile on his face. Hey man, don't be scared. It's okay, just operate on what we say. Oh, he stepped forward to reassure, placing his hands on Davy's shoulders and sitting him at the console. Anthony leaned down. You linked to channel D, F189 CK582. What channel? Satellite. David looked back to the supervisor with the big boss, Brad, who pulled up a chair and sat next to him, nodding his head. Anthony squeezed his eyes. Come on, man. Seeing the big boss agree, Davy quickly linked in. And aside, the shared image appeared, an extraterrestrial orbit in the blue corner of the sky. There's a satellite floating silently in space. David's eyes glazed over. Wasn't it the one that was launched 2 days ago, and almost clashed with our orbit? Ha. Yeah, that's it. Anthony laughed. Brad beckoned and Smith hurried over. You go make some coffee. Yes. He sat right next to him in acquiescence, quietly watching Anthony operate, who, at this point, had his full attention on Davy with the screen, commanding step by step. Find your closest satellite to this one, the closest one, and calculate the distance and fuel, if it's close enough. David's face was confused and he looked at Anthony uncertainly. What's this about? You're not trying to crash it, are you? An outrageous possibility occurred to him. David had some shock on his face. Anthony stared at David after a long time, with intimidation, and he winced. Don't worry about that. It's none of your business. If there's anything, your big boss will take care of it, and you'll get your bonus instead. Understand? In the end, it's the people who work honestly. Too overwhelmed by Anthony's aura alone to contradict him, David nodded and checked. Number 599. Number 600 is the closest. There's enough fuel. 599 is moving in the same direction as this satellite. It just needs a little bit of propulsion, a change of orbit, and a little bit of acceleration. The equivalent of 2 people running parallel to each other on a road. The speed is consistent. A little bit of speed, a drop in the range of direction, and you can reach the other one. Beautiful. Anthony snapped his hand and leaned back toward the table, his body slightly sideways, his gaze wildly different, looking at Brad with amusement. With that, he looked up and around. There's a monitor overhead. He grinned. Mr. Blythe, you're not going to say anything? They are all human beings at their level. Brad understood in a second that Anthony was afraid, and shook his head helplessly as he put the blame all on himself later. David, right, used our satellite and rammed that one. Snapping touches. Smith, the head of the department, carrying a tray of 6 cups of coffee, paused for a moment in the doorway with a surprised look on his face, opened his mouth, and swallowed what he wanted to say. People's bosses are in their faces, and if they lose more, it has nothing to do with them. Warily, he took the coffee, and gave a portion to several of Anthony's men, who stood to one side with his plate in his eyes. David also swallowed. Doubt he heard it right. The cost of launching a satellite, a few $1 million. This is lightly bumped. Not afraid to cause disputes? That's what the words say. He was still operating on the satellite control program, and for a moment, David actually got a little excited that this was a satellite battle on the space level. to be made from his hands. Don't even think about it. Definitely a world first. Davy's eyes were glued to the screen. 10 fingers, dancing on the keyboard. Various security programs, one by one, unlocked with passwords. Then, target the base's satellite. Trembling with a finger. Knocking like the button that starts the propulsion. Time seems to stand still for the 8 people in the office. Both watched in silence. Snap. The crisp sound of a keyboard came from the Star Circle's satellites, which began to propel uninterruptedly, jetting through space, the satellite rushing toward the base. In the meantime, crash. The Sally militants, who were in various places, arrogantly firing rockets and laughing with the government forces, panicked at this moment. An explosive roar came from overhead. The fighters were unobtrusive, as if deliberately displaying braggadocio as they swept past at low altitude with a burst of sonic booms. Click, click. Their eyes were still focused on the fighters when they saw a missile detach from its suspension and launch itself through the air, spewing flames behind it. The onslaught. Boom. Violent explosions rang out, triggering the munitions in the rocket positions, which all at once exploded into a ball and then exploded one after another. And at the moment the Phantom Light fighter was far away. The geese are not left behind. The scene was playing out all around Clash, and as the fighters swept by, the various artillery positions hadn't reacted to what was going on. Just see the fighters fly past. Thought it was okay. I just saw a missile fired. And the process was so well traveled and so handsome that it seemed like a casual strike. 10 short minutes. Sally and Harold kept receiving news that more than 20 artillery positions, all of them, had been destroyed, and the two were not surprised. Start the next batch directly. What's the use? Ha ha, I've got plenty of rockets, this time, but I've got a very large number of them for you. Sally stood on the secret building, looking out the window as iGang's own fighters took off. In order to completely eliminate the base, they were well prepared, with hundreds of rocket squads alone, exposing up to 30 at a time. So, after the first artillery positions in Clash, all of which were destroyed, Jiangju didn't stay quiet for long as another rocket fell from the sky. It was intercepted with a rumble overhead. Zhang Ru raised his head and narrowed his eyes slightly. It seemed that this was useless, so there was no need to strike the other side's artillery positions, and directly start the Armageddon. Ended all their troops. Norton, get all of our air combat units off the ground. V3 missile vehicles ready. Rocket launchers ready. And bomb the bottom out of one of their units first. Roger that. Air Command. Norton began to issue orders one by one, and Zhang Ru was also on the side, when suddenly, on one of the machines at the command headquarters, an emergency alarm sound of drip 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 was heard. Catch the crowd's eye. What's going on? It's a satellite alarm signal. Commander, someone is approaching our satellite. The engineer quickly checked and turned back to exclaim. Zhang Ji and Norton looked at each other and came to the computer in unison. The top really triggered the emergency avoidance alert. Pull up the picture. Norton's eyes twitched, already thinking of something, and said seriously. The engineer quickly maneuvered and the camera searched for a few moments, quickly locking onto a satellite which, at that moment, kept advancing. It's coming toward the base's satellite. Commander, it seems that the other party is prepared. Should we take shelter? The engineer hurriedly inquired, while quickly operating the base's satellite, which also had residual fuel. Do a simple avoidance. It's still possible. It must be the forces behind Crash striking to destroy our satellites so that the base's war defense, along with the offense, will be bogged down. Norton spoke quickly, clapping a hand on the engineer's shoulder. Operate to avoid it. Right now the base is just one satellite. No matter who the other party was, this one naturally could not be destroyed. Zhang Ji synchronized to pick up the walkie-talkie. His eyes were calm, and shouted, Nolan, can you copy? Yes, Commander. What is it? Get the satellite production line going. On the other side, Nolan could clearly feel some anger in Zhang Ji's tone, and was busy replying, Roger. The engineer maneuvered quickly, but the satellite is going too fast. It's in a synchronized orbit, which means it's going the same speed as the Earth's rotation, beyond the speed of sound. Therefore, the base satellite's propulsion system just turned on. The engineer, as if deflated, staring at the screen, turned into a flower. Don't even think about it. The base's satellite was crashed. Norton and Zhang Ji didn't say anything. It couldn't be blamed on the engineer. It was really hard to react with such a fast speed. Just about anyone would be pissed. If I remember correctly, Crash doesn't have autonomous satellites. Find out for me. Who did this? We're not done with him on this one. Zhang Ji took a deep breath with a slight hint of murderous aura. This one today caught himself off guard, but with his character, definitely retaliation. On Norton's side, he was also the first to pick up his walkie-talkie, and at the moment, he could only talk within the base, relying on the signal from the ground base station. The radius is not particularly hit. Fortunately, the first wave of fighters finished striking the enemy. Ammunition is being replenished. Otherwise it's all going to be lost navigation. Nolan, hurry up with the satellite production line. Our satellite has been maliciously crashed. It's vital to the base now. Jiang Ji once again picked up the walkie-talkie. Yes, Nolan shuddered. So it was. It's just that the production line is fixed. And there's nothing he can do about it now that he's in a hurry. It takes an hour to produce a good satellite. Command. The engineer pulled up the screen that had just been automatically saved in the background, opened the internet, and came straight to a global comparison. The answer jumped out at me in a flash. Commander, it was the satellite of the American Star Ring Group that did this. The engineer was also gritting his teeth. Although this behavior of the other party was fine, he had just made himself fail to complete his mission in front of the commander. He hates Star Circle Group by association. Asterisk? Jiang Ji's pupils shrunk. The famous Star Ring, a household name. Of course he knew about it. He just didn't expect that the Star Ring would take the initiative to participate in this war. Alright, so what do you care if it's a star ring or a ball ring? This time, I'm definitely going to fuck you up. Norton, you watch here. I have to go to the combat lab. Putting down a sentence, Jiang Ji walked with a fury and left with quick steps. Thousands of satellites under the Star Circle Group. There are very sophisticated launch technologies. Since the other side had already taken the initiative to pick a fight, it was assumed that the base would launch up again, and one would still not be safe in case it was crashed by the other side again, and at a critical time in the war? So, Jiang Ru thinks that the base must have some countermeasures in space. Satellite, this battlefield, in order to carry out retaliation. Not for a moment. He arrived on the 11th floor of the combat lab. The three Einsteins were in the middle of designing drawings, and as soon as they saw Jiang Ji's windy arrival, they got up. Commander, you're here. It's fine. Professor, you guys sit down, Jiang Ji said from afar. When he got close, he opened his mouth and said, our satellite was destroyed by the enemy. I'm in the process of producing a second one, but I'd like to equip the satellite with some weapons to be able to attack as well as defend itself. Any ideas? Words. The trio fell into a moment of silence while their minds were thinking frantically. After only a few seconds, Instan said, Commander, there is no oxygen in space. To attack, we can consider laser weapons. And the technology of the light prismatic tanks can be retooled and mounted on our satellites. Crap. Jiang Ru were shocked. Is this the big brother? He didn't even take a breath himself. The program was proposed. And, so absolute. He likes it. Alright, Professor Insan. Let's do this as you say. Jiang Ji directly agreed in a single bite. The corners of his mouth slightly hooked up. You like to play with satellites, don't you? I'll see how many satellites you have. Designing it now? The Hive drone mothership. Done in no time. Instan looked back at the computer. Still a bit upset. They had been working on this one for almost a day now. And this idea of the commander's was definitely a really great one. Even, Einstein felt, could replace the existence of aircraft carriers. What? Surprise welled up in Jiang Ji's eyes. So fast? It just keeps on surprising him. These three talents. No wonder it costs more to produce one than an aircraft carrier. It's so worth it. He placed his gaze directly on the computer screen, trying to see what the Hive drone mothership looked like. From what Instan had said, kind of a shame it's full of interior construction drawings. There is no profile picture. Jiang Ji could only hold back the fire in his heart. Professor, let it go first. The satellite is more anxious now. Rush out first, or the base won't be able to fight the enemy at all. Good. Then we'll start now. Instan, Nicholas, and Helens each put away their current work, saving it for the first time to find the satellite disassembly chart. Research where to start. Jiang Ru breathed a slight sigh of relief and solemnly said, 3 professors? Then I'll trouble you. Do a good job and remember to ask the guards to notify me. We still need to remodel the relevant production lines. Time is very tight. As soon as that was said, the three of them understood the importance of it, and Helens nodded. Don't worry, Commander. We try to change as little as possible, and if we can't move the other accessories, we can produce a set of accessories first, and then we can use them directly, which can drastically save time. Aha, okay, this was the best. Seeing that the three of them had gotten into the swing of things, Jiang Ji didn't stay much longer. He had to get busy with something else, and have Nolan prepare the accessories. Outside, since the base's satellites were monitored by very many countries from time to time, the scene of Star Circle crashing the base's satellites was all but seen. No one expected that. I can't believe this is happening. It's kind of amazing. Star Circle Group didn't try to hide it. Surprisingly, it directly sent a statement in the international social platform. Due to the unknown satellite, the launch stage has not reported the orbit, and our satellite orbit conflict. For this matter, we feel very sorry. Please the satellite owner. The next time the satellite launch, according to the formal process, the statement was a sensation, reproduced in various countries, very many eyes. Now, we're on the crash battlefield, and this news became the latest news of the crash war. Mysterious space satellite suspected of being destroyed. Whoever it is, see this news, are shocked by the world's first case. Never any war, in the satellite hands. Is Mystery Base now expanding its battlefield to space? And, what's going on with Star Circle? Crap, isn't it said that Star Ring is only for civilian use? How can they do such a thing? Can we still buy Star Ring Group's electronic products in the future? Although it is said that the domestic product control is a bit poor, but it is better to buy domestic if you can. Other people's children, after all. Except for a few comments directed at Star Circle Group, netizens from various countries, especially those from the North Gang, were all watching the fun. Ha, good bumping. Who let them launch satellites without reporting? This damages people and benefits themselves. Now they are bumped, right? Where the hell is Mystery Base? Making it so I don't know which side to speak for? Definitely speaking for the good guys. They are the terrorists. I heard that last time. That reporter. He was left behind as a laborer and had to work for a month before he could go back. True or false? The only satellite is gone. Won't Mystic Base get cold this time? Ha. Instead of public outrage, Star Circle's robber baron-like statement was greeted with hoots and hollers by large numbers of viewers, because the countries of the Northern Gang have just portrayed the base as a villain. So naturally, there will be popular support. The news was sensational. Someone has released all the video. I don't know which country recorded it. And in space, the Star Circle Group's satellite propulsion accelerates straight into a satellite. 2 satellites, all parts shattered to space, out of orbit, become space junk, drifting farther and farther away. Hama City. Xavier, who was in charge of the base's diplomacy, had gotten word of the incident shortly after it happened, along with the robber baron rhetoric of the Star Circle Group. Pissed him off. Commander, this can't be left like this. The base hasn't suffered this kind of loss yet. Xavier was filled with righteous indignation and contacted Jiang Zhu at the first opportunity. I'm preparing for it. It's never our part to provoke others. Star Ring, a civilian group, still dares to provoke us? Jiang Zhu responded in a cold voice. Isn't that a death wish? Indignation aside, Xavier was still calm. But there's a problem. If we retaliate against the Star Circle Group with an armed force, openly, this time the name of terrorists may not be able to get rid of. And what do you mean? Zhang Ru asked after a moment's thought. What Xavier said was not unreasonable. Military groups, retaliation against civil groups, not a good end. One is not afraid to carry this name. Just at this stage, Crash needs to develop quickly. Need a reputation out there. Xavier thought for a moment and said, tell you what, Commander, say that the satellite isn't ours, but that it belongs to a company we're working with, and it's none of our business to retaliate against it in the company's name. Moreover, the subsequent trade can also be carried out as a company, which is much more convenient, and our base can produce a very large number of accessories, like chips, which can be taken out for trade. Infrastructure is very costly. After the base, a large number of signaling base stations, radar base stations, and so on. Jiang Zhu's goal was to put his empire, make it an all-time favorite. Of course it needs capital. Yes, you can arrange it. Zhang Ru's eyes lit up. This was indeed possible. It's just a skin change though. But in the eyes of others, much different. And soon, Xavier was on international social media platforms, registering an account. Third World Industry. Third World Industries, we sternly condemn this behavior of the Star Ring Group, maliciously crashing our company's satellites. This is an act of terror, banditry, and the Third World Corporation will absolutely return fire for fire, tooth for tooth. Once responded to, it quickly exploded. Third World Industry. What kind of company is this? Has anyone heard of it? I don't know. What the hell? Anyway, no matter what company it is, we just need to know that they have something to do with the mysterious base. How is this going to be retaliated against? There is no industry, no operation, and no sanctioning of the Star Ring Group. I think they are just talking maybe. Ha, they can't fly up there and hit the satellites of the rings, can they? Of course it can't be. They're still worrying about what to do without a satellite. It's a new company. I guess it's the mysterious base launched to stand on the stage. Look at the fun. Ha. In response to the Third World, the global netizens were watching for fun and didn't feel that the Third World or the mysterious base. Sheridan in the same way. Relaunching the satellite to crash the satellite means of retaliation. That is also more unlikely. With people rushing the United States territory, personal retaliation against the Star Circle Group. So, the crowd felt that it was like putting out a hard message. Star Circle Group. Brad and Anthony of course saw the news, as it caught fire very quickly and was confirmed by Xavier to a reporter. Third World Industries is the base's partner. Inside the relaxing office, elegantly leaning against the table, Brad took a sip of his coffee with an echoing look on his face, glancing at the message with a slight smirk of contempt. Didn't even think about it. Anthony laughed. Mr. Blythe, scared to take revenge on you? Ha ha ha. He couldn't help but laugh at himself as he said it. Alright, things are done for you. If you're alright, go fulfill our promise, and let my assistant know what information you want. Brad didn't even want to waste his breath on the matter. He didn't think it was necessary. Anthony nodded and stood up to take his leave. Just 2 steps away he suddenly turned back. Mr. Blythe, we're talking about this being done, and that includes their subsequent satellite launches as well. Sure, Brad agreed readily. Follow-up? Kidding, how many follow-ups can there be? Thousands of Star Circle groups are still afraid of the 1 or 2 little dregs of his follow-ups? The globe is now blocked, Clash has no supplies, and there are few that can produce satellites on their own that can do it at all. So, Brad didn't think base at all. Can launch a lot of satellites. Satisfied with Blythe's response, Anthony called on 2 of his men. Let's go. Brad followed suit, preparing to go back to his office. Smith, along with a few of David's men, respectfully stood up and politely escorted a few people away. Come back. David breathed a sigh of relief, only to realize that his palms were sweaty. Satellites crashing into satellites. Ah, the big news of the century was born in his own hands. Have to brag about it to my buddies tonight. Crash. The base satellite was crashed for half an hour. Ha ha ha. Harold, how about it? I told you I had a solution. How about it? Sally was very proud to show off to the GOP president. Harold, admirable, admirable. Harold's face was full of envy, and to be honest, when he first received that news, even he was taken aback and shocked, not expecting it. The way Sally said it, I can't believe it's so exaggerated, gave him a fright. Also did not expect that the United States support for the Sali armed forces. The strength is so great. Do not hesitate to make the capital out to destroy the satellite of the mysterious base. Put the country of China behind him. Just don't have the gumption. Although the weapons and other things are well fed, and military satellites are used casually, but it is okay to deal with the Sally forces. Facing the upper base of such advanced weapons, there would be no way out. Ha 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 ha. Being praised so much by his old rival, Sally's heart was so cool that he laughed aloud. Then with the pleasure of revenge, he said, now that the Mystic base is grasping at straws, we have to hurry up. Don't stop the artillery, and get them killed as soon as possible. I know. Arranged already. In the base, rockets follow artillery even more fiercely than last night. Shooting at random. Gives off a very cocky vibe. Do you really think you're bullying the old and weak? A cold smile appeared on Jiang Ji's face as he looked at a rocket that had been intercepted and exploded. If it weren't for the base's air defenses being on full blast, he's designated to fire back with rockets. Fighters are fine with stealth coatings, now fire missiles with rockets. It's to give strength to the base air defense. Let the bullets fly a little longer. Jiang Ji said silently in his mind as he was in the chariot factory, where the production line had already begun assembling the satellites. A second satellite accessory is also in production, just waiting for the drawings from the Instan professors to revamp the production line. Wait, Jiang Ji's gaze suddenly plummeted, radiating an extremely sharp look. It's not like there's no way out. Damn it, how could I forget about the base's super weapon? Grass. I've always felt that it's best not to use it now that it's not powerful, as it could easily trigger a global targeting together. Hyperspace conversion doesn't work with nukes. What's wrong with me using the weather controller? Lightning flashes and thunder. It was an act of God. What's that got to do with my base? Can you think that this is something I control? Damn. Fix his hand. Must be fixed. I'm not the one who suffers from this. The more Jiang Ji thought about it, the more excited he became. At once, he picked up his walkie-talkie. Norton, the other side is now splitting up their forces. What is the maximum number of men? How is the equipment? Or, is there any information on the location of Sally and Harold? No more than 10,000. And for airfields, we haven't found any. The scouts don't dare to go deeper, and Sally's position with Harold isn't very clear. Like this? Zhang Ru clenched his teeth. A bit of a loss. The super weapon will inevitably not dare to use it too many times. 1 or 2 natural disasters to say the past. There can't be destructive thunder and lightning falling every day. Can wipe out an area. This is so fake. It was better to wait. When they came to heal, their forces were bound to converge, and the scout planes had been running for the past few days, looking for the other side's command center. We'll let them experience the feeling of ascension when the time comes. bathed in thunder. Jiang Ji thought sinisterly, crooking his mouth into a smile, when Nolan, with his transporter, finally pulled the satellite out from the workshop. Commander, alright, okay, you launch first. I figure this one goes up. It might get attacked as well. Let the engineers watch it then. Let them get cocky for a while longer. And wait to hear from Prof. Instan. Yes. The transporter pulled the satellite in an instant and headed for the rocket launch base, which was ready on this side. At this point, Kanchanaburi is a long way from the destruction of the satellite. For the past hour. And so on. Jiang Ji suddenly realized that now that the air defenses were on, there was no fucking way to launch it. It would be shot down by its own missiles to bring down the launch vehicle. Fuck. Star Ring. You're in big trouble. If I don't get you killed this time, I won't be called Jiang. Jiang Ji directly had his teeth itching all over. What to do? Open the Iron Curtain? Nolan, who had just taken 2 steps, also realized the problem and turned back to look at Jiang Ji with a face full of difficulties. Commander, the base is open for anti-aircraft defense. There's no way we can launch. Jiang Ru's chest rose and fell, and he sucked in a breath. Nolan, how long does it take to open the Iron Curtain once? To cool it down? The Iron Curtain unit was also heating up very badly, but where energy is born, all with fewer calories. Nolan froze briefly and shook his head. Commander, it will take 3 days to not only cool down, but to recharge. 3 days? Then after launching this satellite, Instan's new satellite couldn't be launched. Jiang Ru could only say, then don't launch it first, keep it for now and wait for news from Professor Instan. Good. There's no way. This is war. This is reality. Not a game. And the base is full. It's only been out for less than 6 days. To be able to do what I'm doing now, it's been very good. The bottom line is here. The genus is limited. Can only take their time. In the future sub-base to build more. Will not appear this problem. Jiang Ru also took it as a learning experience. Continue to be patient. Outside, Crash's army, too, was approaching the city of Hama step by step. And according to the latest intelligence, the first head of the troops, just under an hour, it will be able to reach the city of Hama. In this situation, Xavier could also only withdraw from Hama city to the middle of the base first, and stay there any longer. There was a possibility that the Sally militants would do something to Xavier, as the armored convoy withdrew. Once the Hama city reporter reported it, the outside world was once again in the wind. It's over. The satellite has been crashed. The fighters can't be deployed. The mysterious base is really out of luck now. The people have all withdrawn from Hama city. Is this ready to fight to the death? Cool. There are no fighters. They probably don't have many people at their base. Otherwise they would have built a defense line in Hama city long ago. And this time they're really going to be shrunken. Laugh me to death. Said half a month to take Crash? This don't be taking the base in a week. Let people laugh their asses off. Mystery base, I don't want to. What can I do if young people are not Marshall and hit my satellite? Ha 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 ha. Now we can finally look at the mysterious base. What it looks like. It seems like no pictures of it ever come out. Where are the spy satellites from various countries? What are they for? Yeah, I'm curious too. In such a tense situation, it was inevitable that the base would be on fire, with all kinds of ammunition and weapons production lines open all the time. With Xavier withdrawing at the same time, the base gets the message. The leading Sali forces, having arrived in the city of Hama, have begun to deploy their military installations and have brought in artillery units to intensify their indiscriminate bombardment of the base. It was obviously a close call. Nolan waited anxiously. He called all the engineers he could use, and the mechanical modification equipment was ready. If it's a good deal, as far as the real estate line is concerned, it would be a huge time saver to have them, the senior engineers, do the work and just retrofit it. It was hot in the desert. The sun was scorching the earth and the air was fluctuating under the heat. Although Jiang Ji wasn't worried, he was blindly busy in such an atmosphere. Hot and sweaty. Commander, the second oil field was taken. Do you need me to return to defense? At that moment, Alpha, who had been leading the troops outside, called. Jiang Ru came directly to the empty command center. The cool air conditioning was so refreshing. He said, no need. The base is well prepared. Even if they attack, they won't be able to come in for a while. After a pause, Jiang Ji asked again, Alpha, are you not far from where the harbor is now? 2 oil fields, all of which are owned by Sali forces. The second oil field is right on the edge of the western desert of the crash, with the port in the center, and Alpha returned. There's a 300 or 400 kilometers. This distance, with a sharp march, it's only 5 or 6 hours. A moment of slight contemplation. Jiang Ji still rejected the idea that came up just now. Forget it, or stationed in the oil field. The other side has fighters and bombers. In the oil field they do not dare to act rashly. to go outside. I'm afraid that you can't stand it. Understood, Commander. I'll look for an opportunity to see if I can't release the Terrorbots into the city of Igang and stir up their big rear, Alpha said grimly. The idea is very vicious. Jiang Ji did not refuse, and after hanging up the phone, news finally came from the combat lab that the new drawings had been designed. Straight to Nolan. Zhang Ru rested for a while and also rushed over from the empty command center to check it out. Nolan's dozen or so people were already in the workshop getting started. Seeing him coming, Nolan's eyes lit up. Commander, that's great. This modification is very convenient. No need to move the production line. Just need to add an extra launcher and charging device. The attack system is sort of independent. It doesn't require much modification to the original satellite, similar to an exoskeleton, and is a direct addition, like on a bottle, screwing on a cap. It can also be understood as docking. Jiang Ji nodded heavily. How long will it take to modify it? It's producing the laser device. Estimate half an hour. All will be done well. Nolan counted the time, and Jiang Ji took the base's tablet from him. Above is a drawing of the new satellite, like a dragonfly, and the light prism emitters, instead of refracting lasers like prisms, are directly excited by high-energy batteries, the equivalent of an energy weapon. It's awesome. Just even in the game, a bunch of light prism tanks together, the blood-thick apocalypse, trying to rush through, are losing a lot of money. The power is high. Make do for now. The Star Ring Group's account. When the immediate trouble is solved, look for him to slowly calculate, but we have to save for a rainy day. Jiang Ji returned the tablet to Nolan. Nolan and the others disassembled first and prepared the docking port, and outside, without giving the base too much of a chance to catch its breath either. Hama City's advance troops actually started marching directly towards the desert in a big way. Their mission. It was necessary to see this mysterious base, what it looked like, who it was, and to try to find out what the base's strength was. If the momentum is weak, better take it. The force, about 2,000 men, mostly infantry, with only a dozen or so armored vehicles, was assigned by the officers to advance in several columns. At the back of this line, followed by a dozen or so civilian vehicles from the city of Hama, filled with journalists from various countries, clutching cameras and videotaping to witness the coverage of the moment. Seeing that Sally's forces don't stop it, even some of the residents of Hama City, with the idea of hilarious, followed up. In the back of the discussion and also one by one with a cell phone filming. Mystery base. Ha! It's never been seen before. Is this the time to finally see it? Not for a moment. The advance team maneuvered a dozen drones to take off, ready to reconnoiter the situation. In the combat information vehicle, the officers of the unit, along with some of the staff officers, watched the footage coming from the drone on the screen. The desert is endless and bare, with only the occasional green plant and pike tree visible. The rest of it was an earthy yellow color. They didn't even set up some sentries along the road, and no drones patrolling around? Reasonable? A staff officer frowned deeply. It's a little eerie how quiet it is. It's rumored that not only us, but all the countries had secretly sent people to launch drones earlier, and they were all shot down. So how come there's nothing this time? The other officer was also a bit confused. Years of combat experience. Even if the front is heavily guarded, the Dragon's Den, all dare to go to breakthrough. Only this. Nothing. Very puzzling. Often there are big storms underneath the calm. Is it possible that not only the people of Hama City have withdrawn, but their base, too, has secretly withdrawn? After all, this time, they don't have satellites, and there's no way to fight us anymore. Oh, that's possible too. Or it doesn't make sense. It's modern times now, and with HD cameras, any ambush can exist, so that can only be explained by the withdrawal of troops. Either that, or the officers on the base are idiots. Don't even know about arming. Order the entire army to move forward slowly. Take another good look with the drones. Split up into several sections all the way to the front. Make sure it's okay, and then we'll move forward quickly. Yes. In the meantime, the troops were followed by journalists from various countries, along with some of Crash's international social media platform bloggers, and those who had drones operated them to take off, shoot live up. Spectators from various countries who were paying attention to these people, all of a sudden flocked in, excited and impatient to watch. Even by karma, I didn't realize I could see it live. Wow, is this the desert where the mysterious base is located? Crash is moving so fast. He's already hit home. Why is there no one there? Has the mystic base given up the resistance? Yes. Here from the base straight line distance. Only 40 kilometers. Less than an hour. Full speed ahead. Less than an hour to They are no one out of the tube? Sure enough. Just as I thought. Once the satellite is finished, the mysterious base is cool too. Really mailed it in and gave up. Whether it's a military drone, or a journalist's, or some Crash bloggers, The desert is captured. There really wasn't a single movement. It seems there is no mystery base ahead, only the desert. Just a hint of eeriness was wordlessly revealed in the quiet. The many netizens in the live broadcast room didn't think so much about it. Just looking at the empty desert without the slightest line of defense, one and all thought that the mysterious base had given up. Indeed, anyone who sees this empty scene, neither will think much of it. It is not ancient times, but also engage in what ambush that's set. In front of high-definition cameras, any ambush have nothing to hide, cannot be buried in the yellow sand, hidden in the desert, right? If that happened, the massive ambush would have been discovered. Plus, with the temperatures so high in the desert, buried in yellow sand, it would be no different from an egg that was about to be boiled. As drones get deeper and deeper, the entire desert had not revealed a hint of it, and there was almost nothing to be seen except for the wheel marks pressed by some of the base's vehicles. See this situation. Sally's armed advance team, straight away, let their guard down, and even though it was a bit spooky, the officer ordered it. Full speed ahead. Boom boom boom. A car's engine began to roar, at top speed, sprinting through the desert, and seeing this, some of the convoys following behind them to watch the action and report on the live broadcasts accelerated along with them. The live streaming network is very large, directly boiling blood up, the international largest social platform, overseas jitterbugs, Twitter, and so on. The number of people in a live room, in a short time, directly exceeded the number of millions of people online, and that number is still soaring at rocket speed. The heat is too much. No one expected that just the possibility of seeing the mysterious base in its entirety would attract so many people to watch, and some of the bigger companies, as well as newspapers, were beginning to pay attention to this. Society today. Traffic is king. Splash of traffic. That's money. This is inevitable in any country. It looks like the mysterious base may have really given up on resistance. It's almost 10 kilometers into the desert, and the drone probe is almost approaching 20 kilometers, and there's still no sign of resistance. Yeah, the troops are starting to move at full speed. I've never seen a battle fought so easily. The Mystic base will be completely finished if it's surrounded here. Maybe there's nothing they can do about it. What can they do? Ha ha ha, that makes sense. Several live broadcast rooms were very lively, and the viewers of their respective platforms were all in a heated discussion. From the site before us, get a fact. The mysterious base, I guess, really gave up resistance. After all, the border was blocked. There was no support. There was no one to ask for people, no weapons, and the only satellite was crashed. Any way you look at it, it's a picture of the end of the road. There are no means. It can block the power to set the whole crash. The bloggers from Hama City were excited, and one by one, they felt the adventure was worth it. With a few of them running live streams, none of which had less than 1 million people. That traffic, it's ridiculously high. To describe it as envious is not an exaggeration at all. You know, before, they didn't have much of a fan base, but they were just quick-witted enough to seize this opportunity. Over 1 million online viewers. A random swipe of a gift would be enough to pay them a year's salary for working at Crash. Suddenly, the live broadcast is getting up. The crowd hair ahead of the convoy suddenly slowed down. One by one stepped on the brakes. Breaking up situation. It left the crowd a little confused. What the hell? Wasn't it going full speed ahead? Why is it slowing down? Looked at the footage coming back from the drone. The front is incredibly wide, without any obstacles, at most some desert pike trees. On this thing, military vehicles directly hit the past are alright. How could it cause a slowdown? However, not only the journalists in the back with the civilians followed by Crash, but even the solely armed men were full of confusion at this point. What's going on up front? In the information chariot, several officers were also at a loss for words, and immediately picked up the intercom. How did the convoy stop? Report the situation ahead. Head car, do you copy? Hello? Called for a while. Something very strange happened. Actually none of them responded. At this time, the intercom came from the alarmed voice, report, the front convoy of our comrades, all fainted, and, I feel a little uncomfortable on the body. It's the people in the back. Not sure why the front stopped. Get out of the car and see for yourself. Only then did they realize that one by one, their faces were white and their brows were furrowed, as if they were enduring intense discomfort. But one by one, their eyes were tightly closed, in the middle of a coma. See this scene. In addition to being terrified, the rest of him, not knowing whether he was infected by this horrible atmosphere or what, actually also felt uncomfortable. It seemed, his whole body was out of control. There's a dryness that's hard to deal with conflict. Coma? This? What the hell? In the command car, several officers looked at each other, their faces all incredulous. Good reason. So many people. all fall into a coma. There is definitely a ghost. But, in the footage from the drone, there's nothing in the desert. It's hard not to. What the hell? The officer layer in the command vehicle with the chief of staff couldn't sit still and hurriedly picked up the walkie-talkie, opened all the channels, and nervously said, "All of you, report on the situation as well as the physical condition. Report, nothing out of the ordinary, just the convoy stopped for some reason. Report, normal. Report, no enemy detected." They reported on the situation before they began to report on their own feelings. Vehicle 033 report, physical condition, seems to have a cold. I seem to have a fever. I'm a little sick too. Very sleepy, trying to sleep. Just got a nosebleed. Listening to a loud report. The layer of officers in the command vehicle stood up in unison, their pupils shrinking violently. Definitely not right. There are ghosts. Both experience and intuition told them that their troops were caught in a trap. Wow. Pangs a moment. Just stood up a chief of staff. Legs softly sat back on the stool. The rest of the people all look at him. He was surprisingly pale. Eyeballs filled with a very large number of red filaments. It scared the crowd. "What's wrong with you?" The officer, who only felt his legs go weak, gradually lost his eyes. "I seem to have a fever. It feels like there's a fire inside me. Burning." The words were just finished. He then clang-a-planted, next to the people who are quick, hurriedly a hand to help. Just the next moment, his face is also difficult to see up. The face that had just been flushed, instantly very pale. He yelled out, "Quickly go. There is a big problem here. I feel so bad that I am about to lose my breath." He covered his neck, his face turning purple as if he was being choked. Next moment, collapsed to the ground just like the officer earlier. This one. The rest of them all panicked, their faces full of horror. What the hell is going on? It's horrible. Killing people without a word. Withdraw. Retreat. The officer was extremely appalled and shouted. However, it was too late. At this time, he finally knew what was going on with the ministry. He felt his body was blazing hot, as if he was in a big furnace. It was hot and unusually uncomfortable. It's never felt like this before. Immediately after, the officer watched in horror as his palms, the skin of his arms, sprouted a blood-red blotch that spread across his skin as if it were acute hives. Why is that? His eyes were filled with horror. In a few breaths, it was as if he had turned into a monster, just as if he was crawling with ants all over his body, and he couldn't help but scratch all over his body. It stings and itches. It tickles to the bone. Rip. The officer froze violently. His pupils dilated dramatically, trembling as he looked at his hand and grabbed off a piece of bloody skin. He shivered his lips. "What's going on? My skin. It's like melting." Yes, he was bubbling with blood-red spots all over his body. Then it turns into blocks. The skin was burning inch by inch, accompanied by intense pain and itching. And the next moment the officer couldn't stand it any longer and collapsed in the car. The entire force of almost 3,000 men. Only a few cars in the very back ran away, and those who survived were left with 20 or 30 Sally militants, along with dozens of journalists in the very back and the residents of Hama City. Don't know what's going on though, but it was only when they saw the soldiers pulled on top of the military pickup trucks, each one falling to the ground with great difficulty, and the men behind them fleeing like mad, far away, that they dared to stop. Everyone's mind was overwhelmed with fear. This is so weird. No gas bombs, no bioweapons or any mysterious base attack in sight. How is it that, without a word, such a thing occurs? Is this desert haunted? Besides, with a desert this empty, gas bombs won't work, and food is no problem. How else can I explain it? The key thing is that right now, everyone is in a daze. They have no idea what's going on. They just heard the top say to withdraw. They ran, and then they saw a very large number of people fall to the ground. Nothing else is clear. So, currently, various journalists with crashes bloggers, and several live streams with millions of viewers from all over the globe, are also filled with confusion. Anchor, what's the situation? Why did you run just now? The drones didn't see it. There are troops from the mysterious base coming out. Yeah, hurry up and explain. I'm too curious. What's going on? Why do I see you guys running away like you've seen a ghost? Where are the troops in front? Inquiries flooded the airwaves. A few anchors also used skimming English, with panicked faces, explaining with difficulty, I don't know. This desert isn't quite right. You guys see? Except for a few dozen of us. The rest of them are all inside without movement. What the hell? How is this possible? Not to mention the audience. The remaining people on the scene were so eager to figure out what was going on that they maneuvered the few remaining drones and began filming the specifics. Suddenly, vomit. A gagging sound came from the scene just as he watched the footage coming back from the drone. This was followed by a chorus of vomit. That picture. The soldiers who fell in the desert were so bloody that they were about to become unrecognizable, and their flesh and blood seemed to have undergone some kind of chemical reaction, and they were bloody and melted. It's just like a puddle of blood, a complete mosaic picture. It's brutal. They hadn't seen this look at all, and their stomachs had turned over and were very out of place. And at the moment, viewers of the various live streams, also across the globe, were met with a sound of dry heaves, staring wide-eyed and horrified at the unbearable scene on the screen. How did that happen? What the hell happened? For good reason. It can actually turn people into blood. Is the mysterious base going to research some kind of biochemical weapon? Biological weapon? This is too scary. Until then, countless people only reacted to why there was no one in this desert. So it turned out that the mysterious base had not given up, but had long deployed this silent killing method. How did they do it? It's brutal. I'm a chemistry student. It's kind of like corrupting someone with a strong acid. Except, there are no conditions for strong acids in the desert. And the rest, I can't really think of. Mysterious base. This is killing people invisibly. Without spending a single soldier. Get so many people killed. Where in the world did they come up with so many curves? Horrible as it is. I can't even eat my dinner tonight. Brutal. Disgusting. Horrifying. Shocking. To use these words now would not be an overstatement. The scene was absolutely miserable. Rawly melting a person into blood. Who see? Absolutely all want to vomit. That picture is very impact on the visual, and the mysterious base of this hand operation. Once again, they were put on the map. Sally's forces, along with the government forces, were the first to get the news, and then when they saw the video, everyone froze in place, and then there were sounds of dry heaves. Government forces were quick to issue a statement, loudly and righteously condemning. Mystery Base is a very dangerous terrorist on a big biochemical poison gas research, which is something Crash will never allow. Something so horrible happened in the desert that 3,000 people died at once, and such a weird way to die. It was an instant global sensation. While the populace was talking, detailed information about the deaths and injuries was put on the desks of the military institutes of various countries at a very fast pace. China, the United States, Goose, and other major countries represented. An emergency meeting will be held soon. Last time a killer robot, this time this kind. I don't care what you use. Now, right now, tell me what kind of weapon it is, what principle it works on, and if we can imitate it. Summon all relevant researchers. Come on, give me the answer as fast as you can. The leader of the Military Academy of Sciences, with a serious face, tapped the table pang pang sound, and directly gave a dead order. Even if the ones sitting there, many of them are highly respected old men. It's really this time. The mystery base showed something overblown. No bombs dropped. No adventures taken. Deployment cannot be detected. Just kill so many people easily. Then if they want to commit a terrorist act, in what capital city? Crowded first-tier city to get a little. That is not directly paralyzed finished? It's literally worse than a nuclear bomb. So, even if it can't be imitated, it is also necessary to find out the principle of this thing, as well as the way to restrain the response. Otherwise, this mysterious base, it is too disturbing to the heart. No one on the globe can sleep peacefully. In the conference room, in addition to the leadership, the rest of the people, in fact, do not know the specifics. At this time picked up the information placed in front of the body, one by one to check up. Just open the first page. The crowd then frowned deeply, feeling sick inside. The conference room grew quieter and quieter as pages and pages of information were turned, leaving only the swish 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 of paper turning pages faster and faster. Shocker! On the scene, dozens of at least is a doctoral degree of the military academy personnel. Each person's face, more or less, showed a trace of shock. Noiselessly killed so many people. The drone didn't find anything unusual. It's a little spooky. What gas bombs, gene bombs, are the first thing that can be ruled out because if you are going to use them, you will inevitably have to drop them. And the information reflects the fact that there was no movement at the scene of any explosion. And, genetic weapons aren't just words. It's not that simple to research them. There are no decade-long sampling experiments. Not at all. In the end, it was the bigwigs of the Chinese Academy of Military Science, and there were quite a few of them who were well versed in various fields, and after reading the information and pondering for a few moments, there was an old pedant who said, looking at the deceased, it is clear that the immunity was completely destroyed, and the only thing in the air that can do that to this extent seems to be strong ionizing radiation, and that contains three types of rays, alpha, beta, and gamma, which are internally and externally emitted, and which can cause death to the human body in a short period of time. Strong ionizing radiation? Could it be nuclear radiation? The question was pointed out, and everyone's mind clicked as if it really was. The old scholar continued to stare at the information and said, nuclear radiation is also a type of ionizing radiation. But according to the information from Hiroshima, Japan, the radiation from the nuclear bomb explosion back then was not enough to reach this level. What? Not even that? That is to say, the radiation from the mysterious base is much more powerful than even a nuclear bomb explosion? It can make a person's immunity go out of control in a short period of time. The cells in his body proliferated wildly and uncontrollably, and then the organism collapsed and turned into blood. Will the chemical suits hold up? I'm not sure. This intensity of radiation. It's still not recommended to take the risk of trying, even if you don't die in the first place. When you come back, you'll have all kinds of after effects. A young man in his 30s frowned slightly in the large conference room. He always felt a little familiar, but it doesn't come to mind for a moment. At this time, the leader of the Academy of Military Science spoke. Do we have a way to imitate the radiation type of weapon? Should we try to study it in this piece? The old scholar's slightly cloudy eyes went out of focus for a moment. I don't recommend it. This stuff, it's dangerous. A nuclear leak, 100 miles around can't survive. Not to mention this is countless times stronger than nuclear radiation. Once it leaks, no one can afford the consequences. Then there's a problem. The range of radiation is huge. What does it mean that they deployed the radiation weapon just 20 or 30 kilometers away from their base? Just 20 or 30 kilometers away? The leader of the Military Academy of Science's eyes burned as he pounded the table emphatically. Then Jing seriously said, it means that they have fully mature technology, can control the radiation on and off at will, as well as the range. This mysterious base cannot be kept. This kind of weapon cannot be kept. Strategic comparable to nuclear bombs. Which city can withstand such a silent one? 2 words to speak. The atmosphere in the conference room was heavy as the crowd pondered if this was indeed a proven technology. It can be turned on and off at will. What would that entail? That's totally it. A nuclear bomb that can walk and explode at will. And, most likely, it's a directed radiation from their base, similar to a flashlight, hitting the desert. So, regardless of whether this weapon is dangerous or not, I've decided to open a research project, and even if I can't develop it, I have to find me a way to refrain it, or an anti-chemical material that can resist such strong ionizing radiation. If it's directional, that would be invincible. Ionizing radiation, which is a type of energy, and a lot of energy propagation in nature relies on radiation. So as long as we have this weapon, and then study from there, it's not hard to create directed radiation. It wouldn't be a walking nuke. Instead, it's a nuke that goes where it's pointed and directly ignores air defenses, which on a ground battlefield, that would be horrible. Once again, the mysterious base was silent. Just to make a splash, it really exploded on the global news networks. Extremely hot. It's a new high-powered strategic deterrent class weapon. As soon as it pops, directly soared to the first place on the hot list. What celebrity cheating? In front of this thing, simply not enough to see. Strategic deterrent level. It's comparable to a nuclear weapon. The world is sensationalized. Say anything with various bloggers, all run out of alarmist, rubbing the base of the heat. People pass on the situation. The mysterious base is directly described. Unfathomable and terrifying. In a split second, in the midst of this massive spread, there was another hot word that made it to the top of the Hot 100, taking over second place outright. Hashtag radiation engineers hashtag. There were so many people discussing this that naturally some people perceived the radiant engineers from the Red Alert game and, most coincidentally, this thing happened to be exclusive to Crash. The term radiant engineer came out though. The only thing everyone felt was shock. At present, no one is thinking about the Red Alert base vehicle. After all, it is too heavenly. Just that the base will be the technology of radiation engineers. In reality, research. However, at once, the military channels began to boil over. As soon as the radiant engineers came out, the base's multi-purpose armored vehicle, tank with the Rhino, it was also pulled out frame by frame. Crap, this is so damn similar. It's practically identical. It can't be. Don't scare me. Someone doesn't really have a Red Alert base car, right? Fuck. Good man. So that makes sense about Cuffeat City. Crap, terrifying spiders? Nyet would be outrageous. Once again, the mysterious base is hogging the hot seat. Hashtag mystery base has stabbed Red Alert's nest. Hashtag multi-purpose armored vehicles and Rhino tanks. Helicopter gunships have been blown up one after another. And the terrorist robots can't be hidden. This time, it's really very puzzling. Boy, it's not fiction shining into reality, is it? This. Unlikely put, the world is crazy, or the mysterious base is crazy. How can there be a product of the game? The only explanation is that their chief engineer of weapons is very fond of Red Alert, so the things that are built are according to the inside of Red Alert. I also think that the whole Red Alert base vehicle thing, it's not even close to being good, right? That's right, how could it be? The mysterious base offered no explanation. The outside world is talking. The streets and alleys are discussing the Red Alert, the Red Alert this game, surprisingly glowing second spring, directly by the Jiangxi fire, though suspicions are very high at the moment, but people just talk and joke about it. They haven't really thought that someone can have the same ability to materialize fantasy into reality as they get the system in novels. Jiangxi had to be glad that inertial thinking, so that people would not receive things outside of their own perceptions. Otherwise, the base this time, I'm afraid that it really will not be able to keep it. But obviously, he was already half a foot, standing on the edge of the cliff. As more and more comes to light from the base, even if this was an incredible thing, it would be accepted by people, little by little. When Jiangxi knew what was going on in the outside world, I'm glad I didn't use a weather controller. Otherwise, there's really no way to explain it. And the outside world was buzzing with chatter at the same time. In the desert of Clash, the base's second satellite, all the preparations for launch were in place and the Iron Curtain didn't have to be opened. The base has updated the enemy identification function of the air defense system a bit, added all the existing missiles, rockets, and launch vehicles, which are still sensed by air defense radar, but will not attack airborne objects on the base. Commander, all units okay? I'll prepare 3 launch vehicles. Launch them first and follow up with reserves if anything happens. Nolan wiped the sweat from his forehead, smudged, and reported back with a knowing smile. Alright, launch. It's been hard on everyone. When the crash war is over, we'll have the chance to give everyone a good rest for a few days. Zhang also felt something in his heart. Looking at a busy figure at the base, it felt profoundly like I was squeezing too hard. There's hardly ever a day off enough. Now, the satellites were the top priority of the base, and since the US had already made its move, Jiangxi understood that he had to be completely prepared, so it was straightforward to get Nolan to produce a few more. Soon, the launch vehicle was on a countdown to launch, and on the SpySat building, orbits were being calculated, and for the first time, there was no data but to recklessly rush upwards, and in the last few days, the base's satellite has had some orbital information. After all, it only takes, above Central Europe, there are not many satellites in geosynchronous orbit. In the region of 300 to 500 kilometers above the ground. See the countdown open. Zhang also said to Norton, arrange the rest of the things. As soon as the satellite is on track, immediately launch a counterattack against the 2 armies of Crash. Yes, on the airfield, fighter jets are loaded with ammunition and ready to take off at a moment's notice. At this point, at the base of the rocket launching site, there was a boom, and the pool of water used for cooling down below boiled over in an instant. Water vapor floods everything. The towering launch vehicle, synchronized for takeoff, ran wildly up in the sky like a wild horse out of control. The ballistic ICBM air defense systems of the neighboring countries of Erlang, Saudi Arabia and others, activated again. The base's launch vehicle, in full view of everyone, plunged headfirst into the sky, in the middle of the desert, 30 kilometers from the base. Dozens of journalists who just survived the radiation zone with soldiers, all of them raised their heads, their eyes dilated a little, and froze as they watched the base's launch vehicle lift off. And this scene was directly synchronized in the middle of the live broadcast facing the global audience. This is another satellite launch? So is it from Third World Industries, or is it from Mystery Base? Everyone came to a consensus. Al-Qaeda didn't sit back. They were still looking for an opportunity. And by this point in time, basically, the Sali forces were with the government forces. A number of troops, one after the other, were at this time very close to the city of Hama. The beast is trapped. Countless people witnessed the base's carrier rockets, amidst the countless incoming intercepted rockets, rise to a height invisible to the naked eye without touching a single leaf. Space, cold, boring, dark, azure-colored outer layer of the planet. A rocket stood out, and gradually all sound was lost around it. No more air. Multiple stages of propulsion shed one layer at a time, and in a short time, once again, the base's satellites, sent into budgetary orbits, began to synchronize their movements with the Earth's rotation, just when everyone thought it was over. In the desert, less than 10 minutes later, once again a launch vehicle, shot up into the sky, and across the globe, spectators watching the scene, all a little bit wide-eyed. 2. The logistical reserve of the mysterious base is really a bit too much. In just a short time, air defense missiles not to mention satellites are so well prepared. However, 10 minutes again, the crowd went numb. Here comes the third one. One thought came up in their minds. Is it going to be the end? There won't be a fourth or a fifth one. Will there? This one. Millions of people waited desperately for 10 minutes or so on the Crash Blogger's live feed, and finally there was no fourth one. Otherwise they really don't know how to describe it. Mystery base. Scary as hell. At the same time, when the first satellite of the base had just entered the orbit of the Starring Ring Corporation, located in the United States, Brett instantly received the news. Oh, there really is a reserve of satellites? He laughed and waved his assistant to get busy. Then Schmidt stood up, straightened his suit, and emerged from the office like a lion patrolling his territory. Slightly proud head held high. Proceed to the 36th floor satellite center. Jingle bells. Not 2 steps away, the cell phone he clutched in his hand buzzed and vibrated, and without looking, Brad reached up and pressed the headset that knocked against his ear. Hello? Brad. This is Anthony, the Central European side. Anthony's words on the other side of the phone were just half said when he was directly interrupted by Brad. I already know. I'll take care of it now, and since it was agreed upon when we worked together, I'll make sure to do it for you. It was quiet there for a moment. Came Anthony's laugh. Good. Then I'll trouble Mr. Blythe. The corner of Brad's mouth was slightly tilted. Isn't it just one satellite? No need to call in next time, let alone one. I'll handle 10. Hang up. He took the private elevator and had just arrived at the 36th floor when the base's second satellite, which happened to be launched, was constantly adjusting its orbit. And at this point, David is in the monitoring room. Several satellite monitoring, once again sounded drip 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 emergency avoidance alarm. He took a look. Immediately scalp. Computer screen. Calculated orbit. Surprisingly this new satellite, to hit straight up. I knock. David's face froze and he exploded directly. It was simply too late to maneuver now. The satellites launching up were fast. He didn't even have to think about it. Other people definitely do it on purpose. It's revenge coming. Supervisor Smith, come to monitoring room 8. There's an emergency. David rushed to call the leader, knowing full well that this was not something he could handle on his own. The words just fell. The door of the monitoring office was pushed open, and a middle-aged man in a suit with a bland demeanor was greeted, followed by Smith with a nod and a bow. As soon as David looked at it, the man froze, then scrambled to his feet. Boss, what are you doing here again? Smith, there's just something I need to see you about. There's an unidentified satellite that's rapidly entering our orbit. The visitor was, of course, Brad. Without David having to say anything, his gaze, along with Smith's, had landed on the screen, and after seeing the situation clearly, Brad smiled faintly, stepping forward and straightening David's tie. Just come, what's the panic? David on the spot flaxen frozen, unbelievingly looked at the boss, then full of flattered eyes full of worship. I'm knocking. Is this the boss? So handsome. That look of calmness and unflappability was so mesmerizing that, immediately after, David realized, the bosses are here. It shows that this situation, the boss had guessed it long ago. At once, he treated Brad with more and more respect. Boss, what do you think? How to deal with this situation now? Sit. Brad's voice was calm as he patted the stool. Then looking at the screen, he clasped his hands to his chest. Calm and indifferent, let him crash. Not to crash have to trouble ourselves. At that, David understood for a second, and it dawned on him that this was the satellite that Third World Industries had launched up. That's right, boss. He suddenly thought of something. It's the second satellite they've launched, and there's just been another one that went into orbit. Oh, Brad let out a light eep, floating a smile slowly nodding his head. It seems that it was himself who had slighted this mysterious base. I didn't realize that there were a few more. With faint disdain, he uttered the words as if they were as simple as drinking a mouthful of water. Where's the first one? Use our satellites and give it a bump. I'm kinda curious to see how Third World Industry is going to retaliate against the Star Circle. David froze with Smith, immediately back. Okay boss, just launched the first one, in their original orbit. Our satellite is just in time to hit it. Operate. Okay. Davey got excited again. He could actually crash again. TSK, who else in the whole world would be able to do such a great deed? Later on the resume, it's all very heavily weighted. On the other side, the desert of crash. Journalists from various countries, one by one, looked at a few smiling crash bloggers with their mouths closed, not to mention how hard it was in their hearts. Shit, the material that you're so good at shooting yourself. Resent back to the paper for a report. Thought it was first-hand material, but in fact, the yellow flowers are cold. The newspaper is still editing it, and the internet has already gone crazy, and the material is even more complete than theirs. Recent crash does have too much heat, and while the major official media outlets have authority, this is the age of online information. Traffic is king. It doesn't. Seeing the bloom in the folk bloggers live room, there was a regular company that was eyeing the heat. United States. One of the accounts that previously broke out the video of two satellites colliding in space, exempted to open a live broadcast, and the content is not the general public broadcast, because the context of this broadcast, in space, the video account, a not very big navigational communications company, is not even ranked in the global enterprise. However, it happens to be. They're in space in Central Europe. There's a satellite with a camera. When it was learned that as soon as the satellite of the mysterious base lifted off, the explosion of the last video brought in a very big profit, so this time, they directly stared at it, because the whole world knows, Third World Industries, to retaliate against the Star Circle Group. So this retaliation, will it be at the satellite level, to a collision drama? So, they went straight to a headline with a seductive title, Third World launches another satellite. Space collision spectacular, to kick off the live broadcast with the background in space. The account last posted a video. It has accumulated a very large number of fans, so as soon as Makai Communications went live, it immediately attracted a lot of curious viewers. As soon as one sees it live, all the fans who came into the live broadcast room, their eyes suddenly widened with excitement and surprise, overjoyed. Even the karma, this is live space, that's so powerfully hot. Hey, you guys, look, that new satellite that was launched up here. It looks like it's going to collide with one. Walter fuck, there really is a space collision bonanza? This time, not to mention the audience. Even the people of Matsai Communication Company felt a huge surprise. Falling from the sky, this wave of their own family to earn hemp. Space, the scene, watched by over 100,000 people who had just come in, was a satellite that had been accelerated to the extreme to the point where the launch vehicle had all but fallen off. With extreme speed, toward a satellite. Look at the track. That's clearly going to crash and give the big guy a head start. Is this third world industry? Say retaliation is retaliation, not with a hint of falsehood. Tough stuff. It was a really fast and exciting moment as the live stream of Makai Communications was quickly shared with friends by one and all. And Makai Communications is live on the international Shakeology platform. As soon as it opens, just like that fire, the Shake Smart algorithm directly pushed the live room to the top. And in an instant, thousands of viewers poured in. The online numbers have simply gone up like crazy. Moment. It jumped from 150,000 right up to 210,000, jumping once a second, each time rising by more than 100,000 people, and in a few breaths, it blazed up to 1 million online viewers. But any spectator who comes in, seeing this scene, with the frantic pop-ups, held his breath for a moment, his eyes staring deathly at the two satellites in the screen that were getting closer and closer. Do we really have to crash? Unlike last time, this time, if we bump it, it would be a declaration of war in disguise. Ah, third world industry and nobody. Who gave him the courage? Tough with the star ring? Even if the mysterious base behind it, on its own, in terms of capital, it can't be compared to a group like Star Circle, which is several $100 billion large. They really dare? Meanwhile, at this very moment, the base's third satellite launch vehicle takes off. The first satellite. It also went into orbit and tested perfectly fine, a product of the base's homologous build, seamlessly connecting to the base's terrestrial base station in a flash. Again, it can be for missiles as well as fighter jets. Precision guidance. Boom, boom, boom. In the middle of the desert, the dozens of people who had been dumbfounded by the launch of 3 satellites in a row were once again stunned in place. Watch a fighter jet take off from the base. Rampant clamor in the air. Then, each turned around and headed straight for the hinterlands of the crash stuff. The fighters had just taken off, and in the blink of an eye, the base's counterattack was in full force. One rocket, from all sides of the base, they were fired and counterattacked the artillery positions of both crash armies, making it a complete spectacle of indiscriminate bombardment with ammunition. Their side, the viewers in the live broadcast room, too, were wide-eyed and counting with bated breath. 1, 2, 3, 4, 10 fighters. OMG. The mysterious base's fighters. They turned out to be so many. They're hiding too deep. Holy shit. 10 stealth fighters? It's only 10 frames. What's so surprising? Look at you guys. You look like you've never seen the world. You know shit. Do you know what 10 stealth fighters mean? The Clash government forces combined with the Sally forces don't have a single stealth fighter. Only the big powers have that. Now that the base satellite has been relaunched, and Crash doesn't find a way to target the stealth fighters, it's really hard to tell who's going to win and who's going to lose. If the base only had 4 or 5, with Crash's 30 or so, there would still be a fight. But today, come out 10 at a time. Things are a little muddy again. And at this time, this side of the live broadcast room is discussing heatedly. Suddenly rushed in a group of people, yelling, Hurry up, are you guys on 2G? Still looking at the desert. The base and starring ring are going to fight in the sky. Hurry up and get over here. Crowd, in a semi-clueless state. One by one, these viewers came to Makai Communications' live broadcast room, squinted their eyes to take a closer look, and were instantly stunned. Live streaming seamlessly? Audiences from countries all over the globe got excited, just like a chicken blood. I didn't realize there was such a thing as a good thing. The moment. In the middle of space, the huge blue planet was below, the atmosphere emitting a glittering light. Very magnificent. A satellite, already limit close to another. Millions of viewers in the live stream. Chi-Chi's heart was tense and he held his breath to witness this moment that could be called history. Eventually, the satellite launched by the mysterious base stopped just less than 5 meters away from the starring ring group's satellite. Drive into a synchronized orbit. With the star circle group's satellites, always keep a distance of 5 meters. There was no direct hit. The countless people who had just been nervous in the live broadcast room had their eyes glazed over with displeasure on their faces. Damn. Where's the big collision scene we were talking about? Third World Industries. Are you guys okay? I've got my pants down and this is what you're showing me? You're so close to getting it right. You stop? Boring. Give the master a whole laugh. This is the Third World Industry, said Retaliation. You want to be so funny, not to make people look at the joke? Yeah, do so much foreplay, all thought you wanna crash. This is the teeth for teeth, but at the last minute, you stopped. In that case, isn't the statement issued by Third World Industry a slap in the face? Starring rings. When seeing this scene, Brad couldn't help but laugh out of his mouth. Didn't bump? What a surprise to me. They don't bump. It's not delivered to the door. We bump. Too much fun. Smith and David are also full of confusion. There is such a person? What kind of brain circuits? How do they think? The two were completely unable to understand. David, too, all crashed. I read the news that the third seems to have sent a launch as well. Look at the distance. All over to you. Brad explained with a pursed smile on his lips. He felt that the task was too easy to accomplish. I thought it would take a bit more work. Mystery base. What a great guy. Okay, boss. It's very simple. I'll operate it right away. David rubbed his palms together excitedly, staring at the screen, his eyes shining straight. He all but put the first satellite down first, ready to eat this meat that came to his mouth first. 10 fingers quickly on the operating system. Set the program up. Space. 2 satellites. Separated by less than 5 meters. A distance that, on the scale of the universe, is really negligible. Very, very close. At the same time that David was operating, in the middle of the base, Jiang Ji and Norton and his group were also monitoring the base from the satellite, watching with a hidden smile. Soon, the thrusters of the Star Ring Group's satellite were activated, and the foreign viewers who had just lost their tirades in the middle of the live broadcast room of the Makai Communication Company, eyes seriously wide open again. Hey, you guys, if Third World Industries doesn't do it, Star Circle is going to do it. Oh, wow, good job. Ha 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 ha. Third World Industries won't be able to sleep tonight now. Know how to make the first move? The satellite of the Star Circle Group. In the darkness of space with a blue background. A jet of gas. Obviously, it's going to move. And at this moment, the base's satellite, the propulsion system was actually synchronized to start. Under the gaze of countless pairs of eyes. 2 satellites. Start moving together. At this moment, everyone had only one thought. The mysterious base panicked and wanted to hide. Wasn't this self-inflicted? Fruity. The Star Circle Group's satellites, rushing straight toward the base satellites, were mesmerizing in space? In the night, who knows? The base's satellites are faster. Unlike the jet's propulsion, it instead carried a ghostly blue ionized energy in its tail, rapidly moving away from where it had just been, directly flung the enemy a few dozen meters. Star Circle Group. Instead of being discouraged, David, like a patient hunter, was about to power through and perform the big chase. He watched the screen as if mesmerized. The hands created an exciting scene, but suddenly, the base's satellite stopped running, and a few booster jets moved. Adjust the angle slightly, making an electromagnetically constrained like circular opening, aimed at the starring ring base's satellite, which, in reality, contained a maze of prismatic light-enhancing technology. What's this about? You know you can't run away, so you're not going to run? It's too late to choose to die standing up. It's kind of weird. Countless people were snapping words on the pop-up screen of the live broadcast, not sparing the slightest bit of mockery and ridicule towards the mysterious base, all of them saying what they had done earlier. But at this point, exploding projectiles, thinning out, all over the countries, more than 5 million people were watching the live broadcast, and at this moment, all of them were staring blankly at the screen, with all their attention attracted. It was as if something extremely compelling was going on. Immediately after, their eyes gradually widened, their gazes lost in thought, staring at the screen as if they were imprisoned. And one by one, they didn't move at all. Go. Someone was eating and let out a shocked sound, their chopsticks slipping right out of their hands. This? The expressions on their faces ranged from mockery, ridicule, and gloating, to surprise, disbelief, and now shock. It happened in just a moment. Clunk! Some spectators stood up violently, their eyes incredible, as if they saw a very hard-to-believe scene, and stood still with their jaws agape. All of it. All originating from the screen, the satellite from the base. The prismatic device began to emanate a dazzling blue energy from within after it was aimed at the Star Circle Group's satellite. Silent in space, that energy deep blue pure, from a small point of a starfire, ignited a prairie fire like, at this time already have adult fist big. The energy is building up. The countless viewers in the live broadcast room. At this moment, not a single person spoke, all of them staring at the screen dumbfounded, with the shock of what was to come. They seemed to understand. Everyone had a sense in their minds of what the base's satellite was up to, but it was the fact that it didn't happen that made it the most compelling moment. Their eyes burned with wonder, with anticipation, cupping their palms, wishing they were up there right now. Hit it! Hurry up and fight! As if sensing their thoughts, a ghostly blue light, a satellite of the base, erupted from its mouth. Draw a straight line, slender and elegant. It shimmered through space, and for a moment, the azure light of the earth seemed to be briefly dusted. Millions of eyes. All that remained was this one, deep blue energy glow that cut through the sky and struck on a satellite a few dozen meters away from itself. Zip, 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 and at the same time, Star Circle's satellite, as far as the eye could see, blew up with so many sparks, parts all shattered down in space, and even had a small explosion, like fireworks in bloom. Time is frozen in this moment. Countless people's reddened faces were as if they had reached an orgasm, suffused with an intense sense of exhilaration. Too excited. It was like watching a Hollywood blockbuster, a scene that was only seen on the screen and in sci-fi movies, and now they were actually in reality. Saw it on the live stream. The kind of feverish, heart-racing mood at this moment could not be described in words at all, only tangible. To understand. What an exciting moment. The viewers in the live broadcast room were as excited as an ape, shouting furiously, "Ha ha ha, what do we see? Satellites carrying weapons that are about to launch a liquidation of the Star Ring Group. You know, this is a full-fledged energy weapon." Too many people couldn't help but watch the explosion in space. Inhibited on the pop-up. Oh my god. Is this the mystery base? Can someone tell me what else they haven't taken out? Laser weapons? Other countries also have them, but they are all still in the experimental stage, not really put into the battlefield. I didn't expect that the first one to use it is actually the mysterious base. Unexpected. Now, can other countries sit still? Yeah, it's so exciting, and the fact that it's in space, with stricter conditions than on the ground, means that their laser or energy weapon technology is very mature. No wonder they dare to fight against the entire crash with one base. Bull. The pop-ups simply exploded. This big drama staged by the mysterious base has finally begun. And this is just the opening credits. What will the subsequent retaliation look like? Original. The mysterious base is not a stupid delivery to the door, but an assassin with a knife. And now look at it. It is simply teasing the people of the Star Circle Group. Trying to hit me? Come here and I'll shoot you. Star Circle Group was purely and simply being teased and fished into a warped mouth. And at that moment, Star Circle Group. In the office where David was. The atmosphere is subtle. David dumbly looked at the screen. The satellite lost signal. Then there is a little embarrassment on his face. This, damn, third world industry. You are not appropriate people. It's too doggy. He was still full of joy and ready to go for a hard hit. Results. The other side is not a sheep. Instead, it's a manticore, rushing directly to their satellites. That was not putting them in their eyes at all. David stiffened and turned his head to his boss. Brad, boss, I can't help it. They're armed. He gazed in embarrassment. It also contained a tinge of shock, but just didn't dare to show it here in Brad, carrying a laser weapon on a satellite. Who could not be shocked? Brad lowered his gaze, his mind still on the scene from earlier, a ghostly blue glow of energy striking him, and honestly, he was in a terrible mood. 2 levels of inversion from earlier. It's hard. Look at the other 2. If they're carrying weapons as well, hold your ground for now and I'll figure out what to do, Brad said in a deep voice. Not a single expression. The Star Circle Group has no weapons qualifications, or else they would have the technology, entirely, to put defensive weapons on their satellites, bound by rules. instead of being technologically backward. This is what makes bread the most difficult. Obviously there is a way to beat it, but just watch. Can not be difficult? David sniffed, sensing the oppressive atmosphere of the office. Stealing a gulp. Okay, boss. A slight adjustment to the angle of the camera, with the call to the other satellites, and soon the other 2 satellites of the base, clear prismatic devices, shaking the eyes. See this? Brad grunted, coldly, and left the office directly, just 2 steps away, when there was an uncontrolled yell from Davy. Boss, come on, they're launching an active attack. Brad was on his feet, closing his eyes deeply. He took another deep breath, forced himself to turn back around, and went back inside the office. And sure enough, in the middle of space, the opponents that he had once ignored and treated as sheep. At this moment, the 3 satellites, all of them, bloomed with dazzling light, like a timeless painting in space. The images are magnificent and stunning. On the background image of the azure planet's atmosphere, as if 3 shooting stars dotted across, 3 fireworks bloomed in the air. Brad sulked and spilled his guts. Only David and Smith were left staring wide-eyed inside, not daring to utter a breath. Brad had a hard time at the same time. The millions of viewers of the Mocha Communications livestream had a blast. Literally watched millions of dollars worth of fireworks with sci-fi blockbuster filters. Nima, who's seen it? Can it be upsetting? Bull. Holy fuck. It's worth it. Third world industry is bullish to the point of explosion. And it's so sensational to say you're going to retaliate. Fast and furious. This is revenge. More of it. Ha ha ha. I've forwarded it to our country. Hiss. That traffic. You guys just leave it alone. It's like crazy. What a war on the space level. In this generation, it never occurred to me that one day, the war would diffuse into space. It was too sci-fi. Now, can it not be hot when it actually happens? China. Reprinted over the video. In a short period of time, the likes and comments break through 1 million more. The mysterious base directly dominated the major platforms' hot search list one. And the viewers in China who couldn't watch the live broadcast. It was also a hammerhead stutter. Too bad. Missing out on a moment so world-shattering. Report. Third World Industries, in 5 minutes, has destroyed 10 satellites of the Star Circle group. Report. 13 of them. Crap. You guys just didn't see that. The laser weapons of the mysterious base. They hit a bit far. The 3 just now. Almost more than 10 kilometers. Ha, don't they consume energy when they pass? Definitely consume. The last attack just now. Built up for a long time before sending out. That scene. Dazzling like a small sun. The next thing you know, you can't fight. The Star Circle group's satellites in the neighborhood. All out of sight. You have to look in other areas. Will the mysterious base stop? Who knows what's next for the mysterious base? Having just one of his own crashed, he destroyed 13 of the others. And the very thought of it made a very large number of people smack their lips in amazement. Star Circle kicked the steel plate. Meet the tough guy. Straight to work. Without consulting you. I'm numb. And in the meantime, crash. In the middle of the desert, Jiangji retracted his gaze with intent, watching the base retaliate with his own eyes. And he was comfortable with himself. Out of the way. That's cool. Xavier and Norton were there. Both grinning. 13 satellites. That's enough to give them a heart attack for a while too. Coming down to a few tens of millions of dollars. Hey. Zhongru laughed out loud. A heartache for a while won't do. Stupid star ring. Messing with us for a good reason. We have to give them a hard heartache. Xavier, use the account of the Third World Industries. Go and say something. Make them pay us back. Or continue to fight. Ha. Xavier's face, all of a sudden, became very wonderful. Well, it's my favorite part. At the very beginning, Xavier still remembered Xavier's statement when the Star Circle group crashed the base's satellites, as if they were robbers. Pissed off, his teeth ached. This time he kind of caught him. Xavier pulled out his cell phone and quickly edited the word with Third World Industries. At Starring Circle, this is just the beginning. If you don't continue to see satellites destroyed, you'd better apologize and pay us another $1 billion and this matter will end. Holy shit. Netizens following Xavier's account were collectively dumbfounded. It's so dark. They are happy. The Third World Industry, which is a little people are inappropriate, destroyed 13 satellites of others. And now they are still asking others to pay compensation of $1 billion? It always feels unreasonable within the reasonable. The world flurries. The audience was all happy. Star Circle Group. How is it going to take it? It's obvious. It's banditry. Pointing a gun at someone's head and asking for compensation. Put. Countless people laughed out loud at the fact that Third World Industry is so good at getting the whole job done. The other side. In fact, all this happened in space in just 10 minutes before the dust settled completely. Look again at the great battlefield of Crash. 10 stealth fighters took off from the base, and by now, they had already arrived in the air above the government forces and the Sully forces. Bursts whistled through the air. Can't hide it. Gang. Sully's face was as black as coal. He'd gotten word that the base had launched 3 satellites, carrying laser weapons, and had punched his American allies, the Star Circle group, right in the face. Fuck. Why? Another laser weapon has popped up. Damn it, is it ever going to end? Sally angrily questioned in her mind. He was numb. From facing the upper mysterious base, the other party was able to pull out an undercard every time at a critical time, which shouldn't be the case at all. That's not possible either. But it was such a coincidence that Sally was simply dying of anger, feeling a belly full of anger that she just couldn't get out. So, the rapidly changing situation on the battlefield, tilt again to the mystery base side. Sully, furious, took out his phone and dialed the GOP president. Righteously, Harold, we can't wait. No matter what, our big forces are almost all in position. Send all our fighters. Fight for air control. If the desert still can't get in, carpet bomb over it. If it's really the radiant engineer rumored on the internet, specify wearing desert camouflage, or hiding in measures built under yellow sand. Then bombard with artillery at close range. Air defenses can't intercept it either. On the side of the government forces, Harold also knew that the moment had come to finally decide the winner. And this time the whole army was mobilized. It's just a death match. Yes, he answered solemnly. The two had been in civil war for over a decade. And finally, at this moment, they had reached a firm alliance. I really have to thank Zhang Ji. Boom, boom, boom. The government forces took off at the same time as the Sully forces' airfields, with fighter jets, reconnaissance planes, bombers, but all air power at the ready. The moment. The modest land of Crash. There are close to 50 planes, circling above, 20 kilometers northwest of the city of Hama, which is within the territorial limits of the government forces. The dry climate, with the constant fighting, the people are not happy. The result is that Crash seldom sees large green plants and crops, all yellow soil and yellow sand, very similar to the northwest of China, a desolate and withered scene. In the past, it was empty, silent and vast, and at this point, on the Lus Plains, a large area of sand and dust was raised, and all the soldiers marching had a cloth wrapped around their mouths. Tanks and armored vehicles sped across the vast expanse of yellow land, plus a couple hundred transports in the back, the torrent of steel crushed in. This is the government army's most elite Second Corps, and one of the tens of thousands of regular soldiers on this expedition. The Second Legion was like a raging tide, wave after wave, swarming from the yellow earth. They were spread out pretty well, wary of the base's bombers, so it looked like the group had a very large footprint. Grandeur. Buzz, a base fighter jet flew over the group, and the radar of the bulletproof car kept following the fighter jet around. The elite Second Corps did not riot, still at top speed. Go to the designated location and reach a situation of encircling the mysterious base. Even if they don't attack strongly, they will still trap the people of the mysterious base to death in the desert. It's so hot. How many days can you last in the desert without water? The government forces and the Sully forces have come up with dozens of battle plans, each of which can easily kill the base. This is the showdown. Base. At the Air Command headquarters, Zhang Ji's screen, monitored through the satellite, was divided into dozens of screens, all of which were images of enemy troops on the march. Estimated 1 hour at most. Crash's 2 armies. It would complete the complete encirclement of the base. It can't wait. Even though Zhang Ji had some certainty, he didn't dare to say that things on the battlefield could go exactly as he wanted. Silently, he picked up the communicator in his hand. Attention all units. The channel was quiet. The entire base, officers from every department, all held their breath, waiting for the order to be given. 1 breath later. Logistics. Ammunition stockpile, production, tactical command, as well as the fighters out there. Talk to the bomber. Fire at full power. Destroy the enemy as much as possible at the highest intensity set. Zhang Ji's voice did not boil with fervor. It really comes down to this. Everyone is serious. Having said that, Zhang Ru paused, and then on a whim, added over the communicator, the base will win. Wow. Just 4 middle-aged words, but it seemed to ignite everyone's fighting spirit. And for a while, the various channels of the command headquarters where Zhang Ji was located, all came with a firm gulp. Copy that. Base will win. Copy that. Base will win. Putting down the communicator and giving this order, Zhang Ji knew that for the rest, he didn't need to care about it. Norton and Xavier would take care of everything. They've mapped out the battle plan, followed a tactical plan, to target the Crash army. It's simple. Just copy the Gulf War operation. Step 1. Precision bombing. Destroy all enemy strategic facilities with the information gained so far. Boom, boom, boom. The entire crash, in fact, with the fighters that took off from the base's second airfield, was as good as 10 bombers. At this point, the troops were divided into two groups, the first of which plunged straight into the capital of Krakch, and the second, the heart of the Sali forces, the port of Ijan, and the first strategic objective. It's the enemy's airfields, power stations, communications base stations, and command headquarters. Commanding the battle, Norton was truly like a battlefield commander, strategizing and giving orders with his walkie-talkie. A confident smile pursed his lips. No, you have fighters. What if there's no airport? Afternoon. The sun was still hot in Crash, and it was a day when a lot of people took Xavier's advice and retreated from the city. At this point, the people of the various villages of Clash, with their heads up and with a sense of confusion about the future, looked at the fighter planes that were skimming overhead. At the base, Norton had several communicators on each of his and Xavier's desks. Suddenly, a voice came from one of them. First Air Detachment reporting. 160 kilometers from the capital. Enemy air units spotted circling. The second air detachment has also spotted enemy fighters. Igang and the capital. Both have fighters? Norton understood the message and instantly replied. No need to report. Attack freely. I just need to hear that the mission is complete. Yes. Yes. Sully and Harold knew that their fighters didn't have significant stealth and didn't dare to fly around at all, and stayed in the main rear on standby. Today's technology brings advanced fighter jets. The self-contained radar is also very advanced, and the base's radar at full power can cover all of Crash. Mind you, except for the spy satellites. Radar, a separate building on the base, costs 1,200 funds. When Sally's fighter with Harold's was spotted, theirs hadn't gotten any information about the Phantom Light fighters at all. Command on both sides is very tense, because along the way there are underlings who return the favor. There are fighter jets heading towards the capital to follow the port of Ijan, and at this point, the two armies of Crash are just heard and not seen. Sally was on the phone with Anthony nervously. Can't fix their satellites. Instead you figure out a way to call up your spy satellites and monitor the movements of their fighters for me. Okay? He sounded anxious. Knowing that the enemy is coming, but not knowing where he is like a sharp sword that will always be plunged sharply from the head. I'm arranging it. Can you take it easy? This isn't an American war. It's not something that can be done immediately when you say you're going to do it. There are formalities and approvals. You approve your mom. Any more approval and I'm going to see God. Sally was on the verge of vomiting blood and directly cursed. What a time. Also approval. As soon as the base's fighters came rushing into Port Air, Sally knew that they were absolutely going to destroy their vital military installations. The whole army could easily be paralyzed. Fuck you. Wait. Stupid. Punk. Big punk. Anthony was on fire as well, and the two of them were spitting directly at each other on the phone, spraying each other's brains out. Business must still be done. Star Circle Group. Brad was on his computer, having been staring at the statement posted by Third World Industries, when he suddenly gasped and laughed. Shameless. Shame on you. How dare you say that? Make me pay $1 billion in damages. Idiot. Snap. He slapped the lid of his laptop down with a heavy hand. Out of sight. Out of mind. His own Star Circle Group, with its extremely mature satellite launch technology, launch vehicle recovery technology, and satellite-carrying weapons was not impossible to come up with. What right does his base have to threaten himself? Just wait. It's just getting started. Brad composed himself and waited for Anthony's call. He had already told Anthony the requirements. To carry weapons to launch satellites into the sky. Just pass. The first thing he's going to do is pack up the base's 3 satellites. Just thinking about it. Suddenly, the headset that Brad was wearing, came the ringing of his cell phone. His eyes swept the table and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. The incoming call was none other than Anthony. That fast? It shouldn't be about me. Brad's heart was in the right place and he purposely hung out to dry and didn't answer. Anthony on the other side of the room was about to go crazy. He had just given Sally the truth. It's not like the U.S. is in a state of war. It's not that fast to call up a large number of spy satellites to monitor the movements of the fighters. Even if the U.S. spy satellites, right now, are indeed watching the fighters at the mysterious base. It's not like syncing to Sally is syncing either. It's like that in officialdom everywhere. Big or small. There's no rush. You can't burn yourself anyway. Come on. Let's have a meeting first. So, he just have to get starring ring to help Sully out a bit first. Pick it up. Come on. Brad hung out for what felt like a moment. But still, with a flick of his ear, he answered Anthony's call, and he almost couldn't resist snapping his headphones out. Frowning, he listened to the shouting over there. Brad, quickly use your satellites. Monitor the fighters at the Mystic base and synchronize the information to Sally's side. It's urgent. Hurry up. Hello? Hear that? Anthony's tone as if he were commanding. Some impatience gradually grew in Bread's eyes as he said unhurriedly, Your Excellency Anthony, please pay attention to your status. Is this the attitude you have when you ask for a favor? I know, but it's an emergency. How's that thing I told you about going? You've got this to do. Why don't you do my business? Maybe, now that the fighters at the base are laying down again. Okay, an hour, at the latest, to give you an answer, while you take a look at what's going on over there. Okay, got it. Just hung up. Brad stood up with a flourish, and before he could notify the satellite center, a push suddenly came on his phone. He took a look. With a helpless shrug, he sat down again. Update. It's been reported that Crash has already had a fighter shot down by the mysterious base, and the battle between the two sides has entered its most intense phase. Late. It was clear to Brad that there was definitely more than one in this situation of both sides pouring in, and what followed was expected to be exciting. Crash. Around the capital, more than 100,000 residents of Crash tilted their heads in horror as they watched the sky, producing two violent explosions. This was followed by a series of explosions. Their government fighters, like mangled chickens, plummeted out of the sky in a straight line with black smoke. Up to this point, none of the dozen or so radar base stations of the government forces, including fighter reconnaissance planes, with airborne radar, had detected the Phantom Light fighters. This is over-the-horizon combat. You didn't see me. The chances of a dogfight with me, outside of your observation, a hypervelocity air-to-air missile, would have taken care of you. Drip, drip, drip. Suddenly, in one of the fighters, there was another sharp alarm of being locked on by a missile, and the pilots all panicked, having just witnessed two friendlies being shot down. Throwing heat traps won't help. Now, is it your turn? He hurriedly brought his fighter's speed up to maximum, so that the missile's efforts to chase him would have a better chance of intercepting the missile. And once you fly fast enough, it is also possible to get out of being bombed by going beyond the range of a missile. Boom! Boom! Just after firing the air-to-air missiles, the base's Phantom Light fighters changed their orientation and once again locked onto an enemy unit, firing two missiles. Put! The dislodged missile, with its tail spewing out violent flames, sailed away. Air raid sirens in the capital. It rang directly without stopping, monitoring the incoming missile. The air defense missiles instantly fired to intercept it. However, the missile was too fast. The initial speed is then Mach 3.5. Under acceleration. Straight to Mach 5.5. At this speed, it takes less than a blink of an eye to disappear from the sight of the human eye, and you can't see it anymore. Crash. The two largest cities, the capital and Igang, are now playing out like a blockbuster war, with air defenses in full force. People standing inside. Anti-aircraft missiles could be seen in all directions, launched from the ground, mothballed in a dense network of fire, all to intercept missiles in the air. This picture is unreal. It's like a dream. Being in it is like coming to a brutal battlefield. Apocalyptic, with missiles being fired in all directions, making people confused. However, it didn't work very well. Basically most of the anti-aircraft missiles brushed against the air-to-air missiles launched from the base, totally piling on the interception rate here by sheer volume. The anti-aircraft missiles were fast, but the base air-to-air missiles were also too fast, and the pilots were highly skilled. At maximum velocity launch, the pressure on air defense is immense. Whoosh, whoosh. The locked fighter jets, like panicked swallows targeted by eagles, were doing all kinds of difficult maneuvers in the air. Report, this simply won't do. We need to fight back. We need to fight back. We can't just be used as a target by the other side. Let's not talk about the sophistication of the fighters versus the individual skill of the pilots. Just from the aura, they were completely crushed by the enemy, and could only be passively beaten, unable to counterattack, so that they could hide for a while. You can't hide for the rest of your life, caught in the middle of someone else's gaming rhythm. Sooner or later, I'm going to die. Command also instantly replied with an order. Split up into two teams. I'll give you the coordinates. Go over and check it out. And once you spot an enemy fighter, shoot it down at all costs. Stealth fighter radar doesn't detect it. Launching missiles can detect incoming. Therefore, the location of the Phantom Light fighter was known to them, and they could only search for it blindly like this. Otherwise there was no way out. Roger that. Talking. As much as Crash's fighters maneuvered, the capital's air defenses opened fire and intercepted 4 missiles, but they were still hit by one. It exploded into scrap metal in the air, crashed with thick black smoke, but at that moment, several fighters from the government forces, divided into 4 directions, directly began searching for the base's fighters. The pilot of the base, in a Phantom Light 6 fighter, watched the message on his tactical helmet goggles as several red dots from the enemy sped by. Not to be skimmed. Fly the fighter jets directly away from the original location. Not to fire a missile in passing. The pilots of the Clash government forces and the Sali forces are cracking up. How to play? They're open. There's no way to play. Let's not talk about finding the fighters at the base. Can't even see a shadow. The Clash's pilots were confused and devastated by the vastness of the sky. The technological level. Not even close. Just a stealth feature. And they became blind. Not to mention the rest. Even if we find it, can we catch up with the speed? Can the fire control system lock on? And will we be played like someone walking a dog? Infrared search and detection technology, or LRST, is a stealth fighter? But they don't have this system on their fighters. It has also only matured in recent years. There's no way to fight. In a brief moment of days, several fighters, with the alarm of being locked on again, broke defense and threw heat-trapping bombs. Get the hell out of here. No one knows. Crash this air war. From the beginning, by the United States, the Big Goose, the Chinese country, all in the eyes. Since the radiation weapon once out, the base was staked out. These 3 spy satellites are fully capable of locking onto the position of the base fighters in all directions, because it's not by radar. Instead, it's an Ultra HD camera, always looking at you. So, as soon as the base fighters took off with the bombers, they were watched. They weren't trying to destroy the mystery base's fighters, but to analyze the data to see what kind of caliber the base's fighters were. Based on the air battle with Crash, military spy satellites of this character, the direct computer calculated the fighters' speed data in real time. What's the situation? Goose Ministry of Defense. Secret residency. Defense Minister Joycroft walks into the spy satellite monitoring room with a large group of people. The soldiers inside saw him and rose to greet him. Chief. Joycroft's large, thick palms waved slightly, signaling that there was no need to be polite, and looked to the several large screens in the testing room. One of the wide-angle cameras. The ability to see all of Crash's airspace, in separate cameras, one to the base, where it's pitch black and all you can see is the surrounding desert. Joycourt was thoughtful and pointed at the screen. Crack generator? Oh, good. Awesome. Red alert technology. Interesting. Mystery base brought the red alert to life. Now, quite a few people can name some of the facilities on the base, but of course, it's still all considered. For now, to be based on red alert for R&D inspiration, didn't feel like having a base car. Otherwise, people wouldn't be watching here. The P-5 fighter carriers have sailed to the Clash harbor. Immediately after, someone then brought in some data on the Phantom Light fighter that Goose had obtained so far, and respectfully handed it to Joycroft. As a close associate of the president of the Goose Federation, Joycourt's status goes without saying. He took the information and read it line by line. At the moment, not much data was obtained, and the most accurate was the speed of the Phantom Light fighter, and acceleration too. This is easy to calculate. Maximum speed, at one point, was Mach 3.5. With a touch of skepticism, Joycroft read it right out, then looked up. Are you sure, Chief? It's quite certain. The calculations have been done many times without problems. Oh, Joycourt's thick eyebrows raised without anger, and his face grew a little more serious as he looked at the report that the base's fighters, surprisingly, were able to cruise at maximum speed. Explanation. Disregarding the premise of engine damage life. This speed, it could be faster. Something's up. Looking at the size of the plane and the number of missiles hanging from it, it was also clear that this was a heavy fighter, not a light interceptor of this kind. That speed can reach so fast. It's amazing. Back then, when the MiG-25 was introduced, it scared the world with a speed of Mach 3.2, and the speed of missiles at that time only reached Mach 3, meaning, the MiG-25 can break through any country's airspace at will. The anti-aircraft missiles can't even take it. Of course, a fighter's combat capability is more than just speed. It's a holistic view, but these things, of course, can't be analyzed from the outside. Just, summary at the bottom of the profile. Once again, it created a wave within Joycourt that this fighter from the base, according to the current conclusions, could hang on to a 4th-generation aircraft. At least it belongs to the 5th generation. Yes, Joycroft agrees with this, and inwardly is a bit curious about this mysterious base, inspired by the Red Alert game. Funny, and at the same time, this conclusion, which was reached by the 3 major countries at almost the same time, shocked many people. A base in the district. Can you produce a 5th-generation aircraft? That's absolutely impossible, and it has a full production line. Where else would there be so many? 15 fighters, 10 bombers. Naya, that's scary. Infrastructure mad China can't even be in a short period of time. There's this yield. Can it not be scary? China, Eastern Theater Military Academy. A conference room at the satellite monitoring base had a solemn atmosphere, and the head of the war zone, Commander Yang, frowned with a self-possessed majesty. So that means taking the mysterious base, which has the possibility of having its own production line for fighter jets, even information and technology on terror robots, and radiation engineers, crack generators, and other devices? His voice was low and carried an unmistakable tone. It's an aura brought on by long years in high places. Next to it, there stood a young man of 30 in a suit, gentle and elegant, who held up his glasses and quickly said, "That's right, based on the information consolidated so far, from global trade as well as underground smuggling transactions, there has been no relevant material flowing into Crash from outside the country in the last 2 years. Two possibilities. First, the base was established for a period of time that I'm afraid exceeds our imagination. A full 10 years of planning, with materials and equipment shipped in beforehand and so on. Second, all the materials are self-sufficient in Crash, but either way, it shows that the mysterious base is bound to have a complete technology with a production line. If we ignore who is behind them, we feel it was necessary to take down the mysterious base. What he says about us is thought-provoking. Yes, they are the analysts of the strategic aspects of the war in China. In layman's terms, a think tank. Don't think childish. The actual thing. It's real. Those who are seated, sniffing, all show a thoughtful look. The problem is too complicated. The Crash government army is not forbidden to fight. Rotten. Plus a live military exercise in the Persian Gulf space shuttle is on the horizon. Countries are already talking about discussing programs. There is no way to begin. Why don't we start by synchronizing the satellite monitoring of the fighters' images with the coordinates, and synchronize them to Crash, and help the government forces as much as we can? It'll have to do. We sent someone to that Xavier of Hama City earlier to negotiate and see if the two sides could work together, and it didn't work out. And they are certainly not on our side by attacking government forces. The most puzzling thing, he also attacked the Sala forces to establish a regime of his own. Is it the capital of the West that has stepped in? There was a lot of talk in the conference room. In truth, the rest of his gaze was all over Commander Yang's face. What exactly was going to be done? Or did he have to speak? Commander Yang sank his eyes deep, clearly considering it as well. But after a few moments he firms up. Contact Crash and synchronize the message. Sharing information from just one spy satellite. There is nothing to lose for China. Can fight it down. You'll make a lot of money. If you can't beat it, there's nothing you can do about it. Crash. At this point, destined to be a most somber day for the Crash Air Force. 16 fighters from the government forces were less than 10 minutes old. 7 were shot down. The remaining 9, having been given direct orders to retreat and preserve as much of their living forces as possible, simply buggered off, playing catch with the base Phantom Light. People have their perspective on. To make a very crushing statement, it's a total downgrade, and the fighters at the base, in the eyes of the pilots, are killers. A proper killer. Losses were heavier on the Igang side, and Sully gave a death order, angry that the pilots had to contain the base. 12 of them have been destroyed already. The base's air-to-air missiles, not considered extremely advanced, can accelerate to Mach 3, and with an initial velocity of Mach 3.5, can reach almost Mach 6. The world's fastest anti-aircraft missile. It can reach the horrific figure of Mach 9, but the missile costs $3 million apiece, which the two Clash armies simply cannot afford to use, could only watch as the fighters were destroyed. There is not the slightest way. Now, the capital, along with the port of E, was completely exposed to the base's Phantom Light fighters. The government fighters retreated, and the Sallies were outgunned. It's time for a mission. This is Falcon. First Air Detachment reporting on remaining ammo. Honey Badger has 2 airspace remaining. 2 airspace. Over. Magnetic Storm has 6 airspace and 2 airspace remaining. Over. Tiger has 8 airs remaining. 2 clearances. Over. The first air detachment, which had come to the capital city of Crash, was quickly debriefed, and the Falcon, as captain, gave the order at once. Magnetic Storm, Tiger alert, keep an eye on the enemy fighters. Roger that. The rest of you, execute the mission. West Power Plant, Airport Command Building, Radar Base, 2 rounds each. Roger that. This time out, all the fighters carried only 2 air-to-surface tactical missiles. The rest were all air-to-air combat rounds. It can only hit the more important targets. Wait for next time. As soon as the order was given, Magnetic Storm and Tiger quickly followed the radar instructions and chased after the defeated government fighters, while the rest of the Phantom Light fighters adjusted their speed and direction. Prepare for tactical decapitation. Boom, boom, boom. With the 4 engines operating at full power, the 5 fighters plunged headlong into the sky, then adjusted their angle to a 45-degree angle. Wind chill in general. With a sonic boom, it swooped down on Crash's vast capital. 8,000 meters. 7,000 meters. The sound of booming, by now, had reached the capital of Crash, and the people inside hurriedly tilted their heads to watch. 5 black dots, which were enlarging at an extreme speed. 6,000 meters. 5,000 meters. The sound was getting louder, like muffled thunder exploding. The various radars in the vicinity of the government forces, like pilgrim sunflowers, turned in cross-section directly to the base's fighters, all of which were aimed at the base, desperately firing radar waves. Dense arrays of radar waves, for once, finally detected an air raid, and the air raid sirens instantly ticked and screamed. A dozen anti-aircraft missiles in a dozen places. It erupted violently, hundreds of them, aimed at the fighters, bursting into the remaining government forces in the capital as if they were spreading gas. All of them looked nervously at the sky. This time, they, shouldn't be able to run away, right? A dense network of fire, anti-aircraft missiles, came together from almost all sides, shooting at the swooping down fighters. The scene, being watched by everyone, China, Goose, the United States, each monitoring, all of them were surprised, unable to understand the frown on their faces. The expression was very strange. What are they doing? Sentenced to death? Afraid that people won't find out about you? Rushing out like this, being swept by a dozen radars. No matter how strong the stealth performance is, it can't be avoided. By the looks of it, it should be on a mission. It's just that I very much don't understand this behavior. Blowing up some facilities and losing so many fighters with their pilots. It doesn't pay off. Maybe, in case they can run? Wow. Everyone looked breathlessly at the person who had spoken. How is that possible? Brain depository. Don't read this chapter with a brain. Just think of it as inhuman reactions and muscle control. Ha ha. But if it can be reacted to and the fighter performance keeps up, this method does work oh so well. If this was a situation where every fighter, locked and intercepted by dozens of anti-aircraft missiles, could still run, it would be a bit outrageous. Everyone can think about it. Since the mysterious base came out, it looks like every time they were caught in a crisis, they were able to bounce back and never had any major losses. I don't think they're stupid. They wouldn't send themselves to their deaths like that. There must be a way to circumvent it. The man is smart. He summarized, said. The people's eyelids jumped, unexpectedly unable to refute. After a moment of bewilderment, all stared seriously at the satellite image. Let's see how we can run this time. You're Mach 3, 5. Even if you can overclock to Mach 4, you can't hide from an anti-aircraft missile at Mach 6 speed and crash. And at that distance, the anti-aircraft missile hits the fighter. It's also a matter of moments. At this point, the 5 Phantom light fighters at the base, the pilots inside, were full of serious tension. To perform this kind of sharpshooter mission was to dance on a tightrope. A slip, the plane was destroyed. They are also risking a great deal by making such dangerous moves. Whether they can accomplish their mission and at the same time escape successfully, no one is 100% sure. The palms of the 5 people gripping the joystick would be seeping with sweat, and with the frantic secretion of epinephrine, some people's bodies couldn't stop trembling slightly. High mental tension. They were all focused, each locking onto their respective targets. The air-to-ground missiles of the 2 Phantom light fighters, aiming directly at the runway of the capital's airport. Boom! Boom! The airport runway was blown right up with several large craters, so don't even think about taking off without vertical takeoff and landing capabilities. Thermal power station, and a large chemical plant, including the capital's administrative center building. Separate missile strikes were made, and the next second after launching the missiles, 5 fighters, in unison, dropped jamming bombs. Shasta. The anti-aircraft missile then dug into the smoke of the jamming bomb and produced a direct explosion, a moment that caused all of them to squint their eyes. Suddenly, 5 rakishly shaped fighters broke through the flames and plunged straight out, as if they were vermilion birds reborn in nirvana, rising from the sea of fire, swish and fly through. In addition to exploding some, the remaining anti-aircraft missiles, hot on their heels, launched a chase, followed by another round of missile fire from the ground. Dozens of missiles rose into the air with flame tails. A dragnet would not be an overstatement. At this point, the 5 Phantom light fighters, still in a dive position, were climbing in speed, violet energy flames spewing from their 4 engine ports, missiles following in a straight line behind them, missiles flying in a side arc. By the looks of it, indeed there is no escape. Now, the fighter's performance reached its limit, and next, it could only rely on the pilot's personal skill. But faced with so many missiles, it can only be put together. The pilot of the base, instead of pulling up, flew straight toward the capital city. What are they going to do? The people in the city are scared and swooping down towards the city. Is this an attempt to go down with the government forces? To play the last vestiges? But this way, it is still a big loss. A stealthy 5th-generation aircraft, even if it is cheap, the cost is almost $200 million. Skilled pilots, but also hard to find thousands of dollars. Or, the military personnel watching from the 3 major countries, their eyelids fluttered, and a crazy idea popped into their heads, except that the maneuver, for the pilots, the difficulty is comparable to that of reaching the sky. They were a little shocked, looking at the screen, as the pilots of the base, for the first time in front of the whole world, demonstrated heroism that belonged to the ultimate individual. Boom, boom, boom. Each of the 5 fighters plunged headlong between the city's skyscraper buildings, their fuselages turning into vertical slices at exaggerated speeds. It's like cutting tofu with a knife. It cut through the gaps in the buildings and traveled across the streets. Bang, bang, bang. In the streets, people almost felt the warplanes brush against their scalps, their bodies shivering as their eyes watched in horror. Countless glasses shattered in response. And at this point, the 5 fighters as well began to slow down dramatically, and if they didn't, even the top pilots wouldn't be able to react with the speed of their nerves. In fact, this would have put a lot of operations handed over to the fighter's intelligence system now. Boom, boom, boom. The anti-aircraft missiles that were tracked over, for the most part, crashed directly into various skyscrapers and exploded, blossoming into fireworks all around them. And so close to the ground, the radar lost tracking lock on the fighter straight away. No more missiles could be fired. Giggle. Under the sharp deceleration, seeing no more pursuing anti-aircraft missiles behind him, the fighter jet was in the air, directly 180 degrees diagonally opposite, except as much air resistance as possible in a nose-up, whole belly forward attitude, helping to slow themselves down. The 4 engine ports, once again in overdrive, pulled up an altitude against the building in the blink of an eye as they hit it. It's so thrilling. It's so exciting. The 4 Phantom light fighters, operated by the pilots in this dance on the tip of a knife, got rid of all the anti-aircraft missiles and lifted back into the air. Only one. It didn't shake off all the anti-aircraft missiles, and as it finally decelerated, it was hit and then plunged headfirst into the tall building. Violent explosions, glass slags, concrete stones, scattered like rain, dead silence. Goose, the United States, and China, 3 major countries, several military bases, and people watching the scene with wide-angle spy satellites. All of them are numb. Silence. They were located thousands of kilometers away, but as if they were carved out of a single statue, each of them slightly open-mouthed and stupefied. There was nothing but shock on his face and in his eyes. Still shocked. Numb. Gulp. I don't know who swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and the rolling sound of their throats was all too clear at this moment. They are as zombies. The face is dull. Jaw-dropping. Everyone's heart had only one thought. Nima, is this performing acrobatics? In this world, there is no way there can be a pilot with this kind of military connotation. Beating to death is not an option. But, the fact that it happened right in front of their eyes, they felt that their 3 views and perceptions were shattered to pieces at this moment. It's a fucking exaggeration. How can that be? Are we really watching surveillance and not a Hollywood staged war sci-fi action movie? What a World War II ace pilot. What top American pilots, with up to 77 hours of non-stop flying, are going to get hung up in front of these 5? That's right. That's 5. Because one of the crashed ones, the biggest reason, was a bad position, not having the building blocking all the anti-aircraft missiles. Otherwise, the guy ran away too. Goose. Xiaoigu was also looking at this scene, stunned, and it took a long time for him to come back to his senses. But in his mind, he was still constantly playing out the few seconds that he had just seen. Hiss. He sucked in a breath of cold air. Shock spoke. Textbook maneuver. This maneuver is enough to be a pilot's ceiling. He didn't realize that it was just a visit to the monitoring station. I can't believe I saw a scene I'll never forget in my life. Mystery base pilots. This operation, which is amazing. 3 big countries. The military feels the need to ask. Homegrown pilot. Definitely can't do the scene. Don't talk about actual combat. Even the simulation. It's impossible to complete. Monster. China. The monitoring base, which had been quiet for a long time, finally heard the description of a man. Totally monstrous. Technology aside, the Army's up to 24 hours and 500 kilometers of combat traversal has been amazing before. And now, this. Halfway through his sentence, he was dumbfounded and opened his mouth, but swallowed back what he wanted to say. Anyway, off the mark. The other person, also racking his brain, his brow was locked, his eyes full of unacceptability. Where exactly is this mysterious base? High technology, even the talents cultivated, are so top-notch. He couldn't figure it out. Don't say he. Everyone can't figure it out. Originally with the idea of watching the show. Come to see, but the result to the crowd one by one to get a little depressed. Take yourself and compare. Prepared to take a beating. In the days that followed, pilots from 3 major countries innocently and inexplicably got laid. Their training directly doubled. And they were directly confused without brain damage. They don't even know what's going on. The only consolation for the top brass of the 3 countries is that air combat is not the chase and bite fighting of World War II anymore, and falls more into the category of over-the-horizon combat. Otherwise fighters fight in close combat. To be beaten by people with this technique, you can't even recognize your own mother. Plus crash. When Harold, who was in the command headquarters of the strongly built fortifications, watched the scene, he fell straight into his chair as if paralyzed. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. He looked at the phantom light fighters moving away from the screen and pinned one hand over his mouth in silence, his eyes all a bit hollow. Harold finally realized what kind of enemy he was facing. Government forces were crushed on all fronts. Now, the only thing to look forward to is that the siege has been completed. Even if trapped, stalemate, attack, but also to trap the mysterious base in the desert. Noon. The temperature in the desert could reach 60 or 70 degrees, and without their logistical supplies from the outside world, the base would last 3 days at most. Thirst is killing me. It was also the point that still supported Harold's ability to ignite a little bit of fighting spirit. I still have a chance. Hold on a little longer. Harold's eyes were lifeless, immersed in his inner world, metering his opportunities, and beside him, his assistant dared to call out only softly, "Prime Minister, Prime Minister." Seeing Harold's disorientation, the assistant's voice gradually amplified, which caused Harold to snap out of it and turn his head in confusion. "Ha, what's wrong?" A message has come from the Chinese side, giving us a full synchronization of the fighters at the base. The assistant had some excitement on his face, as if he thought that this would give them a chance. Harold, for some reason, had nothing but a bitter smile on his face, and the fight was over. What's the point of coming now? Synchronize over here, and don't save it. Launch whatever missiles you can. This can only hit in advance to intercept and try to shoot down. Harold shook his head to himself. Then, looking up, he asked, "Are they giving us open access to satellite guidance?" Advanced spy satellites can not only watch you in real time, but can even do so to the extent of guiding missiles. That is, playing with you with full perspective on. Open all permissions. Swish. A glint flashed in Harold's eyes and his palms squeezed tightly. Excellent. Go ahead and synchronize. As soon as the mysterious base dares to take off, hit me. No matter what. Yes. Satellite guidance with GPS for precise positioning of 3D spatial coordinates. It is possible to make the missile fly not far from the mystery base fighters first, and then the thermal infrared guidance comes into play and it can track the fighters. One finally has a way to deal with stealth fighters. Actually, stealth fighters are not so well restrained. That is, the river rhetoric only a base. People stare on the line. Like the old United States do not know how many military bases around the world can't defend it. With a slightly larger territory and the construction of a few secret airfields, this use of spy satellites to restrain stealth fighters would be useless. But at this point, the capital of Crash, except for military installations with backup power, has a total blackout, and a chemical plant has been bombed and set ablaze. A host of government officials, too, were killed in the administration building. It's semi-paralyzed. It was even worse for the Sali forces in Igang, where the Phantom Light fighters, on this side, didn't take such a risky approach and left by firing their missiles in the air, but it also hit some facilities. The bombers, on the other hand, have no critical missions at the moment. Air control is not fully taken. They carry aerial bombs and specialize in staring down the logistical supply lines of the 2 Crash armies and bombing them. Important transportation routes, bombed all over the place. Bridges, train tracks, some remote factories, and artillery positions where both armies fired rockets, took a full blast, because nobody intercepts bombs in general. Yeah, it's such a bummer that expensive anti-aircraft missiles can't be used to intercept bombs that cost thousands of dollars. Usually steering down a bomber intercept. The baseable ones are stealthy. It's just annoying. The base's bombers, too, tried to bomb circles of the dozen or so troops besieging the desert. Only they were careful to spread out. With the accompanying close defense guns, so many bombs were hit directly in the air and exploded. Not a great role, but war is fought by attrition. And the base's air defense system has been upgraded to include enemy identification. And now the base's rocket launchers are firing on all cylinders, shooting all over the place. Seeing that they were rockets, the Clash government forces, along with the Sali forces, didn't turn on their air defense, and only used their close defense artillery to clear some of the dangerous rockets. The rest let fall to the ground. Blow up a big crater. The base is no way. Just such a big place. Can run away from the monk cannot run away from the temple. The rockets also have to use anti-aircraft missiles to intercept. otherwise the base to be blown into ruins. The two sides have officially entered a war-consuming stalemate. The moment a dozen troops, fully in position, surrounded the desert from all sides, and for the time being, instead of attacking in force, they discussed their strategy. Gotta take care of the radiation engineers in the desert first. They just dared to go in. 18 teams in all, 1 killed by the radiant engineers, and now 17 left, belonging to 6 legions, and that was when it happened. The dusty 6 corps commanders as well as senior officers. It is being discussed by video conference. A ruthless officer of the Sally Armed Forces said directly and sinisterly, I suggest that we use submunition cluster bombs, thermobaric bombs, or white phosphorus bombs, even if they can intercept them, as long as they are at low altitude. These 3 types of missiles can still hurt those people. Hearing the front was fine. The crowd nodded, but the back, everyone's heart jumped. White phosphorus bombs, that's an internationally blatantly banned weapon. Submunition cluster bombs, carrying multiple subwarheads with autonomously controlled bursts. Air defenses will be under pressure, and inevitably there will be a subwarhead that will land and explode. The thermobaric bomb, known as a subnuclear bomb, is predictably powerful, a heavy-scale weapon of destruction that produces a heat of 2,000 degrees at the moment of detonation, directly vaporizing everything. Meanwhile, consume all the oxygen in the vicinity. Sharp changes in atmospheric pressure intensity. Even if you escape the heat, the shockwave will rupture one's internal organs and kill them. White phosphorus bombs, not to mention, have very active chemical properties. Like a tarsal maggot, it can burn right through the skin to the bones when it lands on a person, and it produces a highly toxic gas. Once the burning white phosphorus falls on the body, one would be worse off than dead. So, banned internationally. But now, Sally's armed forces, in order to solve the mysterious base, have even made this proposal, and, indeed, it is easy to hit the mysterious base hard. Cough cough cough. The ruthless officer of the Sally forces was fantasizing about it when an awkward, uncharacteristic cough came from the video conference. Let me remind you all that, in case you missed it, we don't have all 3 weapons. The atmosphere was subtle. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. It's a little awkward. The ambition to be a long-time war-torn country. Crash. Can't use or afford to use such weapons of mass destruction. The Sally officers silently shut up. Now then, does anyone have a better idea? Is it hard to actually cover bomb auto line in the desert? And that consumes a sea of ammunition. Send a drone to look for it first and see if you can target it. They're still really stumped by the radiant engineers. There's no good way. In the Red Alert game, when faced with radiation engineers, they can only be cleared by air power. And tanks and soldiers, they simply can't take this thing. People don't come to heal. It was killed by strong radiation. It's fine. I don't think we need to rush. If we can't, we'll just trap them inside. They should be the ones who should be in a hurry right now. Also, then, send some helicopters and try to get airborne from multiple sides. It's possible they're negligent in the rear or something. A group of people expressing their own views. Various comments were made against the base, and this meeting ended quickly, as the 17 teams, all of them, began to set up their defenses around the area. The main focus is to trap the base. Sandbags, trenches, fire points, and other points of attack and defense for the position began to move. And the construction of the line of defense was accompanied by several helicopters flying close to the ground into the desert. Look for gaps in the base. Jiang-Ru, Norton and the others, through the spy satellites, had a clear view of the surroundings, and the first wave of fighters and the like that had flown out were now all back. Ammunition was being replenished at the airport. This time, the Phantom Light fighters focused on replenishing air-to-ground missiles, and the air power of the government forces, along with the Sally forces, has been virtually nullified. The next step remains the attack on some important facilities. Spy satellites have also been searching. At the same time, operations against the 17 surrounding units are also underway. Jiang-Ru hugged his chest and watched the satellite image as these troops pulled in sandbags one by one. He said in a deep voice, "Don't think about the consumption of ammo. Bombard with complete coverage. I don't want a stalemate with them here for long. There are 10 bombers at the base, carrying 45 tons of aerial bombs at a time. One bomb 250 kilograms. Even if these people are spread out and looking at it again, covering smashed down, it's also enough to blow them up to withstand it. The base has that bottom line." Commander Norton, with a hesitation that he felt was a bit of a waste, said, "I have a suggestion. Start a production line for weapons of mass destruction." Weapons of mass destruction? Jiang Ji looked back into Norton's eyes, pondering, like what? What kind of production lines does the base have? The Combat Lab said that when it came out, the base has a number of production lines for weapons, The chariot factory doesn't come with it when it's built, but the information and designs are there, so you can add a production line if you need it. Cloudburst bombs, thermobaric bombs, white phosphorus bombs. Basically, we have the technology for all kinds of conventional strategic weapons, and their positions, aren't they not very well protected against aerial bombs dropped by our bombers? Norton elaborated with a single word. Rockets aren't much defense either. Just hit some of them with the close-in artillery, probably land in crowded areas. Then Norton suddenly smiled wryly. Then we take a bomb of mass destruction, mix it in with an aerial bomb, fish out of water, cover our ears, and suddenly one goes down. Bomb! It's going to be great when it happens. Snap! Good idea! Jiang Ji directly applauded in favor, his eyes bubbling with a thieving light. What is this called? Openly repairing the inns, secretly doing things in the dark. Single Waka 6. I thought you weren't defending yourself. Come down here and try it. Then I'll get Nolan to start the production line now. The base is running low on funds. Commander, we need to break through the defenses and take the oil fields as soon as possible. Norton reported and went to find the intercom. 10 bombers, 15 fighters, and for these alone, 120,000 funds were used, plus the consumption of various types of ammunition. With the consumption of daily supplies, the base has only $190,000 in funds left. Fire up the ass. In the chariot factory, Nolan was leading some men, happily directing the retreat of the engineering vehicles. The production line of electronic warfare fighters well in the process of production, and once the electronic warfare fighters are out, that's when Crash really dies, releasing electronic jamming that can suppress the enemy's radar-phased array. Air defense will be largely ineffective. Plus, EMP bombs, along with EWs, are building production lines in tandem. For EWs, not only to jam, EMP bombs can also be used to destroy enemy electronic equipment. He suddenly received a message from Norton, a smile on his face. Okay, just in time to get busy. So what? Everyone go modify the engineering vehicle program. There's a new production line to be built. Okay, le chief worker. Not for a moment. It began to build 2 production lines for thermobaric bombs and white phosphorus bombs, which are off the cloudburst bombs and are more powerful and impactful than the cloudburst bombs. So just build one. It is assumed that the officers of Sally's armed forces, killed to death, could not have imagined that Norton would want to go with him, when they had no weapons of mass destruction. But the base has it. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Bomb-laden bombers were the first to take off. This time, not yet armed with thermobaric bombs, all bombs, to confuse the enemy some more. Soon, 10 bombers came over the city of Hama, and in the high-altitude view, 17 units could be clearly seen, each stationed, building a defense line. The bombers started dropping aerial bombs and incendiary bombs directly, and were specifically targeting enemy armored vehicles, anti-aircraft vehicles, and close-in artillery vehicles. Come on, don't you like to fight? Let's give you guys a good shot. The purpose was obvious, to blow up all their armored vehicles, and one bomb fell from the air with a whistling sound. The close defense guns in several positions opened up at once, sweeping across the sky at angles angled toward each other. Rumbling and booming, a bomb exploded in the air, burning with violent flames. Watching it was surprisingly very stress-relieving. I can't, they're crazy, they keep dropping bombs. We can't hold them at this rate. Since the automatic air defense was not on, the close defense guns had to be operated by people. It didn't take long for the men to realize something was wrong. Last time, the bombers then came over and dropped some bombs along the way to see what was going on. And this time it looked like it wasn't going anywhere. And it was a very stressful situation. A fully loaded bomber has nearly 200 bombs. It's not a matter of 200 rounds. To put it mildly, the close-in artillery doesn't shoot enough rounds in a minute for many people to make a year's salary. It's a rate of fire of tens of thousands of rounds per minute. Gotta open up the autonomous defense. I'm about to lose sight of it. A soldier reported loudly. They quickly turned on their air defense systems and locked the missile modules, using only close-in artillery for defense. With missiles, they really couldn't afford to play. The soldiers quickly retreated. The proximity cannon began to attack automatically. But the automatic mode had another drawback. It would not skimp on bullets for the sake of airspace. So, the flames from the muzzle basically didn't stop. Seeing this, the government troops hastily thought of a countermeasure and summoned the whole army. This won't work. Our ammunition won't last long. People go up and take all the cars, circle around, or drive into the city of Hama. Yes, tap tap tap. The drivers of the various units, running and hurrying to get in their armored cars to bail out. The rest of us spread out. You bomb. Human life is not worth as much as an armored car. The close defense guns were also turned right off. Allow the base to bomb. seeing the armored vehicles run away, the pilots operating the bombers at the base, the corners of their mouths lifting, flew straight away. These people were slippery. Man to man, dozens of meters away, duck when they see a bomb coming down. It's a loss to drop the bomb. It's not a loss of money. The cost of the bombs is cheap. It's just that as opposed to one bomb blowing up a dozen people, now it might not blow up a single person. So it's a loss when you do the math. 10 bombers slipped through the air after. It's back again. They flew slightly lower, looking through the crowd, trying to find some denser places and dropping all their ammunition. It's all about getting them used to not opening the air defense. Next time, it wouldn't be a bomb. It would be a big baby. While the bombers were on their mission, the fighters didn't rest either, flying recklessly over Crash's airspace, including 8 from the 2nd Air Detachment, once again to the city of Igang. This time, there wasn't even a hair in the air, and Sully's Air Force was being nullified, so they kept circling overhead, looking for the most suitable target to strike. However, suddenly, the dead silence of the city of Igang, flames in all directions, an anti-aircraft missile, surprisingly sneak attack like a flurry of shots, all zapped into the air. Ha! It's not right. The pilot at the base, instantly alert and with a tense face, pushed the stick, throttling the valve fully open to increase speed. There's no radar lock. There's no way an anti-aircraft missile could have been launched. Emergency, evacuate quickly. The enemy has cracked our stealth function. It's a trap. On further notice, pull out. Roger that. Roger that. No need for the captain to say. Everyone found out that Harold and Sally are also very sinister. With the help of spy satellites from China and the United States, they are like a patient hunter, allowing the bombers to bombard their positions indiscriminately. They also did nothing, not firing anti-aircraft missiles, but waiting for the base's Phantom Light fighters to arrive close, before firing them together. A battle of wits. No one is stupid. Igang, capital. The air defense was on full blast, with dozens or hundreds of anti-aircraft missiles each, all launched, guided by the Chinese satellites along with the Star Circle Company's satellites, approaching fighters at breakneck speed. The infrared lock-on tracking carried on the missiles was on and was constantly calculating to lock onto the fighters. No way. With the help of 2 big countries, this time, the base's fighters could only frantically run for their lives, and even more powerful fighters, faced with anti-aircraft missiles, locked at close range. It's all hard to escape. Luckily, the fighters were all at 10,000 meters and had spotted the other side's anti-aircraft missiles early enough to have some time to speed up their escape. But obviously, fighters can't outrun anti-aircraft missiles as fast as they are. Not for a moment. Beneath all the fighters, all following the missiles tracking over in arcs, the pilots composed themselves and unhooked their engine protection, turned up to the max, come directly to the extreme speed of the Phantom Light fighter, Mach 4, and all of them were gripping their putters tightly, ready to do the difficult maneuvers that, right now, there was only so much chance of surviving. Don't let the missile hit you so fast. Swerving drains it of fuel. For example, the Cobra maneuver for rapid backbite is fine for evading anti-aircraft missiles, but do it at very high speeds. Flight can easily go out of control or even disintegrate. The steering pressure that the pilot is under in that moment can also easily cause a person's brain to fill with blood and pass out. But, no choice. The missiles, launched from the ground, rose at a 45-degree angle and approached in a straight line, while the fighters, too, tried to keep their fastest speed in a straight line. They are a straight line, a slash. Sooner or later, they will meet. What about this one? The silent observers of the countries began to speculate again about the situation at the base, put down on other pilots. It was almost a situation of certain death, but this was the Mystic base, and they realized that they were surprisingly not that strong. Last time, the test was the skill of the pilots. This time, the test is the performance of their fighter jets along with the skill of the pilots. Do maneuvers at extreme speeds. It's betting on the quality of the fighters. Look, no one can guess. I see. I can't guess. But I think, even if they can run, they are bound to lose a lot this time. Yeah, same opinion as me. Guess it's just 1 or 2 lucky ones that got away. Harold patiently waited for so long before unleashing a killing move. Have a heart. I think it's fierce. In the base, getting the news, Norton's face changed straight away and he turned back to the commander who was watching the bombers bombing the position on the screen. He moved his feet and came over to the side, a little hard to say along with blaming himself. Commander, it's not good. There's a problem. What's wrong? Jiang Ru's heart immediately tightened. From the establishment of the base until now, I haven't heard such a report from the people below. If you say so, there's got to be a big loss. We are trapped. The capital and Igang have found a way to restrain our stealth. They lurked and did not move. The fighters arrived in the air before launching missiles. This distance. It is difficult to escape. Norton's tone was bitter. Really ignored that. No one should be underestimated. What? Jiang Ji was stunned and hurriedly asked after him. How did they crack our stealth method? The last wave of bombardment didn't even move, basically destroying their air force. So how did they crack it this time? Such a short time. It's not possible. If the radar band is cracked, you debug it and revive it. There is not enough time. And during this time, Jiang Ji has also supplemented his military knowledge. Common sense is still known. Norton gave a sideways glance of thought, his hand pointing directly at the command screen. The spy satellites of the big powers, or star circle, can't get away with it, and Crash's tech can only be cracked by someone else for them. They can't do it on their own. At those words, Jiang Ji immediately narrowed his eyes. The government forces with the people behind the Sali armed forces? Two number one powers. With their strength. That really doesn't help. I know. Let's see about the fighter situation first. We're going to run out of money this time. The base doesn't have enough money to produce another air force of this size anymore. He took a breath. His heart inevitably a little heavy. Only 180,000 or so left to go. The base has come to a point of survival. Norton also let out a long breath. His face heavy, and didn't say anything. Everyone's eyes. On the radar screen. Behind all the green fighters on your side. Above all the red dots in hot pursuit. At the current rate of both, it seems only a matter of time before they are destroyed. Bring up the satellite feed. The radar screen looked too dry, Jiang Ru said, and the base's spy satellite, locking onto the location of his own fighter jet. The high-definition satellite image was instantly displayed. The situation is critical. Norton, Xavier, quickly find a way to remedy the situation. As soon as he saw the situation, Jiang Ji quickly ordered. The base couldn't just sit back and do nothing. Command. Jiang Ru and his group, including the senior officer layer of the base, were thinking of ways to do this in their heads, and Xavier's eyes closed. The map of Crash, with the distribution of troops, like a memory palace, clearly displayed. Shasta. He then opened his eyes and picked up his communicator directly. Base to Air Detachment 1. Head south. General Alpha is over there. I'll have them launch anti-aircraft missiles to help you intercept the missiles. Good idea. Norton's eyes lit up. Alpha's location, not far from the city of Igang, could indeed be done that way, except, what about the capital? Xavier is contacting Alpha. Norton didn't have time to spare. It was feasible to intercept anti-aircraft missiles with anti-aircraft missiles, and he ordered the base's Patriot air defense draw out a portion as well. Interceptor missiles were launched. As long as the fighters dragged out enough time to hold out until missile support from the base, they had a chance of surviving. Immediately after, Norton contacted Nolan again. The electronic fighter hadn't been produced yet, and that was all the base could do at the moment. Can you survive? Keeping a few phantom fighters would all depend on the pilot's handling. Boom! Boom! In the middle of the base, dozens of anti-aircraft missiles were instantly launched, and then another wave, part of which flew towards the capital and part of which flew towards the port of Igang, and the base air force over Eagle Harbor. Receiving Xavier's order, the crowd prepared themselves, and on Alpha's side, at the first opportunity, activated the multi-purpose armored vehicle, looked at the distance, just in time to be able to, fired a very large number of anti-aircraft missiles out. Easier said than done. It's not that simple for a fighter jet to turn in the air, especially at very high speeds where it needs to go in a circle. But the situation, the missiles will come in a straight line, can't go around at all. Igang, several of the pilots at the base, through their 360-degree cameras, kept their eyes on the missiles behind them, their bodies tense, pressure brought on at extreme speeds. It makes their nerves like a taut thin thread, close, traveling in a straight line. The fighter jet was still caught up by a single missile, and at this moment, the only thing left in the pilot's line of sight were the missiles chasing behind him. To head over to Alpha, he almost has to make a 90-degree right angle turn to do it, and at that speed. How does it work? The missile, already approaching straight ahead. He could even see the blurred letter serial numbers on it on the high-speed rotating warhead. The next moment it's going to be blown up. At the last second of life and death, the pilot violently maneuvered the fighter, directly the fuselage from the horizontal plane, into a vertical cut. It went from 1 to 1. Whoosh! He seemed to hear the sound of brushing up against the missiles. 1, 2, several missiles, and actually dodging them so narrowly. Too late to see the rest. He hurriedly turned his nose and dove directly downward, then circled in the direction of Alpha and flew the missile over his head. Turn one direction overhead. Track the fighters again. It's just that this kind of wide-angle turn is very much a drain on the missile's fuel. Twice as much as flying in a straight line, as long as you can get the missile to turn a few more times. Basically, the fuel ran out. At the same time, pulled back a good chunk of distance. The other fighters, some of which were oriented squarely towards Alpha, could only be forced to take S-shaped routes, causing the missiles to constantly reorient themselves as well, to circumvent it. Boom! Boom! In the first evasion, 2 fighters were destroyed directly in the air, failing to evade the dense missile barrage. One was hit on the capital side. The base lost 3 fighters in just the first encounter, and the rest, still scrambling to avoid the missiles. Goose. The Minister of Defense looked at one of the destroyed fighters in the capital, regret appearing on his face. Unfortunately, this one of the 4 that got away last time, such a good pilot, actually didn't parachute. Buried in vain. Joycroft kept shaking his head, a bit emotional. These are talents that are hard to find in thousands of dollars. The reason there was no parachute drop is that even at the last minute, the pilots were still trying their best to avoid the missiles. This one's too hard. Locked into tracking, the fighter is basically going to be gone. That is, the pilots at the base, with their superior skills, talk to fighter performance as well as smart driving, just dodged a bullet. But it had only just begun when the dodged missile, turning a corner, burst forth again, this time with slightly less difficulty than the first, because this time it's being tracked from above the fighters, but it could follow the example of previous capitals, swooping and sticking into the ground, pulling up the moment it hit bottom and the missiles wouldn't have time to react. It'll crash to the ground and explode. And it's an extreme maneuver. It's hard. It's very hard. It's not possible on flat ground. It's impossible for a fighter to withstand an instantaneous 90-degree right-angle turn. The organism is going to collapse. So, one has to look for a protruding building to make the final arcing turn and brush up against the building. It's the only way to get it done. In the base, Norton and the others were also sweating. When Nolan rushed in, and as soon as he entered, he looked around the command, and then fast forward. Commander, I've heard that base fighter stealth has been restrained. Nolan gasped, having come all the way here on a wild goose chase, worried about the base. As chief engineer, no one knew better than him the performance of the various equipment and weapons of the base. Nolan's knowledge in mechanical engineering, intellectual apparatus and so on was as deep and wide as the sea. Well, 15 are now down to 11, and a few more may have to fall. Jiang Ji's tone carried some helplessness. With 2 major powers secretly helping, this wave really can't be helped. In fact, this is normal. The United States wants crash, oil, discourse and financial hegemony, and China wants de-Americanization and influence in Central Europe. No one is going to let crash, falling so much into the hands of an unknown. This was the lay of the land for more than a decade. Not simply this 1 or 2 months. Contend with the opposite. It's been there since the rise of China. I have an idea, Nolan said in a solemn voice, inquiring of Jiang Ji. Commander, may I command them? Zhang Ru really wanted to give Nolan a big fight. Of course it's a joke, he hurriedly said. What's the point of asking? Come on. Nolan quickly picked up his communicator, and with one sentence, he made the crowd freeze. Base command, this is Chief Engineer Nolan. Now, everyone, on my command, shut down the engines. Ha! Not to mention the Norton crowd in command, a bit full of confusion, but even the 11 pilots out there, for the moment, were skeptical. It's just that it's a soldier's duty to carry out orders. They hesitated a little. Just reply, Roger that, Roger that. But, being pursued, in a situation where the engine is out, isn't that a death wish? And at the moment, Nolan followed suit, saying, next, jettison the heat traps, the jamming bombs, all the missiles you're carrying, in batches. Roger that, Roger that. Nolan stared at the screen, commanding in real time. As he said one and the pilots at the base did the other. 11 fighters, engines out at the same time. Jamming bombs were thrown first. 10,000 meters in the air was filled with smoke and high heat emitting jamming bombs. Fire missiles, fire them at will. As soon as Nolan's words fell, the missiles on the Phantom Light fighter, all of a sudden, generally came off, spraying flames in the air and launching out. There's about 5 seconds. He continued. Release the heat traps. Throw more jammers, missiles, globally, but anyone who watched the scene, at this moment, was confused for a moment, because the engines went out. It was still obvious that the flames from the 4 nozzles on the tail of the fighter were gone, and the fighter stalled. Some people may not know what a stall shows. It was okay at first. The speed plummeted, and the fighter went down in a straight line, its fuselage shaking violently under the strong air currents, up and down, very bumpy. The pilots in there, it felt like my stomach was turning upside down. At the same time, from the stratosphere, where there is less air, the rapid descent into the troposphere, where the air density increases and the fighter loses control, is suddenly like a flatboat on a rough sea. Start irregular movement straight away. 360-degree flip. It's everywhere. However, what made everyone dumbfounded was that those tracked anti-aircraft missiles in this situation really didn't even hit a single fighter. The heads of the crowd were itching to see it. The anti-aircraft missiles, instead of hitting heat traps with jamming rounds, surprisingly, there were a few that went after missiles launched by fighters. Not to mention the general population. Goose Minister of Defense, Joe Igo froze, pointing at the screen, amazed. What's going on? Their fighter jets are broken? Or was it on purpose? What principle? Anti-aircraft missiles can't actually hit these fighters? He's really curious. Eye-opening. Never seen this before. Just refreshing. Base. Gradually passing the crisis over, Nolan breathed a long, relieved sigh. Commander, it looks like I guessed right. Norton and Xavier both looked at Nolan in surprise. None of them know what's going on. At this point, Nolan explained a little bit. All of my knowledge is about weapons equipment. I know very well that they can't crack our stealth performance in such a short time. So these anti-aircraft missiles, instead of being locked by fire control radar, they are guided to a certain distance through satellites, and then activate the missile's heat tracking function. Norton nodded, thinking the same thing. Satellites, on the other hand, are very difficult to maintain continuous guidance on fast-moving targets, and the mid and rear ends mainly rely on heat tracking and laser guidance. The base fighters have stealth coatings. Radar waves and lasers are useless, so we shut down the engines and throw a lot of heat. The missile's only heat tracking would be multiple targets. Without fire control radar adjustments, they would have attacked these heat points at will, and it was on that principle that they survived. Norton was a little incredulous when Nolan finished. Ahem. That's it? He had a slightly unnatural expression on his face. Why did he feel, oddly enough, that the strange bits of knowledge had increased again? You can still play like this? Nolan smiled slightly. Simple? He shook his head and retorted. No, it's not simple at all. It's a blend of multiple factors that make this happen. But if we're not stealthy, if the radar can lock onto the fighters, if the fighter's structural components aren't sturdy, but if any of these are wrong, it's a death sentence. Don't get too happy just yet. Norton's eyes, looking into the screen, stalled the fighter, spinning down through the air at high speed and without rules, also with a worried face. Aircraft stalling is a very dangerous thing. We just got through the first level. If we can't adjust to it, we still can't avoid the destruction of the plane. And in a stalled state, there is no chance of jumping out of the plane. At those words, the hearts of the crowd all stuttered. All know the dangers of stalling. Actually, high in the air, alarms were already going off in the Phantom Light fighter. The airframe was at risk of unraveling. That's a Mach 4 stall speed. Directly in this case, violation of aerodynamics. Even if you turn off the engine and your speed plummets, that's fast. Extremely dangerous. Even at this point, some pilots, long ago, fainted in the cockpit, a feeling that is definitely not something anyone wants to experience. Quick, Air Command remote operation. Activate fighter smart pilot. Adjust attitude. Yes. In the meantime, Sally, Harold, and all three powers, too, watched closely as the fighters, high in the sky, continued to spin and fall. Goose. Joycroft listened to the technician's explanation, much like Nolan's, and came to a realization. That's clever. Mystery base people, but avoiding the missiles. This stall, that's what's hardest to control. Isn't it still going to be a step into the old dust? Yeah, with a bump of that magnitude, there's absolutely no way for any living creature to maneuver the plane back on track anymore. What a jumper. Bungee jumping, not even a brother among brothers in front of an airplane stalling at that speed. A soft stream of strong air. It's even comparable to an iron wall. Click, click, click. Soon, a fighter jet was seen, disintegrating in the air, with a one-piece cast wing that was many times stronger than the unusual structure. It also snapped at this moment. There was a thick fire with black smoke. Joe Igo shook his head. Being in a high position, he actually also brought a little sympathetic feeling. It's a pity if this wave can survive. This base, again to give the world a hard lesson. United States. All the people face relaxed. Just really thought that can escape. Did not expect. Still seek their own death. Like to play tart? What's the point? Seeing this, Sally and Harold, one in the port of Ijen and the other in the capital of Crash, put their hearts right back into their stomachs. The stalled fighter tried to pull back. That would be robbing someone from Hades. This time, finally can be at ease to stay in the command. Sally laughed loudly, refreshingly comfortable. Otherwise, he reminded every time hanging. Fear of a drill bomb. Gave himself underground bunkers in a litter. And at this point, suddenly, the situation produced another drastic change, and Sally froze outright, her smile fading from her face, filled with dismay. What the hell? Rolling in the air, with a small boat fell into the maelstrom like the ruins of the deep sea. In this difficult situation of 9 deaths and 1 life, except for the one that disintegrated, the tail of the remaining fighter, like a bit of candlelight in the late night chill, flickered weakly for a few moments, gradually and firmly ejecting fuel. Giggle, giggle. The light was instantly great, bright as hell. The start-up was successful. Sully's face was full of disbelief. His body leaned back. How was this possible? A remote start? That wasn't what surprised him. Rather, it was the strength of the fighter's hull. Surprisingly, the internal parts, under these circumstances, really weren't damaged. It still starts? And at the moment, the spoilers on the fighter went to work, combing the airflow in an effort to fight for control of the fighter in the stall. Sally pushed down her inner shock. What a horrible performance. Just what good does it do? It's harder than hell to adjust an airplane at stall speed. Right. Men, send in the army. Go and pinpoint the spot where those fighters crashed and see if you can find some wreckage. Once one of America's top drones went down for no apparent reason, all must bring back the wreckage, in case there are some more complete parts that fall into the hands of other countries. This cost billions of research and development funds out of the product. It's just purely being picked up. Having said that, Sully's attention, which continued to be locked tightly on the screen, even as the fighter's engines kicked into action, remained at this point as if it were a candle in the wind, swinging with abandon. And it's only 5,000 meters from the ground, and it'll take only a dozen seconds or so before it completely crashes and blows up. A dozen seconds or so, trying to adjust back. Idiot. The United States, China, Goose, the satellite departments of these countries, have watched, except for Joe Igo with a little anticipation in his eyes. The rest of them were expressionless. In the air, the engines of the Phantom Light Fighter, too, were tuned. The plane was now moving irregularly, and to correct it back, it had to be given a vertical force, and be very fierce. It's the only way to swing this dilemma. Boom, boom, boom. The next moment, taking advantage of the moment when the nose tumbled toward the bottom, the 4-seat engine, lashed out with violent jet power toward the top. Suddenly so, subject to the force of tumbling inertia, the entire fuselage, it seems to be bent and broken. Heartbreaking, but immediately after, it was like a slingshot with a stutter, instantly collapsed straight, pushing the fighter. It swooped down towards first, shaking off the stall it had just made, and with a brief burst of acceleration, the nose began to slowly lift. Success! Yes, Joycroft exclaimed excitedly, a moment that had nothing to do with the International, which he had just pinched. His reaction startled Goose's people. Reaction from the base side. As with Joygu, Jiangji clenched his fists hard, and Norton Nolan, Xavier, and a host of officers, all of whom couldn't help but grin happily. Beautiful, great, and the fighters all have the same intelligence system, and after this side succeeds, the rest of the fighters, basically, in this way, get out of stall motion. Beginning of return. In this way, the base Air Force lost 4 aircraft in this certain death, a result that was perfectly bearable. Human grief and joy are not interchangeable. China, United States. The atmosphere is serene in the various monitoring rooms, command headquarters of the government forces, the Sali forces, and the expressions on everyone's faces are not very pleasant. Really, the 2 crash armies had held back so long for this diversion that the one that actually went overhead before firing was originally thought to be certain death. They got away again. The expression on Harold's face at the moment was as ugly as if he had eaten shit, and the muscles on his face trembled uncontrollably, wanting to burst into a roar to vent his anger. This fuck. It's very much messing with the mind. Sally, too, was tripping over herself, silent and not saying a word, suppressing extreme resentment and jealousy, and unwillingness. How exactly does it play? China. In the Eastern Theater, Commander Yang did not show up to watch the air scramble between the 2 armies, and Joycroft happened to be coincidentally at their level. Couldn't have been there in person to waste time watching this. But, as soon as you get the report below, he looked at it, and the expression on his face changed. His voice still carrying majesty, like a beast poised to strike. It seems that God does not want to take it. Commander Yang put down his report. There was a flash of surprise in the bottom of his eyes, along with amazement at the performance of the fighters. Their fighters are awesome. Didn't they crash one at low altitude over in the capital of Clash? Asked to borrow it over there and study it. China, as a latecomer. Although we are now very powerful and have many self-developed weapons, the first aircraft carrier and the first fighter jet have borrowed a lot from others. It's a good idea to learn by example. As long as you can protect the people of your own country, not to stutter. Not to mention the fact that self-developed weapons are now catching up with international footsteps. We can only blame the late Qing rulers for their ignorance and closed-door policy. It's what makes a great nation of 5,000 years. become an assiduous learner. Okay, Commander, let's contact Crash. It's just that right now, I don't think it's a good idea to borrow, and I don't know how much longer the government forces will be able to hold out. Commander Yang was lost in thought. It was a problem. So what? He rubbed his brow, and also had a headache with this problem. Let's see first, the old American carriers. Aren't they almost in the Persian Gulf? They won't sit back and do nothing. Now let's see whether the mysterious base's center of gravity is placed on the side of the government forces or the Sully forces, and then think of a way to find them to talk about it. Seriously, the layout in Central Europe, they are not allowed to lose. That is not simply the voice of Central Europe, but the voice of China in the world. If the government forces are really in a situation where they can't hold out, no one could have predicted that. What will happen? Base. In just under 2 hours, 15 fighters, 10 left. This loss is very large. The next battlefield, Goose lost a 5th-generation fighter. It all made it to number 1 on the Hot 100. Don't say 5 frames this time. Together with the destroyed fighters of the 2 Crash armies, the battle damage came directly to a total of 27 fighters, a figure that could directly sensationalize the world. It just happened. It would take a little while to get the word out, and Zhang Ji saw the remaining 10 fighters return, and instead of going up to the airfield, they just checked into the LCU, base maintenance plant. All systems are serviced and checked once before they can continue to be used. The pilots were all right. Just fainted. Just rest for a few days. The only good news is that weapons of mass destruction, thermobaric bombs with white phosphorus bombs, and electronic war machines, with electromagnetic bombs, all off the production line. Next, the 17 troops besieging the base, their quarters, will be turned into a hell on earth. The time came to 5 o'clock in the afternoon. China. It's only 2 o'clock in the afternoon. No need to open the phone to see. Nowadays, young people are turned on some app news push, similar to WeChat in the Tencent news. 10 minutes past 2. People located all over the country, busy with various things, are receiving 2 push news in a row. Shocked. The S3 season is about to open. Clash half a day. 27 fighters destroyed. The battle is fierce. It is reported that the 2 U.S. aircraft carrier formations officially entered the Persian Gulf, detailing the relationship between the U.S. and the Sully armed forces, the mysterious base where to go. 2 news stories in quick succession. It froze everyone in China in their tracks, some of whom were not paying attention to the situation at the Clash River Rhetoric base, didn't even know the duel was starting. Either you know a little bit about it, or you don't know how far along it is, and at first glance, you see that 27 fighters are damaged, all taken aback. Their mood suddenly said that the tension, coupled with the news exaggerated headlines to induce people's minds, ran directly to the S3 season above. It's not really going to start, is it? Those who paid attention. Not to mention, many people have watched the live broadcast of the battle. There can only be a tragic and amazing to describe. Watched the news push. Numerous people. Again, can't wait to open the jitterbugs. Microblogging, checking the hot search list, and, as expected, the top 3 are all Crash. The first remains the mysterious base red alert technology. The second is the battle damage of 27 fighters. The third is the U.S. aircraft carrier fleet, which is entering the Persian Gulf. Only this one is more about spacecraft at the moment, not Crash. Further down the page, the 4th article is also very conspicuous, according to a spokesman for the military ministry. Our aircraft carrier fleet, too, will sail to the Persian Gulf. All the hot takes say one thing. The whole of Northwest Gene is in a mess. Almost. Swipe a few times on Shakeology and a video of the Crash battlefield pops up with more comments than likes. The most of them. It's the 2 waves of high fuel maneuvers by the base fighters that really are the hot blood that many of my fellow males, internally, crave for the rest of their lives. Especially, the wave in the capital city, passing through the city and finally pulling up at the limit, brushing up against the building, literally brought countless people to a boil watching it. The sweaty hairs exploded from watching. I thought the scalpel was already the ceiling operation for fighters. And now, I declare this wave looking back at the moon to be the true pinnacle, unrivaled for 100 years. He fulfills any man's fantasy. What I can think of, passing through the bushes of 10,000 flowers, not touching a single leaf, killing a man at 10 steps, not leaving a trail of thousands of miles. This wave of maneuvering is really too much in line with my dream of a fighter jet. This video is followed, of course, by footage of the base's fighter jets being damaged, which is watched by those who are learning about it for the first time. It was only then that he said in a confused voice, it turns out that the base lost 5 out of 27. Holy shit, and not one of them, because of the other fighters' damage. Boy, that's a staggering record. A battle damage ratio of 2. 200%? Let's just say it's too bad. Mystery base how so fierce? Hit the crash fighter head. Just a word. What? You say what? Fierce to the face to call. Except for China. Basically at this time, all countries reported the information, and as expected, in the midst of this staggering battle-loss ratio, discussions among states have been very intense. Various group chats between close friends, one discussing the crash war in broad strokes and then analyzing the international situation in broad strokes. Men, it seems, are naturally interested in these. Discuss. One is more talkative than the other. One has more ideas than the other. As if, in this game of chess of the world, they are in charge. Even college students who work and go to school, the topic of conversation under their breath, every now and then, talks about crash, about the mysterious base. Speaking of which, full of excitement, the group was furious, each insisting on his own point of view. No one would let anyone. Spittle flying, just words and expressions, and glowing eyes. All can be seen in the admiration the average person has for the mysterious base. The various technologies are really too good. Of course, in China it was. The NATO countries, on the contrary, were generally, although shocked at the strength of the mysterious base pilots, but because of the manipulation of public opinion at the top of these countries, it's always been about the base as terrorists. The title carries the same way. Invisible. In a subtle way, it changes the people's perception of the outside world. An example. Some country with a big stick. That's it. While the outside world is heatedly discussing the situation in crash, the situation is getting more and more tense, and is on the verge of toppling over in a game of chess. 17 troops, very urgently building a defense line. Helicopter, drones, constantly flying the desert where the base was located, poking around and trying to locate the radiant engineers. The base was naturally not idle. Get ready to hold a big job for these guys. The desert was deserted, and never thought it would one day be so popular, with drones in every direction, comparable to a minesweeper into the desert. Same as the drone show. Swarms and swarms of them flew inside, and, still, the kind with dropping bombs, and then the high-definition picture, inch by inch, showed it. Look for any locations where radiation engineers might be lurking. This thing is too small, and it's too close to the ground for the radar to scan it unless it gets close. Kind of a bummer. And at this rate, not for a while, not for a moment. It's about to be a full shot of the base by them. Just, soon. The two crash armies realized that the drones were snapping out of the air and crashing like poison flocks of birds. Elevate the distance. It's radiation. Since the base's weapons, which were similar to Red Alert, everyone had supplemented their Red Alert knowledge. Of course they knew that radiant engineers could do damage to tanks and such. Same as the EMP, directly destroying the interior. Take the distance all the way from 200 meters from the ground, up to 800 meters, and the swarm of drones still can't carry the load. Just think about it with your head. Radiation. Can it be a couple of kilometers? Damn it. Pull back and get on the scout plane. I can't. The radiation range can be that big. The crash army fumed. Currently sweeping past. Still haven't found where the radiation engineers are hiding. In the base, Jiang had been paying attention to their movements. And now, the bombers were almost ready and hadn't been deployed. It was the ammunition that was producing. Yo. Looking at the screen, the swarm of drones preparing to withdraw. Jiang revealed a playful smile, coming and wanting to leave without a report. What do you take my base for? Norton. Give them often the taste of an electromagnetic bomb. Good. Norton's mouth grinned. Suddenly, Jiang's eyes lit up. Wait, there's a big guy coming to the door. When they've converged, ended all at once, the outskirts of the city of Hama, the government forces and the Sali forces, each with a reconnaissance helicopter, have raised the distance on the ground and are approaching the desert a little bit. The drones are retreating. In no time at all, the drone swarms converged on the same piece as the scouts, except that one was high and the other low, densely packed with drones, a few hundred less. It's as big as a flock of birds. Not expensive. It's over $100,000 too. The point is, this is all the inventory of both armies, so the strategic value is far greater than the value of the drones themselves. Without it, you have to take a human life to detect it. The sky was clear and cloudless, pure blue and pristine. Everything was windy and calm looking as a drone was about to leave the desert. And that's when, deep in the desert, a dozen black dots suddenly flew in a parabolic arc, rapidly coming at the drone swarm. The sudden situation was noticed by many people from both clash armies, and everyone froze for a moment, then laughed out loud. I say, is mystery base people stupid? The drones are going to be hit with artillery shells? No, can he hit it? Joy. The government forces, along with the Sali forces, building the defense line, and those who saw this scene, smiled as if they were looking at a fool. And this side of the main battlefield, there were a lot of Hama City bloggers streaming live, so netizens from countries all over the globe saw this scene in the live feed. It was also a bit of a freeze. Mystery base is starting to come to life? On talent. Cannons fighting mosquitoes? Can't live with a smile. I'll eat my computer if I can get them to play this. Genuinely a bit outrageous. It shouldn't be. How could the mysterious base make such a decision? Isn't it a waste of ammunition? Drones are too small a target. Hit with a sniper rifle on the line. Have not seen. Someone with a parabolic shell. To hit the drone, which is purely a cannon to hit the mosquito. For nothing. While the crowd murmured in cracked jeers, the black dots in the air were getting closer and closer to the various drone swarms. The men of the two crash armies simply buried their heads in their own work, not taken seriously at all. Anyway, looking at where the shells are landing, it's not here, so let them fight, and I'll lose if I get one. At the same time, shortly after the base's electromagnetic bombs were fired, at about 5:10 p.m., 10 bombers parked at the Air Command airfield, take off with a bang. The base had been monitored, so Harold and Sally were the first to learn the news, and both of their faces were very bugging. What a sleepy head. They were afraid of warplanes taking off from the base before, but now, the tide is turning and they are afraid of hiding in the base and not taking off. Great. Should I say you're a newborn? Or are you just itching to give it away? Sally was simply delighted. Just now, the US had contacted him to find a way to get the wreckage of the fighter plane that the base had crashed in crash territory. The more complete the better. Depending on the level of completeness, give him $100 million in weapons aid, and the carriers will be in the Persian Gulf, helping to intercept the base's fighters. Just the few that were destroyed. On the Sally side, all of them exploded and disintegrated in the air. Gotta take your time searching. That said, as soon as they saw the base bombers take off, Harold, along with Sally's air defense unit, sprang into action, getting ready for another replica of last time. Bombers are not like fighters, and trying to pull off the same difficult maneuvers as fighters would be a fool's errand. And this side of the desert, as the base bombers left the airfield with their terrifyingly powerful and destructive large bombs, the thermobaric bombs left the airfield. The EMP that was just launched finally reached the detonation position. Electromagnetic bombs, instead of landing on the ground, explode in the air, instantly generating strong electromagnetism, which will damage all electronic components and chips within the range. The explosives are squeezed in the bomb. Re-squeeze, piling up the pressure to the highest level. An EMP exploded in the middle of the drone swarm with a loud bang. A shockwave visible to the naked eye blasted into the ground, rolling up thick yellow sand. At the same time, the electromagnetic explosion compressed to the extreme and visibly swept over everything, like a boulder hitting the surface of a lake and creating ripples. Zip, zip, zip. The drone in the air, instantly bursting from its fuselage in a shower of sparks, was burned from within, overloaded with current. Immediately after, then they snapped and fell like dumplings, just as everyone was wondering about the bomb, and why it exploded in the air. Inexplicably, one individual watched as the swarm of drones seemed to be subjected to the immense gravitational pull of the Earth. One by one, they fall. Countless people opened their eyes wide and let out exclamations of shock from their mouths. Crap, we've been fooled. It's a fucking electromagnetic bomb. Sally's men with the government forces, dry-eyed and staring. It's too late to react now. Not good. A scout helicopter. The officer in charge of the reconnaissance changed his face violently and turned pale. An advanced reconnaissance helicopter was much more expensive than a helicopter gunship. It's full of valuable stuff up there. 2 electromagnetic missiles, staring at the scout, instantly exploded at the moment. The scout helicopter was seen, staggering out of the air and losing control. And with sparks, gradually the fire grew larger and larger. Smoke rose, and from the air with the falling maple leaves, swaying with the wind, crashed to the ground and exploded. Mystery base. Fuck you. The senior officer in charge of the reconnaissance, all of a sudden, could not help but curse angrily, his face grim and hateful, full of dissatisfaction with the base. It's his baby. It's just gone. This mysterious base. It's so damn insidious that it's actually launching something like an electromagnetic bomb that doesn't speak of martial arts. It was too late to think too much. They hurriedly reported the situation up. Report, hurry up and contact the chief. The mysterious base is firing electromagnetic bombs. Shut down all electronic facilities. Yes, electromagnetic bomb, but you and I do not distinguish. No matter how expensive or cheap, as long as there is a chip in the thing, cannot carry this guy to come a bit, and the ones with chips are usually more expensive. Tank, airplanes, armored vehicles, command vehicles, and all that sort of stuff are particularly afraid of EMPs, and they go down in flames. Fruity, just after reporting, he saw several black dots appear again in the sky direction of the base, and the scouting officer's heart palpitated. Damn, it's lucky that I thought of this and reported it, or else I'd have to receive a big disciplinary action. He couldn't help but feel really resourceful. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. However, gradually, as the scouting officer watched, his expression went off, and the corners of his raised mouth pressed down, staring straight into the air. He finally looked away, and at the same time, the intercom rang out. Attention all soldiers, mystery base bombers are taking off. Please move and disperse quickly. Please move and disperse quickly. Without saying a word, the scouting officer turned and ran. The 17 teams of soldiers who were building fortifications outside, along with the logistical personnel, were like ants in a pot of chaos, from gathering and dispersing. Then, just watch the bombers getting closer and closer in the air. Didn't take it seriously, just got bombed around a while ago. Just keep an eye on the falling bombs and run faster. It can be dodged. No panic. Steady as an old dog. Base. Jiangji looked at this scene and couldn't help but reveal a gloating smile. Good guy. All spread out, not taking the bombers seriously, right? Spy satellites via base HD. The image in front of him showed the soldiers of the Sally forces and the government forces in various open spaces, standing one by one spread out a dozen meters or so. Tilt your head back and stare into the air. Some people, not forgetting, took their shovels and crossed their arms with one hand. A steady batch, as if it wasn't a bomber that was about to fly in the air. Instead, it's like a material airdrop. It really gave Jiangji a happy look. Really, weakness and ignorance were not obstacles to survival. Arrogance was. What? Do you really think the base bombers are here to play Tetris with you? Earlier, since the bombers were specifically targeting tanks and armored vehicles to drop their bombs, the government forces, along with the armored units of the Sali forces, all drove into the city of Hama. Air defense vehicles as well. They have always adopted a policy of not turning on air defenses. It's all about people dodging on their own, and bombs falling from a high altitude are not missiles. There is no ground war to hold back. It was indeed easy to dodge the free-falling bombs as long as you concentrated on them, and it was only the denser patch where a few people would run away too late to be blown up. This casualty, both crash armies are perfectly acceptable. Soon, the 10 fighters from the base, each arriving at their designated locations, were the very same 10 that had come in the largest numbers this time. There are at least 5,000 of them, spread out, covering an area almost the size of a school, but still dense from the sky. The bomber's pilot was calm. Toggle the various buttons without panic. Load compartment open. Inside, 45 tons of bombs, incendiary bombs. One didn't begin to fall in a covering pattern, followed by hanging from the wings and fuselage. Giant bomb 6, 5 meters long and 0.8 meters in diameter. Mixed in small bombs. A piece falls from the ground. It was still a single black dot, slamming down hard from the air, each man staring at his position, one look above his head. Just run. Suddenly, the sky was once again flooded with rockets, densely packed as if they were 10,000 arrows, pressing straight into one of the 17 troop positions. Saw the rockets arcing in. They adjusted their positions again, and gradually the crowd felt that something was wrong, that they were spread out so far that they were actually getting half a circle of bombs dropped on them by the bombers, plus the side of the base covered in rockets. Gradually the forces came closer together. Hiss. How come there are more and more people here? This position, is it really impossible to hit? At this time, they understood very well that it was very dangerous to stay close together. Just looking up, in this position, there seemed to be only 3 or 4 falling bombs overhead. The crowd gradually gathered their suspicions and they began to spread out again. Avoid these bombs. Looking at the crowd again, the 5,000 people had gone from what had started out as one school in a large spread out position, to now, actually, almost 2 playgrounds. The distance from person to person has gone from 20 meters, to 7 or 8 meters. It seems that, it's okay. At this distance, it was also easy to avoid the bombs. Plus, the bombers' bombs had already returned to base after dropping their rounds. They were even less worried, ready to finish dodging the attack and get back to work, when suddenly, someone in the crowd yelled, "Fuck, run!" The voice was extremely mournful and fearful. They didn't even look. They subconsciously spread their legs and ran, looking at them as they ran. And then, everyone's feet stopped again. What the fuck are you screaming for? It's only 3 or 4 bombs. It's gone. Run nigga run. Scare me. That's right. What's a dog barking for? Those ones left empty space a long time ago. They can't blow you up. All the fuss. Due to the Earth's gravity, and the heavier bomb warhead, it was falling vertically downwards. Underneath, it looks like, with a diameter of 0.8 meters, it's really easy to ignore its size, and only a soldier with a good eye recognizes that it's obviously a lot bigger than the average bomb. Run for it, these are big bombs. They're deliberately forcing us into one piece. The soldier who realized the problem was about to die of anxiety. Yell as you run. In addition to these people, there is a portion that was not forced into this piece, but away from it, so that from their oblique viewpoint, very clear to see. The bomb, several meters long, was in the distance, beckoning with all its might, full of urgency, signaling its comrades to scatter in a hurry. Due to their low rank, it was not equipped with communications equipment and had to be directed by manpower. As the thermobaric bombs get closer and closer, that whistling breaking sound also came from the air. At this moment, the big guy finally realized that something was wrong. Instantly, his face was horrified, eyes terrified, trying to run. He noticed the bomblets crashing to the ground all around him, and with the rockets, the perimeter was almost flooded with exploding fire. Incendiary bombs burned themselves desperately. Landing is a raging clamor, a violently expanding mass of high-temperature flames, as if a tanker truck explosion, that fire into a solid body. Extremely gorgeous and scary. Aerial compression bombs, incredibly powerful, blowing up craters, gravel flying around, explosions all over the place. Boom, boom, boom. It was spectacular. However, no one in the room had the heart, except for the viewers from various countries who were watching through the screen, to appreciate the art of the explosion. What to do? What to do? With a wolf in front of them and a tiger behind them, they were in a complete dilemma, caught in a valley, and on everyone's face, they were panicked, fearful and helpless, staring fearfully at the huge bomb that was getting closer and closer, straight up shivering. There's no choice but to run if you want to live. Numerous scorched-faced crash soldiers, hardened, rushed into the bombing zone and began to frantically run for their lives, no one wanting to face the huge bomb. In the base, Zhang Ji giggled and laughed. Pretend? Why don't you pretend anymore? Wasn't he holding a shovel with his waist crossed, smoking a cigarette, and looking so relaxed just now? Why don't you stop running? If he had a speaker, he really wanted to laugh at these people on the spot. Sure, it was entirely Norton's and Xavier's careful design to achieve the current effect, from randomly dropping bombs indiscriminately and purposely making it look like they couldn't blow people up, make the two crash armies let their guard down. And then the kettle is pulled out of the fire with a handful of chicken games circling the poison like force drop to force these people together mindlessly. Eventually, here comes the big baby. Around the world, China over the wall, the United States, France, Britain, dozens of countries. At this moment, watching the live broadcast, the heart has jumped to the knuckle. The reporters in Hama City, with their equipment, were clear, directly to the missile falling in the air, gave a close-up, this size, plus the full size of several playgrounds below, trying to blow up so many people. This thing, fuck, it's not a nuke, is it? Ever. In one of the US wars against Vietnam, they used thermobaric bombs, and the soldiers in Vietnam said they saw a mushroom cloud as devastating as a nuclear explosion. This, then, is the subnuclear bomb. On second thought, the many people watching the live broadcast shook their heads with difficulty. From the bottom of their hearts, they did not yet think that the mysterious base possessed nuclear bombs. How many countries in the world have them? Just this momentary illusion, but also enough to scare. If the nuclear bomb debut, that S3 season, I guess really want to open, but even if it's not a nuclear bomb. Gradually, no one was talking anymore. They were all staring intently at the screen, and everyone's breath caught in their throat as the huge bomb was about to fall. Crash. The government forces and the Sali forces, who were forced together, dispersed like birds and beasts, their faces terrified, no longer caring about the explosions around them, scattered. As they ran, they turned back in fear to see what was happening to the big bombs in the air, but they were less than 100 meters from the ground, and at this point, everyone moves, as if it was paused, or in slow motion. The only thing left between heaven and earth were the three exploding thermobaric bombs. Boom! The moment the sound of the explosion reached the ears, there was a buzzing sound in the ears, as if someone had pushed his head into the water. Can't hear a thing. There's no time for much thought. Between heaven and earth, an incomparably huge flame exploded, and the flame violently churned, and like the old wave pushing the previous wave, it couldn't wait to spread towards the surroundings. The sun, in this moment, loses its color in front of the thermobaric bomb. All that was left were the huge flames from the explosion and a rising mushroom cloud that filled everyone's mind. Boom! The second one exploded open, followed by the third, and the fourth. 10 of the 17 troops encircling the desert were in larger troop positions. All have 6 new suns rising. That's right. It was as if the world was ending and the Golden Crow had created the world, with a total of 60 orange and red blazing suns. competing around them, bathing in fire. Moment. It's as if it's not real, and it gives the impression that this is not Earth, but a super-apocalyptic world. The scene. It was so amazing that across the screen, countless people were stunned, with shock in their eyes, and for the rest of their lives, they would never be able to forget the scene in front of them. A full 60 little suns, destroying everything on the Earth. What sandbags, what trenches, what fortifications. In the moment of the birth of the little sun, a violent shockwave swept over everything. All of them were devastated and destroyed, not to mention the soldiers underneath, whose lives were suspended at this very moment. The centermost 200 meters of the area. The 2,000 degree heat vaporized everything, and the man collapsed as if he had been pinched by sand. All at once, immediately after, the shockwave was horrible, sweeping through the extremely hot air. It spread, and everything on the Earth that could ignite turned crimson with a boom. The human body's muscular tissues seemed as if they were instantly carbonized, turned into a black, red fireman. A shockwave visible to the naked eye. The scene was intense, spreading from the center point, destroying everything, gravel, grass, buildings, everything that could be washed away, all dispersed with the wind, and the detritus, in an impact that rivaled several speeds of sound, became a horrific weapon of murder, carried and pierced through one obstacle after another, and of course, people. So, on this kind of damage, one can imagine it as a giant fragmentation grenade, with all kinds of rocks, accelerated to the speed of sound in the shockwave, hitting on people. It's a complete bloody hole. A few moments later, crash is quiet. The world was quiet, in the truest sense of the word, on the scene, except for the huge mushroom cloud still slowly rising. There was not the slightest sound. All is silent. All that was left was the wreckage. The blazing flames that spoke of what a tragic event had taken place here, hit the eyes, almost all around. Not a single person could be seen still standing, and even if there were a few survivors, they were on the ground, shivering, and on the air. The audience, who had watched this amazing scene, was now quiet, unable to return to their senses from the scene they had just witnessed for a long time. They froze and looked into the screen. All signs of destruction, it seems, didn't react to the fact that 1 second, the place was still full of people, thousands and thousands of people moving about and laughing, and the next moment, it was such a miserable piece of rubble. How is this not a shock? No touching. Inside their hearts, they were trembling violently, and at this moment, they were finally not in the mood to watch this. It was war, outside. This time, it was a complete and utter shaking, like a magnitude 8 earthquake around the globe. Mystery base moves to nuke. The rumor mill went off the rails. It instantly swept the globe, because thermobaric bombs, in addition to having no radiation, behave almost indistinguishably from nukes with enough dosage. But that was quickly debunked, because the official news from each country pushed it. Breaking news, Mystery Base's first use of a weapon of mass destruction. A thermobaric bomb. 60 suns rise on crash. But even so, it still caused countless people to be shocked, and the mysterious base's underpinnings once again made everyone reacquaint themselves with the fact that it was simply too terrifying. Everyone else uses them one by one. Mysterious base in order to save trouble. Directly on 60 at a time. Nima so rich and generous. Have this money, but also what war? Wouldn't it be nice to have a good time? It just doesn't matter if it's a nuclear bomb or a thermobaric bomb. But as soon as the video of the scene went viral, but anyone who saw such a shocking scene, all were shaken, and the image of those 60 suns rising was always in their minds. It's been a long time coming. Such a scene has really never been seen before. Densely packed in one piece, exploding together, round after round of blazing fiery red sun, will be thoroughly imprinted in the hearts of countless people. Crash. The Capital and I-Gang were mobilizing in a tense drumbeat, and Rad and Sally, with their dead faces, looked forlorn. The anti-aircraft missiles haven't been fired yet. The bombers from the base then completed their mission and returned to base without giving them any chance. The sky is splattered late. The summer breeze was supposed to be refreshing, and Sully stood in the harbor feeling all sluggish and chilly as people kept running by him at a fast pace, in preparation for something. Not for a moment. Chief, we should go. Without answering, Sally turned to look at the sky belonging to this side of Crash, and, inexplicably, was saddened by the struggle for more than 10 years. It's also his home. 7 days ago, he was on the verge of victory and was about to take the Jerry Lane Canyon, when a mysterious base appeared out of nowhere and ruined everything for him. Now, had to be forced to leave Crash. The Hama City Desert was basically routed by the two Crash armies today, and it never occurred to Sally that the Mystic Base still possessed weapons of mass destruction that their entire Crash army didn't have. It led to a crushing defeat. Sally, with reluctance in her eyes, felt the cool wind blowing over her body. standing in the dark harbor, and actually had the feeling of a hero dying. "Chief, the base's armor is coming. We have to go." He looked back at Igang once more. "I'll be back." With this withdrawal, one is not pinning oneself down, but hiding from the wind for a while, and the United States is not going to abandon them. They promised. The next step will be a joint execution of a surefire move against the base. Never live. Sessions. Still need him to come back and run the show. Sully was assisted, boarded a speedboat, and quickly sailed away. Sully armed and finished. A history for the time being, waiting for a future resurgence. Sitting on the boat, Sally gazed at the night sky, remembering the conversation she had with Anthony just a short while ago, and murmured, "A sure kill. What could it be? If it's going to be a sure kill, why didn't you make the move earlier and had to wait until now?" asked Anthony himself on the phone. Anthony didn't know, either, and simply reassured him that it was not likely that he would be sent to receive him on a U.S. carrier in the Persian Gulf, either. In charge. The U.S. is also confused actually. Nima, who would have thought that in just a few days, you'd be crippled. You'd have to go through the process if you wanted to strike. How long has it been? Less than a week. No one can react. This time. From Anthony's tone with the current situation anyway, Sally felt 90% sure. Depends on when it is. I hope this day will come soon. Revenge flames ignited inside Sally, and her hatred for Jiang Ji was like a raging wave. At this point, Harold's call came through, and Sally answered it, and there was a long silence on the other side, and a hoarse inquiry came. "I heard that you escaped." Not an interrogative sentence, but a tone that confronts reality and lays out the facts. "I didn't run away. I was just waiting for another opportunity." "What? You weren't informed by your superiors?" Sally understood that she must have Harold, an old rival's eyes on her side. "What do you mean?" Harold was a little confused. "Ha ha, old friend. Looks like you've become an outcast. Ha ha ha." At the sound of Harold's puzzled voice, Sally's sadness at being struck down by Jiang Ji swept away and flaunted in front of his old rival. Harold didn't know what to say for a moment. He hadn't received any news at the moment, except that he knew that the siege of the base was a lost cause, and with Sully running away, he was torn. It's a vow of resistance in defense of dignity, or run like Sully. Just. Harold frowned slightly, listening to Sally. It was obvious that there were insiders that he didn't know about. "What do you know?" "Sorry, old friend. I can't tell you this one, rival. Ha ha ha. You can either guard your crash and wait for death, or surrender to become a prisoner." Sally exhaled a cloudy breath. It was nice to strike an old rival. Harold hung up the phone, and the entire command went silent. The top brass of the government forces, dead eyes focused on Harold, waiting for him to make up his mind. Now, they didn't know what to do. With 60 sons, the army was almost dead or wounded. With 7 left, totaling only 10 or 20,000 people. Swear to resist and fight the guerrillas? What's the point? It would just be a matter of disgusting the enemy. And besides, the intense fall of this failure was a bit too much for Harold to take in. He was in command, turning his head slowly, looking toward the two Chinese. He spoke hoarsely. "Friend, what should I do now?" Actually, Harold is asking what China means. "Fight. Fine. You get me people and weapons. Let's fight. If not, I'm ready to slip away. Can't afford to lose my life here. Alas, Prime Minister, if it doesn't work we'll withdraw too." But command resounded with sighs of relief. The special agent from China, who also had a headache, kept refreshing the chat page and didn't know what to do. "We reported it. The top hasn't said anything yet. Let's wait a little longer." Hama City. The desert perimeter was in ruins after the explosion, and the crash team, which had 7 teams left, was fuming, in a complete panic. 3 of them belonged to the Sully forces. "Packing up. Prepare to run. The High Command has issued an order for them to evacuate themselves and wait for a follow-up order. And then, there will be no more then. Can't get in touch." The other 4 were from the government forces, over 9,000 in total, and were panicking at this point, not knowing what to do. And not all 6 commanders were killed, but it's also a 6-pack. Base. Norton ordered the radiation engineers to shut down the radiation devices, and 3 helicopters took off from the base, the same as 3 loudspeakers. With the radio on, the main force of the 2 armies of Crash has been defeated, and I'm sure you've all seen the strength of the base. Our original intention is still to build a country free of war. Follow us, there is a future. Now, those who are willing to surrender, throw down their weapons and proceed to the city of Hama and wait for a unified reception. In 1 hour we will launch a final pursuit, and those who oppose the holding of weapons will be shot on sight. For those captured, you will not be treated as prisoners. If you wish, you may serve the base and be treated favorably. If not, you may then return home on your own. Just lay down your arms and enter the city of Hama and we will be friends. The base vows to bring honor and riches to Crash. Welcome aboard. Base to draw a big cake. With a big stick words. Not a moment to spread around. To be honest, put this, who heard it all have to weigh the weight of it. People are telling the truth. To beat Crash with one base. In just 1 week. There's a lot of gold in that. Very much so. Of the 7 remaining positions, the remaining remnants of the army looked at each other in disbelief. Already a little shaken inside. The facts were in their faces. The leaders of the Sally forces had run away. What are you waiting for if you don't surrender? On the contrary, on the side of the government forces, the order to withdraw to the capital was received. Only as soon as the radio from the base came through, a strange look appeared on the face of one of the Crash soldiers. The army began to gradually cross their fingers. Eyes of a thief. Who wouldn't want to fight with a bully? With money and weapons. Win the war. Withdraw from the capital to languish. Have a good life and live a life that dogs don't live? They are constantly at war here. The army is rapidly renewing itself, and the soldiers simply do not have strong beliefs. And for Crash's soldiers, more often than not, there is milk. Who gives more money? We'll follow whoever. This is also the reason why the government forces have been suppressed by the Sally forces. Although they are a private force, they are treated well. How about we surrender? I also think. The chief has run away. The command cannot be contacted. Do not surrender. Go home and starve to death? My wife and children are still waiting to be fed. I want to surrender too. There's really no money to be made back home. So go? Just say go. The Sally forces were the first to surrender, and a stream of unarmed soldiers poured into the city of Hama. The viewers of the global broadcast room were left dumbfounded, especially from China. What the fuck? This is the military? It's only been less than half an hour since the mysterious base shouted, and so many people have surrendered? I thought no one had surrendered. Looks like I lost. Immediately after. Even though the officers of the government army tried their best to suppress the situation, Harold had lost his power and was defeated. And a group of people confronted the officers who were loyal to Harold. No way. Had to let them go. In the last few minutes of the hour, the men ran to the city of Hama, threw their gear down in droves, and raised their hands in the air. Time's up. The base's fighters swept low over the Hama city men, and it wasn't long before they heard outside the sound of heavy machine gun fire. The surrendered soldiers winced in unison. What happens to those people? Predictable. With that, their hearts filled with gratitude. And now, they eagerly awaited the arrival of the head of the base to hear what the base had to offer. Inwardly apprehensive. Base. Zhang Ji was also thrilled with the arrival of the victory. And now Xavier was preparing to leave for Hama City for the official international announcement. Crash. Changed my last name. Therefore, Zhang Ji was a bit dry-mouthed as to whether he wanted to go in peace or not. What about showing up? After much consideration, Zhang Ji let out a long breath, restraining his inner thoughts. Revealing himself now would be too much of a problem. Less than a few days out of the country. Even if he didn't admit to being behind the mysterious base, getting involved with the mysterious base now would do more harm than good. Anymore. You also gave someone a beating from the Crash government forces, and messed with China, which, although it didn't declare anything voluntarily, surely remembered it. Unless, communicate with China and both sides are on the same page. It was just that Jiang Ru had no such plans at the moment. Relying on people is not as good as relying on yourself. Even more sturdy allies who have fought the world together. At the end of the day, it's inevitable that the picture will not be the same. Jiang Ru sighed softly. Since ancient times to the present day, this is an iron-like law. Premature exposure. Instead, they'll be able to catch their weaknesses, and have to plan, at the very least, to hide countless bases and nukes, just like the good old US of A. Back then. That's why no one dares to beat themselves up. Xavier, Norton, you guys go ahead. I'll stay out of the way and don't reveal anything about me. Understood, Commander. Jiang Ru finished his instructions and watched from the base as the two men, with their entourage of soldiers, traveled to the city of Hama. Now that word had finally gotten out internationally, Mystery Base is basically a lock to win. Word spreads quickly, and many are concerned. What's next? The blueprint for the mysterious base, to re-establish power in Crash? Will the bosses behind the scenes show up? What's next for them? Will they, indeed, put their hands on the downed spaceship in the Persian Gulf again? As everyone guessed at the beginning, no one knows. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the moon was hidden and the stars were sparse, blazing all day in the neighborhood of Hama City, gradually covered by dark clouds. It also seems to be a heavy rain to wash away the blood in the battle here. Something outside the city, those bombed positions, and the sparks burning. Rumble. It's thundering. Bright lights cut through the sky and flashed by as a torrential downpour poured down. Xavier's vehicle with Norton and others, right into the city of Hama. There were tens of thousands of people gathered around the entrance to the administration building, the city hall of Hama City, with surrendered soldiers making up a large portion of the crowd. The rest, the citizens of Hama City, talked to the reporters who arrived earlier. The road was surrounded by soldiers awaiting their fate, their faces anxious, wondering what the other side would do to them next. There are still some of them, definitely retired, didn't come, but hid and watched. At this point, drip drip drip, several armored vehicles honked their horns, attracting everyone's attention, and people on both sides of the street, in unison, turned their heads to look at the armored convoy. Then the brush makes way, passed by a convoy from the base. They were on both sides of the road as if they were meeting the president of a country, as if they were rabid fans, watching the motorcade pull up in front of the administration building. The door of the armored car opened. Dozens of base fighters, armed with guns, jumped down in a neat and orderly manner, then looked for a few high spots to guard with their guns. The armored cars were also in a semicircle, alert the perimeter. At this point, 3 helicopters flew in, one parked on the administration building, dropped Xavier off with Norton, and then took off again, 3 hovering above the crowd. But where there are riots, all base weapons, absolutely no hesitation in firing. Xavier stood at the edge of the building, towering over him, drenched in a downpour without an umbrella, the lights of the helicopter beating down on him. The figure is resilient. Gentlemen, welcome to the base, Xavier exclaimed with open arms, his voice coming through the communicator, amplified and coming out of the armored vehicle. Everyone can hear. No one below responded, all looking at him, spotlights and cameras shining on him, and Xavier didn't mind in the slightest. Instead, there was a smirk, confident and elegant. Sali Armed Forces has become history. The base's troops has entered the port of Ikang. Everyone can come, is the base's honor, but also the honor of the clash. Next, the base will rebuild the clash. The need for a lot of talent. I hope that the former Sali armed officials can abandon the former suspicion, and with us to complete to witness a great cause. Xavier makes some stirring speeches. As the saying goes, it's all about the pie, the constant pie. Pua, if only these people knew that the base can't, in fact, get a dime out of it right now. I guess people are going numb. He drew the pie for a full hour, to the people below, listening to all the eyes glowing, with infinite expectations for the future. The brainwashing is too strong. What with the developed countries, the most powerful militaries in the world, the Central European talking heads, the issuance of new currencies directly linked to oil, etc. Netizens in various countries who watched the live broadcast called out, the pie is too big, believe it or not. I really drew it anyway. For sure. And Xavier certainly wasn't all pie in the sky. The base didn't have any money and really had to print some of their own. As for this money, how to get international recognition will be discussed later. The pie was quickly painted. The base began the post-war work of Crash, with a total of over 7,000 who surrendered and 5,000 who were willing to continue as soldiers. Take it as it is. Temporarily from the base of more than 100 people to be officers. One person in charge of 50 people, or easily, Sali armed areas, quickly into the post-war reconstruction work. 2 large oil fields. Naturally it falls into the hands of the base. The name of the new government of Crash, which has yet to be determined, is still in the process of stabilizing the various cities. After Alpha left a garrison in Igang, with the rest of the men they were ready to surround the capital. Only take the capital. Crash was the only real change of ownership, and Harold, at this time, decided to back off even after consulting with China. Secretly left Crash. No one knows where he went. Day 2. As soon as the news is announced, Crash completes the shuffle completely. Xavier enters the capital and has his hands full, and politics is definitely the biggest brainwaster of all. The Emperor is not that good. That night, the base chariot factory, producing a good base vehicle, the big guy, carries a cracked generator with him to avoid detection, then secretly drive into the oil fields. Martial law all the way, but anyone who came close was shot, no matter who you were, and in the early hours of the morning, finally stopped at a large warehouse in the oil fields. No crude oil pipelines are needed. Oil is absorbed on site, converting funds from the base. The remaining $150,000 is available. It was finally replenished and began to rise gradually, and all the oil stored in the oil fields was used to convert the funds, plus it was able to produce quite a bit of oil every day. A temporary solution to a pressing problem. Day 3. The base's helicopters were constantly flying out of the desert to bring officials from the various cities of the crash, all to the capital. The transfer orders were arranged one by Xavier. The unwilling, go home. Further unwillingness, directly pull out a peanut meter. You do not want to be, there are people who want to be. After this meeting, Crash name remains the same. The establishment of state-owned enterprises. Third world industry. But outside, the government of the base has been referred to as the Third World Government, and Crash has been given an alias, the Third World Empire. At the same time, the first order of business for Third World industry, restarting the printing presses in preparation for a new currency, Xavier declared to the world. Third World companies that will sell oil at low prices, as well as a variety of arms and weapons. There are also captured fighters, reconnaissance aircraft and other second-hand weapons and equipment of the Sali forces and the government forces. But it must be settled in a Third World currency, at an exchange rate, 1-to-1 with the US dollar, and at the same time, the Third World currency will be issued globally. Countries can reserve foreign currency in renminbi, US dollars, euros, and a variety of living goods. As soon as the news broke, causing a stir at the world level, this is going to hit the international financial markets, and some of NATO's little brother countries of the United States are shocked. They were taken aback. The Third World Empire has such a big appetite? What does he want? This is a blatant provocation to the United States to de-dollarize oil. A strategic resource? Isn't it just rattling the whiskers on the tiger that is the United States? Hua is snickering. One of the most crucial points of their support for Harold is to expand the influence of the yuan and suppress the dollar. Starting with the Central European oil. I didn't realize I didn't do it. Instead, it was done by Mystic Base. Although Mystic Base was not an ally of his own, it did the business of an ally. Cozy up, cozy up. The other side. Capital shook in the United States. Wall Street produced no small amount of shock, and the price of oil fluctuated slightly, which of course is all capital at work. With the current strength of the mysterious base, can't shake global finance yet. After calming down, a multitude of countries have begun to look the other way, led by the United States, with media outlets large and small deliberately mocking third world empires for speaking out of turn. The netizens are also talking about this. All that came out was a roar of laughter. But, laugh? What was the Third World Empire thinking? A freshly established regime that might be overthrown one day, and a petroleum-based currency? He wants to open up trade, but has it ever occurred to him to get past the American empire sanctions first? The Third World empires themselves add to their own jokes. It's not like Crash is the only one with oil. There's no shortage of oil in any of the other big Central European countries, so who's going to stockpile your foreign currency? Once it's overthrown in a few days, what a new currency? Joke? A piece of paper? I think he'll just be honest and use US dollars. Sure enough, in addition to the news just came out, shocked the world for a moment, and then, the senior management of various countries and netizens, all open to watch the mode. No one thinks that the base can get the value of this set of currencies up, now to Third World Empire foreign exchange. The risk is too great, unless trading in real time. Anyone who understands knows that once the Third World Empire really wants to play like this, then the United States will never give up. And the next opponent to be faced will not be such an unorthodox one as the Sali armed forces. Instead, Leto takes this little Central European bully, old America's faithful lackey, once fought the whole of Central Europe in misery, not to mention a mysterious base with a newly established regime and not even tens of thousands of soldiers. For all the sarcastic voices out there, the Third World Empire didn't care, and continued to follow Jiang Ru's plan with determination. And on the fourth day, the currency began to be printed. First installment. Ready to just print a set of $100 billion a set. But how on earth are we going to put a value on all this currency? Still a big deal. Base. Zhang Ji, who stayed in the room, was a little excited. After 10 long days of recovery, the light on his palm had finally fully recovered. That is to say, the Goldfinger cooldown is over. He was able to take things out of the game world again, and opened his laptop to a random game. Zhang Ji tried, and his golden finger reached into the screen without any problems, then happily put it back. Now, he hadn't thought about what to take, and there was no shortage of funds for the base. The Third World Empire was in high gear, and the base's top priority was next, is involved in the space shuttle competition, as well as assigning a value to self-printed money. Otherwise there's no paycheck. It's going to be a mess. Coincidentally, at this time, Xavier called the phone. Zhang Jia pick up. The other side of the sound of bitter laughter. Commander. The official website of the Third World Industries Corporation built. A day. Only people contact us to buy captured fighters. The oil for the time being no one asked. Obtain STH. 80% cheaper oil and no one wants it? Zhang Ji slapped his forehead. A little surprised. How could this be? And Erlang, along with Shab, and Liasso have all protested against us, believing that we're stirring up the market. And if that happens, they'll join forces to sanction us, Xavier said with exhaustion. It's really not a human job to rebuild a system. He's about to die of exhaustion. Haven't slept much in the last few days. Jiangji rolled his eyes. Damn. No one wants the cheap oil. And he has to be sanctioned by other big oil producers? Fine. I'll use it myself. Full conversion funding. Leave them alone. Just need a reason to fuck them later. Let the protests go. Guess they're all on hold at the moment. That's why no one's contacted them and they continue to hang around. Xavier has made the official Third World Industries website a Taobao-like sort of thing. Got customer service to watch. Contact the traders above. Of course, any amount of money sold here is in the big tens of millions. Not comparable to Taobao. Commander, the oil can't be sold. We have to find some items that can revitalize the economy as soon as possible. Otherwise no one will even recognize the printed currency. Xavier complained to Jiang Zhu. Just 8 captured fighters now. 6 bombers. 3 reconnaissance aircraft. As well as all kinds of rockets. Missiles. Someone contacted. Wanting to buy them at a low price. Crash is always at war. And all that can be taken is oil. Xavier doesn't know what else to sell. Don't be in a hurry. Let me think. Jiang Ru soothed. Caught up in contemplation. Wanting to give value to the new currency. Now, the base must have a globally sought-after commodity. It is only then that the new currency can be consolidated. What's for sale? Arms seem to be quite popular. Jiangji cupped his chin, meaning to think, not to mention the second battlefield needs a large number of weapons. Remarks are not allowed to note. Know the comment area to the do not know the message. Houthis over the Red Sea. Hamas in Gaza over Leto. All need tons of weapons. Central Europe is a mess right now. Had it not been for the crash of the spaceship, it would have been designated a much bigger mess. Who is behind Houthi and Hamas? Those who know this know this. That side wants to ship weapons. It's not easy either. Can find cheaper sources to buy it on your own? Of course it's the best. Alas. Jiang Ru sighed. Arms can be sold. It's just cheap ordinary arms. There is no profit. And it can't suppress the value of world coins. All can be produced after all. How about sell the aircraft carrier? Jiang Ru's mind moved and he mouthed the words. And on the other side of the phone, Xavier almost threw his cell phone away. From time to time, he maintains a look of a successful, elegant and mature man. Faces were dumbfounded. Commander, are you kidding? Xavier froze. Selling carriers? Crap. This is something that can be put up for sale on a website. 2. Mustn't the whole world be confused? What? You're saying the US dollar is on an oil standard? Excuse me. Carrier-based currencies understood. If the world currency can really be linked to an aircraft carrier, the value of that currency is absolutely sturdy and unbeatable. Untouchable. It's just that the volume of this one is a little over the top. The base plays with flowers. Don't you think too much? Of course it's the carrier that the base eliminated. The one that puts up to 30 aircraft on board. Jiangji's indifferent voice came from the other side of the phone again. The base itself with a 3rd generation carrier. This 2nd generation. Take out to make a strong wool gathering. In short, remember the words. Financial compensation mechanism for the base. Use it to build an aircraft carrier. Earn your scalp. 5,000 funds. Equivalent to 1.25 billion yuan. More than 200 million US dollars. Who can build an aircraft carrier with $200 million? If he could build it, Jiang Ru directly ate the base. And it comes with 10 carrier planes, which comes with over 200 carrier staff, and just 200 soldiers, which would cost 20,000 to build with funds. Just look at the value for money on this one. Invincible. But to Xavier's ears, he was numb. Even if the base initially comes with a carrier that holds 20 carriers on deck and 10 in the hangar, the only thing that shows up in the game is the carrier attack in the hangar. But, put into reality, 30 carrier aircraft, who dares to say less? How dare China? Or does India's Sam dare? It's kind of hard to do. Xavier looked embarrassed. But Commander, we've only just taken the harbor. Building a shipyard and launching an aircraft carrier in just a day or two doesn't make sense. Other countries build an aircraft carrier. Less big a few years. As far as this behemoth of China is concerned, it takes 4 or 5 years. And Sango even took 8 or 9 years to come up with one. And you're a fucking item-starved crash. 2 or 3 days said the carrier was launched. The entire planet is going to have a magnitude 12 earthquake. And the sci-fi idea of a red alert base vehicle is going to sit on the ground for a while, drawing a frantic siege from various countries. Ha! Over there? Jiang Ji laughed softly. A slight blow. What are you panicking about? Thanks to you or the top commander. Cunning rabbits have 3 holes. Eggs cannot be put in a basket. Igong cannot be. We look for other places. Build a good and direct drive over. Who knows when we build? Incidentally, wouldn't that place become one of the global bases of the Third World Empire? One for all. I see, Xavier snapped, slightly embarrassed that it was his own mind that had solidified. Yeah, there's no need to hold on to the acreage of Crash. Well, you go ahead and get busy. I'll get started on the second base. I see that Erlang has been very active lately. The countries are urgently discussing the spaceship. They seem to be afraid that we'll stabilize and step across the border. Intercede with Erlang, and send Erlang to get things going. Yes, Commander. Hanging up the phone, Jiangji took out the world map and searched for a suitable location for the second base. Firstly, it should be a no man's land, and absolutely no one should know when the base's shipyard was constructed. Second, by the sea. Sheesh. Don't tell me. It's quite a lot of places to go. 2 poles, both of which are accessible. That place, where there are no ghosts, and then a small uninhabited island in the Pacific Ocean. There are too many to count, but they were all a bit far away, and with the slow speed of the carriers, it would take 2 or 3 months to drive back from the North and South Poles anyhow. Looking at it, Jiangji set his sights on the sparsely populated Australia. Exclusive to one Australia, less than 1/5 of the area is actually active for humans, and the rest is all shithole no man's land and close to Asia. Properly, taking out his cell phone and sending a message to Xavier, Jiangji got up and looked for one of the base's engineers, pulling up a GPS satellite map and looking at it, locking onto a coordinate on the southern edge of Australia, close to the Philippines. He got Nolan. This location, hyperspace teleportation, can it be transmitted? Jiangji inquired, pointing at the map, and Nolan hid his eyes. Holy shit, that far? It was a rigorous world, anything that obeyed the law of conservation of energy, and Nolan grimaced and did the math. Commander, that's over 10,000 kilometers. We only have 10,000 kilometers in teleportation diameter. I'm going to have to go and produce a few more sets of charging templates. I'm guessing we'll have to overload them for a few days, and then we'll have to overhaul them once we're done transmitting. If you can pass it on, it's just sitting there, so go get it now. And by the way, produce a few more base cars. Okay. It didn't take long for the chimneys of the nuclear power plant, making smoke, to run at full power to energize the hyperdrive. Zhang also came to the combat lab. Look at the progress over the last few days. More than 70 top researchers, led by 3 human ceiling-level professors. Almost at first, all the base equipment that Zhang said had been updated was completed. They handed Jiangji a pamphlet. It's all good up there. The strategic stealth large bomber, with an operational diameter of 24,000 kilometers, is an airborne fortress, capable of carrying 4 large-yield nuclear bombs at a time, 1 for each city, destroy the sky and the earth, and small to medium nukes. That number is directly doubled, carry a maximum of 12. The rest, interceptors, carrier-based aircraft, carrier AWACS, and the newest carrier formations, were all upgraded by the base's combat labs, which, among other things, had a heavyweight, airborne unmanned fighter aircraft. In fact, Prof. Einstein's main focus these days had been on this airborne fighter, and this was something Zhang had deliberately instructed him to do. This decision was made from the time of the altercation with Starring Ring. The role is simple. Like the U.S. Air and Space Fighter, this fighter, which enters the Earth's exosphere, specializes in attacking targets in space. To put it simply, hit the satellite. Wouldn't anyone think that the base was messing with him by making Starlink pay $1 billion in damages? Zhang stated gravely, one never jokes with people. Say fuck you to fuck you. If not for the Red Alert base, that wave, to be played by the Star Ring to death. I can't get over this. They must be torn a piece of meat down hard, and be prepared for a beating if you are a bitch. Immediately after, Jiangji flipped open the booklet and skimmed through all the updated weapon data of the base, revealing a very satisfied smile. All of them are of the most advanced level in the world. The carrier has been directly updated from the base's initial conventional powered carrier to a nuclear powered carrier, with a length of 350 meters, a width of 80 meters, and the ability to carry 80 of the base's independently produced carrier aircraft, as well as 2 AWACS aircraft and 20 helicopters. Full load draft 135,000 tons. Speed 40 knots. Only from the paper data, crushing the United States third-generation Ford-class nuclear-powered aircraft carriers. What other number? What ship? Do not come to touch the porcelain. But Zhang followed up with a calculation. Shit. Equip an entire carrier battle group. What with destroyers, frigates, AWACS, and carrier aircraft pulling full funds to be spent. It's simply heavenly. He himself is now hogging 3 oil fields, and the amount of money that can be converted in a day is more than 10,000, and it will take at least half a month to equip a carrier battle group. The base's original carriers were medium-sized. Now this is a large one. It takes $7,500 to build one. Comes with 10 carrier planes and 300 plus carrier staff. The ship's planes are cheaper. 500 funds for one, leaving 70 planes, which would cost 105k, plus other ships with equipment. It's going to be around 170,000 or 180,000 dollars in funds anyhow. All he felt was his heart dripping blood. To die for. If other big countries knew Jiang Ji's idea, they probably had the idea of killing him. 20 days to equip an aircraft carrier battle group. You're still upset? After spending some more time in the combat lab, he learned that Professor Einstein was not happy with the power system of the Hive drone mothership, and that it was still being improved. Jiang Ru then left the other side. There was something unusual about the atmosphere in Xavier's office, and he had a sullen face as he dealt with the Foreign Office in Erlang. I'm sorry, what third world government? I have to ask, does the UN recognize it? The other party's voice was faintly tinged with a touch of sarcasm. Norton, who was sitting on the sidelines, neither could help but bring up some resentment. Whether the UN recognizes it or not, it is indisputable that Crash is now under the control of a third world government, and you, a foreign ministry, are going to decide for the UN? The other man had said so, and Xavier was unkind to him, his tone squishy. Apparently, it didn't kill Erlang's diplomats. Ha let out a laugh with gloating derision. I say you guys, clean up your own mess first and print so much money. Is it useful? I asked you guys to come. Do I still have to reimburse you for your traveling expenses? Norton narrowed his eyes and glanced at the number, making sure it was the Erlang Foreign Office's correct call. But this guy, why is he so fracked up? You don't need to worry about our business. So you can tell me, is this your idea or Erlang's? Xavier's tone was normal, but he was up for the kill. No, it's the United Nations, and the countries have made it clear that only complete, unified and stable regimes are allowed to participate. Good, since you're sure, just take the fall for the UN on behalf of Erlang. After saying that, Xavier hung up the phone. The color of his face was gloomy. A little diplomat has the audacity to be so arrogant in front of the base and reject it out of hand without even reporting it. If only Alpha knew. It's time to kill now. Xavier didn't shock and calmed down a bit. Taking out his cell phone and preparing to report to Jiang Ji, he first saw the message from Jiang Ji. Let him announce in advance that he's going to sell the carriers. A moment of contemplation. Xavier decided to get this over with first. And these days, a very large number of people, internationally, with various countries are watching the Crash situation. Money printed. There has been some hidden furor over the fact that the oil is not selling and the world's coins cannot become currency. The U.S. media is making a big deal out of the fact that a third world empire, trying to replace the U.S. dollar, is a fool's errand and a self-defeating endeavor. And sanctions were imposed on Crash. National capital is not allowed to trade with them. At the same time, they prohibit all merchant ships from entering the Persian Gulf under the pretext that the carrier battle group is deployed in the Persian Gulf where they will not be held responsible if they are destroyed. Started their hooliganism. In this case, the world coin's empowerment, struggling, is like a pot of stagnant water, without a glimmer of hope. No one trades at all without saying so. You can't get into the Persian Gulf even if you want to trade. As soon as the United States, the rogue big brother, stepped in, Britain, France, Japan, South Korea and other little brothers, as well as European and American NATO minions, also stepped in and jointly imposed trade and economic sanctions on Crash. Any raw materials and supplies are prohibited. Export Crash, completely locked up. If you put it in the past, in this situation, China definitely extended a helping hand and pulled an ally for himself, but the base offended China as well. So, the Great Goose Coalition of China, happy to watch the fun. So the Third World Empire, right now, is a situation where it's isolated from the rest of the world, and it's very difficult to revitalize the economy. 4 days and no movement. The Third World Empire. Is it going to be such a joke? Hey, they're still recruiting. I heard they've recruited tens of thousands of soldiers, and after a month, you can't give out scraps of paper, can you? The main thing is that it's sanctioned so hard. Otherwise how could we sell some oil? Yeah, without Crash's oil, international oil prices have gone up. Don't talk about it. A liter of 92 in our country of China has gone up $9. Outrageous. Even the masses of the countries, who were watching Crash, were talking about it, and no one thought that the third world government was capable of breaking the deadlock. Once the U.S. carriers are parked, who dares to go over to trade? USA, want to de-dollarize? Come on, if you can. Fuck my carrier battle group first, or don't even think about it. I don't get it. Is there any explanation as to why the third world government is being targeted in such a way that it doesn't just beat up a Crash? Eagle sauce this hand of aircraft carriers, parked in the right place. Who dares to fight with Eagle Sauce's carrier battle group? That's not living out of patience. Watch and see how the third world government breaks. Don't look. It's designated as hopeless. Netizens fell on various social media platforms to discuss very enthusiastically. This society. Never lack of melon masses. American netizens are even more pleased. On international social platforms, one is as horizontal as 2.5 million, and people from other countries can only be envious. There's something to be done. People's carrier battle group is to do this job. See who is not happy, to whom the sea stop. The global inspector is true to its name. The house is leaking. Not for a moment. A big story broke over at Erlang, which certainly added to the recent situation in the Third World Empire. Hashtag according to Erlang diplomats, crash Third World terrorists. Wanted to be in the running for the space shuttle to be rejected by him. Hashtag. Done. Looks like the countries are really targeting, not acting. Crap. When did Erlang get so hard? Not giving any face at all? At once. The third world government's reputation is in tatters and it sucks. Except that everyone on the outside doesn't know that the base is holding back a big job. And it's going to be announced soon. Countless people were leaving comments under the third world industry's account mocking and watching the fun. When, inexplicably, the crowd realized, third world industry, a quiet message was published. Pre-sale of one medium-sized brand new aircraft carrier. 10% new. 50,000 tons full load displacement. Can park 30 carrier planes, 12 helicopters, 1 AWACS, quantity 1, with detailed data. Viewers from various countries who are leaving comments at the bottom. At this moment Chi was dumbfounded, and at the same time, his eyes widened, and his heart was like a river and sea converging in waves, staring in disbelief. Crap, is there a mistake? Third world industry, to sell the great power, the maritime hegemony, the most sophisticated, the most powerful, the aircraft carrier. God, seriously? Question mark. Below the message, there was an instant snap of skeptical question marks, followed by a series of question marks for all who saw it. The first thing that struck me was whether I was looking at it the wrong way. The second is what is mystery base thinking? Brain fart? Are the mystery base people stupid? Aircraft carriers are out for sale. No. Wait. Where did they get the carriers? Are you in a hurry to be cheating? The statement issued by Xavier was like a thunderbolt. Stone cold on the international social platforms. And more people caught wind of it. The information is still being updated. Priced at just 2 billion world coins. Guaranteed brand new. Delivered in January. 3 years after sales. And hand-me-downs to teach you how to learn how to use it. One ship only. Boy and girl. As the saying goes. Sell cars do not say the price. Business is not big. The countries of the netizens are wide-eyed. You really fucking burst the price, ah? However, as soon as that price came out, once again, the multitudes could not remain calm. Question mark. 2 billion world dollars? That's dollars? People who saw this information, altogether showed a shocked expression. What are you kidding? So cheap. Sure, it is not an aircraft carrier model? Even if it's a medium-sized carrier, you can't build it for 2 billion even if you squeeze your head out of it. It's over $3 billion at least. And that's if it goes well. And not counting the labor and materials spent. Oh my god. Mystery Base has gone crazy again. I highly doubt it. They don't even have an aircraft carrier. This is a complete fake news. Wait, the third world government just took crash. With the harbor, where are they going to build an aircraft carrier? What are you guys thinking? Is this a yes or no thing? The technology of an aircraft carrier. It's not as simple as building a fighter jet. Goose doesn't even have the technology to build an aircraft carrier on his own anymore. And you're telling me that a third world industry that's been out for less than half a month has an aircraft carrier? Fucking hell no. What if there really is? So even if there is, whoever sells it for $2 billion, or brand new, isn't that in over their head? The comments section is very hot. The news that Third World Industries was going to sell the carriers exploded like a dead rock pool and quickly took the world by storm, sensationalizing the world at a terrifying pace. I Buddha, mysterious base, this is not to strike then. To strike, to be scared to death of individuals, ah, say not good they really have, ah. This is said, no is not to hit their own face? Just under half an hour, Xavier sent out a message that just set the world on fire. Selling an aircraft carrier, which is absolutely groundbreaking and brand new. No country. The vigor is so great that brand new San held back for 8 years to hold a carrier, for which it paid an unknown amount of money. Nima. Mystery bases. Straight up aircraft carriers for sale? Even by the karma. I feel like the world is getting more and more unreal. Someone is really willing to sell brand new carriers? To be honest, I couldn't strain myself straight away when I saw the news. It seems that the Third Reich wants to break the global sanctions against him by this method. The question is, do they really have aircraft carriers? It's worth examining. I don't think there can be. I also do not think they have. China, India, that are the top of the big country. Set the country's talent, resources, material resources, but also only these few years, equipped with aircraft carriers, you are rootless floating. Where to get aircraft carriers to go? Absolutely ludicrous. The news was so amazing that in no time at all, it reached the ears of the top brass of various countries. China, India, South Korea, the United States, Japan, even those of them in high positions. At first glance, there was also a flurry of activity. Then there was a snicker. The Japanese cabinet, a minister full of contempt. Why don't they say they have an empty space mothership and aircraft carriers? As much nonsense as possible. There's not using it for yourself and selling it? It's a fake when you hear it. The ministers in the cabinet had expressions of approval. Own great Japanese empire? Want not yet. One is a defeated country in World War II. Cannot be studied. And the second is the development and manufacture of an aircraft carrier. It costs too much. China. Yang Kuan, the head of the intelligence group, and Yi Nianqing, also talked to Director Chen about this. And Yang Kuan took the tablet and looked at the message sent by Xavier. The look was rather hesitant. Bureau Chen, do you think they have an aircraft carrier? Director Chen was slapped in the face by the base many times. This time he was slightly hesitant. After thinking for a long time, he still shook his head and said, "No. How difficult it is to build an aircraft carrier. We have a deep understanding of how difficult it is. Without a big country behind it, electromagnetic catapults, blocking ropes and these technologies, trying to overcome is too difficult. There are folk rumors that the Chinese Military Research Institute really couldn't study the blocking ropes in the first place. There was a compulsion to launch a national industrial mapping exercise. That's how we found the blocking cable. There is no wind and waves, from which we can see that some key technologies on aircraft carriers are absolutely as difficult as climbing up to heaven. Or else the Indian Armenian would not have taken 8 years to polish them. That's how Japan and China see it. Not to mention the rest of the world. The message of the base's statement, while it caused a big shock, didn't take long for one netizen after another to start asking Xavier to prove it below. No one believes it. One netizen from the United States left a direct message. No one knows more about aircraft carriers than we do. If you guys do, I'll swallow my computer on the spot. 66,666. There's a big storm out there. Xavier ignored both with the base for the moment as he updated the Third World Industries website trade information. The price of the carriers. Detailed data. After the intelligence report was given to Zhang Ji was not surprised at all. You don't need to worry about this first. Wait for a few days. How is Erlang's side? They refused our diplomatic request to enter Erlang territory and were outrageous and arrogant. So Zhang Ru held his head high, his tone bland, only that his eyes heralded out a regal light. Going from himself to Erlang, the guys over there are just so grippy. When they went out to the border, they even shot themselves and killed 2 of them, and now they're messing with things. It seems, in recent years, hugging the thighs of China, Erlang really felt that he was a big brother in Central Europe. We have to let them get to know the base. Zhang Ru had a grim look on his face. Stir up public opinion. Let them start a civil unrest. You continue to negotiate. Be a bit more fiery. Put the news out. Let the Erlang government take the blame. And then when we get pissed off, die a bit of Erlang people, so that the people of Erlang will know that it's their government's fault, and we can't be blamed for all of it. Xavier's heart fluttered, and it was the commander who had to be the one to say verve. One word. Just have to sacrifice some of Erlang's people first. I see. Having said that, Xavier also had a winning smile on his face, and it just so happened that the Erlang media wasn't making a big deal out of the fact that they had rejected the mysterious base. Show them off? He immediately opened the international social media platform and quoted that message to the globe. Erlang's unauthorized refusal to allow the Third World government to participate in the competition for the spaceship is a complete display of irresponsibility for the lives of Erlang's citizens. Is the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Erlang prepared to assume responsibility for the United Nations if a border conflict is triggered? Will it be ready to bear the consequences of tearing apart countless Erlang families? The Third World government will continue to intercede if Erlang persists in refusing, and fix the blame on the Third World government for doing something about it. Half an hour apart. Another statement from Xavier. Another instant world sensation. And all the netizens who were still leaving comments questioning the carrier were once again shocked by the base. Nima. Are they that headstrong? That's only a 4-day break. Screwing things up again? Moreover, this time, they are facing the biggest brother in Central Europe, a military powerhouse and an ally of China, Erlang. It is true that some years ago, the little tyrant Leto was a bit stronger, but due to the size of the country, Central Europe is now the de facto boss. It's either Erlang or Schottenberg. Who gave the Third Reich the courage? How dare you talk to Erlang like that? How dare they? Moreover, the Central European side is already in a mess. A bit of a sign of S3 opening. If the mysterious base clashes with Erlang on a large scale again, the consequences are unimaginable. Of course, this is all wishy-washy thinking, and in reality, the Erlang netizens, at the moment, are blowing up, seeing Xavier's obviously threatening words. They're not scared at all. Instead, it's anger. It's pissed off. It's disdain. The heat on Xavier's account was already high, and this publication quickly turned up the heat to the territory of Erlang, straight out of the frying pan. A very large number of Erlang netizens, logging onto international social media platforms, began to angrily spray Xavier, rather like the kind of momentum on China's Weibo, to flush Xavier rotten. What bullshit third world industry? Try touching us Erlang. We are a united nation bound to defeat you viciously. Fuck, what arrogance. Is that a threat? Come on, try firing a shot if you can. He who offends me. Erlang. What's the next line? In short, beat the living daylights out of you. As an Erlang man, I want to say I am really laughing. When you say these words, you don't weigh what weight you have. Crash has stabilized? Just dare to fight. It's not even a fight yet. Don't let the soldiers underneath mutiny. Ha ha ha. That's right. And selling aircraft carriers. What a braggart. Sheesh. The Erlang netizens have given the netizens of other countries all the fun of watching. But what has to be admitted is that the mysterious base wants to hit Erlang. It does come close to fire. It makes sense that others would be so dismissive. Erlang, the capital. When a group of Erlang diplomatic and defense officials in a typical religious style, noble and solemn building, saw the news, there was a roar of laughter. Ha ha ha, you guys, they actually threatened us. This is a big joke. In Central Europe, who are we Erlang afraid of? Ha ha ha. Among them, a defense ministry official smiled with a bit of sarcasm. If you give them 10 guts, they wouldn't dare to make a move. What with selling aircraft carriers and launching operations? This third world government, it's getting better at bragging. Xavier released just 20 minutes. The spokesman for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Erlang, directly in front of all the people of Erlang, with an extremely tough attitude and firm tone, faced the media and responded. Any military action that dares to target Erlang citizens will not be tolerated by Erlang and will be retaliated against tenfold and 100-fold. Tough, too hard, and full of pity and warning from the strong to the weak. To change into the proverbial, you try your hand, see if I nong you. Originally, there were still some people in Erlang who didn't know it yet. Such a mess. Almost the whole Erlang people, all know this matter. At once the whole country. The group is angry, as if Jiangxi's base stole their family things. They're used to being horizontal in this part of Central Europe. Look down on this, look down on that. Even the Chinese laughed at it, not to mention the base, or crash, and for a moment, Erlang was abuzz with clamor against the base. Suddenly so, representatives of countries around the globe and Erlang are dumbfounded. What's going on? What's going on? Why is it so serious all of a sudden? No one expected that. Mystery base and Erlang, both of violent temper, both meet together. Direct Mars collision. Xavier's third world industrial account below. All tirades from Erlang. Looks, none with fear. Gang. The base's most ill-tempered Alpha returned. And when Norton whispered the matter to him, Alpha's eyes flared up at once. Like angry, murderous eyes. Give the commander the word. I'm going to blow them up right now. Alpha nearly shattered the table with a slap. Straight up storming. It's always been only the base that bullies others. No one has ever been able to ride on the base's head and be wild. Rogue if you will. Alpha is just so unreasonable. Hold your horses. Xavier squeezed his temples with both hands. It's hard to support a large-scale conflict in Crash right now, when the currency isn't working either and there's no internal stability. The base doesn't have a lot of money either. All of these things were weighing on Xavier. He was under a lot of pressure, although he also wanted to beat up Erlang, and Xavier didn't want to add to Jiangxi's problems. In fact, Zhang Ru's presence actually suppressed quite a bit of Xavier. Norton's top war mind. Xavier's character, which is cunning and sinister, soldiering on. I have an idea that will take the heat off of us and keep Erlang from catching on, instead pissing them off, while fitting in with the commander's idea of public opinion. Xavier exhaled and said calmly to the two, "Good, then you report back to the commander." The more stoic Norton said. Xavier nodded, picking up the phone as Zhang Ru just casually listened. Sure of his subordinate's thoughts, he spilled out with comfort and encouragement. "You can make the decision. There are some things that you don't need to report to me. Don't be afraid. Big deal. We failed to start over. I'm laying out a globalized base. I'll cover the bottom. Don't worry and do it boldly." Yes. With Zhang Rui's words, Xavier felt refreshed and at the same time filled with gratitude for his commander. The boss peddling and his men screwing up. Extinct. Xavier felt lucky to be Jiang Ru's subordinate. He immediately put his idea together and told Norton as well as Alpha. And Norton's eyes lit up and he clapped his hands. Beautiful. Let's do this. I also want to see Erlang people's mouth. In the end, how hard? Like to scream? Che, rat walk. Alpha fell back on the corner of her mouth, disdaining Xavier's company on the surface. In fact, inside, I don't know how much I'm looking forward to it. Also a wilting guy. Ha ha ha. Whatever the behavior, as long as it accomplishes its purpose, it's good behavior. Xavier laughed out loud, not dismantling his friend's mind. Pick up the base's communicator. Directly and with the greatest speed, the military action against Erlang was arranged, which, apparently, no one had thought of, or dared to think of. Mystery base in action. I can't believe it came so fast. At noon that day, the capital of Erlang, Dranhei, outside the diplomatic building surrounded by very many Erlang journalists, the spokesman in front of a large audience, after the release of the base of views and attitudes, packed up and ready to return. Mr. Amor, if the Mystic base did attack us, how soon do you think we could retaliate back? Mr. Amor, may I ask if it was also you who personally refused the mystery base's entry bargain the first time? Amor wore a faint smile, kept his hair immaculately groomed, wore a dark-rimmed eyeglass, and had tan skin. A bit of Arabian aristocracy, raising his hands and feet exudes a noble temperament, with the flavor of the oil lords. His bodyguards, open a road. Amor held up an index finger to the reporters as he walked away. If they dared, we would have struck back that day. And the truth is, they wouldn't have dared. Hoo. Well said. Ha ha ha. Next to them were the citizens of Erlang and Dranhei, gathered as lively as at New Year's Eve, and the crowd cheered at Amor's words. The weather was breezy and sunny, and the streets of Tehran were filled with religious-style buildings. What a city full of humanistic beliefs. Everything is as it should be. Hundreds and thousands of the people of Erlang, happy and proud, flocked Amor back to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, when suddenly a violent explosion came. It was like a blow to everyone's ears. Shocking, violent explosions, frightening everyone here. Their upper bodies subconsciously lowered. Their faces were horrified, and they looked around. This was the fear from the body's instincts. Boom! Just then, there was another violent explosion, and the street was soon filled with hysterical cries and disorganized yelling. One moment, at the door of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Amor, along with a group of journalists and numerous residents of Deland Black, looked with disbelief at the monstrous flames coming from the street next to them. What's the situation? Attacked? Or was it an accident? Boom! As they looked this way, suddenly, a shocking explosion came from behind them once again, and everyone turned their heads in a hurry. Gradually his eyes widened in horror. What's going on? It was the tallest building in the neighborhood, at 30 stories, with a big shopping mall 10 stories below, and one of the iconic landmarks of Deland. Inside, there is a strong religious-style architectural arrangement. You can take a picture of the card. It's the same as Wanda and Wuyue Plaza in China, but it's a few notches higher than those two. So, tourists are very much with the shoppers. But now, it blew up. Not a simple explosion, but what appears to be a drill bomb, drilled into the negative second floor of this large mall and exploded from the ground. Boom! The entire ground rumbled, exploding and cracking as if a magnitude 8 earthquake had been generated, as if there was a huge object under the ground, to fight to break out of the shell. Intense flames, squeezed right through the cracks in the rumbling ground, and like a flamethrower, concrete and steel rippled up from the ground. Stone tiles fly around with tiles and broken rocks. This, Amor swallowed a mouthful of saliva, his eyes already filled with horror at, well, the damage that drill bombs caused to such large buildings. Extremely scary. The foundation of the entire 28-story building was completely destroyed, and the sound of rumbling was accompanied by the cries of despair from countless people working above. The skyscraper shook, tilted, boom, 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 with the sound of a large structure being destroyed. A cloud of dust spread out, filling everything around them so that nothing could be seen, but one who stayed put, as well as being able to hear the sound of the building collapsing. Everyone's heart, in this moment, stopped abruptly, the sight of the end of the world, witnessed by them. They are like experiencing 2012, this kind of destructive disaster movie. Everything is like with a nightmare, but the dust in the sky, and the cries of the people around, tell them fully, it's not a nightmare, it's true. Amul has not dared to imagine. This will cause what consequences? Just this building, the number of deaths, at least thousands. Hiss. He felt like he was suffocating. The words that the base had said. At this point, came right out and kept jerking Amor around. Could he afford to have countless families torn apart? Not before it happened. He thought nothing of it, but now, the situation was very different, and Amor's heart pumped twice. He was even a little confused for a moment. Did Mystery Base do this? But, how could it come so fast? It didn't take long for something so outrageous to happen in the capital city of Dranhei to directly and greatly shock the authorities of Erlang, and according to initial speculation, this time 3 explosions, casualty figures bottomed out at 3,000. This fuck, it's going to be scary. The capital's administration officials, feeling their scalps about to explode, are in such a big mess that no one but can afford to take the blame. But it's not about who takes the fall now. Instead, it's a thorough investigation. Tick-tock, woo-woo. The elite of the Dran Blackguards were out in full force. Explosives experts, video information experts, bomb police, firefighters, dozens of police dogs, drug search dogs. All of them rushed to the scene without daring to take a breath. The scene was instantly surrounded. Any uninvolved persons. No entry or exit is permitted. Airports were closed. Highways were closed. And all roads that could leave the capital of Erlang were barricaded in dragnet. The anger above is overwhelming. Even if we have to turn everything upside down, we must find out who is behind this terrorist attack and give an explanation to all Erlang citizens, as well as foreign travelers. This time, not to mention scaring the Erlangs of Dranhei to death, but even the consulate, stationed with over 100 delegates from various countries around the globe attending the spaceship conference. It's all scary. Motherfucker. It's not going to blow up on you and others someday, is it? The audacity of a terrorist attack in the capital of a country, on such a large scale, and, it would be the first ever, the largest number of deaths in a terrorist attack, to shake the world. Snap. The bombing document was slammed heavily on the table by a top Erlang MP, dressed in a missionary outfit, a face full of anger. This thing, it's definitely the third world government's doing. We're going to strike back at them, no matter who's behind him. Erlang doesn't fear anyone, at this stage, except for third world governments. They couldn't think of anyone else who would do something so heavenly to Erlang, but the only doubt, it's too fast. Less than an hour from Xavier's statement, Amor's speaking session had just ended when the explosion came. Calm down. We also know that this is definitely not connected to the third world government, but we need proof. We need leverage. Now, the base is letting go. It doesn't matter. No matter what, you guys are going to target me anyway, so what kind of reasoning am I going to have? But not Erlang. Matters. Got to talk about evidence and reason. Pissed off. Pissed me off. They really have a lot of guts to do this. Aren't they afraid of becoming a global public enemy and an object of scorn? What's the difference between that and a terrorist? Whoever it is, we'll make him pay dearly. The entire council of Erlang was filled with rage, with the ultimate disenchantment, taking all means, in solving the case as fast as possible. On the other hand, there are still a lot of Erlang's netizens on international social media platforms, spraying Xavier. Just, soon a breaking news, directly to all of them looks silly. This moment, not only Erlang's netizens, the whole world, all received this urgent tweet. Boom! Hundreds of millions of people were shocked. Hashtag shocked. The capital of Erlang, Drumheller, has just been hit by a terrorist attack, with 3 explosions and an initial estimate of more than 3,000 casualties. Hashtag. Red-stained headline font, bolded casualty numbers. Touching. At this moment, the people who saw this news, all as if struck by lightning, froze and opened their mouths so wide that they could stuff down an egg. The most significant terrorist activity of the hashtag century. The landmark building in Dranhei was blown up and the 28-story building came crashing down. Hashtag. No one believes their eyes. It's amazing to see such a shocking event happen, and to punch his Erlang netizens underneath Xavier's account, with a bucket of water over his head. Through and through, they rushed to check it out. Read it. Ryoba didn't come back to the entrance of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in front of the spokesman of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in the middle of the city where people come and go. Such a lively and bustling location. 28 floors collapsed, simply like the sky collapsing. This scene, watching the crowd scalp numb, stunned speechless, that shocking scene, no less than a plane crashing into the Pentagon, with cries and fires at the scene. No one could believe it. It'll be the capital of a country. The news, in a short time, shook the world. And everyone watched, all immersed in that fearful sight, with horrified faces. But along with it, it's the shock that comes from splashing around inside. And everyone has an unanimous and shocking thought. This fuck. It couldn't be the third world government that did this, could it? Are they crazy? Don't kill yourself. What's so crazy? Boom. Countless people, once again, gathered underneath the Xavier account, all snapping their fingers, snapping out their inner shock and extreme questions. Just from the symbols, you can see how unsettled the netizens of various countries around the globe. At this point in time, this thing is simply against all odds. More than 3,000 casualties, terrified as hell. There is simply no organization that dares to go and do such a thing, except for the people of Erlang, the people of other countries. At this moment, to the mysterious base, not anger, rather, they were amazed to the extreme, admired to the bottom of their hearts, and disbelieved to the soul of horror and shock. This third world empire, it's simply going to be unbeatable. To put it mildly, I now actually admire the third world empire a little bit. It's really hot-blooded. What others dare to do I do. What others dare not do I still do. The imperial power to charter. The first and the last. This is the third empire. They don't care how many people died in your Erlang. It's not like it's your own country. Watching the fun is not a big deal. Too fierce, too fierce, too fierce. Third empire, you are simply a god. Retaliate when you say retaliate. Fast and furious. Bull. The old man is completely on his knees to the Third Reich. People are numb. In this world, actually really have such a brave person. Boy, said to do it, when our country of China has such a brave will be good. Fierce batch. I declare that the Third Reich, from now on, is the god of war, especially a group of Chinese netizens. The attributes of the melon-eating masses are simply pulled full, coupled with the suffocation of perennial protests. The Third World Empire has simply become a country to which they aspire. There are many great powers in the world that have a grudge against Erlang. It goes without saying that Schattenberg, the two brothers, are constantly rubbing up against each other in Central Europe, as well as Old America, Erlang's archenemy. So, there were actually quite a few people that shouted out underneath the Xavier account, even by the karma. Good lord, the Third Reich, the American Empire recognizes you. You've done what we wanted to do and didn't dare to do. The Third Reich rises. Many netizens eat melon at the same time. Soon, foreign ministries, too, have urgently sent out their condolences and expressed their sorrow, as well as angrily denouncing those behind the scenes. All this facetiousness is not enough. Still looks good underneath the Xavier account. Just, at that point, Xavier actually replied to one of the netizens, "Don't be ridiculous. What does an explosion in Dran Black have to do with our third world government?" Immediately after, netizens from all over the world were directly dumbfounded, staring at their own eyes, trembling, just about pointing at the screen and saying, You shameless, the world. I can't believe there are such shameless people. What a hooligan. But, what's with all the joy? Pust. They were about to burst out laughing. Xavier's operation was so tawdry that he actually posted a condolence. That looked like a clinical table of snot and affection. For those who don't know, it's the Third Reich. He's buddies with Erlang. My heart was heavy when I saw this news. The Third World government severely condemns this behavior. At the same time, to Erlang support supplies a carload. Crash nowadays supplies are scarce. The gift is light. But also to the people of Erlang. Do not mind. Once published, the popularity is so hot that many netizens have left secret messages. Laughing my ass off. I'll just laugh and not say anything. I'll testify. This matter has absolutely nothing to do with the Third Reich. I also testified that the Third World Empire was talking to me about selling aircraft carriers and that they knew nothing about it. What are you talking about? This has nothing to do with the Third Reich in the first place. Okay? Meanwhile, a host of Erlang netizens who learned the truth. They were about to come back and angrily question Xavier, when they froze at the sight of Xavier's condolences, along with the testimonies of the netizens from various countries. Brain buzzing. What's going on? They were confused. Although their intuition told them that 80% of this was something the Third World Empire had pulled off. But what about the other 20%? Plus, without any evidence and clues pointing to the Third World Empire, the Erlang netizens, for a moment, did not know what to do. But, watching and looking at Xavier's cart of supplies, the Erlang netizen inexplicably felt a sense of insult that he just couldn't put his finger on. Others do have internal turmoil too. In short, in the seeming irrationality, it is full of reason. And at that moment, a call from the Third World Empire, once again, came to Erlang's foreign ministry. Hello, should we reconsider about our entry? That tone, witty and humorous, it seems to have an indefinable look-at-me flavor. Pust. Amor almost spat out a mouthful of blood. You are shameless. Trembling with rage, his teeth chattering and shaking, he questioned angrily, the explosion in Tehran, was it you who did it? Hey, dude, you can't say that. We're a million miles away from you guys. How could we have done it? Xavier pretended to look shocked. Beat him to death and he won't even admit it. Hold it in. Piss you guys off. I'm warning you, Don't be complacent. It's only a matter of time before we catch the third world government in the act. Don't let me find out. Amor's teeth itched. Now, the biggest object of suspicion is the third government. All that is needed is evidence. Ha ha ha. It's okay. I also hope you guys find the clues earlier. We, the third government, don't want to take the blame. Just listening to Xavier. There's really nothing wrong with it. With a look of concern, he then said, let's get down to business. Let us enter the country? We're still supporting you with supplies. Brother, take my word for it. Does who the spaceship goes to have anything to do with you and Erlang? What do you think the point of you stopping us is? Is that necessary? As the spaceship crashed in Erlang territory, it had been decided at the previous meeting that Erlang could be involved in whatever country was studying any part of it. Oof. Upon hearing this, Amor snorted coldly. Don't worry about these things. Wait and see. We'll catch you. Okay, then wait and see. Hanging up the phone, Xavier licked his lips. Well, a toast is a toast. Right. Then we'll see who can top it. The explosion of Dran Black. It's not shocking enough. Erlang, Drumheller, all the information on recent arrivals. With the street, wherever there are cameras, official or civilian, all moved. Only, after a day of lining up and arresting many of Erlang's own people, they still hadn't found any usable information. The Deland Black police community is confused. It can blow up a subterranean second floor, causing the ground to swell. And according to accounts given by bomb experts, it's a bomb that one person can't hold anyway, but such a conspicuous item. The streets, spreading 10 miles out, still couldn't find any suspicious targets, and it even occurred to them that the bombs might be disassembled. Take one person carrying a suitcase, all called in to investigate. Results, still no clue. Now, the temporary extraordinary major case response team in Dranhei has a messy, smoke-filled office that, at first glance, looks as if it has ascended to heaven. Everyone was smoking cigarettes, brows knit into a rope, sorrowful frown. That, I have an idea. Suddenly, a young constable's eyes flashed twice with uncertainty. The words came out. Swish, the gazes of dozens of people seemed to be eating him up. Come on. Well, it might be a bit of a pipe dream. That is, don't they all say that the third government is researching red alert technology, which has a hyperdimensional core that can, when he said this, he was a bit embarrassed himself. After thinking about it, he clenched his teeth and gave it a go. You can teleport in time and space. Fuck. If you don't want to fucking do it, get the fuck out. Retard. The crowd is annoyed. Once heard such a borderless words, a roll of the eyes without a good face. The young police officers resentful shut up. Thinking to myself, it's a bit of a fucking sham. Soon, 12 hours had passed since the explosion. And as the event came to 3 in the morning, not a single member of the Special Crimes Unit dared to rest. They watched the monitor side to side with red eyes. It doesn't help. Going crazy from the torture. Outside, after the festering, things shook even more, and thousands of shattered families took to the streets to demand a statement from the Erlang government. The chain reaction of the explosion was huge. The aftermath is very much a work in progress. The hospitals were jammed with the injured. The blood banks were in short supply. The families of the untreated were sure to cause trouble, and all night long, anyway, Drumheller was a mess. Gang. It was the wee hours of the morning, and Xavier was actually still up, holding the phone the whole time, very busy with business. All set? All right, Commander. Where's Group 2? Just as well. Xavier lifted his wrist and glanced at the time. It was almost time. He'd been setting up since he'd made the call this afternoon. That's enough. Detonate. After saying that, Xavier went to the window, quietly lit a cigarette and looked out the window. The moon was dark and the wind was high. It was a good night. He leaned over the windowsill obediently, silently read. 3, 2, 1. Hundreds of miles away, multiple cities in Erlang were magically synchronized with Xavier. In the quiet of the night, countless people slumbered. He was awakened by a violent explosion. The house, the table, the window panes, all shaking and rumbling. Waking up so suddenly, countless people panicked, not knowing what was going on, and quickly pulled back the curtains to take a look. And the rushing flames were directly reflected on one of their terrified faces. There's been another explosion, and this time, it's coming even harder. With the capital city of Drange, the second largest city, the third largest city, and the rest of the first and second tier cities, simultaneous detonation. Still drill bombs, detonated in the building's underground garage, destroying the foundation and directly bringing down a building. The scene was stunning. Dran Black, the Special Crimes Unit. There are already many people dozing. And suddenly, boom, blowing away everyone's sleep. Individuals jerked their heads up. Pupils are dilated. Fuck that. It's not happening again, is it? Bear with me. Someone quickly got up, grabbed the jacket off the stool and rushed outside. As expected, the capital has been terrorized again. It's a building. An apocalyptic scene plays out. Several residential buildings, with damaged foundations, are collapsing, and when the Special Crimes Unit comes out, they see this, a straight-up frantic handful of hair, feeling cold all over. They didn't realize that this time, it wasn't just the capital, but Erlang, big and small, 20 cities in all. There was a common explosion. If they knew, they'd probably blow up. At the same time, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Amor was also awakened, and without bothering to put on his shoes, he ran to the window to see that their capital city, once again, was ablaze. He was all tight. The prognosis is not good. Frozen in place. Half an hour later, when Amor learned that, this time, 20 cities had exploded directly, and casualties were expected to be at least 15,000. He fell to the ground as if he had lost his soul, eyes cloudy. It's over. I've committed a great sin, Amor murmured in a daze, his face writhing in agony as he was 100% sure that this was the work of the third government, and the cause. It's because of him. Amor panicked and got up from the floor in a hurry, his face full of panic as he rushed around the room. What now? Because of their own selfish desires, to cause so much trouble. In his mind, it's like the sky is falling. Anyone who hears 15,000 casualties, as long as it is a person, will be afraid. Although Amor is not a good officer, but he's scared too. 4. The denial of entry to Xavier was not the result of deliberation by all the counselors of Erlang, but rather his arrogance and lack of self-importance. Didn't take the base seriously. Privately refused. Now, with such dire consequences, even without a clue, Amor himself, how hard he had spoken at the time. It was 100% the base that did it. If this is exposed, not to mention that the families will tear me alive, I'm afraid the leader won't let me go. Amor was panicking. Something had to be done, or else his great life was going to come to an end. He was such a bossy one. How can I die? The taste of power. He has not yet enjoyed enough. That the life of a man, who can be abandoned, and live is even more instinctive. He hastily began to think of ways to wipe his ass. The other side. After half an hour of waiting, Xavier's phone finally rang and he smiled slightly. Someone couldn't sit still. Pick up your cell phone and take a look. It was an unfamiliar number from Erlang. Xavier pressed answer. A lowered, gnashing, exasperated voice quickly came from there. Are you out of your fucking mind? Do you realize what you're doing? The voice is familiar. Ha ha. Xavier laughed silently, then said, what did I do? I didn't do anything. I was busy working. Do I agree with you to enter the country? I agree. Damn. You guys are really a bunch of lunatics. I've never seen your kind in my life. Ha. Xavier just laughed twice. Another squelched voice came from over there. You have to promise me one thing. The explosion is taken care of. If any clues are left behind, we're all screwed. Oh, it dawned on Xavier. Got it. So, it was all this Amor who was giving the base a hard time, and now he was afraid. Then I'm sorry. Ha. Mr. Amor is so funny. By the way you were talking just now, I don't like it. What the hell do you want? Apologize. Grass. Amor was going crazy, but at this juncture, he had to bite his teeth and swallow whatever shame he felt. I'm sorry. Not enough. I was wrong. I shouldn't have called you guys names. I shouldn't have looked down on the third world government. Not enough. Nima. Amor really wanted to die. This Xavier was clearly deliberately humiliating himself, but he still couldn't do anything about it. I'm a dog. I'm a dog with no eyes. I shouldn't be barking. You are generous. Just let me off. His face was full of shame. He couldn't wait to burrow into the ground. Had he known, he shouldn't have messed with this mysterious base at that time. Ha ha. Well said. Then when the people from the base arrive, remember to arrange things better for us. Understand? Got it. Hanging up the phone, Amor's red eyes were on the verge of spitting fire. It was so humiliating. He had never been so insulted. For a moment, his heart was overwhelmed with remorse. Shit. Why did you mess with them? Really look away. Meanwhile, Amor draws out the black card he just called, breaks it and throws it down the drain to flush it away. It's an international card. He bought it from another country. The Erlang government can't find out. The third world government side was resolved, but the internal one in Erlang, he hadn't resolved, and Amor stayed up all night. Early the next morning, sure enough, there's going to be a meeting of all the officers. Knock. The solemn morning bell was rung, and the whole country of Erlang was plunged into a deadly panic, and the sad cries of the people were heard in every city. Deland Black, the religious lobby of Noda, with its rows of benches, was filled with a single Erlang counselor. It seemed, to the point of Erlang's life and death. 20 cities, producing explosions at the same time. This kind of thing, going through the history of the world, is a horrible situation that does not exist. Now, surprisingly, it happened in their country. And, any little clue, cannot find. This thing, put on who can suffer. That feeling, really suffocated to the extreme. At this point, these people hated to kill with their eyes. The spiritual leader of the Erlang government, with a pestle of the walking stick symbolizing divine power in his hand, and a heavy face, slowly said, "Ladies and gentlemen, this time, we have disgraced ourselves all over the world. Do you know what the outside world is saying about us now? They say we're hit and miss. There's not a hard place in his whole body except his mouth, and he's even more incapable of any kind of meal." The leader's voice grew heavy with sullenness. Theocratic crutch on the ground. The pestle was getting harder, and what he said was even more like a knife in the wounds of the crowd, slapping them hard in the face. "What did you say before? Anyone who dared to move, Erlang would return it tenfold and 100-fold. But now, damn it, he's hitting himself in the face. Start shouting how hard it is, how much it hurt to be smacked right now, and the fact that it was the whole world watching, with eyes all gathered here, was like a public execution for everyone in Erlang. Say what you will." The leader was also ashamed and unwilling to say any more than that, and in fact those in the United States who were watching had much worse things to say than that. "Wow, leader, I suggest that we go straight to war against Crash." At once a hot-tempered general stood up and raised his fist in anger. The leader swept him coldly. "Reason? There is no need for a reason. This is definitely the work of the third world government. Even though we can't find any evidence, can't we move them without evidence?" The fiery-tempered general had already gone to his head, and was overwhelmed by anger. "Silence!" The leader let out a deep cry. He closed his eyes. "I know, we have some misunderstandings with the third world government, but the explosion didn't have any evidence pointing to the third world government, and the timing was completely too late. We're already the laughingstock of the world, so let's not be used like fools again." In fact, he also suspects the third world government, but timing-wise, it really doesn't make sense that less than an hour after the rejection, there was an explosion, and the third world government can do no more than that, in such a short time, nor could they have planned such a seamless explosion. Plus, Erlang and Saudi Arabia have more than 10 years of friction, to the back of the intelligence reconciliation only to realize that, Nima, in the middle of all the people are screwing, let them misunderstand each other, deliberately provoking them to war. So, Erlang is now the leader, and his head is also a mess. Such a big loss and shame. This revenge is impossible not to go unrewarded, but it's definitely important to get the right people. If he was used as a gun again, then Erlang's laughingstock would never be washed away for the rest of his life, and he, the leader, would bear the brunt of it. I've combed through the third world government, and the cause of the misunderstanding with us is because the foreign ministry won't let them in. Just such a little thing. Do you guys think that they would make such a big deal out of causing the current situation? The leader analyzed calmly, suddenly naming him. Amor. You speak. Amor. Who was down there in the atmosphere? Didn't expect to be named, but it was a good thing he was ready earlier and cleared his throat. He stood up and said, "I think there is nothing wrong with what the leader said. This matter, it shouldn't be the third world government's doing, because it wasn't long before, after I thought about it, I agreed to their application for entry, so there is no reason for them to do this." After the sprawl was finished, Amul then sat down. This sitting, the remaining Erlang officials, all confused. That fucking, who the hell could that be? Old America? With Amor's word, Erlang had no choice but to continue to check out the clues, while contacting countries with good relations. See if there's any intel. A wobble. The day passed. With the consent of entry, Alpha and Norton, with a dozen or so men, departed from the base and traveled to Erlenderin Black to participate in a meeting about the spaceship competition. This trip, I'm afraid it's not as easy as I thought it would be. In the face of all the difficulties of the countries, Zhang Ji is still afraid of a word. Alpha and Norton were detained. Miles away, south of Australia, it's a bright day. Sea and sky, waves hitting the rocks, rough waves, stumpy cliffs, wave after wave, constantly coming in from the Pacific Ocean. There was a salty scent in the air. If this would have been anyone here, definitely scared to the point of skepticism. Just now there is no one on the coast. Space and time trembled violently. Buzz a moment, several armored vehicles actually appeared out of thin air. Among them, there was also a giant 40-meter-long steel chariot. It's full of sci-fi flavor. Cut. Click. Click. Uniformed soldiers jumped out of several armored vehicles, holding guns and quickly sweeping the perimeter to keep a lookout. A few moments later, the huge base vehicle, looking for a good enemy, was transformed like a transformer, undergoing a shapeshift and rapidly unfolding into a core factory. Inside is a construction truck with material steel plates. Drive out quickly. Start building power stations and shipyards along the coast. Their technology and buildings will be shared with the desert bases. No need to build anything else. Jiang Ru didn't come in person. Because of this overtime teleportation, there is a risk that the officer who assigned a base to get the shipyard will also develop secretly in this place. The base vehicle came with a portable crack generator modified by Professor Instan. No fear of being found out. Crash. Base. Sent away the base car of the hyperspace teleportation. Jiang Ji was also relieved that there was no problem. Some of the hyperspace teleportation components were burned, cooling down in the cooler. Next, it's much better to build aircraft carriers, and the Persian Gulf is still blocked off from merchant ships by the US military. The world currency is currently worthless internationally, but based on the iron hand of the third government, within the crash country, it's still working now that it's fully practiced. There's just no trade in imports. Domestic light industry, heavy industrial materials, medical care, and even some food and fruit, will soon be depleted. Now it's all about the base strongly suppressing prices. Otherwise it would have been 500,000 marks a loaf long ago. But then how to suppress? After all, things are expensive. Folks, some places, a lot of things have risen in price to the pro-mother do not recognize. Going up again. The value of the world's coins. It would be worthless. Gotta hurry up and import the much needed supplies. And by now, Jiang Ji also kind of knew how hard it was to govern a country in the end. How glamorous it is in front of people. After people are more tired than dogs. Carriers alone are too big a volume to suppress monetary values. And you need to find some more cheap and easy to market items. Jiang Ji silently chanted. The thought of this annoyed him. Either take some funds out and just do it. Forced looting. He even tried last night, trying to come up with Red Alert's more high-tech base vehicles, like Red Alert 3 Coronet, Tech Empire, or something like that. But it simply can't be taken. The amount of energy needed was too much. One's Goldfinger had only accumulated 7 days of energy at the moment, and if one were to force it out, it would be drained in an instant. Gotta keep working on Goldfinger's abilities now. There were no instructions, no system, and it was all up to Jiang Ji to feel his way around as he sat in his room and tried to take items from one game to the next. Cluster Star, large Titan battleships. No response at all. Hands can reach in, but they can't shake this space juggernaut. Resident Evil. Jiang Ji pinched the T-virus as soon as he was quite sure that he was perfectly capable of taking it out, and didn't dare to take it. Immediately after. It's just some mech-war games, where the mechs that pull the strings can be taken out without any problems. Jiang Ji was very heartfelt, held back. His purpose today is to experiment with the ability of the Golden Finger, and then say what to take out. Besides, Red Alert 3 base vehicle mech so much. No, and go take a rootless floating like a mech. Take a whole tech system. It doesn't smell good? So it seems that I can take any game as long as it's a game. It's just a matter of how much energy it consumes. And, Jiang Ru mused, there was a very important key point. Modded games are fine. Then get your own people. Make a game. Make the props you want. And then make it smaller in size but powerful in function. Is that okay? Saying yes, without much thought, Jiang Zhu got up and came to the combat lab. Anxious all the researchers. Not for a moment. In the bright, white-textured conference room, all the researchers arrived. The order from the commander was too urgent. Some were wearing protective clothing. Looking at the people sitting in the house, Jiang Ru was very accomplished and said, I would like to ask if any of us know how to make games? Games? The many researchers were stunned. Is that all there is to it? More than 70 people looked at each other, then shook their heads in unison. Programming they can. Just, game rendering this really don't know. There is no knowledge of this. Commander, let me ask, what kind of game are you looking for? If it's simpler, we can write an AI which is perfectly capable of doing it. Today's simple games. Simple apps can be constructed. Researchers can't make games, but they can make Just saying, there's no knowledge of the subject, and if they were to learn it systematically, they surely would be able to. It's not simple. It's not difficult. And this matter, it's a big deal. Jiang Ji said with some slight seriousness, making his own game, touching things himself, and absolutely not handing it over to the outside world. Otherwise, if word gets out, or if someone recognizes it, it's something in the game. People, all over the world, know they can take things from the game. Sessions, without great strength, one would never survive more than 2 days. Then, take the AI, make it powerful, and have it make games for the commander, with enough arithmetic. Quickly. Alright, it's settled. Everyone now tune up the AI before doing the task at hand. Thinking that the game he needed wasn't too difficult, Jiang Ji agreed. Yes. With over 70 people, most of whom were computer savvy, it didn't take long for them to divide up the labor and start writing the AI. Plus the warfighting labs have supercomputers to provide the arithmetic. Just under 2 hours, base 1.0 was made good. Throughout the computers in the combat lab, the audio instantly carried the voice of the AI, base 1.0, glad to be of service. Zhangji was also in the lab and asked Prof. Einstein, how is the level of 1.0 intelligence? It's too rushed. The base supercomputer we're not occupying much at the moment, and if we give it all to it, the strong AI will still be fine. That means it's comparable to the world's smartest AL. That's right. Strong or not, all depends on the math. Okay, you guys are busy. Don't worry about me. Zhangji happily left behind a sentence and ran to an unoccupied lab. Rubbing his hands together, he grimaced in anticipation. What's the first prop to make? Leaning a bit towards the metaphysical side. Would it work? Zhangji didn't dare to be sure. After all, there were reality corrections and, well, there were reality mutations. In case the whole aura comes back, not the result one wants at the moment. Try 1.0. Hello, Commander? I'm here. Please command. The voice of 1.0 came from the stereo of one of the computers in the lab. Zhangji cupped his chin, pondered for a while, and said, help me make an immortal game. It should be 3D with a specific model. Just look at the attributes of those skin-swapping kryptonite games you've been looking at in China. And then there's a prop in the game. A golden pill. Once you eat it, you'll become an immortal immediately without any side effects. It's okay, isn't it? With a worldview, attributes, and descriptions, Zhangji felt that it was completely okay. It's just that the worldview isn't very complete, so I'll let 1.0 perfect it on his own. This garbage kryptonite handheld game. 10 minutes was done by 1.0. Zhangji quickly opened it, found that golden Dan prop, and looked at the golden Dan in the game that was bubbling with a red light through the sky. He sucked in a cold breath. Can't help but be a little apprehensive. Can you really take it out? Zhangji felt suspended, but it doesn't matter if he tries. While thinking about it, his hand uncontrollably already touched the edge of the screen. Various rays of light from the palm of his right hand blossomed with a swish. Touch into the screen. The next moment he touched the Jindan. A round and cold feeling came. Zhangji fiercely gripped it and tried to hold it out. Can't move at all. That Jindan, as if carrying the weight of heaven and earth, did not move at all. The same as the Universe Hegemony Theta battleship. Sigh. Zhangji retracted his palm. It seemed that trying to get stuck in a bug wasn't as simple as he thought. It wasn't as if something was small and could just be taken. Rather, it carries some practical role, i.e., materialism, cultivating immortality. It's too illogically grounded. What with the great Tao in the way of heaven? It's too vague. There's no underlying logic to frame these. Otherwise, Zhang Ru thought, it's possible to get stuck in a bug. He began to recustomize the items according to his own ideas, and Zhang Ji's eyes flashed with a thoughtful light a little bit. In the future world, technology is very advanced. There is a device that can autonomously absorb the dark energy of the universe, radiation, and then fusion and fission to regenerate elemental gold. A little bit of zero? Zhang Ji was looking forward to it. Now, the principles were all there, equivalent to him writing out the recipes. That device was just controlling the fire and letting the matter transform into gold. Shouldn't be a problem, right? 1.0 quickly constructed the game for this future world, and a not-so-small machine appeared. There was no hesitation. Zhang Ji put his hand in, and in the next moment, the light in his eyes was great. The machine was held, and he could detect the reaction of the golden finger with the current energy. That's enough. Can take this thing. Take it out. Crap. Zhang Ji's face was full of surprise and shock. It was almost as if he had discovered a new continent. Sure enough, if there was an underlying logic, or principle, it'll be done, explained the golden handshake, leaning more towards the tech end of the spectrum rather than the metaphysical kind that doesn't make sense and doesn't work. Just call it the Gold Daughter. Zhang Ru made a name for it, and if he took this out, the direct stone turned into gold, plus the productivity of the base. Ha ha. Invincible. Hold it in. Hold it in for now. Today's purpose is to test the golden finger. After the test, then we'll decide what to take. Zhang Ji forcibly suppressed the urge to take it out. Save the game. Continuing to command to a little bit of zero. This time, he focused on the technological end. Even if with a little bit of sci-fi, that at least the principle, indeed the future can do it. 1.0. Two-way foil no? An item that causes a little bit of two-dimensionalization of three-dimensional spacetime, which then causes a drastic change in spacetime, all the way down to 2 dimensions. Make a game of this. When he said this, Zhang Ji frowned slightly. Two-way foil, too sci-fi, no principle. He just wanted to try. The game is easy to make, but it failed. Can't get it out. No reaction. In the future world, there is a gene editor that can take the genes of various creatures and fuse them perfectly with the genes of a human being, thus giving that person the ability to have the abilities of all kinds of creatures, and that ability is instinctive and at will. Can take Super Soldier Potion. Can take Super Soldier plus Gene Editor. It's a bit of a stretch, needing alone, but it can be taken. There is a substance that can return cells to their old age and keep them in a state of vitality all the time, commonly known as longevity. Can take. In the lab, Jiangji was as if he was possessed, constantly trying out new gadgets. It was too good to be true, and as he experimented down, he was able to take more and more things, every single one of them, all in the heart of Jiangji, ruthlessly smashed down a hammer. The gold finger is too fierce. As long as close to the scientific and technological end, there are principles. Basically, he can take out. Look at the computer. Write down a long list of things you can take for yourself. Point of gold. Super Gene Enhancement Editor. Everlasting Substance. PIM Particles. Zhang Ru was dazzled. All want to take. Any one of them is in existence that can blow up this world. Also, how is this different from the fairy end of the spectrum? PIM Particles, which can change the size of objects. Aren't they the same magical powers as the fairy end of the spectrum? Super Soldier Potion. Isn't that an elixir that makes you stronger? Gene Editors. That's straight superpowers. Get some more samples. Change of color. Flight. Breathe underwater. All of it could be accomplished. And with some experiments today, Jiang Zhu could only say that the future was promising for him. Definitely going down in the annals of mankind. Even the annals of Singing River. Now then, what to take one out first? Jiang Ji looked at the long list of things he had memorized, all of which could bring a very big boost to the base's combat power. His eyes wandered over the super soldier with the PIM particles, and a bit of goldway. For now, what the base needs most is not combat power, but a globalized base to avoid a devastating blow that would endanger my life. Legions of super soldiers, with PIM particles as fierce as they are of little use once the base is destroyed by a siege. Zhang Ru decided to come in steady. Build up your food and slow down your rain. Still need money. The gold dotting device. Just you. As for what drastic changes would happen to the world after taking it out, Jiang Ji didn't want to care. With the funds, he could crush everything by himself. The presence of a gold daughter. He would be able to support himself. Frantically bursting troops, and bursting troops again. And with the productivity of the base, Jiang Ji felt horrible when he thought about it himself. World, prepare to tremble. Immediately afterward, Jiang Ji reopened that game in the point of sale and found this machine. In appearance, it's a lot like an MRI machine, except that it's fully enclosed, or else fusion fission emits radiation, enough to be fatal. It didn't work in the combat lab. Jiang Ji took his cell phone, came outside, and found an empty and unoccupied place. He stared at the dot matrix in the screen, a smile full of triumph. Gold, which can only be synthesized by fusion at the high temperatures and pressures generated by supernova explosions, is a non-renewable precious resource. That alone, just keep the price of gold high. Due to the scarcity of reserves, in industrial use, basically used very little, but who can say, perhaps in the future a certain scientific field of technology, need a lot of gold. Let's not talk about that for now. In short, Zhang Ru had only one purpose. It's all about converting base funding. If you have a large production, trade is also possible. Without further ado, Jiang Ji's hand quickly reached into the middle of the screen, and as soon as he grabbed the gold pointing device, he shrunk back. The energy that had been building up for 7 days faded quickly. Soon there will be a little left. He couldn't care less about this. Staring at the model of the gold dotting device in his palm, Jiang Ji threw it aside gently. This is a money tree. It can't be broken. As the model detached from the palm of his hand, the mysterious light wrapped in a layer on top quickly dissipated. And immediately afterward, a pure white machine larger than a C-class car appeared on the ground. Jiang Ji couldn't wait to experiment with it, and quickly called a few soldiers to follow the engineering vehicle to transport the gold pointing device to the ore refinery. You guys, get some sand over here. Lots of it. Yes, Commander. A few soldiers, with doubts, quickly walked out, and in no time, they got a few frames of sand. Jiang Ji had already opened the entrance to the gold pointing device by this time. Waved them back into it. The capacity wasn't small yet. It was the size of a 2-trunk, and with all the sand poured in, the mechanical door of the pointing machine closed and locked automatically. Jiang Ji immediately pressed the start transformation button. One-click operation. It's very comfortable. What happened inside? No one knew. Except that after 10 minutes or so, the red working glow on the button turned green. then opened the door automatically. The other end, much like the cement truck, it poured out a huge pile of ruddy, reddish golden solution, and the smell of heat poured over it. A few of the soldiers who were around, the engineers, who had gathered around with the curious, instantly widened their eyes, their faces shocked. This, where did the commander get this? Can turn sand into gold. They were stunned. Quickly cool it down and weigh how much it weighs. Jiang Ji was overjoyed and full of smiles, but he had just filled up the funnel. 10 minutes to convert. The base is going to be rich. Many soldiers are also very excited. Excited to find a hose, poured on the top of the sound of zip, zip, zip. With the cooling complete, the gold cake appeared in front of the eyes. The engineering car immediately lifted the pair up and weighed 1.2 tons, which can be converted into 2,400 funds. 2014 for 10 minutes. 1 hour 14,014. A day is. Jiang Ji's pupils all shrunk dramatically, and he sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Directly 340,000. Fly away, fly away. I'm going to get up a big fly this wave and hit 10. See how it works? Jiang Ji directly grabbed an engineer and stared at him with a burning gaze. Aha! The engineer nodded his head full of excitement. Good. Convert me. Don't stop for 24 hours. And then convert it all into funds. Explode the troops. I want to explode the troops like crazy. The base moved very quickly. The daughter was hauled directly outside the factory, on a sand dune piled up from road construction, and worked in situ, uninterrupted. Jiang Ji this time, feel the head of a clear, open spirit platform. This is the red police base should have the appearance. Worried about funding? Worry my ass. Not a moment later, Nolan are alarmed, ran to take a look. Stupefied. He was shocked, words cannot say complete, Commander. He looked at Zhang Ru. Look at the amazing point of view. Are not sure what to say. Jiang Zhu's smile at this moment, looks incredibly spirited. Patted Nolan's shoulder. Build as much as you can. Build whatever is missing. He was like an exploder. Patting his chest. Not bad. Yes, Nolan was on the verge of jumping up and down, circling around the pointing machine, tut-tutaying and checking it out, if it wasn't the only one. He specified that he wanted to take it apart and study it. With that, Zhang Ru gave the order to first give the base warriors, to build a 10,000, that is, 1,000,000 funds. The dilemma of lack of staff was encountered earlier, can only be recruited from Crash, recruiting more than enough to be officers. The base's 10,000 fighters, all as officer reserves, and ordinary cannon fodder is recruited from all over the world. It's a loss of hemp to build it. Then fighters, bombers, whatever, and state-of-the-art tanks, armored vehicles, whatever you want to build. Not bad at all. An afternoon of experimentation, and the time came to evening, when Norton and Alpha had arrived in the capital of Darren, Drumheller, and taken possession of the consulate. And tonight, there will also be a third summit on spaceships. 7 o'clock in the evening. Representatives of various countries, in turn, walked into the venue and took their seats one after another. And in a small house next to the venue, the tripartite representatives of China, the United States, and the Goose Country, in secret talks. How has your side considered the suggestion I made last time? The representative from the United States, Otto, smoked a cigar and asked with an official demeanor and a chest full of confidence. Otto smirked at the Chinese-Russian representatives who were staring at each other. We can agree to conduct military drills in Crash, but China has decided not to take direct action against the third government. Zhao Zhang, the representative of China, took the lead. Last time, Crash was on the verge of losing both armies. The U.S. then came up with a program to target the mysterious base and to wipe out the mysterious base in one fell swoop. And it is on the territory of Crash that the program places the actual military exercises. More than 100 participating countries carry out a point-grabbing mechanism. And one of the targets of the old United States was precisely Zhang Ru's base, setting it as a score point so that more than 100 countries, all of them, would have to go and grab points from the base. That's a lot of live armies from over 100 countries. Among them are the 5 constants. There are large states and countries, together with a little more sleight of hand from the old U.S. The mysterious base, even if it had 3 heads and 6 arms, would have a hard time escaping death this time, which is exactly why Sally was received on the aircraft carrier. Oh, hearing Zhao Zhang's words, the old Americanata was not without surprises. He smiled and said, then by then, the third government's technology will be out of your hands. Oh, to facilitate this plan to be reached, the U.S. knows that it has to agree with China, Goose, or else the two families will mess up, and problems will be inevitable. At the same time, they offered to exterminate whatever base and share the various technologies of the mysterious base. Who knows? Right now, China, only agreed to place the battlefield in crash, but was unwilling to make a move against the mysterious base. Sniffing, Zhao Zhang gave a harmless smile. No. A look of contempt appeared in Otto's eyes. What a rogue. Not paying any more attention to Zhao Zhang, he looked at the Goose representative. What do you guys mean? Anything. Goose was dry, and they talked it over, verbally agreeing to touch the fish when the time came and sit back and wait to split the loot. Anyway, with the US NATO faction, it's a done deal to solve the mystery base. Being able to put aside both sides of the game to sit together, it's all a favor to the good old U.S. of A. It was only after Goose's side agreed that Otto turned his gaze back to Zhao Zhang, took a puff of his cigar, savored it, exhaled smoke from his mouth, and said pleasantly, "You don't participate and you want the technology at the same time. How in heaven's name can you do that?" Representative Goose said nothing and stayed out of the way of what was going on between the two. There are no permanent partners. There is only a temporary alliance. Didn't we contribute by agreeing to place the battlefield in crash? Either that, or we vote it down. Zhao Zhang smiled leathery and appeared polite. It was just that Otto hated to hammer 2 punches in his grinning face. He was still really choked up and speechless. Don't forget, your layout in Central Europe was all destroyed by the Third Government. Can you bear this? There was no way around it. Otto could only use this as a provocation. Zhao Zhang leaned back and collapsed on the sofa, holding a thermos cup and taking a sip of tea, holding up his glasses. Sven said slowly, "One size does not fit all. We won't be directly involved anyway. Give the technology and we'll vote for it. Don't give it, then we won't. You consider it." What can Otto do? Without a trace of temper, he silently spat out 4 skittish Chinese words. No martial virtues. Zhao Zhang smiled gently, not angry at all. Soon, the door was knocked on, and the subordinates of the 3 were outside the door, softly saying, "Leader, the countries have entered." Got it. Let's go. The third summit was about to begin, and without further conversation, the 3 of them exited the door, each heading in a different direction. Make it look. The 3 didn't come together like the other side. In the room, Norton looked at his watch and said in a hushed voice, "It's 7 o'clock. The meeting's about to start, and no one's called us." Erlang agreeing to their entry is not the same thing as qualifying for the summit. I'll find someone to ask. Alpha got up, and with that, pulled open the door to the room, where there were base fighters at the door, and a reception from the consulate. The 5 big Alpha, with a big shiny bald head, looked like a sense of oppression. A thick voice with an air of majesty, waved at reception. "Come here, Gollum." The receptionist boy swallowed darkly, and though he didn't want to go, his legs and feet moved to the Alpha. "Hello, need help? Has the third space summit begun? And where is it?" Alpha gazed straight at him, very pompous. I don't know. I'm not responsible for that one," the receptionist guy said with a trembling voice. Norton followed out and gave orders to a couple of warriors who quickly went downstairs, looking for someone to ask. Not for a moment. It got the message, right on the building behind the consulate. And at that, Alpha sneered. "Let's go. Take the fighters directly to it. Along the road. No one dares to stop him. Everyone is not a fool. Earn this money." 2 days ago the explosion they have not slowed down. A large venue. As the flags of the nations were raised and the stirring music fell, the Third Space Summit officially began, and the Secretary General of the United Nations stood up and was preparing to speak. The door to the meeting place was suddenly pushed open. The people outside the door couldn't stop Alpha. Everyone here didn't have a gun with them. Only Erlang's guards had guns, but they didn't dare to just shoot. "Get out of the way." Alpha was tall and bushy-tailed, his palm with a soft energy, straddling the doorway of a staff member who had stopped him, almost gave him a straddle. The base fighters confronted the guards that rushed up, and Alpha just took Norton and forced his way into the venue. Click. The doors pushed open, and the eyes of a hall full of people, some hundreds of them, instantly focused on the big, lanky bald man in the doorway. "Start whispering." Several guards quickly rushed up and Alpha identified herself. The guards' eyes instantly reddened and they raised their guns fiercely. "It's you guys again. Did you guys cause the explosion? I'm warning you. Don't make any trouble or I'll shoot you just the same." "Yo," Alpha uttered disdainfully. "Here, you shoot one and try?" Snap. As he was saying this, he raised his hand, with great speed, and snatched the guard's gun off. What's the point of raising it blindly if you don't dare to shoot? A gun in Alpha's hand. All of the guards present were like an enemy. The sound of safeties being turned on was incessant, and the fire was so intense that Erlang's sentry exploded. No clue though, but the vast majority of people, at the moment, felt that the base had done it, but the base's ruthlessness had really shocked them as well. There are a lot fewer spammers online. What's going on? Stop it all. At that moment, the head of security rushed to stop it. If there was a gunfight here, The consequences are unimaginable. Norton also pressed down Alpha's hand with the gun. Dude, calm down. With that, Norton addressed the head of security. I'm sorry, we're here for the summit. They won't let us in. That's why we're making such a scene. Help me out. Where is Crash's place? It's quiet in the meeting room when something like this happens. So, Norton's voice was heard by all, and the hundreds of people all looked surprised and dazed. Original. It's the head Iron Third World government that's coming. Immediately after, they then nodded in surprise in unison. No wonder they dared to break into the venue. This was something that no one but the Third World government would dare to do. Bull. Upon hearing this, the head of security frowned and glanced at Alpha in dissatisfaction. Ask the UN about this. It has nothing to do with us. Give us back our guns. Alpha returned the seized gun. The chief security officer signaled for the guards to stand down and, temporarily, gave Alpha a stern glare. Don't make a scene or I'll make sure you don't walk out of here. Alpha has a hangdog look about him. A crooked smile. Then, with a sweep of his gaze across the room, he looked at the Secretary General of the United Nations with an aura of unchanging calm. Where are we? The voice was as low as a tiger's voice. The UN Secretary General, a puppet and someone who had weathered the storm, did not miss a sound and glanced at Otto with his afterglow, seeing that he had nothing to show for it. Immediately, his face was drawn and he said in an unkind manner, Who are you people? Do you know where this is? Not someone who ran away from wherever to qualify for the summit. He was knowingly and obviously giving the base a hard time. Norton, along with Alpha, had expected this, and to be honest, none of those present were on board with the third government. Crash. Norton was unassuming and steady. I'm sorry, the number of people at the summit has been set for the first time. There is no crash. A few of you please return. Seeing the dismay set in, the Secretary General was slightly arrogant and made an eviction gesture. Norton sucked in a breath and was about to say something, but the hot-tempered Alpha grabbed it, his strong body going straight to the front. The atmosphere is full of energy. The tiger's eyes, full of might, swept across the room, and said in a domineering manner, less beating around the bush. I'm going to be blunt today. No one is going to move the spaceship without our position. The smell of gunpowder on the scene tang came up, as soon as Alpha's such arrogant words came out of his mouth. The whole meeting was astonished. The Secretary General of the United Nations felt that his authority had been provoked by the hundreds of sharp, sword-like gazes that pierced the crowd at the base without the slightest concealment. The color of his face suddenly changed. Who do you think you are? When we are sitting here are all air? Open your eyes and see for yourselves. Britain, France, Germany, Japan, the United States, China and the Goose, a small terrorist organization. And you dare to speak out of turn. His eyes huffed and he slammed the table, looking directly at Alpha with a cold stare. Though one has little authority available on the surface, no one would be so disrespectful. Zhao Zhang's gaze was playful, playing with the fountain pen in his hand, and the pair of deep eyes hidden behind his glasses carried the light of a wise man, quietly being a melon eater. Otto leaned back in his chair, wearing a faint smile, also watching the fun. Their lofty attitude, as if they were outsiders, as if everything in front of them was just a farce that was not worth mentioning. Norton wanted to cover his face. This Alpha fellow, he was so grumpy. To that extent, there's no talk at all. But the base's financial resources really couldn't support a large-scale battle, and Norton felt a bit caught between a rock and a hard place. What now? Then you guys can try. This spaceship, move or not. Alpha was still incomparably arrogant and seemed to have complete certainty. That's ridiculous. The Secretary General was very disdainful, shaking his head and losing his smile. Suddenly, the representative from Greater South Korea, sitting down to speak, kept on the same page as the Secretary General, with a derisive tone. I say that bald guy, pretty much get over it, go back and get your internal affairs sorted out, before you meddle in anything else. The representative of Leto too also spoke. I've heard that the price of Crash has gone up dozens of times. Aren't you guys in a hurry, and still have the heart to attend the summit? One less person is one less competitor. They are on the same page now, so naturally they don't want more people to get involved so they can save their own asses. Norton pulled on Alpha's shirt and sighed softly. Come on, that's all there is to it. There's nothing to say. It would be really irrational to make any more of a scene, and it would be completely stupid to start a conflict without a weapon in your possession. Compared to the Alpha's crankiness, he's still relatively calm. Then we'll see the real thing on the spaceship. In short, the base is imperative to this, and there's no way it's going to be given away. Wait. Suddenly, Otto spoke up, grinning as he stood up to stay. I do agree with the Third World government's participation in this summit. What? Except for Zhao Zhang and Goose's representative. The rest of the people, including the Secretary General, all froze for a moment, as if they had heard wrongly. and looked at the old American representative. Otto. What the hell? It's obviously a terrorist organization. How come it's still a third world government? And then your carrier battle groups still blockade the Persian Gulf to prevent people from trading? I agree. Zhao Zhang also spoke up. Agreed. Representative Goose spoke up. The scene was instantly plunged into a quiet. No one knew what had happened. Why the upper three standing would suddenly decide so? Not normal. Norton frowned slightly, sensing something was wrong. Otto at this point, the more he looked at it, the more he looked like a smiley face. To say that there was nothing sinister, he's dead set on not believing it. The consent of the last three permanent, resulting in the Secretary General of the United Nations, the face of a red, a little overwhelmed, which is equivalent to being their own people backstabbing. Ha ha ha. Seeing this, Alpha pointed at him and laughed out loud. This Secretary General, do you have any more comments? Kill and kill. On the surface, it looks like the Secretary General is the biggest official in the United Nations. But now, does he listen to the Secretary General or to the last three permanent members? But in reality he is a puppet. The upper three constants are the real talking heads. The Secretary General of the United Nations felt a bit ashamed of himself, but fortunately he had developed a thick skin over the years and smiled an embarrassed but not impolite smile. Once Norton and Alpha were seated, the third summit officially began. And for the first two, the actual military exercises had basically been finalized. The two men took the papers that were handed out. Check the rules first. Article 1, each country shall contribute a maximum of 10,000 troops for a period of 1 month, including logistics, combat, and all personnel under its command, without limitation on the type of troops. Article 2, each state may carry its own weapons, not exceeding 10,000 men, with no limit on the number of tanks, armored vehicles, fighter planes, aircraft carriers. Article 3, the number of people killed in action cannot be replenished. 10,000 people will be eliminated if they are depleted. Article 4, for the actual combat military exercises, a points system will be adopted, and the spacecraft will be divided into 200 equal parts, labeled with the number from 001 to 200, and each country will initially take a points chip as a guarantee, and they will need to explore the information by themselves and seize it from other countries if they want to number a few. Article 5, weapons of mass destruction may be used, except those that are internationally prohibited. Article 6, since the number of participating countries is only 113, the remaining 87 points chips will be immediately placed on the battlefield of the actual military exercise. Article 7, at the end of the month of January, the spacecraft will be assigned based on the last chip retained. Norton slapped the rules down and sent a copy to Jiang Ji, who took a look at them and bristled. Aren't these pure fucking rogue rules? Unlimited number of weapons and unlimited types of soldiers. Can only say, purely for the powerful countries tailor-made. The old U.S. 10,000 people, divided into 100 people to fly fighters and bombers to fight for air power, and then divided into 3,000 people to fly 10 aircraft carrier formation to. Other countries still play not play? Yeah, it's the hooligan rule. What can you do to me? Who made your fist not as big as mine, and your minions not as many as mine? Anyway, I don't know how the old U.S. is feeding the NATO side of the fence. All agreed to the rule. Probably promised some kind of favor, and this rule, for China and Goose, is also extremely favorable. Naturally there is no reason to refuse, because the old U.S. is unlikely to sail 10 aircraft carrier formation. There are only 4 that can move. It's not very scary either. These are the consensus reached at the first 2 space summits, and today is the third, which will determine where the actual military exercises will be held. Countries have been proposing that they want to be placed away from their own countries and in the enemy's country. No one else is likely to agree. There was another fight, especially among the old African blacks. Asia was going to them, and Europe and America were going to them. Excitedly one stood up spitting and sputtering, his face visible black and red in black and red. It's true. The thing about discrimination is that it's in the heart, the underdog, and it's never going to go away. But since the beginning of the conference, Kamisenkin never spoke. Norton and Alpha, but also just sit a spectator. Do not comment. He too have been worried about this 10,000 people in the actual combat military exercises. The base to fight how? Unbeknownst to the two, the commander had gotten a bit of gold. So, if the base is involved, the 10,000 men, where are they going to get them from? Crash recruits? Military literacy is poor. Facing the elite of a powerful nation, the dirt is gone. Australia. In the evening, the behemoth industrial base, the shipyard, the first aircraft carrier belonging to the base, was finally launched. Dozens of panoramic views of the carrier along with partial views, It went to Xavier's cell phone. The starry sky is boundless, mysterious and full of unknowns in the universe, with magnificent rivers of stars and nebulae of all kinds of marvelous clusters of light, making the universe to the ancient times to the present day. All appeal to the minds and hearts of the infinite. The solar system, according to modern astronomical discoveries, is just a village on the edge of the Milky Way, with a dense center. How many brilliant civilizations have been born? Or even the center of the universe? His level of civilization. And how high did it reach? In the base. Zhang Ji thought deeply about this while constantly checking the news from around the world. He didn't know that this time, taking out a point of gold weapon. What a drastic change in reality is about to take place. The last spaceship had given Zhang Ji a wake-up call that with the frequent use of the golden finger, it might attract enemies from outside the sky, and civilizations with the ability to travel on a cosmic scale. Definitely not something the current Earth can withstand. With a news brush over, Zhang Ji found nothing. The world was calm. Nothing big happened. It seems, everything is normal, with refreshing all the time. It's been almost an hour or so and he still hasn't found out. Something like spaceship that shocked the world. Forget it, don't look. Zhang Ru felt a pang of tedium. For some reason, he actually kinda got up inside this world to something unusual. Wouldn't that be more fun? As Zhang Ru leaves, on the news page, there's a story about a sunken ship, saying that the Pacific Ocean was too windy and unfortunate to be submerged. Erlang, Consulate. The space summit had been going on for an hour already, and the countries were still arguing, and Zhao Zhang's eyelids drooped. Sleepy. Ahem. Cough. He coughed, and Otto cast a glance at Zhao Zhang. And once they locked eyes, the two of them united their thoughts. Bang, bang, bang. There was a dull, sharp knock on the table through the microphone, and the crowd looked up and silently stopped arguing. Because, that's what America stands for. Guys, I see you're all arguing as well, but actually, I have an idea, and it fits, Otto said as he cleared his throat and sat upright. If anything, the crowd listened sideways. Norton and Alpha were whispering, discussing how to fight, when they suddenly noticed Otto's gaze falling on the two of them. He looked up and met Otto's smirking gaze. Immediately after, his words shook the entire room, and everyone was shocked in their hearts. I think that Crash would fit right in. It's rotten to the core and it's okay to fight another war. What do you all think? Click. Norton's pupils snapped with Alpha's, and everyone, now, swished and looked at the two. This motherfucker. No wonder Otto spoke up to leave the two behind. Thought he was going to be a good guy. Original. Purpose here, he's taking the base and holding it up to the fire. Bad as bad can be. Norton immediately frowned. The man is light. I guess it is useless to oppose. At the same time, he feels that it is not so simple. Put in Crash. It's not just the whole of Crash that's going to be messed up. The base is definitely going to be affected by the equivalent of over 1 million troops. All at once. Such a small place. Can you handle it? I agree. I object. Leto's representative and Norton's voices sounded at the same time, and the two of them couldn't help but look at each other. Leto's representative, with a smirk on his face, curious to see what the third world government has to deal with next. Otto didn't even look at Norton. The UN Secretary General was silent, followed by the representative of the British Empire looking round, pleasantly surprised. I agree. The Korean goon then took the stand. I agree. We object. The representatives of Shat and Leah Syria objected, as Crash was next to their countries, not for the sake of the base. Rather, they think for themselves. Alpha, by this time, had spoken not a word, and for every person who held a favorable opinion, he made a careful and detailed note of those countries. We agree. The Japanese representative with the mustache grinned. It's far from them. What reason is there to disagree? Then there was a host of NATO countries, and in the space of a few breaths, all that was left in the large meeting room was a murmur of agreement, and all with a gloating look. Have to say, Otto was too brilliant to let everyone run out of energy arguing and bring up Crash, a place where Central Europe is irrelevant and has a gap with the countries. It's like breaking the dike, drawing approval from the crowd. Erlang was going to object, since Crash was next to them as well, but Erlang's representative swallowed hard the words that came to his lips at the thought of the Big Bang, and a ghostly stare at Norton. Let's see if you won't die this time. All of a sudden, Norton and Alpha, as if they were isolated, only the representative of the Leah Sykes, resisting the struggle, because they were once like Crash. There have been attacks on the good old U.S. of A. The other of the three brothers, the country known as the Grave of Empires, has been lost to the dust of history. Now, it's up to the P5 to say, agreed, 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 agreed. The representative of the British, French and Chinese goose spat out two words without expression. Norton took a deep breath. From this moment on, He was ready to fight until the last moment. So what if there are no people? No money? You guys are going to fight. Come on, that's it. Like a lone brave man, he rose up with vigor, his back straight and his voice calm and firm, reaching everyone's ears. Smoke the chip. The corner of Otto's mouth lifted slightly and he nodded in one direction as a man came over with a tablet with an extract button on it. Alpha casually points. The big screen also showed it, and after a series of numbers jumped around, finally, a 003 surfaced. Moment. The whole room was in an uproar. I can't believe it's 003, the most core area of the debris. The entire ship is more than 2,000 meters long and 600 meters wide, divided equally into 200 parts. The center area, in reality, would be no more than the number 020, because he divided the numbering in such a way that the circle spreads outward. The first 20 numbered. They are all things that big countries strive for, because they are likely to get the core technology, and I didn't expect the base to come up and draw the core number. It's hard not to think about it more. Norton's expression didn't change much. No matter which one he drew today, he wouldn't be able to avoid a bad fight. Is it the United States of America that is secretly playing tricks on us? Doesn't matter. With that, someone handed Norton a handheld safe containing the chip, along with the chip tracker. Avoid small countries that have them. With chip not fighting head-on and fleeing everywhere, Norton was dumbfounded. These rogue powers, they were really thoughtful. Take the safe. Norton and Alpha left the ring straight away, ready to return to the base and prepare early for what next was definitely a vicious battle. These people are being targeted explicitly and implicitly. The two just left. Suddenly, behind the representatives of each country, an assistant or secretary character stood up and said something in the ear of the representative of each country. Swish, swish, swish. A very large number of the country's representatives, with shocked faces, rose violently from their chairs and looked urgently at Norton, who had left the room with Alpha. The news I just heard was like a bolt from the blue. Zhao Zhang, who was as stable as MT. Tai's body stirred a glance and violently raised his head. His eyes were deep and shocked. His face was stunned and full of unbelief. Then swish back, looked to the door. As for Otto, his bland expression stalled on his face, as if he had heard heavenly news, and froze back before reacting. How is this possible? Otto whispered quickly. Can you be sure? This one is no joke. Can be sure. Already got experts to analyze it. The pictures released along with the video. There is no shadow of any editing production. The assistant behind him also said with a shocked face. Otto's pupils shrank, looking deeply at the departing Norton and Alpha, his heart extremely unsettled. Motherfucker. This third government. I can't believe there really is an aircraft carrier. This news was a bomb that exploded in the venue. And while Zhao Zhang and Otto were shocked, there were already several people rushed from his seat. There is no shortage of representatives from countries that have targeted the base. They couldn't fade. This third government carrier, coming just in time, just as the actual military exercises are about to begin. If we can buy a carrier back, earn hemp on it, to play an immense role in this real-world military exercise, take one more point chip. That's outer space technology. Nobody doesn't want it. Wait, they didn't care about image at all behind them, running outside in big strides, not even caring about the summit. A few hands waved like fans. Call Norton with Alpha. The two men outside the door, a little unsure at this point, turned back in confusion and looked at the group of representatives from various countries running towards them. What is it again? The representatives of the countries that came forward were a bit embarrassed and smiled sarcastically. Just now they were targeting others, and now they were begging for help. It was too embarrassing. But it's humiliating to have to go on. The third government, after all, only sells an aircraft carrier. That must be fought for, as long as the business is negotiated. Back home absolutely seconds to promote a level of officials. That, the wolfish Korean representative, with a thick skin, stretched out both hands and shook Norton's hand warmly. Then moody and nervous, you are not selling aircraft carriers. Has not been moving. I'm thinking, not we a buy. Your Excellency, if you can take note. I will now arrange for the transfer of money. Aircraft carriers? Norton and Alpha looked at each other in realization, and both of their eyebrows arched in disbelief. It looked like Xavier had put out the word. The two men instantly gave strange looks, looked to the representatives of the Korean nation. I remember. This gentleman did not seem to say so just now. Norton didn't hesitate at all. If he didn't get out of breath at this point, when would he? It was instantly shady. Ahem. The representative of Korea, Park Young-un, blushed and licked his face to squeeze out a smile. Misunderstanding? Just now it was a misunderstanding. Don't you guys mind? We can raise the price. 1 billion. Gentlemen, you can consider us. Shateberg, we're still neighbors. We're all distant relatives. And we won't treat you poorly in terms of price. Good day to you both. We in Germany also have this intention. In an instant, the two Nortons, who had just been isolated, were directly surrounded by a group of people enthusiastically. Had it not been for the scene just now, no one would have guessed that the venue was full of fireworks. Norton couldn't help but shake his head at the irony. Only, the carrier wasn't his own responsibility. He had to ask Xavier if it would be best to sell it. The base engages in that rebus starvation marketing thing. Not really just one for sale. If you dare to buy it. All 10 of them. You too. We can't do anything about the venue just now. It's not us that's targeting you. It's those 5 people up there. Yes, I have long seen the old United States unhappy. This time the aircraft carrier sold to me. Sooner or later in the future to compete with them. Listening to a kind of fawning explanation around me, Alpha sneered more than a few times. It's all bullshit. We all know it. Let's not reveal it at this time. Don't you just want an aircraft carrier? And outside, there was another man in a Zhongshan suit, talking on the phone with the country. And soon, he hung up the phone and came with a solemn face. Hello, I'm the representative of Chaoshin Kingdom. I've just gotten through to that side. As long as the aircraft carrier can be sold to us, we can agree to any conditions. Crap, there's old 6. When the representatives of other countries heard this, they hurriedly took out their cell phones and contacted the top of the country. There was only one of these carriers, and they were bound to get it. One moment. After saying that, Norton called and contacted Xavier. The two communicated a few words and hung up. Norton suddenly swept everyone with a pitiful wink. The commander is too pitiful. Come on, can sell. He put away his misplaced eyes and put on a smile. Gentlemen, I've communicated that the contract can be signed and delivered today. So if everyone wants it, let's move over and talk about it? Good. The representative of the Chaoshin Kingdom agreed with a full mouth. Others are still a bit hesitant. What about this summit that's not over yet? Never mind. Whatever. It's always less chips. The carriers are important. Your Excellency, please. I know there's a conference room over here. We'll talk there. Norton and Alpha, when it comes down to it, are like the stars of the crowd, comfortable to walk around, leaving the Secretary General of the United Nations and other NATO countries in a daze at the meeting. Nima, just clearly not like this. What now? There was no choice but to suspend the summit, and as soon as it was suspended, some NATO countries, stupidly, stood up. Ahem, let's go check it out too. With that said, whoosh, he slipped away. Otto's face suddenly became more and more gloomy, and Zhao Zhan was also over there, not knowing who he was talking to on the phone, with a serious look on his face. It turns out that the two carriers in China, in this military exercise, it would be close to the top 3 anyhow, and this third world government would sell another carrier out. That's not the case. Bright and shiny conference room. Norton is thrust up into the chair with Alpha, and without the slightest bit of stage fright, the two men take a seat right on top. Norton smiling slightly. Gentlemen, if you don't already know the carrier's data, you have 5 minutes now to check it out. And by the way, communicate with your country to make sure. Soon, the 5 minutes were up, and Norton looked to see that Leto had come running, and he didn't mind. The more people that came, selling at a higher price this time. Seeing that everyone was ready, the pit left by Zhang Ru was thrown out by Norton. The aircraft carrier is still at the same price, 2 billion world coins, but there is another requirement. One must hold 1 billion world coins in foreign currency to be eligible to buy. What? What? $1 billion in foreign exchange? The crowd smacked their lips at the world currency against the US dollar. That's $1 billion in exports. Some of the smaller countries honestly don't even have that much goods that they can export. With this billion in foreign exchange, you can give us food, fruits, industrial materials, or any other item for trade, and we'll buy it. Those who can't take it can now go out the door and turn right. Now, the base is the dominant one, taking the initiative, and the all-abominable A. Norton can take these people and hold them to death. Role swap complete. Now it's not them targeting the base. Instead, they have to beg the base to do their job. 1 billion is it? Chao Xian can accept it. Schottenberg is also acceptable. We, Germany, have no problem getting it together, but you two seem to forget that the Persian Gulf is blockaded and merchant ships can't get through? Yeah, or foreign exchange even. Direct 3 billion we can accept. The bottom line is that Norton could not have agreed to it, and that foreign exchange, a means of preserving the value of the world's currency, was the only thing they held? International recognition of the world currency as a currency. It's the only way to accomplish the commander's purpose. Otherwise, it's not much use to be popular in the country. And, with the settlement platform base side all done, these people are going to hold foreign currency. It would be necessary to make their country's currency join the third settlement platform. Otherwise international trade there is no way to go to the settlement before all countries are converted to the dollar. With the dollar settlement holding so many U.S. foreign exchange, who do not want dollar inflation or deflation. This is why the US is able to have financial hegemony. You don't have to care about the Persian Gulf. You only need to come with supplies. Even if you are sunk, settle the account as usual. We will personally find the United States to settle this account. Norton signaled the crowd to rest assured that they don't need to care. At that, whether the representatives of those countries wanted to or not. Anyway, no one left. Leto to the representative of the Hartsneer. First delivery contract signed, and then say foreign exchange, as long as the sale of their own. 1 billion foreign exchange on foreign exchange. The crowd had mixed thoughts. All have some kind of ghost mind. Since no one is leaving, Charlie, go beat up some foreign exchange contracts and bring them here. Sign this one first, and the carriers you guys watch and negotiate. Either that or the highest bidder gets it. Norton's words instantly made everyone flinch. What do you mean? Just a moment. You mean, whether we can buy it or not, we have to sign this foreign exchange contract? The representative of the Korean nation, with wide eyes, said. He looked around. At least 40 or 50 countries were in. And it's coming in one by one out there. Meaning, to participate, all these people have to reserve world currency in foreign exchange. So much so that the carriers haven't been sold yet. Third world government. You're going to glean $50 billion in supplies from them? Nima, how can you be so outrageous? Yeah, it's a ticket. And if you don't want to buy a ticket, you don't get to participate in the purchase. Norton looked like he was taking it for granted. Straight away, the crowd was dumbfounded. After you buy the tickets, you have to bid on them. Which, fuck, I knew the sky was the limit. No wonder it's for sale at $2 billion. Thought I'd make a killing. Turns out people don't lose out at all. Norton brought in the base fighters and went to fight the contract, and while this was going on, the crowd had a chance to think about it. Honestly, they're tough. Not that $1 billion is a lot. Rather, looking at the base so earned, they heart bitter, sour, jealousy makes people face. At this time cannot show. In normal times, someone would have had to back off, but right now, the dramatic struggle for the spaceship was imminent. Surprisingly, none of them retreated. Started calling again, applied with the above. In a few moments, Charlie arrived with the contract, and Norton waved his hand as he handed one out to all present. Everyone, sign it. If you didn't bid on the carrier and regret reserving foreign exchange, it says that in the future, the Third Reich will never trade all items with it unless it pays 3 times the liquidated damages. I hope you'll think about it carefully, and I can tell you clearly that we still have more and better technology and equipment to sell. His words were deep and earnest. The representatives of the various countries could not make up their minds for a moment, and there was no way to delay it. The contract stipulated that this time a secret auction would be used. The carrier was delivered along with the cargo and the foreign currency. If your goods are not prepared, then I'm sorry, you're not qualified anymore. Anxious to think for a while, the countries still signed this foreign exchange contract. Aircraft carriers they really want. Who doesn't want it? The people from the small day came running, and Otto stood watching at the door of the conference room with Zhao Zhang and Goose's representative, the UN Secretary General, and others. The face is expressionless. Zhao Zhang's eyes moved and moved. He lifted his feet, put them down, and lifted them away again, looking agitated, and he suddenly squeezed his fist. He was met by Otto's dumbfounded look. Give me a contract. Zhao Zhang felt like his face was burning at the moment. A man of his age, a man of great shame. China's 5,000 years of etiquette are deeply rooted. It was really shameful to do such inconsistent things. Plus Zhao Zhang was in a high position and in a privileged position, which made him suddenly do such things. Same as killing him with a knife. But it can't be helped. China wants it too. As long as they take it, they will be able to form 3 carrier battle groups. Otherwise the British and French will buy it and they will have 2 carrier battle groups. It's not on par with China. The competition for spaceships would be a whole lot less certain. Norton came with no evidence. It was all supplies, and could quickly return the entire crash economy and construction to unprecedented prosperity. Though there's going to be another war. It's okay. Put it in storage first. Seeing that Zhao Zhang had gone down on behalf of China, the remaining 4 Changs instantly didn't want to maintain that vainglorious surface. The representatives of England and France, at once, put their foot down. Smiling sarcastically, he spoke. Then get us one too. That leaves Goose with old America. Goose is not targeting carriers. The one that broke in their own house hasn't even been fixed. Their strategic target is nuclear submarines. And they're smoking straight out of the gate. Otto clasped his hands on his chest, still maintaining a condescending stance. It's just a medium-sized aircraft carrier. What's the point? U.S. Military power. It's true that you can't see it. Alpha secretly sneered. What a fool. Medium-sized ones can be put up for sale. Do you think I don't have large ones? Soon. The crowd all signed the contract and Norton contentedly collected it and handed it to Charlie. Comfortable. Okay, I'm going to hand out another piece of paper. You all write your mental price on it. We'll consider it at our discretion and guarantee delivery within half a month. So guys, get your supplies ready. Can it really be delivered in half a month? Chao Xin's representative asked with a bit of an eye roll. If half a month can catch up, that dark auction fill price. Gotta bite the bullet and fill more. Ha! Norton was extremely confident and cocky. If it is overdue, it will be directly given for nothing. So all of you must prepare the supplies. Otherwise, the deal will be cancelled and regarded as a breach of contract. Yes, half a month. It's so ruthless that the eyes of these countries that desperately need an aircraft carrier are lighting up. And it can be used for more than just competing in the space shuttle race. And what about breaking the technological embargo? When the white paper was handed out to the crowd and it was time to fill in the price, each one scratched their ears and gritted their teeth with their hearts dripping blood. Zhao Zhang's hand trembled. Fill in the 199 million world dollars, equivalent in dollars. It's beyond the budget of a medium-sized carrier. And there's no way to get out of it but to bleed it out. So much for strategic purposes. P.S. Brothers, raised into a small black house. We are really against the 5. Not talk about it. Oh, and see and cherish. 41 billion, plus 1 billion in foreign exchange, down all of a sudden to go out 1 billion. This volume, even if it is the great country of China, it's all a bit heartbreaking. With 10,000 tons of cargo ships, it's hard to know how many ships will have to be pulled before it's all done. Countries are chomping at the bit to fill out the arrangement price. Norton glanced at it as he collected it, his mouth about to close in a smile. He and Alpha hadn't realized the base had a bit of goldway. Before selling the carriers it was to harvest more oil and gold. So, alright guys, inform the country to prepare the supplies. Gold and oil are fine. We can also hold your foreign exchange. Remember to apply for access to the third world settlement system later. This one earns numbness. After a pause, Norton looked around the field and added with a grin. Carrier AWACS needed? Carrier staff. You can also provide a 1-month rental service. All inclusive. Think about it, and if you need it, you'll pay for it all together when it's delivered. What? Countries that have never had an aircraft carrier are all looking surprised. Well, you guys are so considerate. What a great guy. We'll come down and contact your official third world website. Great. Now we don't have to worry about the carriers not being able to form a fighting force either. I didn't realize the third world was so sweet. They looked at Norton and Alpha as if they were saviors. The ship's planes were critical. It wasn't the same as fighters. If there's no ship's plane, aircraft carriers are empty shells. There was nothing more to be done by staying at Dranhei. And Norton and Alpha went away contentedly, with crowds of people milling about out of doors and bidding each other farewell all the way. On the way back, he opened the dark auction prices for each country and took a look. The two almost died laughing. None were less than 5 billion, depending on how many ships the base was willing to sell out. And the two were eager to return home and couldn't wait to tell their commander the good news. Evening. The pictures of the third world government's aircraft carrier along with the video have been viewed hundreds of millions of times by netizens and are very sensational. On the blue sea, the behemoth breaks the waves against the wind. Like a towering mountain, the aura is overwhelming. Netizens around the globe were deeply shocked by the third world empire's largesse, all not realizing that this guy really had an aircraft carrier. In fact, the intelligence systems of the countries went crazy and went from a tiny base to an aircraft carrier coming out now. Surprisingly, none of them knew the base, the capital behind it, and who is in control. Until now, no one knows. Meanwhile, the third space summit came to a close, with countries releasing updates and nations having half a month to prepare. At that time, the division of the territory begins the actual military exercises. For a while, the space shuttle competition became the most lively event on the planet. All the talk centered around the Third Reich's aircraft carriers, as well as spaceships. Very hilarious. The heat is simply unprecedented, and the streets are full of people, discussing the two events and guessing who will come out on top of the controversy. No doubt, the United States continues to have the highest voice, and anyone can say that Eagle Jam is bad, not that it is not strong. What's also controversial is that Wahoo would be second, or will Goose be second? Many other countries. In everyone's opinion, it's a chaperone. A bit of luck, maybe hold on to get a few shards, but the core area as well as most parts of it. It also depends on a few big countries. For the battlefield to be placed in crash, the crowd was also watching a hilarious event. No one thought about what kind of damage it was going to do to the people of Crash. and what kind of damage it was going to do to the people of Crash. Instead, the topic of the mysterious base has been constant. Many people can see that this is targeting the mysterious base, this live military exercise. Secretly, the base is afraid to be unprotected, but there's nothing anyone can do about it. Late night, Norton and Alpha rushed back. The atmosphere of the base was relaxed, and the two of them were the first to find Jiang Ji to report. After listening to all of them, Jiang Ji didn't care at all and wore a smile on his face. Soldiers will come. Water will come. Don't be afraid. Anyone who dares to make a move against the base, let them leave Crash upright. Norton and Alpha froze in unison. Is the commander so confident? Seeing that the two were puzzled, Jiang Ru said, "You guys go find Nolan. There is a good thing at the base, so you'll know when the time comes." Not for a moment. When the two people saw the point of gold where, a direct stream of heat straight to the sky, eyes staring round, this fucking still want a 4x supplies. Straight up dry. Jiang Ru followed behind. Norton excitedly said, "Commander, this is amazing. With this, our base can grow in strength by leaps and bounds." Yeah, there's still half a month to prepare, and for that half month, Crash is still under our control, and we'll have to build a few more bases, as well as a variety of radar base stations. By then, they think they've surrounded us? Ha! In truth, we surrounded them. Overseas layouts are too late now, but inside the Krajesh, the base still has an absolute say. Along with some of the military bases left behind by the previous Sally forces with the government forces, a little remodeling. Send a base car. It'll work right out of the box. Commander. Alpha's excitement at the moment was so great that he didn't know how to describe it. The big battle was coming. Instead, he grew more and more excited. Immediately after, the base moved quickly, constantly producing engineering vehicles and then taking the materials with them from the core plant to all parts of the Crash. Every military base, all of them will start a barracks, with air defense radar, an airfield to serve as a backup. How similar this scene is. A week ago, it was 100 rivers to the sea. Now the base branches and spreads its leaves, and in the desert, the territory of the base is also expanding. Chariot factories, directly ready to start for, so that all of a sudden, speed of production of all weaponry, it will be greatly enhanced. If everything went well, in half a month's time, the strength of the base would reach a point in the world that no one had ever seen before or since. Sessions, who can't say whether Jiang Ji will violently open the S3 season. At that time, the world must be very exciting. Following the evening of an ocean freighter, lost in the Pacific Ocean, another freighter, sank silently in the middle of the ocean. All of this, it's not being taken seriously yet. The next day, at noon, Jiang Ji had just gotten up when his cell phone received an unfamiliar call from a Chinese country, and when he saw that the call was from Kyoto, he paused slightly. You don't think so? There's no way it could have been found out, right? He straight away felt a bit thoughtful. If China really found out that he was behind the mysterious base, how was he going to face the motherland? What a headache. Hello, may I ask if it's Mr. Jiang Ji, right? A calm woman's voice came from the phone, unable to hear any emotion. Right. Which one? Jiang Ru frowned and graciously acknowledged. Immigration. Once the voice on the other side of the phone, Jiang Ji immediately put down his heart. How to face the motherland. In fact, his heart is not sure. Anyway, this issue can be put on the back burner. Let's talk about it face to face. Something wrong? Jiang Ru inquired. Mr. Jiang, as far as we know, your visa is about to expire. We would like to find out when you intend to return to your country. And also, that amount of money in the Alipay account in your name. Through what transaction was it transferred in? The person from the immigration office was condescending. With a condescending tone, Jiang Ru instantly let out a bitter laugh. Yes, before there was a golden finger. As a commoner, what he hated the most was the employees of some government departments in today's Chinese officialdom. Ordinary people go to do an errand and get all sorts of faces dropped on them. And it's hard as hell for ordinary people to react to a question. One administrative clerk at a time. Grizzled like 250,000-80,000. Holding the country's iron rice bowl. Taking the people's taxes. And treating the people like this. Who can't hate that? So, it's what makes him so complicated in his mind. Not knowing how he's going to face China. And on the one hand wanting to change that. On the one hand, nor do they want to take on the country. After all, none of the fighters are at fault. It's just that there are a lot of problems in the system. There's not much more to say here. Say more and it's gone. Visa is expiring, isn't it? Okay, I get it. And as for the funds, I don't seem to have to explain that to anyone, do I? Jiang Ru thought to himself that his answer. There was no problem with large sums of money. As long as he did not break the law, he could indeed not have to explain. You either check it out, find out and say, Who knows? This attitude of his. The other side directly exploded. The girl's sharp questioning voice came. How do you talk? I'm the immigration department. Will you cooperate with us? Zhang Ji hated this kind of holding chicken feather as an arrow in his life. Who the fuck do you love? Fuck off. If you don't know, you think you're the mayor of the capital. Socialist country. You serve the people, not yell at them. Understand? Boom. This nonchalant remark detonated directly across the room. And the woman began to go crazy. What's your name? Ha, what are you calling? You're obstructing official business. You know, you're carrying a large amount of money out of the country. We have reason to suspect that you're transferring assets illegally. I'm telling you today, you can't renew your visa, and if you don't return when it's due, you'll be held criminally liable. The other side is very mean. Then you can't call the police to arrest me. Zhang Ji has nothing to lose. Light words. Fell over there, just like a provocation. Almost pissed off the woman at the immigration office. Having said that, Jiang hung up the phone. Okay, I guess not a few days. It will become a delinquent. This motherfucker. How to explain it to the family? Scratch your head. Can't think of a reasonable way to do it? Forget it. It's done. No. I'll take a trip back home when the real-life military exercises are over. Bringing family parents abroad. Not for a moment. Norton came to ask Zhang Ru. The carrier is sold to whom exactly? He came up with the 3 highest bidding paper, respectively. Chaosian $5 billion. 4. $5 billion for the Korean stick. 4. $19 billion with the state of China. Zhang Ji joyful bad. In fact, the value of medium-sized aircraft carriers, hold up on $3.5 billion, converted into more than 20 billion yuan, all around earning this way, Norton, but whatever the price is right, give one to each of them. We are not afraid of having a lot of supplies. This time we will completely push the world's currency to the international level, and when the fight is over, whoever targets us, we will give them the full destruction of their carriers, and directly come to a hand of white whoring. Zhang Ru was talking. Norton's eyes widened a little bit. Crap, Commander, why is your heart so black? Sell it to someone and then sink it. He'd never seen such an old six. But, how does it feel to be cool? Ha ha, okay, Commander, let's do what you want then. Just where are we going to store all these supplies when the time comes? It's a big deal. With tens of billions of dollars in supplies, Crash has only one I-port, and the harbor can't hold it. I'll have Nolan arrange for engineering vehicles to expand the harbor for a warehouse. It's the only thing we can do at the moment, and you have the men identify all the supplies, and try to ask for as little as possible that can't be easily stored. Yes, half a month is perfectly timed, and so, the base is up and running at full speed, and all the money that's coming in, is being used to produce engineering vehicles to drive to every part of Crash, carrying out major infrastructure. This time, the plan is to build a total of 35 military bases, 100 large warehouses, and the whole territory is covered with air defense radar base stations. One by one, soldiers kept coming out of the base as well. It was quietly transported to the middle of the military base. Australia, the large carrier belonging to the base, was also launched, followed by 4 destroyers, 8 frigates, 2 cruisers, and 2 transports. In just one day, direct formation of carrier battle groups, and all the latest from Prof. Inston's research, this carrier, to carry 80 carrier planes from the base, 2 AWACS, and over 20 helicopters, named the base number, and up there, with its own staff totaling 450, it can keep the carrier running with a high degree of intelligence. These people, mostly above logistics, Australia became a direct second base, in addition to shipyards, with the financial support of the base, nuclear power plants, air command, airports, all facilities are under construction. Naturally, there will be no shortage of nuke silos, iron curtains, etc. And nuclear submarines are being produced in large numbers, with a level of sophistication that surpasses Goose's Ohio-class submarines. At the same time, countries all over the world are mobilizing in preparation for the actual military exercise in half a month, some far away. Troop shipments to Crash start today. The road is all green. Here's the deal. Anyone who dares to sneak up on another country in this situation will be swarmed. 3 days passed in a flash. The construction of the base in Crash was basically half completed. And Gang, as the new capital, welcomed many officials and journalists from countries all over the world. Crash is gradually coming alive. There are also freighters from numerous countries, sailing into the Persian Gulf, bringing in supplies and taking away the world's money in foreign currency. In this case, the U.S. carrier fleet in the Persian Gulf surprisingly did not stop the disruption. They came to a consensus. Kill the base. Just in time to swallow the supplies. The world is darkening. Armies are departing. and Xavier is contacting countries to set a date for the carrier's delivery. Under consideration. The base only delivered 5 ships. If dozens of ships came out at once, they were afraid of scaring all the people to death. 5 ships was still reasonable. Meanwhile, these 3 days, the base launched dozens of spy satellites nonstop and began to lay out the globe. And there were some unsettling things going on. Cargo ships lost in the Pacific Ocean. It's getting there. Gradually attracted the attention of a very large number of people. Rescue ships and rescue teams from various countries all rushed to the top of one wrecked ocean. Pacific Ocean. The sky was clear and cloudless as 3 Japanese rescue ships salvaged the wreckage of the freighter from the sea. And at this point, the originally calm sea surface was unusually violently churning. There seems to be a behemoth stirring up the storm down there. The tables, chairs, furniture and chandeliers in the captain's cabin shook, and the Japanese rescuers felt unsteady. The deck was even more of a mess. Some of the things that had just been salvaged were falling to the east and scattering all over the place, and several rescuers with horrified faces held onto the ropes with a death grip. What happened? They looked out to sea in horror. The men in the captain's cabin, too, looked out of the window, at a loss for words, while urgently calling for help. This is the Yamato rescue ship. Something is not right in the waters here. Help is needed. Help is needed. The sea was gurgling and bubbling underneath as if it were boiling, but the wind remained calm in the distance. The words were just finished. A dull, explosive sound of water coming out of the water. Pitch black, scale covered, sky supporting giant pillar like massive limbs, carrying a thick whistling sound. Whip it over hard. Bang! The hull suffered instantly and extremely severe damage. The limb seemed to be a tail, but it was the same as a strong whip. Smoked the rescue ship right out of its spot, taking off at the surface of the sea. Immediately afterward, the tail covered with dark glowing, fine and dense scales once again retracted into the sea, and the Japanese on the ship were about to pee in their pants. Monsters! There's a monster! Help! Long influenced by the Ultraman fights monsters anime, they were horrified out of their minds and creeped out. The world! How could there be monsters? What's going on here? Puff! The rescue ship, which had risen up in the air, once again landed hard on the surface of the sea, stirred up 1,000 waves, and overturned with a boom. To sink the rhythm, a number of people up there fell straight into the sea, but everyone had good water skills and floated up, looking for anything on the surface that could help them survive. Will the terrifying beasts of the deep leave them alone? Under the sea is still fluctuating violently, seems to contain infinite energy to burst out. Poof, a loud sound. A large hideous head struggled violently. Roar! It threw back its head and whistled, its voice deafening, the sound waves spreading for dozens of miles, and then opened its huge mouth, like an endless abyss, swallowing the rescue ship in one gulp. Whirlpools appear in the ocean. The people on the surface, all dragged into the middle of the deep sea, were only just left to send out a distress signal. Around, rescue ships from nearby East Asian countries, which had received Japan's distress signal, did not think much of it and sailed to the spot they had just visited. However, behemoth out of the cage. Not much effort. All the rescue ships completely lost contact with the land. Satellite phone did not even have time to dial one. It didn't take long. This incident is a direct sensation to the world. Even if the freighter is lost, now, even so many rescue ships are lost. That's a bit unusual. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The nearest U.S. military bases around the area quickly sent a few planes to explore. And other countries did what they could. One time, the nearby waters are staked out. Crash. The shipwreck was a big deal, and it was soon noticed by Zhang Ji, who instantly sensed something unusual. Zhang Ru quickly skimmed the news, finding the time of the first incident. His eyes glazed over. He was right, and it looked like he couldn't get away. Zhang Ru pondered, what's it gonna be? And, this time, unlike before, it doesn't just drop the supplies out. That is to say, Goldfinger's mutation of reality. Not balancing myself. Upon further reflection, it is true. It's not like either the gold mines or the spaceships directly enhanced the enemy's power. Not exactly balanced. Rather, he guessed wrong. Alright. Jiangji shook his head and didn't want to think that much. Anyway, he is far away from the Pacific Ocean. Love what he wants. Who cares? But, the base still transferred a few satellites, went forward to monitor the movements of the Pacific Ocean, in case there is a benefit, was taken by someone else. Jiangji felt that he would lose him. Pacific. This time, it's not a rescue ship that's coming, but a military ship, out of the nearest Japan and South Korea. There were also airplanes circling overhead. Sonar detector. The first time into the middle of the seawater. Invisible sound waves, spreading search in the sea. The ship center control. There are very many people inside. Watch the sonar scan in waves. Drop. Drop. Barely 10 seconds later, the sound of searching for the anomaly came quickly and was approaching at breakneck speed. What is this? The computer quickly plotted the size of the target. People stared dumbfounded and extremely shocked at the screen, which showed not a submarine of any kind, but a monstrous-looking beast lying prone. Crap, this Nima is. Soldiers on the warship hastily wiped their eyes with their hands, slowly stared, shocked and lost their voices. Godzilla. Godzilla? This is reality, not a movie. Where did Godzilla come from? But look at you guys, this looks like Godzilla. The soldiers on the warship froze in unison. The computer mapped out what was clearly a crocodile lizard-like creature that was rapidly moving forward through the ocean. Just from the shape, it does fit Godzilla in a sci-fi movie. But fuck, this is reality, not the monsters universe. How did Godzilla pop up? Look, it's coming at us. Quickly, shut down the engines, shut down the engines, shut down the sonar. All of you, stay put, notify the others, quick. Even at this point the heart couldn't be more unbelievable. Right now it's important to save your life. In the movie, Godzilla is not a murderous monster and has no subjective malice towards humans. It may be that these waters are considered territory by Godzilla. It's only then that they attack the ship. The exact reason for this is anyone's guess. So for now it's just a matter of being quiet and seeing if we can dodge a bullet. The fleet's center control room went silent. Dozens of people looked out in unison, wide-eyed, praying for an escape. And, as the crowd reverberated, if there really was a Godzilla, what about Skull Island? What about the center of the Earth? What about the king of monsters, Kid Ora, frozen in the Antarctic? Hiss. They were becoming more and more afraid to think about it. As if the world, as they knew it for the first time, was so strange and frightening. With all the equipment on the fleet shut down, no one in the crowd knew where Godzilla was now, or if it was still coming at them. And that's when one of the soldiers' pupils snapped down to the size of a pinprick. He was busy pointing his finger in the distance. Look, the sea. There was a dorsal fin slicing through the water and it was raging. And people didn't dare to utter a word. If they had been skeptical just a moment ago, now they can be sure. This motherfucker. It's Godzilla. Crazy. The world's gone mad. The dorsal fin was getting closer and closer. The choking sensation hit the crowd. Their heads went cold. And just moments before it hit, suddenly, the dorsal fin stopped. Wow. The sound of a strong current of water rang out. A pretty boy, lifting those dominant eyes from the ocean, staring straight up at the warship, only really facing up. The ghosts on the Japanese fleet. Only then can I truly feel the unparalleled oppressive force and the heartbeat that is about to stop. In sight. Almost all of it was that hideous face close at hand. I'm just asking you if you're touched. It was true that the men on the ship were afraid to move, but in the air, suddenly an American airplane with an iron head fired a missile at Godzilla's head. So close, Godzilla couldn't react fast enough either, and the missile exploded directly above its head, giving the pretty boy a hair perm, exploding violently and igniting into a ball of fire. Soldiers launching missiles do not take the unforeseen. The corners of his mouth hooked up slightly. Any carbon-based organisms? In front of modern firepower, all is a fancy. Just did not expect that the deep sea actually gave birth to such monsters. Was it caused by the discharge of nuclear wastewater from the tiny island nation? Morgan. Just as he finished his thought, an angry growl suddenly came from his headset. Fuck, are you delirious with exhaustion from lying on top of a woman last night? Who the fuck told you to attack? It was followed by another angry curse. Haven't you ever fucking seen King of the Monsters? This is Godzilla. Who told you to attack? The continuous questioning voice showed that the current protagonist's mood, extremely unsettled, was about to be exasperated by his piggyback. Hurry up and fly your fighter away. And the one who started it, Morgan, was fuming at this point. He had never seen the captain, who had carried a gun together and a leg together, get so angry. Godzilla? What Godzilla? Was guessed right. He really doesn't like movies yet. Is it great? Morgan skimmed his mouth. He believes that firepower is king. Not to mention carbon-based organisms, even silicon-based organisms, as long as the anti-aircraft guns are leveled. It can't hold up. Thick flames spread through the air, and inexplicably, Godzilla turned his head in annoyance when he took a hit from Dobby Pocket. Roar! With a snarl and a vertical pupil yelling against the airplane in the air, Morgan hovered, his face dazed and his expression stiff as if he'd seen a ghost. There are actually creatures that can resist missiles? Orders from his superiors came through the headsets and reached everyone's ears, and all the planes quickly moved away from the oceanic behemoth. All hands on deck. All hands. No attack. Stay away from the target. Stay away from the target. Brother General, who can't fly, can only be impotent and furious down there? Waving his tail, smashing warships and exploding boilers all at once. We can't thank you enough. The people up there, more than 100 soldiers, had only one thought before they died. The plane ran backwards. Several nearby warships, all of which suffered, lowered their lifeboats and jumped into the sea amidst a chorus of invective. There's a silver lining to this. The situation in the sea area was quickly reported to the top. Plus this time it was a joint reconnaissance by several countries. The news could not be kept secret. Of course, the news was only circulated among the top brass of the countries. Confidentiality to the general public. The file was quickly classified at the highest level, and the top brass of each country were all numb, stunned out of his mind. Godzilla? How is that possible? The world is getting more and more outrageous. Could it be that the Tata behemoth really existed on Earth billions of years ago? No way. Conspiracy. Definitely a conspiracy. That's a script. An artificially written script versus a cartoon. How can it appear in reality? What's wrong with the world? Messed up. The globe was in turmoil, and ordinary people, though they did not know what was going on, could sense that the atmosphere of the country was tense. There are often fighter jets flying in the sky. Combined with the train shutdown, some of the warpaths began to be gated, and on the tracks, long trains, carrying tanks, were mobilized all over the place. And, with direct visits from the capital to check on the storage of grain silos around the country, there are signs that there seems to be an unprecedented war on the horizon, waiting for people. Spy satellites from several major countries were the first to tune in over the area where Godzilla was operating, closely monitoring its every move. Then the little life panicked. Godzilla in the ocean, moving towards the coast of their country. This would be devastating if it got on land. It has to be stopped, whether it's a real Godzilla or not. That's right. If we let it come ashore and sabotage the nuclear facility, the economic loss it would cause us would be incalculable. And since we're going to lose money either way, we might as well give it a try. Agreed. Even if it is the real Godzilla, I don't believe that human technology is so advanced that it will not be able to do anything with it. Japan's top brass nodded in unison. Godzilla, in the movie, is indeed resistant to nuclear bombs? That's because it already absorbs nuclear energy. But Godzilla has also been hit 9 times before. It's not like it's an invincible being. What's there to be afraid of? With continued research, there will always be a weapon that can destroy and kill Godzilla. In the emergency, the Imperial Household of Japan made a quick decision. In keeping a skeptical attitude towards Godzilla, attack it with all your might. The self-defense forces attacked decisively in their warships. There are also helicopters in the sky, carrying anesthetic needle launchers, to try. As long as the biological constructs are not off their carbon base, none can escape anesthesia. It didn't take long. The warships arrived at the intended area, and a torpedo, fired without stint, startled a long line of blisters on the surface of the sea, running away. Bang! 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 Godzilla's whole body was instantly blown up, and in the face of such high-speed missiles from humans, Godzilla's reaction wasn't that fast. You can only take a beating. Roar! It opened its mouth in the seawater and let out a roar. Torpedoes, can destroy ships. The power should not be underestimated. It is Godzilla, but also a little prickly scratch all over the body. But just open your mouth. Another wave of torpedoes directly in its face gave Chief Brother a brain buzz, and in anger it buried its head in a quick swinging hard charge. Thick skin is not afraid of roughness. Pull. Go around the corner with him. The number of warships started quickly, moving away from Godzilla, and the two sides opened up a big game of catching up with each other on the sea surface. Godzilla is very fast in salt water. The distance between the two sides was quickly drawn in. Facing this kind of monster that only existed in movie and TV legends, the people on the warship once again fired torpedoes to attack. There was no way but to try and find its weaknesses in this way. The helicopter is in a hurry up there. Got the message from the warship and just pulled out. Since torpedoes don't seem to be able to do any damage to Godzilla, and the anesthetic needle probably can't even shoot through the skin. Got to find foggy anesthesia, or find a way to get it in your mouth. As soon as the helicopters withdrew, several warships, unsurprisingly, were shot and destroyed by the brother chief, who then traveled to Fukushima, Japan, at an alarming rate. It's going to absorb nuclear energy to evolve. Now, can't even put out an atomic spit. Japan is desperate. As a defeated country in World War II, they can't have a weaponized army in the open, though they've researched a lot in secret, but I'm afraid to take it out. The only way to get help was to ask the United States United Nations for help as fast as possible. Meanwhile, creating the creative team that filmed the Monsters Universe series, everyone's all under control. Hollywood, Fox Productions, rushed in a group of black-clad men in suits with serious faces, and arrested the Monster Universe team directly on the spot. The director and writer of the Godzilla King of the Monsters series are full of shit. I don't know who was offended, but this is the United States of America, and the smell of capital is in the air. And Fox's boss arrived quickly, shouting in a deep voice, "What are you doing? I have every right to take you to court." He hadn't finished his sentence. Snapped. Was two big men in suits at once pressed down on the solid wood desk. Behind the bodyguards see the situation still want to make a move. Click, click. Several loaded pistols were aimed directly at the bodyguard's head. Gar. Seeing this no-joke stance could scare the team members of Monster Universe. And the situation was so urgent that one of the leaders took out his credentials and waved them around. CLA. We now need your cooperation in investigating what methods could be used to kill Godzilla if it appeared in the real world. Ha, ha. Everyone on the scene, with black lines on their faces, including the boss who was pressed on the table and couldn't move, were all dumbfounded at this point. Fuck you guys. What's wrong with you? You come here to ask about this in such a big way? Guys, please don't joke around. I want to see a lawyer. You psychos, the owner screamed and struggled at his desk. Bang! He really didn't dare to think that the next moment would be a slap in the face, hard enough to hit him in the back of the head and make his forehead hit the table. Shut up. No kidding you guys. Talk, the man behind him snapped. Very fierce. The other side. Japan. Fukushima. A loud boom was heard coming from those still on the coast, and the earth trembled lightly. Another earthquake? It's fine. No emergency notification was sent. I guess a small earthquake. Very many people were just amazed for a moment. Then he went on with his own. Just, dang, dang, dang. There was a loud noise, increasingly rhythmic, like a very heavy footstep. A movement not unlike an earthquake. Someone raised their head and looked in the direction from which the voice had come. Immediately, he froze in place in shock. Sea level. Godzilla revealed a large part of his body, step by step, from the deep sea to the shallow sea area, more than 100 meters tall, like a giant holding up the sky. Shocking beyond belief. Na-awa-awa-awa-awa. Nani. Godzilla. Ah, run. The crowd in Fukushima went crazy, frantically fleeing for their lives. The ancient Tata beast didn't care about human life. In its eyes, it was the same as humans treating ants. Trampled to death is trampled to death. Don't even look at it. The people of Fukushima fled for their lives in shock, their hearts pounding. What's going on? Where did Godzilla come from? Am I dreaming? Boom, boom. Godzilla went all the way straight towards the nuclear power plant. And this time, the world blew up. And the news of its appearance could no longer be hidden. Spreading from Japan. Various videos, instantly sweeping the globe. The world was in an uproar. First the spaceship, then Godzilla. They develop a sixth sense. This world may have to become more and more chaotic, or even usher in the end of days with drastic changes as in the network novels. And at this point, the American fighters arrived late, but in the middle of the city. They didn't know what to do for a moment. Did they dare to attack at this time? A short hesitation. The order to attack was immediately given by our superiors. Boom, boom, boom. Deliberately carried armor-piercing rounds, one by one, came out of the air and shot straight at Godzilla, exploding all over it. The scene. Countless Japanese people, watching the stunned. This is exactly the television contingent fight monster picture. Nowadays, it actually appeared in reality, as if in a dream. All kinds of missiles were aimed at Godzilla's head, eyes and mouth, which were still relatively vulnerable. Brother Chief couldn't help but block with his hands, but also by the impact of the missile, hit a little shaking. All kinds of data, quickly transmitted to the U.S. Military Information Center. An analysis of Godzilla's fighting prowess. Missiles beyond the speed of sound. The fact that kinetic energy can cause Godzilla to sway slightly shows that Godzilla is definitely not invincible and not as strong as he is shown in the movie. Just, missiles that go beyond the speed of sound can't even break Godzilla's epidermal scale armor, suggesting that modern firepower that can break it. Basically, no. Godzilla, on the other hand, has a self-contained reactor in his body and is naturally immune to high temperatures. Unless now special hypersonic armor-piercing solid warheads with terrifyingly unparalleled kinetic energy, with sharp solid warheads, to try and break the defense. Continue the attack. We can't let him get close to the nuclear power plant, especially not to absorb nuclear energy. We've already gotten information from the writers of that story that once it absorbs nuclear energy, it's likely to master atomic spit, and then it won't be easy for anyone to fight. Roger that. Roger that. U.S. bases in Japan, along with bases in South Korea. A fighter jet took off with a variety of missiles that must keep Godzilla out of the nuclear power plant. According to the information we have, it also needs to breathe oxygen while absorbing nuclear energy with an upper limit. In the movie, after being nuked, it appears in Red Lotus form but can't be controlled. we might be able to hold it up with a large-yield nuclear bomb. It's just that this is in Japan. And it's going to nuke them again? Sir, once the large-yield nuclear bomb is dropped, so that all the people in Fukushima, Japan, may have to be buried with it. I know that the matter requires careful consideration of deliberation. If the Japanese had heard these words, one of them would probably have cursed and killed someone. 2 nukes back then. The shadow cast over them. It's not even dissipating now. It's also the only country on the planet that has tasted a nuclear bomb, and has been ridiculed and used as a backdrop by all countries. If it were to get nuked again now, the shame won't wash off for the rest of my life. However, even though the U.S. fighter jets are blocking the way, they still can't stop Godzilla, and it's about to crawl to the nuclear power plant. Step by step, it wants to be the strongest Godzilla. The city, as seen from above Fukushima, literally seems to have been plowed through a broken road by a farm implement several hundred meters in length. Buildings along the road, cars, all destroyed by Godzilla. Very shocking. The missiles carried by the fighters were useless against Godzilla, and without a moment's notice, it was about to reach the nuclear power plant. Emergency broadcasts are blaring all over Fukushima. Get everyone out of Fukushima in a hurry. The streets were very messy, with all kinds of car horns honking and Japanese people carrying big bags and dragging their families along. It was really like experiencing the end of the world. To desperately try to escape Fukushima, but the streets were jammed and the city was completely paralyzed. Such a chaotic and disorderly scene was captured on video and posted on the internet. It hit everyone watching hard. Civilized society. Who has ever seen such a chaotic and disordered city? Each and every one of them are desperately trying to squeeze to the front. The streets were full of honking. People are running wild. I've only seen this in zombie movies. What's wrong with the world? Can we still live in peace? Movies are different from reality. Seeing a scene like this, I am dazed and unbelievable. How can there be Godzilla back home in the countryside? Love what you want. Don't take the labor. It's shocking. Fukushima's nuclear power plant in the event of a leak. Everyone around them could not escape having strong radiation pass through their bodies. Maybe nothing at first, but down the road, maybe even the next generation, both will genetically mutate out of serious consequences. Hiroshima and Nagasaki are examples. So, even though Godzilla didn't attack humans, the Japanese people in Fukushima were scared, terrified, and had an innate psychological fear of nuclear bombs, of nuclear radiation. The sky. The fighters were about to block it, and the pilot rushed to report the situation. Sir, we can't stop this big guy. We've got to find a way to get rid of it soon. Return first. Yes. The moment Godzilla finally crosses the tall wire fence of the nuclear power plant and falls headfirst into it, collapsing the reactor. Snap. The reactor exploded with sparks and unseen radiation that quickly penetrated the city at the speed of light as Godzilla fell back to sleep. The flesh absorbs radiation on its own. Done. At the emperor's residence, the current emperor of Japan followed the prime minister, sitting on his butt in a chair, his forehead covered in fine beads of sweat. There are still a lot of people in Fukushima who haven't run out, all contaminated with radiation. Moreover, the nuclear power plant is near the sea, and the seawater around it will carry radiation, and if the nuclear material leaks again, the consequences will be unprecedentedly serious. Prime Minister. The emperor grasped the prime minister's palm and earnestly pleaded with him, by all means, solve it as soon as possible and control the nuclear contamination, or else, the whole of Japan will be wiped out. I can hardly face my ancestors even if I commit harakiri. Your Majesty, I know. The Prime Minister also responded with a serious face. Then leave quickly. A global conference is to be held. An emergency meeting called for Godzilla, the overlord of the planet, which must be human, and not any other creature. There was only one theme for the meeting: kill Godzilla. The Japanese Prime Minister straightened his attire and quickly took his seat, and as the video conference opened, the top leaders of each country all appeared on the screen. President of the State of China, President of the United States, Prime Minister of France. Behind the many talking heads stood professionals from the research sector as well as the military, participating in this meeting. Just unexpectedly, this time, the government of the Third World was also invited and participated in the meeting. It was Norton who stepped in, and Jiang Ji, right next to Norton, outside the frame, sitting at a table, sinking his eyes in thought, was taken aback by Godzilla's appearance. This is no longer reasonable, more than people realize. Originally, the U.S. was not in favor of inviting Crash's third government, except for the suggestion that the mysterious base had means unknown to everyone, before being invited. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the honor of attending this meeting called by Japan. The Prime Minister of Japan stood up first and bowed to all. and then it was a succession of words. The expression was solemn. At this time things are urgent. We do not have time to explore Godzilla in the end how to appear. The primary purpose is to kill him, otherwise once as in the movie, evolved form, then, is a disaster for mankind. Human nature is absolutely selfish beyond measure. No human being would want any other species to take the place of humans as the dominant species on Earth. There is and can only be one at the top of the food chain. That's human. The Japanese Prime Minister has just finished speaking. The crowd has conformed to the serious nodding. In the face of Godzilla, the world is surprisingly rare to stand on the same front. I believe that you all have a grasp of the current situation, so please tell us what you can do. We must act quickly. Now Godzilla sleeps in a nuclear power plant and doesn't move. On land, it's definitely the best chance. And once it enters the deep sea, it's out of anyone's reach. Would biochemical weapons work? Use a neurotoxin, or a poison like paraquat, which fibers the flesh tissue. The Chinese leader proposed. It was immediately dismissed by a German biologist. Guess not. Godzilla has a reactor in his body. Any toxin, at high temperatures, is just protein. The crowd nodded in unison. Indeed. What about the anaerobic bomb in the movie? Can we make them? It should work. The thermobaric bomb can also instantly absorb all the oxygen in an area. Build on that and modify it. It just takes time. I don't agree with the use of anaerobic bombs if it really is the monster universe. Anaerobic bombs are likely to activate the monster universe's demon, a giant beast more powerful than Godzilla. In the original, this is how Demon was resurrected. It's still too risky to take a chance now until we know what's going on. Numerous proposals were rejected. For a while, the video conference was quiet for a while. People were looking at each other. The atmosphere was weird. Everyone seemed to have something on their mind, waiting for someone else to say it. Norton noticed something was wrong because the scene was awkward and everyone seemed to have an idea. But no one said anything. Commander, this is... He lowered his voice and asked Zhang Ji next to him. Zhang Ru let out a light laugh and blurted out, a nuclear bomb. It can hold up Godzilla, but no one dares to propose to use it. The world's tirades can drown that person. Have to take the blame and resign. Norton nodded in realization, showing a smile and being as silent as the crowd. Whoever proposes nukes now will have to take the fall in the future. Can't you see that the Japanese Prime Minister himself doesn't dare to mention it? Is there anything else people can do? Well, no more for now. Why don't you guys try? Use some neurotoxins with strong acids and other corrosive ones. Try to see if you can break Godzilla's defense? Both were vetoed. The Japanese Prime Minister was filled with bitterness. Then please, come down and work together on the anaerobic bomb. If Godzilla grows to its fullest stance, it will be a disaster for all of mankind at that time. It's the equivalent of a big daddy over everyone's head. Zhang Ru gave Norton a wink. He also wanted to kill Godzilla, an uncontrollable species, as soon as possible, in case of a chain reaction down the line. What Kid Aura, Die Demon all come out. This Earth, who still say ah? Norton comprehended. Ahem. He coughed lightly twice. According to our information, nukes seem to hold up to Godzilla. Crap. The leaders of the countries, along with the military, and the top scholars of each country, looked in shock at Norton, and the proposed crash third world government on the screen. Good boy. You guys are really daring. Who doesn't know that nukes can hold up Godzilla? But, who has the gumption to give that order? In full view of the world, proposing to nuke Japan? That mustn't be messed with by the Japanese to you. The people and the gods are furious. Throughout the video conference, the eyes of the heads of state, at this moment, gathered in unison on Norton's face, and a hint of fluctuation appeared in his ancient eyes. Real stupid or fake stupid? What does the Third World Reich want? How dare they propose this? Their minds were active, but their faces pretended to show a look of surprise. Something to do with not being able to accept it and completely disassociate themselves from it. Life is like a play. It's all in the acting. Nuclear bombs. Isn't that too presumptuous? Seeing that the Japanese Prime Minister did not speak, the Chinese leader deliberately steered the topic this way. China and Japan have a blood feud. Smiling on the surface. Who doesn't want to get the Japs hard? Norton looked to Zhang Ru, who nodded. So he understood the commander's meaning, and immediately waved his hand. No offense. Isn't this for the sake of all mankind? I think, with the Prime Minister's mind, he can understand, right? What? Good lord. What a killer. The Japanese Prime Minister glared at Norton. Fuck you. You tried to drop a nuke on me and now you want me to take the fall? If he dares to say I can understand. I guess it's time to get a double act together with a certain Prime Minister in front of us, holding hands together and going to reincarnation. Excuse me for asking, but what does the Third Reich mean? The Japanese Prime Minister quickly came out to clarify. going toe-to-toe with Norton. I don't mean anything by it. I'm not solving a problem for all mankind, making a suggestion. And, well, I think this is appropriate at the moment. Fitz Nima's head. The Japanese Prime Minister's face sank, and his tone was bad. We don't have a nuclear bomb in Japan, and if we do, we won't go and throw it. And even if I agree, who here in this room dares to come up with this nuclear bomb and go and throw it? All of us here are foxes among old foxes. No one took this lightly, and Norton merely suggested, perhaps taking up some of the charges. But who supplied the nukes and arranged for the fighters to drop them? That's the biggest black pot of all. Even if the leaders of China wanted to drop a nuclear bomb on Japan, they would not dare to open their mouths at this time. And it would not be in line with the international neutrality position that China has always taken, solely and directly and decisively refused. You see, China will not come out with this nuke. The U.S. President swept a glance at the Chinese leaders and smiled silently. If China is not even out, neither are we. Nuking Japan has too much light and too much negative impact. It's purely self-inflicted. Nobody's stupid. Then we are not out either. Goose's Führer said. 3 nuclear powers have refused, and those remaining, who don't have many nukes of their own, are even less likely to be the wrongdoers and get scolded for giving out nukes. So no one is out? The Japanese Prime Minister was aggressive, eyeing Norton. What about the Third Reich? Any more suggestions? Aren't you guys good at what you do? Want to see my Japanese play? Dream on. At those words, Jiang Ji fell into deep thought for a moment. Godzilla. Should we kill it or not? If we don't kill it now, once it evolves, it will be even harder to kill it. With such a large size, I'm afraid the Hyperdimension Core can't do anything with Godzilla, the future voice of this planet. There can be only one. That's yourself. Jiang Ji's current ambition no longer allowed anything that was beyond his control, and he had a premonition in the dark. If you use Goldfinger once or twice more, the planet could be in big trouble. I'm afraid Yuri's mind manipulation will also have trouble affecting Godzilla as a volume. Uncontrollable. Kill it. Jiang Ru inwardly settled on the idea. Plus he hated the Japs so much that he nodded heavily directly at Norton, who was in awe, looking up again, meeting the gaze of the Japanese Prime Minister. Meaningful. Your Excellency the Prime Minister, and all of you sitting here, Godzilla is a matter of great importance, and I'm sure you all know very well the consequences of its evolution. And right now, it's not the time to love your reputation, and I'm hoping that you'll sacrifice a little for the sake of the greater good of mankind. Norton said very sincerely, but fell in the ears of the crowd. Altogether in the heart rolled an eye. You're good, the great righteousness, and we sacrificed? The taste of power, do not experience, never know how cool, even if it is not a feudal society, still can be a sentence. Decide a person's life and death. Who can give it up? No one can. This gentleman from the Third Reich, I advise you not to waste your breath. Even if someone else were to come forward, we in Japan would not agree to detonate a nuclear bomb of that magnitude on our soil. The Japanese Prime Minister spoke out directly to reject Norton. Then I would like to ask, can Japan be held responsible for this if you don't agree with the impact of a subsequent Godzilla? Why are we responsible? You're the ones who released nuclear sewage and that's why Godzilla appeared. Why else would it go to you? Japan, and not another country? You're full of shit. In short, we, the third government, strongly recommend that Godzilla be resolved while it is dormant, or it will be a disaster for all of humanity. That we do agree with. The President of the United States said. The state of China agrees. Mr. Prime Minister, don't be so selfish. Sacrifice one Fukushima for the benefit of the whole world. Just drop the nukes. It's either that or surrender the position of human supremacy. With some alarmist talk from Norton, everyone is a little afraid of Godzilla growing up with this video conference. Surprisingly, it gradually turned into a push against Japan. Jiang Ji clasped his hands on his chest, full of interesting looks. This scene is the most beautiful. Love to see. Angry at these Japs. Ha ha ha. The Japanese Prime Minister got a bit anxious and directly said with full of anger, well, all want to throw nuclear bombs at us, right? I'll put my words here today. Whoever dares to throw them, the Yamato nation will definitely remember him. As he spoke, he gritted his teeth and looked at Norton with great hatred. It's all about this guy. Provocations. Oh, that's quite an honor. I actually have a good idea. Why don't you? China, Goose, America, 1 out of 3 of you, and that won't be the end of it? Norton continued with a gloating tone, frantically making things happen inside. The look on the Japanese Prime Minister's face. At this point it could totally be described by these 2 symbols. Don't talk about him. Just to the leaders of the other countries. All were silenced by Norton dry. Good boy. 1 is not enough. Directly on the 3? Wouldn't that blow up the island of Japan and make it unsteady? But, Their eyes lit up. This offer could work. 3 countries take the fall together. And it's a big country. Fully capable of reversing the winds of public opinion. Godzilla is in Japan anyway. Dead Taoist. On second thought. We in China think it's okay. How about it? How dare you? The Japanese Prime Minister was so anxious and furious that he almost jumped up from his spot and pointed at someone's nose. But now, Japan is like a fish on a sticky plate. Just like an international abandonment. No one cares about him. That is, the big daddy of the United States. In order to solve the threat of Godzilla, also abandon Japan. USA, indeed it can. Goose, together then? 6, 2, 6. The others really didn't realize that Norton's flowery words directly put Japan on the edge of a cliff. Which of the 36 stratagems is this? This Third Reich. It's a bit topsy-turvy, talking and laughing, sentencing Japan to death, and acting as if it's completely for the sake of all mankind. Sinister enough. Never play with them in the future. Shut up, shut up. I said there's no way I'm agreeing to this. The Japanese Prime Minister was in a complete panic. No one cares about him now. It's already being discussed whether the U.S. will unify the drops or whether everyone will launch their own. And Japan did have a say in the last century. But this season, seconds if you show your head. The Japanese Prime Minister, who was also fully aware of his own strength and couldn't afford to touch 3 nuclear powers, was filled with resentment. His eyes glowing red as he stared Norton dead in the face, put the blame on the base. Subsequently, word by word, clenching his teeth, you remember, I will definitely tell the world about this. You Third Reich, you're finished with us, and I advise the 3 U.S. and Chinese geese to think about the consequences of using nuclear weapons. Now the international situation is already volatile. Nuclear weapons, the people's hearts and minds, more and more restless. You are laying a hidden danger for the Third World War. He just finished. Norton immediately took over. Don't listen to him, people. What World War III? It's impossible. Vote with confidence. It's fine. Shut the fuck up. Besides, the 3 of you are dignified people. You can't keep going back on your word. Everyone is looking at you. Since you have decided to vote, take out the big country's vigor and vote. Baka Yalu. The Japanese Prime Minister's veins popped out, staring directly at Norton as he exploded into a foul language of extreme anger. Come on man. Come on man. Cut his signal for me. The Japanese Prime Minister roared, like an enraged lion, and Norton, who had been provoking him, was thoroughly enraged. Prime Minister, we're cutting constantly. This is the channel provided by the American starring Rings. The subordinate spoke with that shaky voice. Fear of the Prime Minister's wrath. Take it all out on him. Now every Japanese man who attended the meeting looked angrily at Norton and cursed inside. Seeing that the fire wasn't hot enough, Norton continued, if you're going to cast it, do it as soon as possible. Who knows when Godzilla wakes up from his nap? It'll run when it wakes up. Oh. This statement was made. The leaders of the 3 nuclear powers had a little in unison and waved their hands. Go and arrange for a direct drop from the fighters. They all have a way, right? Just said an hour later. The 3 fighters will meet at the U.S. military base in Guam, and act in unison. Make sure to hold up Godzilla once and for all. Yes. No problem. Pust. You're despicable. A dozen or so Japanese were filled with a look of deathly despair. And at that moment Norton came back with a remark that almost made them spit blood. That, 3 of you, it's best to carry more nukes. In case 3 don't last and it evolves. We're screwed. If we can't get 3, we'll get 6. If we can't get 6, we'll get 9. And we've already thrown them anyway. So don't worry about that. With that said, Norton slipped right out, the screen cutting to black, leaving a crowd of furious Japanese who hated the moment and ate Norton alive. Hang up the video. Jiang Ji can no longer hold back. Ha 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 ha. Laughed me to death. Norton, really you are. Can I like it very much? Ha ha ha. Commander, I'm sorry. I'm just adding to it. If you were here, you'd do a better job than me. Ha ha ha. The 2 laughed in unison, completely ignored the words of the Japanese Prime Minister. You remember me when you remember me. What can happen? You're the one who's missing, aren't you? As soon as Norton from the base ran away, the rest of them hung up the video, not wanting to see the Japanese cursing, and one of the 3 nuclear powers running faster than the other, directly opened a private channel. Negotiate what comes next. It was reasonable to say that Goose was a long way from Japan, and an hour, for sure, would not get him there, but he agreed to it painfully. It follows from this, the 3 nuclear powers, globally positioned, have reached a point where they can quickly deter threats to any country. Outside, the Japanese Prime Minister had just hung up the video and declared the crimes of the base to all the Japanese people in a heartbreaking manner, with words that directly described the Third World Empire as unforgivable. All the black pots, It's all on Norton's head with Mystic Base. 40,000 Japanese went collectively insane when they heard that a nuclear bomb was going to hit Fukushima. And just an hour later, frantic protests, rapidly sweeping the internet. All of a sudden, it became a global sensation. And everyone was so shocked that they didn't know what to say at this moment. Surprisingly, in my lifetime, to see a nuclear bomb go off, it's something that no one ever dared to think about. Because nukes, they've always been tied to world wars, and World War III, slightly worse, it is to burn with the stones. As soon as the news alone came out, the whole of Japan was in chaos, all the cities, out of order, with people yelling and screaming like crazy, denouncing the Third Reich in the streets, and the guys in this vile country, the ones who have been harboring darkness inside, have taken advantage of the chaos and started enjoying it. Robbery, rape, criminal. If I had to describe a Japanese city, it would be like the end of a college entrance exam and the craziness of a senior. Ethics and morals were completely abandoned. No matter what, kill the Third Reich, kill the Third Reich. They are evil, they are sinful, they will be the sinners of all mankind. And we appeal to the world that the Third World Empire must be made to bear the consequences. Whoa, did you know that the people of Fukushima can't be evacuated in an hour's time? It's not killing Godzilla, it's a massacre of Japan. Who can save us from Japan? Woohoo! International social media platforms are filled with chants of desperate, helpless anger from Japanese people, and there are a lot of cyber saints around the world. All have blamed the Third Reich. They have nowhere to go. One can only gather under Xavier's account and keep speaking, using it to hope that, with global public opinion, the three nuclear powers will stop this madness. The man in question, Xavier, was innocently lying. He's also a belter. What nukes? Isn't that the decision of the three nuclear powers? And what does it have to do with our base? It's not like we have nukes. Grass. Countless Japanese had bloodshot eyes. Pretending. Still pretending. Our Prime Minister has said that it's all your people who are stirring up trouble. Otherwise there wouldn't have been a plan to drop a nuclear bomb at all. It's shameless. For the rest of my life, I will not share the same fate as your Third Reich. Kill them. We must kill them and start a third war. And we are not afraid. The base is being a bitch. To a number of Japanese people fainted in anger, pulled directly into the hospital. They have never seen such a brazen person. But there wasn't much to do with Xavier, who was far away in crash. It can only be vented under the account. The impact of this incident was so great that the official news on the Chinese side informed the matter. And the whole country was shocked, followed by surprise. The Central Network directly released the news, according to the latest approval of the State Council. In view of the high temperatures this summer, with the beginning of this afternoon, to June 21st, the national high temperature holiday for 3 days. Boom! The whole country of China simply exploded. What a hot vacation! For a time the nation celebrated. At this point in time, originally no one set off fireworks. A moment around the fireworks orders skyrocketed. The stock was all empty at once. This wave of manipulation, it directly ignited a national fire. And no one expected the surprise of a sudden vacation. Not for a moment. The major video broadcast platform then came to synchronize the live broadcast of the situation in Fukushima. But the Chinese people are very happy. This thought, it's all state authorization. Otherwise it is simply impossible for those platforms to obtain access to live broadcasts in such a quick time. And the fake is also a high temperature fake. Nothing wrong with it. It fits. And those Chinese netizens who secretly climbed over the wall were happily cursing with the Japanese on international social media platforms at this time. Each one of them was arrogant and gloating. The keyboards are going to break. The Third Reich's maneuvering with China completely made the Japanese people vomit blood. And one of them could not wait to kill them now. But anyway, even with the protests of all Japanese, and the international pressure, still no one could change. The Storm program went ahead. Wipe out Godzilla. Soon, half an hour passed. 30-minute countdown to Project Storm. The international furor was so huge that not only the Japanese, but similarly the three major countries, except for China, did not have an opinion. America with the Goose Native. Both are protesting the use of nukes. The pressure on their government came to an unprecedented exaggeration. And the free United States of America, again, began to shoot every day. They're also messed up domestically. Crowds of people protesting, filling the streets, losing order while groups of blacks open their $0 purchases. Only China sets off firecrackers everywhere. Very hilarious. South China Sea. The Chinese bombers, when they did listen to Norton's advice, took off with 3.5 million tons of TNT-yield nuclear bombs and flew to the U.S. base on Guam, where they landed without incident in no time at all. And a big goose of a nuclear submarine. It also emerged from the nearby waters, and the American one, needless to say, was delivered globally. with 3 of its gatherings within a specified period of time. Fukushima, Japan. At this time, it had fallen into an atmosphere of despair, and an hour had passed, and there were still some people in the city who hadn't made it out in time, in a desperate attempt to escape. In addition to Fukushima, countless Japanese people in other Japanese cities spontaneously came outside, hands folded with eyelashes trembling, praying to the heavens. Who can save Japan? Oh great God of Nisho, stop them devils. We in Japan can't afford a nuclear strike like this. Why Godzilla is coming to our country? Someone please tell me. The moment countless Japanese inside were suffocatingly desperate and helpless, and as a little time passed, the ultimatum was given. Coming soon. 2 bombers took off from the U.S. military base in Guam, and the U.S. military went even harder, going straight for the big strategic bombers, carrying 2 10 million yield super nukes, Goose in a nuclear submarine. Nukes. That's not to mention the fact that the USWs are dropped by bombers and the Goose is launched by a nuclear submarine. Guaranteed to be no problem at all. And Japan as a defeated country, the air defenses used have always been those provided by the U.S. Once the back door is gone, the airspace is simply declared inoperative. 2 bombers strutted into Japanese island territory. At this point, distance to agreed drop time. 5 minutes remaining. Australia, in the second base that no one knows about, surprisingly synchronized, a fighter jet took off and swept through the air, at great speed, towards Japan, with no one knowing what it was going to do. Just can see under the wing, hanging several very large bombs. Crash. Base. Commander. Like this. Is it really alright? Norton stared, his face full of horror, shocked by Jiang Zi's plan. In that case, the world is really going to be in a mess. Japan will never rest easy. Nothing. What can happen? Little Japan. Not worth mentioning, so let them die. It is cheap. Anyway, the beam has been knotted. No matter what. No matter what. Jiang Zi's eyes were filled with cruelty and the pleasure of revenge. As long as it's a Chinese person with 3 normal views, to Japan that is definitely harboring a deep hatred. If the S3 season opens, the Japanese encounter, absolutely more miserable. Yes, Norton also had a hard heart. Come on then. The strength of the base now can completely stand firm in this chaotic world. With the vigorous development of the past few days, no one knows the strength of the base. What a horrible state to reach. 5 minutes passed in a flash, and the U.S. Chinese bombers came over Fukushima, with Godzilla, the giant king of monsters, still lying in a cozy perch in the nuclear power plant. Being an ancient titan, Earth's overlord, brother could never have imagined that a human, a creature the size of an ant, would already be equipped to possess a weapon powerful enough to kill it. So, Godzilla wasn't the least bit wary, absorbing the nuclear energy and radiation around him. His body cells were becoming stronger little by little. Synchronized time. Countdown. 1 minute. Okay, I'm ready. The U.S. pilot and the Chinese pilot, in the sky, flying their bombers, looked at each other, and also felt emotion in their hearts. Never thought of that. Their own 2 families, but also have the opportunity to fight side by side. This feeling, really very beautiful. If the global unity is one. Co-development. I'm afraid we've moved into space now. We launched. As the 2 men reverie, a voice from Goose's submarine came over their headphones, and a missile trailing white, violent smoke shot up from the submarine that was outcropping from the surface. Words. Without hesitating, the American and Chinese pilots aimed a nuclear bomb at Godzilla's position and then quickly left. Phew. Phew. The dropped nukes, free-falling through the air at very high speeds, made a very loud cracking sound. Japanese who have not yet come to leave Fukushima Prefecture, finally tensed up, instantly shedding tears of despair. He opened his mouth and wailed, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Woo woo. The sound of a nuclear bomb breaking through the air, and Godzilla opened his eyes to glance at it, then rolled over and didn't care. It doesn't yet consider something so small. There is the ability to hurt yourself. As the 2 bombs came together, the missiles launched by Goose, not to be outdone, gave chase, and 3 nukes fell across the sky. 3 nuclear powers, in this moment, finally standing together. The scene was as if the game was an epic screen. Very impressive. Shocking. And the picture, China was broadcasting live. And at this moment, heavy historical images surged into the hearts of every Chinese. Songhu, Jinling, Fengtian, as well as all other cities. It's as if the stop button has been pressed and all vehicles, pedestrians, or at home, restaurants, all looking at one of the billboards on a building. This image was broadcast. 3 nuclear bombs went off in unison, detonating horrifically in the air 1 kilometer from the nuclear power plant. And at that moment, there was a zing in the screen. Fuzzy. The aura of destroying heaven and earth was transmitted directly through the screen. Japan, which was originally daytime, but the sky suddenly shone brightly. An infinite light flooded Fukushima. 3 breathtakingly small suns escalated above Godzilla's head in an immensely huge sky shadowing like mushroom cloud. Under the shockwave, a halo resembling interstellar dust formed. Then it spread in a circle at extreme speed. Everywhere you go, not an inch of grass. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The sky of Japan instantly turned orange-red. Miles of white clouds were washed away. And even at a distance of hundreds of miles, one could feel a strong wind on his face. Half the sky turned red. The scene was beyond horrifying. 3 large-yield nukes. All the buildings in Fukushima, almost annihilated in an instant. Finished glyphs surround Godzilla in the center. The moment of the explosion, Godzilla finally felt a strong sense of life-threatening danger, and it tried to get up, but the incomparable light of the sun prevented Godzilla from looking directly at it. It's angry. Roar! Closing his eyes and letting out a roar of rage to the extreme. A flash of glowing blue light flashed across his dark, hard-as-iron dorsal fin. With such strong energy, the reactor in its body was instantly activated, and the trillions and trillions of cells all over its body became active and began to frantically absorb the surrounding nuclear energy. Except Godzilla wasn't happy at all right now. Water overflows. Its nascent cells, under such furious nuclear energy, filled up all at once, and any further absorption was going to explode. Zip, zip, zip. The reactor in Godzilla's body, running at full speed, and the glistening blue light on his dorsal fins turned fiery red for a moment. Its entire body was radiating a crimson like magma. Every cell was on the verge of expanding and exploding. Roar, roar. Godzilla roared up to the sky in pain. There was too much energy for it to absorb, but it couldn't control it. Absorbing nuclear energy along with radiation was a cellular instinct. Next moment, a clacking sound came from Godzilla's body. It cracked open in several fiery red slits. It opened its mouth wide at once. With all his strength, his dorsal fin shimmered and glowed with an extremely bright red color that ran from his tail all the way down his dorsal fin to his mouth. Giggle! Thick as a truck, the red lotus atomic spit erupted away from Godzilla's mouth, much like a thick laser, shooting indiscriminately on Japanese islands. It's venting its energy in this way, except that the sun blown out by the 3 nukes around it is far from being extinguished, and is slowly rising in a mushroom cloud. Godzilla himself didn't expect it. I can't believe that I can evolve to the red lotus stance in this instant. But this is pulling the plug. The cells can't withstand it at all. It's on the verge of physical collapse. Roar! It's scared, not daring to stay here. He quickly lifted his feet and ran away, spraying atomic spit from his mouth as he ran, the dirt pavement melting into liquid as he was swept across it. Report, Godzilla is not dead. It looks like it's in pain. It's escaping to the sea, requesting a second wave of nukes. Approved. Without the slightest hesitation, they directly agreed. If they couldn't kill Godzilla this time and let it evolve into the Red Lotus form, then everyone would wait for death next. Even if China doesn't carry enough nukes with Goose, it all has to be launched from somewhere else, bound to blow this guy up. The 2 bombers, far away, quickly turned back, calculated Godzilla's direction, and dropped on him instantly. A moment, 3 suns, rising again on the island of Japan. The earth trembled, the sky roared, and the destruction of the world came again. Boom! The coast of Fukushima cracked straight up, surrounded by seawater. It's all boiling over in this heat. Ow! Being blown up again. Brother General's scalp went numb, and the roar in his mouth directly turned into a wail. Even it can't hold out at this point. Originally, becoming a Red Lotus form in an instant was already its limit, and it was unknown if it could make it through. Here comes another wave. To finish. Boom! Boom! Godzilla's body directly turned into a crystalline body as if it were a crimson glaze, transparent and glassy, but it could be seen that an infinite amount of terrifying energy was brewing in its body, like hiding a sun. Inside the body as it were, energy was being thrown, fused, violently churned, fused, fissioned, and boom, Godzilla's chest instantly cracked open a large hole. Extreme energy compressed within the body. It shot out like a torrent, forming another atomic spit thicker than the mouth. Click, click, click. Immediately afterward, Godzilla was exploding all over, a path of energy tilting out, and it was just spewing atomic spit wildly in all directions. Boom, boom, boom. The area around the coast of Fukushima was all of a sudden blown apart by Godzilla's Red Lotus atomic spit, as well as several pillars of crimson light that shot out into space. To this point, the pupils of the unstoppable Godzilla gradually dimmed. It came to the end of its life, unable to control the reactor in its body. The energy had collapsed and overflowed. However, it is far from over. the reactor in Godzilla's body, like a star falling, rapidly collapsed after the extreme energy expansion. It's going to explode. And the yield of this explosion was much greater than that of any of the nuclear bombs just now. The raging energy visible to the naked eye. It almost turned into substance. Holding on to his last breath, Godzilla moved his feet a little bit towards the ocean. The ocean was his home, his place. Boom! It went down to the sea, and took 2 more steps, the water submerging most of Godzilla's body. The atomic spit still erupting desperately. Godzilla is down. The boiling sea water flooded it, but the endless crimson light that shimmered through the water was still rippling with energy underneath. Countless Japanese people, their faces were deathly pale. They feel like it's going to be over. Next, there was bound to be a monstrous tsunami about to sweep in, while on the other side, a fighter jet, silently, came to a snow-covered mountain. Under Mount Fuji, the people in these villages in Japan all seemed to be going through the biggest thing in their lives. They were outside, feeling the earth tremble. They looked at the red sky in the distance. There was sadness in his eyes. The earth-shattering sound of a nuclear bomb explosion, even if they were stranded hundreds of kilometers away, could be vaguely felt vibrating in the air, especially the trembling beneath their feet. Obviously, no other country has suffered a nuclear strike in decades, and it's amazing that they, Japan, will meet twice. Ugh, I hope it's okay over there. Suddenly, people from several villages down the hill raised their heads and looked sadly into the air. The sound of an airplane just came in. However, at this look, their eyes instantly became out of place. That's right, fighters? Wait, what are they doing? This direction. They're heading towards Mt. Fuji. One time, countless people looked at each other, at a loss for words, looking into the air. Due to the distance, they couldn't see the huge bombs carried on the fighter jets, but even if they couldn't, flying with fighter jets to such a sensitive place as Mt. Fuji made the hearts of the people around them clench at once. It shouldn't be possible, should it? Who dares to have such audacity? A Chinese or American airplane? I don't know, but from Fukushima to Guam, it won't go through here. Ha! Air! The fighter, coated in a silver stealthy layer of paint, quickly swooped down. It had come all the way from 10,000 meters in the air, largely unnoticed. At 10,000 meters so high, from the ground, it's just a little black dot. Now to the target location. The altitude only dropped, all seen by the inhabitants of the surrounding villages, but no one knew from which direction it came. The Japanese top brass don't know either. There was this one fighter plane that slipped through the water to carry on, and at the same time, it would execute a crazy plan. The huge bombs carried on the wings are nothing else. Exactly the base. Nukes. Detonate Mt. Fuji. Together with Godzilla's destruction, half of Japan will be in ruins by this point. A move that will lead to Japan's demise. As the fighters got lower and lower in altitude, the pilot could already see Mount Fuji in its entirety. A huge volcanic cone that lay across the end of the horizon, covered with just a little bit of snow that was about to melt away. Recent years, the pressure inside Mt. Fuji has come to 1.6 MPa and is just one chance away from erupting. And that pressure, it's higher than the last eruption. Once it erupts, the damage caused would be immense. Mt. Fuji is to Japan what the Three Gorges Dam is to China and Yellowstone is to the United States. Very serious. Close. In just a few seconds, the fighters would reach the intended drop point, and the Japanese villagers at the foot of Mount Fuji, in a mere blink of an eye, would see a huge bomb, falling from the air towards the crater of Mount Fuji. Wow! The crowd instantly panicked, and terrified cries, for a moment, rang out from all directions. Hurry! Run! Who did this to you? The pupils of the countless Japanese around them shrunk. Their expressions suddenly changed to anger, furious and horrified as they cursed. Hua Gua! It must be China. It's definitely them. Fuck. Damn China. This is blatant retaliation on their part. If labor survives this time, I will definitely go to China to jade. The surrounding Japanese's hatred towards China reached its peak at this moment. I can't believe I'm taking this opportunity. Sneaking in to detonate their Mt. Fuji. This is absolutely fucking crazy. It's definitely China. And only China. That has such a big grudge against Japan. The nukes are falling at breakneck speed. The crater of Mt. Fuji is invisible to the magma and looks no different from ordinary mountain rocks to the naked eye, but in actuality there is a cavity underneath. Once the nuke goes off, the cavity effect creates a great vibration inside, and no one can 100% guarantee that it will detonate Mount Fuji, but as soon as the first one blows up the rock covering the crater, the second fell into the cavity, even falling to the lava layer. Packet of spray. Fukushima. At the moment, this is where all of Japan is paying the most attention, because they don't know it yet. Mt. Fuji is going to be bombed. Hey, Godzilla, who had fallen into the sea, was on the verge of exploding, and people were being evacuated from the coasts of Japan and on the radio. The power of this tsunami. It will be unprecedented. It was also fortunate that Godzilla had only collapsed at a depth of 78 meters. If it had been farther away and deeper, it would have flooded all of Japan. But even 70 or 80 meters, there's enough depth. 2. The sea was boiling and stirring, and the orange-red as if sunlight cluster of powers below was visible to the naked eye. Shasta. Fusion to the extreme. Boom. An indescribable muffled sound came from under the ocean. The Japanese island was quaking at this moment. Endless energy exploded at the bottom of the sea. The surrounding sea water instantly blew up 100 feet high. If the gods are angry and angry, if a monstrous flood erupted in the distant past, a huge hole was blown directly into the sea. The energy of the explosion followed the shockwave, instantly set off a dozens of meters high water waves, swiftly swooped to the shore. If the explosion of a nuclear bomb, the lethality is only a radius of 10 kilometers. But this tsunami, yet it covers half of the coastline on the Japanese side. When the news of the evacuation was given, it's already too late. Along the coast of Japan, there stood some people, quietly fuming as they watched a high wall of water that came roaring in from the sea, that pressed over like a thick mountain. Life in the presence of nature. So small, so insignificant. Doomsday. The scene was one of true doom. An angry tsunami that rushed into the city, collapsing Japan's lightly constructed houses in a flash and submerging an unknown number of people. Disaster has finally struck. In all the cities, countless Japanese covered their faces and cried bitterly, sitting on their knees. Heaven, why do you treat us like this? Have we done something wrong? It's over. It's all over. Woo woo. In the streets of Tokyo, such a scene was played out that order had already broken down. Traffic was congested, and people came out onto the streets, looking at the messy Tokyo with an overwhelming sense of strangeness and sadness. Tokyo was also affected by the tsunami. There's a coast to cover. There's basically nothing to lose. Only, in the next moment, everyone's faces were blankly feeling the ground, and once again, there was a rumbling buzz. What now? Only a few people felt their cell phones vibrate and picked them up to see that it was from a friend near Mte. Fuji. But as soon as the call was answered, a heartbreaking sound came from the other side. Chinese harpies dropped a nuclear bomb on Mte. Fuji. In the middle of the sentence, there was an ear-piercing sound of electricity coming from the phone. The person who answered the phone, frozen in place for a moment, a cold chill ran through the top of his head, and with a clunk, his cell phone fell to the ground, and he staggered twice, sitting down on the ground as he suddenly cried and laughed as if he had had a seizure. Mount Fuji, our Mount Fuji has been detonated. The voice came out. The whole street was silent.